Some readers who cannot stand the first volume can simply skip ahead to the second without any impact on the story. The first volume mainly takes place on Mars, while the second begins the tale of the protagonist rebuilding human order on Earth. The earlier chapters of the first volume may be revised especially to correct all kinds of mistakes in the text, and the hope is to eventually expand this book to a total of 1 million words. Stop the companion Earth and classic of mountains and seas construction project. We need to survive. Let those people go die on their own. They do not represent humanity. You lapdogs of those beasts, what right do you have to block us? Let us in. Come on, hit me, kill me, I beg you, kill me. The human council has already been sucked dry by parasites. They are wolves in sheep's clothing. Cut off their heads. Everywhere the eye could see was a sea of people, the crowd surging forward like a tidal wave. The administrators in security uniforms were drenched in sweat. If they truly started using force, their small squad of a few hundred might very well be trampled to death alive by the tens of thousands pressing in on them. At that moment, 4 helicopters began circling above the crowd. Loudspeakers below were still blaring the result of the Human Council's 6th vote. The 34th bill had been passed. A curse burst from someone's lips. Just then, an anti-material missile slammed directly into one of the helicopters. In an instant, it became a ball of fire in midair, its flaming wreckage crashing down into the crowd below, crushing a great mass of people to death. One man was only hit in the leg, yet could only watch as the flames scorched his thigh, his voice rising in meaningless screams. Yet when the enraged crowd finally broke through the ring of security administrators, they discovered that what awaited them in front of the council building were tanks and fully armed soldiers, each one aiming loaded guns straight at the masses. People in the front retreat, immediately fall back. They don't dare shoot, charge. Come on, if you've got the guts, shoot your grandpa right in the chest. What greeted them was a dense storm of gunfire. When the first volley of bullets was finally spent, security administrators in armor raising riot shields and clutching batons charged into the crowd and began savagely beating the loudest agitators from before. Across the entire Earth, the same scenes were unfolding everywhere. Countless people held banners high, shouting as they marched toward key offices of the Human Alliance. Once people leave the confines of their own civilization and stand at the pinnacle, they start to believe they are no longer of the same kind as humanity. Acrylic's Luolan gazed quietly through the parliament building at what was happening at the gate below. Lin Xiyu stood beside him like an ignorant, inexperienced student. She might have looked as though she belonged to Acrylic's Luolan's daily life, yet her attention was not on any of this. Instead, her mind was ceaselessly calculating the manpower and material resources required for this operation. The original intention had been to reveal past events step by step through the story, but perhaps some people could not quite understand what had happened before, so fragments of those earlier events would now be exposed in selected chapters. At this moment, Lin Mo was sitting on his own coffin lid smoking. Yes, it was indeed his own coffin lid. He had woken up to find himself sealed inside an airtight coffin, and only after a great deal of effort had he managed to climb out, discovering he had ended up in some completely unknown, godforsaken place. After spending some time digesting the knowledge in his mind, Lin Mo finally understood he had crossed over. He had merely gone to sleep, and then he had transmigrated. The good news was that food supplies here were perfectly normal and sufficient to sustain his entire lifetime. The bad news was that on this whole planet, he was probably the only person left. This was the Z-Way Star mobile control platform on Mars, a large-scale war control hub that still stored all manner of weapons. The only problem was that they all required authorization. At present, Lin Mo was only an ordinary holder of level 6 clearance, able to pass unimpeded through nearly all the living quarters, but still unable to enter the military command zones or major weapons control areas. Forget it, I'll take a walk. After crushing out his cigarette and flicking it into the ashtray, Lin Mo mused that even after 2,000 years, people's craving for tobacco had not changed, not even the packaging of manhwa cigarettes. The entire command cabin felt desolate and abandoned. There was not a single corpse to be found, though he did see plenty of scrapped robots. Xiaowei, pull up the surveillance footage. Following his memories, Lin Mo walked into a command cabin he could currently control and summoned his artificial intelligence. All right, what are all these coffins for? Gene Cloning Center. Its primary function is genetic cloning, but it has been temporarily decommissioned due to prolonged inactivity. Can I unlock it with my current clearance? You can only unlock 10 units. Once the unlocking was complete, Lin Mo hurried to the gene cloning sector, only to discover that the clones produced there were essentially no different from inflatable dolls, completely devoid of sensation, practically nothing more than blow-up toys. What use are these things? They were originally remote control units operated by combat personnel, wearing corresponding program helmets to control them from afar. However, since there is currently no matching thought control sequence, they can only lie there like puppets. At that moment, Xiaowei suddenly projected itself beside him, appearing as a three-dimensional holographic image, its form taking on full relief. Lin Mo located the device that could control the sequence and placed it on his head. The corresponding puppet opened its eyes. It feels so real. Not only touch, but ow, this really hurts. How do I log out of this thing? Grab your left ear with your right hand to exit. What kind of underworld logout method is that? He could only do as instructed. The puppet he controlled collapsed limply to the ground while Lin Mo opened his eyes, glanced at his own palm, and removed the device from his forehead. In that brief instant, he had felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as though his body did not belong to him at all. These symptoms are quite normal. We call it consciousness transfer syndrome. You will recover very soon. Xiaowei popped out again beside him, and Lin Mo nodded to show he understood. Can we still connect to any other channels now, eh? We can still attempt to connect to Earth's network. Earth is still online. I remember this disaster was supposed to engulf the entire galaxy, wasn't it? Thinking of the Great Wall sequence in his memory being blasted apart by a single powerful wave of light, Lin Mo still felt a lingering fear. Isn't this the interface of Mubidu? It's been 3,000 years, and it still hasn't changed. No, wait. Spring Festival of 2022. Lin Mo instantly sensed something was wrong. 3,000 years later, how could it still be celebrating the Spring Festival of 2022? Are you connecting to a network from 3,000 years ago? Xiaowei doesn't know. Get out of the way, I'll handle it myself. After roaming the net for a while, Lin Mo finally confirmed that the current connection was indeed to the network of the year 2022. A few days later, a new tech company was founded. In an era when new companies appeared every day, this in itself was nothing remarkable. After all, no one could predict whether a business registered today would collapse by tomorrow. A brand new game that lets you experience true immersion. We are now giving away 10 closed beta slots for free shipping included. Lin Mo logged into his QQ account and posted little ads in every group he could, only to be kicked out each time. Come on, has everyone installed an anti-fraud app or something? It's not like I'm planning to scam anyone. Staring at the 7-page views on his official website, Lin Mo took a deep breath, wondering if those 7 people had only clicked in by mistake. During this time, after long consideration, he finally decided it would be better to let others go explore in his stead. With such a vast space to investigate, if he had to scout it alone, who knew how long it would take? After all that effort, the click count remained stubbornly fixed at 7. Xiaowei changed the promotion to Beautiful Dealer Live Dealing Cards. Driven to his limit, Lin Mo finally resorted to a phishing tactic. This time, 70 people suddenly flooded in. Lin Mo was speechless. So none of them had actually installed an anti-fraud app after all. The accompanying game forum also suddenly boomed in activity as a horde of unsuspecting, newly hooked users poured in. One after another, they cursed and grumbled in the comments section, leaving colorful greetings for the person who had posted the link. Soon the number of reservations climbed to 1. Elated, Lin Mo checked the backend data. Family address in the M78 Nebula. I dare to send it, do you dare to receive it? Lin Mo nearly had a stroke from sheer rage. Bro, running a phishing site like this really isn't going to work. Anti-fraud campaigns are everywhere these days. If you're in our country, I advise you to turn yourself in. It's pointless. Now even the village dogs are forced to help with anti-fraud publicity. You're not going to scam anyone here. In the forum, not a single person believed the promotional images. Besides, who in their right mind would jot down their home address and phone number, especially on such a shady, unknown website? Huagua people don't scam Huagua people. I have detailed company registration information here, plus the actual paid-in capital and company address. If you don't believe me, go check it yourself. He even put his business license on display, hanging it directly on the official website. After a long while, the number of reserved slots finally climbed to 3. Excluding the M78 Nebula Joker, the other 2 addresses looked perfectly normal. Nyangdo, a native of Huagua, possessed an innate passion for games, especially science fiction titles. Yet there were far too few true sci-fi games on the market. Most products merely wave the sci-fi banner while being nothing more than card games in disguise. In a QQ chat group, he stumbled upon a rather suspicious link. To be on the safe side, he switched to his backup phone, sent the link to that device, and then tapped it open. Fortunately, the phone did not get infected with any virus. When the promotional CG began to play on the phone screen, he felt this was exactly the kind of sci-fi game he had always longed for. Yet the authenticity of its gameplay remained an unsolved mystery. Even so, he still wrote down the address of its Sanyao pickup station next to his home. If anything went wrong in the future, he could deal directly with the pickup staff. As long as it did not get traced back to him, that was enough. Just when he had stopped holding out any real hope, a few days later, he received a message from Xuanfei Express informing him to come downstairs and collect a package. What on earth is this? A biochemical weapon. A bomb. Nyangdo stared at the unusually large box, then, driven by intense curiosity, finally began to open it. What is this thing? Nyangdo picked up an object that resembled a helmet and examined it closely. No matter how he looked at it, the device seemed strangely uncanny. Fortunately, there was an instruction manual beside it. After reading it, Nyangdo's first reaction was that such a thing was impossible. Then, harboring a mentality of might as well give it a try, he decided to test it out. Calm down, calm down. This world runs on materialism. We must believe in science. Nyongdo took a deep breath, put on the helmet, and pressed the power button. What the? In an instant, Nyongdo felt as if he were submerged in a pool, his entire head immersed in water. Panicking, he involuntarily swallowed 2 mouthfuls before desperately trying to push open the coffin lid above him, only to find that for some unknown reason it would not budge. Fortunately, Nyongdo suddenly realized that he could actually breathe in the water, and the sensation was no different from breathing air in everyday life. As the surrounding water level slowly dropped, the lid of Nyongdo's coffin was finally lifted open. Lin Emo still did not understand why his own pod differed from all the others. However, looking at the burly, completely naked man emerging before him, Lin Emo felt he absolutely needed to pay more attention to privacy issues in the future, otherwise his game might very well be reported and shut down. Put on your clothes and wait for your other companion. Lin Emo pointed at the set of clothes beside Nyongdo as he spoke. 2 people were still 2 people. Oh, at least they could help him explore what the outside world was like. This is way too real. I can even feel my tongue. It's incredible. Nyongdo lay prone on the floor and actually licked the ground with his tongue, exclaiming in utter astonishment. Lin Emo was speechless. After a while, another pod opened as well. Once Lin Emo had the second person put on his clothes, he led the 2 of them out of the gene cloning sequence area. Your task today is to explore the surrounding region, map out all dangerous locations and the corresponding readings you detect there. I will grant you rewards based on the results of your exploration. So this is an NPC, the village chief of the novice area. What if we go flick his little buddy right now? Would he react? He probably wouldn't, right? They're all preset programs. Should we try it? Seeing the 2 players already itching to misbehave toward him, Lin Emo immediately invoked his administrator authority and warned, many of the NPCs here are played by real people. All of your actions will be recorded. If your violations are too frequent, you will be permanently expelled from the game. Each account can bind only 1 ID card, and facial as well as iris recognition will also be used. You're welcome to test it if you like. Alright, I was wrong. The 2 players instantly panicked. They had never expected that not all NPCs here were scripted programs, some were actually portrayed by real people. Lin Emo clipped miniature cameras onto both of them. As long as they stayed within the coverage of the signal network, the information collected from their perspective could be transmitted back in real time. Nyongdo and De stood before the massive gate of the Z-Way Star Control platform. Even though they wore temperature-regulated suits, they still could not help but feel the desolate chill seeping through. After walking some distance away, and then looking back, they finally realized just how enormous the Z-Way Star Control platform was. So vast it could drive a person to despair. The modeling in this game is terrifyingly good. It looks as if everything out here actually has physical form. Nyongdo swallowed hard, feeling as though he were dreaming. Not only had he become one of the first people to experience a VR device of this level, he had truly logged in and was playing the most realistic virtual game imaginable. Touch, smell, and taste, all indistinguishable from reality. Didn't the CG say this thing was once one of the pinnacles of human industrial achievement? I'll forget it. When it turns into a game, why worry so much about all that? What matters is the gameplay experience. While they spoke, he strode toward the outside of the energy membrane. Both of them cradled in their arms a science fiction weapon resembling an energy rifle. These weapons were mainly given to them by Lin Emo for self-defense. After all, Lin Emo was not entirely sure whether there were monsters outside. All the probe robots in the vicinity had been destroyed. Aside from what lay under his own energy membrane, everything out there had been reduced to wreckage. A few minutes later, you died so miserably. Brother, I will definitely avenge you. Kill. Nyongdo hefted a machine gun, charging at the monster while raking it with bullets and shouting at the top of his lungs. Earlier, the 2 of them had been carefully exploring when a spider-like creature suddenly leapt out from the grass beside them, biting clean through De's neck in one snap. While Nyongdo was still stunned, it dragged the corpse back into the undergrowth. By the time Nyongdo rushed into the grass, he realized he had barged straight into a spider nest. 7 or 8 grotesque spider heads emerged from the surrounding clumps, and amid his repeated screams, they tore him to pieces. What on earth is that supposed to be? Lin Emo had naturally noticed the footage coming back from the miniature cameras. As for Nyongdo's marksmanship, he truly did not know what to say. Despite spraying bullets everywhere, Nyongdo had managed to land only a single hit, and that had merely grazed the spider's leg. Fortunately, the energy weapon did indeed have a lethal effect on the spider. That leg was completely burned off. But for a spider with 8 legs, losing one hardly seemed to make any difference. It could only be said that Nyongdo's aim was abysmally off, so skewed it bordered on the supernatural. In reality, Nyongdo swiftly removed the helmet and couldn't help but shiver. Although he knew it was just a game, the experience felt too real, and the pain was all too vivid, which unnerved him inexplicably. Damn, who wet their pants? Nyongdo then noticed a water stain on his pants and hurried to change in the bedroom. When he donned the helmet again, all he saw was darkness with nothing in sight. What's going on? Is the equipment broken? Nyangdo quickly took off the helmet and looked around, finding no obvious damages. He hurried to the official website, wanting to inquire on the forum. Once he entered, he realized it was pointless to ask, as there were only 2 testers in total, and the other one, a big goose, hadn't said anything on the forum. Nyangdo, I'm telling you this is real but feels incredibly authentic. Spiral Big Plane. Come on, do you really think there's a free lunch waiting for you? Besides, isn't this kind of cutting-edge technology something only big companies can produce? I certainly won't believe it. Unwaveringly. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, a website that lures us with beautiful dealers can't be a good one. Spiral Big Plane, damn, you've probably done it too, haven't you? Unwaveringly what? At this moment, Lin Mo was lurking as a voyeur, secretly observing these people's comments on the forum. After all, this was his own website and he was just performing routine maintenance. Can the affairs of scholars be called voyeurism? Is there anyone who can tell me why I can't log in right now? After dying, when I put the helmet back on, it was just black inside with no visuals. Is the helmet broken? If the helmet is broken, I can buy another one. Although Nyangdo was still just a worker, his salary was enough to cover these expenses, especially for such unprecedented new technology. Admin, Nyangdo, it's nothing, just a cooldown period after death. It will be fine after a while, and your points will be deducted based on your death. Lin Mo hurriedly explained to his little player that if these guys continued dying like this, would he still have enough energy left? There must be a punishment to stabilize these reckless individuals' hearts. Nyangdo, how long is the cooldown? Can I use money to reduce the cooldown? Admin, 24 hours. Money won't help. Oh, to be honest, our company lacks everything but money. Paper life, damn, what a bold claim. That statement nearly suffocated me. Big Goose, I can vouch for it, it's true. Chinese people don't deceive each other. Unwaveringly, I don't believe it unless you send me one, otherwise I absolutely won't believe it. Admin, if they don't believe it, so be it. After all, 2 people are enough. Besides, Lin Mo had not considered expanding the internal testing quota, as more people meant more mouths to feed. Although the Z-Way Star mobile control platform had a well-established ecological layout system, having too many people would still lead to supply issues. Nyangdo, Big Goose, let's have a private chat. We can discuss things later, just the 2 of us. Big Goose, okay. At this time, Lin Mo was still exploring the Z-Way Star mobile control platform, searching for a usable device, but unfortunately, he found that he lacked permission in many areas. Xiaowei, are there any weapon modules around that I can use? Sorry, the weapon you're using is already one of the few available in the entire base. The entire base was designed as a command center, so there aren't many weapons installed. To learn more, please increase your permissions. As for how to increase your permissions, it requires personal effort and enhancement of one's self-cultivation and physical training. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Even though he was the only living person in the entire command cabin, he still did not have enough permissions to use the things inside. Lin Mo also checked his previous messages online and discovered that he was dead, physically speaking. The house collapsed in an instant, and he was pierced through the head by steel bars. Fortunately, he could still connect to the internet on Earth. Lin Mo had established a server abroad and sent people to invest in a factory domestically where all the assembly was done using unmanned equipment. After assembly, robots directly placed the items to be shipped with Xuanfei Express, and then logistics directly sent them to other players. A day later, the 2 players crawled out of their coffins again. I was suffocating. Can we change the background of our appearance? Why do we always emerge in this water? Although we can breathe, it really isn't pleasant. Nyangdo spat out the water he had swallowed earlier. In a sense, could this be considered bathwater? If multiple people come out of the same coffin, does that count as a mixed bath? Another strange piece of knowledge acquired. Lin Mo ignored them and played their death replay before them. By the way, can we adjust the pain sensation? It hurts too much, especially when my arm was torn off. I even called for my mom at that moment. Nyangdo couldn't help but feel a chill at this thought. After all, if the pain sensation remained like this, he truly wouldn't dare to continue playing. The helmet has a pain adjustment feature. If you want to exit, just touch your left ear with your right hand. Lin Mo remembered the instructions given. These 2 guys clearly hadn't read the manual. I'll adjust it now. I'm going back to modify it. I'll go too. The 2 of them slumped down, and when they got back up, they looked much more energetic. In light of your previous losses, each outfit costs 10 points, each energy weapon costs 50 points, and each body costs 100 points. Now you owe me a total of 160 points. As Lin Mo finished speaking, the computer behind him displayed the personal information of the 2, glaringly showing a balance of negative 160. Is there no beginner's treasure chest? Why do I debut as a pauper? None. However, considering your exploration of new monsters and dangerous areas, you are rewarded with 40 points. Now each of your balances is negative 120. Damn, I didn't expect to be a pauper in reality, and also a pauper here. Can I get some clothes? I feel weird like this. Big Goose awkwardly glanced down at himself. The wind made his pants feel cold. Lin Mo nodded and tossed over 2 pieces of clothing, bringing their personal balances to negative 130. Lin Mo planned to recruit 5 males and 5 females. To avoid being censored online, he decided to cancel all physiological features of the genders, so they could only be judged by facial features. Of course, if someone looked too delicate, distinguishing between genders could be problematic, but that was unavoidable. Of course, males can only choose the male gender and females can only choose the female gender. After all, the realism of this device is exceedingly high. Lin Mo is also uncertain whether switching bodies between genders would lead to new psychological disorders, so it's better to avoid unnecessary complications. Given our current debts, can we still go out to explore? Whatever. However, rather than letting you go out to meet your demise, it would be better for you to come over and help me separate these iron coffins for transport. Lin Mo pointed to the 10 cloning devices. Due to the inherent psychological barriers between genders, it was indeed better to store them separately. Lin Mo wasn't quite clear about the principles behind these cloning devices. After all, where the cells inside come from remains a mystery. The fact that they could produce clone bodies just by powering on was something Lin Mo had never even contemplated, or rather it far exceeded his understanding. After all, since the year 2022, extracting starch from the air has already been accomplished. It should be possible to create cells from the air 3,000 years later. Hey yo, hey yo. The two guys grunted as they carried a large iron canister down the stairs. After a busy half day, they finally placed the 10 canisters in order, 5 on the first floor for female characters and 5 on the second floor for male characters. They also specially prepared clothes next to them. To maintain harmony, online running around naked was not allowed, but buying clothes on credit was permitted. Of course, to prevent anyone from exploiting bugs, the more debt one has, the longer the cooldown time for refreshing. It was expected that for a long time everyone would live as debtors, as they were all newcomers and would be hunted down by monsters as soon as they left the protected area. What is this? It's food, but I recommend pinching your nose while eating it, or I fear you'll throw up. Lin Mo tossed each of them a pack of nutritional paste, which had been past its expiration date by nearly 100 years. That it was still edible was truly a miracle. Manufactured in 5056, expired in 5156. How many years has it been now? The big goose glanced at the expiration date on the bag and curiously asked, as it seemed they were not familiar with the background of this game. After all, the opening CG did not explain any of this. It's 5256, but this thing is still edible, though the taste is rather unpleasant. The big goose. Yongdo. The two hesitated for a long while, but eventually opened the sealed pack, and a foul odor immediately assaulted their nostrils. Ugh! The two crouched in the corner, retching up the acidic fluid from their stomachs. The taste was simply too sour to bear. Watching Lin Mo eat it seemingly unfazed, they couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, as if resolved, the two pinched their noses, shoved the food into their mouths, chewed a couple of times, and then once again erupted into a wave of retching. I would never eat that, it's too disgusting. I'd rather drink the Ganges than eat that. It's terrifying. Ugh! Lin Mo shook his head. Although this food was unpleasant, it could at least replenish the Bodhi's essential energy, especially since he hadn't found any other food here. He just wondered if the clone could manage to chew a few bites. This is the points for assisting the administrator with tasks. Each of you earns 20 points. After finishing their meal, Lin Mo distributed rewards to the two, as one must be paid for their labor. Lin Mo was not a heartless boss who would withhold the wages of these little employees. So few. Is the game's planner really that stingy? Exactly. We've worked ourselves to the bone for only 20 points. If my boss on the construction site dared to do this, he'd probably be stabbed twice by now. The two expressed their dissatisfaction with their remuneration. Lin Mo didn't say much, but he did unlock the safety on his gun. Otherwise, if these two really turned on him, whether he could resurrect would become an issue. On the first day, these two were very stubborn, refusing to eat that stuff. On the second day, even though they were practically crawling from hunger, they still refused to eat the nutritional meal. On the third day, they found a soft tube in the warehouse and opted for a feeding method, finally solving the problem of having to eat that disgusting food. Administrator, do you have any tasks for us? We're about to go stir crazy. Lin Mo thought for a moment. Since there was still a large area beneath the membrane, he decided to let these two explore what that space was like. You two should first explore the current situation in the safe zone. Once your points reach the amount needed to purchase firearms, only then will I let you out. Otherwise, sending you out would be tantamount to seeking death. Oh yeah, finally a task. The two foolishly began to walk down the stairs. 2 hours later. Oh my dear mother, why does this place look smaller, but feels so exhausting to walk? There's nothing around here. It's even more desolate than outside. At least there are trees out there. Indeed, there's nothing here, just dirt mounds. But there are plenty of monsters outside. Which planet are we on? Are we still on Earth? Why are you asking me? I'm not an astronomer, but I can confirm that this is not Earth. Just then the sharp-eyed Yongdo suddenly noticed something white in the distance. What do you think that is, eh? Don't get too close, that might be dangerous. Is this the safe zone? A newbie village. Have monsters breached the newbie village? Should we go take a look? The two cautiously approached the white object, and when they saw what it was, both gasped in horror. It was a person wearing a white spacesuit, but only the upper half of the body remained. The corpse inside had not been consumed by bacteria, but had instead turned into something resembling a mummy. What do you think he went through? Don't ask me, I'm scared. Shouldn't we go report this to the administrator? Don't run off so fast. The two were directly frightened by the corpse. After all, they lived in a lawful society, and the probability of seeing a corpse was nearly as low as winning the lottery. Moreover, to die in such a brutal manner, it was likely they would never encounter such a sight in their lifetime. You say you found a corpse in a spacesuit, and it's only half gone. Lin Mo frowned. If that's the case, it suggests that there were indeed people at the Jiwei Star Control Center before. Could they be from here? It should be internal personnel here, right? The corpse is sprawled out all around. Lin Mo hurriedly changed his clothes and picked up his weapon to head out. Lin Mo crouched on the ground, meticulously examining the corpse, which was surrounded by scattered parts. His gaze drifted toward the distance where other body parts lay strewn about. Help me look for a cylindrical object, something like a docking station. That thing is an information recorder, and we can check the data stored inside later. Did we trigger the plot? Isn't that the case? Hurry up and search. The two of them suddenly became excited. After all, if this was how the story unfolded, there would surely be new tasks and consequently new rewards. After some effort from the three, they finally found the central processing unit for information. Fortunately, the exterior was only slightly damaged while the internal machinery was intact, though it was uncertain when this had happened and whether the hardware had aged. Go to the warehouse and get a shovel. Let's dig a hole to bury him. The two laborers returned grunting as they carried the shovel to dig the hole. Normally, they would be out of breath after walking just a few steps, but today they worked with great enthusiasm. Upon returning to the mobile control center, Lin Mo summoned Xiao Wei. To prevent others from discovering his ability to access the network on Earth and obtain outside information, he had set up a privacy mode. When others were present, all information remained concealed, only displaying what they were allowed to see. Soon as the information was read, images from the event began to appear on the screen. In a massive defense platform, a white light suddenly illuminated the area. The platform was pierced through as if made of paper, and the owner of the footage was sliced through by a flying piece of metal, leaving him to drift aimlessly in the air. Lin Mo knew exactly what had transpired without needing to see more. The previous defense platform was the Great Wall series, an important link in the orbit of Saturn. There were 8 such platforms in total, originally built to defend against incoming meteors, yet that white light certainly didn't resemble a meteor. What on earth is this? It's all so unclear, I have no idea what's going on. After watching the video, Nyang Do was equally baffled, completely unaware of the context behind these events. That is the Great Wall series, one of the large-scale projects constructed by humanity in space. Its primary purpose was to withstand impacts from external meteors, at least that's what the Human Alliance claimed back then. However, it seems this series has suffered some kind of attack. Is the Great Wall series really that strong? Why does it feel like it crumbles at a single blow? They asked, curiously intrigued by the game's background. After all, a good sci-fi game should have an engaging background and storyline. Take for instance the nuclear bombs from 3,000 years ago. Even if all the nuclear bombs from Earth at that time were combined, they couldn't inflict significant harm on the Great Wall series. This project was constructed from 4072 to 4713, taking nearly 600 years to complete. The resources used were gathered from the asteroid belt, with asteroids transported to the sun for smelting. The desired components were then assembled in space before being transported to the orbit of Saturn. Wow. The two players were left speechless, having never expected that this seemingly flimsy construct, which appeared to be made of tofu in the video, required such extensive time and effort only to have failed to withstand even a single strike. After these two exited the game, Lin Mo thought for a moment and created a promotional CG featuring the construction video of the Great Wall series and its background to be posted on the official website. Spiral airplane, I'm starting to believe it. The special effects must have cost quite a bit. Paper on life, indeed. Why are all the reservation slots already full? Soon all 10 spots were filled. Including the previous 2 men, 3 more men and 5 women were recruited, but those individuals would have to wait for the next internal test to join. The others could only await their turn. At that moment, the game announcement on the webpage was updated, instantly attracting a large crowd to view it. Hello everyone. I am your most beloved administrator. In light of the latest promotional CG, I'd like to provide some background information. We are currently situated in the mobile control center of the Zihua star on Mars, which was once a large operational command platform. However, due to certain reasons, it has transformed into this. But it's fine as long as it's still usable. We're safe within the membrane-controlled area. Yet once we leave this area, the outside world becomes extremely dangerous. To go outside, you must wear specially designed suits like the ones you wore when entering the game. These suits come with personal identifiers that are necessary to enter the membrane. If you lose your identifier, you'll have to wait outside to die. The suits also provide temperature regulation and protection against radiation and dust. Every newcomer must pay to enter, but not in cash, rather it's with game points. Each body costs 100 points, and with the required suit it totals 110. Running around naked inside is prohibited, as it would be marked as a violation. Violations would incur penalties based on their severity. Inside you can seek tasks from the administrator, though you can only do so when the administrator has tasks available. Otherwise, lingering near the administrator may lower their favorability. If the favorability drops to a certain level, you might be shot. A special thanks to Nyang-do and Da-e for their relentless efforts in opening a new documentary. Both will receive 250 points each. Enjoy the game. Goodbye and moi. Spiral Airplane isn't that so. Administrator Absolute No Delays. We currently do not need any waste. You might consider the trash bin nearby. Absolute No Delays. I remember you now. From this point on, I am a hater of this game. As long as I haven't joined, this game is undoubtedly fake, just a money-making scheme. Though Absolute No Delays said this, he honestly clicked to reserve a spot. Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, gazing out the porthole at the world outside. Although it was said to be densely forested, the idea of forests on Mars was already absurd, and the monsters were even more so. In the evening, after Nyang-do finished handling her work, she put the helmet back on. This helmet had the additional benefit of saving sleep time. Entering the game was akin to entering a deep sleep, alleviating the concerns of insomniacs. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had been tossed into a corner of the stairwell. When they logged off previously, they hadn't properly taken care of their bodies, and Lin Mo had pushed them to the corner with a broom. Ouch, my lower back hurts. This body is not holding up too well. Nyang-do groaned, clutching her waist as she stood up, the sharp pain overwhelming. Maintaining the same posture for too long will undoubtedly lead to back pain. Fortunately for me, I was lying down. Next time I must take better care of my body, otherwise what if the administrator tosses us out as bait? At that moment, Da-e happened to log in, as the life of a working person was quite regulated. Working from 9 to 6, occasionally having to put in extra hours, and holding meetings after work. I remember we earned 250 points, right? This time we can finally go out and wander a bit. It was my carelessness that led to that monster's ambush. This time I will take it as a sacrifice to the heavens. Thinking of it still brings back the pain in my neck, and the realism was far too intense. I could still see the scene of my dismemberment vividly. I think I'll pass. When I sought revenge for you, I discovered that the creature was a nest of spiders, not just one. At least you got a quick end while I was tortured to death. At this thought, Nyang-do couldn't help but shed tears of regret. If only she had fled at that time, she might have escaped. Alas, you too have logged in. Come over to collect your weapons. I am in the control room on the second floor. Coming. After about 3 minutes. Is this our weapon? What are you kidding? Looking at the large fish spear in her hands, Nyang-do wore a skeptical expression, as this thing hardly seemed like a weapon at all. Lin Mo awkwardly scratched his nose. When he searched the warehouse earlier, he happened to find this item. In a sense, it could indeed be considered a weapon. Compared to giving these inexperienced individuals firearms, they had never even touched this item, would likely be more familiar to them. Nyang-do, being in civil engineering, should be quite adept with this vibrational cutter, right? This is called a vibrational cutter. Once activated, it operates using high-frequency vibrations. Unlike previous firearms that required changing a battery after 70 shots, this vibrational cutter lasts much longer and is certainly more suitable for you beginners. By pressing the switch, the blade at the top of this spear, this cutter, becomes exceptionally sharp. And please don't point it at me. Theoretically, this thing can cut through anything. Lin Mo explained the utility of this device to the two of them. Did the administrator say this was a fish spear? It seems like they did. Then the two of them were kicked out, equipped with miniature cameras and earpieces, one holding a fish spear, a high-frequency vibrational cutter, as they stepped out of the membrane's control area. What do you think would happen if we used this to cut the membrane? After all, the administrator had just mentioned that this could theoretically cut through anything. Could it break through the novice zone's protective barrier? As Nyang-do stepped out of the membrane, a bold idea formed along with the urge to put it into action. Hearing the situation of the two through the intercom, Lin Mo was suddenly startled. Wait, are you two really considering using your spear against your own shield? Let's not. If something goes wrong, we might be forced to log off immediately. Messing around like this would already be considered disrupting the game's narrative. Da-e remained calm. After all, he feared causing issues. A game with such a high degree of realism had never been seen in the market, and the most crucial part was that it was still free for now. Boring, let's go explore the surroundings. This time we'll bypass that grove and head to other areas. The thought of the grove from last time instantly gave Nyang-do psychological trauma. The horrifying feeling of being dismembered by those monsters was too vivid. This time they deliberately chose a flatter area to explore. After all, they had no idea what lurked within the grove and didn't want to risk discovering what kind of monsters were there. While the game's rendering is incredibly realistic, even the sand on the ground is individual grains, and the visuals are simply stunning. He crouched down and picked up a stone. The real sensation and the resolution of the visuals astonished him. In reality, without his glasses, he often struggled to distinguish between a person and an animal, but here he felt like his vision was exceptionally sharp and his physical abilities had greatly improved. Is that a city? After walking for almost an hour, they had not encountered any monsters or strange things. It was all a dim yellow desert filled with stones and sand. Once they left the grove surrounding the base, they hadn't seen any greenery. Just as they thought this situation would continue, they suddenly caught a blurry glimpse of what appeared to be a city in the distance. Beep. You are now at the edge of the signal zone. Do not proceed further. If you leave the signal edge, your bodies will be unable to move. Lin Mo noticed that the two were nearing the signal edge and picked up his intercom to speak to them. Based on the miniature cameras they carried, Lin Mo magnified the view and confirmed that the area indeed resembled a city. However, due to the limitations of their bodily control systems, they couldn't switch the channel that far. After all, his current permissions were limited. To expand the exploration range, he needed to unlock the production sequence for the signal generator, which he was regrettably only one level away from. At present, the signal frequency they were using was still from the internal frequency band of the mobile command center, essentially a local area network designed to cover the entire mobile command center. The greatest advantage of this network is its invulnerability to eavesdropping. Theoretically, there is no risk of information leakage. But the downside is that its coverage area is exceedingly small. Is this truly the area ahead where one can explore in the next life? Looking at the nearby city, Nyangdo murmured. However, considering the vast data modeling involved, the company's servers must be overwhelmed. The most crucial aspect is the need to simultaneously simulate human senses, such as smell, taste, and hearing. The computational power required for rendering internal animations is immense and terrifying. Achieving such a map is already quite remarkable. Administrator, how far can we still go? The big goose asked through the intercom. I'm not sure. You are currently at the junction of signal loss and continuity. I can't tell how much further you need to go. Lin Mo glanced at the simulated map on the computer screen, noticing that the two marked red dots were right at the edge of the circle. The two could only search elsewhere, hoping to find other related relics, but around them was nothing but desert, not a single sapling in sight. After walking for a while, Nyangdo suddenly stopped, gripping the cutter tightly, revealing a wary expression. What's wrong? I have this nagging feeling that something is following us. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I've felt this way since we came out. My instincts are never wrong. Do you think you're writing a novel? Instincts. You probably didn't even notice when something hit you on the head. The big goose said, helplessly stepping back as if to prove Nyangdo wrong. Moreover, the surrounding area was entirely desert and nothing was seen moving on the ground. If there were trees, perhaps something could be hiding among them, but here it was an endless flat expanse. Crack. The big goose looked in shock at the tail spike that pierced through its chest. A massive scorpion emerged from the ground, lifting the big goose. The big goose used its last strength to utter, "What the hell?" and then lost consciousness. Damn it, big goose, you can't do this. You just dropped your head right after arriving. How am I supposed to fight now? Nyangdo stared at the scorpion, which was the size of a pickup truck, and couldn't help but take a step back. This creature was terrifying. The scorpion didn't kill Nyangdo directly. Instead, it circled around like it was toying with a plaything, occasionally nudging Nyangdo with its massive pincers. Come on, let's go for it. Those who are afraid should just become ghosts. Seeing the scorpion humiliate her, Nyangdo decided to fight back, fiercely cranking the power of her cutter to the maximum and charging towards the scorpion. Upon seeing its toy get angry, the scorpion became interested, tossing aside the big goose's corpse and lunging at Nyangdo with its tail spike. Fortunately, Nyangdo had anticipated this after witnessing the scorpion discard the big goose's body. Nyangdo quickly dodged, then slashed horizontally with her cutter, severing the head of the tail spike. The scorpion, in pain, became furious and swung its large pincers towards her. While dodging, Nyangdo devised ways to inflict damage on the scorpion. After about 10 minutes, and losing one arm, she finally plunged her cutter into the scorpion's head and twisted it vigorously, causing its insides to spray out all over her face. Huff! Huff! Nyangdo collapsed on the ground. The previous battle was driven entirely by hatred pushing her body forward. Now her left arm had lost all feeling, with only a few flesh strands connecting it, on the verge of falling off. Oh my god, this is too real, too terrifying. I need to log off. As she spoke, Nyangdo remembered that her body was not in a safe zone. If she logged off now, wouldn't that be delivering herself straight to the monsters? Nyangdo had no choice but to stand up again, strip the clothes off the big goose's corpse, and collect its weapon, helping her friend reclaim their gear. Looking at her loot, the scorpion the size of a pickup truck made Nyangdo wish she could carry it back, but she was simply too weak. Administrator, are you there? What's the matter? Lin Mo, observing through the camera, witnessed the battle between Nyangdo and the monster. Especially amidst Nyangdo's wild flailing, she indeed dealt considerable damage to the scorpion. Can you take a photo for me? I want to post it on the official website. After all, this is the first monster successfully defeated since launch. Isn't it quite historic? Could you shift a little to the side, or take the camera off and point it directly at the scene? I'll get a shot of you with the corpse. Lin Mo thought about it. That made sense. He could compile a history and let Xiaowei record it. In the future, they might even release some merchandise or novels on Earth. Nyangdo hurriedly took off the miniature camera from her chest, found a suitable angle, placed it there, dragged the big goose's corpse over, and posed with a smile next to it. Alright, but I think you should check this photo first before deciding whether to upload it. Lin Mo fell silent as he looked at the photo. No matter how you viewed it, it resembled something from a horror game. One person's arm and clothing were almost completely severed, still connected by a few flesh strands, while another corpse had a large hole in its chest through which the surroundings were visible. Moreover, with Nyangdo covered in blood and a sinister smile, it looked like something that could only be shown in a horror movie. Even turning it into a film would likely face censorship. Alright, I'll be right back. What about the big goose's corpse? Drag it back? The corpse can still be reused. Just toss it into the coffin jar later to restore its bodily structure. Last time, the two of your corpses must have turned into dung by now, so there's no use for them anymore. I think this thing should have a beauty filter or it's too ugly. If it weren't for the fact that this character's appearance is random, I would look incredibly handsome in real life. This really affects my appearance. Nyangdo looked at the photo on the large screen with disdain. Why did her spontaneous smile look so bizarre? But thankfully, there was a big goose beside her which improved the overall image significantly. However, Nyangdo still wasn't very fond of her randomly generated appearance. After all, if she could customize her face, she probably wouldn't have ended up looking like this. This thing is derived from your true appearance with an 80% similarity to it. In reality, your true appearance and your character's appearance are quite similar. Lin Mo glanced at Nyangdo beside him and could only state this painful truth. Nyangdo, so is this outfit still useful? What do you think? Just throw the outfit away and buy a new one. Lin Mo looked at the outfit that resembled a war-torn version from Syria and said with some disdain, "No need, I think I can patch it up and wear it again. As long as I haven't achieved the naked running achievement and here this outfit is still wearable." Lin Mo, this is your reward for discovering an unknown city, 200 points. Killing a monster gives you 50 points. Since it's your first monster kill, you'll get an extra 50 points. As Lin Mo spoke, the computer screen behind him was updating the points balance in real time. So what weapon can I exchange for now? You can't exchange for anything. Your weapons last time were for novice characters, so they cost 10 points. But since this is your second login, everything will be calculated at regular prices. With your current funds, you can buy a cutter, but it depends on whether you want it or not. Also, charging this thing costs money. Outcharging once requires 10 points. Damn, what a scam. Nyangdo's face darkened instantly. She had thought she could grab a submachine gun and go on a shooting spree, but after a long wait, she still had to rely on a scythe to score points. Lin Mo's intention behind this was to make these guys spend less on weapons and accumulate some basic power. After all, given the current casualty rate, carrying a weapon outside didn't guarantee they could bring it back. Besides, this group probably couldn't even hit a moving target, let alone apply it in real combat. Not giving them a scythe could be considered his mercy. Watch your words. Are you going to eat? If you want to eat, come over. If not, just lie down in that iron coffin. It can help restore your bodies. Lin Mo said as he took out 2 packs of nutrient solution. No need, no need. I absolutely won't eat this unless I'm so hungry that I can't even crawl. By the way, why do you keep calling this thing an iron coffin? Doesn't it have a name? Nyangdo kicked the nearby iron coffin. This thing's full name is the Tomswiki Energy Supplement Base Cell Derivative Controller. What do you want to call it? Iron coffin sounds better. After saying this, Nyangdo opened the iron coffin, climbed inside, and shut the lid behind her. By the way, does this thing have a sliding cover? Looking at the closed iron can, Lin Mo began to ponder. After sending these two off, Lin Mo started to get busy inside the base. His busy work included, but was not limited to, prying doors open with a screwdriver and using that harpoon, no cutter, to break down authorized doors. Damn, I don't believe I can't break down a door. Lin Mo exerted tremendous effort, but still couldn't do anything about the door. The so-called cutter was theoretically effective, but in reality, it had no effect on the door. Instead, he ended up damaging 2 of them. This high-frequency vibration thing seemed useless. Xiaowei, how can I upgrade my permissions? Everything is up to fate. Have you started believing in Buddhism? What fate? How much? After a long while, Lin Mo finally managed to open a door. This door's level of security was not as high as others, so he drilled it open directly with the cutter. Xiaowei, what is this room for? This was originally an information processing room, but it was scrapped for some reasons. It has now become a storage room, so its confidentiality level is not very high, allowing you to forcibly break in. Lin Mo. After spending some effort, Lin Mo discovered that the main function of this room was actually to have no function. This room really was an information processing room, filled with various information storage devices. However, due to permission restrictions, he couldn't decode them. Fortunately, there were some within Lin Mo's permissions. After some effort, he managed to read them. This thing is probably a movie, right? After working for a long time, Linmo looked at the video playing on the screen and finally said, after analyzing it for almost 2 hours, "Yes, this movie, released in 4043, is titled Technological Evolution StarCraft Rise of the Chaos Era. It's a good sci-fi film." Lin Mo glanced at the notes he had taken and then at the continuously moving images on the screen, ultimately having to accept the fact that he had mistaken the movie for a documentary. Xiao Wei: Has humanity ever encountered aliens since the beginning of civilization in 2022? No, based on the storage that Xiao Wei can access, there are no records of contact with aliens. Perhaps it's due to Xiao Wei's insufficient permission level. If you could return to Earth, you might be able to check the main database directly. Lin Mo. Right now, they were still stuck on Mars, and once they left the membrane control area, they would be slaughtered by monsters outside. Returning to Earth was still quite difficult. So which ship is the strongest battleship established since humanity entered interstellar civilization? The Azure Fleet, but Xiao Wei doesn't know where this fleet is now. Which fleet can our command center control? Sorry, based on the database Xiao Wei investigated, the Z-Wei Star mobile command platform has not commanded any planetary fleets. They have their own complete independent command system. Through a deeper understanding, Lin Mo realized that the so-called human alliance was actually unstable internally. When humanity stepped into the era of interstellar travel, a large number of warships were produced and assembled into fleets. However, these fleets began to reveal deeper contradictions during their prolonged voyages through the cosmos. Gradually, they detached from Earth's jurisdiction and governed themselves. The commanders aboard the fleets simultaneously held positions of authority in the political, military, and economic domains. This was because the issues had been thoroughly considered during the initial construction of the fleets, resulting in their flawless design. As a result, these fleets became effectively independent from Earth, forming a unique civilization detached from the planet, which could be termed fleet civilization or wandering civilization. Subsequent events were buried by history. After all, in the vast river of time, no one remembers exactly what transpired nor what the future holds. Those who could recall the circumstances of that time have likely long since passed away. However, with the strongest fleet, the Azure Fleet, having left home, humanity no longer considered the idea of building fleets again, opting instead for a more conservative approach of constructing a ring of stars to protect their civilization. What caused the city on Mars to become like this? I don't know. Lin Mo. This entire mystery was too enigmatic. Perhaps the city might hold records of what transpired on Mars at that time. After all, a city inevitably bears the marks of its era. Who are these two fellows? How dare they post such terrifying things on the official website? Don't they fear being banned? The photo posted on the official website quickly attracted the attention of those who had previously been drawn in, especially as the images were excessively bloody, without any blurring or censorship, resulting in a shocking visual impact. Big Goose, what the hell, you're still alive, and even managed to turn the tables on that monster. Nendo, I told you long ago that my instincts are never wrong. You didn't believe me, and now look, you're about to lose 100 points. Luckily, I brought your clothes and weapons back, although your outfit is a bit torn now. It shouldn't be too embarrassing to wear it. Big Goose, good brother. Spiral Aircraft, what are these two talking about? Director Yang from the 4th Hospital Psychiatry Department, I apologize, my patient has escaped and caused trouble. I'll bring them back immediately. Nendo, you don't get it. This is the first monster killed since the game launched. The one standing next to me is still alive, and the one with a hole in its chest is Big Goose. The monster behind is my trophy. It took a lot of effort for me to slay it. Director Yang, I'm sorry, I will definitely increase the medication dosage for these two patients once I return. I apologize for the trouble caused. Spiral Aircraft, please manage your mental patients better next time. Don't let them run wild on the internet. Now, those entering the official website were mostly skeptical, but some naive individuals had already filled out their home addresses. Regarding the previous player, M78 Star Cloud, Lin Mo had revoked their access to the game. Since their home address was in M78 Star Cloud, they would directly go there to sign for it. Eat my big sword, admin. Dear admin, I filled in the wrong address. Can I change it? Admin, don't even think about it. Others can change theirs, but your email for M78 Star Cloud has already been sent. Remember to sign for it when it arrives. Eat my big sword, I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Lin Mo decisively muted him and imposed a punishment of confinement. Nando, wow, a banned strong player, how terrifying. Big Goose, a banned strong player, how terrifying. Admin, Big Goose, remember to repay the points you owe me or you won't be allowed into the game next time. Nando, wow, they can even chase debts online in this game. Impressive. After finishing the chat with these jokers, Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves ready to take action against others. After all, for matters that could be resolved with force, Lin Mo would never resort to thinking. Although God gave him a brain, he didn't tell him he had to use it for problem solving, or perhaps it could also be used to crack walnuts. At this moment, Nando was sitting on a cement slab at a construction site, playing on her phone and browsing the forum. Although the number of people visiting the network had already exceeded 1,000 daily, the slots were far too few, with only about 10 available and already fully booked. If one wanted to insert themselves into the mix, the 10 individuals would have to relinquish their rights, allowing the remaining candidates to be filtered. However, none were foolish enough to do so. After all, who would willingly give up their spot for such a high-end experience? Lin Mo thoughtfully created short videos or other game content showcasing the game, distributing them across various gaming areas. The graphics, the clarity, or I'd believe it if you said this person had a camera in their eye. Indeed, I know this game. There are only 10 slots for closed beta testing, and they're already filled. We can only watch these short videos. What a pity, I thought we could play this game too. Is this a first-person perspective? According to the hype on their company's official website, this is a real-person simulated virtual game, and the realism is said to reach 100%, but I can't be sure if that's true. Could someone please share the website? I want to check it out. As various videos of the content spread widely across different websites, the influx of visitors to the site increased, with reservations growing from a few thousand to tens of thousands and still climbing. Compared to the 10 available slots, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was like spitting into the ocean. Lin Mo had no way to do anything about it. His current permissions only allowed for the opening of these 10 slots. Even if his permission level were raised to the maximum, he could only open 5,000. However, based on his current output, there was virtually no hope. In the evening, Nyang Do returned home early as there was only himself in the house. He quickly ate 2 bowls of instant noodles and then put on his helmet to enter the game. With previous experiences as a warning, he hurriedly covered his nose this time to prevent himself from choking on water again. Oh no, I can't breathe. Where did the administrator go? Nyang Do pondered for a moment and decided to wait here for the big goose, who logged in after about 4 or 5 minutes. Sorry, I was in a video conference earlier and arrived a bit late. There's nothing wrong now. By the way, where did the administrator go? Isn't he coming out to greet us this time? The two of them were looking around when they stepped out of the room and suddenly heard a very piercing sound, like a sharp blade cutting through glass. What is the administrator doing? Upon entering, they discovered Lin Mo was using a high-frequency vibration cutter against the crack of the door. Did the administrator forget his keys? By the way, can NPCs forget their keys too? Maybe he's unlocking some hidden quest. I think this might be a daily task. Perhaps the administrator will forget his keys every day from now on. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Mo turned to the 2 little players and shouted, "You 2 gear up and continue exploring outside. Don't disturb me here." Of course, Lin Mo wouldn't say it was because his permissions were insufficient, but he was eager to find out what was inside, so he frantically used the high-frequency vibration cutter to break open the door. The 2 guys had no choice but to put on their clothes and gear again and went out to explore. Do you think the monster corpses we left last time have been eaten by other monsters? The big goose suddenly remembered the photograph. He was still curious about the monster's corpse. Practice brings true knowledge. Let's go see if it hasn't been eaten. If it hasn't, we can make a fire there and roast it to eat. Nyang Do was now entirely focused on food, considering his body hadn't eaten in a long time. Usually the energy he replenished came from the nutrient solution in the iron coffin. But there's only dirt around. Where can we get firewood? Aren't there trees all around our entrance? We just need to cut some trees from the edge of the forest and take them to fire. But isn't it said that the oxygen on Mars is very thin? Why are we able to run outside wearing just ordinary clothes? Nyang Do and the big goose were the type of people who acted on impulse. They took their high-frequency cutters and chopped down a few trees at the entrance, then dragged them to the location of the previous corpse. The reason they can breathe oxygen on Mars is simple. Mars has been artificially transformed. Before the transformation, Mars had extreme temperature differences and various harsh living conditions. However, now there is a temperature regulation system in the sky and a gas exchange system that maintains normal gas interaction on Mars. This project is a massive undertaking. With the future population explosion, the pressure on Earth is gradually increasing, making Mars a terrestrial planet similar to Earth's orbit, the prime candidate for colonization. When the 2 dragged the firewood they found that the monster they had captured had not been eaten by other creatures and was still lying there quietly. Wait a moment, let's take off the camera and intercom. We can't let the administrator find out, or it would be unfair if we sneak a bite. Nyang Do finished speaking and removed the camera and intercom from his chest. The big goose looked at Nyang Do's actions with some confusion, but thought about it, and also took off the 2 items. After all, in his perception, the administrator was similar to an NPC, and maybe Lin Mo, as a bundle of data, couldn't perceive food at all. At this moment, Lin Mo was still violently breaking down the door, having no time to pay attention to what these 2 were up to. After spending nearly half an hour looking at the dark mass in their hands, both fell into deep thought, as no matter how they looked at it, these 2 lumps did not seem edible. Do you think this thing is edible? The meat inside crab claws is edible, so the meat in scorpion claws should also be edible, right? Nyang Do stared at his 2 lumps of black coal for a long time, but still didn't dare to take a bite. You check my body first, he'll go back and look up books on how to barbecue. The big goose said this and forcibly logged out of his network. As the screen logged out, his body fell limply. After about 10 minutes, the big goose logged back in and immediately began teaching Nyongdo how to barbecue. With the recipe, the meat being grilled not only emitted a steaming aroma, but also looked incredibly tempting. Wow, this smell is so real and so fragrant, I can't help but want to take a bite. Nyongdo, smelling the enticing aroma, couldn't help but swallow. It shouldn't be done, yet should we grill it a little longer? How could it not be done? I'm eating it first as a form of respect. After saying this, Nyongdo shoved all the meat on his skewer into his mouth and picked up another skewer. About 5 minutes later, the two fell to the ground, foam at the mouth, occasionally twitching. In their vision, a black screen appeared along with various dazzling images, but fortunately their minds remained clear. Wow, this thing is poisonous. But the hallucinations are so real. Nyongdo tried to control his body, but found he was completely disconnected, so he could only watch as little people danced in front of him helpless. The big goose was in a similar situation. Although he ate a little less, the strength of the poison was evident. Even if he ate less, it didn't matter. They both finally understood why no other prey dared to come to share this monster. The two of them were forcibly pushed out again. Lin Mo also received news that the signals of the two individuals had been interrupted, but he didn't think much of it, estimating that they must have been taken out by some monster, especially given the abundance of monsters outside. After about an hour, Nyongdo was surprised to find that she could log in again, so she hurriedly logged out to call Devi. Devi, get online quickly, we can log in again. I told you that the poison from before didn't kill us. Upon hearing this news, Devi disregarded his wife and hurried back to his room to put on the helmet, leaving his wife waiting, still taking off her stockings. Mao Xinghua, I won't let this go. When he wanted to enter the bedroom, he realized that Devi had locked the door. After all, there's no game that could compare to his wife. Looking at the scorpion meat still roasting over the fire, the two exchanged glances. I think perhaps we didn't roast it enough last time, so this time we should cook it more thoroughly, all right. Nyongdo smacked her lips, unable to resist the enticing aroma. You eat first, and if you're fine, then he'll eat. 5 minutes later, looking at Nyongdo sprawled on the ground, limbs flailing and foam at the mouth, he checked her breath with his hand. She was pretty much dead. Did you guys go fight monsters? Why did I receive a signal that you two were interrupted? Lin Mo picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. After all this commotion, he had sweat a lot. Food poisoning. He wanted to hide this matter, but feared punishment, so he could only recount the day's events truthfully. You guys just want to eat everything you see, don't you? But I admire your spirit. At least it proves that scorpion meat isn't edible. I will record this and add it to the encyclopedia. You will be the first to prove that scorpion meat is poisonous. Administrator, please just write down Nyongdo's name. He'll let it go this time. Lin Mo, like a father, patted Devi on the shoulder and said, don't worry, the world always needs someone to be the first to eat a crab, and naturally it also needs someone to be the first to eat a scorpion. Devi. In the end, since only one person couldn't go out for an adventure, he had to sit in Lin Mo's place and watch the movies Lin Mo had found last time. Of course, Lin Mo wouldn't bring his little player to help him pick locks. Administrator, I want to ask if our company has a dedicated film company. The special effects have been done so splendidly, why not establish a film company directly? Go cool off, if you want to watch, don't complain. Devi. Watching Lin Mo, who seemed like a thief twisting the lock with a screwdriver, didn't know how to respond and could only return to his seat to watch the movies. Is it open? After much effort, Lin Mo finally picked a lock. Congratulations, master, for opening the first door without using any permissions. As soon as the door opened, the lights in the room lit up and Xiao Wei projected onto another computer screen. Where is this place? The training room where the commanders exercise. I remember I should have permission for this, right? Congratulations, master, you are correct. Lin Mo. After all that effort, he found that it was a place he could open directly. He began to look around. There were various exercise tools, dumbbells, barbells, pull-up bars, everything a gym would have. But with a remotely controlled body, can I skip training? Of course not. All manufactured bodies are standardized at the beginning, but in the future the frequency and intensity of use for different muscles and areas will gradually increase, which is why a training room is necessary. It's been 3,000 years, and we still need gym equipment. Did humanity really focus all its technology on space? Lin Mo stepped onto the treadmill, set the running time and distance, and began to run. Why does this feel off? Oh no, why is my body so heavy? Lin Mo suddenly felt his legs sink heavily, as if he had gained weight. The gravity on Earth and Mars is different. Since you were using Earth's gravity earlier, it is now operating based on Earth's gravity. Oh no, stop it. I really can't run anymore. Lin Mo searched for a pause button on the screen for a long time, but couldn't find it. He felt something pressing against his back, making it impossible to get off. Oh, it was likely some kind of protective device. Sorry, once the data here is set, it cannot be modified. You must wait until all the distance is covered before you can reset it. Half an hour later. Administrator, what have you been doing? You look like you just crawled out of water. You didn't fall into the pool, did you? By the way, do we have a pool here? He hurried over to the administrator, who was panting heavily like a dog. 5 minutes later. Administrator, you lied to me. There are no girls here. Let me down. At this moment, he was sprinting on the treadmill, unable to get off. There was a force pushing him from behind, keeping him on it. Because everything felt so real that he could genuinely feel the exhaustion from the game. I can exercise a bit, so you can kill more enemies outside and earn more points. I don't want points anymore, let me down. He felt as if his legs were filled with lead. Every step took tremendous effort. Since his college days, he had rarely engaged in such high-intensity activities. Half an hour later, he lay on the ground like a dog, feeling worse than Lin Mo, occasionally twitching. Alright, enough of pretending to be dead on the ground. This training can help improve your physical fitness. Can this be understood as leveling up? Interpret it however you like. Just get up and get out of here quickly. Lin Mo planned to look around again inside to see if there was anything else he could use. After putting in considerable effort, Lin Mo directly dismantled the signal generator in the training room. The main function of this generator was to monitor each individual's physical fitness and characteristics in real time, and then create corresponding workout plans. However, compared to the current exploration of Mars, Lin Mo felt that working out was rather meaningless. After all, even if he trained to become a muscular giant, he would still be torn to pieces by those monsters. At best, his muscles might just provide better chewiness. He was unsure if connecting this signal generator would allow the two players to enter that city. Lin Mo was also eager to find out what had happened here and what methods he could use to return to Earth. Currently, Lin Mo's authority was the same as that of an ordinary crew member. If he could not elevate his status to that of a commander, he would not be able to control the ZY Star's mobile platform. After finishing his workout, the big goose hurriedly exited his body. The feeling of soreness throughout was simply unbearable. He had set his data to 100% accuracy, which could only be corrected once per body. Any further adjustments would have to wait until after his death. Lin Mo connected Xiao Wei's data line to this signal extender, mainly modifying it to become a signal extender for his gene-cloned body. This might support the normal activities of these two fellows. Spiral airplane. I'm so bored. Does anyone have any good movie recommendations? Big Goose. You guys don't know I watched a movie for 2 hours in the game today, and the special effects were off the charts. It was incredibly cool, but I don't know when it will be released. Absolutely no delays. I'll just quietly watch you brag. I won't believe it until I can test it myself. Nyangdo, in the end you still didn't eat the scorpion meat, did you? How could I have trusted you so much? Big Goose, I may not be very smart, but I am definitely not foolish. Am I going to accompany you in a love suicide? Wait, did I forget something? Big Goose, who had just taken off his helmet and was still typing, suddenly remembered his wife, who was locked outside. He hurriedly opened the door, and a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine wafted in. Xinghua, come take your medicine. I specially prepared tonics for you. Big Goose, Sigma. Seeing his wife's mysterious smile, Big Goose felt his legs trembling. Why aren't you eating? His wife waved the knife she had just used to chop vegetables. Big Goose gulped, unable to do anything but tearfully finish the bowl of medicine. Once the medicine was down, a wave of heat surged to his heart. After Big Goose finished the entire bowl, his wife nodded in satisfaction. What did you add to this medicine? Goji berries, yam, red dates. Looking at his wife's alluring figure, Big Goose felt his tent again rising. In contrast to Big Goose's comings and goings, Lin Mo was diligently using a screwdriver to turn screws, trying to find something usable from inside to replace. Lin Mo could only watch helplessly as most of the equipment remained beyond his reach. He had no knowledge of the inner workings. Although he knew there were devices that could forcibly input memories, finding such things now was still a question. Xiao Wei, can you perform a self-check on the ZY Star control platform? Insufficient permissions, please upgrade your authority. Hearing such a heartless response, Lin Mo could only continue to forcefully break the door. However, he no longer had the same confidence as before. After all, in many places, even the door gaps could not be opened, let alone the door itself. After a long day of work, Lin Mo finally picked up a nutrient pack and drank it. The taste was simply too hard to swallow, making Lin Mo wish he could create a body on Earth and taste the food there. Xiao Wei, pull up the control console for the network page. Let's recruit more people and see if we can solve the food issue. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really won't be able to swallow it any longer. Hello everyone. I am your dear administrator. Long time no see, I miss you all. I have good news for everyone. The remaining 8 people can now enter the game. At the same time, we will begin reserving slots for the next batch of game entries. The gaming equipment has been transferred to the courier company. If you have not received it, you can provide feedback in the background. We also thank Nyang Do and Big Goose for their relentless efforts proving that scorpion meat cannot be eaten. This will now be included in the food encyclopedia. Additionally, every player has the right to name the monsters they discover first, and can also supplement their characteristics and habits. Thanks to the unyielding efforts of our developers and storyline planners, we have finally expanded the map range to its current limits. However, please note that players must first complete the prerequisite task, installing the signal generator. Congratulations to our administrator for finally unlocking the permissions to the training room through relentless effort. Players can now freely work on their physical fitness there, but they must adhere to the principle of moderation or be careful not to overexert themselves. P.S. The trading mall platform and the ability for players to trade with each other are now open. We have optimized the AI processing capabilities of the administrator and enhanced the emotional system, so everyone should refrain from joking with the administrator in the future or risk getting blocked. Absolutely no delays. Big brother, I'm begging you, let me in. I will definitely respect you. I'll worship you like an ancestor. Image. Nyangdo, looking at your position of worship, I can predict that your mom will hit you later. Big Goose, I suspect that position is probably your ancestor's ranking. Eat my big sword, what about my slot? Administrator, eat my big sword, your slot has been cancelled. Once Earth can achieve the ability to deliver goods to the M78 Nebula, I will send it to you again. Now Lin Mo still had many questions in his mind, such as where the oxygen supply system was located and where the so-called temperature regulation system was. What exactly happened here that led to such a large control platform ending up on Mars? All of this felt like a mystery, and perhaps the only one who could answer Lin Mo's questions was that city. Phew, is this what they call a brand new virtual world? It's so realistic that even the sensation of almost drowning feels genuine. Starting off nearly choking on water will probably accompany this game until the end. Lin Mo has no way to resolve this issue, especially since he doesn't even know how this thing operates, let alone change its rules. Welcome, newcomers. The administrator is busy over there, so they can't welcome you, but will come over to assist. Seeing the new arrivals in a similar predicament made Nien Do happy, as she thought they were the only ones who would drown inside. Can we change this entrance screen? I nearly choked on water. At least this bug can't be fixed right now. I've reported it to the administrator, who said you can play if you want or leave if you don't. Though Nien Do had reported it before, it didn't have any effect, as Lin Mo didn't understand this thing. Could you all put some clothes on first? Even though all 5 of us in this area are boys, it still feels a bit inappropriate. They glanced at their parts, which lacked any major gender characteristics, scaring the 3 of them quite a bit. Can I name myself? The name in this thing syncs with your forum name. By the way, what's your name? What skills do you have? I'm called Dezhuang. I'm called Xiaomei. I'm called Sangbiao. Nien Do and Dai. The last 3 put away their joking demeanor and introduced themselves seriously. I'm called Lazy Cornu, just call me Corn. I'm Ling Xiao Jinjun. You can call me Ling Xiao or Jinjun. The last one scratched his head and said, I seem to have forgotten what my ID is. Everyone, can you even forget this thing? Under the threat of the group, he logged out, found his ID, and returned to introduce himself. Sorry, I went out to check. My name is... Can I not say it? I'm a bit shy. By the way, if I hit someone in a virtual game, would that be illegal? The law shouldn't prohibit fighting monsters in games. Dude, do you want to experience the most realistic virtual game? After a round of beating, this guy finally weakly revealed his name. I'm called the Messenger of Light, Ingshir Boat. What a melodramatic name. Just call me Boat, okay? Why give such a long name? Are you afraid of being called in battle? Exactly. I just wonder if the girls below have come out. After all, considering the time, it's only 10 o'clock on Earth, which is just the opening time of the game. Lin Mo had strategically scheduled these people to come in at 10 o'clock. Even if there are unscrupulous bosses making them work overtime, they've probably finished by now. Anyone still working past 10 is practically not giving their employees any respite. Why haven't the girls come out? Could it be that the system glitched and locked them out? As he asked the other 3 to put on their clothes and approached the entrance for the girls, he discovered that there was no one inside. Those coffins remained sealed. Go ask the administrator. At that moment, Lin Mo, who was still assembling the signal generator, lifted his head. Just as he was about to stretch his neck, he saw 5 big guys running toward him. What the hell are you doing? I know I'm handsome, but I'm not interested in men. Lin Mo quickly took 2 steps back. No, why haven't those girls come out? Could they be shy? After such a long time, even if they are shy, they probably would have drowned in the water by now. That's auxiliary breathing fluid. It allows for breathing. But it is indeed strange. We'll go take a look. Lin Mo pushed the door open and walked in. Shall we come out and check the equipment to see why it hasn't loaded? As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a projection appeared dividing into 5 sections, each displaying the status of the individuals inside those tanks. Oh no, I forgot. Lin Mo slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to assign genders here. As a result, the system reported an error, and since he wasn't present, he couldn't modify it in time. Well, let's wait a while for these girls. I can compensate them with some points later. Lin Mo looked at the 5 people outside and calculated that their number was sufficient. At least burying this signal generator underground would be adequate. Lin Mo walked out faced with 5 pairs of eager eyes and awkwardly said, Sorry, the system malfunctioned earlier. Since I hadn't modified it in time, those companions will just load in a bit later. I will provide compensation on my end. So envious. But there's nothing we can do, they can only experience this game a little later. Just leave the signal placement task to us, administrator. Well, there's nothing we can do, this task can only be assigned to you. But you need to understand that if this task isn't completed, the new map and scenes won't open. Your task is quite simple. Just place this thing at the location where Nyendo and De died last time. Dig a pit a little wider, and then bury this thing inside. Lin Mo brought out the signal generator he had specially reinforced. It looked like a huge backpack, but in reality the signal generator was about the size of a router. The outer layer of the backpack was mainly to prevent heavy pressure from damaging the machines and precision instruments inside. Inside were some small brackets and reinforcing parts. This thing is so valuable, I'm a bit scared. Korn trembled as he took the backpack and strapped it onto himself. Are we just going to go like this? Ling Xiao looked at his empty hands and asked. Come grab your weapons. The main focus this time is ensuring safety, so we'll personally cover the expenses. Are you going to use energy firearms or go with the previous vibrational cutter? We should use the high-frequency vibrating cutter instead. Firearms are simply beyond our reach. In the end, Yang Do and Yi chose those two spear-like items, while the other three happily selected energy weapons. If we don't experience what real firearms feel like in the game, we won't be able to grasp it outside either. Boat gently caressed the surface of the firearm as if he were fondling his bride, looking utterly enamored. Can you even use that? Yang Do suddenly retorted. If you can't, you can learn. Men master firearms as quickly as women master cosmetics. After Lin Mo equipped everyone with walkie-talkies and mini cameras, he hurried the 5 of them outside. The other 3 were quite fascinated by everything around them, occasionally crouching down and then standing up or touching the soil beneath them, even picking up dirt to taste before spitting it out. If these 3 were truly on the street, they would have probably been taken away by the psychiatric hospital, but Nyang Do and didn't mock them. After all, they were in a similar situation when they first arrived. Stop eating dirt over there or pay attention. Once we get past this membrane, we'll be in danger. Looking at the membrane so close at hand, Nyang Do and Yi were somewhat worried considering how daunting their current task was. If any monsters appear, the 3 of us will hold them off and fight to the death to stop them. Yi and Yumi, you two should hurry to deliver this to the designated location and bury it. This counts as a group reward. We are required to work together. We must have a spirit of sacrifice and strive for the player's efforts. Let's go, comrades. Before they passed through the membrane, Yang Do had already assigned tasks, and each little player's eyes revealed a determined expression as if they were going to complete a mission of death, demonstrating their indomitable spirit. Half an hour later. Didn't you say you 3 would hold off the monsters? Why are you running so fast? Yi was the first to sprint ahead, followed closely by Yumi, while the other 2 lagged behind, with Ling Xiao getting eliminated right at the start. Oh, come on, why are you saying so much? Run. Ling Xiao has already been taken out. I don't want to end up like him. Seeing the spider almost biting into his backside, Nyang Do nearly wet himself from fear, prompting him to hasten his escape. In the end, the previous 3 completed their tasks honorably, and the bodies of Nyang Do and Boat were dragged back as the 2 spiders, having caught 3 prey, dragged those bodies into the woods. Hey, did we lose them? Yi and Yumi stood on the hillside watching the spiders leisurely dragging the bodies into the mountain and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The so-called firearms were utterly ineffective against these spiders. When facing them, their legs had already gone weak with fear, shooting blindly, as if this were just a mobile game, without the psychological pressure. But being in the thick of it, and seeing a spider nearly 3 to 4 meters tall staring at you with countless eyes not peeing your pants is already a testament to strong mental fortitude. Who would dare to confront it head-on? The only brave one, Ling Xiao, didn't even react before his entire head was swallowed by the spider, which then crushed him. The scene extremely gruesome, leaving the other 4 completely stunned. Let's hurry and complete this task. We cannot let the 3 of them down for helping us. Yi patted Yumi on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Yumi pondered for a long time before saying, by the way, their help seems to have only filled the bellies of those monsters right. Upon reaching the target location, Yi pulled out a shovel and began digging. After much effort, they finally managed to dig a large pit, placing the backpack inside and covering it with dirt. Do you want to go inside and take a look? This new map, that city, let's see if we can encounter a new storyline. Yi pointed towards the distant shadow of the city, and Yumi nodded in agreement. Thus, one held a firearm, while the other wielded a spear, making their way towards the city. What on earth happened here? As they got closer to the city, Yi was startled. The city was surrounded by heaps of corpses, each death more horrifying than the last. I'm a bit scared, Yumi said, having surveyed the area, feeling a sense of unease. A real man should stand between heaven and earth. How can you utter the word fear? Who the hell peed in my pants? Yi's pants were already soaked with sweat. Even though his legs were shaking like a sieve, he still kept his mouth tough. Lin Mo also observed the situation through the mini camera. It seemed these corpses had been dead for a long time, but how they died warranted further investigation. You two don't come back yet. I can't confirm whether you're carrying the virus. You can explore the city freely, this time the points will be credited to me. Lin Mo was also uncertain if the situation inside was due to the virus, as the number of corpses was simply overwhelming. As they ventured deeper, their fear gradually turned to shock. Various novel buildings were scattered throughout, and the entire city exuded a sci-fi aesthetic. If it weren't so dilapidated, one could hardly imagine how prosperous it once was. Roar. At the sound of the roar, the two nearly fell to their knees from fear. The atmosphere was already eerie enough, not needing any special effects for a horror film. This roar nearly shattered their resolve. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Dai gripped his spear tightly, vigilantly scanning his surroundings to prevent any monsters from springing out. You jinx, don't say anything negative, say something positive instead. Yumi was also quite frightened, as it was his first time encountering this game, making it hard for him to differentiate it from reality. Or rather, he couldn't feel any artificiality in it that felt like a real world. In mobile and computer games, no matter how terrifying, one could still discern the difference. But when you step into such a terrifying atmosphere, you realize you are not as brave as you imagined. I think I saw something red dart past. Oh, was that just my imagination? Dai said while rubbing his eyes, having indeed seen something red rush by. If this were a movie, we'd most likely be. Before Yumi could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain, and then the signal was cut off. A gigantic bizarre creature leaped down from above, its claws slamming Yumi into the ground. Dai stared at the monster in shock, and after a dazed 5 to 6 seconds, he remembered to fight back, quickly cranking the cutter's frequency to the max, only to be swatted away. The creature resembled a wolf, but was covered in all sorts of disgusting appendages akin to dark red vines wrapping around its head, with such grotesque things all over its body. After swatting Dai away, the monster raised its claw, licked it, sniffed the meat patty pressed by Yumi, and began to eat, even spitting out the destroyed firearm. Damn, that hurt. How are there rats in this broken place? While holding his waist, Dai slowly stood up. He felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. The previous blow hadn't killed him, but it had likely sent half of his life to hell. Seeing the rat on the ground, Dai stomped it without a second thought. Although rat meat is edible, who knows what these rats have been eating? Once he confirmed that the previous monster had left, he tightened his grip on the cutter and stepped out. Knowing that he had barely entered the city and already encountered such a monster, what kind of existence awaited him in the city center? Moreover, according to the setting, Mars is supposed to have numerous cities. After all, it was one of the key bases for Earth's immigrants. The Moon and Mars bear the brunt of most of the immigration from Earth, with other residential areas mainly consisting of artificial celestial bodies. With a large population on Mars, there must be more than just one city. But having barely entered the city and almost meeting his end based on typical game settings, he hadn't even fought minor monsters, let alone bosses. Oh well, why worry so much? This life is counted as part of the administrator's responsibility. At worst, after 24 hours, I'll just be a hero again. Thus, he boldly charged forward, running quickly towards the center of the city. However, after just a few steps, he realized he was lost. The towering buildings around him were so tall that he couldn't see the top, making it impossible to figure out which way to go. After going in circles a few more times, he discovered that not only could he not find the city center, he didn't even know how to get back. The sudden sound of steel hitting the ground startled the big goose, and upon following the sound, he discovered it was a mouse. Oh no, you scared me to death. Why are there so many mice here? The big goose kicked the mouse away with a flap of his wing. Chirp, chirp. The big goose opened his mouth wide in panic as he watched more mice crawling in from all around. He wanted to escape, only to realize he was surrounded by a swarm of mice. Groups of them were everywhere. Some even fell from the windows above, while others crawled out from the underground sewer, all seemingly organized and disciplined, converging towards him, leaving no space for him to flee. Come on. Today either you eat me, or I eat you. The big goose kept waving the cutter in his hand. Though it had little effect, it did ignite some courage in him. However, the mice continued to swarm in, as if they were not afraid at all. Ouch, that hurts. The big goose, having been bitten, felt his blood boiling, and continued to slash at the mice. But soon he was overwhelmed by the swarm. For someone with a phobia of dense crowds, he would have likely fainted by now. Yet the big goose fought on until the cutter ran out of power, his spirit commendable. Just as he was about to be completely engulfed by the mice, he finally severed the connection. Nyangdo GG brought us together. Ling Xiao, can someone tell me what happened? I didn't feel anything, and then I just died. Yumi, let me put it this way, you were bitten by a giant spider that crushed your head. Have you ever eaten soup dumplings? Your head was about the same as a soup dumpling back then. The big goose, wow, so many mice. You have no idea, I was literally bitten to death by these mice. They were everywhere. In the room, in the car, in the sewer, all over. Boat, can't you run with a broken leg? The big goose, I can't escape. They're everywhere. Where can I run? Why didn't I see these things before when I came here? Were they randomly loaded? Yumi, did you see the monsters that attacked me? The big goose, a wolf nearly 4 meters tall, covered in disgusting things. I was knocked out with a single slap. The rabbit who loves eating rabbits. Why is my monitor always black? Wearing it doesn't help. Are you all tricking me? Falling in love with a cup of tea. Indeed, I feel the same way. I wonder if the other female friends feel the same. Nyangdo, don't worry, it seems there's a bug with gender switching. The administrator is fixing it, and there will be compensation for downtime. The rabbit who eats rabbits, that's better. I thought I was tricked. But speaking of which, shouldn't we introduce the other three sisters? Nyangdo, looking for a CP online. Am easily fooled whether it's for money or for love. The big goose. Hey, could you transfer me 50,000? Nyangdo, guys, step aside. Lin Mo took a closer look and asked Xiao Wei, do you know what you used to do in that city? When was the abandoned time? Xiao Wei doesn't know. Alright, asking you is pointless. Are those creatures recorded in your database? Or have they appeared on the previous Earth? Sorry, no. Lin Mo. But what needed to be done had to be done. Lin Mo directly handed the naming rights to Nyangdo and the big goose as they were the first to discover the previous scorpion, spider, wolf, and mice. Even though Yumi was the first to be killed by the wolf, he probably didn't even see the wolf's body clearly at the time. The big goose. I got the naming rights for the monster. What should we call that spider? How about we just call it Big Goose? The big goose, I'm telling you not to mess around. If we name it like that, we'll probably lose the naming rights in no time. Let's just call it Spider Killer since that speed is just too fast, often hiding in the dark and then striking at your head. Boat? Indeed, I never want to see that thing again in my life. Even though it didn't bite my backside, it suddenly jumped out from the dark and hit me on the head. I was probably dazed at that moment. Ling Xiao, did I say something? My head exploded like a soup dumpling. Did I say anything? I said nothing at all. Nyangdo, are you trying to say you couldn't say anything? The rabbit who loves eating rabbits, so bloody. I'm so scared. Can any big brother protect me? Nyangdo, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Either he steps over my corpse, or he won't get past at all. The big goose, you said you would cover us. You are running faster than anyone else. Nyangdo, just tell me if I helped you complete the task. The big goose. The administrator, after executing the programmer who created this bug, our game has finally completed its first major bug fix. At the same time, video production features will be enabled. Everyone can record the process of making their food using the micro cameras on their bodies and seek out Xiao Wei to upload it to the official website for everyone's learning and reference. PS exclude anything poisonous. Everyone can treat the game like their own home, helping the administrator with cleaning, cooking, and exploring the surroundings. The big goose. So have we enabled the features for live players? Nyangdo, isn't there a possibility that this feature has always existed, but we just broke it when we played? The big goose. I've thought of the previous names: Spider Killer, Bloodthirsty Wolf, Desert Scorpion. Let's just call those mice. Yumi, whatever this thing has no restrictions. In the future, when everyone talks about it, they will probably still call it Spider, Mouse, Scorpion, and Wolf. Ling Xiao, indeed, if the naming is too complicated, not many people will remember it. Don't you think so, Boat? Boat, you all can get lost. Falling in love with a cup of tea sounds pretty good. When can we start the game? Absolutely not delaying. I also want to try it, but I've always been too unlucky and can only watch. Lin Mo found a notebook and began to jot down some characteristics of the city. This city not only fused a sci-fi style, but was also surrounded by various vehicles, all seemingly abandoned. Yet why were the corpses gathered outside the city rather than within its walls? Could it be that someone specifically transported these things here? But the question remains, who would do such a thing? Has the human alliance not noticed what is happening here? Or what exactly is the current state of humanity? Is it total extinction, or is humanity facing a major crisis that has led to a significant reduction in those capable of mastering interstellar technology? At present, Lin Mo knew nothing as his permissions were insufficient. He couldn't operate such a vast Xiwixing mobile command control platform and could only stare out blankly. Although Lin Mo wanted to organize the players and explore the outside world together, it seemed that no matter how good the organization was, it would be useless in the face of those swarming mice and monsters, as everyone would simply fall at once. Beep, beep, beep. Master, there is an incoming communication request. Do you wish to accept it? Lin Mo hurriedly leaned over the console, pondering for a long time before finally choosing to answer. Hello, we are the Human Alliance. I would like to know your coordinates, and in return we will provide you with corresponding assistance. I want to know more details. Please report your coordinates. First, I need to know who you are, and I haven't said I need assistance. Moreover, please report your coordinates. The other party interrupted Lin Mo's words very firmly, and he sensed something was amiss. If it were the Human Alliance, then his base must have been part of a prior plan, and they should have known at least something enough to pinpoint the location to Mars without having to inquire about his coordinates through communication. After all, the actual distance between Earth and Mars is not far at all. So why were they asking him to report his coordinates? My location is on Europa, the third moon of Jupiter in the solar system. Okay, received. Of course, Lin Mo dared not reveal his location directly, as he found this matter exceedingly strange. If it were the military from the human side, they would definitely have noticed his signal. If we exclude the possibility that they are military forces, then who are they? A series of further mysteries began to replay in Lin Mo's mind. Xiao Wei, do I have the permission to monitor the situation on Europa? Insufficient permissions, and there are significant risks involved. Lin Mo. After some effort, Lin Mo finally understood that the so-called monitoring was simply to look with one's eyes, but using satellites. Of course, he did not have this permission. While there are still many satellites in the solar system that can freely change orbits, if discovered by enemies, they could directly trace the satellite's connection signal and lock onto its location. This was akin to following the internet cable straight to your door. Just over 2 hours had passed when Xiao Wei suddenly transmitted a message. Master Europa has disappeared. Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't directly reported the coordinates of Mars, otherwise he might have already vanished. How did it disappear? Did they notice us? Weren't we just told that I lacked the permission to monitor Europa? Over the past 3,000 years, humanity has employed relevant signal connectors on various planets, asteroids, and other celestial bodies to detect real-time motion trajectories between them. Moreover, there were recent celestial probes on Europa. All the probes in the solar system formed a massive network within which mutual surveillance was impossible. However, just now the signal from Europa completely vanished. The likelihood of a malfunction is extremely low, and 2 signal sources are located within the planet, so it can be concluded that the entire planet has simultaneously gone missing. Although Lin Mo said he lacked the capability to monitor the planet more accurately, he lacked the ability to observe the surface conditions and various locations, but it did not mean he could not monitor whether the planet had disappeared. Lin Mo was now somewhat anxious and directly ordered Xiao Wei, "Can we now use the satellites to check the situation on Europa? Don't tell me I still lack the permissions. If I do, the entire base will be destroyed. I have reviewed your main directives. The first directive is to ensure the safety of this base. If I cannot clearly understand the situation on Europa, I might as well give up and let everyone play together. Sorry, based on my logical assessment, the other party likely has not discovered us. Otherwise, they would not have launched an attack on Europa. If we use satellites to investigate, the likelihood of being discovered will greatly increase." Lin Mo. What was said made sense. After all, the other party was unsure whether they had completely eliminated Lin Mo and the others. If he foolishly used satellites to probe, wouldn't that just expose his own location? Xiao Wei, do you think it's possible that Europa exploded rather than vanished? After all, there is a difference between disappearing and exploding. No, all signal emitters were lost at the same time. Even if there was an explosive shockwave, it would take time to reach. The most likely scenario is that Europa vanished entirely from this star system, or something has completed the information blockade on Europa. What about electromagnetic weapons? Isn't it said that they can instantly disable all electronic devices? Such weapons were only effective against electronic devices from over 2,000 years ago. They are completely useless now, and electromagnetic signals are not being used, so there will be no interference with signals. Therefore, Master can rest assured. Lin Mo tilde. Ultimately, he had fallen behind, and by over 3,000 years. Although some of his technological tree points were somewhat skewed overall, he should not be viewing 5,000 years of technology with a Tuthausandier perspective. However, Lin Mo was not interested in the exploration of deep space. After all, in the face of such power, he was ultimately no more than an ant. What he needed to focus on now was strengthening the exploration of that city, as it might contain the things he desired. After all the team members were eliminated, they began discussing tactics on the forum. The first task was to clear out those spider monsters in the woods at the entrance. Degu said, "Why don't we let Nyang Do act as bait? As long as we can lure the monsters out, we can take them down with our weapons." Nyang Do replied, "Big brother, wake up. Right now we're all broke. Where are we supposed to get weapons? We're not newbies anymore. The guns that used to cost 50 points each have already increased in price." Yumi chimed in, "So, are we considered newbies? After all, weren't we told that the administrator would pay for the bills above? Then we are still considered newbies." Degu said, "Well said. When the time comes, well, find the administrator. He'll transfer all my and guest points to you, and then you can buy the weapons. We need to kill all those beasts at the entrance and then eat their meat." Boat responded, "Let's skip the eating part. After all, we aren't sure if these things are poisonous." Degu continued, "By the way, you guys haven't experienced the essential step that every newcomer must go through, which is drinking the nutrient solution. When the game allows us in tomorrow, it'll take you to taste how delicious it is." Nyangdo agreed. Indeed, its taste is soft and rich, melting in your mouth. After drinking it, your lips and teeth will be fragrant, making you crave more. The rabbit who loves eating carrots said, "Really? Then please take me along. I'm just a little newbie." The one who loves tea said, Yes, I want to join too." The gentle lady said, "Don't forget to bring me along. I'm a newbie and don't quite understand the rules of this game." Degu remarked, "Speaking of which, those female characters haven't introduced themselves yet. Let's calculate how many female characters can join us." Nyangdo listed among the male characters we know there are Nyangdo, Degu, Boatling, Xiao, and Yumi. As for the female characters, we have the rabbit Qing Cha and the lady. There are 2 others. Please step forward and state your names for the count. Yuwu said, count me in. I have the equipment, but I've been working overtime, so I couldn't log in and ended up missing out. Luo Yuwu added, and there's me. Jubu Tuagung said, remember to count me as well. The administrator said, Jubu Tuagung, you can cool off for now. Your face is black, so talk about it next time. I'll first do a count. The male characters are Nyangdo de Guyumi Boat and Ling Xiao. The female characters are Yuwu Luo Yuqing Cha the lady and the rabbit. This is the complete list of internal testers. Now the male characters who entered earlier are no longer considered newbies, so they must purchase weapons at the regular price. However, the female characters can still buy at a lower price, but they cannot transfer them. Weapons have an automatic recognition function. If they are transferred, either the corresponding money must be supplemented, and then they must find the administrator to unlock it, or they will just be used as firewood. Lin Mo directly rejected the possibility of these guys exploiting bugs. After all, if that were the case, they would all rush to take advantage of the newbies. What would happen to those newbies then? It could also be used to attract the participation of newbies, but it seemed that they weren't really in need of more players right now. After all, with 10 slots already having over 10,000 reservations, many people couldn't even secure a reservation. There are still nearly 5,000 coffins left, and they'll have to look elsewhere to see if they can find any. Nyangdo asked administrator, why are you working so hard to fix such trivial bugs while ignoring such a huge one? I suspect you might have ulterior motives to trick us. The administrator responded. Nyangdo was muted for 10 minutes. Dagu remarked, the authority dog is terrifying. Yuwu echoed, the authority dog is terrifying. Yumi added, the authority dog is terrifying. Boat commented, the authority dog is terrifying. The administrator stated Dagu, Yuwu, Yumi, and Boat were muted for half an hour. After several main players were muted, the remaining discussions were trivial. Most were discussing how to encircle those spider killers. After all, while most people had not received internal testing slots, it didn't stop them from fantasizing. After all, what cannot be done in the real world can be done freely in the virtual world. Although there are rules inside, they are not as numerous as those outside. Luo Xiandefei said, just shoot them with guns. Can't you aim? It's hilarious that you guys are running around being chased by monsters while holding incense. Jubu Tuagung replied, indeed you guys are embarrassing us Chinese players. Ling Xiao added, you two just like to boast, oh why didn't you see it? Do you dare to try? Suddenly getting your head caught by a monster and having your head exploded, what do you want me to use to resist? What do you want me to shoot with? Anyone can boast. When you two get on the field, if you don't wet your pants, he'll consider it a loss. Luo Xiandefei said, I request the administrator to give me a slot. I want to challenge this guy in the game comparing both skill and life. Jubu Tuagung said, I want him to experience the power of a millennium kill pulling out your intestines. The one who loves tea said, oh no, please don't corrupt my innocence. Jubu Tuagung responded, girl, speaking of which, how do you know what we mean when you're so pure? The one who loves tea retorted, you all get lost. De Guest's wife looked at him sitting at the computer desk, refusing to put down the mouse and not typing on the keyboard, while strange sounds kept coming from him immediately, leading her thoughts in a bizarre direction. She wondered, could it be that the medicinal materials from last time didn't replenish? Maybe add more bullwhip pig kidney and chicken kidney this time. Dagu had no idea that his occasional suppressed laughter would lead his wife to think inappropriately, almost causing her to collapse on the bed. Lin Mo decided to use the monsters at his doorstep as the monsters of the newbie village, allowing these players to level up. Of course, the tools for leveling couldn't use those super powerful weapons, as every weapon counts, and it's still uncertain if these interactions can be brought back. For instance, those previous weapons had already been mostly depleted. Even if the landlord's family had surplus grain, it couldn't withstand such consumption. In terms of food preparation, Lin Mo had to endure the sourness brought by the nutrient solution during this time. After all, as someone who fears for his life, he decided that the players should take the lead while he followed behind, waving flags and cheering them on. He certainly didn't want to test whether he could still respawn. Based on the information he learned on Earth, his brain had already exploded and the chance of survival was quite small, leaning more towards a negative infinity state. However, Lin Mo himself had nothing worth missing, and besides, the internet was so developed now that he could explore and search for information based on the internet. Regarding the disappearance of Europa, Lin Mo was so afraid that he directly cut off communications with the surroundings to prevent the other party from finding him. After all, that thing had just disappeared without a trace less than 2 hours after. If they were to find him, what could he use to resist? Carrying an energy assault rifle in one hand and a vibration cutter in the other, he would only be walking to his own death. However, Lin Mo still deduced some things from that voice call, namely that the other party's understanding of human society might not be very proficient, since no commander's voice sounds like that of a child. After all, no child could directly become a commander of a major project. Moreover, the other party was still searching for him through network communication. The key point was that they could call him, but could not locate him, needing him to report his coordinates. This indicates that the encryption during this period had a double-sided confidentiality, neither side could lock onto the other's location. Naturally, Lin Mo would not fear that guy coming through the network cable to chop him up, otherwise there would be no way to resist. He would just tidy up and sleep waiting for death. Lin Mo also delineated an area beneath his barrier for these players to live in. After all, the air quality and radiation protection here are excellent, making it quite suitable for human habitation on Mars. However, the only trouble now was the water source. According to the network information Lin Mo had received, there wouldn't be flowing water on Mars, but rather ice blocks. What he needed to do now was to search for those ice blocks, transport them back, and melt them for water supply. Otherwise, if he continued to rely on the base's energy for air synthesis, Lin Mo feared that if the power went out, all his equipment would be useless. After all, compared to precision instruments, Lin Mo trusted manual capabilities more. Human resources are not easily damaged, so even if the power cuts off and the players can't come in, he would still know where the water sources are. However, the only trouble now is that I am not sure of my exact location on Mars. The simplest way would be to use a satellite to take a look at myself, and then I would know my precise position. But Lin Mo was also hesitant, fearing someone might intercept the signal and discover his location. As for the task of finding ice blocks, perhaps it would be handed over to the junior players in the future, as Lin Mo dared not risk his life for it. Sister Lee, is that black helmet of yours a motorcycle helmet? In the company, a few people had just completed the tasks assigned from above and gathered to chat. One person happened to notice the black helmet on Li Xian's desk and asked, "I heard it's a gaming helmet. I didn't pay for it, it was free, even the shipping was saved. I'm just holding on to it to see if it works out, and besides, since it didn't cost me anything, there's nothing to fear." Li Shiyun glanced at her helmet and replied, "Oh dear, you're probably being scammed. I've heard of this thing, but still just a concept being hyped. Many people are using it to cash out stocks and scam others. This is likely a means for the other party to profit." Another chubby colleague said, boisterously flipping through his phone as he found relevant information to show everyone. The others nodded along, skeptical of this thing, as it seemed too sci-fi for them. "You didn't pay, so it should be fine, right? Did they ask you to input your name, ID number, and home address?" "I only input my name and ID number. The address was that of the station downstairs. The other party could very likely use your private information for loans." Right, that's what I heard too." At first, Li Shiyun was somewhat confused, thinking she might have been truly scammed. However, as she listened to her colleagues exaggerate further, she realized that they were merely boasting, as every office has those colleagues who excel at bragging and exaggerating anything. A new task has been assigned from above: stop the boasting and get back to work quickly. Their supervisor soon approached with a thermos cup. Whenever there's a task, it's always this supervisor reminding them, especially since a few girls gathered together, their chatter could fill the entire room. "Aren't you working today?" Lin Mo asked the girl beside him, as it was still Friday morning and she should definitely be at work. Yet this person had just resurrected and jumped into the game. It's fine. We settle according to project progress. The project has progressed quite a bit now and most of the workers have gone off to boast, so, as the foreman, I'm essentially on holiday now." Niando was initially shocked by the AI's processing ability, then remembered that this person could also be played by a real human, so there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, who knew how many of those monsters were played by real people, or were just programmed? "If there's nothing else, go move those large stones aside, so we can clear a new farming plot to plant crops. I think there are still some seeds in the warehouse." Lin Mo pulled up the map and circled the membrane area, saying to Niando, "But how can we plant without water?" Niando was somewhat puzzled, as on Mars there would occasionally be large dust storms. Although this membrane area didn't experience such conditions, finding a water source was indeed quite difficult. That seems right. Let's do this. You go dig some soil outside and try to see if we can grow anything indoors. I remember the command platform can supply water." Lin Mo was increasingly curious about this command platform, as it seemed to have a well-established supply system. However, he still couldn't figure out where the water source came from. What he did know was that this water source was replenished daily. Lin Mo had asked Xiao Wei about the technical principles behind it, but Xiao Wei always indicated insufficient permissions. Permissions were indeed quite frustrating. In a sense, the soil on Mars was actually more fertile than that on Earth, but the external atmospheric conditions were insufficient for plants to survive. However, bringing this stuff indoors made all the difference. Lin Mo and Niando worked diligently for nearly a day, finally transferring some soil inside, and after connecting the water pipes for irrigation, they tossed in some unknown grain seeds they found in the warehouse and began planting. What kind of plant were those seeds? Lin Mo had also asked Xiao Wei. The good news was that his permissions were finally sufficient. The bad news was that he couldn't comprehend the photos of the things at all. Simply put, they were hybrids. They had strong adaptability, a short maturation cycle, and were rich in nutrition. Perhaps the original researchers aimed to maximize the yield of this crop or enhance its utility. This crop was edible from root to fruit. In Xiao Wei's words, it was modified with the most advanced genetic technology of the Human Alliance at the time, and Lin Mo certainly had no doubts about that. "Administrator, what about my points?" Niando's eyes were wide with disbelief. Lin Mo waved his hand and directly tossed out 10 points. At that moment, Niando felt worse than losing 100 points, but at least it was just a game, so he didn't feel like he wasted his time. By evening, the other players began to enter the game one after another. Which beast took my clothes, eh? Where are my pants? In the end, a few people managed to piece together a complete outfit and asked the Big Goose to help find the administrator. When the Big Goose came over to remind them, Lin Mo suddenly remembered he forgot to prepare clothes and pants for those guys upon their resurrection. Fortunately, there were still a few pieces stored inside, otherwise those guys might have achieved the accomplishment of running naked. Let's go downstairs to check out the girls. A group of men shouted excitedly as they rushed down the stairs, making it seem as if a pack of gorillas was bounding down. Soon the door to the girls' revival room swung open. The girls were just as astonished as the boys during their first encounter with the game, especially impressed by the hyper-realistic sensations in their bodies. After putting on their clothes, they began to share their identities with each other. As soon as they pushed the door open, they saw the boys outside, yelling and shouting. Up close, they were just a group of boys, but from a distance, they resembled a pack of lustful gorillas, as each one seemed to be afflicted by social interaction disorders in this virtual world, using various pickup lines without a care, knowing they wouldn't feel embarrassed afterward. What is everyone doing blocking the way? Lin Mo shouted loudly, startling the male players as the authority of the administrator was well established. After sending the male players away, Lin Mo began his self-introduction. Ahem, I am the administrator here. Wait a moment, shall we play the opening video? Lin Mo decisively chose to use a CG animation instead of delivering his own monologue, as he always felt something was off when he spoke. The administrator is so handsome, I want to have your baby. A comment from Rabbit nearly choked Lin Mo, but thankfully he maintained his composure. Once the opening CG finished playing, he gathered the girls and boys together to clear the monsters at the entrance, reminding the girls to choose their weapons. Rabbit and Yu Wu chose firearms, while the other three opted for cutting tools, as they found those weapons easier to handle compared to guns. Why do I have to be the bait? Isn't this too risky? What if I die in the process? In the end, everyone contributed a bit of points to crowdfund a coffin board for Niando, gathering nearly 200 points. Those who couldn't afford it would owe it for now, promising to pay back when they had the money. Regarding the theory that Niando's death wouldn't lure out the monsters, they found a rope in the storage and tied it around Niando's waist. Even if he died afterward, they could use the rope to drag his body out as bait again. Niando stood before the dark woods, took a deep breath, and then charged in like a madman, running and shouting loudly. Though his cries were meaningless, they helped alleviate some of his inner fear. Slap. Niando first felt as if he stepped on something very soft, then he felt himself sinking into it. Trying desperately to extricate himself from this soft sensation, he was only pulled out when those outside sensed something was amiss. What happened to your leg? Seeing Niando's bloody leg, the girls were shocked. Yet to the boys who had died once, this seemed normal. Two of them supported Niando's arms and dragged him back, tossing him into the coffin. As long as he wasn't dead, they could leave him in there for 10 minutes. For them, as long as someone could still breathe, they were considered alive. Finding a body wasn't a problem, reviving them was feasible, but once digested by the monsters, there was nothing they could do. Lin Mo noticed through the mini camera on Niando that he had stepped on a sticky substance in the dark forest, which felt somewhat like a swamp, continuously corroding Niando's thigh as he struggled. On the forum, Niando, I didn't die at the hands of the monsters in the woods. I almost died from my teammates dragging me. Fortunately, I gained a naming right. Never drag me again, said dreadfully. Jealousy makes me feel torn apart. Spiral airplane, what are you so proud of? You're impressive in the game, but in reality, aren't you just submissive? Sorry, I have a mine at home, so I'm not worried. After boasting on the forum for a while, Niando hurriedly put on his helmet and entered the game again, as he still needed to act as bait. In the 10 minutes he was away, his leg had mostly healed. Kill. For faith for points. Niando, still tied to the rope, shouted loudly as he charged in. This time luck was not on his side. A spider suddenly pounced from beside him and knocked him to the ground, piercing his arm with its leg. Once it confirmed that Niando could not resist, the spider lowered its guard and withdrew its leg from Niando's arm. Pull. With Niando's desperate cries, the people outside hurriedly pulled on the rope. The spider, which was about to bite Niando's neck, watched as its meal was being dragged away, instantly furious. After shaking off the spider, Niando quickly stood up and ran outside. During his escape, he felt as if he had surpassed Bolt and Lu Xiong, nearly flying. Remember to aim. Once you see a monster charging out, shoot immediately. Don't panic and keep your hands steady. The four boys outside kept explaining to the two girls holding guns. However, while the girls with guns remained calm, the boys appeared anxious, wishing they could take over themselves. Unfortunately, due to permission issues and their meager points, they couldn't try. Niando finally spotted the membrane in the distance and rushed towards it. Just then a blue laser grazed his arm, turning the part that had been pierced by the spider into charred flesh. Damn friendly fire. Look more carefully. Although he felt no pain at the moment, seeing his arm suddenly turn to coal made Nian-do feel a chill run down his spine. Then the second shot's laser accurately struck the charging spider. Though they successfully killed the first spider in this battle, the toll it took was significant, especially on Nian-do, who not only lost 2 legs earlier, but now had a charred segment on his arm. It smells so good, I wonder if I can take a bite. Looking at the dark arm of Nyang-do, Yumi swallowed hard. This scared Nyang-do quite a bit, and he quickly took 2 steps back, afraid that this guy would pounce on him and bite him. Alright, let's drag this guy inside first. He's definitely dead, right? Should we shoot him again? Looking at the massive spider, Ling Xiao kicked its head and said, "Bang." Another shot hit the spider's head, and then several people huffed and puffed as they dragged the creature into the membrane area. Regardless of whether it was useful or edible, they first needed to recover their loot. The remaining functions could be developed later, otherwise leaving it here might result in it being snatched away by other predatory monsters. Although Nyang-do had lost an arm, it did not hinder his movements, so he did not return to the coffin for rest, but continued to chat and cook the spider with the others. Do you think this thing is edible, eh? When I was abroad with my mentor for research, he once said that most toxins can be transformed into a type of protein after being boiled at high temperatures. So in a sense, this thing is edible. I also believe this statement is reasonable. Most foods are edible after being sterilized at high temperatures. Nyang-do was a strong advocate of this theory, even though he had poisoned himself when eating scorpions last time. After a while, a fragrant aroma wafted from the grilled spider legs, tantalizing the appetites of all the little players. With the arrival of female players, they were quite skilled at tackling the food issue. After all, when Nyang-do and Dai were cooking, what they grilled was practically indistinguishable from coal. Who wants to go first? After eating, wait for 15 minutes, then the next person can eat. He'll go. At worst, he'll just be a hero again the next day. Nyang-do picked up a skewer of spider meat with his right hand. The originally white meat was now grilled to a crispy golden layer with white smoke drifting above. In fact, the spider legs were originally protected by a particularly hard shell, but they were quickly cut open by the high-frequency vibration cutter. Compared to the upper parts, these people only dared to eat the spider legs, as the organs above were simply too terrifying and hard to swallow. They were more afraid of finding their previous teammates' body parts inside the spider's belly, which would not only be shocking, but could also lead to nausea. Wow, it smells so good. It would be even better with cumin. Oh, it lacks a salty flavor. This game is just too realistic. Nyang-do nodded and commented after tasting a skewer. Several people formed a large circle with nearby trees crackling as they burned. Several skewers of meat were set up, and they sat around grilling while sharing stories about their experiences at the company. 15 minutes later, seeing that Nyang-do was fine after eating, they originally planned to let each person try one by one, but in the end they couldn't hold back and all started eating. It tastes really terrible. Watching the little players in the video eating with grease dripping from their mouths, Lin Mo threw aside his nutrient solution and went straight to the gym to work out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps unsatisfied, Nyang-do once again went to act as bait, but this time he didn't have any luck. His head was instantly crushed, and the spider looked strangely at the food it had just killed as people began to drag it out of the woods. Looking at Nyang-do like this, he's probably dead. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be so still. The other 4 boys pulled the rope with all their might while discussing Nyang-do's death. Compared to the calmness of the boys, the girls looked panicked, especially the 2 with guns who were so scared that they could barely hold them steady. Are you scared? Boat turned his head and asked, "What is there to be afraid of?" "I'm not scared. This is a game. Everything is fake. Quick aim. There's a big one." Yumi, with keen eyes, spotted the situation in the woods. From the swaying trees in the distance, it was clear that something was starting to crawl out. "I think our position might be a bit too forward. Should we push back a little for safety? There's no way to retreat. If we go back any further, we'll reach the maximum limit of the rope. Besides, right now our main focus is to drag this thing out. I hope God saves Nyang-do and he's still intact. Maybe we can still use him a couple of times later." He felt no guilt over Nyang-do's death and was instead thinking of ways to maximize the reuse of Nyang-do's corpse. Soon a gigantic spider head emerged from the trees. The rabbit hurriedly opened fire. The first 2 shots missed, but the third shot hit the spider. Taking advantage of the spider's moment of sluggishness, Yu quickly shot again. The result was that due to overwhelming panic and Yu's rather poor marksmanship, a whole magazine's worth of energy was quickly depleted, and quite a few trees were directly snapped in half, while the monster's head was turned into a beehive. So tragic. Will throwing this thing back get us scolded by the admin? How about we just find a place to bury it? Otherwise it looks pretty shabby. Nyang-do, may you rest in peace. Oh my, this is truly tragic. Several people took turns expressing their feelings about Nyang-do's current condition. Although the girls were startled at first, they soon realized this was a game and their psychological burden was significantly reduced. Although it looked terrifying in reality, it was just like that. "Did you all bring back a pile of coal?" Lin Mo looked at the coal being carried by several boys with a dazed expression. By the way, is there even coal on Mars? Could it be that these guys were burning charcoal down there and brought it up? Is Nyongdo dead? Didn't find the body. Admin, I'm just saying, is there a possibility that this thing is Nyongdo? I wonder if that coffin can still restore Nyongdo's body. Lin Mo. Looking at the black lump of coal, Lin Mo was very curious about how this situation occurred. After all, did this guy fall into the fire pit and get turned into this? As the instigator of this incident, Yu Wu lowered her head a bit shyly, holding the energy firearm that had exhausted all its energy. Everyone finally understood the true power of this weapon. Our trees in its vicinity were snapped in half, and the head of the spider killer was smashed as if it were a household showerhead, probably ready to spray water if connected to a pipe. Nyongdo was simply out of luck. Already dead, she was struck by 2 more hits and then charred completely. Take this thing outside and bury it. Don't you feel disgusted throwing it in here? Lin Mo directly chased these few people out, as it was indeed rather unsettling. Xiao Wei, why don't they feel scared in the face of such situations? Lin Mo had this question in his mind, as according to this logic, the current situation was a 100% realistic simulation. Consequently, one would expect feelings of fear to arise. Yet these individuals dragged their companion's corpse around as if nothing had happened, even joking and laughing. The special forces on the battlefield likely wouldn't possess such psychological resilience. In the early stages, to prevent soldiers from developing post-war syndrome, emotional designs were minimized. Moreover, their visual systems were equipped with advanced virtual AI designs, allowing their brains to engage in self-deception, making them perceive the situation as ordinary, thus avoiding a series of psychological syndromes. In the room, Nyongdo hurriedly took off her helmet and logged onto the forum to check the situation. To her surprise, the forum was even more lively than the game, with everyone making speculations based on the game. Old pervert, the officials said it's a 100% realistic simulation, right? If I go in and it's not 100%, I wonder if there are any clubs inside. Never delaying updates, although I dislike this administrator as well. Aren't you in the wrong area up there? Old pervert, wasn't it said that beautiful dealers are online dealing cards? When I clicked in, I saw 2 big fools grinning at me, covered in blood with their pants down. What are you showing me? Spiral Big Plane, this is probably a lifelong stain for this game. Keyboard King, I also clicked in because I saw beautiful dealers, and the results are as you can imagine. I just want to know who that big fool on the cover is. Is this a horror movie, a thriller, or a crime film? Nyongdo, Keyboard King, the one alive is me, the dead one is De. I didn't expect the administrator to use our photo as the game's homepage. It's truly heartwarming. Spiral Big Plane, big brother, please read the line below clearly. Congratulations to Nyongdo for successfully achieving the first accomplishment of being poisoned to death by a scorpion. Are you still feeling proud and smug about it? Nyongdo. Players certainly couldn't stay in this mobile control center forever, as the space was limited. The coffins would eventually be recycled, and these areas would generally be used as revival points. Otherwise, once more people came in, the entire room would become particularly crowded. Administrator, are you going to abandon us again? De tightly hugged Lin Mo's leg, crying and sniffling. Get lost. Go set up a tent or build a house down there. If more players come in later, space will definitely be insufficient. You should build shelters down there. The membrane control area is quite safe. Lin Mo kicked this guy out. After all, if this counted, the game would add a new feature allowing players to create their own houses, and this would likely be when players' imaginations ran wild. Rabbit, who are you teaming up with? Do you want my help? Corn shouted to Rabbit. No need, the other 4 sisters just asked me to join them to build a larger house. Rabbit politely declined Corn's suggestion. Although the game's avatars bore a high resemblance to their real-world appearances, it led to everyone becoming face-blind. Unless they were very familiar with someone, it would be impossible to recognize them. Soon Lin Mo received the news of Bot and Ling Xiao's demise. According to the death replay, these 2 were chopping wood in the forest when the screen suddenly shook, and they were flung into the air, followed by the disappearance of their life signals. You hurry and go. Luo Yu defended against the spider's attack with a cutter in hand, turning her head to shout loudly at Yu Wu. No. Go. I can't walk, my leg is broken. The scene suddenly froze. Just as Luo Yu was still in a daze, the spider charged over, knocking her aside and biting down on Yu Wu's head. Bang! A sound like a watermelon exploding echoed. Luo Yu quickly stood up and thrust her vibrating cutter into the spider's belly, then twisted it fiercely, causing yellow liquid to spray all over her face. Yu Wu, Luo Yu, what happened over there? The other 3 arrived belatedly after the incident, looking at Yu Wu, who was no longer recognizable. Everyone fell silent. Did you bury her in a pit? This thing should be able to be brought back to the coffin for repairs, since it wasn't burnt to a crisp. Soon these girls were misled by the boys at the time, and thus they lifted their companion's corpse back and placed it in the coffin to await repairs. In fact, as long as the original body could be found, it could generally be repaired. After all, this item was like modeling clay. Although it might be deformed, as long as you extracted a bit more from the clay, it could still be patched up. After working for half a day, a group of novice players hadn't even laid the foundation, or to be more precise, they hadn't even chopped down any wood. They had to guard against those monsters while chopping trees, which felt similar to the situation with the bald-headed strongman in the cartoon Bear's Adventures. Lin Mo was also keeping an eye on the situation here, and this scenario was somewhat within his expectations. After all, as beginners they had to pay with their lives. Everyone had died countless times in the novice village. Only those who could clear it in one go were the veterans, and newbies had to endure slowly. After much effort, this group of players finally constructed a tent resembling that of primitive wild men. The grandeur of the earlier blueprint now starkly contrasted with the rudimentary structure they had produced. The boys' side was exceedingly crude, merely a few wooden pieces angled together to support some leaves on top. Its simplicity felt almost insulting compared to the intricate nests that monkeys might craft in the forest. The situation on the girls' side was somewhat better, at least their structure resembled a house to some extent. They used several stout logs to create a foundation and laid wooden planks on top, enclosing the area into a square shape like a matchbox. As for the roof, that was still beyond their current capabilities. Administrator, I would like to invite you to our home for a visit and provide us with your feedback. The large goose said with a smile. There was no one else busy except for him and Yumi. Bot and Ling Xiao had already met their demise, and after all their effort, this was all they could manage to create. Do you dare to call that a house? Who gave you the courage? Lin Mo knew the conditions over there through a mini-camera. The house was stripped down to the bare minimum, while the girls' side still retained some resemblance to a house. As long as the house is livable, what's the need for such high standards? Besides, does it matter where you live? After finishing the house, these guys noticed that dawn was approaching. Reluctantly, they decided to exit and attend to their own matters. The game was still quite enjoyable, at least they didn't have to worry about their boss rushing them for work and could do as they pleased. Lin Mo also planned to recruit some people who could join the game during the daytime. If everyone was online at the same time, what would he do when he had things to attend to during the day? With nothing else to do, Lin Mo returned to the warehouse to organize some items. The warehouse contained a significant amount of weapons, as it was originally a weapons command center. However, he still couldn't comprehend why all the outdated weapons were dumped there. From Xiao Wei, Lin Mo learned that these weapons were somewhat old and belonged to the early models that had been phased out. Why they were stored there instead of being disposed of remained a mystery. After finishing the organization of the warehouse, Lin Mo returned to the control panel to focus on his work. If things were counted, it was likely that his company would be discovered for its problems, so he needed to launch a puppet now. On a street in Huagua, Xiaobond, who had just closed his eyes after submitting countless resumes to various companies, suddenly received a text message. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. Eternal Virtual Technology Co. Ltd. has reviewed your resume and sent you an interview invitation. Please bring the information from your phone to XX address for the interview this afternoon. Mr. Zhao was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly agreeing. After all, jobs were incredibly hard to find these days, with most companies barely surviving. Who would dare to hire now? Those not laying off were doing their best to maintain the status quo. After quickly washing up, Xiaobond changed into a suit he thought looked formal. He took his resume and the information on his phone and headed to the address listed. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by a rather sci-fi scene. 7 or 8 drones were neatly arranged in the sky, methodically transporting goods. After placing items on a trailer at the entrance, the trailer autonomously transported the goods to the delivery station. Hello, welcome. Mr. Zhao, please follow me this way. At that moment, a service robot approached and addressed Xiaobond. Xiaobond dazedly followed behind the robot until they reached a place that resembled a conference room. Hello, you must be Mr. Zhao. We have read your resume and your qualifications are quite impressive. Lin Mo spoke to Xiaobond through video. After all, there was no way around it. A real person had to step out to represent, especially since the outside world had no idea whether the boss was real or a ghost. Hello, I am Xiaobond. I reviewed your company's information, and it seems you have yet to achieve profitability. Correct. I have a way to help the company become profitable. After receiving the interview notice, Xiaobond hurriedly looked up information about the company online. It was a startup with limited registered capital, but the technology they were developing left Xiaobond puzzled. No need. My main goal is not profit right now. We have a much larger financial backer. What we need to do is debug this virtual device, which is still undergoing internal testing. Once the internal testing is successful, it will greatly change everyone's lives. Your task is quite simple. Just become the honorary president of the company. Lin Mo interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on them, smiling as he spoke. When Xiaobond emerged, his head felt dizzy. Had he really landed a job with a monthly salary of nearly 40 to 50,000 without doing anything? Moreover, he wasn't supposed to do nothing. He would need to return to study. When the product scaled up, he would be sent abroad to explore new markets. From this perspective, the company indeed had someone who could act as a spokesperson. By setting up a more complex background, they could avoid speculation. When the time came, people would fill in the gaps on their own without jumping to bizarre conclusions. What Lin Mo needed to do now was to guide people's thoughts to believe that a super conglomerate was supporting this company. The technology being developed had the potential to change humanity. After finishing this task, Lin Mo began to delve into new research on the Z-Way star control platform. This thing was enormous, and he felt capable of expanding its exploration. Perhaps he would discover something novel. After all, with over 3,000 years, even pigs were on the verge of ascending, and humanity couldn't possibly remain stagnant forever. However, Lin Mo himself could not clearly state what field it had developed into. After all, the ability to create water sources and assemble cells from thin air could not possibly be insignificant. Sometimes one must admit that being in such a vast space can indeed lead to feelings of boredom. Lin Mo was grateful that he could still connect to the internet on Earth and summon beings resembling players, otherwise he would surely go mad from the confinement. Lin Mo rummaged through the warehouse and found several memory storage devices related to films. He plugged one in and began to watch. By the way, this place was supposed to be a military command center. Why were there movies here? After pondering for a long time, Lin Mo could only use the excuse of alleviating boredom to justify his actions. After browsing through numerous films, Lin Mo ultimately concluded that the vast majority of future movies revolved around alien exploration. Given the context, it seemed that the overall concept of nations had likely vanished. At least in the movies, there was no sense of national identity. What was emphasized instead was a human alliance. However, a fleet named Dawn particularly piqued Lin Mo's interest. The film depicted humanity constructing a fleet that ultimately betrayed them, leading to the destruction of Earth. Considering the Azure fleet, there was indeed a possibility of this happening. After all, a fleet not only possesses a well-established supply system, but also boasts formidable combat capabilities. Once it enters space and activates stealth mode, humanity would have no means to counter it. On the other hand, humanity might occasionally face the risk of being ambushed by this fleet. After watching the movie, Lin Mo hastily consumed a couple of sips of nutritional liquid and then leaned back in his seat to sleep. After all, having eaten and drunk enough and with nothing else to do, it would not be reasonable to stay awake, especially when he could just go dig in the dirt. Lin Mo had no desire to venture outside, especially considering that the spiders out there could easily take a head with one bite. If lucky, one might be left with a complete corpse. If unlucky, they would likely be digested and turned into nutrients in the soil. In his dreams, Lin Mo witnessed a war resembling an epic saga. Under that white light, all defense systems crumbled as easily as tofu, and the fleet near the lunar base was obliterated before it could even leave the moon. If that white light marked the beginning, then humanity's internal conflicts were the true source of all troubles. As the Great Wall sequence collapsed, some individuals began to question whether the upper echelons of the human alliance had betrayed them. Once the seeds of doubt were sown, they would quickly take root, especially in such a tense atmosphere. Angry crowds armed with guns flooded the streets, and walls were plastered with demands for the execution of the upper command. The commander of the lunar fleet did not fall to the enemy's hands, but was torn to shreds by the furious mob. The upper command decided to quell the chaos with their own deaths, ultimately committing suicide at their posts. A few days later, their wife and daughter, unable to endure the shame, also took poison to end their lives. However, the death of the upper command only ignited a power struggle. Without a target for their outrage, the angry crowd redirected their fury elsewhere, resulting in disasters that set civilization back nearly a century. This chaos could have been swiftly quelled, but under the guidance of certain malicious individuals, it gradually morphed into a far larger power struggle. The Azure fleet, feeling slighted by these events, directly defected. Those who took the time to think things through were labeled heretics and traitors. Anyone daring to speak out for the deceased would become the next victim. The human council gradually devolved into a mere shell. The result of external crises and internal pressures was the regression of civilization. The Mirror of Truth Planetary Quantum Detection Center was destroyed, and even the elderly scientists' pleas could not save their experimental facilities from destruction. In the eyes of those people having spent so much money and effort and consumed countless human resources, the outcome was that they didn't even know who their enemies were. What was the purpose of science? At that time, no one could provide an answer to this question. However, at this critical moment, some individuals shouldered the most crucial banner, striving to reconstruct a stable social order. Yet under a flash of white light, everything turned to ashes. Lin Mo felt like a tiny insect watching the rise and fall of eras from the river of time. Sometimes one truly needs to experience the weight of an era in their own body to understand how insignificant they are. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, still overwhelmed by shock. If one were to consider these 3,000 years as a history, then humanity's period of prosperity spanned barely over 1,000 years. The new social order established by that group of enlightened individuals lasted only a little over 200 years before it completely fell apart. Along with its collapse, the human spirit of resistance also waned. One by one, they began to treat that white light as divine, completely abandoning science. In Lin Mo's view, this was an even more tragic circumstance, both pitiable and sorrowful. In such a situation, no one had the strength to resist. No one knew what their adversary truly was, nor where it came from, or what structure it comprised. Under such circumstances, any form of resistance would likely be futile. Perhaps this was the best mindset humanity could adopt in facing that white light. Over 3,000 years, if compared to historical dynasties, it would just be the beginning from the Zhou dynasty. Humanity established a united government over 200 years after 2022, which further solidified into the human alliance. Then they collectively embarked on exploration beyond their world. During this time, humanity continually overcame various challenges. This period of over 1,000 years can be termed the Age of Prosperity, wherein humanity not only resolved the food crisis, but also constructed a Dyson sphere utilizing solar energy, alleviating the energy crisis, and shortly thereafter developed controllable nuclear fusion technology. 20 years later, controllable nuclear fusion technology was miniaturized, leading humanity's civilization into an even more powerful era of prosperity. However, in the ensuing 1,000 years, they built the Great Wall, sequence manufactured fleets, and prepared to defend against external foes. No one knew who the so-called enemies were or where they came from, yet everyone was aware that enemies were approaching. The remaining 1,000 years marked the decline of human civilization, characterized by scarcity of resources, social disorder, and the regression of civilization. Lin Mo had no doubt that he was merely experiencing a dream. After all, the dream felt too real, closely aligning with the knowledge he possessed, which left no room for doubt. The issue, however, lay in the circumstances on Mars. What had caused those corpses and that city? Wherever the white light passed, everything would turn to nothingness, thus leaving no corpses behind. The remaining questions became rather troublesome. After pondering for a long time, Lin Mo ultimately decided to abandon them. Rather than dwelling on these matters himself, it was better to let his players explore. Perhaps they could uncover some of the hidden truths of the present age. Congratulations, Master, your permission level has been upgraded from level 6 to level 5. Lin Mo glanced at his hands, his mind still a bit dazed. Had he really just leveled up like that? Had he done anything prior? Lin Mo recalled the dream he had and wondered how his level up was connected to that dream. However, compared to exploring the unknown, Lin Mo was more inclined to investigate his own room. He instinctively took the cutting tool with him, remembering that he couldn't actually use it to open the room, as the rooms that could be opened didn't require a cutting tool. Lin Mo tried one room after another and found the warehouse of signal generators. From now on, those little players could start to expand their exploration range. Knock, knock. Lin Mo tapped on a door. The sound felt somewhat strange, but its hardness was distinctly different from other doors, and its material was completely unlike any he had encountered. He had no way of determining what it was made of. Lin Mo placed his hand on the permission area. As the fingerprint was read, the door quickly opened. When he pushed the door open, Lin Mo was shocked. The entire room was filled with various shades of blue light, and electronic images flickered everywhere. The room exuded a strong sci-fi vibe, and a woman seemingly around Lin Mo's age was trapped inside a transparent tank filled with liquid. Is the person inside a synthetic human or a real person? A real person. Can she be released? Yes, but it is not recommended. The last time Lin Mo had heard this phrase was in the context of monitoring Europa. What kind of power did the other party possess to make Xiao Wei advise against releasing her? Could it be the latest genetic technology from the Human Alliance? Why? Insufficient permissions, unable to query. Lin Mo began to hesitate about whether to release the girl. Does she have permission levels as high as mine? In some aspects, her permissions are higher than yours, but they have been sealed and cannot be used. Then let's release her for now. I still have many questions to ask. After contemplating for a long time, Lin Mo finally agreed to release the girl. He then went to the players and fetched a set of clothes, as the girl in front of him was currently naked. As the sound of air escaping filled the chamber, the liquid began to flow slowly downwards, gradually revealing her from head to neck, then to her lower body, until she was completely freed. However, the chamber had not fully awakened the girl, yet as if she were being airdried, her hair moving gently in the breeze. Cough, cough. Lin Mo gripped his cutting tool tightly, prepared to stab it into the opponent's head if she attacked him. After all, when it came to life and death, his own safety was the priority. Who are you? Can you give me some clothes first? They are already prepared for you here. After a while, the girl put on her clothes and followed Lin Mo out, not saying a word, simply observing her surroundings. Xiao Wei, how many years have I been asleep? As the woman spoke, she gathered her hair into a ponytail, and Lin Mo finally noticed her appearance. Sometimes people of the present did not understand why King Zhou fell due to Daji, nor did they grasp why King Yu of Zhou entertained the lords with fire signals. But Lin Mo now had some understanding of the reasons behind such historical events. Sometimes he felt indifferent towards the cookie-cutter faces of internet celebrities precisely because they seemed utterly unaware of what true beauty was. Lin Mo found himself briefly overwhelmed by an impulse to cherish her, though he quickly suppressed it. You have been asleep for 424 years. The Z-Waster seems to have undergone little change, right? Indeed. Lin Mo wasn't particularly afraid of the girl behind him. After all, he still held the weapon. Although he was walking in front, his attention remained focused on her. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Lin Mo lowered his voice, trying to appear as fierce as possible. Chief Scientist and Technical Director of the Z-Waster Mobile Control Platform, Lin Xiu. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. Lin Mo, Level 5 Permission Holder. Level 5 Permission. Thinking back, it brings some nostalgia, as Level 5 permission holders were once everywhere on the central command platform. Now it seems that there are only you and me left alive in the entire control platform. Lin Xiu sighed as she spoke, but Lin Mo had a strange expression, wondering how to explain the existence of players. What is the current situation on Earth? Lin Xiu asked next. Lin Mo shook his head, as he had no way of knowing the situation back on Earth. What caused you to seal yourself in there? Because I killed everyone, the entire population on Mars. Lin Mo was so startled that he took 2 steps back. If that was the case, were the corpses in the Martian city the result of this woman standing before him? What significance did that action hold? Relax, I am hardly a threat to you now, aside from having a longer lifespan. After all, in a confined space with 1 man and 1 woman, it is I who should be feeling fearful, right? May I ask how old you are this year? I am the main person in charge of the construction project for the demon-exposing mirror-class planetary quantum detector. Lin Mo, this guy has lived for nearly 2,000 years. No turtle lives that long. Humans seem to have never developed such longevity technology. Thus, Lin Mo decisively deduced that the person before him was simply boasting. I am not joking with you. However, most of the time, only my brain is active. For the majority of the time, I operate a bionic being. To conduct external activities as my priority is to ensure my safety. In retrospect, my safety does not seem that important anymore, given how far human civilization has regressed. Lin Xiu found a seat and sat down, while Lin Mo across from her still appeared to be deep in thought. After all, some things are simply too difficult to contemplate. Even though the brain's lifespan is only about 150 years, there are too many doubts in between. There are no things you cannot imagine, only things science cannot achieve. But unfortunately, it seems humanity has already abandoned science. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. From his previous memories, it was evident that humanity had completely lost all faith in science. All sorts of scientific detection facilities had been destroyed, and papers and research materials had been set ablaze. It is not that humanity abandoned science, but rather that science abandoned humanity. Science exists objectively, and despite spending nearly 10,000 years, humanity has not fully grasped it. One could say they have barely scratched the surface of it. Given the painfully slow development speed, if it is not science that abandoned humanity, then what was it? And those humans still naively believe in the science they discarded. Oh, I witnessed them throw all my research materials into the fire. I also saw my mentor being brutally killed during a debate with them. How laughable are such people? The laws of science exist in every corner and at every end of the universe and the world, yet they foolishly believe they have cast aside science. Lin Mo. After conversing with this guy, Lin Mo roughly grasped some circumstances. The other party had indeed lived for nearly 2,000 years, but for the most part, he had been in cold storage within this combat platform. On one hand, it was for safety. On the other hand, she had suffered from congenital muscular dystrophy, though this condition was not prominent on Mars. Therefore, she transferred her body to Mars, directly moving to the Z-Waster mobile control platform while commanding scientific personnel on Earth through thought. After over 100 years, she underwent surgery to cure her illness, but she needed time to recover. Thus, she still relied on thought for remote command. With the death of the upper command, the disbandment of the human parliament, humanity had completely fallen into internal strife. The so-called scientific research could no longer continue. For safety, Mars declared a full planetary lockdown. Lin Xiu's body was also properly secured with enhanced protection for her surroundings. However, for reasons unknown, all personnel within the mobile control platform vanished without a trace. But those usurpers on Earth also directed their attention to Mars. Soon traitors appeared in the Martian United Defense Force, revealing their coordinates to that mysterious signal in the universe, yet they seemed not to consider Mars orbital issues, and the strike was ultimately only a few steps away from Mars. For safety, Lin Xiu directly cut off the oxygen supply system for the entire Mars and activated the meteorite defense system for each city, resulting in the tragic outcome where everyone suffocated to death on Mars. However, it is uncertain if there are still any survivors. After all, theoretically, if relying on oxygen energy or using electricity to decompose water, oxygen could still be produced. Whether it could satisfy human breathing would depend on the actual situation at that time. Lin Mo then recalled that those people were all gathered at the city's edge, suffocating to death, which made sense, because with the activation of the meteorite defense system, the entire city had been completely surrounded. Those who wanted to leave Mars in their vehicles were all trapped in the city. Then why was it restored later? Lin Mo fell silent for a moment before speaking. He now did not know how to evaluate these matters. After all, one cannot advise others on virtue without experiencing their suffering. If it were himself, he probably would not have restored oxygen by now given the situation. After all, if anyone disclosed their position, they could face the possibility of being destroyed by that white light. Is there anything to eat? Lin Mo smiled slightly, taking out 2 packs of nutrient solution, watching the other party painfully finish it. For some reason, seeing others consume this stuff always felt amusing, while eating it himself only made him want to cry. Is this thing particularly rich in nutrients? Indeed, it is nutrient-rich, actually. Ugh. Looking at the other party's disheveled appearance, Lin Mo could not help but laugh heartlessly. After all, players had not yet solved the food issue, so they could only make do with this for now. If possible, Lin Mo still wanted to taste what spider legs were like. Have you ever thought about bringing this thing back to Earth? My permissions have long been revoked. How could I possibly have the ability to bring this thing back? Besides, what would I go back to Earth for? My mentor is dead and all my research has turned to dust, so there's nothing to be nostalgic about. Lin Xiu lazily stretched while speaking. Lin Mo glanced at the time, estimating that these players would soon log back in, so it was time to prepare. Does humanity currently have a technology that can connect with the past? I saw a hypothesis in the Scientific Frontier magazine, but such a scenario is basically impossible. In the 1990th issue of Scientific Frontier, a supplement to relativity was completed and humanity simply cannot achieve the ability to return to the past. Perhaps worried that Lin Mo might not understand, Lin Xiu directly asked Xiao Wei to open the tablet, then began to write densely on it. After a moment of observation, Lin Mo finally confirmed that what she was writing was likely mathematics. Are you actually trying to teach me? Lin Mo cleared his throat awkwardly and said, although he had graduated with a degree in engineering, facing these problems made his mind feel quite overwhelmed. What was written on the tablet had become less important. He couldn't even understand the symbols. Well, theoretically, it is impossible for humanity to achieve transportation to the past. With the premise of supplementing Einstein's theory of relativity, this concept has already been clarified. Lin Xiu decisively erased all the images. I can negate everything you claim with a simple phenomenon. Lin Mo had Xiao Wei open the operating pages from 2022, and Lin Xiu's expression kept changing, likely more exaggerated than a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. However, Lin Mo could sense the collapse of the other party's beliefs. After all, it seemed that she had always been a staunch supporter of the theory against time travel, but now facing such circumstances, Lin Xiu probably felt her mind was overwhelmed. After some effort, Lin Xiu finally accepted the possibility of information being able to traverse time. After all, the numerous pieces of information inside could not lie, and moreover, Lin Mo was not the type to joke about such things. I'm not sure what this situation is, but if you give me some time, I might be able to figure it out. Can I borrow your control platform for now? Lin Xiu seemed a bit shy as she said this because according to the permissions, she no longer had the right to access this platform. Her permissions had been automatically revoked since she shut down the oxygen supply system. Sure. Lin Mo stretched lazily. At this point, it seemed that the person in front of him posed no threat to him. After all, she had no permissions, and without them, she could not open any rooms. Essentially, she could only walk in the corridors or hallways as all other areas were sealed off. But it must be said that she was truly beautiful, at least among all the people Lin Mo had seen in his life. She was the most stunning, even more so than those online influencers or beauties who had enhanced their looks. In the evening, Nyang Do was the first to enter the game. As soon as she logged in, she saw a very beautiful woman dressed in players' outfits, gesturing at the control panel. Wow, what's going on? Is there a new NPC? This modeling, why does each appearance hit my XP so hard? Huh. The woman turned her head as if sensing something and looked at Nyang Do, who was lying naked in the coffin. Nyang Do hurriedly covered herself in embarrassment and quickly picked up the clothes next to her to put on. Is this what Lin Mo refers to as a player? Lin Mo had already explained his method in detail to Lin Xiu, utilizing these people to work for free. Lin Xiu understood the key aspects of this, and Lin Mo had strictly instructed her that everything must remain confidential. Although players might not suspect anything, it could still lead to unnecessary trouble. Who are you? Why are you at our resurrection point? Could you please turn around? Nyang Do covered her body with her clothes and said after all, this resurrection point was quite outrageous. Why was there a woman at the male resurrection point? Aren't we discussing human rights here? In fact, players in the game probably don't even talk about human rights. As long as they have points, these guys likely work harder than slaves. Alright. After Nyang Do changed her clothes, she finally stood up. With the arrival of other players, Lin Xiu left the room. For her, there were still a myriad of tasks to handle, with the biggest issue being how to explain this phenomenon using scientific methods. Who was that person who just went out? Did they unlock a new plot? Is that a new NPC? Don't ask me, I don't know. Then why don't we ask the all-knowing administrator? At that moment, Lin Mo, who was still trying to open a room, inexplicably felt a chill run down his back, as if some beast had taken notice of him. He couldn't help but shiver and continued with his task of prying open the room. It must be said that there were indeed too many good items found, but most were weapons. Lin Mo thought that this was normal since this place was originally a weapon command platform. The soldiers inside might very well charge into battle face-to-face with the enemy once all external devices were depleted. But unfortunately, Lin Mo was mistaken, from the very beginning it had already transformed into a large-scale combat scenario. The weapons inside were meant to prevent the enemy's special operations from executing decapitation attacks, as large-scale battles between both sides could now be completed without direct confrontation. The most common item Lin Mo found in the warehouse was incendiary bombs, which had quite a significant blast radius of nearly 10 meters. He estimated that if thrown from a distance, it was very likely he could end up burning himself. Administrator, help. Administrator, do you not love me anymore? Looking at the two bumbling fools charging ahead, Lin Mo inexplicably wondered why his subordinates were such foolish beings. Hey, did we open a new room? What's inside? Nyang Do and you were both excited. After all, the last time they opened a new room, the map available for exploration had increased significantly. Now that another room was opened, it meant the exploration map could continue to expand. If we consider the current situation, whether the scale expands or not actually has little significance, as that city still could not be explored further. They were still left staring at the city in bewilderment. What's going on? Is your house built yet? Why are you still here shouting? Administrator, is that new beauty a new NPC? What's your relationship with her? Yeah, Administrator, do you not love me anymore? You are indeed the type to. Oh dear. Lin Mo kicked away the corn that was hugging his thigh and casually picked up the hammer next to him, giving Nyang Do a whack. It's not that I didn't say anything, so why am I also getting a hammer? Naturally, the mother bean cannot feel pain. After all, this guy adjusted the simulation to a mere 0. 1, because he was afraid of pain. Now everything he does is entirely instinctual, feeling extremely unreal. I know that you won't be able to spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, so I'll give you a heads up. You can know me first, and who knows, you might still be mouthy in the future. If I'm not mistaken, the woman you see should be Lin Xiu, someone from over 2,000 years ago, primarily engaged in scientific research. Due to certain events, she is now imprisoned here, and in the future you can also accept tasks from her. Lin Mo thought for a moment, but still didn't fully disclose the situation to the players. He decided to let them explore on their own, as he himself was unsure whether Lin Xiu was deceiving him. According to what Lin Xiu said, the issue arose from a miscalculation in the orbit of Mars, which is why it was not destroyed. Didn't the other side have any reconnaissance? To be able to accurately target a satellite orbiting a planet, could they not also be precise enough to hit the planet itself? Although Lin Mo did not possess the same level of knowledge as Lin Xiu, he also wouldn't take things at face value when contemplating issues. After a while, everyone gathered, but most did not go out to continue building houses. Instead, they surrounded Lin Xiu, waiting for Lin Mo to come out and resolve the situation before they dispersed. It seems your players are quite enthusiastic. Perhaps you can even sense the simplicity of over 3,000 years ago from them. Just kidding. If you have any tasks, you can have them do it for you as long as you pay with points. Points are a type of virtual currency I set up, recorded by Xiao Wei. Based on their performance, I will grant them corresponding rewards or punishments. They can also use points to exchange for resources and firearms in this control center, as well as for their own bodies. I guess that group just surrounded you to take on tasks. The next time they do that, you can directly intimidate them by saying you'll deduct points. Lin Xiu nodded, indicating her understanding. In a way, this is indeed a relatively primitive exchange system, but it is very effective. Did you guys really build this thing with all your effort yesterday? Boat stared wide-eyed at the house that was even worse than a doghouse, feeling that even his own dog would feel cramped inside. There's nothing I can do. I'm not a civil engineering major. Achieving something like this is already my best effort. There's nothing I can do either. After all, this is my maximum effort. I simulated in my mind thousands of times what the house I built would look like, but once I got to work, this was all I could come up with. This thing can only be pushed aside and restarted, otherwise we'll probably have to sleep on the ground outside or on the floor inside. The mother bean kicked the house with her foot, and it instantly collapsed, leaving everyone around in a daze. Boat squatted down to prop it up, but the house fell again. Corn and the big goose looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling embarrassed. After all, this was the result of nearly a day's effort from the two of them, though the outcome was somewhat disappointing. Shall we go learn from the girl's experience? Support. A group of boys sneaked over like thieves, only to be chased back almost immediately. If you come over to spy again, be careful, I'll accuse you of patent infringement. Luo Yu waved a cutting tool in her hand, driving the boys to run everywhere. Yet one by one they shamelessly leaned over, almost lying down to watch. With a model to imitate, construction became much easier for these boys. They first sharpened the tops of the wooden planks they had found, then created a foundation. In the end, they could only produce something resembling a matchbox. For them it felt no different since in their view sleeping on the ground and sleeping on a bed felt the same. After all, when they logged off their bodies felt nothing. However, if they maintained one position for too long they might log back and feeling sore all over or unable to move. At this moment Korn, who was busy cutting wood, shook his cutting tool because it had stopped working. After asking Lin Mo, he realized it was out of power. The charging cost was too expensive, so this group of players creatively started using it as an axe. They ended up breaking the blade, which was forcibly bent. As a result, they raised funds again to buy 2 more, which were kept by Korn and the Big Goose. Given the current situation, everyone was essentially sharing the same pot of rice. In terms of property distribution, many still used the same tools. After all, everyone was poor, and a little from you and a little from me could still make do. How should we address that beautiful NPC? Should we just call her Beautiful Lady? The administrator didn't say back then. Didn't the administrator say she was into scientific research? We can just call her Professor Lin then. Of course, this is based on my experience from school. Those old men in my school love being called professors. Boat said while rubbing his nose, then continued cutting the wooden pieces. Boat's suggestion quickly resonated with everyone, as it is common to address scientific researchers as professors when their identity is uncertain. Professor Lin, are you calling me? Korn quickly received the first task from Lin Xiu and rushed towards the command center amidst the envious and jealous gazes of others. Does anyone here know the Rasmo equation model? The spatial geometric structure type? Korn could only ask the others, but everyone appeared utterly bewildered. They had come into the game either to escape work or avoid studying, and now they had to learn in game and not even do it well enough to accept tasks. Sorry, none of us have studied this. Do you have something simpler like a quadratic equation? Korn said awkwardly, as after 4 years of university this was all he could remember. Lin Xiu glanced at Yumi and sighed, continuing to busy herself. Without a degree, I probably can't even play games anymore, Yumi complained as she came back. I just want to know what kind of big shots are in the project team, or I hope I don't run into the planner in the game. Even if you run into them, you probably won't know how to deal with them. After all, the administrator mentioned that many characters are played by real people. I suspect Professor Lin is also portrayed by a real person, and they are likely a highly educated expert. I was also curious about the game's content at this point. After all, creating such an advanced physical virtual engine indicates that it's not a simple small team. Moreover, this virtual reality technology connects to people's senses of smell, taste, hearing, sight, and touch. It is incredibly realistic, which naturally demands high technical standards. I just wonder if this team will hire people in the future. If they do, I'd love to work there. Bot expressed his expectations here, as it was clear to any discerning eye that this project had immense potential. It was still in the testing phase, yet it had already reached levels unattainable for ordinary people. Ling Xiao ruthlessly shattered Bot's dream, as it seemed rather unrealistic. Stop dreaming. Think about it. When you join this project team, you might not even understand what your colleagues are saying. You haven't even figured out the game content yet, and you want to work on projects. You're just daydreaming. At least let me hold on to a bit of my dreams, okay? While boasting and busying themselves, the girls had already started reinforcing their houses while the boys were still delayed. They were drawing new rooms and making wooden beds. The boys hadn't even stabilized their house frame yet. After understanding the situation, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. After developing technology for over 3,000 years, they could easily outpace the current people by a long shot. What's there to compare? I want to ask if the Riemann hypothesis has been solved yet. Lin Mo suddenly remembered there were still many unsolved mysteries on Earth in 2022. And wouldn't this be a chance to find ready-made answers? It was proven in 2045. If you want, I can write down the proof process for you. However, most of these research fields are typically used by researchers, so it hasn't reached the lower levels. I'm not sure if you can understand. That's a relief, or at least I won't have to calculate calculus like a 4 or 5-year-old. Otherwise, my qualifications would be too. Lin Mo kept these problems as they might be useful not for himself, but perhaps to use them for some trade with the upper echelons of Huagua. After looking at the formulas 2 or 3 times, Lin Mo still felt bewildered. Although Lin Xiu tried her best to simplify the content, the gap between their knowledge was still vast. Forget it, maybe those people will understand. It's fine if I don't. Lin Mo decisively chose to give up, as this stuff was beyond his comprehension. After finishing her work, Lin Xiu continued to verify her time theory. The series of dense and varied formulas left Lin Mo utterly lost, not merely due to their complexity, but because they were completely incomprehensible. It seems your players are encountering some danger, Lin Xiu said to Lin Mo, watching the screen as the group was chased around by 2 giant rats. It's fine if they weren't in danger, that would be a problem. By the way, do you have a way to enhance their clone bodies? Otherwise, they seem too weak in this state. That depends on whether the genetic modification sequence has been damaged. After such a long time, items exposed to wear and tear will be eroded by time. As for whether it can still be used, I'm not sure. Can your permissions reach that level? Xiao Wei, do I have the authority to modify the genetic modification sequence? Replying to the master, yes, you do have that authority. In room 12 on the 17th floor, that room contains the genetic modification sequence, but only personnel with knowledge of genetics can operate it. It is best for Professor Lin to handle it. Xiao Wei quickly provided a response. Lin Mo nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to help the players with elite modifications. After listening to Lin Shiyu's explanation, he understood that genetic modifications could only be performed when those bodies were in coffins, and there was no way to control that aspect. Although everyone chose the same prototype and had identical cells, once genetic modification was involved, the subsequent changes would be difficult to control. The clone body might die instantly, or it could become incredibly strong or fast. The most crucial point is that this cannot be preserved. Once the clone body is destroyed, the so-called functions will all vanish. This undoubtedly increases the monetary burden on the players, but Lin Mo still decided to leave the choice to the players and prepare to implement a brand new game upgrade system. Indeed, the lottery will be based on luck. If players want to enhance their bodies, they can make reservations in advance. When the time comes, they will enhance based on their bodies. If a character dies, it will be considered an enhancement failure, and they can re-enter the next day after paying the points in advance. Once a problem arises, they will blame their bad luck instead of the game planners. Furthermore, if they end up losing too much, they won't be willing to pursue this anymore. Lin Mo has already handed the choice to them, and whether they want to proceed is entirely up to them. Luoyu fiercely thrust the cutter in his hand into the rat's head, and then twisted it forcefully, only to be knocked aside with the cutter flying out. What the hell is this guy's brain not located in his head, eh? Looking at the large hole in its head, the white brain matter had already been stirred out, yet this rat is still alive and jumping around chasing people everywhere. Luoyu was also shocked at this moment, as this game defied biological common sense. Big sister, help. Why are there such big rats in this forest? Yuwu was currently being chased by another rat running in circles around a tree trunk. Earlier, when they were chopping trees, this creature suddenly dashed out from the forest and started chasing them. Those boys really are something, abandoning us girls and running away. And if I remember correctly, those guys seem to have been chased away by a spider, right? At this moment, Bo looked at the pincers that were even larger than his head and couldn't help but gasp. He was just a hair's breadth from having his own head caught in them. This forest is too dangerous. If he could, Bo would never want to enter this forest again for the rest of his life. Hurry up and save those girls. Given the commotion over there, it seems those two big rats haven't been dealt with yet. If we wait any longer, other monsters might be attracted here. Yumi wiped the dirt off himself. When he had pushed in earlier, everything inside had sprayed out all over him, and the scene was quite disgusting. After the rat's brain was destroyed, it went crazy for a while, before slowly collapsing. The other rat was finally dealt with after a fierce battle ensued following the arrival of the boys. What the hell, this is just a beginner's monster. Didn't the planners consider that we are beginners when setting the difficulty? After all the commotion, he felt utterly exhausted. To truly experience the game, it felt like the realism needed to be set to 50%. However, even at that level, one could still feel tiredness and pain. Compared to the kind of pain where even an ant bite doesn't count, fear was more prevalent. After all, this thing is much more realistic than a computer game. Even in computer games, if a monster that is several sizes larger than you suddenly jumps out in a pitch-black forest, you would definitely be startled. Is it possible that the official difficulty was set at an appropriate level and we are just too inexperienced? Boat leaned against the ground, taking a deep breath while feeling grateful to be alive, and spoke up. Let's drag these two rats back. They should be edible. Let's have Mama Do try them out, as she will definitely like them. When they dragged the rat to the membrane, one of the rats suddenly seemed stuck halfway. No matter how hard the others pulled, it wouldn't come through. What's going on? Is there a bug in the game? And I remember the function of this membrane is to identify enemies. So does that mean this rat isn't actually dead? As Yumi spoke, he approached with the cutter. The rat seemed to hear their conversation and suddenly sprang up, charging at Yumi against the membrane. If it really hit, Yumi would probably be crushed into corn filling. As a result, Yumi punctured through the membrane, while the rat, using too much force, crashed into the membrane and became dizzy. Yumi quickly stabbed the rat's head with the cutter and made several deep cuts, finally causing the rat to stop struggling. Thank goodness, if we had actually brought this thing inside, the administrator would have butchered us. Boat was also filled with a sense of dread. Thankfully, this membrane identified it. Otherwise, if this monster had been brought inside, the entire base would have been in chaos. Mama Do, look at the big feast I caught for you. Yumi shouted loudly to Mama Do, who was busy building a house. Mama Do looked up in confusion and immediately saw the group dragging two large rats and a bunch of things that looked like spider legs. They didn't bother bringing back the spider bodies as they were too disgusting to deal with, so they just left them in the forest where they would likely be eaten by other animals soon. Wait, if I remember correctly, didn't you guys go to chop wood? When did you start hunting? Oh, I feel like I forgot something important. I actually forgot to chop wood. Yumi slapped his forehead, realizing he had indeed forgotten about chopping wood. After all, not long after entering, he was chased by a spider, and after dealing with the spider, he ended up in a bloody fight with the rat, completely forgetting about his task of chopping wood. Oh, no worries, let's eat first. Can someone handle these entrails? These two big guys are quite large. Mama Do and Dage were busy skinning them while Yu Wu and Liu fetched water to wash everything. Qingsha and Rabbit strung the meat chunks together to make skewers. At this time, Shinu was still working with the other three boys to modify the house, providing technical guidance. Although Mama Do might have more experience in building houses since he was a foreman in the real world, he had no idea how to deal with wooden houses. If it were cement, he would know what to do, but with wooden houses, he could only find it frustrating. Fortunately, Shinu seemed to have experience with carpentry, and under her guidance, the three boys quickly finished building the house. After they finished, they quickly went to help, and after Mama Do confirmed it was safe to eat, they all started tasting the food. Don't you want to go down and try something? Lin Xiu asked with a smile, looking at Lin Mo, who still had the nutrition bag in his mouth as the stuff inside was just too hard to swallow. Then why don't you go down and eat? Lin Xiu suddenly countered. And I'm not sure if I will die or not. Are you afraid of death too? I thought you were one of those who are indifferent to life and death. Lin Xiu said with a smile, not in mockery, but in a way that both of them understood. I am just an ordinary person who accidentally gained these privileges. I prefer the peaceful 21st century rather than this 52nd century where revealing one's position leads to the risk of being destroyed. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. After all, he had previously brushed past death. Had he revealed his position back, then the entire Central Control Center would have likely turned into a heap of coal by now. Even in the 21st century, revealing one's position voluntarily carries the risk of destruction. After all, when we were detecting that white light, we had no idea when it discovered Earth. Perhaps, as those people say, insects cannot comprehend human thoughts, and we are equally unable to fathom the intentions of higher-level civilizations. I used to be a supporter of quantum randomness, but now I find myself leaning more towards mechanical determinism. Perhaps our fates were already predetermined. Lin Xiu became a bit sentimental at this point, memories flashing before her like scenes from a movie. Looking at those gluttonous fellows below, Lin Mo took another hearty sip of nutrient solution. Although it was past its expiration date, it still provided the necessary nutrients, at least preventing him from starving. Quantum randomness and mechanical determinism have been debated since the discussions between Einstein and Bohr. Mechanical determinism posits that throughout human history, all fates have been predetermined and everyone follows their destined path. This conjecture is based on the idea that if there were a computer capable of calculating all the variables in the world with infinite computational power, it could simulate everything that happens in the world, which is the essence of mechanical determinism. However, this conjecture was overturned with the discovery of uncontrollable quantum effects, as quantum phenomena are entirely random, defying any patterns. All rules can only be expressed through probabilities. Thus, the knowledge in this area has led to more choices and support for that school of thought. No one is willing to believe that their fate was determined from the very beginning, otherwise no matter how hard they try, they cannot escape that fate. Quantum theory provides scientific support for this phenomenon. Lin Mo believed he should be a supporter of quantum randomness, but recent events have shaken his conviction. Everything in his life seemed preordained, just like a protagonist's destined path in a novel. Watching the players below devour the meat greedily, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel envious. However, he had no choice but to continue consuming nutrient solution while engaging in his room opening activities. Through relentless effort during this time, most rooms he opened were warehouses, typically storing historical documents or personal items. Lin Mo found that he mostly uncovered cigars which still retained their simple packaging and use. These crew members must be wealthy individuals, it seemed. There were also some cigarettes whose names Lin Mo could not recall, so he had to leave them aside for now. By organizing and accumulating historical records, Lin Mo gradually understood some events that followed the decline of the prosperous era. Initially, humanity approached reconstruction with a mindset of being able to repair everything, and there was still hope. However, with internal chaos and the threat of that white light, hope began to fade. Reality is not like a novel where one person stands up and inspires everyone below to come together and defeat the big boss. During this time, factions emerged hoping to create a curvature engine to surpass the speed of light and escape the solar system. However, the difficulty of producing such technology is immense. For civilizations lacking the ability to surpass light speed is akin to ants standing still. Even if they gain the ability to exceed light speed, they would still only be a larger ant. Compared to visible enemies, the method of seemingly wanting to confine humanity and prevent any resistance is far more terrifying. After all, if they are visible, both sides might be able to engage in a contest, but in a situation where one doesn't even know if the opponent is human or ghost, the so-called war becomes utterly ridiculous. Organizing those things is of no use. I have witnessed that history firsthand. If you have any questions, just ask me directly. Lin Xiyu said to Lin Mo, who was busy fiddling with the order of those storage devices. Were there no individuals capable of standing alone in history? After all, during times of imbalance in people's hearts, shouldn't there be more extraordinary individuals born? Lin Mo couldn't help but think of the three-body problem. The current situation is quite similar, yet vastly different. In three-body humanity, after over 400 years of development, still has entities threatening the Trisolarans. But here they don't even know if the opponent is human or ghost, or where their home planet is. How can they even discuss it? If what you're referring to are those politicians who can incite people's hearts, I do recall a few. Yet they merely dance on corpses, though beautiful, it is fleeting as the corpses beneath will rot. Your metaphor is truly remarkable. Are there not others besides this moment? Are there no ordinary people saving the world? The stories packaged by every politician depict ordinary people saving the world. Each of them claims to be just an ordinary person suddenly bearing the fate of saving Earth and humanity. Isn't that thrilling enough? Lin Mo. Suddenly he felt quite pessimistic about the future of Earth. Even as flames licked at his waist, they could still find time to vie for power, and he couldn't help but admire the nature of those politicians. Could they truly not fear that the status gained through a lifetime of effort, having forsaken familial bonds and affection, would vanish completely with that flash of white light? Perhaps they all viewed the issue with a survivor's mindset, believing that such a thing would never happen to themselves. Speaking of which, it seems I haven't yet organized the game's expansion content. I wonder if this game material will impact the future, considering that we can now not only communicate with the past, but also interfere with it, though I can't say for certain whether it will affect the present or the future. I think the likelihood of that is quite low. If that were the case, the butterfly effect would have already altered the trajectory of history. Yet the history we remember remains unchanged. Throughout history, we haven't seen anyone predict the future to drive historical development. Compared to the effects of time travel, I still have more faith in the theory of parallel universes. However, verifying these theories would require quantum detection devices of a specific caliber, and most research institutions and facilities have long been destroyed, making such discussions futile. I wonder if the data stored on Earth still exists or if it has been destroyed. Lin Xiyu picked up the storage device placed on the table by Lin Mo and began to examine it. As a wave of light burst forth throughout the room, everything became strikingly real. If I recall correctly, this was humanity's first civil war during the Prosperity Era. All the conflicts that had been simmering beneath the surface exploded with the end of that era. After all, everyone had been focused on exploring the universe, and resources were abundantly allocated, preventing large-scale wars. However, with the arrival of the white light, humanity began to fear cosmic exploration. Despite the advanced state of human civilization and the intensified consumption of social resources, the resources that Earth could provide were limited. Thus, long-term resource conflicts triggered further ethnic and racial disputes. In this war, the number of human casualties became impossible to count, with various energy weapons being deployed by both sides. As the scene shifted, they found themselves in Earth's orbit, where several satellites took turns releasing energy devices towards the ground. With the detonation of these devices, the area below transformed into a scene of destruction and despair. After the first civil war following the Prosperity Era, predictions indicated that the entire social economy had regressed by nearly a century. Humanity was not destroyed by the white light. Ironically, they nearly brought about their own demise. The end of this war did not come from a sudden awakening of humanity, but rather from the leaders of both sides being overthrown by the enraged populace, who then established another furious regime. Like an animated scene amidst the crowd's support, a man arrogantly ascended the podium to deliver a speech. Lin Mo watched quietly, reflecting on how viewing history from his perspective made him feel utterly insignificant. The once indomitable spirit of humanity had been tempered, transforming into a state of self-imposed isolation where external communication was deemed a serious crime. All communication signals were prohibited from crossing the geomagnetic field, and the satellites in outer space were relics of the Prosperity Era. As the scene shifted again, Lin Mo saw a group of individuals in spacesuits dismantling the communication satellites above Earth, directly shutting down signals from those satellites far from the planet. I remember there were still so many satellites, weren't there? Lin Mo recalled what Xiao Wei had said during the reconnaissance of Europa. Yes, those satellites are currently in standby mode, likely intended as targets for the white light. After all, humanity cannot entirely control everyone from making external contact. You must understand that human nature cannot be completely suppressed globally. So does that mean it's impossible? The other side has clearly completed their surveillance of Earth. In fact, with the decline of the Prosperity Era, what has become more evident is humanity's fear of cosmic exploration. Humanity built a more prosperous civilization on the foundation of known explorations, but the cessation of such explorations has led to their civilization's decline. I have witnessed the prosperity of human civilization as well as its decline. I was once a participant in the Human Council and cast my vote there. I have seen various ideologies flourish and numerous regimes rise and fall. Lin Mo. Surely I can't just call the other side a turtle. Yet living for so long is indeed impressive. After all, when Lin Mo looked through his family tree, unless he could find the page of Qin Shi Huang, he really couldn't compare with the other party. Speaking of which, what method did you use to live this long? The maximum lifespan of human brain cells is actually only about 150 years. Living for over 2,000 years certainly defies natural laws. Lin Mo was indeed curious. After all, in nature, only turtles seem to live for over 2,000 years. Lin Mo certainly didn't dare to bluntly call the person before him a turtle. If he were to give her a title, even calling her great-great-grandmother would feel insufficient. Would you like to know more? Sorry, I don't want to tell you. Lin Mo. He swallowed his speechlessness, knowing that with her teasing demeanor, it would likely be futile to extract any information. After all, compared to those empty lies, he felt it would be better not to ask, for once the first lie was told, it would be challenging to discern truth from falsehood. However, Lin Mo believed he could find some things within these memory storage devices. If she truly had lived for over 2,000 years, she must have left many traces in history. Most importantly, she was a scientist who had participated in the Human Council, which would certainly mean she had a very high profile. However, looking at so many storage devices, Lin Mo still felt a bit discouraged. After all, if he had to search for them one by one, it might take forever, and he might not even find them by the end of the year. At this moment, Lin Mo finally remembered that he wanted to update the game, so he updated his documentary, which was essentially just copying the previously recorded storage device of that civilization onto the video, transforming the 3D projection into a more flat animation style. Absolutely no delays. Finally updated, our new positions opening up. Am I suitable? Just arrived at the foot washing city and saw this news. I didn't even wash my feet before coming back. Am I being pulled in? I've been lurking for so many days. Why haven't you considered me? Pull me in too. I can spend money, and I won't ask for much. Just fill it up completely. Absolutely no delays. The one upstairs is really a turtle. After watching the promotional video, everyone's first impression was, wow, what an animation. So impressive. After all, that more than an hour-long anime could easily be featured on a small video site as a homepage recommendation. Yet it was merely a game promotional video, and a promotional video for a game still in beta. Even through a computer screen, everyone could sense the aroma of money surrounding Lin Mo, especially with those special effects, which could be said to have already burned through the budget of a company in just an hour. However, Lin Mo didn't even frown and directly used it as a game promotional video. Absolutely no delays. Damn, I've encountered a real wealthy person. Oh, please accept my knee, big shot. After all this talk about the rise of domestic animation, it turns out that the only thing that has risen is the CG for game promotion. If this were made into an animated series, I guarantee I would subscribe to whatever membership is needed. Another anime company sidelined by games. However, after watching this anime, everyone understood why it dared not be released on larger video sites. If it were to be uploaded there, the audience would be limited, as it likely wouldn't meet the criteria of avoiding politics and violence, leading to extensive edits. Directly posting it on its official website was actually bolder, as the requirements were naturally not as strict given that the site was their own. What was there to fear? Administrator. Hello everyone, I am your beloved administrator. Without further ado, thanks to the player's series of efforts, we have finally unraveled a series of historical records about the former Earth. Compared to the decline of human civilization, the greater loss was the loss of hope. After the player's relentless efforts, the game has opened up more content, while our project team burned through a truckload of potatoes during overtime, and now the exploration of its map has been unrestricted. To unlock new maps, players need to obtain a signal generator from the administrator. Within the coverage area of the signal generator, players can act normally. However, if the signal generator is damaged, all players present will lose control of their bodies. Therefore, it is recommended to be particularly cautious when choosing locations to avoid influence from other creatures. We have also added a new NPC, Lin Shiyu, a genius and beautiful professor. Age. Asking a girl about her age is quite impolite. Let me tell you secretly, Professor Lin has lived for nearly 2,000 years and has witnessed the rise and fall of human civilization. However, you should avoid provoking Professor Lin, as she is rather old and might get upset. If you have any questions regarding the exploration of the map, you can ask Professor Lin. If she doesn't know, don't bother the administrator, as he won't know either. Additionally, after sacrificing 2 planners and 4 programmer monkeys, we have found a new path for players to upgrade. Players wishing to upgrade must make an appointment with Professor Lin before logging out and pay the corresponding points. The next time they log in, they can proceed with their internal upgrade. However, I must emphasize again that upgrading carries risks. If the upgrade fails, not only will a life be lost, but the points will also not be refunded. Furthermore, the effects of the upgrade are not permanent. Upon the next revival, all characteristics will disappear. If you wish to continue upgrading, you will need to repeat the above process. P.S. During this time, we optimized the handling of natural phenomena, resolved a few bugs, and improved the details of monsters biting heads, allowing for a more realistic experience of the internal content. Absolutely no delays. Let's just remove that last additional item. It feels odd to me. Some loser, didn't they say there would be a beautiful dealer? As soon as I entered the page, I saw two fools smiling at me, making me feel weak. Spiral Big Plane looking at the game's progress are the players inside fiercely battling aliens. Administrator battles are certain, but it's not with aliens, it's against rats. Absolutely no delays. These guys are really cowardly these days, reduced to fighting rats. Next, are they going to brawl with ants? Administrator image, I allow you to repeat your previous statement. P.S. The image shows the large rat previously captured with a bot looking up at the rat below. Absolutely no delays. Damn it, where's the recall button for this thing? Lin Mo did not post a photo of Lin Xiyu, as she could be considered his employee now. Protecting the privacy of employees is something a boss should do right. However, the speculation about Lin Xiyu on the forum was still quite lively. Some guessed that she wore thick glasses and had a frail appearance, considering she had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Even if her body hadn't turned to bones, many of her organs were likely replaced with machinery. In the end, they even imagined a cyberpunk style with her entire body mechanical, only the big shot able to think normally. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel speechless after seeing the creativity of these folks. When Lin Xiyu sees this, she'll probably wish she could send a lawyer's letter and sue those guys in court. This has purely turned into defamation, with styles ranging from cyberpunk to zombie-like, and even some resembling the Sham8 style. Each one of them is quite the talent. This big shot must have installed several CPUs. Oh my, I'm so stuffed. I never thought I would eat more in the game than outside. But at least I don't have to worry about dieting now. Qingxia rubbed her belly, feeling as if it might burst from being so full. I remember we were the first to try whether players could eat scorpions. Let me tell you, when I first ate a scorpion, I was hallucinating from the poison. After surviving the first time, when I tried again, I ended up poisoned to death. That big goose didn't even try it, and came out unscathed while I lost a life for nothing. Nyangdo poked the big goose with her sign, only to be beaten up by it in return. After they finished eating, they all transformed into master builders busy constructing houses. It seemed these guys were having a great time playing, but to Lin Mo and Lin Xiyu, they looked like children playing house. After all, they had never truly experienced the despair of this world. Having such a carefree attitude was quite commendable. Lin Mo summarized their advantage, noting that their true bodies were not in this world or time, so even if their avatars died, it wouldn't harm them. Thus, they could entertain themselves without worrying about being destroyed by that white light. Big goose, could you not turn your back to me? If you keep this up, I can't promise I won't stab you with this sign. Go cool off. If you're so capable, why don't you do this yourself? With a thud, the house collapsed like a line of dominoes, taking with it all the hard work they had put in for half a day. It was inevitable, though from the start the structure had not been sound, and only with a little guidance from Shunu had they managed to maintain the semblance of a house. It was only natural for it to fall apart now. I can't be bothered to struggle anymore. I'm going to ask the rich lady next door if she wants to support me directly, Nyangdo said, carelessly tossing aside the wood in her hands and skipping over to the girls, only to be sent back shortly after. Did they not take you in? Ask them if they need a dog. You could just hang around their door, and not only would you be a dog, but you'd also have a place to stay. Yumi was sorting through the fallen wood while speaking to Nyangdo. All right, stop dawdling and come help. We need to build this house, otherwise there's no fun in the game. But why does this virtual engine feel so real? If only we could stack things like in Minecraft, that would be great. Now we have to gather the wood piece by piece. It's such a hassle. Yumi was also exasperated by the virtual engine. After playing so many games, this was the first time encountering something so realistic. In terms of visual and experiential aspects, as well as the physics engine, this game felt entirely like the real world. How are you all doing? If the house is built, come collect the signal generator to start looking for ice. There's no water source on Mars, so we can only rely on melting ice for water. Starting today, the water supply in the warehouse will be distributed according to relative flow. Otherwise, once the water runs out, everyone will have nothing to drink. Lin Mo was of course deceiving these little players. According to Lin Xiyu, the water resources here were actually synthesized from the air. Theoretically, as long as the air exists, the water supply capability will continue to function. If we can no longer produce water, it means the air is gone. At that point, searching for water resources would be pointless, as one cannot survive without oxygen. Whether or not we have water resources would be irrelevant. I'm off to take a quest. You guys keep busy here. Compared to living skills, I prefer exploring outside. Nyangdo and Big Goose hurriedly ran off excited. These two still preferred exploring outside over hiding here to build houses. I'm going to. You all stay here and continue. Yumi rushed off as well, leaving Ling Xiao and Bot to glance at each other. Compared to the three who liked to wander, Ling Xiao and Bot were more pragmatic, deciding to finish building the house first before going out. On the girls' side, Shinu and Rabbit planned to go out to explore, while the other three girls stayed behind to build houses. This time Yumi had brought along a high-frequency vibrating cutter, and the three were prepared to head out together. Yumi would be the primary output as Nyangdo and Big Goose were so broke they could hardly afford to go out. The situation was much better for the girls as they were all novices. Shina, where are you from? Rabbit carried a large bag containing the signal generator on her back. After Lin Mo's modifications, the signal generator could now be buried in the ground and still function. All players' actions depended on this signal generator as a relay for signal interaction. Without it, none of their bodies could move. I'm from Heilongjiang. Oh, from the northeast. Heilongjiang. Isn't Heilongjiang in the northeast? Okay, fine. Sometimes walking on this desolate land makes you understand what true solitude is. All around are yellow sands and the land is brown. There's not a single living tree or any sign of life. Alone, one can feel their heart sinking in this emptiness, and after a few days one might even develop a psychological illness. The virtual engine of this game is truly remarkable. I can feel my entire body trembling. Nyangdo couldn't help but wrap her clothes tighter around herself. Although she felt no coldness at the moment, the psychological sensation was something no amount of clothing could block. Though it was the second time witnessing such a scene, the awe was overwhelming. Sometimes looking at the starry sky like this could indeed instill a sense of fear. Dai was equally astonished by the current sight. Compared to the beautiful starry images he usually saw on his phone, experiencing it firsthand only filled him with fear. Yumi felt a bit scared as well, but he resolutely plunged the cutter into the soil and declared loudly, as a man born between heaven and earth, how can we remain beneath the earth for long? We will explore the starry sky in the future, and if you feel scared, then just close the window. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? As they continued walking, a sudden sandstorm swept in, enveloping them in swirling dust, making it impossible to keep their eyes open. After all, their navigation relied entirely on asking Xiao Wei for directions. Once they ventured into an out-of-bounds area, Xiao Wei would alert them. This is the endpoint of our signal. Let's bury this device. We will need to explore anew, and who knows, we might uncover new maps. Upon reaching a hill, Yumi, hearing Xiao Wei's voice from his walkie-talkie, said to the other two, "Come and lend a hand." The three of them grunted as they used the cutter like a shovel, frantically digging a pit to bury the signal generator. With it buried, their range of movement expanded. Lin Mo understood that even if they found water sources, there was no feasible way to transport it. They would probably have to carry the ice blocks back by hand, and by the time they did, most would have melted. Now it was purely about giving these players something to do, preventing them from lingering here out of boredom. After all, some might enjoy exploring the outdoors while others preferred a homely life, which ultimately depended on their choices. The climate on Mars was extremely unstable, with sandstorms occurring from time to time. However, one thing was certain: it would not rain on Mars, only sandstorms. Even the most advanced weather forecasts could not accurately predict Martian dust storms. This group had likely forgotten their initial task of clearing the small forest. Understandably, when faced with the monsters inside, they were too busy fleeing to consider fighting back. When more people were around, they might band together to tackle the monsters, but with only 10 of them now, they might not even be enough to fill the gaps. In contrast to Yumi's unfortunate crew, the two girls fared better. At least the area they traversed had not yet formed a sandstorm. However, in this directionless terrain, they only became more confused, ultimately losing track of where they were. Speaking of which, do you think someone could locate us based on these signals? After all, the signals active on Mars might become markers for that civilization to find us. Otherwise, why do you think those satellites are stationed in various orbits, operating automatically? But rest assured, that white light seems only to want to prevent people from exploring extraterrestrial realms. No one knows what they are truly up to. If merely having a signal would lead to destruction, Earth would have been obliterated several times by now. Even if all humans on Earth were to perish, the equipment would still operate and the electromagnetic signals would continue to function. Linamo finally calmed down. Humanity had always sought to derive patterns from that white light. The only pattern discerned was that the other party seemed to disapprove of human exploration of outer space and also did not want humanity to send signals. Nevertheless, the exploration by the players must continue, as Lin Mo could not fully trust what Lin Xiyu had said. After all, the other party's identity was suspicious. If he believed completely, he would be no different from those naive fools. Oh no, I almost fell. Nyangdo managed to stop in time. Before him was a bottomless chasm so deep that one could hardly see the end from above. A chilling aura emanated from below, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Are you two thinking of jumping down? I could give you a ride. Who knows, we might have a feast tonight. Yumi asked as he noticed the two staring blankly into the abyss. Have you noticed that this crack seems strange? Nyangdo curiously asked Yumi. Isn't it just a big hole? What's strange about it? It must be the form created during the game's modeling phase. No matter how odd it seems, it's probably quite normal. Just think about it, if those designers were normal humans, they would certainly design the visuals based on human logic, so what we see is merely a perspective of normal humanity. Yumi continued, attempting to explain using the designer's mindset. but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. He could only cough awkwardly and smile sheepishly. This thing can't be precisely defined by geological structure. Look around, there are no cracks. If there were, they would likely form from the middle or the sides. There would certainly be corresponding derivative lines. But this one looks purely like a giant sword plunged into the mud and pulled out. So what are you trying to say? Did an alien pilot a Gundam and stab Mars, then pull the sword outright? He said with a mix of amusement and frustration. He had also marveled at the geological structure's oddity, but had not connected it with swords and blades. All right, stop scaring yourself here. Let's hurry and see if we can reach the edge of the map. If we can, well, return after reaching the boundary. After all, we came out to search for water resources, but it seems like there isn't even a single bottle of mineral water in sight. Korn smiled helplessly, then nudged the other two. Only then did they come to their senses and continue on their way. Not long after they left, a hand emerged from the ground, the entire hand a vivid red resembling the skin of a wild boar that had been peeled away, with various blood vessels clearly visible. Is that another city? Upon seeing the shadow of a city in the distance, Nyang Do asked curiously. I guess so. Let's go take a look. Hopefully this modeling is more realistic and there are no air walls. Otherwise this trip would be in vain. This game company shouldn't be that shady, right? After all, they have already developed virtual reality technology. Expanding the map is something they should be capable of. Big Goose still has some faith in Lin Mo's gaming company. After all, virtual reality is something that only exists in novels and anime. Big Goose never expected to experience it firsthand in this lifetime. Yet here he is, and the object modeling is surprisingly realistic. The only way to know if it's real is to go take a look. What is this? A glass dome? Or an air wall? Nyangdo tapped on the glass-like object in front of them. They could see the situation inside through the glass, and looking in it was a scene of utter devastation. It seems like they died after experiencing something particularly despairing. Look, that guy's head is embedded in the car. These people must have driven into this glass-like barrier. What could have caused this? I don't know. The game plot hasn't mentioned it yet. I guess we'll have to explore to a certain extent before we can uncover the corresponding game storyline to understand what happened. The group started circling the city, walking and observing. Along the way, they had already vomited countless times. Even though their stomachs were empty and only bile came up, they still felt nauseous. After all, the scenes inside were truly too brutal. The corpses, without exception, were lying with their hands pressed against the glass dome, their twisted expressions clearly visible. That looks like a mother and child. Sigh, how tragic. Looking at the body of a middle-aged woman holding a child, it was evident that both their faces were extremely distorted, showing that they had endured immense suffering before their deaths. After circling around several times, they realized that they couldn't cheat their way inside. They could only sigh and head back while discussing what to eat for dinner. Yet it must be said that these three had indeed brought more game plot to the experience, but this plot was enacted through the lives of real living people. What? Do you think I'm a butcher? You could kill me now if you want avenging those people. Seeing Lin Mo looking at her, Lin Xiu smiled and said, but Lin Mo merely shook his head. After all, revisiting those so-called old grievances now would be meaningless. Moreover, if they were to judge the other party, it wouldn't be now. They still needed the other party's assistance for their exploration of Mars and the base. If they killed the other party, now how would they proceed with the plot? Lin Mo didn't believe he had the capability to resolve those major formulaic problems at a glance. So many things still depended on the other party. After all, among all of them, only Lin Xiu had the richest learning ability and knowledge reserve. That city. I think it was called Darwin City, but the name doesn't hold much significance anymore. The people inside have probably died off by now, especially considering the entire city has been sealed off and the oxygen supply cut off. Death should come swiftly. Didn't they say some cities have restored oxygen supply? When he first saw the glass dome protecting the city, Lin Mo could only think of this question. According to Lin Xiu, the other party must have already resolved that issue. There might be a problem with the program after all. You have to understand that the entire program is actually a massive system. If any single component malfunctions, the whole system can't function properly. The crisis in Huahai City back then was also due to a few faulty components. Never mind, discussing this with you is pointless. Just go check the historical records yourself. Those historical records might contain the details of the corresponding crisis. Seeing that the other party clearly didn't want to discuss it, Lin Mo shook his head and continued to open his own room. The only downside of this system was that he couldn't directly ask Xiaowei about his room access rights. He had to search room by room for results, most of which were just abandoned junk and warehouses. The only useful things were a few weapon production lines, but they had already been shut down. As long as he could find suitable mineral resources, he could directly connect these production lines and restore normal operation and production. However, it was surprising that such a large command center could still manage internal production. Considering the other party's manufacturing timeline, though, it seemed plausible. The Jiwei Star mobile command platform is essentially a large-scale strategic command mechanical transfer station. During wartime, it served as a center for the Mars defense belt with permission to directly utilize all weapons in Mars orbit, acting as a forward transfer station in Earth's orbit. The most critical point is that this entity is part of the Shanghai Jing project. Once a project is included in the Shanghai Jing project, it assumes a significantly important fate. The problem is that Lin Mo currently doesn't know what this entity is fundamentally designed for. You say it's a command combat center, yet it has a complete internal production line. Lin Mo couldn't believe that a command center would have its own production line. Was it afraid that it might suddenly lack troops in the midst of battle and then blow up some soldiers? Lin Xiu also seemed quite unclear about the facilities and structures inside. After all, at that time her body was under strict confidentiality. According to her own words, her body was directly managed by the military district, and the only ones she could control outside were the biorobots. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for her. After living for nearly 2,000 years, her body had never truly belonged to her. More accurately, her body was a common property of humanity, always being repeatedly transported to various military bases and strictly protected. However, it seemed that Lin Xiu had no objections to this. Perhaps for her this was a commonplace occurrence. After all, someone who had become accustomed to such an environment wouldn't complain much. But once she experienced a better life, returning to the previous environment would surely lead to rejection or complaints. At this moment, the lady and the rabbit were also walking across the desert. If the boys faced all kinds of sandstorms and blinding winds before, the girls saw only the pitch-black starry sky and the yellow-brown land. Wow, how large is this game map? I feel like my legs are about to fly off, yet I still haven't reached the end. The lady was no longer acting like a lady, she was almost crawling. With her head down, she kicked small stones with her feet, complaining as she walked. You've complained almost 7 times in the 10 steps you've taken. I feel like if you shut your mouth, you might save some energy. Hurry up, we can't determine where the water source is anyway. Even if we find one, we probably can't transport it back without any vehicles. At that moment, the rabbit finally realized the key issue: they had no means of transport. Furthermore, the entire camp lacked transportation tools. If they discovered a water source, they would only be able to look on helplessly. Why are you worrying so much? This is a mission assigned by the administrator. Who knows, the administrator might just wave their hand, and the entire water source will directly appear in our camp. It's all a game, oh why bother arguing with an NPC? Do you really want to discuss science with them here? What we need to do is follow the game's prompts, walk the game's path, succeed, and then receive our rewards. That's it. After all, our task is set from above, we're just here to earn points. It's meaningless. As the lady spoke, she felt as if she had discovered the essence of the game. She walked faster and eventually even passed the rabbit, looking quite energetic. Aren't you tired yet? The moment you start gossiping, you seem to fly off the ground, the rabbit said, looking at the lady who had already walked ahead of her, unable to help but chuckle. I can't help it. If I had enough time, I would definitely continue walking with you. But if we keep going like this, I feel like the sun will rise soon and I still have to go to work. After all, there's a ton of trivial matters to handle at the company all day long. As the lady complained, recalling her supervisor made her grit her teeth in frustration. No matter the situation, her supervisor loved to push the tasks onto others while leisurely sipping coffee from a thermos, as if she were just there to retire. Come on, we need to truly enjoy the happiness of the game. Who knows, while walking we might just discover something amazing. Just as the rabbit turned around, she nearly lost her soul in fright. A few individuals dressed in a decidedly cyberpunk style were holding clamps, speaking in a language she couldn't comprehend. Have we encountered NPCs? Something feels off here. The lady looked curiously at the cyberpunk individuals who wore mechanical masks and chattered away, gesturing wildly. Especially when they saw the lady turn around, their agitation only increased. Don't approach them yet, I feel something is off. The lady cautiously observed the group, tightening her grip on her cutter, only to be surprised when one of them pulled out a similar cutter. What's going on? Why does the NPC have the same weapon? Could it be that they're not enemies in the game, but rather friends? The group was also on high alert, their caution almost visibly written on their faces. Do you know these people, eh? Lin Mo pointed at the footage captured by the camera and asked Lin Xiu. It's been so many years, the so-called civilization has likely regressed to a primitive society. How am I supposed to guess? From what I've seen of that mask, I can't seem to understand it. It appears to be quite advanced, but their language seems quite different from ours. Even the common language of the Human Federation was a mix of corresponding English and Chinese. However, theirs has completely turned into gibberish, and I feel like I can't figure it out. After staring at the monitor for a long time, Lin Xiu finally shook her head. Be careful. We can't be sure whether they harbor ill intentions. Everything should prioritize protecting ourselves. If necessary, you can choose to attack or retreat openly. Lin Mo communicated directly through the intercom to the two girls. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. The languages seemed different, and it appeared that the other side was uncertain about their intentions. Meanwhile, the two individuals were already confronting each other with their cutters drawn. Are their current identities truly akin to those of the aboriginals from primitive societies? Who knows? In any case, they have lost their ability to communicate. After all, transforming a person into a beast can occur in just a generation. As long as enough people perish and their primal instincts intensify, it becomes possible to turn humans into beasts. Please let us pass. The rabbit pointed to itself and then indicated the road beside them, and it seemed the group understood the rabbit's gestures, thereby parting to create a path. It seems they understand us. Let's go, we need to retreat quickly. The rabbit hurriedly pulled the lady and walked swiftly back along the path that had been cleared. Don't look back. That group is following us. I thought they had let us go, but they actually intend to catch us all at once. These guys are truly sinister. While the rabbit walked, it remained vigilant about the situation behind them, having never relaxed its guard. However, it felt uncertain about how to deal with the fact that they were being pursued. Rabbit, stand where you are facing, and then turn 45 degrees to the right. Walk straight in that direction, and you should be able to meet up with those boys. However, the distance was still a bit too far. Suddenly, that group charged forward, brandishing their cutting tools, and gruesomely dismembered the two girls. Damn, the rabbit is in a terrible situation, and her head has been severely damaged. The goose, witnessing the bloody scene before him, felt no fear. Instead, he regarded it as a normal part of the game, having long dulled his senses through the game's information processing features. Kill them. Avenge the rabbit and the lady. Korn also swung his cutting tool and charged forward. After losing an arm and a part of his shoulder, he finally managed to eliminate those foes. The battle was intensely bloody, with both sides wildly hacking at each other with their cutting tools. Why not let me die here? Then I can choose to respawn directly. Given the current situation, dragging myself back would be quite challenging. Furthermore, I wonder if I can refresh by tomorrow morning, so I might still have 15 minutes of online time. Korn lay on the ground, blood gushing from his wounds like a fountain. He had already disconnected twice. If he disconnected again, death would be imminent. At this point, he was indeed close to death, considering that if this were real, he would bleed out quickly without stopping the bleeding. Don't blame me for being ruthless, alright? Just don't report me for deliberately killing teammates in the game. Nyang Do closed her eyes, steeled herself, and with a decisive motion, everything came to an end. Why don't we continue exploring the previous area? After all, that's where the girls encountered their problem. Perhaps we can find their base. Nyang Do's reckless spirit suddenly flared up, eager to try and see what the Aboriginals' hideouts looked like. Maybe it's better to forget about it. Even if we see their base, it won't help us much. After all, we can barely handle 2 or 3 weaklings, and if there are boss-level monsters in their camp, we'd just be walking in to deliver ourselves. Indeed, that is true. The two of them cleared the battlefield and checked their spoils. The enemies had 3 high-frequency vibrating cutting tools which appeared to have been used for a long time. However, they were unsure where the energy for them was sourced. After all, this device requires energy to operate. Without it, it's no different from a stick. Now, including the one the lady carried, their team had gathered a total of 5 high-frequency vibrating cutting tools. Korn had previously owned one, but now it was just a stick as his body had been cut into pieces. Nyang Do and the goose once again followed the previous game's coordinates and headed towards their base, completely unaware that a massive creature was slowly following them from a distance. So how long has it been since you closed the oxygen channel? Why has civilization regressed to such a degree? Looking at the culprit before her, Lin Mo thought that in a sense the other party had merely taken measures to protect themselves, albeit at a tremendous cost, the lives of all the inhabitants of Mars. Don't ask me, I don't know. Ever since I was stripped of my permissions, I've been in a state of suspended animation in the biological chamber. After all, as a weak woman, how could I dare to venture out? Isn't that right? Lin Xiu pretended to look very pitiful, but this tactic was nearly useless to Lin Mo. After all, she was on the brink of losing her own life, so why bother caring about so much? Lin Mo feared that this guy might cut off the oxygen in the entire base. After all, she still needed oxygen to breathe. Fortunately, in terms of permissions, Lin Mo's authority was higher than that of the other party. Lin Xiu's permissions were merely a byproduct of Lin Mo's. Any changes to information and systems had to be approved by Lin Mo to prevent the person before her from repeating today's catastrophic actions. I won't believe that a weak woman could kill everyone on Mars. Now what you should do is focus on your research. Lin Mo understood that even if the other party wanted to kill her, the methods would surely be more than just a few. After all, the other had lived for nearly 2,000 years. What kind of storms hadn't they weathered? If they truly wanted to kill an ordinary person, they likely had numerous means that could be traced back over 2,000 years. Lin Mo did not think that if the other party wanted to kill her, they would spend so much effort on it. After all, whether through poisoning or simply stabbing her with a nearby fork, those were all matters that could be fatal. From a certain perspective, the intellects of both parties were not even on the same level. After all, the opponent had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Not to mention the knowledge he had accumulated. Even the people and events he had encountered were likely beyond Lin Mo's imagination in this lifetime. If the other party truly wished to eliminate her meticulously, she could devise 100 foolproof methods. Right, I just remembered there seems to be another way to completely evade the crisis brought by oxygen. However, it's probably only accessible to those in the upper echelons. There should still be a large population surviving. After 3,000 years into the Common Era, human cryogenic technology was developed. The downside of this technology is its extremely low probability. If one is lucky, perhaps they could be revived in the future, but if unlucky, they might end up frozen solid watching themselves turn into a popsicle. This technology is mostly employed by the wealthy, as maintaining the entire system requires a controllable nuclear fusion energy setup. Therefore, this technology is generally only available to the affluent, while the poor will likely never encounter it in their lifetime. However, I'm not sure how many units have been mass-produced, or how many are equipped in each city. After all, I don't typically use that technology. My body is generally preserved and maintained by specialized equipment. Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo has somewhat grasped that there might still be so-called humans on Mars, but whether they are humans or wild men remains uncertain. Currently, Lin Mo is also unable to make a judgment. After all, if one were to forcibly argue the distinction between humans and wild men, it would lie in the understanding of human laws and moral boundaries. As for wild men, they likely know nothing, only understanding the concepts of eating and hunting. What about the corn man? Hasn't he returned? Bert asked as he approached the two covered in blood, holding a cutting tool. They're all dead. Aside from the two of us, everyone else has perished, especially Rabbit and the lady. They probably suffered from psychological trauma from the game. After all, looking at their corpses, it was quite horrifying. Their bodies were torn into several pieces. After Korn went to help kill those wild men, he ended up losing an arm and a leg, and just couldn't be bothered to bring him back, so he resolved it right there. The game shouldn't penalize me for dealing damage to teammates, right? Don't worry, it won't. Hurry over and help, we're still building the house. After working hard for half a day, we accomplished nothing. This is too troublesome. I still hope the lady can guide us, since we really don't have much experience with building houses. Nyang Do and He looked at the unfinished house frame and couldn't help but shake their heads, or after all, it looked too shabby. After so much work, they hadn't even managed to lay the foundation. At this rate, let alone building the house, they might not even be able to manage the most basic interest. It's almost 6 in the morning. I have to go to class. You all continue, I'm logging off first. Bert found a relatively flat spot, then directly used his right hand to touch his ear from the top of his head, and instantly, he went limp, indicating that he had logged off. I'm leaving too, I probably still have work today. Soon people around began to leave the game one by one, returning to their normal lives. After all, no one could claim they could be online in the game for 24 hours a day, as everyone has their own family and responsibilities to attend to. Thus, the game was mostly a means of leisure. After all, one still had to rely on their own labor to eat. Once everyone had left, the entire world seemed to become peaceful. Lin Mo continued to busy himself, while Lin Xiu remained engrossed in her research. During this time, Lin Mo observed the growth of the previously planted crops. They had already sprouted tender shoots, and it seemed like it wouldn't be long before they could be harvested. However, it would depend on the yield of these plants, since no one currently knew the productivity of this crop. If the yield was high, Lin Mo planned to collect all the seeds and distribute some to the players for them to busy themselves. After all, players focused on life skills surely exist in large numbers. They might very well enjoy this ordinary pastoral life. There's a big creature approaching you. I don't know if it's something your players brought over. It looks somewhat like a large gorilla, but it seems to be rapidly mutating. Lin Xiu looked at the moving dot on the screen, then magnified it, and instantly saw a creature resembling a gorilla slowly approaching. It's probably Nyang Do and He, but how should we deal with this? Should I take a gun and fire a few rounds at its head to take it down? No need. The base has its own defense facilities, which should be much more powerful than your firearm. Indeed, as soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, the blue membrane seemed to sense something and began to thicken. The patterns on it transformed into hexagonal crystals, and countless fine lines emerged from each crystal, connecting the corners around and forming a dense web. I just wonder if this thing can withstand it. Lin Mo felt quite worried, or after all, if this thing really broke, and the destruction it would cause would surely be immense. However, the outer membrane now resembled an impassable chasm. With the enemy identification system activated, the attack system for that creature was already prepared. Lin Mo, looking at the screen where it was locked on, decisively chose to confirm. With the activation of that blue beam of light, everything became exceedingly simple. The monster's head vanished as if it had never existed, and its entire body teetered before collapsing. Next time, these players should really pay attention to what's following them, otherwise I fear they might attract all sorts of things. Lin Mo looked at the fallen corpse, feeling somewhat speechless. After all, if one remains oblivious to their surroundings, they could easily suffer great losses. The entire base is well concealed, yet these people foolishly bring dangers right to themselves. Alright, but the numerous mutated animals should be a result of solar radiation. Over these past few centuries, these creatures have changed to the point where even their original structure has been altered. According to human or animal physiology, their bones should not support such massive weight. Yet now these beings not only support their weight, but can continue to walk like normal animals. It's truly fascinating. I really want to dissect them to see how they have evolved. Are you talking about flesh ascension? Lin Emo looked at the other person who was filled with fervor and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It felt as if he were being watched by some beast, and this sensation seemed even more threatening than the large gorilla outside. What do you mean? It means modifying one's body to attain powers that surpass the divine. Are you writing a science fiction novel here? Such scenarios could happen after all. There were relevant records in the earlier scientific journals about modifying genes to push humans beyond their limits. Some scientists had conducted research in this area, but it was later banned for being excessively cruel and inhumane, essentially experimenting with a person's future. However, after the collapse of the Human Council's societal order became chaotic, it's possible that someone has conducted such research and achieved capabilities beyond the ordinary. Who can say for sure? We'll only understand these situations after returning to Earth, as we are still on Mars. Even if someone on Earth has achieved flesh ascension, they cannot come to Mars. Li Shiyun, known as the lady, was currently attending a meeting while secretly browsing her phone. She was scrolling through a forum filled with intriguing posts after reading the administrator's emails. Li Shiyun, what are you doing with your head down? Hearing her boss voice, Li Shiyun quickly raised her head only to meet the gaze of her superior, causing a wave of laughter from her colleagues. Her boss didn't press her further, knowing that Li Shiyun was infamous for her fiery temper in the company. It didn't matter if it was a leader or a chairman. If provoked, she would confront them fiercely. Though her personality was quite strong, she maintained solid relationships with her colleagues and got along well with them. I told you it's real. I've personally experienced it. Do you think I would deceive you? When have I ever lied to you at work? The other female colleagues exchanged glances, shaking their heads. While they believed Li Shiyun, the concept seemed too far-fetched. After all, a game that achieves 100% immersion is unheard of. Currently, the best they had seen were VR devices, but true virtual devices like that existed only in novels and comics. Curious, several colleagues discreetly took out their phones during work, sipping coffee and idly browsing. For a working person, such days felt truly delightful. Surviving each day was enough, especially in this economically gloomy time where no one knew if they'd still have their seats tomorrow. This thing can only stream videos, you can't make purchases. Buying requires a forecast slot, and aren't all of them supposed to be free? Where's the need to buy? The other girls were chattering endlessly, which caught the supervisor's attention. When the supervisor approached, the girls quickly stashed their phones away and returned to their tasks. Everyone, don't slack off. The company isn't doing well, so please be understanding. I may seem to spend my days sipping coffee, but I negotiate contracts when it's time. So while you're on tasks, don't stop. Focus and complete your assignments. Okay. The colleagues nodded, their expressions showing extreme indifference. They didn't believe a word their supervisor said. Contracts were handled by the sales department, while this person merely sat there drinking coffee. With the persistent recommendations from these individuals and the site's inherent appeal, the number of visitors has now exceeded 50,000. However, there are still only 10 slots available, and it's uncertain if there will be any expansion. These people have thoroughly scrutinized the company, finding its economic and equity structure incomprehensible. The equity appeared to be a mere facade, showing control by a foreign enterprise, which in turn was held by a domestic entity. Even more bizarre was the so-called equity distribution, which was actually managed by a foundation that could not be traced. If you think about it, it makes sense. Such high investment, high consumption research certainly requires an organization with substantial wealth and technical prowess. Only large enterprises can afford to invest in such research. Smaller businesses would risk destroying themselves. Eternal Life Virtual Technology Co., Ltd., has recently entered the public eye. In just a few weeks, the company has registered nearly 200 patents, primarily in the field of biology, with several related articles published in various academic papers. Of course, these are not the kind of groundbreaking findings. They were sourced from the database by Lin Emo, including some contributions from Lin Shiyun, who is practically a walking encyclopedia in the fields of biology and other sciences. Thus, relying on these areas allows the company to operate discreetly. Sometimes being well-known can have its drawbacks, as many inexplicable aspects can be exaggerated by the public, such as ongoing speculation about the company's structure by external media. The company really has money. They've spent so long on animation, using it for promotional CG instead of posting videos. I must say that's quite impressive. Now, a game company that can't claim to produce good anime isn't a good game company at all. How do you expect those film companies to feel about that? Seeing that the documentary series he posted about the human era was quite popular online, Lin Emo searched for more related documentaries and uploaded them. These included discussions on anime structure and film structure, and unexpectedly the impact on the entire film industry was profound. Lin Mo had the foresight to claim that the personnel involved in the facial synthesis technology did not actually exist, they were all created using special effects. The resulting stir attracted a wave of journalists to the company where they found no one present, yet it continued to operate smoothly, creating quite a buzz online. Lin Mo was well aware that these matters could not be concealed from the higher-ups, and now it was a matter of observing their attitude. However, he had not yet entered the commercial trading phase, so it was likely that the higher-ups were still in a wait-and-see mode. Nevertheless, for Lin Mo, these concerns were trivial. After all, his body was no longer on Earth. What was there to fear? If necessary, he could simply change countries, or if worse came to worst, he could transfer the so-called virtual devices to Africa. After all, he only had 10 players. The temple was small. If someone were to pursue him, they could just carry the temple away. Who says a monk can escape, but not the temple? In the following days, the Eternal Life Virtual Technology Research Team successfully proved the Riemann hypothesis. Once this news broke, it sent shockwaves through the internet, as this issue is one of the Millennium Prize problems with a reward of $1 million from the Clay Mathematics Institute, now resolved by a research team. Most impressively, regarding the $1 million reward, Eternal Life Virtual Technology seemingly ignored it, choosing to overlook it entirely with the so-called gratitude speech produced using synthesized computer voices. Shortly after this, the research team announced that they had completed research on a universal anti-cancer drug, which caused an even greater sensation. While many might not understand mathematics, cancer is a fear for everyone who, once diagnosed, it is nearly a death sentence, with all efforts merely slowing the inevitable. However, this problem has now been solved, and the team seemingly selflessly transferred all research technology to the government of Hua country, a series of actions that left everyone astounded, given the countless people suffering from cancer, an unfathomable number. Converting these numbers into monetary value would likely put them on par with Elon Musk and Bill Gates, as everyone understands the choice between money and life. They would undoubtedly exhaust their savings for treatment. Yet this research team directly transferred this cash cow to the government of Hua country. That very afternoon, a plaque was hung in the vacant office, inscribed with the words, "The chivalrous act is for the nation and its people." As for who wrote it, no one knows, but those in the know understand that this is a living ticket of immunity. After completing this series of actions, Lin Mo could finally continue his research at his commercial company with peace of mind, as he could now openly run around with the commercial company's name. Any legal representative could be casually appointed, since the higher-ups had already given him the green light. Of course, this series of actions would not have been possible without Lin Xiu. For her, treating cancer was as routine as eating and taking medicine, but for Lin Mo and others, cancer and terminal illness were essentially the same. "Thanks a lot." This time, Lin Mo tossed a pack of nutritional liquid over, which Lin Xiu caught, and then smiled while asking, "What are you thanking me for? What do you think you should give me as thanks? Let's consider it the rent for staying here during this period. After all, you've been eating and drinking for free. To be honest, I haven't even thought of what to give you right now." Lin Xiu smiled and went back to her tasks. As for the large corpse at the Dornyo Do, you were quite distressed as they dragged it to another location. After confirming that the meat was edible, they took plenty of it for roasting and preserved it for future consumption. Lin Mo and Lin Xiu also refrained from consuming that meat and continued to enjoy the nutritional liquid instead, as it felt much safer. Although it had been nearly 100 years past its expiration date, the vacuum-sealed packaging remained intact, free of any microorganisms, and there was no sign of spoilage, making it temporarily safe to consume. Lin Mo was most apprehensive about the chronic viruses outside, as these players could simply change bodies if anything happened. "However, after my incident, I truly have no body to exchange, so for now, I only need to satisfy my hunger. As for other desires, Lin Mo has long ceased to consider them. After spending too much time on Mars, Lin Mo feels that his sense of taste is continuously deteriorating. Lin Xiu mentioned it as a taste disorder caused by a prolonged absence of stimulating food for the taste organs, resulting in a degradation of taste. But now there is no way around it. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, every day all I have is that indescribable nutrition package." After nearly 4 days of hard work, this group of novice players finally constructed the house and partitioned several rooms inside. Once they finished the household tasks, they each changed into new gear, ready for new explorations. "We will team up with Yumi, while Bo Te and Ling Xiao will form another group. The girls can just split among themselves." Soon the boys had already found their positions, each one calculating their moves, eager to join the main force of the team. "Of course, but you must give me a gun. Oh, we need firearms here. After all, compared to melee weapons, I prefer using ranged weapons like guns." Bo Te also learned to bargain. After all, there were 3 people on the other side, while there were only 2 of them, both at a rather weak level. Yumi had real combat experience. Every time they encountered monsters, it was usually Yumi who took action, using his fork to stab them to death. Meanwhile, Bo Te and Ling Xiao were often the ones being chased by monsters. "Isn't using a cutter better? It's not only lightweight, but also..." "Enough, stop listing the advantages. Will you give it or not?" In the end, he reluctantly handed over his gun to Ling Xiao, as it was something he had saved up for hard to buy. However, when Ling Xiao received the gun, he realized an awkward fact: he didn't have the permission to use it. In the end, with no other choice, they had to spend money to ask the administrator to grant permission. The girls all went as a group, especially after the last incident where 2Z and Shu Nu were terribly frightened and refused to act separately again. They all carried high-frequency cutters, as they had previously spent all their money going from rich girls to little beggars. Lin Mo watched these fellows leave the base like a father sending off his children, feeling melancholic, as he secretly thought, I hope these guys don't attract any monsters back. If they do, don't even think about saying they know them. The enemy identification system will blast them all. Oh my, it feels like my child has grown up. What is this feeling of being an old father? Lin Mo patted his face and said somewhat awkwardly. After finishing things here, Lin Mo didn't go to open a room. During this time, he had accumulated quite a few cigarette boxes, but most of them were already empty, having been smoked clean, leaving only as a memory. However, he had managed to find the base's power distribution room. The crucial thing was that he could still enter, though it was of little use. He could only gaze at the massive circular nuclear fusion control device in awe. After all, according to what Lin Xiu had learned, the energy produced by this nuclear fusion device was beyond anyone's imagination. At the current consumption rate, it would take another 2,000 or 3,000 years to completely deplete it. Of course, this premise is contingent upon excluding the aging factor of the internal components. After all, it was filled with a bunch of high-end cutting-edge instruments, and aging was certainly unavoidable. As for when it would age, that was uncertain. During this time, Lin Mo also stopped opening rooms, and instead wandered around like an old man, occasionally checking on the growth of his fruit plants, watering them now and then. Although he wanted to fertilize them, he decided against using farmyard manure, preferring not to use any fertilizer. Lin Xiu couldn't recall the exact variety. As she put it, she had recorded thousands, if not tens of thousands of plants, and this was clearly a mix of artificial hybrids and genetic engineering. It's quite normal not to remember now, considering that humanity made significant breakthroughs in genetic engineering in the future, allowing crops to be completely self-made, purely DIY. Humanity has even resolved the issue of reproductive isolation, but this brought about more problems, particularly ethical concerns that garnered attention and reflection. However, this new technology was not halted due to ethical issues. Otherwise, people would have found other ways to play with it. Of course, this does not apply to the interaction between plants and animals, but it is feasible between plants and among animals. Lin Xiu speculated that those previous individuals were clearly something that had broken through reproductive isolation. Lin Mo wasn't too sure. After all, they looked human, wore masks, and carried cutters, possessing much common knowledge of humanity. However, aside from their inability to speak, it seemed there was nothing to indicate they were animals. However, due to the small number of participants, the atmosphere remained harmonious, with no conflicts among players. As the number of players increases in the future, there will undoubtedly be more conflicts, necessitating a set of rules to restrain them. The several individuals on this expedition were quite clever, going into the forest to pick some leaves to make hats, wearing them on their heads to shield against the so-called wind and sand. Oh my, why does the sand hitting my head on Mars hurt so much? It feels no different than stones hitting my head. At this moment, Nyang Do was shielding her face from the swirling sand with her hand while complaining. You should say less. Every time you speak, you choke on sand. At this rate, you might as well eat sand to fill yourself up. At this moment, Yumi was not feeling particularly well, as the swirling yellow sand was capable of completely burying a person. On Mars, the dust storms could be said to depend entirely on luck. If fortune was not on one side, one would likely encounter these storms continuously, while a stroke of good luck could mean a smooth journey. Under such circumstances, houses without any protective structures would have likely been buried by the dust storms long ago. After all, the destruction wrought by such powerful sandstorms was immense, posing a lethal threat to mechanical devices and buildings alike. No matter how advanced, the equipment facing the onslaught of wind and sand after nearly 2 centuries of erosion would render it unrecognizable, and it could very well become part of the storm itself. Nyang Do and her companions trudged laboriously through the sandstorm, the swirling winds relentlessly battering their faces as if trying to engulf them. The girls were adamant about not returning to the previous path, as it had left a psychological scar on the 2 girls who had witnessed their friend being dismembered with a cutting tool. The feeling was truly harrowing, and the fear was palpable. Their courage to enter the game again was thanks to the emotional desensitization feature. Why do I still feel scared? The rabbit cautiously followed the other, for her eyes darting around. Although the scenery felt identical to before, her heart was still gripped by fear. What are you afraid of? Besides, we didn't feel any pain last time. There's no choice. The administrator requires all of us to investigate the situation. We have to complete this segment, otherwise if we don't accumulate points, we won't even be able to purchase the most basic tools. That damned merchant administrator just lounges around at home, indulging in wine and fireworks, with Lin Xiu the epitome of a capitalist. Guys like him deserve to be hanged from a lamppost. Shu Nu, however, was completely unafraid, boldly stating her thoughts, reflecting her fearless disposition. At that moment, Lin Mo, holding a watering can, couldn't help but sneeze, feeling an inexplicable chill on her neck, as if something was watching her. After glancing around, she continued watering her plants. Alright, stop talking nonsense. If you lower the administrator's favorability, it will be difficult to improve it later. After all, it was stated during the game update that task assignments depend on the administrator's favorability towards you. When the time comes, if we all receive tasks and you don't, you can just cry. No tasks mean no points, and no points mean a drastically poor gaming experience. Luo Yu hurriedly came over to advise, as there were only 5 girls, and they needed to support each other. Okay, I did speak out of anger earlier. Administrator, you didn't hear that, did you? If you did, I sincerely apologize here. Lin Mo, holding the watering can and staring blankly at the screen, was even more confused. Oh, what had she said earlier? She had no recollection. Lin Mo leisurely took her watering can to the next spot. She didn't want to get too involved in the players' affairs, believing they should discover the fun of the game on their own. These players could likely entertain themselves for an entire day. She wasn't worried they wouldn't find new enjoyment within the game. Is that a town over there? There's smoke, so there must be humans. Let's hurry over and take a look. Nyangdo became excited upon seeing the distant city. After all, the only NPCs they had seen all day were Lin Mo and Lin Siu. Now they might finally encounter a new NPC, potentially unlocking new plots and pathways. I think we should be cautious. Not all NPCs are friendly. We have encountered unfriendly ones before. What if the NPCs over there are related to the hostile ones we met earlier? Yumi quickly stopped the eager Nyangdo as she was uncertain of the other party's true intentions. Nyangdo suddenly calmed down, recalling the previous battle vividly. Their side had suffered significant losses with 2 girls and Yumi. Thus they decided to sneak in and assess the situation. If they discovered that the other party belonged to the same race as the wild men, they would unleash a massacre. However, if they found normal humans, they might be able to engage in trade. As they quietly took a detour into the city, they noticed that this city appeared cleaner and tidier compared to the one they had seen before, with no corpses lying around. Do you smell something delicious? It does smell like roasted meat. The big goose sniffed the air as the scent reminded it of the time it had roasted that big star. The similarity in aroma further strengthened its belief that NPCs might exist here. Be careful so you don't get ambushed. Always stay alert. After all, we still have time to respawn, and it's best not to take unnecessary risks. Yumi once again cautioned the big goose, and Nyangdo, fearing these two would recklessly charge in and meet their demise. As they delved deeper into the city, they finally got a clear view of its entirety. Various cars were parked along the roadside, and it appeared that many lacked tires, likely resembling the anti-gravity vehicles from movies. However, these contraptions were now corroded down to mere frames. Some had lost even their most basic shapes, riddled with holes. Just seeing them sent a chill down their spines. Such a sight was something they would never encounter in their lifetimes, as no one would treat their beloved vehicles in such a manner. Upon seeing the source of the smoke, everyone was taken aback, for no matter how one looked at it, the object on the grill resembled some kind of human organ. Damn, these people really are. Nyangdo vomited directly, as it was difficult to look at this thing filled with disgust. There's no way around it. The game's setting is post-apocalyptic on Mars. After confirming there was no one around, the 3 of them stepped out from the shadows, gazing at the grilled leg muscles, feeling a wave of nausea. No wonder they hadn't seen any so-called corpses nearby, or it turned out the bodies had already been digested by these people internally. The 3 looked at the leg that had been grilled to the brink of becoming charcoal, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Sometimes certain games were too realistic, making it hard to muster any interest. Other games, despite their lack of realism, also failed to spark their interest. To be honest, if such a thing were to happen, our situation would probably be similar to theirs, right? Are we just supposed to wait and kill those who come back? So we must eradicate everyone when the time comes. Nyangdo was very resolute. The moment he saw this thing, he felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. If it weren't for the emotional animations in the game, he might have already lost his lunch, as this sensation was far too real. He couldn't understand why he felt nothing when seeing the so-called more bloody and violent scenes in other games. But here, he couldn't distinguish what this was. The urge to vomit was constant. Alright, let's prepare an ambush for now. After a while, they could hear voices calling out instantly, putting the 3 on high alert, as it indicated those people were likely returning. Damn, they're actually speaking a language, not just howling like savages, right? Nyangdo was equally shocked. If that were the case, then the other party was likely human, not some wild savages. This was humanity consuming the flesh of their own kind, something they had never considered. After a while, a gaunt old man emerged with a child who looked as thin as a bag of bones. The old man did not immediately grab the meat, but instead focused on the marks on the ground, as if sensing something. He hurriedly picked up a stick next to him and pulled the boy into a corner, tightly gripping the stick in his hand. Have we been discovered? Just as the three felt puzzled, a group of masked individuals resembling savages rushed out from another alley brandishing sticks at the frail old man and the child. What should we do? Should we go help? How can we help? The three whispered among themselves, watching as the old man nearly succumbed. Finally, they made a firm decision, charging out with a cutting tool in hand. In a swift and decisive manner, they ended the fight. After all, compared to wooden sticks, using a high-frequency vibrating cutter felt like wielding a legendary sword against mere novices. The old man and the child were barely hanging on to life. Yumi, unable to rest easy, took the gorilla jerky he had brought, mashed it up, put it in a bowl-like metal container, and made a bit of soup to feed the old man and child. Once the old man and child regained a sliver of awareness, they moved them to another place. Nyang-do and Dai lifted the old man, as if dragging him along, for the old man was not only exceedingly gaunt, but felt as light as carrying a pile of bones. Sometimes I wish games weren't so realistic, otherwise I feel my heart is too much of a bleeding heart. Nyang-do had been influenced by Chinese philosophical thought since childhood. Suddenly becoming cold-blooded and unfeeling was something that typically required many experiences. Having been exposed to various Confucian ideologies and propaganda throughout his upbringing, it couldn't be said that he was a bleeding heart. Rather, under such conditions, he had no choice in the matter. After a while, the old man seemed to regain some consciousness. The first thing he did was shield the boy with his body. Seeing this, the other three felt a pang of sorrow, for if they lived in a stable era, they wouldn't have to endure such a life. It was indeed an unfortunate time. They should have been at home enjoying family bliss and a peaceful retirement. Yet now they constantly faced the threat of death. One could say these people had simply run out of luck. Can you speak? Do you know Chinese? Dai gestured wildly, and the old man still appeared bewildered, but gradually relaxed his guard. After all, if someone truly wanted to eat him, they wouldn't have lingered for so long. What are you saying, my friend? After a long pause, the old man finally spoke. He wants to know who you are. This was the universal language of the human alliance. It seemed the other party was also an old monster, likely one of the earlier individuals who had undergone cryogenic preservation and entered this era. Lin Mo naturally understood these so-called languages. When he first woke up, this knowledge had become a part of him. However, Lin Mo had reason to suspect that a substantial amount of knowledge had been forcibly implanted into his mind, including language education and some related common knowledge. After all, he couldn't explain the origins of this knowledge. Therefore, from the current perspective, the only plausible explanation was that he had been subjected to forced memory implantation. However, the thought was chilling. What if the origins of all this knowledge had also been implanted? Did that mean all memories could be artificially modified or fabricated? But right now, this was not a concern. The pressing issue was the inquiry from the old man before him, as it was evident that this old man was not from this era. During the ensuing conversation, the old man gradually lowered his guard and began to engage in dialogue with Lin Mo, while the other three remained in a state of bewilderment. They felt as if they had opened a new chapter in a story, yet they were completely disconnected from it, unable to understand the conversation and questioning their sense of involvement. As Lin Mo conversed with the old man, he began to understand some of the circumstances. This old man was indeed not from this era. He had emerged from a cryogenic chamber similar to Lin Siu's life support system, though it was of a much more basic nature, merely a fundamental cellular maintenance device. Upon waking, he found himself in this predicament. The boy was not his biological grandson, but rather someone he had picked up on the road. They relied on each other for survival. The wild people he had encountered were, to be precise, no longer human. They were indeed a new species resulting from genetic breakthroughs. This species possessed intelligence surpassing that of humans. If humanity failed to rebuild its civilization for an extended period, it was likely that they would evolve into a new breed of humans, eventually establishing a new civilization. Lin Mo refrained from inquiring about the type of meat the old man was consuming, as it held no real significance. After all, when one is on the brink of starvation, they are capable of doing anything. Lin Mo certainly couldn't stand on some moral high ground to criticize him for his choice of meat. Ordinary people struggle to endure missing 2 meals a day, so in such a state of starvation, with only a thin layer of skin covering their bones, one would hardly care about moral boundaries. As for the old man, Lin Mo decided to let him fend for himself. After all, the area was rife with monsters, and bringing the old man back would likely lead to his swift demise. Moreover, the old man was uncertain whether he posed a threat to Lin Mo, so it was imperative to keep him out of the blue membrane area. Here, apart from the NPCs in the game, only players were allowed. All other beings were strictly prohibited. Lin Mo's belief in the players stemmed from the authority he wielded over them. He could directly control whether they logged into the game. Should a player harbor strong animosity towards Lin Mo, they would be forcibly logged out. Although such methods would be considered outright violations of the previous information supervision agreement, no one seemed to care anymore. After all, there used to be a human cloning fund management committee to oversee issues concerning the signal transmission between clones and bioengineered individuals. Monitoring bioengineered individuals through signal transmission was a blatant violation. Simply put, such an infraction could result in the entire company being shut down for reorganization, and the owner could even face imprisonment. But who was there to care about such matters now? Perhaps those in the previous management had long since become part of the corpses piled up, so naturally no one was left to oversee such issues. Lin Mo could confidently monitor the player's vital signs through the signals. So, Administrator, how should we handle this old man? Can we just bring him back? Bring him back for what? The entrance is swarming with monsters. Do you really want to bring back some imported snacks for them? Lin Mo replied, somewhat irritated. After all, if his players held such thoughts, they would end up bringing all sorts of risks into their homes. No one could guarantee that those monsters wouldn't disguise themselves as ordinary people and infiltrate the crowd. As Lin Xiu put it, the rate of biological mutation was accelerating, and no one could predict how organisms would continue to evolve. All one could do was adapt proactively to the direction of evolution rather than merely following the changes. One must also evolve. Of course, saying this was essentially meaningless, as the current technological capabilities only allowed for upgrading equipment for the lower-tier players and exploring new paths for their advancement. As for Lin Mo and Lin Xiu, they certainly wouldn't risk their own bodies for experimentation. Realizing there was no other option, he decided to leave the old man and the child behind and prepare to delve deeper into the area for exploration. According to the information provided by the old man, there existed humans within the city who operated under a tribal system, and they harbored significant hostility towards those who emerged from cryogenic chambers. Lin Mo deduced that these people likely believed that those who had sheltered in cryogenic chambers were the culprits responsible for the misfortunes that befell their families, as only those individuals had truly survived the so-called suffocation period. As for the situation with the female group, it could only be described as dire. They had encountered a swarm of desert scorpions akin to what Nian Do had dealt with previously. What does it feel like when such a force rushes towards you like a sandstorm? The feeling is that if you don't run now, you will lose your chance to escape. Indeed, under such circumstances, escape seemed impossible. The 5 girls formed a circle with their backs against each other, watching the scorpions with their pincers wide open and stingers poised, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Lin Mo observed the scene as if it were a play, watching his players being surrounded by the scorpions. In a way, these crises were providing the players with strength and instilling a more resilient psychological endurance. Of course, this was merely Lin Mo's perspective. The 5 girls at that moment were filled with expletives. They had sensed something was amiss when they first saw the sandstorm and had even convened a meeting only to end up crossing paths with these creatures. What do we do now? I just entered the game and I don't want to log out yet. One of the girls lamented, her frustration evident. The game's survival rate was exceedingly low and players often died for various reasons. It sounds as if we want to withdraw, but don't ask us. You should ask those Scorpion brothers whether they are willing to let us retreat. In the end, Luo Yu could no longer bear the pressure in her heart and charged forward with the cutter in hand, only to be pierced through, completely feeling a chilling sensation in the physical sense as the scorpion treated her like a toy, swinging her around on its tail. Seeing this, the others stopped being timid and directly attempted to confront these creatures, resulting in their swift annihilation. Lin Mo quickly received the news of the girl's demise, which was entirely expected. After all, even the most powerful teams face death against such monsters. Unless they activated high-level gear, they would be of no use. No matter how skilled they were, they would still feel fear in the presence of these colossal beings and ultimately be killed by them. The lady cursed as she took off her helmet, then logged onto the forum to express her warm greetings to Lin Mo, cursing him thoroughly while he was peeking at the forum. Gentle lady, is this dog planner crazy? Why create such a high difficulty for whom? We just entered the desert and were immediately besieged by hundreds of scorpions, densely packed enough to trigger anyone's fear of crowding. We were 5 and assigned to handle over 100. Even if we were stuffed into their gaps, it wouldn't be enough. The problem is that this dog planner not only created this situation, but also directly tested it on us as the experimental subjects. You can't imagine how it feels to be surrounded by hundreds of bears. You just guess how it feels. This planner's mind is truly deranged. If you're sick, go to the hospital early for treatment, but don't delay or you'll ruin your brain. The lady wrote nearly a few hundred words in a complaint article and published it, only to realize that Lin Mo was also peeking at it, and she hadn't encrypted her ID. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Damn it, how do I retract this? Spiral Airplane, Administrator, someone here is unsatisfied with you. Revoke her quota. Absolutely, the opponent is just slapping your face. How can you endure this? Revoke their quota and give it to us. Indeed, I also think this is unethical, but speaking of which, why can't we stream live in the game? Even if we can't play, it would be nice to have a glimpse of it. We have received your feedback regarding the game difficulty, but we want change it. What can I do for you? La 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 la. We want lower the game's difficulty. Instead, we will increase the challenge level. Enjoy the torment while you can. Of course, you should be grateful at least you are among those who can experience this torture, while others can only wish, but not get a spot. As for your complaints about the planner, I have informed them and I agree with you. After all, planners are meant to be criticized. Just a friendly reminder, you have been targeted by the planner, so be cautious about your personal safety. Lin Mo found the latest complaints on the forum utterly inconsequential. After all, in this game it's play or leave. Lin Mo had no say in the game's difficulty. Everything happening here is remarkably real. Although it carries the name of a game, it is an extremely authentic world where every person and monster has their own complete timeline and storyline. Lin Mo did not believe he had the capability to control those monsters or the sequence of events. The only thing that could be enhanced was the players themselves. Currently, these players could hardly afford to strengthen themselves physically, let alone by weapons. They were essentially broke. Luo Yu ruthlessly exclaimed, "The planner is just a big fool, someone who can't find a toilet, even to take a dump. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? We didn't see a single shadow, and were confusedly squished into meat paste by a swarm of scorpions. We had previously set out eagerly for an expedition, but it turned out this guy hadn't even stepped outside. We had clearly bypassed those scorpions, yet we collided face-to-face with them. I truly admire this planner's creativity. Sometimes I really want to dig out this planner's brain and make hot pot out of it. How can you say such things about the planner? We could just strip him and hang him from the city gate, then use hairy crabs to pinch his little brother, forcing him to create such plots." As the female players lambasted the planner, Lin Mo decisively joined in. After all, he wasn't the planner. Since he was merely an administrator, who could he scold? After all, the planner of fate is ultimately just fate itself. What does it matter to scold fate? Compared to the girl's hasty withdrawal, the storyline on the boys' side was much more exciting. Only when they truly stepped into the iron jungle would they understand the greatness of humanity, with towering skyscrapers everywhere and various overpasses standing tall among them. Various vehicles were parked on these overpasses, making the entire city resemble a massive maze. Initially, I thought I was on the lowest level, but as I walked I realized I was actually on the rooftop, and after a few more steps I discovered I was in the middle of the floors. Looking around, the scenery was particularly magical. Is this the style of the future? It feels as if the game designers always put a lot of effort into those inexplicable domains. Nyangdo looked around at the glass, speaking in disbelief, for from this perspective the entire city looked like a gigantic beehive. While calling it a beehive is indeed somewhat inappropriate, but it can certainly be described as intricate and complex. Even the most knowledgeable person about the local terrain might struggle to find their way out. Be careful, for heaven's sake, don't get lost. If we lose our way here, we might never find our way out for the rest of our lives. You might couldn't help but feel a bit anxious standing inside. After all, his worries were not unfounded. Here not only was it impossible to find corresponding positioning, but if he got lost inside, he wouldn't even know which floor he was on, let alone how to get out. The group rummaged through the city, discovering all sorts of gadgets everywhere. For these players, it was quite enjoyable. Even though they sometimes didn't quite understand what those items were for, as long as they were fun, that was enough. Let's see if there's a car we can drive. If we find one, we can just drive it back. Nyangdo glanced at the cars parked by the street. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she said to the other two, "Oh wow, what a genius idea, let's look for one. As long as it moves, it's fair game." Lin Mo, who was observing through a remote camera, couldn't help but exclaim that this was indeed a good idea. After all, compared to walking, these anti-gravity cars were much safer in the air. Even if monsters existed, they likely wouldn't be able to catch up with these players, even disregarding height. Their efforts were rewarded as they finally found a relatively intact vehicle in a closed room. "How do you start this thing?" The three of them sat inside the car, which had a spacious interior that looked quite luxurious, although many areas were now rusty, likely due to enduring the ravages of time. Who am I supposed to ask? I don't even have a driver's license in the real world, let alone in the game. The three of them exchanged blank stares, their expressions bewildered. They hadn't found a suitable way to handle the situation yet, as this vehicle seemed far too advanced, and they had no idea where to start. "How about we try to start it first?" Yumai looked at the so-called steering wheel and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is it really necessary to still have this round steering wheel in an era over 5,000 years later? Shouldn't there be more advanced and sophisticated control methods? In fact, there was initially an attempt to revolutionize transportation by eliminating steering wheels in favor of artificial intelligence. However, after the intelligent crisis, the steering wheel made a comeback. In many critical research fields, manual control methods were still predominantly used, and fully automated robots were a rare sight. After all, humanity's trust in robots had plummeted to a chilling low. Following the intelligent crisis, no one wanted to entrust the most advanced fields to robots anymore. Instead, they insisted that humans handle them, even if it meant slower efficiency. The most crucial thing was safety. Lin Mo had stumbled upon this history through several small details. Compared to the white light crisis, the so-called intelligent crisis seemed trivial. After all, the intelligent crisis caused robots to collapse due to enforced disconnection from the internet. However, the losses incurred were incalculable. The dependence on information in commercial transactions was extremely high. Because of the 2 months of disconnection, the entire societal economy regressed by countless years. Yet in comparison to the white light crisis which threatened human civilization as a whole, this crisis was merely a minor episode in human history. Lin Xiu had personally experienced that crisis. For her, there was no clear sensation associated with it. The only feeling was that during that period, none of the internet devices could be used. Not only internet devices, but even various communication systems aboard satellites were forcibly shut down. All devices were required to be returned to related institutions for inspection. It could almost be said that humanity had returned to the era of telegrams. However, 2 months later, once the artificial intelligence cleanup was complete, human life returned to normal. Such incidents were probably not as intense as outbreaks of viruses. While the economic losses were significant compared to other crises, this one seemed rather mild and manageable. Returning to the present after a period of frantic activity, the three of them actually managed to start the vehicle, which began to float above the ground. How do you make this thing rise? Oh no. Yumai pulled a lever, and the entire car suddenly took off, crashing into the wall above. She hastily pulled the lever down to lower the height. Driving the car felt like a drunken fistfight, swaying this way and that. Nyangdo and Day clung tightly to the ring on their seats, but due to the long-term deterioration of the ring, it snapped off suddenly, sending the two flying inside the car, crashing face first into the windshield. Big bro, slow down, slow down. Oh no, we're going to hit the left side. Please let me down, oh mama. Nyangdo was so frightened that he even shouted for his mother. After all, he had never faced such intense stimulation when confronting monsters. But when Yumai was driving, the sensation was unmistakable, and he felt as if his head was about to be smashed back into his stomach. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. I'm very steady. You have to trust me, or I'll show you a drift. Bang! As a spark exploded in the city's buildings, the wild men hunting below looked up in confusion. When they saw nothing unusual, they continued their work of cleaning up the bodies, for even for them, eating contaminated food could lead to illness. Thus, they needed to roast and steam their food before consumption. I throw you some fat, you street punk. The three of them are now unable to move as their arms and other limbs are embedded in the vehicle's frame and nailed firmly to the wall. They cannot escape, even if they wanted to. It was clearly your noise that disturbed my performance. If I could perform normally, I could guarantee a drift in the air that would knock your teeth out. At this moment, Yumi was also thrown into a daze with his arm nailed firmly to the wall and a steel bar pierced through his abdomen. Now my teeth have indeed been knocked out. The big goose had nearly slammed its face into the wall, and now its face was distorted. It had no idea where its teeth had flown off to. Watching the tragic state of several people through the camera, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. It was simply too miserable to bear. However, it seems that they can only wait for these players to kick the bucket, as they are firmly embedded in the vehicle frame and nailed to the wall. They are probably very close to death now, and if they don't die from blood loss, the tetanus blade will surely finish them off. However, it's just a matter of time. Lin Mo switched the feed to Ling Xiao and Bot's side, where the situation seemed much more stable. The two were exploring the city's corridors, mainly searching for small gadgets with technological content. To be honest, I really want to know what the mobile phones of the future look like. Isn't that what you're wearing on your head, eh? Virtual reality devices, brother. How could people in the future still use mobile phones? Just think about it. Carrying a brick around all day is not as good as stepping directly into a virtual world. Ling Xiao pointed to Bot's head and said, although the game gradually enhances the sense of feeling, it also makes the sensation of fatigue more pronounced. Ling Xiao had chosen a level with 80% realism, and now he could clearly feel his fatigue after walking such a long distance. Anyone else would have their legs go numb by now. The fact that he could still stand was thanks to his strong physique and, of course, the superior constitution of this bionic being. If it were a weaker bionic, it would have collapsed by now. This journey was filled with corpses, leading both of them to conclude about all the bodies, as they all looked the same and had died from suffocation. There was nothing interesting to see. However, Lin Mo's earlier count might have been erroneous, as the lack of oxygen is a process that people definitely feel. Those wealthy individuals can quickly dive into their oxygen supply systems to restore oxygen, so the only thing that could kill them would likely be the difference between being rich and poor. Let's go, there's no point in leaving the bodies here. We should look for any confidential documents. Who knows, we might open up a new storyline. After all, that kid Nyangdo pieced together a new plot from what he found. Ling Xiao shouted loudly to Bot, who was still rummaging through the pile of corpses. Only then did Bot get up and follow Ling Xiao as they searched other places. Watching the footage from the camera, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel emotional. If these civilizations hadn't been destroyed, how powerful would the economic system have been with all the city's roads and flying cars I established? How prosperous would the technology have been back then? Lin Mo was at a level where he couldn't even dare to imagine. After all, if humanity could establish a new artificial body in orbit around the Earth and settle on that body, their industrial capacity would be capable of altering planets. Plus, they built a Dyson sphere around the sun, fully utilizing the sun's core resources, which indicates that this civilization's development had transcended the constraints of relying on their own energy sources, directly harnessing local stellar resources. The commercialization of nuclear fusion undoubtedly enhanced the utilization of energy effects. Sometimes I don't know whether I should envy you or feel sorry for you. After all, you possess a more advanced civilization, yet you live like mice, always afraid to reveal your location to the universe and constantly facing dangers from above. I think there's a problem with what you said earlier. No matter how weak a civilization is, they wouldn't foolishly reveal their location, would they? That would be like opening their mouths to welcome enemy bullets. If you want to discuss matters between civilizations, I can keep you company. After all, I am a witness to civilization, and sometimes talking with you makes me feel very happy. Lin Xiu seemed to have not rested well last night, with 2 large dark circles under her eyes, yet she still managed to squeeze out a smile. You should rest first. Otherwise, if something happens, I have no medicine to treat you. After all, you know that medical resources are nearly impossible to come by now. You don't need to worry about that. My life support system has the capability to automatically repair human cells. As long as my brain doesn't die instantly, I can be repaired. Interested in giving it a try? Try what? Lin Mo was filled with question marks. He couldn't understand what Lin Xiu was talking about at all. Try breaking me, and then use my life support device to fix me. Lin Mo. In an instant, Lin Mo had too many points to critique, and he suddenly didn't know where to start, ultimately deciding to forcefully send this person to sleep. Are you the people from the Human Council? Have you finally come to save us? I want to hold those individuals accountable for not only violating human laws, but also committing acts that breach the very moral fabric of society. Seeing the clothes of Boat and Ling Xiao, several elderly individuals rushed over, tears streaming down their faces, loudly expressing their distress as they tightly grasped Boat. However, to Ling Xiao and Boat's ears, it all sounded like a jumble of incoherent chatter, and they couldn't quite grasp what these people were actually saying. Damn, I must create a device for language translation in the future, otherwise these people and the natives will never be able to communicate. With no other choice, Lin Mo had to temporarily take on the role of a human translator. Through conversing with these individuals, Lin Mo learned that they too had crawled out from the ecological sustainer, awakening to find that all their riches and honors had vanished, leaving them in their current destitute state. Lin Mo found this quite normal, as after so many years the world had changed drastically. All that wealth and treasure had likely turned to dust. No strong dynasty could endure for such a long time, and no amount of money could sustain a person indefinitely. Lin Mo discovered that most of this group were elderly individuals. Through research, he realized that these people were actually the ones controlling the majority of resources. After all, the ecological sustenance systems were incredibly expensive, with each drop of the life fluid being 3 times the weight of gold, and the maintenance costs were hefty, affordable only by those wealthy families. Thus, when it came to explaining these matters, everything suddenly seemed clearer. The wealthy had accessed the life-sustaining systems to enter the present, while those without money relied on generations of reproduction to pass down their genes. At first glance, it seemed fine, but upon further reflection, it was fraught with issues. When the vast majority of social resources are controlled by a minority, it indicates that society is just a few steps away from chaos. Moreover, looking back at the era of decline, it took only a few individuals to incite significant chaos, thus altering the political landscape. It's hard to say if those among them resemble the current individuals. I'm sorry, but we are not members of the Human Council. We are simply ordinary survivors. If you wish to seek out the Human Council, I suggest you find a way to do so yourself. I want to send a message to Earth requesting assistance from the Earth's task force to punish these vile beasts. The old man appeared to have become quite mad. After all, upon waking, all his wealth, treasures, and beauties had vanished. The most crucial issue was that he could barely find food now, as those beasts had broken into his home and taken away all his stored food. Lin Mo looked at him with some pity, but the old man likely couldn't perceive Lin Mo's gaze, since it was viewed through a camera which only provided a one-way feed. If Earth could indeed respond to signals from Mars, they would have likely sent someone to check by now. However, from the messages received on this side, it seemed that news from Earth had fallen into silence, and the signals from the bionic star system had been cut off. Thus, based on speculation, the likelihood of an incident occurring appeared quite high. Lin Mo surmised that Earth had likely encountered some significant upheaval, leading to a stagnation or regression of civilization for a certain period. Boat and Ling Xiao watched the group of old men leave before continuing their exploration of the city. In reality, it felt as if everything inside had already been cleared out, as not a single firearm remained in the gun shop, nor even a single round of ammunition. The situation was even more dire in the food stores, where not a single morsel could be found. It was likely taken by those beastly monkeys. Lin Mo was now uncertain about the nature of these creatures. In the past, he had forgotten to instruct Nyang Do and Yi to collect some specimens for research when facing the corpses, otherwise they could have analyzed the species directly from those remains. It was evident that one party had clearly surpassed human capabilities as Lin Mo realized there was extreme dissonance in their physiological structure during the playback. When Ling Xiao arrived, he found several corpses on the ground belonging to the previous group of old men. Each corpse bore signs of a brutal demise, having suffered severe attacks with numerous bruises on their bodies. Is this what those people have done? Why does the narrative seem to skip over us players? Is this story crafted solely for the planners to observe? Boat was also bewildered. He had no idea what had transpired here. The time gap between the two groups was merely around 10 minutes, yet these individuals had been killed. Indeed, it seems the planners are deliberately avoiding us. We should be cautious. Perhaps those individuals haven't gone far and are waiting nearby. After all, they might be fearful of our high-frequency vibration cutter, as it appears these people were beaten to death with sticks. When comparing a high-frequency vibration cutter to a stick, it is clear that the former possesses far greater power, and they might be afraid of it. Ling Zhao's analysis was quite reasonable. Not far from them in an alley, several pairs of eyes were closely watching Ling Xiao, and both seemingly afraid of something, yet not daring to rush out. During this time, the real world was quite lively. After the conclusion of the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, over 1,000 proof formulas based on it had emerged, leading to their own destinies. Everything that needed to be proven was indeed proven. Currently, the research team of Eternal Virtual Technology is said to rival that of Area 51 in the United States, and the rumors have only grown more outrageous. After all, for those folk legends, as long as it suits society, it's undoubtedly useful, and the exaggerations have only escalated. Many scientists have gone mad over these issues. After all, sometimes the problems they solve can directly overturn their previous notions. Yet upon reflection, they realize that these notions were indeed correct, leading to a significant intellectual upheaval. Lin Mo currently possesses Lin Xiu, a money tree, or more accurately, a tree that can provide nearly 3,000 years of technology. Essentially, any problem that reaches Lin Xiu's hands is no longer an issue, as a person who understands everything sees all problems as merely complex. For instance, Lin Xiu has already proposed a new viewpoint on the paradox of time, repeatedly validating the issues within this viewpoint. This has left Lin Mo utterly bewildered, especially upon seeing the formulas derived from those calculations, causing his mind to buzz. While it is genuinely incomprehensible, his head is buzzing, and he is at a loss. At this moment, through the miniature cameras on Ling Xiao and Bot, they see them engaged in a fierce battle with a group of wild men. For these two who fear nothing, all the fighting merely stirs the blood within them. Ling Xiao directly grabbed the vital part of the wild men and bit down. If both sides could understand each other's language, the wild man would likely be sending some heartfelt greetings to Ling Xiao's ancestors. Damn, Ling Xiao is really in a daze. Watching the wild man on the screen trying to escape, only to be dragged back by Ling Xiao, who then picked up a stone and smashed it down, turning the wild man's head into a mess. The other wild men were also frightened, and Bot was equally terrified. After all, they were all out here trying to survive. Why was this one so fierce? Just bring back one live and one dead. They'll continue the research and reward you with points. The more the better. Lin Mo suddenly recalled that Lin Xiu seemed to lack research materials, and sending these over might indeed be feasible. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked at the wild men as if they were moving cash. The wild men were directly frightened into running away, while these two acted like wolves in a sheep pen, wildly pursuing. Minutes later, Ling Xiao's front tooth was knocked out, and his arm showed signs of fracture, while Bot's situation was quite grim, with a section of his thigh cut off by a high-frequency vibrating cutter. After all, although these wild men were scared, they still fought back. However, the harvest was abundant. They captured 2 wild men. When they removed the masks from these individuals, Ling Xiao and Bot were both left dumbfounded. The two looked identical, and upon uncovering the masks of the corpses on the ground, they found that everyone looked exactly the same. What is going on? Could it be part of your genetic engineering? Lin Mo asked curiously while observing the situation through the camera. After all, if they all looked identical, it was rather perplexing. Oh, but why wear a mask if they all look the same? Could this be a special ritual of some tribe? Damn, this mask has high technology on it too. Ling Xiao picked up the mask and examined it closely, only to discover that through the mask's eyes he could see a red object hiding behind the wall. Turning to Bot, he found that the red object was actually a person. There is a person hiding there. Bot nodded, but after glancing at his mangled leg, he shook his head again. Ling Xiao had no choice but to check for himself. As he approached, he discovered that there were indeed 2 people, an old man and a child, curled up together. When he reached out to touch them, he found that they had already ceased to breathe. They're dead. From the looks of it, they likely starved to death, their bodies nothing but skin and bones. While there are some bruises, perhaps their frail bodies succumbed to the brutal beatings from these beasts after suffering from hunger. Ling Xiao summarized his guess, noting that the old man was tightly holding the child, and it appeared that the child had died from a blow to the head. This guy still has body heat. If we had come a little earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Lin Mo noticed through the camera that this old man and child were indeed the ones previously encountered by Yumi and the others. It seemed that only a short time had passed, and now they were dead here. Such is the unpredictability of life. What's wrong? Are you feeling a bit sentimental? This is the nature of the world now. You and I could die at any moment. Don't rush to pity others, as our deaths are also without a deadline or expectations. Instead of pitying others, it's better to live each day well ourselves. Perhaps we could die today. Sometimes such pessimistic emotions can be contagious, don't you think? Do you feel it? Seeing the other person looking forlorn, Lin Mo suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, this person's pessimistic emotions were too strong, perhaps because of the 2,000 years of humanity's struggle against fate. Some people might manage to get through it while others could not escape their mental confines. Don't worry, I haven't been infected by your pessimism yet. At least you can't affect my little players, as they are all filled with hope for tomorrow. Perhaps for them our life is just like an ordinary game. After dying they can revive again. Lin Mo did not want to discuss such matters with Lin Xiu. After all, as Lin Xiu said, pessimistic emotions can spread. Perhaps today or tomorrow everyone will die. It's merely a matter of time. So why use our time to fight for time for the next generation? Lin Mo felt that there was no need to answer such questions. Ling Xiao and Bot were happily walking back with their new equipment. Indeed, this could be considered new equipment, and initially Nyang Do and he had missed out on it, as it was likely just a mask picked up from these monsters. In fact, pessimism is always present regardless of the time. It is merely a question of severity. For Lin Mo, such pessimistic feelings may arise in relation to himself and Lin Xiu, but they will certainly not affect the minor players around him. After all, for them, this is merely a game, and death allows for resurrection. In the end, the two only managed to capture 2 corpses and 1 living person, but he was already on the brink of death, with all his teeth knocked out, his eyes swollen like a panda's, and his mask shattered. One could say this fellow was barely clinging to life. When Ling Xiao and Bot brought the wild man back, he had already breathed his last. After all, this wild man had been too lively before, and Ling Xiao could not help but strike him on the head with 2 stones, resulting in his immediate death. For those players, this is merely a mass of data which can be copied and pasted later. It is highly probable that these identical figures will appear as other NPCs, considering that so many people look exactly alike. Are they not simply data duplicates? It seems that the project team has not conducted character modeling either. Look at these people. They all look identical, most likely because the project team did not create new character models. Ling Xiao said to Bot as he walked. Bot was limping along as well, given that his left leg was broken, and he was propped up by a wooden stick, making it difficult for him to walk. His pace was quite slow, and he occasionally stumbled. This is quite normal. We can expect that the number of NPCs we encounter in the future will continue to increase. With so many identical faces, the art designers and artists might end up overwhelmed, not to mention the modelers. In mobile games, as long as the graphics are slightly blurred and the clothing and hairstyle are changed, it results in entirely different characters. However, this is different. The characters being used are all identical, which means no new changes can be made. It would be better to design them to be exactly the same rather than making random alterations. Bot speculated, and his reasoning was not without merit. After all, ordinary game developers tend to reuse a single face model multiple times to save costs. If they are particularly frugal, they might even skip altering hairstyles and just change the clothing. However, they misunderstood Lin Mo. He was still in a state of confusion. After all, one could only dissect and examine those items once they returned. It was impossible to know what they really were without the appropriate testing tools, and he figured he would just wait to see how Lin Xiu handled it. For matters of scientific exploration, Lin Mo believed it was best to leave it to professionals. Lin Xiu began fiddling with things in the rooms, disassembling some items, and then reassembling them onto others, leaving Lin Mo utterly baffled. Are you planning to dismantle the central control unit? Watching Lin Xiu rummage through various rooms and take out some items to disassemble and reattach to others, Lin Mo could not help but feel his eyelids twitch. To him, it seemed incredibly wasteful. Anyone who married this woman would likely end up emptying their entire household. It's just assembling experimental equipment. I know you wouldn't understand if I told you, so it's better if you don't ask. Just wait for my experimental report. After bringing the 3 wild men onto the operation table, Lin Mo surveyed one of the wild man's genitals while comparing it to his own in his mind. He hastily discarded the wicked thoughts that crossed his mind. Is it that small? You don't have any strange preferences, do you? Staring at this thing. Seeing Lin Mo lost in thought while staring at the creature's genitals, Lin Xiu first cast a disdainful glance before curiously asking him. Of course not. But speaking of which, have you seen any that are larger? I once had a wife who was a mathematician from Russia. But never mind, let's not discuss that. I used to work in medicine, and I have likely cut into more of these things than you have seen. Lin Xiu appeared to be hesitant to share more, swallowing her words, which left Lin Mo feeling quite uncomfortable. It was akin to suddenly needing to urinate and then having it suppressed again, causing considerable distress. The two then began slicing into the wild men. Lin Mo was unsure what this fellow was tinkering with, but after opening the brains of the wild men and extracting some substances, he dripped them onto a glass slide and continued repeating the process on the other wild men. The human brain actually contains a substance that can distinguish whether it is a cyborg or a real human. For cyborgs, the concentration in saltwater ratios is between 0.07 and 0.08, but for real humans it does not fall within this range. However, such research can only yield rough estimates. I am preparing more precise experimental equipment, which will take some time. Please come help me when it's ready. At this moment, two minor players stood bewildered outside the closed door. Ling Xiao weakly remarked, "Did the administrator forget our rewards?" "It seems so. It looks like my rewards haven't increased either. It must be a system bug. I'll report it to the administrator on the forum later." Bot also summoned the AI assistant and checked his points, only to discover that his points had not changed at all. With the deepening of the first phase of research, it has been roughly confirmed that this group of beings is actually a bunch of cyborgs. However, Lin Mo was at a loss on how to explain the fact that these cyborgs possess their own consciousness and, like monkeys, wore masks while running around the streets causing chaos. Is it possible that these cyborgs have developed their own consciousness, evolving into beings like humans, much like monkeys? Your hypothesis is not without merit. However, it lacks scientific theoretical knowledge. Without corresponding theoretical support, I can agree with your viewpoint, but cannot affirm it. Lin Mo sometimes wondered whether the scientific thinking of the other party was meticulous or merely rigid. In his perception, the person before him did not resemble a normal individual. After all, if he were normal, it would raise the intellectual standard of normal people significantly. What made Lin Mo feel a sense of foreboding was that three wild men roughly the size of ordinary people had been disassembled into individual organs after nearly 50 minutes. The method of dissection was incredibly skillful. From the brain to the heart, each organ was neatly arranged in a glass tank. Lin Xiu poured some solution into the tank, and as the solution mixed with the blood, the previously motionless heart began to beat once more. Don't you think it's beautiful? The miracle of life. Even when the heart is detached from the human body, it can still beat and maintain its functions. So to some extent, I can prove that the heart is not directly governed by the brain, but its beating is instinctual. Of course, this paper wasn't published by me, and the experiments were not conducted by me either. Someone had already completed such an experiment in Africa, but it was criticized as inhumane. However, in that remote corner of Africa, who would care about such things? Lin Xiu's expression turned regretful as she spoke, as if lamenting that she was not the one to undertake the experiment. Meanwhile, her hands were rapidly waving over the platform, and the so-called organs seemed to be sliced apart quickly, as if they were being dissected. This is insane. I'm afraid that one day while I'm sleeping you'll do the same to me. Lin Mo felt cold sweat trickling down his back. After all, this was terrifying and utterly mad. If possible, he would prefer not to be around this madman. After all, such skillful methods suggested that it must have been practiced nearly 100 times. It seemed that the technique was even more refined than that of some surgeons, as the muscle and fat layers of the human body were swiftly separated without leaving a trace. From the current situation, the muscle layers of these monsters appear to be more active than those of ordinary humans. Look from here to here, Lin Xiu said while swiftly wielding her scalpel, pointing at the muscle sections beside her. Lin Mo. To be honest, what he feared most since arriving in this world was not the monsters, but rather the possibility that the person in front of him might suddenly betray him and tie him up. The thought of being dissected would indeed be a fate worse than death. From these creatures' intestines we did discover a large amount of meat, which should correspond to the person you mentioned. However, I also found some digested grain products in their stomachs, indicating that their diet is quite varied. Lin Mo could no longer tolerate the oppressive environment inside, and pushed the door open, stepping outside. After witnessing the piles of dissected muscles and layers of fat along with the exposed brain, he felt that managing to refrain from vomiting last night's leftovers was already reaching his limit. By the time Lin Mo came out, Ling Xiao and Bot had already logged out of the game. Counting it up, only the two of them could be considered survivors. The previous group of girls had been incredibly unlucky, encountering a migration of scorpions. As for the trio of girls, they simply brought misfortune upon themselves, not to mention that Yumi's driving skills were woefully inadequate. Lin Mo first checked on the status of his plant cultivation before slowly returning to the control room, where he opened his online forum. Ling Xiao, administrator, my reward seems to have a bug. It hasn't been given to me. But, indeed, the rewards haven't been issued to us. Could it be that the game has a feature for withholding wages? Oh my, I finally died after hanging around for nearly an entire game. It was just too unfortunate. I feel that this exit mechanism really needs to be modified, otherwise if our hands and feet are restricted, we'll be stuck there indefinitely, without a way to log out. Just thinking about it is terrifying. If someone controls all our limbs, we won't be able to exit the game at all. If this were like Sword Art Online, wouldn't we all be trapped inside? After reading this message, Lin Mo thought for a moment it was indeed a problem. After all, if someone were to touch their ear with their hand, and their limbs were restricted or lost, what would they do then? It might indeed turn into a situation like Sword Art Online. However, this issue seemed to belong to the realm of technical problems. Lin Mo wasn't very clear about such technical matters as his expertise was insufficient to comprehend the myriad manuals. Although he could read them, he truly had no idea what the situation was. Since there was a problem, why not ask the omnipotent Lin Xiu? However, it seemed that Lin Xiu was still busy, so there was no way to inquire further. Administrator, we are already aware of the bugs reported by everyone and are preparing to make amendments overnight. If the programmers cannot resolve these issues, we might have to sacrifice them to the heavens. The game will undergo maintenance as compensation, and each player will receive a free strengthening opportunity. However, the success rate of the strengthening will depend on each individual's luck. Oh yeah, next time I plan to look for new bugs to earn some rewards. Everyone please refer to me as the bounty bug hunter. Lin Mo smiled slightly. After all, the players had no actual data on hand. Whether or not a strengthening occurred was entirely up to him. After all, if the outcome was the same, it simply indicated their bad luck. If they remained unconvinced, he could randomly select a player who couldn't log into the game and declare their strengthening as a failure. Oh, if I were a capitalist, I would probably hang myself from a streetlight. However, this is something to be cautious about. If I truly anger these players, they might end up hanging me from a streetlight as well. Considering his own life, Lin Mo felt that he shouldn't overly pressure these small players. Otherwise, if he truly angered this group, the probability of them retaliating against him would be quite high. Lady, Administrator is the scorpion swarm we encountered last time a bug in the game. Administrator, of course not. The creatures within are familiar and are randomly allocated by computing power. You were just rather unfortunate to encounter a migrating scorpion swarm. Absolutely no delay, Bossum reporting. That lady insulted you on the forum. Just ban her account directly. Unlike me, who only feels sorry for my brother. Administrator, absolutely no delay, has been muted by the administrator for 10 hours. Administrator, go cool off somewhere. By the way, hey race, a warm reminder, from now on the base will no longer provide food to players. You'll have to solve your own food problems. In fact, this group of players had hardly consumed any nutrient solution. After all, nutrient solution was extremely unpalatable to them. Without a strong sense of taste and tolerance, who would dare to eat that stuff? Thus, most of the time they were eating the dried meat left over from before. Lin Mo felt it was a loss since he had personally used the energy from the base to eliminate that large gorilla. It should be considered his private property, or why should these players get to divide it? Big Goose, it seems this issue doesn't affect us veteran players much, but it will be troublesome for the newbies coming in later as they can't hunt in those woods. Sister Bean, Big Brother, think it through. Those new players can buy weapons at a very low price, so they are essentially hidden wealthy individuals. But, although the prices of goods have dropped, they have no money. Besides the initial points, it seems they really don't have any other points. After closing the forum, Lin Mo went to pull Lin Xiu for help. After all, the negative news caused by players being unable to exit the game would be quite significant. A certain anime had a profound impact on today's youth. This operation has a forced exit. Moreover, the issue you're concerned about is fundamentally impossible. It's not about severing the neural connections in the brain, instead it simulates through electrical currents. Additionally, there are protective safety resistors in place, so what are you worried about? What kind of exit method do you want to change it to? I can directly modify the receiving program here. This doesn't require hardware changes, we only need to modify the transmission of information. Lin Xiu appeared very impatient. When Lin Mo opened the door, he saw her fiddling with 2 wires on the wild man's brain, leaving him dumbfounded. A person unaware of the situation might think she was about to fry his brain. Is there a way to set this so that it only takes a single thought to exit? It is possible, but processing information through thought could lead to misjudgment, causing players to be ejected at will. In many cases, humans cannot control their own thoughts. Lin Xiu pointed out the drawbacks of this exit method. After all, it is inevitable for people to think about things in their minds. If this becomes a trigger during information processing, they would be ejected. How about this? We can directly align the thought with what is spoken. If they can't speak, then a strong enough thought could still eject them. Alternatively, they could mentally simulate a rhyme. This would have the same effect, and possibly even better. After all, these players could choose to play or exit based on their thoughts. If they have no objections, it just means they've passed out. They can still be ejected after passing out. Lin Mo suddenly felt that this idea was quite good. This type of exit method seems more stable. Even if there might be accidental ejections, at least those players wouldn't have to fear becoming side characters in a game like Sword Art Online. As for why they aren't the main characters, there aren't that many main characters in this world. They are merely extras trying to count as numbers, and some may not even be considered extras. Lin Xiu had no choice, it was the client's requirement, and the client is king. She then summoned Xiao Wei to make modifications at the Information Transmission Center. Lin Mo had planned to observe and learn, but after watching for a long time, he still couldn't understand what was going on. Alright, that should be enough. Should we use your previous idea for the rhyme? Eating grapes without spitting out the skin, eating grapes, but spitting out the skin. Speaking of which, is this really the taste of humanity over 3,000 years ago? To be honest, this taste is quite strange. Seeing Lin Xiu so deeply engaged in her research, Lin Mo suddenly felt like laughing. It's just a rhyme. Why are you studying it so much? After all, from my current perspective, looking at the literature of your era is like your perspective on what you call ancient literature. Of course, you have specialized experts for interpretation, which is better than ours. Here we have no need to interpret these artistic knowledge anymore. Thus, there has been a so-called rupture in art. The artistic knowledge from above cannot be passed down to our generation, and we cannot understand the knowledge of the previous generation. So I thought this was similar to what you call those artworks. After all, my main field is in scientific research, and I don't really understand so-called art. Moreover, people have lost the concept of understanding art, so you understand. Lin Mo. However, now that this bug is fixed, it should be fine. If this bug truly existed, I doubt many would dare to play. After all, no one wants to be trapped in a game. Not to mention the worry of their family at home. If one were to remain stuck in the game indefinitely, their safety would surely be at risk. A day later, the small players suddenly found themselves unable to log into the game, feeling somewhat unaccustomed as the bugs they had previously encountered had not significantly affected them. The only ones affected were probably the 3 players from before who were unable to move as their limbs were constrained against the wall, leading to some discomfort. However, for the other players, the impact was negligible. After all, they had already perished without seeing any monsters. How could there be so many issues? Yet, thinking about the free game upgrade, they could only grit their teeth and endure. By the next day, none could hold out any longer. Typically, they were exhausted from work, eager to find a game to relax. They cherished games that allowed them to truly experience another life, but now unable to log in, even other games lost their appeal. Nyangdo, administrator, when will the game be restored? I can hardly wait any longer. Indeed, after playing the Interstellar Game, other games seem rather dull in comparison. Shu Nu, when will the game be fixed, dear administrator? I really don't want to stay at this broken company any longer. Luo Yu, what does staying in the company have to do with being in the game? Shu Nu, during work hours I can slack off, but once I put on the helmet, I don't care about anyone else. Administrator, everyone please don't worry. This bug is particularly stubborn. We have already sacrificed 3 programmers. Our code warriors have climbed back from the mines of Africa overnight just to resolve this bug for you. You should have faith in our staff. This issue does not require modifications to the foundational code or device adjustments, only some content changes. In reality, Lin Xiu had already resolved this issue, but Lin Mo simply wanted to avoid making his company seem too remarkable, so he delayed the release. After all, this would make his company appear more ordinary. However, Lin Mo did not realize that by being able to produce this virtual reality technology, he had already proven that his company was extraordinary. No matter how he pretended otherwise, it was futile, as thorough investigations could easily uncover any company's secrets. For those unable to accurately pinpoint Lin Mo's identity or retrieve information about his company, suspicions had long been raised. However, when Lin Mo presented the proof of the Riemann hypothesis and the cancer drug, it became clear that he was extending goodwill, which led them to treat his company like an ordinary one. It can be said that Lin Mo's protection, like an umbrella, came from the higher authorities. Even if he wished to adjust things through the internet, it would be of little use, as the vast majority of official documents were still on paper. Not even Lin Xiu could do anything about it. Nyangdo, honestly, I can't stand it anymore. It feels like my wife has run away. Although I don't have a wife, that's how it feels. Although I have a wife, it's really uncomfortable. Oh, it feels like my wife is less enjoyable than the game. Shu Nu, what are you all talking about? It's only been a few days without playing, and you can't take it anymore. Unlike me, I've already gone off to broadcast my suicide by jumping into the river. If the administrator doesn't fix the game soon, just wait to see me in the news. Administrator. This game had only been offline for nearly 2 days. How could it be as exaggerated as they said? Lin Mo suddenly found himself at a loss for how to evaluate this group. However, considering the time, it was indeed about time to release this thing tomorrow. Otherwise, well, there was no otherwise. He could release it whenever he wanted. Administrator, everyone please don't worry. We expect to resolve this by tomorrow, but of course it depends on whether the code warriors feed the fish along the way. Then there would be nothing we could do. Bote, may I ask, dear administrator, how terrible is your working environment? Administrator, we just spend our day driving mechs and occasionally fighting against Gundams. Shu Nu. Nyangdo, administrator, you must be joking, right? Administrator, yes, I am joking. Everyone. It can be said that with such a nonsensical administrator, this game was truly at the end of its wits. Lin Mo bragged for a while in the forum, then went to check on the research situation with Lin Xiu. After all, he was quite interested in the identities of those wild men, as if they were truly replicants. It indicated a significant possibility of mass production. The key issue was the self-awareness of replicants. Essentially, players themselves were also replicants. If one day replicants suddenly gained their own consciousness, it would mean that players too could no longer control their own bodies. Currently, players controlled the consciousness of replicants, but if they suddenly had their own thoughts fundamentally, would they belong to the biological or mechanical realm? When Lin Mo walked through the door again, he found that the brains had already been disassembled. Various wires were connected to the center of the brain. Lin Xiu connected a wire between the central control platform's processor and the brain, filling the entire room with a strong sci-fi vibe, albeit with a hint of a biohazard aesthetic. "What are you doing?" As soon as Lin Mo spoke, he was taken aback. Before Lin Xiu was a miniature figure projected in full holography, the wild man from before. Not only could it move, but it was also making aggressive gestures towards Lin Xiu. What is going on here? Looking at the tiny figure standing on the table, Lin Mo felt a sense of wonder. After all, he was quite curious about future technology. Although the technological tree had indeed grown somewhat skewed, relying on old fitness equipment for physical enhancement, it had merely added a big data aspect. Although the technological tree in fitness has veered off course, it does not diminish humanity's aspirations for interstellar exploration, the solar system's star chain, and the creation of another Earth for human habitation, along with the control center on Mars. It seems that humanity has invested all its technological efforts into the exploration of the cosmos. The most critical aspect is that after years of hard work, the so-called efforts were instantly destroyed by other extraterrestrial civilizations. In the face of such a calamity, humanity appears utterly powerless. Even the most elite scientists can only sigh deeply in the face of such devastation. It's a bizarre thing. To be honest, if I hadn't noticed the biological electricity still present in this brain, I might have overlooked it. It's just too strange. Lin Xiu seemed to be talking to herself, but her eyes were fixed intently on the circuit board within the brain. Admittedly, calling it a circuit board is not entirely appropriate, yet it certainly appears that way, a piece of completely transparent blue glass embedded in the brain with something resembling interfaces nearby. Lin Xiu connected the wires to that interface, creating an indescribable sense of science fiction. What's strange about it? Lin Mo asked curiously. After all, his research into future technologies was akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Naturally, he felt a bit out of place, but given that they were separated by nearly 3,000 years, can this little issue even be considered a problem? This standard interface was unified in the year 3459 AD and was updated in 4257 AD. For me, this type of interface belongs to the ancient era, yet there are still people using it, as if it's normal. Don't they worry about the inability to achieve a unified transmission standard in the data? Moreover, this biological or semi-biological structure possesses its own consciousness, but is also governed by the chip within the brain. The only thing that is certain is that they are indeed bioengineered entities. However, it remains unclear who released them or which research institution was responsible. As for their self-awareness, I have yet to investigate thoroughly. Give me a bit of time. I feel this research is becoming increasingly intriguing, and it might even lead to more discoveries. Lin Xiu's face revealed an expression of interest, and Lin Mo also began to understand that this entity was definitely not a product of natural evolution, but rather a creation of human research that intersects with natural structures. After all, Lin Mo would never believe that nature could simply produce a chip. So, does that mean we can read this wild person's entire life experience? Yes. Lin Xiu gently swiped her hand in front of her, then tapped the screen twice. Lin Mo directly viewed the wild person's life from a first-person perspective. Most importantly, Lin Mo could personally feel the sensations of that wild individual, as if he had transformed into that wild person. What left the deepest impression on Lin Mo was being in an immensely vast space, filled with countless jars, each containing beings similar to the wild person. Every jar had a number marked on it, and numerous tubes were inserted into those jars. Then these wild people were placed in the city, and of course masks were also worn. Lin Mo speculated that those masks could very likely be signal collectors or information gatherers intended to collect data from within the city. However, the ability to read an individual's entire life memories directly through such a device is truly remarkable. Do those players also have their memories read like these wild people? No, this method involves incorporating a new information storage device into the overall signal transmission structure. I suspect that the other party possibly has a unit capable of retrieving these information storage devices, as they cannot be transmitted back via signal. Therefore, the only method is to kill these wild individuals and collect the storage devices from their brains. However, what perplexes me is that there seems to be no positioning devices installed. Otherwise, how could they determine the migration paths of these wild individuals? Lin Mo suddenly seemed to recall something and hurried to the place where Ling Xiao and Bert were sleeping, which was the small wooden house they had built, then retrieved the two masks. Can you check if there is a positioning device inside here? Lin Mo was still somewhat worried. After all, if the other party found their location through the positioning device on the mask, he might not be able to defend himself. Lin Xiu picked up the mask and disassembled it piece by piece, then shook her head. Lin Mo finally relaxed, as if the other party could really locate them through this thing. He honestly might not have the ability to defend himself. Although the outer membrane looked quite sturdy, it was designed for those without consciousness. Furthermore, it seems the technological level of the other party is also quite high. If it's truly like in the movies using so-called hacker technology to invade directly and disable their control over the membrane, then Lin Mo would likely have to resort to high-frequency vibration cutters to fight these guys. Later, Lin Xiu directed her hand toward the holographic projection, and with a gentle gesture, the holographic projection instantly shut down. So is he dead or alive now? From a physiological standpoint, he is indeed dead, but from another perspective, he is permanently alive. After all, he has stored his memories within this hard drive. As long as the computational power is sufficient, it can still simulate what he would do next, directly predicting his next actions. Humanity has made significant advancements in simulating brain calculations. After all, humanity has never ceased its exploration of brain technology. Research has long been able to simulate another person's entire life. So is he dead or alive? Dead. As long as this storage device is completely destroyed, the other party is entirely dead in a meaningful sense. However, it's not particularly significant, as no one would waste massive computational power to simulate a wild person's life. If someone actually did that, they would probably be laughed at by others. At this moment, Lin Mo, pondering what the wild man might do next for research, thought to himself, so the memories of my players will not be stored, right? Naturally, their memories cannot be stored. Do you know what this control center was before? This control center was originally a large-scale combat command platform, and the androids inside were prepared for war. If we could directly access the memories from those corpses, can you imagine how much information would leak out? So those androids have undergone special processing. Their brains only have real-time transmission devices without memory storage. However, your brain can have its memories read. After all, the so-called physiological defenses of the human body are utterly vulnerable in the face of such advanced technology. As long as I have enough equipment, I can read all the memories of your life. I can even access memories you thought were forgotten. I could directly retrieve memories of you drinking milk as a child. Lin Mo. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt uneasy. After all, while he could delete his browser history upon death, the thought of someone watching his memories like a live broadcast at the moment of his death was far more horrifying than just disgrace. Are you joking with me? No, this technology has been around for over 500 years. I don't even know what level the technology has reached now. Perhaps it has progressed to the point where memories can be read directly through external bioelectricity. Is there no way for people to guard against such methods? What other methods could there be? Unless you have a microbomb implanted in your head that detonates when your life signs disappear. But this method isn't foolproof. After all, sometimes a shock might trigger the device to misinterpret, leading to your head being blown off. I could make that device right now. How about it? Want to have one implanted in your head? Lin Mo. Without thinking, Lin Mo directly refused. While it was likely that he would be tortured again by the enemy after death, he felt it was much worse to live with the constant danger of his head being blown off. Speaking of which, do you have one of those in your brain? Not only do I have that, but I also have a central integrated computer in my brain. After all, I was once the property of all humanity. To prevent me from falling into the hands of other forces, I now possess not only a highly concentrated bomb, but also a signal monitor and a thought monitor. As soon as I entertain any thoughts of defying the forces, at that time my brain and entire body will explode. Of course, the central integrated computer assists me with my research, as sometimes the extremely high computational load needs to be shared. Thus, this central computer is also a part of my brain. I can hardly describe the various machines in my body. The Human Council at that time made considerable efforts to monitor and control me. Lin Mo suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, at times he couldn't tell whether to feel pity for the other person's fate or to say that they were too monstrous, thus instilling fear in others. After all, who would feel comfortable having a listening device implanted in their body, let alone a microbomb that could explode at any time? Enough of this. How should we deal with these corpses? Are we really going to keep them for cooking? Of course, if you want to eat, you can go ahead. Oh, I won't join you, as I don't have any strange preferences. After finishing these tasks, Lin Xiu quietly leaned against the railing outside, gazing at the starry sky obscured by a blue membrane, revealing a look of deep melancholy. Lin Mo did not disturb her mood. Perhaps it was better for her to be alone at this time, watching the death of her loved one, no more accurately witnessing the death of all her relatives, while being monitored mentally and threatened physically. If it were Lin Mo, he would have long since collapsed. Regarding the disposal of these dissected corpses, Lin Mo directly took a shovel, placed the corpses on it, and casually dug a hole outside to bury them. Although he thought about using them as fertilizer for his plants, he reconsidered, as using such things as fertilizer would be disgusting once the plants grew. The preparations for these players the next day were also quite thorough, with an upgrade method set up in advance. However, regarding the gene modification, no one could determine what exactly would be produced randomly. After all, humans have double helix genes, and any deletion or addition of gene fragments could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Administrator, I have good news for everyone. We have completed the fixes for the previous vulnerabilities, and in this modification, we have added more gameplay that players will need to discover themselves. Similarly, the rewards for opening compensation have been distributed to everyone, and you will feel them when you come out. PS, upgrading carries risks, so be cautious. After all, no one wants to waste their life for nothing, right? Lady, if other games called me a dog, I would definitely curse back. But now I don't know why, I just can't seem to. Big goose, can other games even compare to this one? Most other games are just money-making schemes. This game hasn't charged us a dime. Sometimes I worry that the company will go bankrupt and want to find a way to donate some money to them. Lady Bean, Big Goose, stop overthinking it. The administrator said before that the company isn't short on money. Other games emphasize the god of players, but in this game the players live like dogs. No, even worse than dogs. Falling Rain, I only care about when the server will open. Spiral Plane, forget it, I won't look anymore. It's useless anyway. Oh, I can't get in, so I might as well go back and play some mahjong. The administrator stated, the server launch time has been set for tomorrow noon. You can log in at any time in the evening. The rewards will always be available for you, so there's no need to worry about not being able to claim them later. Additionally, the rewards for Ling Xiao and Boat have already been sent to their personal accounts, and they can directly retrieve them through Xiao Wei. Although I thought about creating a panel for these small players to view their scores directly, I ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, such a thing requires an industrial system for production, and considering the high attrition rate of these players, giving away such items would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. These players are essentially living lives akin to the elderly listening to Xiao Wei inquire about their score situations over the intercom. They can directly ask Xiao Wei any questions. Ling Xiao remarked, finally there are rewards. That's great. By the way, we encountered two individuals, a man and a child, before, but they both died. It felt rather tragic. Yumi responded, what a coincidence. We also encountered an elderly man and a child, but they looked quite thin and their clothes were tattered. Boat commented, indeed the game's backdrop is set too depressingly, making the overall experience within the game quite suffocating. Many times I've tried to console myself by saying that this is just a game, just data, and that they will eventually revive. Yet it still feels strange deep down. The rabbit who loves to eat carrots said, honestly, I can't endure the oppressive scenes within this game. Especially under the portrayal of those visuals, the entire desert appears desolate. Sometimes the realism is overwhelming, causing a significant impact on our psyche. A Cup of Tea remarked, indeed for us sensitive girls the situations in this game can easily affect our moods. Initially, they hadn't considered the real implications of the game. However, in such a realistic setting, even though emotional dulling exists, the inner impact remains quite substantial. After all, someone who spends all day in the office completing various tasks and is equally afraid of interacting with others tends to hide dreams of the stars and the sea deep within. Yet when one personally touches the stars and the sea, they realize just how insignificant they are. Lin Mo, of course, does not experience emotional dulling. Besides, sometimes emotional dulling is indeed not a good thing. Moreover, Lin Mo receives far more information than other players, and his understanding of the situation is certainly broader than that of all the other players. Therefore, the psychological impact on him these past few days has been quite significant. Mao Xinghuai slowly exited the forum, glancing at his wife sitting on his lap, and calmly exhaled a smoke ring. See, I told you I wasn't chatting with any other girls. I've really just been playing games these past few days. That's more like it. If I catch you flirting with other girls, I won't let it go. By the way, do you have time tonight? I made your favorite dish, which includes chicken kidneys, beef kidneys, pork kidneys, and lamb kidneys, along with goat testicles and bull testicles. I also added your favorite goji berries and yam. Oh, would you like some soup made from all of that? Please, dear, spare me. It's said that too much nourishment is bad for health. This isn't just about nourishment, it's practically a matter of my life. Mao Xinghuai smiled bitterly, knowing full well what his wife intended to do that night. However, his current situation did not allow him to indulge. Approaching 30, his body could no longer keep up. If he continued like this, he would eventually collapse in bed. Don't worry, I have no such intentions tonight. His wife winked at him before swaying into the kitchen to get busy. The next day, despite the server opening at noon, players flooded in. Lin Mo looked at the crowd in confusion, as he thought noon was a time typically occupied by work or school. Aren't you all supposed to be working? Shouldn't this time be reserved for lunch or a break? After eating and resting, you should be going back to work. How can you all be here at this hour? Aren't you afraid of getting fired by your teachers or bosses? Yumi clawed her way onto Lin Mo's shoulder, boasting, "It's fine, all the company affairs are handled by lower management. I only need to review a few documents a day. The documents are just sitting on the company desk. Once I step out to review them, I can still log back in without rushing. The administrator knows what's going on over there. By the way, is this really a real-life role play? Stop guessing and just go play. Oh, and by the way, I dismantled Ling Xiao's mask. It will be sent as compensation to his personal account shortly." Lin Mo suddenly remembered that he had previously dismantled Ling Xiao's mask during an experiment, realizing that it could no longer be reassembled. "It's fine as long as I have points. Considering the points from previous tasks, I'm practically a small fortune now. Administrator, please bring up the purchasing page. I want to indulge." A few minutes later, Ling Xiao looked at his empty wallet holding a few high-frequency vibrating cutters and left slowly. For him, his money would probably only buy a few cutters, but if he spent it all on energy kinetic weapons, he would be left penniless, as those monsters wouldn't spare him just because he had an energy weapon. Besides, he knew his shooting skills. It was all about luck. Lin Mo watched as the other player left with a bunch of harpoons, silently feeling pity for these players who were suffering under capitalist exploitation while he foolishly worked hard. "Administrator, I would like to ask how difficult it is to join your company. Is it possible for me to work there directly after graduation?" Boat looked at Lin Mo with great anticipation, as Lin Mo was a real person who could answer this question. Besides, establishing a good relationship in advance might even grant him some advantages during the interview process. "Let me put it this way, our company actually doesn't have many employees, most of them are robots. These robots don't get tired or have to deal with hard work, and the most crucial part is that they don't require salaries. We only have this one research department. However, considering your current educational background, it seems quite a stretch. After all, everyone inside are big shots, and even a high achiever like me can only sit on the sidelines. I can't understand a word they say, so most of the time I just sit by and drink coffee." Lin Mo was practically talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. After all, his research team was mostly just nominal, spending most of their time modifying web pages. What surprised Lin Mo was that some game development companies had spent a fortune to poach people from his side. It's unclear whether they are making a profit or a loss. If they profit, they've hired a production team from the Eternal Virtual Technology Company. But if they lose, those people can only create PPTs and modify online forums and web interfaces. The largest team here is still the design team. "May I ask what your educational background is?" "Administrator. I graduated from Garden University with a PhD. Boat. After all, everyone is in the internet business, so they are quite clear about what is being said. Thus, they could only express their speechlessness towards Lin Mo's assertive behavior. However, everyone is quite eager to know what the administrator's educational background is, as it may very well determine their entry into the company. After all, no matter how you look at it, this administrator seems not very bright, whereas the NPC named Lin Xiu seems to be a top academic. Everything she says leaves the players bewildered, leading many to speculate that Lin Xiu is the true game manager, and her presence as an NPC is primarily to collect game data. As for Lin Mo, he is merely a mascot and number filler. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was unaware that he had become a mere NPC for the players, still believed that the players regarded him with utmost respect. "By the way, don't you feel anything? Didn't they say there's a body enhancement feature?" The girls had begun experimenting with any so-called special abilities the moment they entered the game, even making magical girl gestures, but ended up feeling lonely. Only then did everyone shift their focus back to their bodies. After all, for them, the so-called upgrades didn't seem to bring any noticeable changes, as their reflexes and lifting strength had not improved significantly. Lin Mo certainly didn't understand the situation either, and could only attribute it to the players' bad luck in not achieving a noticeable upgrade effect. After all, these players were not at the level to soar into the skies yet. "Wait a moment, I'll ask Professor Lin." Lin Mo insisted on asking when he didn't understand something. After all, he genuinely couldn't provide answers to the technical questions. This issue was somewhat beyond his grasp, similar to asking an elementary student what calculus is. How to use calculus? Why do those players' bodily functions seem to show no significant changes? Was there a problem during the gene modification process that led to these players not receiving the modification? Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "In your mind, what do you think a human should be like after undergoing gene modification? 4 legs or 4 arms? Or maybe 3 heads and 6 arms? Drinking nuclear waste and gene modification seems to be quite different. After all, if these two things could be equated, then little Day would have undergone gene modifications thousands of times by now." Essentially, gene modification is indeed similar to the mutations caused by nuclear radiation, but the only difference is that gene modification follows a relatively stable range within which uncontrollable factors will not arise, and it also won't result in a 3-headed 6-armed monster. Moreover, the transformation of genes requires time. Right now, there are naturally no obvious feelings, but I estimate that within a week they will begin to show noticeable changes. After all, even if a head is suddenly crushed, the botus functions still have a certain survival time during which they slowly die. Of course, gene modification also has uncontrollable aspects, and what awaits them will be the gradual acceptance of death, or possibly reverse modification leading to an increasingly weakened body. However, the probability of this issue is very low as current genetic technology has effectively shielded against these problems. Initially, the experimental design considered selecting one normal body from 1,000 bionic bodies, but it seems you don't think so. Lin Mo expressed that if he thought that way, he would have probably been blown away by now. After all, for Lin Mo, sometimes these issues should be left for the players to understand themselves. Even if someone topped up a prize draw, there's a chance of failure. After all, if you pay and spin the wheel only to end up with nothing, then it's also possible that there are flaws in your body enhancement, isn't it? Moreover, if I give 1,000 bodies for the players to exchange for one normal body, they can't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more they think highly of themselves. They need to be thoroughly humbled before they can see you as a father figure. Don't worry, within a week you will see noticeable changes in your bodies, but this change isn't necessarily all positive. There's a good chance of reverse mutations occurring, and that will depend on your luck. Lin Mo directly recounted what Lin Xiu had just said. After all, he truly didn't understand the deeper scientific knowledge. Sometimes it's better to leave the unclear matters to the professionals. Oh, will we turn into muscular Barbies? The rabbit said with some concern. As for her, becoming a muscle-bound steel woman would be worse than killing her. I can't say for sure as I have no way to control the genes. Everything depends on your luck. However, it's certain that you won't turn into a 3-headed 6-armed Neza, nor will you become a tentacle monster. Of course, if you want to experience something with tentacle monsters and female elves, you might as well forget it. Will we encounter tentacle monsters? Nyangdo suddenly became spirited, and everyone looked at him oddly. Even the goose couldn't help but take 2 steps back, their eyes clearly written with the word pervert. No, I just want to see what the legendary tentacle monster which tortures elves and then tortures magical girls looks like. If you keep talking, I'll have no choice but to mute you. After all, while this game is indeed rated for mature audiences, I still have my bottom line when creating games. Lin Mo helplessly rubbed his forehead as he truly didn't know how to explain things to these little players, especially since he had never seen a real tentacle monster. After dismissing these little players, Lin Mo returned to his leisurely life watering his plants. However, as soon as he reached the area where he had planted the plants, his eyes almost popped out. The plants that had just sprouted as seedlings yesterday had already borne bright red fruits. Why was this plant grown with hormones? How could it grow so fast? A somewhat panicked Lin Mo pulled Lin Xiu over as he remembered that even the fastest growing plants take nearly 1 or 2 months to grow. It hadn't even been 2 weeks and the fruits were already out. This was indeed too fast. Lin Xiu squatted down, pinched the soil with her hand, and examined the leaves before saying, "Don't worry, it's fine. This plant is a product of genetic engineering, and under such conditions, it can produce fruit very quickly. In fact, this type of plant is still considered slow. Truly fast-growing plants can be sown one night and harvested the next day. I have related information about that plant. However, it has a drawback. It requires extremely fertile soil. Essentially, that soil can only support one type of plant, because after planting it will become barren. Under normal circumstances, it can't be replanted for nearly 4 to 5 years. The fruits of that plant also lack nutrition, as most of the nutrients are used to boost its growth system. Moreover, the fruits are very unpleasant to eat, essentially making them unusable. However, the growth speed of that plant is still remarkably fast. So did you eat that plant back then? Of course, otherwise how would I know if it was edible? So your principle for determining whether a plant is edible is to take a bite and see if it poisons you or not, right? How could that be? There are instruments for testing. As long as the instruments do not indicate any harmful effects on human nerves, it is safe to eat. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire the creativity and practical skills of these people. They were truly playing with their lives. But when did the concept that any plant with long legs could be eaten by the people of Hua was spread around the world? Administrator, I would like to apply to develop that small forest so that it can provide shelter for the ordinary refugees hiding in the city. The big goose suddenly said this. Lin Mo cast a suspicious glance at the big goose. It wasn't that he didn't trust this guy's skills, but one had to have solid evidence. No one could say for sure how many monsters were hidden in that small forest at the entrance. After all, based on Lin Mo's discoveries, there were already 14 kinds. Moreover, this does not account for the other monsters. According to Lin Xiu, the forest at the entrance used to be a huge biological testing ground, but due to radiation, the creatures inside mutated. This depends on whether you can develop it yourselves. I recommend you not to attempt to bring those people back. After all, they might live better in the city. In the city, there is food, but here they are mostly faced with starvation. After all, there is still some food in the city, even if it's expired, and they can eat it. If there's no other option, they could even resort to cannibalism. But here are you going to let them bite those monsters? Lin Mo was also well aware of the dangers hidden in this forest. According to publicly available data, the creatures brought here were numerous, and initially, there was a protective shield. Even the containment of those creatures required specialized special forces to go in and recover them. Given this group of inexperienced individuals, Lin Mo felt it was quite precarious. After all, the capabilities of these guys were apparent. Even if reduced to data, they were at a level of not being very formidable. They still thought they could carve out a new residence for those in the city. Lin Mo believed these guys were dreaming. So, Administrator, how many monsters are there in this forest? Do they spawn randomly like in the game? Of course not. However, these monsters can reproduce. Even if the survival rate of the young is low, many can survive. So to some extent, these monsters can be dealt with provided you have the strength to do so. But let me remind you again, do not sympathize with those refugees living in the city, as you do not know if they are taking advantage of your compassion. Lin Mo reminded the big goose, after all, these people would do anything for food. It was entirely possible that they would directly devour the big goose. In that case, the one who would suffer would likely be the big goose. I understand. Lin Mo looked at the big goose, who was discussing how to deal with the monsters with Nyangdo and Yumi. He shook his head helplessly. Sometimes the greater the hope one has for someone, the greater the disappointment will be. After all, anyone who stays too long in this perilous environment will inevitably become more ruthless. What? Clear out those monsters and establish a new stronghold. I'm wondering why the administrator doesn't just let those NPCs in. Nyangdo still had some doubts about this. After all, it was particularly safe here, and there was no worry about those monsters rushing in to cause trouble. But why not let them in? Yumi shook his head. He often found the game's settings difficult to understand. After all, there were only 2 NPCs in the entire newbie village, and they were isolated from the NPCs outside, which was quite strange. Moreover, other games usually have some background introductions regarding interpersonal relationships, but here, let alone that. Even now, he was still in the dark about the identities of those characters, especially the administrator. In some sense, the administrator should hold the highest position in the entire base, yet he did not seem very clever. On the other hand, the NPC who served as a researcher appeared remarkably wise. I am not sure about that, but should be part of the game settings. However, this is just a game and should not be taken seriously. After all, their survival and demise are merely scripts that the planners have already written waiting for us to experience. If you take it seriously, you might fall into the trap of this game. As for developing that forest, Yumi had never considered it. After all, even though he was not sure how many monsters were inside, the fact that one could encounter monsters just by taking a few steps indicated it was definitely very dangerous. What are you guys talking about? Include us in it. That mask you have is quite unusual. I feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I just can't remember where. I got it after killing a few wild people. The administrator took apart Ling Xiao's mask and gave him compensation in points, so it wasn't a total loss. I remember you guys encountered wild people too, right? How did it go? Did you get the mask back? What for? It's covered in blood, looks disgusting. I just threw it away. It's probably buried under the sandstorm by now. Nyangdo shook her head in disgust. After all, she thought from the beginning that this mask was not a good thing. After all, what good could come from a bunch of wild people who can't even speak? It was probably stolen from a wholesale market. This mask has a function that allows you to see through using infrared to see other people. What a shame you didn't bring it back, otherwise you would have personally experienced its charm. In a few days I will release a chapter specifically about Lin Shiyu's past life on Earth, otherwise it feels like everyone is quite confused. At this moment, Nyangdo and the big goose felt a pang of heartache as so many masks were right in front of them, and they had missed out, feeling as if they had lost nearly 1 million. Now 2 rooms have been specially made, one for the boys and one for the girls. In reality, as artificial beings, they bear no gender distinctions, only differing in appearance, yet everyone felt somewhat uncomfortable, hence, they were still separated. However, 5 people squeezed into a small space felt like 5 pigs crammed into a confined pigsty. As for comfort, that was simply out of the question, only ensuring that their bodies wouldn't be buried in the dirt. After all, Lin Mo had already driven them all out to prevent this group from lying on the floor at the door, which might cause passersby to trip over them. If this thing were a matchbox, it would be an overstatement for this house. After all, in Lin Mo's view, this house is not even as good as the duck pens in rural areas. Overall, the exploration part still occupied a significant portion of their focus. At this point, the 5 girls could no longer purchase equipment, and their bodies were still burdened with debts. Administrator, please give us a task, otherwise we are really broke now. You can't expect us to fight those monsters barehanded, right? The ladies clung tightly to Lin Mo's leg, resembling corn from back then. After many unsuccessful struggles, Lin Mo finally assigned them a task to explore for useful items in the city. After all, there was now a general direction. They could head directly toward those cities based on the known locations. There were 3 cities already discovered, but it was unclear if they were the same city, as that city was simply too vast, and Lin Mo didn't have a third-person perspective, so he wasn't sure if there were 3 cities or just one city they entered from different directions. What? You want to clear the monsters in that forest? What are you kidding? Boat was instantly stunned as he believed that the big goose's move was undoubtedly aimed at directly wiping out the entire monster production base, and that too while still a novice going straight to challenge the boss lair. Brother, what exactly do you want to do? Even if you want to build a shelter for these people, this isn't the way to do it. Besides, life in the city is definitely better than here, after all, for those living in the city, as long as they have no moral bottom line, they live better than anyone else. Boat also tried to dissuade the big goose from this idea, as regardless of its potential usefulness, the game developers wouldn't just sit back and let someone wipe out their boss lair. Considering the company's ample funds, they might even introduce a new boss lair. By the way, last time I confiscated a batch of high-frequency vibration cutters. These seem not to require permissions, right? I have a batch too. Ling Xiao and Boat also snatched a batch of high-frequency vibration cutters from those wild men. Looking at each other's cutters, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, we players are worse off than those small monsters. Those small monsters still have a high-frequency vibration cutter, and if we continue like this, we might have to fight those monsters barehanded. Nyangdo tried her high-frequency vibration cutter and found it still operational, indicating that it indeed had no restrictions. This one has no restrictions. How about yours? It operates normally too with no restrictions. Then that's great. Thus, a path of leveling up by defeating monsters and obtaining equipment unfolded before all the players, but this path seemed quite challenging. After all, every time they fought those monsters, they would suffer considerable losses, as those monsters not only possessed hunting instincts, but were also extremely clever and would employ cunning strategies. If they were like the low-intelligence monsters in mobile games, they could predict their movements based on their trajectories, but those wild men could not only observe players through their masks, but also form formations to surround and attack them. Compared to the monsters in the forest, which offered little benefit, they could only serve as food. Everyone's focus was still on the wild men in the city, as some of them not only wielded high-frequency vibration cutters, but most importantly wore masks with infrared capabilities. If they wore these masks into the forest to hunt other animals, wouldn't that be a breeze? After all, it's important to know that in the forest the greatest fear is being ambushed. If they could notice the monsters in advance, a sudden attack would be much more effective. Thus, the players devised a strategy and prepared to go to the city to level up by defeating monsters with their high-frequency vibration cutters. Are you also heading to the city? Luo Yu quickly ran over, pulling the lady along with the other three girls closely following behind. They really didn't dare to go out again without weapons, especially after the scorpion swarm had left them with psychological trauma. Are you heading to the city too? Let's go together, or we can chat along the way, but this broken game doesn't even have a vehicle, so we'll have to walk. Boat complained as the round trip took a lot of time. From 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. it took nearly 9 hours, and now they had to spend over 3 hours on the journey back and forth, leaving them with only about 6 hours of exploration time. There are vehicles in this game, they are those cars. When Yang Do spoke of this matter, a hint of sorrow flickered across her face. After all, she had wasted a life unnecessarily, primarily due to that so-called vehicle. Well, more importantly, it was because of Yumi, who, despite being unable to drive, insisted on trying and wanted to show off her driving skills. The result is something she preferred not to discuss. This thing really depends on luck. If one is fortunate, they might find a vehicle that can run. If not, it's unlikely to find one, especially since those abandoned cars parked by the roadside are mostly in no condition to drive. One should check the underground parking lots or those cars locked away in houses to see if any are functional. However, I must remind you once again that thing is incredibly difficult to operate. I had an accident before precisely because it was so hard to handle. Yumi decisively shifted the blame for her accident onto the difficulty of operating the car. If I remember correctly, wasn't it because you wanted to show off your skills that the accident happened? Forget it, let's not talk about that. Let's hurry and leave. If we linger here any longer, we'll be late for work. Wait, did we log into the game at noon, or did we come in later at night? If I remember correctly, we logged in around noon, right? Damn it, we're in trouble. I thought I logged in during the afternoon. As soon as Nyang Do finished speaking, her body slumped down, indicating she had exited the game. The others suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing they had merely logged in at noon to check the game's launch, and now nearly 2 hours had passed. In just a few seconds, only Bote remained in the team. He didn't have to worry about lunchtime, since he had no classes that afternoon. Li Shiyun quickly returned to her senses, took off her helmet, and dashed towards the company. After all, the employee dormitory was quite a distance from the office. As she ran frantically, she kept an eye on the time, and naturally her supervisor gave her a stern reprimand. The unluckiest among them was 2Z. While the others managed to use stomach aches as an excuse, she had already used that excuse 6 times this month. As a result, her supervisor didn't believe her at all, leading to a fine of nearly 200 yuan from her salary this month. ZE2Z, what were you doing at home? You came in so late. The company owner personally came to inspect the situation today and saw your desk was empty. He was furious, but thankfully the supervisor helped you out by saying you went to the restroom and got him to approve a fake leave. A colleague leaned in and whispered to Lin Zi. Upon hearing this, Lin Zi let out a long sigh of relief. If the boss had discovered she was late because she was playing games at home, she would likely lose her job. Fortunately, this was all thanks to the supervisor. After all, being absent without leave and taking a leave of absence are two different concepts. If it was due to a legitimate matter, the boss couldn't say much. But if it was because she was gaming at home, she would have likely been fired by now. Bote wanted to explore alone, but as soon as he stepped out, he hurried back. The outside world felt too oppressive, and experiencing such a heavy atmosphere alone was somewhat unbearable. In the end, he had no choice but to log off and find something else to do, such as taking his buddies out for a good meal to treat himself. At that moment, Lin Mo was playing a minigame online. Although he was no longer in that world, playing games was still fine, as he could use fake accounts for downloading and logging into the games. What are you playing? It looks quite interesting. Lin Xiu suddenly appeared behind Lin Mo, startling him. After all, her ability to appear and disappear was quite eerie. Mobile Legends, how about an unknown match? In the first match, Lin Mo was completely dominating, quickly achieving a score of 0-23 against Lin Xiu. However, in the second match, the tables turned and Lin Mo ended up with a score of 0-26. I believe my poor performance in the last match was purely due to my initial mistakes, which gave you an opportunity. Let's have another match. Having been thoroughly defeated, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he considered himself an experienced player, yet being slaughtered by someone who had just started gaming was quite humiliating. In the second match, Lin Xiu stood under Lin Mo's defense tower, reducing her health to a sliver, and then performed a miraculous comeback, leaving Lin Mo in shock. Big boss, carry me. Tell me how you did that. Lin Mo finally admitted defeat, recognizing that the other party was dominating not only in gaming, but also in the academic field. Lin Mo had always thought of himself as an expert in gaming, only to realize that he was even inferior to a novice. I once told you that my brain is equipped with a micro central integrated computer that aids me in data calculations. The number of calculations you perform would not even reach a fraction of 1% of my computer's processing power. In the first match, I had already gathered your data. My computer simulates and processes what actions you might take next and how I should respond. So you're using a supercomputer to play games. Lin Mo suddenly found it hard to know where to start with his complaints. This was far more terrifying than cheating, as cheating could at least be detected by anti-cheat systems. But in this situation, forget detection, it was impossible to determine if cheating was even happening. In the end, the two teamed up with Lin Xiu, choosing an easy Takari jungler. As a result, they continuously achieved MVPs and their ranks soared. Lin Xiu seemed to have a sixth sense, clearly anticipating where the opponents would appear and when they would use their skills. Is the opponent cheating? Damn, could you show some mercy? I'm already at 0-18. If this goes on, my teammates will report me. This is probably cheating. We definitely need to report them when we go out later. The opponent was overwhelmed, ultimately giving up and merely standing in their fountain waiting to be pushed. After 4 minutes, they were already defending their tower at the high ground. By 6 minutes, the high ground was gone, and almost all the stats on their side were negative. What was the point of continuing to play? After winning nearly 10 consecutive games, Lin Xiu abruptly closed the game page. This isn't interesting, or it feels like the opponent isn't even putting any pressure on me. By the way, is this what the internet was like over 3,000 years ago? It feels so outdated. Lin Mo originally wanted to argue a bit, but thinking about the ancient methods of information transmission, he suddenly felt that it might be better not to explain. After all, if we calculate back to that time, the written language had just begun to form, and the transmission methods were probably just human-to-human, relying on loud shouting. If you want to set up a supercomputer, then no matter how difficult the game is, it shouldn't be a problem for you, right? After all, you could predict the opponent's next move in advance. What's the point of continuing to play this game? Lin Mo couldn't help but feel pity for that group of players on the opposite side. After all, not only had he suffered a thorough beating, but also been insulted as a noob. Anyone who found themselves in this situation wouldn't feel good. During this time, many companies sought out Yongxing virtual technology for collaboration, expressing their desire to develop this virtual game together and share the market. However, Lin Mo rejected them without a second thought. He wasn't developing this game solely for profit. If he wanted to make money, there were nearly 100 ways to do so now. Why collaborate? Lin Xiu had a complete set of virtual reality technology. After all, on Earth, 3,000 years later, virtual reality technology was no longer a rare thing. One could say it was quite outdated. If it weren't for the arrival of the chaotic era, humanity would have developed this information technology to a higher level. However, using this technology had a prerequisite: it required extremely high computational power. After all, simulating various human sensations demanded considerable calculations by computers. Given the current computing capacity of human technology, let alone simulating human sensations, even rendering the visuals might not be achievable. Despite such an aloof attitude, other companies were not angry, rather they found it quite normal. After all, they lacked neither money nor technology, not to mention the market. They were still conducting internal testing, and this technology was unique in the world. A bit of arrogance was certainly to be expected. However, this made those internet giants feel quite anxious. After all, in their view, whoever first mastered this virtual reality technology would dominate the future of internet development, whether in social platforms, gaming platforms, or online shopping. Virtual reality technology could indeed significantly change human life. The only company currently mastering this technology was particularly aloof, refusing any collaboration with other companies. The key was that they not only had powerful backing, but also lacked for nothing financially. The so-called research teams that they had tried so hard to recruit turned out to be good for nothing, merely able to handle the network interface, while the virtual reality technology left them completely perplexed. There were attempts to pressure Yongxing virtual technology, and they even spread rumors online saying that such a configuration posed risks and needed technical verification. This news was released in the morning, and the court summons arrived in the afternoon. After this wave of strikes, those so-called internet companies quieted down one by one. After all, they cared about their reputation. If they were to tear the facade, some matters would indeed become difficult to handle. There were many internet companies in the world, and those able to ride the fast train of virtual reality technology were certainly not few. Lin Mo simply couldn't be bothered with these people. After all, for him, although the manufacturing of virtual reality helmets involved many simple procedures, most of the computational load had been transferred to the Z-Way Star mobile control platform for processing. In truth, dismantling those virtual helmets into pieces would be of little use. After all, the simulation was conducted on his own computer, and the so-called components on those helmets were equally useless. Those components merely released different currents targeting various acupoints to induce corresponding sensations in the human body. In a sense, the virtual reality helmet corresponded with the acupoint system in traditional Chinese medicine. What surprised Lin Mo was that nearly 3,000 years later, the traditional Chinese medicine system had not declined with the advancement of science. Instead, it had grown even stronger. However, this led to many humorous incidents. Initially, Huawei placed little importance on traditional Chinese medicine and even suppressed it, resulting in traditional Chinese culture being appropriated by another nation and openly used. It took nearly 200 years of debate about the origins of traditional Chinese medicine to reclaim all of its cultural heritage, which naturally required considerable effort from many people. It was likely that dismantling the helmets into pieces and finding a bunch of experts for so-called technical verification would be of no use. It might help to bring in some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but such a scenario was unlikely. After all, just imagine a bunch of experts in various engineering materials and brain neuroscience suddenly mixed with an old Chinese medicine practitioner. How bizarre would that be? As for who those 10 players were, there was still no definitive answer. After all, Lin Mo excelled in information processing and management. Moreover, since no new players had been added after the previous 10 were distributed and no one had paid attention to Yongxing virtual technology at that time, they could only wait for the next batch of internal testers. Lin Xiyu found it uninteresting and continued to busy herself with her research, while Lin Mo could only stay here playing the game, occasionally chatting over the microphone with his teammates, exchanging friendly jabs and inquiring about each other's parents. "Where's my cigarette?" Lin Mo seemed to recall something and then withdrew his hand from the cigarette box. It had been a long time since he had smoked. He was indeed close to quitting. After all, he used to be a heavy smoker, unable to resist a few cigarettes throughout the day. However, this had led to persistent coughing at a young age, and he had been trying to quit, but found it difficult. If he had lost the habit of smoking in this world, it would ultimately be a good thing. If he could avoid smoking, he would. Lin Mo still collected those nameless cigarettes he scavenged from various rooms as a sort of collection. In the rooms Lin Mo accessed, most were lounges for level 6 authorities along with a few experimental research labs. However, he couldn't make sense of the machinery inside, but Lin Xiyu seemed to have discovered treasure and was continuously pondering over it. He found several warehouses filled to the brim with supplies, mainly some nutrient solutions, various high-frequency, vibrating cutters, and firearms. Lin Mo felt his scalp tingle at the sight. After all, so many high-frequency vibrating cutters. Was the other party planning to use them as bullets? Even so, Lin Mo never lowered the price of the high-frequency vibrating cutters in the marketplace. The reason was simply that he didn't want this group of players to develop a mindset of waiting. If they waited for the price to drop, other firearms might drop in price as well. In general, he really didn't find anything valuable. Of course, a large part of it was because even if he found something, he wouldn't know how to use it. Lin Mo felt that this world was unkind to someone like him, a poor student who probably couldn't even compete with elementary school kids. Although schools had completely disappeared nearly 2,000 years ago, his educational level probably still couldn't compare to those elementary school classmates. In this world, wealthy children had their entire memory implanted at a young age, and all they needed to do was engage in the design and research of cutting-edge technology. As for the poor, what defines a poor person? After all, wealth and poverty are relative. If compared, those living in underground cities might be considered poor. Those enduring pollution from industrial waste on the original Earth might also be considered poor, as the concept of poverty must be compared to wealth. After understanding the social structure, Lin Mo sighed. This society's structure was already fixed. The poor were born poor, and the rich were born rich. The children of the wealthy not only received memory implantation from a young age, making them top-tier geniuses, but they also had better social connections and environments. Those so-called relative poor only needed to go to designated locations to collect food. They didn't have to busy themselves with anything else. Besides eating, their only concern was how to reproduce, as in this era, all job positions had essentially been replaced by robots. The methods of gaining benefits through strikes like those from 3,000 years ago no longer existed. Of course, these people weren't without tasks. They could indulge their youth in virtual games, spending their lives in a state of inertia. The rulers above, in order to solidify their order, replaced police with robots. Humans could never win against robots in combat. Robots had no fear of casualties, and if damaged, they could simply be taken back to the factory for repairs. The entire social hierarchy was fixed, and no matter how hard those below tried, it would be of little use. The only potential for change lay in war, especially the increasing number of wars born out of the white light crisis, as those at the bottom sought to rise. The lower class had become the driving force behind these wars, one purely for personal gain, the other seeking to ascend to that unattainable height, each with their own objectives. Such a bizarre scene could likely only be witnessed in that chaotic era. What has become of humanity's fate now? Lin Mo was not too clear about this. Given that humanity had yet to establish a signal with his side, it was likely that the other side was mostly done for. Once Lin Mo stepped onto another floor, he realized just how vast this control platform was. He hadn't even reached the top deck, yet he had barely ascended a tenth of the so-called floors, and the space he explored was enough to leave him panting. According to Lin Shiyu's description, the deck above the control platform was truly enormous. Its main purpose was to dock aerospace fighters, which were merely protective devices circling the control center. Its primary purpose was also to prevent special forces from conducting assassination missions. According to Lin Shiyu, these so-called special forces were more formidable than superheroes capable of traversing the heavens and earth. From Lin Shiyu's description, Lin Mo could only guess that even the Hulk would have to light a cigarette for them. The most crucial aspect is that what Lin Shiyu described was still the situation after the decline of the prosperity era. Now how far has it developed? Lin Mo dared not speculate, nor did he want a feeling like surrounded by big shots while he was just a small newbie shooting a few rabbits on the roadside. Fortunately, Lin Mo still held Lin Shiyu's ultimate trump card in his hands. As long as he had enough time and was sufficiently cunning, he might be able to develop and become one of those who could live for over 3,000 years. According to Lin Shiyu, she was likely the only one in the entire world. So in Lin Mo's eyes, wasn't this the hidden thigh he was looking for? It must be the golden finger that heaven rewards this transmigrator with. Relying on this golden finger to dominate the world was merely a thought. The most important thing now was to survive. By evening, the players finally logged in one after another. After all, during the day, they were just working individuals facing the demands of their lives. No matter how entertaining the game might be, if they did not work, they would hardly be able to afford a meal. Lin Mo observed the players, each wearing a fatigued expression, and suddenly found it hard to judge the situation. In the future, the so-called poor would not work at all, relying on provisions from above for their daily meals, spending their days eating, then entering the virtual world to play only to eat again, with all housing provided uniformly. The only consideration would be issues concerning reproduction, as many plans required genetically excellent humans. However, genetic engineering could not replicate those perfectly ideal humans, so the only way to chance upon such individuals was through the normal reproduction of ordinary people. Yet the lives that future humans did not wish to live seemed to be the very life that these working individuals desired. Lin Mo suddenly found it difficult to evaluate this situation, as it was simply absurd. "I was fined 200 yuan this month, what about you?" the rabbit said dejectedly, having lost track of time earlier, resulting in a deduction of her wages. She felt somewhat unhappy about it, but her feelings were not something she could control. "Fortunately, I just made it in time as our boss came to inspect today. I stepped in just as the work shift was about to begin, and right after I entered, the boss walked in. It scared me to death." The big goose was also quite frightened, as he had a wife to take care of at home. If he lost his job, both of them might end up struggling to survive, given that he was the pillar of the household. "After all, we really need to keep an eye on the time from now on, or else I truly fear losing this job, as I still rely on it for my meals." Based on the situation of these few individuals, Lin Mo had a rough understanding. Except for Bot, who was a university student, the rest were all working people. Among them, the wealthiest and most free was only Luo Yu, who was said to be an executive at a company. However, there were still a few who could freely manage their own time. They were nearly the top tier in their company, and indeed did not have to worry too much about work hours. After boasting for a while, these individuals set off towards the city, deliberately avoiding a certain forest, as it was teeming with monsters. By using his infrared goggles, saw a dense mass of red within which nearly gave him a heart attack. After all, if there were truly that many monsters, he wouldn't even dare to step inside. Even just standing nearby would likely expose him to the risk of an ambush. He truly wondered how Niao Do had managed to lure those monsters so far back then. This time we shall call ourselves the Points Expedition Team, and our belief is for the sake of points. Niao Do wailed as he charged forward, only to trip and fall, resulting in two of his perfectly intact teeth mysteriously coming loose. However, for Niao Do, who felt he had only reached 30% of his physical capacity, this did not significantly affect his movements. After all, unless one was a master capable of reaching 100%, ordinary injuries were hardly felt by these players. Strange, why haven't their bodies shown any changes? Could it be that their luck is just too good with no negative regression or positive evolution? Lin Mo had been particularly attentive to the bodies of these small players lately, as the mutations they presented could determine which evolutionary paths would emerge in the future. In Lin Mo's view, these gene modification programs were fixed, and only a few outcomes would be possible. At this moment, completely unaware that they were becoming experimental subjects, the players were chatting and laughing as they made their way to the city. They were fortunate, having encountered no monsters along the way, and smoothly arrived at the outskirts of the city. Before even stepping into the city, they were greeted by a ground littered with corpses. However, the players were already accustomed to this sight, as bodies were everywhere, both inside and outside the city. It seemed as though these corpses would never decompose, lying sprawled in various positions. Some were slumped over railings, some knelt on the ground, and others were simply decaying inside vehicles. What is your mission? Speaking of which, we haven't received any tasks yet. The Big Goose suddenly asked, considering that their recent explorations seemed to be organized by the players themselves. Each time they ventured out, there were no fixed tasks assigned. Perhaps sometimes the administrators triggered random tasks if they spotted something interesting, but it appeared that no fixed missions had been distributed for a while. Our task here seems to be to gather useful items, though I'm not quite clear on what exactly constitutes a useful item. Ching Cha then spoke, mentioning that Bot had previously given them a high-frequency vibrating cutter, which was the only weapon in the female team. Then it seems that exploring is essentially the same as our task. We both explore and find items that interest the administrators to trigger random tasks. After all, our battles with the savages were always in such scenarios before. However, I must remind you that the high-frequency vibrating cutters the savages possess do not require permission, meaning you can use them freely. Also, the masks on the savages' faces are infrared detection radars capable of detecting any creatures hiding around the walls. When you hunt down the savages, make sure to take their masks, as they are also rare items. Bot pointed to the mask on his face, having been using it to check for buried scorpions along the way. However, he was unsure whether to call it luck or misfortune, as he had not encountered a single monster during this journey. Without monsters, naturally the ability to show off one's prowess would vanish as well. Thus, along the way, Bode appeared like a fool, glancing around, especially with a strange mask on his face, making him look no different from someone who had escaped from a mental institution. Then I don't want my task results to differ from yours, right? The lady seemed to deflate, suddenly realizing she had been deceived by Lin Mo again. After all, the so-called collection of useful items was a broad term, and whether they were truly useful depended on the circumstances described by Lin Mo. The tasks assigned to the boys involved exploring the entire city, while the girls had similar tasks. It turned out that both sides had identical objectives, yet she foolishly sought the administrator for a simpler task. Alright, let's hurry, at least we still have weapons, right? Ching Cha helped the kneeling lady up, and then dragged her off to explore other areas. A group of 5 girls explored the city together, while the boys had to be bolder, sticking to their previous formation. Ling Xiao and boat together, Nyang Do with Dai and Yumi leading the way. You guys, I suddenly want to see what that car feels like. Would you support me? As my dear brothers and comrades, you would definitely support me, right? Yumi suddenly wrapped her arms around Nyang Do and Dai's shoulders, appearing quite intimate. This startled both Nyang Do and Dai, as the memory of the previous car accident was still too shocking. They were unwilling to get back in Yumi's vehicle, but searching for cars together was still acceptable. Although the streets were cluttered with countless car frames, there were hardly any that could be used. The group managed to dismantle a few vehicles with their high-frequency vibration cutters, but they couldn't decipher the vehicle structures. Nonetheless, they all marveled at how realistic the game was. Even the game's designs lacked the indestructibility setting, and after destruction, various small parts remained. To be honest, I now think that even those PhDs from MIT might not be able to get into the Eternal Life Virtual Technology Company. Isn't that obvious? Nyang Do complained after trying several vehicles that wouldn't start. I estimate that the hiring process at the Eternal Life Virtual Technology team is particularly stringent. I saw a short video speculating about Eternal Life Technology. After all, a team capable of solving century-old problems like the Riemann hypothesis and cancer must be composed of various academic elites. However, I now think the administrator is definitely not ordinary. His normalcy appears to be a facade he intentionally puts on for us. Thinking this way suddenly makes me feel deeply unnerved. Yumi began to speculate while Lin Mo, who had been lounging in his seat with his legs crossed, finally sat up and focused intently on the camera inside. Why, oi? Thinking about it, it does seem plausible. After all, in a crowd of talented individuals, it wouldn't make sense to have a useless person among them, so the administrator's seemingly useless demeanor must be an act. The other two small players pondered seriously for a while before nodding in agreement. Lin Mo. By the way, is it polite to discuss others behind their backs? Do they have any decency? At this moment, hiding in the shadows, Lin Mo was contemplating whether these guys had any sense of propriety. Considering what the administrator said about others being in a meeting while he sipped coffee on the side, I believe he is likely part of the company's management, the type of executive who provides funding while the others might just be here for the experience. Yumi continued to add, and the other two small players nodded in agreement, beginning to think seriously. Lin Mo felt a twitch in his eyelids. By the way, do I look like someone with money? In this unintentional discussion, the three players felt they were getting closer to the truth of the matter, while Lin Mo secretly complained that this was completely different from the script he had in mind. If he were really that capable, he probably wouldn't be in this situation. Well, he couldn't go back now. The five girls felt that their exploration progress was exceedingly slow. After all five were huddled together, and after searching for a long time, they hadn't discovered anything that Lin Mo had hoped for. Thus, they discussed cautiously separating a bit, and then continuing their search. Yu Wu and Luo Yu formed one group, while Tu Zi Qing Cha and the lady formed another. Yu's group had Luo Yu as the main offensive force, though they were unarmed, while the second group had the lady as the main offensive force, armed with a high-frequency vibration cutter. To be honest, it feels like everything inside is just normal household items, and it seems they are indeed of no use. Yu Wu said after lifting the curtain and peering into the room, addressing Luo Yu. After all, along the way they had encountered various residential levels, but hadn't found anything that would catch everyone's eye. Let's keep walking, maybe we'll find some cutting-edge tech products soon. After all, the setting is 3,000 years in the future. We'll have to see just how creative the game design team can be. Luo Yu was filled with anticipation for every aspect of this game. After all, as the first true virtual reality game, she believed its market potential was immense. Recently, their company seemed to be feverishly researching virtual reality technology. If it were an ordinary internet company, it might not be an issue. But the problem is their company seems to be a maritime trading agent. What connection could that possibly have with virtual reality technology? Luo Yu could only speculate that this was likely a decision made by the company to increase its market value. Therefore, she had gained some understanding of virtual reality technology during this time, especially in situations where she could personally experience touch, taste, and other sensations. Now she felt a keen interest in everything around her. At that moment, a scream suddenly erupted from the neighboring street, followed closely by Tu Zi and Qing Cha rushing over. Run, there's a rat. Qing Cha was also out of breath as she ran. What's so scary about a rat? By the way, where's the lady? Yu Wu asked curiously. Just then, with the ground shaking, a rat resembling a gigantic version of an elephant emerged, its mouth still hanging onto two legs, chewing away. While there was no need to ask where Yu Wu was, it was clear now. The girls were frantically fleeing through the city while a giant rat relentlessly pursued them. Eventually, they managed to outpace the creature as the enormous rat found it difficult to squeeze into the rooms of the city. Don't you all have high-frequency vibration cutters? What's the deal? Exactly. It's because we have high-frequency vibration cutters that Yu Wu wanted to try it, but the cutter couldn't even cut through the rat's teeth. Didn't the administrator say that high-frequency vibration cutters should theoretically be able to cut through anything? Are we encountering a scammer? Lin Mo. Big sister, isn't that just theoretical? Theory doesn't represent reality, does it? Just like the ads you see and the actual products, can they be equated? Lin Mo had long since experienced that this thing couldn't cut through everything. After all, the high-frequency vibration cutter had proven ineffective against the security doors he had access to. Although Lin Mo wanted these small players to retrieve the rat's teeth, he decided against it. After all, they were still being chased by the rat, and asking them to retrieve its teeth would be quite unfair. However, in some ways the rat's teeth seemed harder than the high-frequency vibration cutter. If they were made into a weapon, who knows how effective it could be. Perhaps it could be used for breaking doors, cough cough. Lin Mo quickly dismissed this deeply ingrained notion from his mind. After spending days dismantling doors, now everything he saw made him want to test it on his security doors. The girls ended up finding nothing, but they lost their only weapon. However, no one blamed the lady, as she had still taken on her responsibility as the team's main offensive force, even if it ended poorly. Especially when the lady wielding the high-frequency vibration cutter shouted at the other two female players to run, while facing the enormous rat alone, she resolutely charged forward, and at that moment Qing Cha and Tu Zi felt as if they were witnessing their Prince Charming. So what should we do next? After all, we have no weapons left. Should we head back now? Let's forget it. Even if we head back now, we probably won't be able to exit the city normally. After all, without weapons, encountering wild people would be even worse. Even now, they could still recall the terror of being dominated by the wild men. After all, a group of monkey-like creatures wielded high-frequency vibrating cutters, which the four girls were utterly incapable of handling. Even with a high-frequency vibrating cutter in Yumi's hand, the result was still defeat. With no other choice, they began to explore the city once again. Though their pain sensitivity was only at 10%, this situation was frightening enough to potentially trigger a heart attack in anyone without a pre-existing condition. Since they were no longer separating, they explored together. However, after searching the city for quite some time, Lin Mo had yet to provide any hints. "Administrator, are you there? Can you hear what we are saying?" Rabbit asked cautiously, but there was no response from Lin Mo through the intercom. Although they understood that the administrator might be eavesdropping on their conversation via the intercom, it seemed there had been no related punishments, leading them to speculate that the administrator was offline most of the time, only occasionally logging in to operate. After a long while, without any response from the administrator, the others were also in a daze. They were unable to determine which items were valuable or useful, making their aimless wandering futile. The group of boys appeared as if they had all received buffs, especially with masks and X-ray hacks rampaging through the wild men's territory. 1,000-year kill. Boat raised the high-frequency vibrating cutter in his hand, and after Ling Xiao picked him up, he thrust it fiercely towards the rooftop, eliminating a wild man instantaneously. The scene was gruesome, and within moments, everyone donned their masks, each holding a bundle of high-frequency vibrating cutters. That administrator is quite the profiteer. Such easily obtainable items are sold to us at such high prices. The others nodded in agreement. With the X-ray buff, they could prevent ambushes from the wild men and spot the actors ahead. It seemed like the wild men could also detect their presence, but these guys were quite crafty, opting to bypass groups of wild men and target lone stragglers instead. Initially, they had separated, but upon discovering that two could not handle a wild man alone, they gathered the other three, and like bandits raiding a village, they wreaked havoc, sending the isolated wild men fleeing. The difficulty of these wild men is a mystery. If it's tough now, we've gathered so much equipment. If it were easy, we would have been overwhelmed by the actors before. After cleaning the blood off, the high-frequency vibrating cutter boat led the group to explore other areas, as the wild men now seemed akin to low-level monsters for beginners. What if we package these items and sell them to the newbies later? Could we cash out directly from the administrator? Big brother, don't think too much. These items need to be charged. The wild men's high-frequency vibrating cutters not only have ample energy, but also seem well-maintained. I just wonder where they got them from. We could just go and raid them. Boat felt his ambitions swelling, as this game would undoubtedly expand, bringing in more players. A corresponding commercial trading system was already forming, allowing players to buy and sell goods freely. He could seize the opportunity to cash in on the points held by those newbie players with the spoils they collected, and just then the intercom on Boat's shoulder suddenly crackled to life. "Is this the administrator?" "No, I'm Luyu. Where are you now? Is there a way to contact the administrator? We're out of weapons and trapped in a room. There's a rat circling around us. I tried reaching the administrator, but it seems they're ignoring me. Do you have any way to reach them? One of the girls was just eaten by that rat, and now we need to find a way to escape." At this moment, the situation for the girls was dire. They had just managed to shake off the rat, but for some unknown reason it suddenly reappeared from the alley, seemingly endowed with X-ray vision, tracking their every move relentlessly. Only then did the girls realize why they hadn't seen any so-called wild men or other creatures on this street. Most were likely already in the belly of that rat. "We've been waiting for the administrator to contact us. We have no way to reach him. Didn't we give you a high-frequency vibrating cutter before? It won't do to defeat the rat, but it can be used for self-defense." Eden, is that rat's stomach made of iron? Not even concrete could withstand a high-frequency vibrating cutter. Boat nearly lost his mind upon hearing this. After all, they had been treating the high-frequency vibrating cutter like a divine weapon, only to be swallowed whole by a rat. "Wait, it seems like it has noticed us. Let's talk later. Your mother, does it think we're Hello Kitty just because it's not roaring?" The communication was abruptly cut off. Boat looked up in confusion at his teammates and asked, "What did she just say?" "Nothing. Let's go find them. They're probably busy now. If we can reach them later, it means they're okay. If not, we may only see them tomorrow. Maybe we'll even see her greetings to the planner on the forum later." Yumi remained remarkably calm, as it was just a game. Bumps and scrapes were normal, and some casual greetings were expected. But where had the administrator gone? Lin Mo was of course here to watch the show. He deliberately avoided connecting with the smaller players to observe their reactions. Well, in reality, Lin Mo himself didn't know which items were useful and which were not. After all, he couldn't let this group of players collect a bunch of trash to exchange for points for free, so Lin Mo had to conduct strict selections. Let's first allow the players to check the situation inside. If they discover anything novel, they can bring it back. However, it seems like placing ancient people in the 21st century, where toilets are considered wonders, is a bit overwhelming. just pressing a button and water flows out. If they don't marvel at this divine artifact, it would be an insult to the disparity of this era. Naturally, Lin and Mo didn't want to cause such a joke, so he maintained a watchful attitude, observing what good things could be produced. At this moment on the girl's side, Luo Yu was heavily injured. Earlier, she had picked up a stick and crouched at the door planning to confront a rat in a life-or-death struggle. As a result, she was knocked away and slammed against the wall. Fortunately, there were 3 other female players who quickly supported her. Otherwise, if that rat had truly gotten in Luo, you would have been left to wait for death. Are you okay? Is your body alright? The group quickly made it to the second floor where Luo Yu was still coughing up blood. The previous impact seemed to have caused internal injuries. It really happens in dramas. When someone suffers internal injuries, they cough up blood. I thought that was just for show. At this moment, Luo Yu felt that even speaking was extremely taxing. Although she had only opened 40% of her pain perception, it was genuinely uncomfortable now. I wonder if the rat downstairs has left or run somewhere else. However, it's better if we don't go down for now. Let's wait until you feel a bit better. After about half an hour, Ching Cha finally gathered the courage to go down and check the situation. Just as she stepped out of the stairwell with a loud bang, half of a rat's head poked in. The rat's nose was nearly half a meter away from Ching Cha. Grandma, I think I see you. I'm still playing a game and don't want to go with you. For a moment, Ching Cha almost fainted, thinking she saw her deceased grandmother. When Tu Zi and Yuwu came down to check the situation, they discovered that the rat was desperately trying to squeeze into the room. However, its head seemed to be stuck in the door frame, while Ching Cha stood there in a daze, frozen in place. In the end, Ching Cha was helped back upstairs by her 2 companions as her legs had become too weak to walk, and she was almost dragged up. I think I just saw my deceased grandmother. It was terrifying. The group remained quietly on the second floor waiting for the rat downstairs to leave. After a long time, they realized that the rat's head was indeed stuck in the door frame, unable to enter or exit. They couldn't tell whether it was due to the building's tough structure or the rat being exceptionally foolish. What should we do about this rat? What else can we do? Is there any way to get rid of it? If we get too close, we might end up as its last meal. Let's just leave. Ultimately, the group decided to switch to another room. Tu Zi and Yuwu supported Luo Yu, while Ching Cha had recovered somewhat from the earlier scare, which had nearly left her in shock. As for the rat, they would leave it there to fend for itself. Since they were still bouncing around outside the city, no one knew what the inside of the city was like. After all, besides facing various strange creatures, the group had one major problem to solve. They had no map. A bunch of directionally challenged people wandering around a city filled with bridges and roads. It was truly a living nightmare for everyone. Currently, the boys' team was facing this critical issue of getting lost. They didn't know how to get back, clutching a high-frequency vibrating cutter, uncertain how to leave the city or return to their base. Do you think there's a chance we can find some locals and ask for directions? The 5 boys sat on their confiscated high-frequency vibrating cutter, lost in thought, each trying hard to remember which path they had taken and how they had arrived, only to become more confused the more they thought. Let's forget that idea. Most of what we encounter are probably wild people. We really haven't come across any of those pre-human beings described in the background material. They probably became food for these wild people long ago, or starved to death. After all this time, we found all kinds of things, but not a single edible item. They indeed discovered something resembling a granary, but it was completely empty inside, not even a single mouse. Considering that they were about to plant crops on Mars, aside from the fixed cultivation facilities, there was nowhere else to grow plants, let alone animals, which were all creatures highly adapted to desert climates. However, everyone was quite puzzled about how the small grove at the entrance was created. After all, the terrain and climate on Mars really aren't conducive to plant survival. Even after the world was transformed, the soil structure still didn't favor those plants. As Lin Xiu had initially said, the grove at the entrance was once a massive biological testing site, filled with all sorts of strange animals. The plants there had also been genetically modified to survive in such harsh conditions. As for other places, let alone groves, there wasn't even a blade of grass. Those who came over from the previous century probably had no chance of even grazing. I just wonder how the girls are doing. Xiao Wei helped me connect to Luo Yu. Now the frustrating part is that this intercom still requires prepaid credits. Lin and Mo really wanted to squeeze every last bit out of these players. All the players could only helplessly complain that the game company was truly exploitative. The good news was that they didn't need to spend money. The bad news was they couldn't spend money, naturally cutting off the possibility for those who wanted to be big spenders. After all, sometimes encountering a game company that isn't short on cash is genuinely a headache for these players, especially when the game they produced wasn't available on the market. Soon a weak voice came through the intercom. Luo Yu felt as if she were in a half-dead state, her entire being weakened due to the severe internal injuries sustained from the previous impact. Is there something wrong? Or have you managed to contact the administrator? From your tone, you don't seem to be in good health. How many of you are still alive over there? Hearing the almost lifeless tone from the other side, Bot had already prepared for the worst. Aside from myself, the other 3 are all right. That mouse got stuck in the door frame and can't get out. It seems it cannot get in either, and it might have already suffocated there. However, I feel like I won't last much longer either, as the previous impact was devastating, akin to being hit by a car traveling at 240 miles per hour. Luoyu, extremely weak, was supported by her two companions limping along the street. It seemed they had also lost their way, as this city was filled with identical structures. The style of the buildings was the same, and honestly, if they got trapped inside, it would be incredibly hard to find their way out. It seems we are lost, Ching Cha finally said after staring at the street for a long time. Once someone truly lived in this city, they would realize that there was virtually no order to the traffic within, and there were no maps posted about the city's roads. Are you all lost over there as well? Hearing the voice from the intercom, Ling Xiao and the other four exchanged silent glances. Well, they hadn't been wiped out by monsters, but instead they'd lost their way. What should we do? It seems there's no way back now. Do you have any solutions over there? Luoyu spoke into the intercom, but the five boys on the other end fell silent. After all, if they had a plan, they wouldn't be asking for information through the intercom. I don't have any solutions either. This city is filled with identical structures, making it impossible to distinguish the roads. I really don't know what the developers of this game were thinking. Were all these buildings just copied and pasted? Everything feels the same. After discussing among themselves, the group decided that they would just find a place in the city to lie down and log off. There was no need to return to the base. They would simply exhaust what little life they had left. However, the only regret now was that they might not be able to take their gear out. After all, if they died here, all that equipment would be lost. It seemed they continued to explore down the street. With the infrared thermal imaging masks, many dangers could be avoided. For instance, when facing the horde of rats earlier, they saw countless red dots all over the sewer and the street, which could easily scare someone with a phobia of clusters. Someone, having sensed the danger ahead, chose to change position and turned away. As the group turned another corner, they discovered a gigantic statue. A woman wearing glasses holding a book, looking upward with an open book in her hands. This person seems somewhat familiar, don't you think? Isn't this the NPC from our base? Why would there be a statue of her here? Nyangdo squinted at the statue for a long time before finally making out a hint of recognition. This thing was just too abstract. Lin Mo also noticed that the statue represented Lin Xiu. The fact that a city would erect a statue for her indicated that Lin Xiu must have held a very significant status in the past. After all, which statue in a city is not meant to commemorate something important? Let's take a closer look at the inscription beneath it. Lin Mo directly connected to Bot's intercom and spoke to the group. As they approached, they found that the inscription had already weathered significantly. The features of the figure were nearly indistinguishable. If it weren't for the surrounding structures shielding it from the wind and sand, the statue would have long since turned to dust. Lin Xiu, born in 3023. Lin Mo finally began to believe Lin Xiu's earlier self-introduction. According to current clues, she indeed seemed to be an ancient being who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. The numerous inscriptions behind appeared to document Lin Xiu's achievements. Although Lin Mo didn't fully comprehend them, he felt that some of the technical challenges mentioned were rather impressive. Administrator, what is recorded here? Could you share it with everyone? Lin Xiu, female, born in 3023, graduated from the Earth Federation's highest academy and obtained an Agilov degree from the Earth Companion Star Engineering Academy. Although some of the characters in the middle had weathered significantly, Lin Mo still pieced together what he could. Overall, the more he read, the more impressive it seemed. Not to mention the numerous degrees. Did she aim to summon a dragon by collecting them all? The most crucial detail was that she had led numerous large-scale projects. During the creation of Earth's companion planets, Lin Xiu served as the chief engineer, and crucially, she was also the chief designer and engineer of the Azure Fleet. What was she hiding when she claimed not to understand the Azure battle team? Lin Mo was puzzled that during the era of chaos, there had been opposition against intellectuals. If this statue was erected before that chaos, why was it not destroyed? If it was built after the era of chaos, why would people still want to construct a statue for her? After all, based on the descriptions, Lin Xiu had always been an intellectual dedicated to scientific exploration. According to her own account, those people had directly destroyed all her research and also dismantled the planetary-level quantum detectors. Thus, this statue seemed somewhat out of place. While this character setting is incredible, the one who usually just hangs out with the administrator at the base is actually such a big shot. Lin Mo. Usually it's fine for me to scold myself privately, but now I'm speaking publicly, and yet I'm still being scolded. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law anymore? However, compared to this, Lin Mo now has a pile of questions in his mind that he wants to ask Lin Xiu. You found out. I was planning to interact with you as an ordinary person, but unexpectedly. Just as Lin Mo was about to ask, Lin Xiu suddenly appeared behind him, nearly scaring Lin Mo out of his wits. It took him a moment to calm down. Could you make some noise when you walk next time? It's really too scary. Also, peeking at others while they watch videos is not a good thing. If I happen to be watching something strange next time, you wouldn't peek, would you? Moreover, Lin Mo indeed found some inappropriate information storage devices in those rooms, but they were just left there hardly used as he has developed other interests now. Don't worry, as I said last time, I am much more familiar with human anatomy than you are. I've seen more than you have, and I've personally cut more than you can imagine. Do you want to try? Lin Mo swallowed hard and quickly shook his head. He didn't have any strange hobbies, and this procedure wasn't done under anesthesia, right? Can you explain to me more about this statue of yours? If you want to hear it, then I will explain it to you. Lin Xiyu maintained her cheerful smile, perhaps blooming like a flower is the best way to describe her. However, Lin Mo could not share such an optimistic attitude considering this person had lived for nearly 2,000 years and had already experienced everything one could imagine. He felt he could still endure a bit longer in this life. In a vast square filled with a dense crowd, everyone was wide-eyed staring at the woman standing on the high platform, a woman referred to as the common property of all humanity. In recognition of Professor Lin's outstanding contributions to the Shanhai Jing Project, we now award Professor Lin the honorary medal of the new humanity government. It was clearly an award ceremony, yet the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, especially since a large-scale war had just occurred here. There were probably some soldiers' remains still lying beneath the stage. Not far away, the wreckage of robots had piled up into a mountain, all of which had been scrapped. The crowd looked on with bewildered expressions at this so-called award ceremony, with no one cheering or expressing happiness, as nobody knew if they would survive to see another day. Thank you. Lin Xiyu smiled and nodded, then took the medal with both hands. At this moment, her arm was still bound with a black device, made from a new titanium nanosteel material, one of the hardest and most indestructible known materials. Her feet were similarly bound with such a device, which also contained a miniature bomb. If the signal was lost outside the control area, the bomb would automatically detonate. Even attempting to dismantle it forcefully would result in an explosion powerful enough to tear this woman to pieces. Thus, the award ceremony concluded hastily. Lin Xiyu did not make any acceptance speech and was escorted by 4 or 5 special forces soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor to another laboratory. Professor Lin, thank you very much for supporting the establishment of our new humanity government. Our mission and philosophy are to fight for the interests of the new humanity and to overthrow the original tyrannical regime. By the way, your previous assistant who accidentally entered the war zone has died, so we have decided to provide you with a new assistant. An unkempt old man spoke with a smile. His demeanor gave one a feeling of being like a spring breeze, yet his actions were entirely contrary to this impression. I have always been a neutral party. Who governs the entire Earth Federation actually has nothing to do with me, whether they are yellow, black, or white. However, you are not killing me now, which must mean you have some need for me. Of course, I am already an old bone, and I probably won't last many more years. I understand what I want. After all, the new Humanity Federation cannot be without a leader for even a day. If I remain alive, the entire new Humanity Federation will continue to prosper. Lin Xiyu smiled at him. She had lost count of how many times she had heard such words. Some spoke directly while others hinted at it indirectly. Some made strong demands while others weakly begged. Humanity's pursuit of immortality seems to persist alongside the fear of death. I didn't quite understand your meaning. Please be direct, sir. Lin Xiyu, having lived for nearly 2,000 years, was naturally unafraid. She had seen more people and events than this old man had, and her understanding of matters was far more comprehensive. I want to know the secret of your immortality. While I'm sitting right here, you can have your lab personnel cut me into pieces, then obtain my genetic information through gene testing and modify your genes accordingly. Is that not feasible? If that doesn't work, we can use a simple method inducing mutations in the body through high-pressure decay technology. However, this technology has a very low chance of granting you immortality and a high risk of turning you into a monster or a corpse. The old man was not angry, as he understood that getting upset would serve no purpose. After all, the person before him was older than his grandmother, and discussing so-called strategies with such a person was almost laughable. Professor Lin, you understand our human pursuit of immortality, right? The old man, seeing that Lin Xiyu remained silent, paused for a moment before continuing. More than 200 years ago, the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, who established the feudal dynasty, also fantasized about immortality and made considerable efforts for it. I understand that your form of immortality is a unique case. With today's genetic engineering, it is impossible to decipher the mystery within you, as what determines humanity is not solely genetics, but also deeper realms. As the smartest human in the world, I believe you must have a way. Although the old man wished to threaten Lin Xiyu using her relatives, he lamented that her lover and parents had already passed away. The assistant who usually followed Lin Xiyu, not wanting to become a prisoner of the new human government, chose to commit suicide by gunshot. Life and death are predetermined by nature. If you wish to forcibly overturn this rule, humanity likely lacks the power for that at present. I'm afraid you'll have to conduct your activities in this laboratory. If you need to perform experiments, we will assign an assistant to assist you. You can directly approach this assistant for any matters. In reality, although this was said, it was essentially house arrest, confining a person in a sealed space where no one would speak to her and the surroundings were soundproofed. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely succumbed to despair within. Lin Xiyu stood dazedly in front of the experimental table, occasionally leaning against something or picking up some instruments to observe, as if admiring works of art. Wait a minute. This doesn't seem related to the statue. Lin Mo suddenly interrupted Lin Xiyu's conversation, noting that it indeed seemed unrelated to the statue, but Lin Xiyu's plight was undeniably pitiful. Of course, with such a long chaotic era, we must start from the beginning, otherwise you wouldn't understand. Lin Mo, while being imprisoned in this laboratory, has indeed set the stage. The establishment of the Shanhai Jing plan was initially to cope with the crisis of the white light, but with the destruction of the Great Wall defense sequence, a new wave of turmoil began. The new human federation was soon destroyed, and the old man was hanged at the entrance of his palace. When he died, his eyes were filled with resentment, for all that he could grasp was now slipping away. Lin Xiyu remained a collective asset of humanity with no change in status. After all, her intelligence was beyond measure, and with her nearly 2,000 years of accumulated wisdom, it was enough to deter any regime from releasing her. For Lin Xiyu herself, she was a supporter of a neutral system, having not sided with either side in their conflicts, yet she still found herself imprisoned in the laboratory. However, as societal unrest began to erupt, almost everything related to science was destroyed by them. In this turmoil, no perpetrators could be identified, as it was impossible to evaluate whether they were victims or aggressors. To respond to the white light crisis, vast amounts of manpower and resources were exploited from them. After all, compared to the upper echelons who contributed nothing, the only targets available for demands and actions were these people below, especially since those at the pinnacle of society had already moved to another planet with the establishment of companion planets. The changes on Earth were as if they were mere pawns. However, what was unforeseen was the magnitude of this societal change. Those who once stood high above were pulled down, and those who were once invincible were crushed underfoot and brutally killed with stones by those they had looked down upon. Lin Xiyu still had a good reputation at the grassroots level, as most of the drugs developed bore her involvement. However, for safety reasons, the new Human Council swiftly transferred Lin Xiyu to the mobile control platform of ZY Star. Science is useless, it leads to self-destruction. Under the white light, all are granted by the Lord. Under the white light, all beings are equal. Let those bastards on the companion planets send their children to space as cannon fodder. As thick black smoke rose everywhere, research institutions were smashed and destroyed. Those machine cops were directly rammed and demolished by the enraged crowds. From a bird's eye view, the entire street, the whole city, and the entire country were densely packed with angry crowds. The defense sequences created with vast amounts of manpower and resources failed to withstand a single blow. The very resources and manpower were extracted through the oppression of humanity on Earth. The upper echelons harbored a blind confidence, believing they could manage the situation, convinced that it would soon dissipate. They thought that if they cut off food production and halted food distribution, the people would surely calm down. The new Human Council soon lost control of the situation. In such chaotic circumstances, there were inevitably some who stirred the waters, and as more people got involved, societal management became exceedingly difficult. Soon, under pressure, the upper command ordered suicide. Moreover, a week later, his wife and daughter, unable to endure the various insults and blame, also committed suicide at home with poison. Since that time, the scientific progress of society has gradually begun to regress. Had a regime change already occurred before the white light crisis, and not just once? Lin Mo suddenly felt this contradicted what he had seen in a documentary. The documentary claimed that before the white light crisis, humanity was flourishing. That perspective is from a holistic view of humanity. Socially, there had been a massive leap forward in development, with productivity rapidly advancing and people's exploration of the cosmos had become broader. Before this, the Shanhai Jing plan was nearly 70% complete. Your standpoint differs, and thus your understanding of humanity naturally varies. After all, looking back at past events from 2,000 years later, you would likely say the same. Lin Mo suddenly began to understand the situation, much like the initial Industrial Revolution, where everyone was concerned about the benefits brought to humanity by the changes, yet no one paid attention to the workers who were literally worked to death at their posts. The age of exploration accelerated the connection of the entire world, but no one noticed the indigenous people who were slaughtered because of it. The so-called slave trade was merely brushed over in history books. Perhaps there were a few references to it in the earlier information processors, but Lin Mo had selectively ignored those. However, Lin Mo understood roughly why there was still a statue of Lin Xiyu here. Previously, Lin Xiyu had been under soft detention, and the hatred towards her wasn't very strong, especially since she had developed various medicines for their treatment, which prevented them from vandalizing the statues. By the way, after living for nearly 2,000 years, don't you really feel lonely or distressed? Lin Mo was unsure how to ask this question. After all, having lived for nearly 2,000 years, even a stone would likely have eroded into sand by now. I've long since gotten used to it. Habit is truly a terrifying state, at least in my feeling. It is more frightening than any detail of my life. It can subtly change my perspectives and lead me to develop in that direction. But speaking of which, are you sure you want to check on your little players? If you don't, I fear that the statues that haven't been dismantled during the chaotic era might end up being torn down by your little players. Lin Xiyu shifted her gaze to the 3D projection. The little players were still clamoring to carry the high-frequency, vibrating cutter back to their doorsteps. What the hell are you doing? Do you have no morals? No sense of quality? Lin Mo almost cursed directly. These guys were just like bandits in a village wanting to take everything they saw. Besides, what use would bringing this back serve? Bot retorted confidently. That thing standing here is probably only for those monkeys to look at. Who knows, those monkeys might even make a nest on it. It's better to just carry it back so our new players and novices can admire it later. After all, art is meant for people, not for a bunch of monkeys. Lin Mo, suddenly unsure how to respond to this situation, he pondered that there seemed to be some logic to it, yet upon closer inspection, he felt like something was amiss, though it didn't seem like a significant issue. So who built this statue for you in the first place? I don't know, I have too many statues. Almost every regime in every era has erected different statues of me. However, because I am a neutral figure, they haven't paid much attention to promoting me. My story is roughly like this. I spent my days either in the laboratory or in the laboratory. However, during the chaotic era, I was transferred to the central platform of ZY Star and locked in this chamber. Weren't you always in this chamber using androids to participate in various research? Lin Mo felt that there were nearly 7 holes in every 10 sentences spoken by the other party, yet he had no way to refute it. After all, he knew too little about the events of that time, leaving him with a dazed feeling. So can you guess which of my statements is true? Lin Mo. He decided to stop paying attention to this matter, as even if the other party spoke, Lin Mo couldn't judge the truth, given that he was unaware of what had happened back then, and many things weren't recorded due to the high-level discussions that didn't utilize storage devices, naturally lacking any third-party observers. However, these little players were indeed impressive. Once Lin Mo connected the communication, they just followed the directions given by the locator and walked in a specific direction. Meanwhile, the 4 of them were grunting and hoisting the statue, even carrying the stones underneath. What a talented bunch. With players so relentless, Lin Mo suddenly felt uncertain whether to be pleased or to feel sorrow for having to command such a group in their future battles. A new sight appeared at the entrance of the base, the professor's statue. Lin Mo symbolically awarded each person 30 points, considering they were all close to collapsing upon returning to the base. Administrator, when will a map system be available? Otherwise, we won't be able to return from the places we explore. Lin Mo. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he could only rely on the general location shown on the map and deduce the directions of the players based on their movements. As for the map, he himself was directionally challenged, and the key issue was that the entire database didn't store such maps. This requires you to explore and chart it yourselves. How about that? Isn't the freedom of this game quite strong? Soon the girls returned, supporting each other. Luo Yu hadn't even stepped into the membrane when she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, creating a rather tragic scene. The girls hurriedly placed Luo Yu into the coffin to prevent her from dying later and requiring revival, which would not only take more time, but also cost points. The entire team was filled with a bunch of broke individuals. How could they afford to pay points? Do you want weapons? We have plenty here. Seeing the girls empty-handed, Ling Xiao kicked the high-frequency vibrating cutter, which was tied up like firewood. Those without energy were discarded, since charging them at the administrator was even more expensive than buying a new one. Truly a group of swindlers, there was no escape. How did you build this architecture? Did the game just introduce a new modeling feature? A few girls were also quite unrestrained, each picking a suitable high-frequency vibrating cutter. Although these items were identical, made from the same material, and operating at the same frequency, to this group of girls, there seemed to be a distinction of quality. This was something we painstakingly carried back from the city. After all, I think it's better to bring this back as a decorative item for this empty base than to show it to those wild people. Look, the entire base is almost devoid of anything. At least this thing makes it look a bit better. After a while, feeling they still had some time, these guys couldn't sit still and decided to make modifications to the statue, writing the title Newbie Strategy Guide on the blank book in Lin Siyu's hand. Looking at it suddenly brought a sense of humor, but Lin Siyu, the person involved, didn't express any objections. After all, the words carved on these statues had no real connection to her. No matter how they mocked it, it didn't matter. After a while, these young players went back to the forest and brought back 2 spiders. With their newfound combat experience, it was relatively easy to deal with spiders. However, the only one who made a sacrifice was Nyang Do, who protected his head with his arm, resulting in a broken arm, but at least he saved his head. The rest could wait until they laid down in the coffin, and tomorrow would be just fine. Administrator, aren't you going to try it? It smells quite good. No, I'm not interested in that food. Would you like me to prepare a bag of nutrient solution for you? This is on me. No, that stuff isn't even fit for dogs to eat. All the players displayed fear on their faces. After all, as new players, they had all tasted what that food was like, and it could only be described as overwhelmingly terrible. Lin Mo. Sometimes Lin Mo envied these young players. After all, they had a stable life and didn't have to worry about survival. He, on the other hand, had to constantly guard against the white light, hoping it wouldn't destroy his Mars. And what was the situation like on Europa? There was no certainty. Lin Xiu didn't want to explore what was happening over there. After all, to him, no matter how advanced the scientific capabilities were, they couldn't compete with the disparity of time. In the universe, who could say how long each galaxy had existed or what level of civilization they had developed to? There was no discussion on these matters. When a genius appears in a civilization, it can only advance that civilization to a certain extent. However, compared to civilizations that have developed for millions or even billions of years, the so-called time seems incredibly trivial. After all, civilizations at that level probably wouldn't care about the concept of time, and they likely had mastered the laws of time, even using its principles to create regular weapons to strike against other civilizations. Lin Mo couldn't imagine what future wars would look like. After all, technological development would always exceed human imagination. Initially, people's thoughts of immortals were that they could fly, create things with a wave of their hand, and control thunder and lightning. But now in this technological era, it seemed as if those changes were being felt. So was it theology that shaped reality, or did the development of science promote the advancement of theology? No one could say for sure, as it all began with theological constructs leading to such conceptual thoughts, while science gradually advanced in this direction. In fact, Lin Mo had started to harbor doubts about all science. After all, the essence of science is to study the deepest laws of the universe. But does the so-called scientific concept necessarily include an understanding of these universal laws? However, Lin Mo didn't want to ponder these profound questions. For him, the task at hand was simply to ensure his own survival and let these players work for him without compensation. Dawn on Earth is always filled with beauty. After all, this beauty carries hope. But what does Earth in twilight hold? At this moment, the factories surrounding the sun were still operating at full capacity, and the machinery around was still assembling rapidly and orderly. From the beginning, this Titanic-level unmanned factory truly achieved production without a single employee. Maintaining such a status for so long without any changes while still being able to produce could be considered the pinnacle of technology. Of course, this also involved Lin Xiu's participation. However, now the entire operation and maintenance of the factory could run independently of Lin Xiu, while those small spacecraft were transporting the ores from the asteroids into the factory for smelting into various industrial parts. Captain, the maintenance of the Xian has been completed, and we are still maintaining other warships. We need more time. In the entire fleet, there were essentially no real humans left. The fleet members used the consciousness hard drives in their brains to copy themselves onto the fleet's central processor, simulating and forming their own thoughts. Therefore, those walking on the deck were all robots exuding an aura of steel. For those unattainable things, humanity always strives to challenge them. We must carry on this relay baton of challenge. Though life may be as humble as an ant, we should harbor lofty ambitions, and though our lives may be as thin as paper, we must have an indomitable spirit. Although the other robots did not display any facial expressions, their information processing was resolute, continuing their maintenance of the fleet as usual. If Lin Xiu were here, she would recognize this as the fleet of the Blue Fleet she once led and designed. This fleet not only remained within the solar system, but also continuously docked at the sun's Titanic unmanned factory, maintaining and updating themselves. The central processing system had now evolved to version 11, capable of satisfying the operational rules of Hongmeng's multiple constraints, with theoretical computational power reaching an astonishing level. On Earth, a massive pit had been left in the middle of the planet where tender leaves had begun to sprout. Previously, under the illumination of the white light, the land here had nearly collapsed for about 10 miles, and that was with the opponent holding back, not completely destroying the Earth. After all, scientists had calculated that if the full power of the shot aimed at the Great Wall series had been applied to Earth, it would have shattered and separated the entire planet, eventually gradually forming a new Earth under gravitational influence. Yet from such severely damaged land, new shoots had begun to grow. The entire Earth was now nearly covered. Compared to the desolation of Mars, Earth resembled a primitive forest. The original cities, with the retreat of humanity, gradually sprouted new plants, and those deserts, without human destruction, began to grow even more vegetation. The roads in the cities were uplifted by towering giant trees, forming new forests. On the crumbling walls, the words "the world does not need science, the white light will bestow gifts upon humanity" could still be seen. The situation on the planet's companion satellite was even more tragic, truly a scene of desolation, with ruins everywhere. The initially designed lower levels were entirely covered in metal to maintain stability, and various scrap metals were scattered all over with abandoned vehicles seen everywhere. Some broken slogans lay in the middle of the road, having long been weathered to the point where the words were unreadable. If this planet was not managed, it would soon become space debris. If the gravitational system were eroded by time, it would eventually collide with Earth, creating a new catastrophe. It could be said that as humanity exited the stage of this era, everything seemed to stabilize. New shoots and plants began to grow on those crumbling walls. However, that doesn't mean humanity has vanished from the world, or rather they've moved underground. After all, those who truly survived the chaotic era were the ones hiding in the underground cities. They sealed off all the passages, turning them into isolated places. Below, not only was there a complete air supply system, but also a good source of food. Most importantly, the energy supply system relied primarily on nuclear fusion. There were nearly 20 such underground cities on Earth, initially built to alleviate the problem of overpopulation. However, as conditions inside became more severe, they became residences for ordinary people without power or money. Humans did not lack the desire to reclaim Earth from the grip of those plants, but now the total number of humans was barely 40 million, and much of their civilized knowledge had long been interrupted. With the rise of the anti-science sentiment at that time, the scientific knowledge of the entire society had also suffered a fracture. The most crucial aspect is that various animals roam freely on the surface of the Earth. Although they are called animals, they have actually undergone all sorts of mutations similar to the creatures on Mars. At least for now, the philosophy within human society presents a stable structure. There are over 20 underground cities, and currently more than a dozen are still operational. These cities not only have a highly advanced life support system, but also sufficient energy, as the materials needed for nuclear fusion can be directly obtained from tritium in seawater. All the cities are directly connected to the sea, since a large amount of energy requires this element to serve as its power source. Human beings have established a survival mode centered on underground cities, creating a communication system between underground and surface cities. Humanity has not regressed to a primitive society. Rather, compared to the prosperous era, their technological capabilities are significantly diminished. However, overall, their technological civilization is still several hundred years ahead of Earth in the 21st century. The untouched scientific literature can still be accessed through memory storage devices. After the chaos, people began to reflect on whether their actions were right, leading to the centralized arrangement of the memory storage devices of those researchers they had executed, all placed in a sealed space for future use. On the forum, the first post at the top is from a lady. Is the designer of this game out of their mind? Such a huge rat. Did the planners let a rat into the game? Is this reasonable? Does this conform to biological common sense? The planners and game modelers are clearly out of their minds. What's going on? Wasn't I just cursing with my alternate account? Why was I directly switched to my main account? Planner, you must trust me, it was my sister playing on my phone just now. I'm sorry, but I can't retract this statement. Lynn M.O., feeling speechless, thought it was necessary to explain the situation to prevent the internal testers from spreading unfounded rumors on their forum. The registration for this game forum is quite simple. One mobile number can register nearly 3 or 4 accounts, but the statements made by internal testers' alternate accounts will automatically switch to their main accounts. All statements made by internal testers using their registered mobile numbers will automatically switch to their main accounts, and a onady mute punishment will be imposed on the lady. This mute applies not only to the forum, but also within the game. Lynn M.O. suddenly recalled a function tested earlier that could block certain sensations, allowing those using the simulation body to temporarily forget things in their minds. Although Lynn M.O. wanted to use the simulation body to walk around after hearing Lin Xiu mention that others could track them remotely through the signal transmission device, he was immediately unwilling. However, players are still capable of this, as Lin Xiu is currently working on constructing a time transmission model, hypothesizing that some spatial temporal backflow is causing this information transmission. The idea that one might trace back through the bodily information of these players is almost a dream, as people's understanding of spatial temporal rules is not very profound. Nevertheless, theoretically, it is feasible to achieve time jumps using a rapid quantum process to transmit past information to the future. Yet what puzzles Lin Xiu is why this transmission method just happens to be compatible with the transmission protocol of the Z-Way Star Central Control Platform. If this were merely a coincidence, Earth would likely be able to independently nurture a supercomputer. After all, while nature allows for all possibilities, can it independently create a supercomputer without human intervention? However, Lin Xiu truly delves into this, especially after Lin M.O. resolved the Level 5 authority issue and opened a laboratory. But after looking around for a long time, Lin M.O. couldn't make sense of the experimental equipment, as his knowledge still lingered at the level of beakers and measuring cylinders. The various items gleaming with a silvery hue left him perplexed. By the way, I've already checked for you. The meat products used by those players can also be consumed by you without producing chronic toxins in your body. Then why haven't I seen you eat? Could it be that you are a vegetarian? Being a vegetarian here probably means just nibbling on the leaves outside, as the genetically modified fruits planted for so long have yet to mature, though they have already borne green fruits that should be ready to eat in a few days. No, my stomach hasn't digested highly stimulating foods for nearly 500 years. I absolutely cannot accept meat. If I do, the gastrointestinal irritation could easily lead to my demise even if I live for another 2,000 years. I don't want a tombstone that reads I died from eating meat. Lin Xiyu smiled, and after talking for a while, Lin Imo felt that if he didn't see that smile, he would actually find it strange, as this woman appeared to be quite optimistic in any case. Don't worry. Are you finally willing to let me eat your genetically modified fruits in the future? No, when you die, just toss your body into the woods. I won't even bother with a tombstone then. After all, in our era, waste had to be sorted, and your composition is simply too complex. With all sorts of machinery and bodily tissues inside you, what kind of waste would that be? Do you really enjoy watching my corpse being torn to shreds by those monsters? Your hobby is quite special, aren't guys supposed to enjoy? Stop right there, I warn you not to make sweeping generalizations. Am I really that kind of person in your eyes? Then whose memory storage devices did I find when I was in your room last time? Moreover, there was a recent viewing time just a few days ago. Lin Imo suddenly recalled those items in his room, as he had been living alone in his past life, and those items were left scattered. Now he remembered that he was no longer the only one living there. Is it possible that someone uploaded their memories to an art cloud and then retrieved those memories from the storage device? Xiaowei, what do you think? Xiaowei doesn't know. The little Xiaowei, resembling a cabbage, shook her head. Lin Imo looked at Lin Xiyu's smile and could only respond with an awkward smile. Wait a minute, did you search through my things? Lin Imo suddenly said, realizing the blind spot in the situation. Last time I asked you where the nutrient solution was, you said it was on the table, but your table is a complete mess with all sorts of memory storage devices scattered on it, and one of them is still playing. Lin Imo suddenly recalled the last time he was watching those little players struggle in the game. Lin Xiyu suddenly asked about the nutrient solution. At that moment, he had only been lazy, never thinking that his entire reputation would be ruined by laziness. Alright, it's fine. Now in this vast space, it's just the two of us, a lonely man and a woman. Why don't we? Lin Xiyu said, leaning forward. Lin Imo, appearing calm on the surface, felt anxious inside, as it had been nearly 8 or 9 years since he had been this close to a girl, with the last time dating back to his university days. Come help me with research. Lin Xiyu was almost pressing her face against Lin Mo's ear, and he could even smell a faint fragrance from her, an indescribable aroma. As the last sentence was spoken, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Lin Imo, with a dark expression, entered the laboratory with this girl to assist her. Meanwhile, the little players below were enthusiastically barbecuing, and after eating they reluctantly logged out of the game. Considering the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. Although today's workers also have weekends, it's only 2 days off a month with uncertain Saturdays and guaranteed Sundays. Most people live such a hard life. Hold this down for me. When a number pops up, just record it. These data need to be recorded first for future use. The nearest quantum collision center platform is still nearly 700 kilometers away, and I wonder if it has been destroyed. Otherwise, my data would have been much more accurate. For now, I'll just have to make do. After Lin Xiyu finished speaking, she hurried to another location and began operating another machine. Lin Imo numbly acted as a tool, secretly swearing that in the future, he would hire several players who could play games during the day. He would pay them to play games and work for him in the game. After all, the entire company is not short on funds, as many foreign banks still have debt accounts, and the funds he has recently accessed would not attract their attention. After all, some money has been sitting in bank accounts for many years without anyone ever withdrawing it. As for whether the account holder is alive or dead, no one can say for sure. Foreign banks certainly do not retain personal information about these individuals, especially since much of the money may have dubious origins. This has led many people domestically to consider depositing their money in foreign banks. On one hand, it facilitates their future escape, while on the other hand, it makes tracing the money nearly impossible. Even if they are caught later, the charges they face would likely be less severe. In front of Xiao Wei, those online accounts seemed as fragile as paper. The security systems were riddled with glaring vulnerabilities. To convert this sum into legitimate money, it simply required a few transfers, erasing the money's origins and replacing them with legal and compliant records. However, the current eternal virtual technology does not require such measures, as the company itself does not have significant expenditures or revenues. At present, the company's primary cost is likely just electricity, making the overall situation quite stable. P.S. The above is purely fictional. Please do not attempt this. The sentence for such actions is under 5 years, along with a corresponding 20% fine. Look how considerate I am for clarifying this for you. If you end up in trouble, please don't implicate me. At that point, they could directly hire a group of part-time workers under the pretense of needing continuous internal testing for the game. Lin Mo suddenly felt like a genius, but upon further reflection, he thought better of it. After all, when a hobby turns into a profession, the passion for that hobby often fades. So what data are we recording now? Is this a unit? Although Lin Mo understood that the symbols above were Arabic numerals, he had no clue about the meaning behind this string of symbols. Riki, establish a hypothetical value. Forget it, even if I explain it to you, you won't understand. The gap in knowledge is just too vast. I don't even know how to explain it to you anymore. Lin Xiu buried her head in her work, opening a holographic screen and tapping away at it. Where are we in the recording? She pushed Lin Mo aside, squinting at the progress bar for a moment, then quickly grabbed the notebook and returned to the console. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xiu shook her head and sighed deeply. She then made a fist gesture towards the holographic projection, causing the data displayed to compress into a mass before she tossed it aside, deleting it instantly. It seems like the experiment has failed. What went wrong? Lin Mo couldn't decipher the purpose of the previous experiments, but he could see the expression of disappointment on this guy's face after the failure. If I knew, I wouldn't have failed. The two sets of data don't match. The model I built is completely useless. I don't think it's my fault, but it's highly likely that the new device has already aged excessively. Lin Xiu spoke with unwavering certainty. Lin Mo. Although he wanted to say something, he chose to remain silent, as a poor student fearing he'd be ridiculed. After all, it was indeed possible that there was an issue with the instrument. Considering the timeline, the Central Control Center had been operational for nearly several hundred years, and for it to still function properly was a testament to humanity's top-tier craftsmanship. At this level of technology, the machinery not only operated normally, but all functions were running smoothly. Even the artificial intelligence inside was stable and functioned without data errors. What should we do now? While I can fix a computer, I feel utterly helpless with this thing. Lin Mo had no idea how to handle it. He didn't even know where the power button was, let alone how to operate it. In his past life, he had only used computers with user-friendly interfaces where common issues were few, and he could easily repair them by following familiar methods. In a sense, it can be considered a computer. If you can repair it, I can assist you. Lin Xiu found a seat and smiled. Lin Mo sensed no hint of frustration from her. Perhaps for her, experimental failures were just a routine part of life. After all, no one's experiments succeed continuously. Sometimes Lin Mo inexplicably felt a certain charm emanating from her, an unsettlingly optimistic demeanor. Whether during experimental failures or while recounting her unfortunate past, she always wore a smile and radiated genuine joy. Forget it, you call this a computer? If I could fix it, the government would likely have offered me a high salary to poach me back then. After all, when young many aspire to contribute to their country only to realize upon growing up that as long as they don't cause trouble, they've already made the biggest contribution. Lin Mo indeed had such aspirations as a child, dreaming of becoming a scientist and contributing to the nation, becoming a pillar of society. It wasn't until he grew up that he realized what he did wasn't really contributing, it was more like being a rice bug hogging public resources. It seems your story is even more exciting than mine. I've already shared my tale, now it's your turn. My family had a few houses and I planned to sell them to deposit the money in the bank to live off the interest. I worked in an electronics factory tightening screws, but left the next day. As a seasoned social phobic, I stayed at home all day ordering takeout for meals and using Pinduoduo for shopping. Lin Mo's story lacked any thrilling moments. Perhaps the most exciting part was when he achieved MVP while gaming. He didn't want to gamble his savings like those so-called big bosses, but one must not only see the thief eating meat, but also the thief getting beaten. People who jump off buildings or into rivers or hang themselves must be lining up at the gates of the underworld. Lin Mo was rather timid, so he chose to endure. However, he regretted not opting to collect rent. He could have become a landlord, turning that house into a shared rental, only needing to collect rent. Lin Mo naturally wished he could be like the protagonists in novels, but he had no guarantee that if he jumped off a cliff, he wouldn't just splatter into mush or perhaps encounter an opportunity. 50% of conflicts in novels arise from money, 20% from women, 10% from some guys being clueless, and a final percentage from family disputes. The most unfortunate involve wars between civilizations where one might be inexplicably dragged into it. Lin Mo felt rather unfortunate with a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. The key issue was he didn't even know who was responsible for it. Perhaps to those higher civilizations, toying with these bugs was akin to a child playing marbles. If each grain of sand represented a world, a snap could obliterate an entire galaxy. It seems your life is at least more fulfilling than that of the present. People are immersed in an illusory happiness, completely unaware of what they should do or even think about what they want to do. The crucial issue is that they cannot do anything. Originally, I wanted to tell you to cherish the present, but considering you've already arrived here, you might as well adapt to local customs. Lin Xiu stood up, stretched, and continued humming a tune that Lin Mo couldn't understand. She busied herself at the experiment table once more. This time the lady regretted losing her opportunity for an upgrade, which had just vanished. It was a rare chance that cost 1,000 points per upgrade. Relying on the 10 to 20 points given by the administrator each time, she wouldn't be able to save up for the next upgrade for ages. Lin Mo didn't want to deny players points, but he truly couldn't find any suitable job and had no idea which items held real value. After all, to people from ancient times, a toilet plunger from the 21st century would likely be considered a work of art. The gap in eras was simply too vast. There was no definitive standard for what was valuable and what wasn't. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was determined to tackle these challenges head-on and forced himself to optimize the game. First, he launched a brand new voice package service commonly known as topping up. Indeed, using walkie-talkies for team chats, unknown conversations, or group chats required a recharge, which wasn't too expensive, just 1 point per day. After all, pressure creates motivation. However, he hoped that when players felt pressure, they would direct it towards the monsters and not unleash it on the administrators. Lin Mo believed his small frame couldn't handle that. Speaking of which, should I hold a topping up event with a giveaway of pots and pans? Maybe not. Why give away things that can be bought? Then he modified the signal location issue again, so that based on Xiao Wei's voice prompts, a clear direction could be determined, allowing them to navigate back or head to a specific location, effectively providing a service similar to a compass. Its working principle is to provide a vague directional location based on the general direction of the players, allowing them to walk continuously in that direction. After all, compasses are unreliable on Mars. Lin Xiu mentioned that there is another type of directional detector on Mars, but it is long lost as the anti-gravity vehicles are equipped with corresponding intelligent driving systems. Initially, the vehicles operated in autonomous driving mode, but with the emergence of the intelligent crisis, those high-end vehicles were retrofitted with steering wheels and control sticks, while ordinary vehicles continued using autonomous driving. However, some intelligent systems were removed, allowing them to operate only based on preset routines, and they also implemented network disconnection measures, isolating the vehicle's control systems from the internet. Moreover, the physical disconnection of the network means that places connected to the internet are no longer allowed to connect to the vehicle's driving system. This is primarily for safety considerations, as hackers can directly control a person's vehicle through the internet. After all, there have been incidents where hackers kidnapped vehicles and threatened their owners to transfer assets to certain accounts. If the ransom was not paid, they would crash the vehicle into the ground or other places. The most troubling aspect is that the cost of such crimes is extremely low, merely requiring a simulated prototype. Eventually, the anti-gravity vehicle manufacturing company was alarmed and decided to switch the intelligent operating system and vehicle control system to a physically disconnected mode. Of course, if it was merely about letting those people take control, it was almost impossible. After all, if everything were switched to manual operation, the entire process would involve nearly 10,000 steps. Therefore, they could only use a driver assistance system, issuing commands as a whole and letting the vehicle make corresponding adjustments based on those commands. The vehicle's control system would operate within a closed loop and would not connect to the external internet. The navigation service designed by Lin Mo would naturally incur fees, but this cost was already included in the call charges. Users could directly call Xiao Wei through the intercom and ask for a general direction, then walk continuously in that direction. Sometimes Lin Mo suddenly felt that he might not become a capitalist in the 21st century, but here he was definitely on a path to being hanged on a telephone pole. Thinking of this, Lin Mo suddenly recalled the essence of the game, which must belong to the lottery system. After all, most games on the market have equipped themselves with this money-devouring monster, the only difference being whether they possess a conscience. Some games which are more conscientious might provide a little compensation after unfairly draining your resources. However, if it were one of those games that are entirely devoid of conscience, you could invest your entire fortune and receive no rewards. Fortunately, such cases are rare, as without incentives, many players would quickly lose interest after a few attempts. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Lin Mo pondered whether to use game opportunities as lottery chips or directly utilize points as the betting currency. The minimal difference between the two made it difficult for him to decide which method would be the best for obtaining lottery spots. After all, directly using points would reduce them to a mere commodity, likely yielding very few lottery chances. Moreover, they were already lacking in points, so he needed to lighten the burden on players in the points market. He would just have players complete tasks and then reward them with lottery opportunities. Speaking of which, what should be used as prizes? Lin Mo thought about using his signed photo as a prize, but he was genuinely afraid of being beaten to death by enraged players. So he returned to the warehouse to search for something that looked impressive but was utterly useless. After rummaging through the warehouse for quite a while, Lin Mo felt that he indeed could not find anything good. Everything was in disarray and many items were beyond his understanding, making it difficult to assess their value. He wanted to consult Lin Xiu, but was promptly thrown out. It seemed she was engaged in her second round of research and was likely in seclusion for the time being. In that case, he could only seek help from the talented individuals on the forum. Everyone there was skilled, articulate, and most importantly, distinctly mischievous, truly a rare breed of talent that could discuss astronomical matters and flatter with ease. Administrator, the company plans to implement a lottery system for the game. What prizes would you like to see included? The following options are available: A. Weapons, primarily high-frequency vibrating cutters, and energy kinetic weapons with potential future additions. B. Leisure items, including new crew uniforms in various styles for both men and women. C. Planting items, including seeds with uncertain outcomes. It is possible to grow carnivorous plants. D. Exploration items containing materials for hidden storylines with unlockable plots being random. Lin Mo quickly had Xiaowei set up a voting system on the forum. After nearly 20 minutes, the vote count was only around 100. Lin Mo was perplexed. Given the website's traffic, why was the vote count so low? But then he understood. The network traffic was likely driven by news articles, with most visitors merely checking the site's purpose, then leaving after a brief stay. They probably forgot about the vote long ago. Those remaining were likely hoping to see if they could win something for themselves or gain speaking privileges. Otherwise, they were like the characters Spiral Airplane and absolutely no delays, engaging in inappropriate discussions on the forum. Although these two had been muted numerous times, they seemed undeterred. Nyangdo, I want Professor Lin's stockings, the one she has worn. Damn, you're so perverted. If my wife didn't have some, I'd want them too. Ling Xiao, I want them too. Let's add Professor Lin's stockings to the list. Soon a chorus of requests for Lin Xiu's stockings erupted. Lin Mo could hardly keep up with the muting. Just as he muted, one another would pop up, and they appeared to be as resilient as cockroaches, becoming increasingly brazen. Absolutely no delays. Public opinion cannot be disregarded. I strongly demand that Professor Lin's stockings be added. If not, the administrator's stockings would suffice. Absolutely no delays was muted for a day by the administrator. After much effort, Lin Mo finally managed to mute most of these raucous forum players. If this matter continued, could he still call this a legitimate game? However, wanting his stockings. Damn, these players are getting weirder by the minute. Lin Mo suddenly felt that boys need to be vigilant about their own safety. When out, there are indeed many perverts in this world. He would have to be wary of these players, as they were all too sly. Administrator, everyone stop causing a ruckus. This is a serious game, do you understand? Rabbit who loves to eat carrots. I also want Professor Lin's stockings. Administrator, has anyone actually seen Professor Lin wearing stockings? Rabbit who loves to eat carrots. Administrator, did you see Professor Lin wearing stockings in the real world? Or do you only wear them for yourself and not share with everyone? Administrator, go cool off somewhere. In the company, Professor Lin is a high-cold goddess. Someone like me can only hide in the coffee room next to the meeting room. She wouldn't even acknowledge my presence. There are still nearly 10 minutes left in the voting period, so those who want to vote, please do so quickly. If you want a girl, go out and find one to stop thinking about game characters all day. Games are games and reality is reality. Rabbit who loves to eat carrots. That's very reasonable, but I still want them. What should I do? I will start a fund here to let the administrator perform a pole dance for us. Falling rain without feelings. 1. Loving a cup of tea. 1 bot. I want to see the administrator perform a pole dance while wearing stockings. Rabbit who loves to eat carrots. Falling rain without feelings, loving a cup of tea, and bot were muted for 5 minutes by the administrator. Administrator, the internet is not a lawless place. If anyone wants to cause a ruckus here, it'll remotely control their character to perform a pole dance for everyone. Let's see who ends up socially dead, me or you. Alright, the voting has concluded, and the most popular choice is D, the exploration category. I genuinely did not expect this. Given the current situation, shouldn't you have selected more from category A? Looking at category D, which had the highest number of votes, Lin Mo was initially confused. Then he realized that this was a public vote that everyone on the forum could participate in, and not just from the internal players of the game, whose votes were almost negligible. Those players roaming the external forums were eager to understand the game's storyline, as it was the only aspect that held significance for them. After all, those who frequent the forums do not really understand the experience within the game. However, the background stories are prominently displayed on the forums and the main page. In this regard, these players lurking in the forums can at least boast a bit, and it won't be so boring for them. But let the plot be what it is. After all, there are still many plot memory storage devices piled up in the warehouse. Later, reading the plot will also require points. Lin Mo suddenly felt that if he hadn't become a big boss in his past life, it would have been a significant loss. Of course, if Lin Mo really used such a situation to become a boss, the employees below would probably have run away long ago. After all, if it continued like Lin Mo's situation, the employees might even have to pay to work. After all, Lin Mo's heart is truly dark. However, Lin Mo also feels that he can set several tasks based on these plots later and then obtain rewards through these tasks. After all, letting this group of players wander around the city will eventually bore them. Currently, they are excited to look at the cracks in the walls, but in reality, if they were to look at cracks in the walls in the real world, most people would probably chase them down the street with a kitchen knife. Now these guys are brazenly peeping with infrared thermal imaging masks. Although the ones doing the peeping are a bunch of wild people, this device shows everything with heat sources in bright red. It's truly hard to discern anything. Otherwise, if it could see through like in the novels, this game wouldn't be very serious. The Lucky Draw operating system was quickly set up, but this thing can only be used within the base. After all, the area covered by projection is limited to this specific region. Inside, the projection can appear directly, but once you leave this place, the holographic projection will likely be unreachable. Of course, Lin Mo wouldn't set all the rewards to be that kind of memory storage device, as this item is meant to be used as a rare prize. After all, rarity makes the prize valuable. The fewer the better, even though he has already discarded a large number of them in the warehouse. However, this also mixed in thank you notes and point rewards along with discount coupons. But these discount coupons have limited usage time and specific users. If one draws a coupon only, they can use it and must do so within the stipulated time or it will become invalid. Lin Mo directly moved over the entire set from Brother Ma, feeling inexplicably that his conscience was gradually turning dark. What should he do? After all, when playing games, one always curses the designers of the games as fools. Ultimately, the dragon-slaying warriors have turned into the final evil dragons. After finishing these, Lin Mo also began to set up the system mall. After all, in a game, purchasing equipment always requires spending money. There must be higher quality equipment to venture out and fight monsters. Going out barehanded is just sending delivery to the outside monsters. Lin Mo placed some common equipment in a relatively spacious room and set up a weapon charging station next to it. However, moving this thing really exhausted Lin Mo, especially since he was dragging a long cable behind him. When he moved this to the room, he wondered why he didn't just leave it there and let the players rush in. Then the most ridiculous bug appeared in the game. A long, thick pipe was dragged on the stairs, causing many players to fall and lose several teeth or even injure their noses. When players purchase weapons, Xiao Wei will automatically deduct the fees from the player's account. If the player doesn't have enough money and tries to take the weapon, it will automatically lock. Xiao Wei will then issue a voice reminder, and if the player still persists, Xiao Wei will forcibly kick the consciousness of this synthetic human offline and impose a day's confinement, releasing them the next day. Moreover, the weapons inside require permission. Once locked, it would probably be easier to throw a hammer at it than deal with such a situation. Are you planning to dismantle the control center? Lin Xiu looked at the messy corridor and inquired about Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground. I modified the storage location in the warehouse to make it convenient for players to buy firearms so they won't have to bother me. I left all these matters to Xiao Wei to handle. By the way, someone on the forum is offering a high price for your stockings. Are you selling? What are stockings? Lin Xiu suddenly became interested. Come on, you can't tell me that 3,000 years from now human society won't have stockings anymore. That would be a huge loss for human civilization. Humans cannot be without stockings, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Lin Mo sighed in despair, feeling sorry for those humans. After all, in his past life, Lin Mo also enjoyed watching short videos featuring black silk, white silk, flesh-colored stockings, short socks, pantyhose, garter belts, thigh-high socks, and tight long socks. Lin Xiu summoned Xiao Wei and began searching the internet in 2022, her face showing an interested smile. Wait, it seems I left my forum open. Lin Mo shot up in alarm just in time to see Lin Xiu browsing his forum. What's a pole dance? Can you dance? Can you show me? When did I turn into a cold goddess? Am I really that cold? I always thought my temper was quite good. No, I want dance. Pole dancing is a very strange dance style, and in our place it belongs to the kind of bewitching dance that cannot be explained scientifically. Often a group of people watching it ends up losing their souls. As for whether you're high or cold, that's purely to fool those people. After all, they don't know who you are. On the other side of the internet, you can never know whether the person opposite is a human or a dog. When I create a high cold goddess persona for you, they won't bother you anymore. You wouldn't want to be watched like a monkey by these players all day long, would you? Lin Xiu did not believe Lin Mo's nonsense. She quickly searched for stockings through a search engine. Watching the JK girls wearing white stockings dancing, Lin Mo wondered if it was his imagination, but Lin Xiu's interest seemed to grow even stronger. Upon seeing videos of pole dancing, Lin Xiu revealed a playful smile and looked at Lin Mo with a strange gaze, as if imagining Lin Mo dancing on a pole, sending shivers down his spine. Do you want to see me wear stockings? I think that short skirt over there looks pretty good too. Come on, you're over 2,000 years old. My grandmother would call you ancestor if she saw you, so I'm really not interested. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, he inexplicably felt a strong killing intent suddenly appear behind him, as if the intent was about to become tangible and lift him up. Hasn't anyone told you not to discuss a woman's age? Lin Mo was scared, trembling in the corner like a wild man encountering a giant rat. The killing intent was simply too intense. Looking at the other party's stance, Lin Mo would believe it if someone said she had fought with the Trisolar ants. Fortunately, Lin Xiu did not pursue the matter, but helped Lin Mo optimize and improve the lottery system. Isn't the probability supposed to be adjusted to absolute fairness? What you're doing seems like fraud. Lin Xiu wanted to use quantum randomness to achieve this lottery expression. After all, the only true randomness that can be achieved now is this effect. In this state, all probabilities cannot be predicted or controlled. As a result, Lin Mo directly rejected this proposal. After all, he was counting on this to exploit players and have them willingly work for him. If this thing truly achieved complete randomness based on quantum effects, then what would he have left? You don't understand. Oh, I call this a blend of wisdom and strategy, not fraud. I aim to maximize social resources since this game needs to continue operating. By the time we grow old, these players will still be full of energy. If there are no new things to entice them to explore this world, they will quickly lose interest in this game and turn to other games. After all, in the future, virtual reality technology will not be limited to just our company. Other gaming companies and internet firms are also racing to complete research on this technology. What we need to do is keep these players with us first. Lin Xiu felt a bit dizzy. After all, if this were done on Earth, it would be complete false advertising, likely leading to the upper management being investigated for consumer fraud. But now coming from Lin Mo's mouth, it sounded so righteous and reasonable. Although it feels like you are grasping at straws, unfortunately, I have no evidence here. Moreover, right now it seems I have become an accomplice with you. If the Human Council really exists, we would both be arrested. Aren't you afraid? It's fine, those players won't only not report me, but will also be grateful to me. Lin Mo was well aware of the principle of striking with a stick and then offering a sweet date. Besides, he was an administrator, not a game planner, right? If there are issues later, go find the event planner and game designer. Why come to me, an administrator? Moreover, his company was established in the 21st century, and now it was already the 52nd century. Could a person from the 21st century really dig up the tomb of Qin Shi Huang and then confront him with legal accusations? However, even though this was a pretext, Lin Mo still feared that the Human Federation might really come after him. After all, while Lin Xiu had provided Lin Mo with much help, the fact remained that being with Lin Xiu was inherently unsafe, as she would often be put under house arrest during political upheavals, being a highly confidential figure. During this time, Lin Mo had interacted with Lin Xiu. They wouldn't dare severely torture her, but they could certainly do so to Lin Mo. When it came to whips, dripping wax, and tiger benches, if given a choice, Lin Mo thought he would rather fall victim to a beauty trap. After all, heroes often struggle in the face of beauty. After all, how many kings and nobles have perished in their beds? Lin Mo's demise would neither add to nor detract from that number. Though all these changes took some time, most of it was spent moving items and organizing the merchandise shelves. An energy kinetic weapon was just too heavy, not to mention the sheer number of them. Lin Mo felt that even carrying just one would be a challenge, let alone so many. However, these players could probably only look on as Lin Mo checked the accounts and found that the highest points among all players belonged to Ling Xiao. This guy had been surviving quietly, and he had even dismantled one of Lin Mo's masks earlier, granting him additional points. So compared to others, this fellow was still at the top. The troublesome one was the lady who owed nearly 300 points. After her revival, she would likely accumulate even more points, making her a true debtor among debtors. Thus, Lin Mo planned to assign her some tasks. Otherwise, if this continued, she might not be able to afford clothes in the future. Well, she couldn't afford them now either, but for the sake of social decorum, he decided to lend her money to buy clothes and gear. However, he hoped they wouldn't treat this as a hidden plot. Sometimes these fellows loved to turn some dark gameplay into a spectacle, and then they would all try to see if having too much debt would trigger a storyline. Lin Mo stated he would just kick these guys out, leave them hanging outside for a week, and then let them back in. Although handling it all was relatively simple, carrying things was exhausting. If he had known better, he would have let the players help when they were online. However, he still wanted to retain as many users on his official site as possible. The forum needed to keep running. Sometimes having more people could lead to more ideas. After all, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Lin Mo directly linked the miniature cameras on the players to their accounts. Players could use these cameras to record everything they said in the game, then edit and create self-media content to post online, which could yield a significant income. If possible, they could also work from home using this game to sustain their lives. With so many self-media outlets now, once a video goes viral, other people or studios quickly imitate it. However, virtual reality was something that could not be easily replicated. They just needed to cut out the bloody and violent scenes or apply a mosaic filter, and then they could post it on those short video platforms to attract a large audience, as virtual reality was simply too sci-fi. Lin Mo and Lin Xiu worked hard for half a day, although it was primarily Lin Xiu who was busy. For her, the most troublesome task was converting the 3D holographic projection into a 2D flat image, which also required data compression and quality degradation. Lin Xiu programmed a software through Xiaowei to handle this, so it took some time. After all, video transmission now was calculated at 500 YB per second, and this data could directly unfold through holographic projection, immersing people in the experience. However, this also had a downside. The amount of data consumed during transmission was substantial. Transmitting this to the 21st century internet would be quite troublesome, especially since the protocols of both sides were different. It was like trying to run a train on a highway. Thus, a transitional software was needed to handle this. Lin Xiyu was busy with this for a long time, while Lin Mo had spent half a day drank a packet of nutrient solution and found that he couldn't even help out. After all, the whole process involved operations without any need for carrying or moving things. Lin Mo suddenly felt rather useless. It should be about right now, but you also need to create corresponding programs for your official site. They'll handle that for you. After all, if Xiao Wei does it, it won't have any artistry in the design. After a while, I think it's better to let Xiao Wei handle the artistic design. Honestly, you really can't compete with Xiao Wei in that regard. Looking at the stiff illustrations and the weird patterns with clustered lines, if you said this was a talisman drawn by Uncle Gio, no one would argue against it. I believe I can do it, it's just that the transmission protocol affected my touch. Wait a moment, let me try again. Lin Xiyu continued to work, and in Lin Mo's view, the illustrations looked like they were at a kindergarten level. The little figures appeared as if they had Down syndrome, and the stars in the sky were just too stiff. Perhaps it was because he found it unbearable to look at Lin Xiyu directly, ordered Xiao Wei to redraw the image according to her previous ideas. In an instant, the original webpage became exquisite, and those illustrations blended seamlessly with the webpage, leaving no trace of artifice, and the first impression was truly stunning. Those with culture couldn't help but compose poetry, while those without said a simple wow. Lin Mo also thought the starry sky design was beautiful, especially in its pairing with the text, which could only be described as a masterpiece. The illustrations not only did not obstruct the normal reading of the text, but actually made the words appear as more marvelous embellishments within that starry sky. After all, both illustrations and text were indispensable. If the two couldn't naturally merge, it would either result in a beautiful image marred by a clump of text, making it uncomfortable to look at, or the illustration would obscure the text, making it unreadable. However, Xiao Wei not only perfectly resolved this issue, but offered an even more exquisite and clever solution. See, this is my idea and concept from earlier. How is it? Lin Xiyu said joyfully to Lin Mo, like a little girl seeking praise. Although Lin Mo wanted to criticize her, he was intimidated by Lin Xiyu's earlier momentum, so he could only reluctantly nod and commend the design as excellent. Soon the netizens surfing the webpage suddenly found it had crashed. All they saw in their minds were little question marks. After all, wasn't this game supposed to be rich? Why couldn't they even manage a website maintenance? Or was it under a hacker attack? Just as everyone hesitated whether to report it, the webpage miraculously returned to normal. Entering it, they were greeted by a vast starry sky, and the design was also very clever. The viewpoint of this starry sky was perfectly aligned with the camp's main gate, overlooking the sky while ignoring the trees. Many new features also appeared on the webpage, but when the usual braggarts clicked on them, they found they did not have the permissions. The issue was that they were not internal test players, so they lacked the rights to edit videos. The forum had also differentiated into modules. One was for help requests, where internal test players could post about their needs while others could offer solutions below. There was also a video production center, but only internal test players could access it. Those who were not internal test players could only watch helplessly. The most crucial moment arrived as Professor Lin's photo was revealed alongside Lin Mo's. Both of these individuals were real people serving as NPC administrators, primarily responsible for maintaining the ecological order of the entire game. Big Goose, although I don't want to say it, administrator, isn't your beauty filter a bit excessive? We've met in person, so stop with the pretense. Big Goose was muted for 5 minutes by the administrator. Lin Mo swung his muting stick at Big Goose's head, wondering when he had ever used a beauty filter. He had merely asked Xiao Wei to modify the visuals to meet the public's aesthetic standards, just like the readers, who were all quite handsome. For those forum players who cannot access the game, website optimization is a great boon. They can judge the game's quality by watching videos uploaded by others at the video production center, gaining insight into the game's content. If possible, live streaming could be a goldmine. After all, just think about it. During the internal testing phase, players could directly address the live stream, telling viewers to send rockets promising to take down a spider's head live. Many would surely reward this streamer out of curiosity. Of course, that's just a thought. Live streaming would impose a heavy burden on the entire information exchange system. Lin Xiyu stated that while she could create a corresponding service system, she couldn't transmit it due to the limited bandwidth. As for the seeds in the warehouse, Lin Mo dared not plant them. After all, Lin Xiyu had repeatedly warned that it was uncertain whether those seeds were spore plants harmful to humans or something else. Planting them could potentially release viruses into the air. This isn't the first time we've seen plants that can release viruses. Once an outbreak caused by such plants led to many deaths. Fortunately, the genetically modified plants were only in laboratories where all air emissions were filtered through specialized machines, preventing large-scale virus spread. In summary, this game update is significant. Lin Mo was exhausted akin to a dog due to the overwhelming tasks and the complexity of handling them. Thankfully, he didn't have to engage in the more technical work which he delegated to Lin Xiu. Without Lin Xiu, Lin Mo's most likely scenario would be staring at these ideas helpless. After all, no matter how rich one's imagination, if one cannot realize it, it's merely wishful thinking. Administrator, after exhausting 2 programmers, we've rolled out a new server update. We're now planning to offer 5 slots in the reservation pool, but not just yet. After all the explorers in front have yet to figure out the path, it would be pointless for new players to join. To enhance the gaming experience, we've completed an upgrade of the game's graphics. However, it may not be very noticeable to everyone. Additionally, the game store is now established. All players can purchase weapons in a designated room, featuring a wide variety of weaponry. Future updates may randomly introduce game plots or other items. We've opened a creator platform for players. Each player can upload footage captured by their micro camera, which can then be modified at the Creator Center before being shared on short video or streaming platforms. This game retains all copyrights to its visuals, so infringement will be pursued. Please explore and discover the remaining game content after logging in. After all, the most intriguing things require personal discovery. P.S. I've relayed your questions to Professor Lin, who scolded me for being perverse. Now I feel I can't even hold my head up at the company. If I resign, you all will understand why. This major update doesn't seem to concern the players, but for those lurking in the forums, the best news is the opening of 5 new slots. Perhaps luck might favor them. However, upon seeing the reservation pool with over 10,000 applicants compared to the 5 available slots, everyone fell silent. If they had that kind of luck, they'd probably win the lottery. Why would they need a game slot? During this time, experts outside of Eternal Life virtual technology speculate that the rendering requirements for characters are excessively high and the company cannot allocate enough technology to handle it, delaying the game's large-scale release. This is one of the more plausible reasons, given that such advanced technology would be a game-changer in the current internet ecosystem. If implemented, no internet company could sustain it. Moreover, the market is extremely vast. The market driven by the internet would be utterly destroyed, and people's pursuits would shift from material enjoyment to spiritual fulfillment. In reality, one only needs to maintain basic food and housing, with other forms of enjoyment or entertainment possible in the virtual world. Everyone's eyes are fixed on those 5 slots, while they also eye the game helmets, hoping to extract more technology by disassembling them. Finding the right research direction is certainly easier than starting from scratch, so it's uncertain whether these 5 helmets will reach players. Where exactly is the headquarters of Eternal Life virtual technology? Many are speculating, based on the administrator's remarks, that ordinary people still exist within the headquarters, unlike this company filled with robots. The robots here are exceptionally intelligent, worth millions each outside. Many also speculate that these robots might be controlled by real people. After all, with virtual reality technology in place, controlling robots through the brain no longer seems so far-fetched. Warm-hearted Marshmallow Administrator, don't worry, we won't laugh at you for being perverse. I am the pervert here. Everyone's a pervert, there's nothing to laugh about. Administrator, I'll pay 50,000 for a real photo of Professor Lin. That turtle, you should just wash up and go to bed. Professor Lin isn't short on cash. Although I'm just a lowly worker earning 3,000 a month, I won't betray my colleagues for money. Lin Mo also suspects that the forum isn't filled only with ordinary users, there might be representatives from companies. Seeking a photo is purely a way to dig for information. Finding someone's identity through a photo is easy for these companies. After all, everyone is eager to seize the fast train of virtual reality technology, not wanting other companies to get ahead. They also want to ride this train and strengthen their own companies. Thus, those spending lavishly on the forum to collect various information or seeking to purchase game helmets might not only be wealthy individuals, but also corporate spies or insiders. However, Lin Mo is not worried about information leaks. With a technological gap of nearly 2,000 to 3,000 years, even if the other party disassembles everything piece by piece, they likely won't be able to figure much out. Future virtual device suppliers are quite cunning. They want hand-over processing power to users. Instead, all data will be transmitted back to the data center processed there, and then sent to the user's virtual devices. Essentially, the customer's helmets act merely as signal transmitters. After all, in a sense, the relationship between users and companies isn't one of cooperation, but rather a balance of power. The company provides better services and users respond accordingly. As services improve, user expectations grow higher. This is why Lin Mo doesn't coddle the players. He hasn't charged them a dime. They can play if they want and withdraw their qualifications if they don't. Lin Mo appreciates the rebellious nature of players. If they were the submissive type, he wouldn't be able to reprimand them without feeling guilty. With tougher players, Lin Mo can use his various powers to discipline them. For instance, after he banned a certain lady from speaking, she had to remain mute throughout that day's gaming session, even though her organs were perfectly functional. This must be quite distressing for her. No one wants to be mute, especially a normal person suddenly rendered so. That must be incredibly frustrating. However, Lin Mo can also control players' sight and hearing, potentially rendering them blind and deaf. Alternatively, he could forcibly disable all bodily movements of the player. However, this would be pointless since they could simply log off and Lin Mo would only resort to such measures if he felt threatened. Recently, internet companies have persistently gathered outside Lin Mo's company like cockroaches that won't die, hoping to negotiate collaboration with him. Many times Lin Mo couldn't help but admire the relentless spirit of this group. However, during this period, they each exhibited their unique talents, thinking that since there was no one inside, why not secretly infiltrate the company to steal confidential information? Then that guy was pinned to the ground by 2 steel robots. When the police arrived, he was still shouting that the robots had killed him. However, the robot showed some restraint, merely holding him down without taking any aggressive action, and the footage from the cameras was able to capture the scene. This guy stealthily climbed over the wall in the dead of night, then rushed into the factory to disassemble parts only to be caught red-handed by the robot. He attempted to flee, but the steel robot seized his arm and forcefully pinned him down to the ground. No matter how he struggled, the robot remained unmoved, as it was powered entirely by fuel-driven wheels. If it could be shaken by human strength, the robot's designer could probably rise from the grave to give the intruder a couple of slaps. Many of the robots here utilized future technology, with various parts outsourced to different factories for production. One could say the technological sophistication of these robots was quite high. The key point was that this robot's driving mechanism only required gasoline, which powered its various mechanical structures through combustion. However, this device had a drawback: its endurance was poor. Under full operation, it would likely conk out within an hour. Yet it was sufficient to operate within the company, and there was no need to take it outside. Even if it did, it primarily connected through data, allowing real-time monitoring of its energy levels to maintain itself in a relatively safe area. Therefore, many people were curious about this robot and wanted to collaborate with the Eternal Virtual Technology team to develop it. However, Lin Mo immediately rejected the idea without a second thought, as he estimated that they could easily crush the technology of the 21st century. After all, the robots still running in the company were ancient relics from a bygone era. Moreover, these ancient machines had undergone significant modifications. If someone were to take these robots out in the 52nd century, they would likely be laughed at, especially since they were the outdated modified versions. The earliest batch would probably be inferior. When Lin Xiu learned that Lin Mo was using this robot, she cast a disapproving glance, as this robot had long been slated for decommissioning and was considered an antique that could hardly be found on the market. However, Lin Mo felt it worked just fine for him, since it didn't require motors and was quite convenient in many aspects. After all, if he were to create a corresponding electronic device, Lin Mo felt that with humanity's current technology, it would be a delusion. This kind of technology would not be developed for nearly 400 years. The craftsmanship required for it was exceptionally high, and Lin Mo didn't believe that relying on today's technology could solve the technical challenges involved. The disparity in technology was evident, much like how bronze could not produce a steam engine's boiler. Today's materials still couldn't resolve the technical challenges, as most of them were extremely difficult. Without a suitable solution, it would be no different from ordinary scrap metal. The key point was that the new generation of robots had already achieved superconductivity in their circuits. Although the company was mysterious, it didn't stop curious individuals from investigating certain virtual technology research teams. However, after a lengthy investigation, they ultimately discovered that only 2 people were truly knowledgeable, while the rest were completely clueless. Moreover, there were those who out of boredom launched cyber attacks on the Eternal Virtual Technology team's official website, hoping to steal confidential information to sell for money. The outcome was quite tragic, with all their personal information leaked. Even after using dozens of proxies to cover their tracks, their IP address was still locked, and their computer suddenly activated the camera without their knowledge, with the monitor showing no indication that the camera was on. Since then, everyone realized that there was definitely a computer genius within the Eternal Technology data team, and not just one. By nightfall, these players finally logged in, and the once quiet membrane control area suddenly became lively. I feel like the administrator and Professor Lin are like Change and Wu Gang on the moon, though Change is missing a rabbit. Nyang Do whispered to Da-e, knowing the administrator was nearby. Us saying this could have negative repercussions, and she might easily become a target for the administrator. By the way, the walkie-talkies you have now support a location feature. If you're unsure of your approximate location, you can directly ask Xiao Wei, who can guide you back to the base, similar to a compass service. I won't charge you for this service, it will just be included in your initial phone bill. Lin Mo certainly heard the conversation between those two, but he chose to ignore it. After all, based on the nature of these players, they could boast about anything. What? We still have to pay for phone bills. The rabbit felt a twinge in his heart. The game company couldn't possibly be supported by some mobile provider, could it? The lady also gestured for a while, looking somewhat like she was performing a dance, but Lin Mo selectively ignored her, as she had insulted him on the forum. Not giving her some punishment would mean she wouldn't learn her lesson. After this incident, she should hopefully be more restrained. After Lin Mo detailed the latest updated rules, he slowly returned to the base to check on the progress of his gene modification fruit. It might just be his imagination, but it seemed to resemble a tomato more and more. The growth rate was exceptionally fast. Less than half a month after planting, the fruits were already starting to turn red. Have you seen the recent lottery system? I still have a free lottery opportunity left. Do any of you have one? I have one too. Returning to monitor the growth of his fruits, Lin Mo noticed the players displaying happy expressions, prompting a slight smile to form on his lips. He thought to himself, let them gamble. Only when they become addicted will they continue to contribute more stamina to me. In the first lottery, several players received rewards ranging from 20 to 40 points, and they were all quite pleased. However, they were unaware that this was precisely Lin Mo's intention. After all, for newcomers, the lottery segment needed to offer some rewards to show goodwill. Otherwise, if they simply received a message saying thank you for participating, not many would believe that good items could be drawn. If this were during the time when human order still existed, I feel you would likely be sued and end up in prison for false deception, manipulating game probabilities, and breach of contract. Lin Xiu held a red fruit in her hand, watching the video while eating and speaking. If you have a conscience, you could make a lot of money. If you lack a conscience, you could make even more. However, I'm not interested in money right now. I don't handle money at all, as my current focus is on how to maximize the efficiency of societal resources. Although the warehouse is stocked with a large amount of supplies, these resources are not limitless. Wait a minute, where did the juice in your hand come from? Lin Mo suddenly noticed that the fruit in Lin Xiu's hand looked strikingly similar to the gene modification fruit he had painstakingly grown. I picked it from your flower bed. Hasn't it ripened yet? Do you want to get one yourself? Lin Mo. After several explanations indicating that he intended to keep those fruits as seeds, Lin Xiu finally assured him that she would never steal again. Yet in the blink of an eye, 2 more fruits disappeared. This time, the players entering the city had a purpose: to use the miniature cameras on their bodies to capture just how dangerous and terrifying it was here. Of course, they still entered the city in teams of 10, but this time each person held a high-frequency vibration cutter, which from a distance looked like a harpoon, and up close was indeed a harpoon. Was the designer of this tool possibly a fisherman? Wait a second, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Bert suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, as if something dangerous was fixating on him. This sensation was quite strange, prompting him to temporarily halt the others. What are you talking about in a game? Is this possibly your ability after mutation? After all, it was said that characters could level up, so this should mean. Before he could finish speaking, a distant view revealed that the desert seemed to be in motion. Upon closer inspection, a vast swarm of scorpions was rapidly moving to another side. The scale and number were so immense that it appeared as if a legged desert was running. From this vantage point, encountering such a horde could only be described as a scene from a disaster film. Damn, we almost met our end. If we had actually collided with those creatures, I doubt I would have survived. Yumi gazed at the dense swarm of scorpions and couldn't help but swallow hard. The scene was terrifying. If they truly encountered them, it wouldn't just be about resisting. Dying would be a luxury. After all, the scorpion that Nyang Do had slain was likely just one straggler from this massive swarm. The emergence of these creatures anywhere would spell disaster for that location. As it stands, Bot's awakened ability allows him to predict danger. The only downside is that if this ability fails, he loses his original skills, which is quite unfortunate. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in unison. If only this ability could persist, it would make them nearly invincible. However, once Yumi's ability awakened, he would feel differently. He might even wish for death to come easier. Seeing how slow the desert was moving, they decided to take a longer route to the city. As long as they knew the city's direction and followed it from the base, they could almost certainly reach it. The area of the city was enormous. As long as they headed in the right direction, they could enter, though the entrance might differ. Lin Mo slowly opened his notebook and recorded Bot's ability. To some extent, he wondered whether this ability was a unique power or a common biological change brought on by genes. After all, some animals can sense danger. Could this ability be derived from some animal? After thinking for a long time, without a conclusion, Lin Mo decided it was best to leave the professional matters to the professionals. He called Lin Xiu over, but she was munching on genetically modified fruits she had grown, making Lin Mo frown. At this rate, he wouldn't even have seeds left, and these fruits might become extinct. Reluctantly, Lin Mo tried a few. Although they looked like tomatoes, they had no relation to them. The fruits had a faint sweetness and were rich in nutrients. However, compared to nutrient solutions, the nutrition they provided seemed inadequate. The substances in nutrient solutions were tailored to human needs, while no matter how modified this fruit still belonged to the plant kingdom, thus it could never be perfectly suited for human consumption. The gene lineage is so vast that no one has fully researched it. Besides gene modification of human structure, other factors can also alter it. Overthinking this is meaningless. After hearing Lin Mo's speculation, Lin Xiu shook her head, dismissing his previous guesses. Human research on themselves has persisted for nearly 3,000 years without yielding accurate results. The time spent on human evolution has taken nearly 10 million years. If it were so simple to thoroughly understand human biology through time alone, it would be a fantasy. Moreover, as research on human biology becomes more thorough, it is increasingly clear that determining a person's traits involves more than just genes expanding the scope of their studies. Seeing that Lin Xiu had no good solutions, Lin Mo shifted his focus to the abilities of the players. Now that Bot's ability had surfaced, it seemed to revolve around predicting danger or sensing biological strength, which could be useful for survival. Unfortunately, the lady had already lost her potential for evolution. After all, her body was likely still in the stomach of that mouse, undergoing digestion. Damn, this walking is exhausting. If possible, it would be better to get a vehicle. Otherwise, walking such long distances every day would wear anyone out. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally reached the city. Even from afar, they could see the towering buildings standing within it. The city was immense, seemingly without boundaries. Should we take a break? I feel utterly exhausted and my body can't handle it anymore. Nyang Do felt as if her legs weren't her own. After navigating such a long detour and hurrying here, she realized that her time for exploration in the city was limited, resulting in her legs feeling numb. Let's walk slowly and see if there's anything good in the city. However, I feel the chances are slim considering how long we searched before without finding anything worthwhile. At this moment, Big Goose also felt as if his legs were not his own. The game's realism was incredibly immersive. Even though he had set the simulation level to 30%, the soreness in his legs was still very palpable. Compared to the sudden attacks and the pain they caused, this sensation was more indescribable. Let's explore other areas first. This time we should stick together and not split up, otherwise the dangers are too numerous. The 5 girls felt indifferent. After all, the strength of their bodies was uncertain, and with genetic changes their physical conditions would also undergo some transformations. Stay safe. The 2 groups parted ways as cramming everyone together would severely hinder efficiency. Moreover, even if they encountered danger, 10 people wouldn't be enough. In the event of another mouse encounter, 10 would likely be more than enough for that creature. Wait, why does my voice feel different? Yumi suddenly noticed her voice had become more delicate. Maybe the game is bugging out. We could report it to the admin and possibly get another crew upgrade. After all, we got our previous team upgrade thanks to an unacceptable bug. You should thank me for that. Everyone dismissed this and started behaving like bandits in the city, nearly breaking down doors with their high-frequency vibrators rushing inside all at once. The future residents' rooms felt incredibly spacious, as the entire room was empty, lacking tables, chairs, or any furniture, let alone sofas or other items. What is this? It looks somewhat like a large capsule. Big Goose pushed open a door and immediately saw 2 capsules containing 2 corpses submerged in some liquid. The bodies appeared swollen from soaking in the liquid, looking quite eerie. However, the players who had dulled their senses were not repulsed. Initially, they worried they might confuse the game with reality, but after playing they found that such issues did not arise for them. They could clearly distinguish whether they were in the game or reality, and their emotions from the game did not carry over into real life. If Lin Mo watching through the surveillance saw this scene, he would feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, the genetically modified fruits he had were far less appealing. The liquid in the capsules had turned a sickly green, highlighted by rotting flesh on several muscles. Adhering to the principle of better to share the suffering, Lin Mo dragged Lin Xiu over. After all, if they were to be grossed out, they should all experience it together. Game biological capsule, what's going on? It seemed that the personnel had died due to a significant lack of oxygen. The good news was that the person likely died, happily sparing them from experiencing the painful suffocation outside. Can't this thing provide its own oxygen? It seems to be sealed, and the liquid hasn't leaked out at all. This uses the same technology as the virtual helmets you use. However, those inside don't worry about their bodies degenerating from lack of use. Technically, this device does not require a self-contained oxygen supply. Furthermore, just because the liquid doesn't leak out doesn't mean there's no oxygen inside. The oxygen is infused within the liquid, allowing people to breathe freely in it, but oxygen supply is still necessary, which connects through pipes leading outside for oxygen conversion. After Lin Xiu's explanation, Lin Mo gradually understood the purpose of this device. In reality, it had already become a standard item for future humans, much like the role of mobile phones in the 21st century. It contained numerous games, movies, and various online products. In this space, people could be considered to have a second life, and all they needed to do was go to a designated place each day to receive their allocated food supplies. With rapid technological advancement and the widespread adoption of robots, many tasks no longer required human operation. The result was widespread unemployment, with everyone staying home doing nothing but receiving various forms of welfare provided by the authorities. After all, society only needed the top-tier individuals, while those in the lower tiers would undoubtedly be eliminated. However, during the initial boom, there was a demand for population, and the surplus of people at that time had become a burden on society. Thus, the authorities maintained so-called social stability in this manner. After all, everyone was indulging in games, and the internet only caring about entertainment, with the only real concern being when the food provided by the government would arrive. Lin Mo suddenly found this somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, it seemed like those farmed ducks raised through industrial methods were not so different. The only difference was that one would be slaughtered for meat, while the other merely awaited death. As Lin Mo pondered this, the 5 individuals discussed carrying the device back, only to be directly refused by Lin Mo through the intercom. He wasn't Uncle Joe. What was the point of bringing it back? Looking at the device, Lin Mo felt like retching. Administrator, what should we take? All the rooms seem the same. You are currently in a slum. What do you think you can take? Look around for something resembling a research facility. The items or storylines stored there might hold more value. Stop wandering aimlessly in this slum. This is a slum. The 5 players were all astonished. They had always thought they were in a big city, given the towering skyscrapers, numerous overpasses, and the many vehicles on the roads, which were all symbols of wealth. Yet after wandering for so long, they discovered they were still in a slum. Go see if there are any corresponding research facilities or other amenities. Then this group of adorable players got lost again in the city, especially while standing on the overpass surrounded by identical skyscrapers, all looking bewildered. They finally decided to wander aimlessly and just walk in the same direction when it was time to leave. However, Lin Mo found it puzzling why in an era of widespread anti-gravity vehicles, there were still overpasses. I believe the traffic and likes generated by making videos of this will be substantial. After all, this is the world's first true virtual reality game. If possible, I think I could make a living off this, Nyongdo said, while walking, already feeling reluctant to continue in his engineering job, especially as the market had been declining in recent years. That's reasonable, but I still think my job in the system is quite good and I don't want to change it. I agree with you. The threshold for this is quite high and other studios or individuals can't replicate it. The capital hasn't entered the market yet, so we can take advantage now. You work in the system. I'm quite envious of you. I'm just an ordinary worker. If I do well, I stay, and if not, I pack up and leave. Ling Xiao said with a hint of envy. After all, working within the system not only ensures job stability, but also offers a promising future in terms of promotions. What's there to envy? It's all the same. By the way, Yumi, why does it seem like your hair is getting longer? Dai remarked, unable to help but point out the significant change. Even if it was a bug, it shouldn't be this drastic. I also feel strange. Do you guys notice my voice seems increasingly odd? When I spoke just now, I felt that it was no longer my voice. Lin Mo. Given the current situation, this guy wouldn't be turning into a girl, would he? That would be impressive. This technology might even be introduced in Thailand. Is there a possibility that you are transitioning towards a more feminine appearance? Nyongdo pondered for a long time before uncertainly saying, after all, this game is quite bizarre, and the game developers probably aren't very thoughtful. I also think it's possible. After all, the administrator mentioned that these changes are random and no one can understand what one might transform into. However, at least we can be sure that you are still alive and well. Beside him, Bo Tae also nodded in agreement. Lin Mo felt that these few individuals had remarkably good luck. After all, the probability of dying in the coffin at the beginning was quite high, yet all 10 of them miraculously came out alive without any issues. It was likely that only time would reveal their physical changes and evolutionary traits. Yumi, I have a request. I wonder if you could help me. Nyongdo suddenly placed a hand on Yumi's shoulder, looking at him with a brotherly understanding. Get away from me. Yumi was so startled that he took several steps back. Stop messing around. I just saw a few wild men down below. Let's go deal with them. Their high-frequency vibrating cutters look quite appealing, and so do the masks on their faces. The others nodded, then pulled down their masks to prevent any ambushes from behind the walls. After all, wearing the masks was quite uncomfortable. The facial structure of wild men differed significantly from that of ordinary people, making them feel odd when worn. The worst part was that the masks could scrape the nose, and after a while one might even end up with raw skin. So generally they hung the masks on their heads rather than pulling them down. Plus, wearing the masks made it difficult to see, and one could trip easily after just a few steps. They really wondered how those wild men adapted to wearing the masks. 2 wild men were resting against the wall, while another 2 were grilling with the items in their hands, occasionally chattering in a nonsensical manner. Their masks were also perched atop their heads. As for what these guys were saying, no one knew. It felt like they had completely developed a new language independent of the original language system. Considering this place was like Mars, could it be that these guys were speaking Martian? At that moment, 5 individuals wearing the same masks charged over, wielding high-frequency, vibrating cutters, howling loudly. One of them tripped midway but quickly got up and continued to make meaningless howls as they charged forward. Upon realizing these people were not their own, the wild men quickly became alert, rushing forward with their high-frequency vibrating cutters. After a fierce battle, the players ultimately emerged victorious as the wild men were too reckless and lacked strategy. Their swinging cutters were more akin to clubs, and against cunning humans their intelligence suddenly proved insufficient. Moreover, the players had the advantage in numbers. 5 against 4 wild men should have been an easy win. Otherwise, their previous gaming experience would have been for nothing. Clean up the battlefield. After finishing the battle, the group began collecting the high-frequency, vibrating cutters and masks from the ground, also surveying the wild men's base. What have I found? A lone beautiful girl. Nyang Do lifted a box revealing a girl who had been knocked unconscious, seemingly out cold from a heavy blow. Administrator, is this one of your employees disguised as an NPC? Am I supposed to perform a heroic rescue? By the way, have I unlocked some new storyline? For example, like in some games, I need to rescue this girl's siblings, grandparents, and parents, after which she will pledge her loyalty to me. If the game's plot is designed this way, I think I could be a game developer, perhaps bringing some new ideas, Lin Mo thought to himself. How would I know who this guy really is? And that pile behind you, isn't it referencing certain games? Just put this here, there's no need to worry about it. If anyone wants to play the hero, they must bear the cost and take care of this girl's daily needs. Anyway, my membrane control area won't allow any outsiders. Lin Mo naturally did not believe those who had experienced the apocalypse. After all, no matter how pure and kind-hearted a person was in this chaotic era, they could become more ruthless and cunning. Do you think we can do that in the game? This is a serious game. Anyone caught behaving like that will be kicked out immediately. While it is an 18 game, I am a person of principles. Lin Mo should indeed consider what to do if players in the game develop feelings for the characters. Should they simply ban players from dating NPCs? Lin Mo suddenly felt that this might indeed be unnecessary. After all, let the players in the game decide what happens in their world, since he couldn't control it anyway. You should put your clothes on this girl, if she looks a bit. Looking at the girl's tattered clothing, he felt this was probably a test from the game designers. After about 10 minutes, the girl slowly woke up. She appeared to belong to a time before the mutations, as her skin tone suggested she had not undergone any changes. Lin Xiu mentioned that ordinary humans living in such conditions would have already mutated, and even if they survived, their offspring would likely show some degree of mutation. Only those who had been in the life preservation system since the beginning could have skin and structure nearly identical to ordinary people. How do you feel? Are you better now? He squatted down, trying to speak to the girl in a gentle manner, but the blood on his face made him look anything but friendly. The blood still oozed from his forehead, and paired with his strange smile, he could easily scare someone in a horror film without any makeup. The girl then spoke a lot, leaving Dai confused, as it seemed there was a language barrier, making it impossible to understand her. Administrator, what did she say? Lin Mo understood her words, but what shocked him was that she mentioned food, suggesting she had experienced this many times before. I think it's better if you don't know, but just leave now. Lin Mo didn't relay the girl's words, fearing the players wouldn't control themselves. Even though it was an 18 game, it wasn't meant to be played like this. The others looked lost but followed the administrator's advice, stood up, removed their masks to shake off the blood, and then left quickly. Lin Mo suddenly felt he shouldn't develop a real-time language translation system, as some things might be too shocking for these players, especially in such chaotic times. However, from what the girl just said, it seemed there were still plenty of humans in the city, but civilization was likely lost, as civilization and primitivism are merely a step apart. Should I pose when I leave? That would be cooler, right? Dai whispered to Dai, but Dai ignored him, and the group slowly walked away. At that moment, the girl suddenly caught up, grabbing Dai's arm, and chattered away, leaving the players bewildered. The language barrier was indeed a significant challenge. Seeing that they couldn't understand her, the girl sat down, spread her legs casually, and said, "You guys can ditch this girl, hurry up." Lin Mo understood that the girl meant they had saved her, and this time it was free, but only one at a time. Lin Mo feared that this little lady would do something even more outrageous, or else he would have to kick the players offline temporarily, as this was a proper game, and he was a good citizen adhering to the core values. The players had no choice but to heed Lin Mo's words, quickly running away and ignoring the earlier girl. However, while dealing with the bodies, they accidentally dropped a high-frequency vibrating cutter, perhaps intentionally, or maybe they simply looked down on it. I've always felt something was off about that girl, otherwise the administrator wouldn't have been so strict with us. After all, they typically don't care about us. Why does this feel strange this time? Maybe a new plot was triggered. Oh my god, why do I feel so tired? After sprinting for a while, they finally sat down to rest. However, Dai still felt a bit dizzy due to the blood seeping from his forehead after being struck by the high-frequency cutter. Fortunately, his skull wasn't shattered, but the wound was serious. Luckily, he had a mask to block the impact, otherwise his head might be on the ground by now. You should rest here for a bit. We'll go find some curtains to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, I don't think you'll be able to make it back with all that blood loss. The others went back into the city to look for fabric or curtains, while also checking for any new wild tribes planning to sneak in and ambush again. After a while, Dai even disconnected once, as passing out would force a logout. Fortunately, he only fainted and didn't die. After losing so much blood, a normal person would have been in ICU by now. He lowered his head, pressing on the wound on his forehead. Just then 2 bare feet appeared in front of him. What the heck? What's going on? Am I hallucinating from all this blood? He looked up to see the same girl now, wearing the coat he had given her. Sister, you didn't run all this way barefoot, did you? That's impressive. He suddenly didn't know how to respond. After all, even running in shoes for that long felt tiring, let alone her running barefoot. Lin Mo. Often Lin Mo didn't want to discuss these matters, but at least the game should maintain some reputation. However, he suspected the girl might have taken a liking to the group, as she followed safely behind them, especially with so many armed individuals. What the heck? How did she catch up with us again? Are we still running? He was dragging a curtain he had pulled from somewhere, looking at the girl with a bewildered expression. In the end, the group decided to stay put for a while, at least until they stopped the bleeding. Otherwise he might disconnect again. With this blood loss, if they didn't get him to ICU, he would be in serious trouble. The player's bandaging skills were quite touching. Before long, he looked like a mummy, his head wrapped tightly, not knowing how to bandage properly. They ended up tying it up and finishing with a big bow at the back. Do you think this looks good? Yumi asked Ling Xiao. I think if this goes out, it'll be a loss for the mortuary. Whatever, it looks fine as long as it stops the bleeding. Who needs a bike? The group decided to stick with this wrapping as there were really no requirements for bandaging. As long as it could stop the blood from gushing out like a fountain, that was enough. Are your feet okay? He suddenly asked the girl in front of him, then remembered she probably didn't understand him. He pointed to his own foot, then to hers, and made a lifting motion. When the girl lifted her foot was a shocking sight. It was already a bloody mess with blood mixed with torn flesh and dirt. It looked terrifying. Even experienced players felt their scalps tingle at the sight. Normally, having dust in their wounds felt unbearable, but this was something else. Administrator, I think I need to help her. Administrator. Administrator. Stupid dog. At that moment, Lin Mo, pretending to be offline, was about to curse. After all, this guy seemed to lack some respect, as Lin Mo had kindly created an opportunity for him, yet he dared to insult him. He better be careful, or Lin Mo might force him offline. Once they confirmed the administrator was offline, the players busily began to bandage the girl's wounds. However, they adhered to the principle of not looking, turning their heads away. While the art in this game is really impressive, the details are so realistic. He first wrapped the girl's foot in a curtain, then added a thick layer, essentially creating shoes. Feeling the genuine touch of his hands, Nong Do felt somewhat embarrassed, as it had indeed been a long time since he had been this close to a girl. Is this going to turn into the heroic rescue scenario you guys talk about? If I were you, I wouldn't bring this girl into the membrane control zone. Otherwise, I can't be sure if she might be disguised as some kind of monster. If you suddenly feel the urge to bring her in, I won't stop you. After all, I don't have the authority to do so. Lin Xiu yawned, while Lin Mo naturally hoped the players would leave this guy behind, as neither of us wanted to deal with any uncontrollable factors. Where are you from? After bandaging the girl's foot, Nong Do suddenly asked her, but she appeared confused, not understanding him. Who brought food? Can I borrow some for now? He'll return it later. Nong Do shouted to the other 4 people. Since the administrator had gone offline, he indeed felt free to do as he pleased, but even if he wanted to, he found himself without anything. After all organs in the game were blurred out. A few of them pulled out some jerky that they had obtained from a gorilla. After drying the meat, they piled it up in a room as stored rations for their ship, but after eating it for a while, it became quite unpalatable, dry and tough, barely chewable. However, the girl swiftly devoured the jerky, almost swallowing it whole, clearly looking starved. At that moment, the girl seemed to remember something and suddenly blurted something out. Although the others didn't understand, she pointed at the corpse nearby and made a vomiting gesture. The others understood that she was asking if the meat was from the corpse, and they quickly shook their heads. They definitely didn't have such a heavy taste. If they did, the game would probably close down. Nong Do pointed to the black fur on the meat, then at the corpse, and shook his head. The girl seemed to understand. Ahem, can you hear me? Suddenly, a woman's voice came through the intercom. Indeed, it was Lin Xiu. After seeing Lin Mo go mute, she decided to start a conversation. After conversing in their language with the girl for a while, Lin Xiu then said, humans still have settlements, but overall civilization has regressed to a terrifying extent. Some remnants of civilization may use previous knowledge to survive, but some people either starve to death or revert to becoming beasts. However, the origin of those savages remains unclear, as this girl had only recently awakened from cryostasis. It seems she was a wealthy young lady before being frozen, and her current plight is indeed somewhat tragic. Lin Mo, however, was not particularly interested in the girl's tragic fate. After all, his own situation was not much better, being targeted by a strange civilization, and he might very well turn into molecules and atoms under the light. What? Are you feeling sorry for her now? Do you have the impulse to take her back? Lin Mo suddenly asked Lin Xiu. What am I feeling sorry for? Feeling sympathy for her plight doesn't necessarily mean I have to help her. I can just express my condolences for her situation. Professor Lin, how are we dealing with this girl now? Are we bringing her back directly, or? Nongdo looked at the girl who was lowering her head with her arms crossed, and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. It's up to you, but if you bring her back, she can only stay outside the membrane control zone. There are so many monsters outside and you know the degree of danger involved. Our officials won't get too involved in the player's game, but I must remind you that when everyone dies, the corresponding data in the database is also simultaneously destroyed, and the same NPC cannot be simulated again. After Lin Xiyu finished speaking, she unilaterally cut off the communication. No matter how much Nongdo called, she did not respond, as the game should leave the decision-making to the players, allowing them to explore in the game. After several unsuccessful attempts to call her, Nongdo could only helplessly turn his gaze to the other players who were also staring blankly and shrugging their shoulders. Still, Lin Mo did not like to interfere too much with the players' exploration in the game. To be more precise, Lin Mo was simply too lazy to handle these matters. As long as it didn't interfere with him, he was fine with whatever the players did outside. Let's just go? The game should run itself. After a long while, Yumi suddenly said to Nongdo. After all, in his view, the characters in the game were essentially made up of data unless there were a few NPCs played by real people, but this girl didn't seem to be one of them. Let's go. Nongdo finally stood up and was about to leave when something grabbed his leg. It was as if the girl had latched onto him. Sister, please let me go. I really have no way out. At least you should be safer in the city, right? We are the ones who are practically dying every day. If they could bring her into the membrane control zone, perhaps the players would escort her back, but the problem was that no one else could enter the control zone. Leaving her at the entrance meant the monsters in the woods would probably feast on her at night. So after thinking it over, it was indeed safer in the city. Although there were plenty of monsters there, as well, staying in those rooms would still be relatively safe. After all, closing the door effectively created a safe environment. Lin Mo felt more like an observer watching what choices these players would make in such circumstances. Hurry up. If you don't move faster, you'll have to go to work again soon. The players had no choice but to let the girl follow them like a little tail, tossing her a high-frequency vibrator for self-defense. After all, the high-frequency vibrating cutter they had intentionally left behind was not taken, and they later killed a savage and gave the girl the mask. Is there any water in the city? We need to wash the dust off her feet. When a female character unexpectedly joined the team, the players seemed somewhat unaccustomed, as they had previously been a group of bros and relaxed however they pleased. They were particularly ruthless against the savages, using all the skills they had. But now, before fighting, they had to pull down the girl's mask to avoid her seeing the bloody scene, which was purely redundant. The girl had probably witnessed far more gruesome sights than these players. Why are there so many high-frequency cutting tools? It seems like having too many of them is pointless. Several players sat atop a pile of high-frequency cutting tools, pondering how to use them effectively. After all, having so many all of a sudden left them unsure of what to do. When they didn't have these tools, they had even considered fighting monsters barehanded, but now that they had so many weapons, they didn't know how to handle it. Was this what they called the temperament of a nouveau riche? So should we hoard all these items and wait for new players to come in and sell them to them? Yumi thought for a long time before coming up with this idea. Although this idea wasn't original, as it had been considered before, it seemed that this was the only way to handle it now. There are 5 new players in total. Those newcomers will probably be a bunch of broke people when they arrive, needing us experienced players to guide them. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of monotony. After all, with so much equipment, they didn't know how to deal with it anymore. Let's just take everything back to the base for now, though otherwise we don't have a good way to handle these things. We can't just leave all this stuff here, right? Then the group continued to explore the city like bandits entering a village. When they encountered doors that wouldn't open, they used the high-frequency cutting tool in their hands to jab at it hard, and after a few pokes, the door would be nearly open. What the heck? Why do all the houses feel the same? Besides a device like this, it seems like there's really nothing else. Could it be that after wandering for so long, they were still in a slum? After walking for so long, everyone felt speechless. The houses around them looked exactly the same, and if it weren't for the positioning system helping them gauge their location, they would genuinely suspect they were just going around in circles. Ask that girl if she knows the way. Dage poked Nongdo with his arm. P.S. I originally wanted to kill Gladys off, but fine, I admit I softened up, so let's keep Gladys around for now. We'll see what happens in the future. Just a heads up, Gladys has indeed met other people, but didn't do anything, because I fear that Nongdo would scold me. What can I ask? We can't understand each other at all, so what's the use of asking so many questions? Nongdo was at a loss for words. After all, he was not an expert in linguistics. Since both sides couldn't understand each other, they could only glean a rough idea from each other's actions. What gestures should they use to ask if the other knew the way? The player finally realized how terrifying the language barrier could be, and they could only sporadically understand each other based on actions. Sometimes when language is a barrier, it can lead to more misunderstandings. The girl kept her head down, her hands clasped in front of her chest, carefully following behind everyone, yet fearful of falling behind. Whenever they moved a little faster or she found herself a bit farther away, she often limped to catch up, indicating that her previous injury still affected her movements. After much effort, they finally located a water source in a resident's home where some jars were filled with water. Once they confirmed it was indeed water, Nyangdo sat the girl down and found a container to pour water into. He then began to wash her feet. The girl couldn't help but grimace in pain as it was quite difficult to clean the sand mixed with her wounds. However, it seemed that there might be large water storage facilities in the city, possibly employing the same method as the base, synthesizing water from the air. What remained uncertain was whether they had run dry or could no longer be restarted. But the question was, where did so many wild people and this girl get their water? After all, a person would surely perish if they went 3 days without water. This became a puzzle in Lin Mo's mind, along with where the wild people charged their high-frequency vibration weapons. The usage frequency and power consumption were inversely proportional after all. The more they used it, the lower the power would be. However, this device had an advantage, which was that when not in use, it wouldn't lose power like a typical phone battery. According to Lin Xiu, this was an automatic power lock technology invented by humans in the future aimed at solving the issue of power loss. After washing the girl's feet, Nyangdo filled another container with water and wiped the dust off her face and arms with a curtain. Wow, is the game company's modeling based completely on our XP? Once the girl was fully cleaned up, everyone had to admit that she was quite pretty. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, definitely younger compared to the average age of 25 or 26 among those present. In reality, girls of this age would probably still be in school striving to prepare for college entrance examinations. Yet now she was desperately struggling on the edge of life and death. The girl sincerely spoke a phrase that no one understood, but it was easy to sense she was expressing gratitude. For the next few days, make sure your feet don't touch the dust or the wounds could easily become inflamed and infected, Nyangdo said softly to the girl, but she seemed not to understand, tilting her head as she looked at Nyangdo. Just then, Professor Lin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Forget it, you can't communicate with her. The game's translation system is still in testing. After some time, you'll be able to chat smoothly with these natives, but that will only apply to humans with memories of that society. As for the wild people, forget it. Oh, we don't have a language system for them here. To communicate with the wild people, it could be said to be a technical issue. You just need to capture one, cut open their head, copy the memory storage drives inside, and then combine the language system with the current one. At that point, you could translate smoothly by aligning grammar and vocabulary. However, the way wild people communicate was so intricate that even interpreting sign language would be difficult. Thus, there was no need to create a translation system for this. Besides, what could you even discuss with wild people? Were they deliberating on how to roast themselves to taste best? Lin Xiu talked with the girl for a while, and the girl finally showed a look of relief. I told the girl that you would take good care of her, and whether you can keep your promise depends on your efforts. By the way, let me remind you, this is something your administrator asked me to relay to you. Each of you needs to think more clearly. Stop dragging your minds downward all the time, and don't spend the whole day thinking with your lower bodies. This is the apocalypse, and these are the exact words your administrator asked me to convey to you. Everyone. After Lin Xiu finished her transmission, they finally realized that according to what she meant, they were expected to take care of the girl's daily needs. Nyangdo, you found this girl, so you will be in charge of her. Good luck. So now the game has added a nurturing function. However, I wonder if I can raise a mouse to become like the big rat encountered by those girls back then, one that can not only defend against high-frequency vibration cutters, but also quickly eliminate various monsters. Suddenly, Boat had a bold idea and felt an urge to put it into practice. However, finding a mouse now was a problem, as those mice were practically at the swarm level. When wearing a mask and encountering a swarm of mice, the surrounding sewers and floors were covered with dense red spots. Trying to grab a mouse in there would be like asking for death. As for the implementation of the language system, it was merely a minor issue for Lin Xiu. After all, it could be directly copied from the internet. Later, she could extract her language from Xiaowei's database, and by comparing the two, they could achieve mutual understanding of grammar and vocabulary. However, this translation system still had some bugs that needed fixing, as the meanings represented by both sides could differ in various contexts. At least the issues that arose in Chinese were the same. For example, the word convenient represents too many meanings, which makes translation quite challenging. These will need to be manually modified. I truly cannot imagine how you initially expressed so many meanings with a single word. After working hard for half a day, Lin Xiu could only accomplish this much. You might consider it from another perspective. Chinese culture is profound and rich in cultural connotations. We can understand these meanings ourselves, while those who are unfamiliar with our language system cannot. Sorry, I'm a minimalist and don't quite grasp your meaning. Around this time, the girls' team had made a significant discovery. They found the place where the wild people charged their high-frequency vibration cutters. A large tree-like structure was embedded with numerous high-frequency vibration cutters with indicator lights glowing, resembling a gigantic tree from a distance. However, the girls could only crouch from a distance, observing the situation there. After all, there were too many wild people down below. They had accidentally stumbled in before, but it seemed that if they really tried to work in the wild country, they would quickly be torn to shreds. This is probably the wild people's headquarters, right? Did we inadvertently stumble into a monster respawn point? The group looked at the massive device, feeling a bit restless yet helpless. There were simply too many wild people below. Looking down from the roof, they were densely packed. It feels like we've mostly stumbled into the monster's lair. If only there was a marker function, otherwise if we could call the boys over, perhaps there would be a solution. For now, let's figure out how to escape, as I feel it's still a question of whether we can leave here. Lin Mo also noticed the situation below the house through the mini-camera. It was densely packed with wild people, and there were different kinds. Some were petite, while Lin Mo had earlier noticed many were robust, muscular types, and their masks were different from the others. The masks worn by the other wild people had a metallic feel, but the mask on this muscular wild person was red, and their weapons were no longer high-frequency vibration cutters, but seemed to resemble a meteor hammer. Do you recognize this thing? Lin Mo had Xiaowei enlarge the previous image, and Xiaowei quickly created a model of the wild person from it, presenting a three-dimensional model before them. Lin Xiu took a careful look and shook her head. Don't ask me about everything. While I have a lot of experience in research, I'm not your game guide. If you keep asking me everything, what do you plan to do yourself? Just lie flat. With a big shot leading, why should I work so hard? When playing games, as long as there's a big shot leading, I generally choose to lie flat. After all, it's better not to move. If I do, I might end up giving the opponent a free kill. Lin Mo honestly did not want to concern himself with the players' affairs. As long as they did not interfere with him, he preferred to live a simple and unremarkable life. As for the wars between civilizations, Lin Mo wanted even less to get involved. After all, a combat power that is utterly helpless is meaningless. His involvement would only lead to his own demise. In the light of day, all beings are equal, and nothing can withstand the illumination of that light. Unfortunately, it was not that light that destroyed human civilization, but rather humanity itself. The true destroyer of humankind is its own suspicion of one another. The lessons learned from history show that humanity never truly learns from its past, and this time is no different. The suspicion between people has never faded with the passage of time. It has merely been concealed as society has developed, hidden beneath the facade of prosperity. When societal progress suddenly stagnates, this gap will erupt, creating a massive storm that engulfs everyone. However, with Lin Xiu as the leader, he only needed to follow behind and cheer on the game, as the help he could offer was minimal. He just needed to avoid being a hindrance. The technological advancement of humanity is beyond imagination, something I cannot comprehend. I cannot clearly state how far humanity has progressed. Although I had shut down the oxygen system on Mars, I later restored it, so it is possible that humanity will not be entirely extinguished. Moreover, I speculate that many of the top individuals have survived. After all, once they realized the oxygen was rapidly depleting, they would certainly find a way to maintain their oxygen and breathing. These wild men might be the product of humanity or an evolution from nature, but it is impossible to draw conclusions now. After all, nature's creations cannot have a hard drive inserted into their brains. Indeed, it makes sense to say that nature's evolved beings must have corresponding limitations. While they may be advanced in many aspects, it is impossible for them to create such devices, as these creatures fundamentally belong to the biological realm. Now, with mechanical implants in their brains, they could be considered half-mechanical beings. However, their actions are still directed by themselves, while the hard drive serves merely to store memories. Yuwu wanted to go downstairs to check the situation, only to find that the entrance had been blocked by wild men. Two of them were sleeping at the door, while the surrounding area was filled with more wild men. Do you think the wild man with the red mask has more research value? I believe that the red-masked wild man acts like a server, collecting signals or information from other wild men and uploading them to his hidden controller. Lin Xiu suddenly said this, and Lin Mo wanted to refute, but he felt it did make some sense. But why do it this way? The cost is quite high. Wouldn't it be simpler to install cameras or use drones? At that moment, several female players inexplicably disconnected twice in a row, and it happened without any attack, but they eventually restored their connection. This strange situation naturally caught Lin Mo's attention. Something is interfering with the signal. It seems similar to the problem I speculated earlier. Perhaps something is indeed receiving these signals and conducting a virtual upload. Lin Xiu quickly analyzed the previous situation from the dense data and made corresponding judgments, then nodded after making some adjustments on the projection. So there is no impact on the players now. What was interfering with the players earlier? There is no more impact now. Essentially, the signal being accessed belongs to an internal network. Without a corresponding host, it cannot be accessed. Changing frequencies would be futile. The network in this base is classified military information, and it employs an theoretically unbreakable method. Thus, interference with the signal is possible, but monitoring or eavesdropping on it is not. It is likely that something interfered with the signal earlier, but I speculate it may have been a collision of both sides' signal transmitters, which isn't significant. At that moment, the girls quickly calmed down and began to figure out how to slip away, as there were simply too many wild men below. If discovered, they would likely be overwhelmed. It was truly unclear how they managed to sneak in, especially feeling like they had entered a central area. However, escaping now was somewhat troublesome, as the wild men below certainly weren't blind. If they caught sight of them, escape would be impossible. Besides, all around were wild men wearing masks, lazily leaning against the walls or on the ground yawning. Oh, where could they run? However, these girls were indeed rather fortunate, as the area was filled with wild men and the masks they wore were ineffective here. Since everyone looked alike, the red dots on their masks blended in, preventing them from being noticed. What should we do now? Should we just go down and confront them? After a day, we would emerge as heroes. Ching Cha said, somewhat panicked, as they were trapped here and could not go down. They would soon be discovered by the wild men, and then it would be the end. Let's stay up here. The wild men will likely leave eventually. With so many of them, they cannot help but go out to find food. Are they going to starve to death here? Luo Yu appeared very calm. In her perception, this was just a game. No matter how terrifying it was inside, it was all false. At that moment, a loud howl suddenly echoed, as if the wild men sensed some terrifying entity. They all crouched down and trembled on the ground. Even the most robust red-masked wild men were too afraid to move. What's happening? Is there a company meeting? Did the boss arrive? As a seasoned worker, Yu Wu immediately found a fitting metaphor. Your metaphor is quite apt. Perhaps you should refrain from making comparisons in your next life. Luo Yu glanced at Yu Wu with some exasperation, then returned her focus to the crowd of wild men. Although they heard the howling, they had no idea who it belonged to, which left them feeling confused. Could it be the ultimate boss had emerged? However, the game's plot shouldn't progress this quickly. According to normal game narratives, one should defeat the weaker before facing the stronger. Damn, is that a mech? Yu Wu exclaimed as she looked at the large object moving in the distance. A large mech resembling a wolf dog was walking on the road, and the wild men appeared almost like ants in front of it, gazing up in awe. I haven't seen this thing in years. How can it still move? Lin Xiyu seemed familiar with the object, but Lin Mo felt a strange sense of nostalgia from it. Did these two have some connection? Stop thinking about it. I have nothing to do with this thing. It was produced by Dongfang Heavy Industry Group as a mining machine. It has nothing to do with me. What are you talking about? Don't lie to me. Is this mining machine really supposed to be this big? Lin Mo was quite skeptical, as in his understanding, mining usually involved using a pickaxe to dig. How could something so large be for mining purposes? This thing obviously can't be used like that. Its mining operations typically occur dozens of kilometers underground, and its structure is exceptionally durable, capable of operating in magma. It represents the pinnacle of technology from Dongfang Industrial Group, but it became too heavy and expensive, resulting in only about 40 units being produced. To encounter this thing here was surprising, and it seemed that the other side had modified it. What modifications had been made I could not ascertain without getting closer. Lin Mo nodded. To be honest, if there were mechs, he would want one. After all, mechs are every man's romance. Who could resist the allure of piloting a Gundam? At that moment, the machine suddenly stopped, and two robots descended from it. One robot, wielding a hammer, abruptly struck the head of the red-masked wild man on the ground, then retrieved the storage device from his head and returned to the machine. Lin Xiyu. Suddenly, it seemed like they understood the method of information collection. Could it be that the most advanced technology often employs the simplest operational methods? However, this thing seems a bit useless for wild people. However, after the death of the two wild men in red masks, two small wild men suddenly stood up, their bodies gradually becoming larger, and then they walked over to pick up the red masks and put them on their faces, simultaneously retrieving the meteor hammer that the wild man had dropped. What's going on? Could this thing evolve on its own? You should know about chickens, right? When there hasn't been a rooster in a flock of hens for a long time, the hens may gradually start to change towards becoming roosters. I think this could be similar. When the relay routers above decrease, the wild men below might begin to change themselves and become information gatherers. It's very likely that these wild men themselves have the ability to transform into those robust new wild men, but it was limited by the environment at the time, which is why there was no self-transformation reaction. Lin Xiyu pondered for a moment and then explained this, but he wasn't really sure. The mystery in between seemed to have grown more. Where did that thing come from? How did it evolve or mutate? What interfered with the signals earlier? Could it be that there are indeed signal transmission devices in the brains of those wild men? Moreover, it's still uncertain whether the two information storage devices previously collected will leak the existence of the players. Lin Mo wasn't sure if the energy devices in his base could pose a threat to such robots. After all, according to Lin Xiyu, that thing could soak in lava as if taking a bath, since its surface coating itself can withstand high temperatures, while the internal circuits have even been treated for high temperature. The Dongfang Heavy Industry Group was formerly known as the China Heavy Industry Group, but with the establishment of the Human Alliance and the integration of resources, this industrial group was also restructured. The biggest change was that not only did the research funding increase, but also the materials and technical talents gathered strength from around the globe. However, regarding the ownership of this group after it became the property of the Human Alliance, there has never been a clear determination. After all, the scale of this thing is immense, with its own subsidiaries on 4 continents mainly responsible for industrial equipment manufacturing, and this mining machine is just one of their proud creations. The Quafulevel particle collider was also manufactured by this company. This particle collider operates in an orbit around the Earth, as the lack of gravity in space has less impact on machines. It can be said that as long as the funding is sufficient, they can build a particle collider of any size. Initially, the design was for a particle accelerator, but this theory was rejected, and they could only design a circular particle accelerator using gravity as a guiding force to control the alignment of the target and the projectile. That machine has had a tumultuous fate. It just happened to encounter the restructuring of the Dongfang Heavy Industry Group, right when construction began, and after it was built, it coincidentally ran into social turmoil. By the time the new Human Alliance took over, the machine had already been drifting in space for nearly 20 years. However, its contribution to human research in the microscopic field is substantial. Humanity successfully utilized this machine to achieve collisions of quarks, further proving the validity of string theory. Additionally, humans successfully created micro black holes with it, which caused widespread panic when they were produced, fearing that the black hole might suck the entire Earth in. However, the mass of this black hole is far from that level, and it has also been strongly confined within a closed space specifically for experiments and research purposes, which is why this machine has been able to continue to be preserved and not destroyed. Who manufactured the Z-Way Star mobile combat platform? I remember you were also a major participant, right? Lin Mo was profoundly shocked after learning about the strength of that company. There is no country in the world that has lasted for over 1,000 years, yet there exists a company that has. Although this company has also gone through a lot of hardships and once faced the prospect of bankruptcy, the main researchers and internal members managed to pull through. However, all of this ended with the onset of the chaos era. There were simply too many companies involved in the construction. From what I know, all 5 of the world's major equipment manufacturers participated. I would say the entire Shanhaijing project is a colossal equipment manufacturing plan, but the devices produced ultimately did not fulfill their intended purposes. Perhaps humanity's awe of science has always been rooted in the value it can create for us. When science no longer creates value for humanity, then our reverence for it will diminish. Perhaps this issue was already laid out during the first Industrial Revolution. As Lin Xiyu said this, she couldn't help but sigh. Even though she wasn't an expert in sociology, nearly 2,000 years of time allowed her to witness the rise and fall of human science. However, compared to the calmness of Lin Mo and Lin Xiyu, the few female players could not sit still. If all wild men could change like this, what would they do? Just looking at that robust wild man's physique, it seemed that its fist was bigger than their faces. I don't know why, but I feel a strong malice from the game designers. Yu Wu swallowed nervously, having already been shocked twice in a row. It looked like an impressive piece of armor, and now there were wild men that could directly change their own physiques. The others nodded in agreement. From their perspective, this was indeed a bit unfair. Just considering that armor, it was clear that Yao was on a completely different side, and if they were in an enemy relationship by the time they attacked, they probably wouldn't even leave a scratch on that opponent. I don't think the game designers would throw us together with that armor just yet. Think about it, what level are we at now? That must be a future boss level character. If we really run into it, we wouldn't even be able to escape, let alone fight. The others also nodded in agreement, recognizing that according to the game designers' patterns, encountering such a situation would most likely lead to a forced story progression. If they arranged for the players to fight that armor, it was likely something designed in the storyline. I think if those boys were here right now, the boss would be waving the cutter in his hand, charging over, wanting to snatch that armor. Yu Wu suddenly remembered Bote, who was a pure mecha enthusiast. When he saw the game base before, he had been shouting that if he had the money, he would definitely replicate a toy model and hang it on his bedside. This is indeed true. After all, the base design itself carries a kind of sci-fi aesthetic, especially under the blue light, making it appear even more futuristic. Particularly when looking up at the pinnacle of that tower, it seems almost impossible to behold from below. Only from a distance can one see the spire atop the base. Lin Mo also wanted to take a look, but unfortunately, he didn't have the permission, so he could only stare helplessly at that thing. However, Lin Xiyu mentioned that there was nothing impressive about it. It was merely a large energy activation platform supported by that tower to provide the energy shield for the entire base. It is precisely because of that shield that the items inside the base haven't been directly weathered. After all, the most terrifying force in the world belongs to the force of time. The outer layer of buildings in the city has long been weathered, many have collapsed, but the buildings that are shielded from the wind inside remain as new. Isn't there already a creator platform now? When the time comes, we can directly post this thing online and shock everyone. Maybe we can even make a small profit on the side. Rabbit saw through this quite clearly, as she hadn't paid much attention to the business opportunities in the game, but since Lin Mo announced this creator platform, she seemed to have discovered a new path to wealth. After all, what short video platforms want is heat. As long as a video has super high heat-related follow-up videos will appear quickly. However, they can't replicate this. Those made with special effects are far from the fresh experience of this. Let's talk about that later. Right now, we need to figure out how to get back. There are wild men everywhere down there, and you wouldn't want to play out the tragedy of elves being captured by goblins, would you? A single sentence from Luo, you made the other four shudder unexpectedly. Regarding the energy charging device, the few of them had lost their desire. After all, this thing needed to be brought back, and whether they could escape was already a problem, let alone if they could bring that thing back. Of course, the few people did not want to stage a love story between elves and goblins. Although they could switch bodies directly, now the psychological shadow would likely remain with them for a lifetime. However, they need not worry about that. If such a situation were to arise, Lin Mo would forcibly sever their physical connection, colloquially known as a forced disconnection, and simultaneously activate the built-in bomb within their bodies, destroying them completely. After all, military weapons should maintain a level of secrecy. From the very beginning, these bodies were created with bombs embedded in them made of metallic hydrogen, which is far more powerful than nitroglycerin explosives. No one wanted to experience the intensity of an explosion from this device. Under the same mass, its explosive power is 30 to 40 times that of an equivalent T or NT explosion. A blast from a piece of metallic hydrogen the size of a tooth would be more powerful than a hand grenade. At that point, the skull or teeth of the bionic body could become shrapnel, and one must admit that the person who conceived this method was truly ingenious. However, the idea is indeed quite sinister and can only be used with expendable resources like bionic bodies. If it were real humans, it wouldn't just be a matter of whether their army would rebel. Even if they won the war, it's likely they wouldn't have many left. However, according to what Lin Xiu said, humans generally would not use such bionic bodies on future battlefields. The most they would employ are consciousness-controlled robots operating in multi-threading mode, where one person can control nearly 100 robots by issuing a basic command prompting the robots to perform corresponding actions. Compared to bionic bodies based on human forms, even if genetic mutations can be controlled, robots seem to provide a more straightforward and efficient use of resources. Most high-risk operations or other challenging tasks are conducted using robots. Regarding the wear and tear of robots, it is akin to humans smoking. Each unit is expendable. When one is scrapped, it is discarded and sent back to the recycling factory for reforging, then put back into use. The maximum utilization efficiency of bionic bodies involves discarding the undestroyed bodily organs into the bionic chamber, continuing cell reorganization. As they say, patching and mending takes another year, but as long as it can be used, it is valuable. After waiting for a while, these wild men showed no sign of retreating. Instead, they gathered in increasing numbers, seemingly wanting to surround the area. Each wild man appeared like a devout follower, inserting their high-frequency cutting devices into the hole as if charging. To be honest, I'm starting to want that device, as bringing it back would surely earn us more points from the administrator. Lin Mo. If Lin Mo remembers correctly, this device is definitely connected to a massive pipe, which in turn is linked to a nuclear fusion device. If these 5 players manage to carry it back, Lin Mo would not be considering whether to grant points, but rather whether to destroy these guys entirely. Just the nuclear radiation they would absorb from pulling out that pipe would likely be more terrifying than swimming in the Fukushima Sea. They would become radioactive infantry. Moreover, Lin Mo truly does not believe these guys could handle it. After all, every nuclear power plant is equipped with ultra-strong safety measures. The materials alone are nearly on par with those of a space battleship. If this issue could be resolved, it would be time for Lin Mo to consider stepping down. Stop thinking about it. We don't even know if there's any danger inside. If there really is a monster in there when we 5 go, it would just be sending ourselves to our doom. The one who would be laughing the hardest would probably be that stingy administrator. After all, he would earn points and have something to say. Come back, Yuwu, it seems you owe the administrator a lot of points. Luo Yu remained relatively calm and was not swayed by this peculiar idea. It was precisely because of her calmness and composure that she played the role of the wise one in this group of 5. The other 4 were either too timid like Ching Cha, too reckless like the lady and the rabbit, or Yuwu, who often wasn't quite there mentally. But anyway, having more debts doesn't weigh one down. The administrator will probably beg me not to die. After all, if I die too many times, the administrator will surely fear that I might quit the game and there will be no one to repay his points. So he will definitely want to keep me so I don't exit the game. Look at that person who owes the bank 19 trillion. All the banks fear him dying, right? If he dies, all those debts would turn into bad debts. Lin Mo. While Lin Mo really wanted to say to the other party that they were not that important, their spot would probably be directly given to another lucky player. They would just help clear all the debts, and that player wouldn't be afraid, but rather happily take on the burden. Many people wanting to play this game aside from individuals also include numerous studios, particularly video production studios. Moreover, now that Lin Mo has developed the Creator Center, many are counting on it for wealth. If they don't gain entry, they could just sell the helmet. Bid has already reached nearly $1 million on the black market. However, those who possess the helmet cannot enter the virtual world, but they can dismantle the helmet for research. After all, many research institutions are spending a fortune to acquire this helmet as they need to determine a research direction and understand how the helmet operates and its rules. They are unlikely to guess that this device is based on classical acupuncture diagrams from traditional Chinese medicine. After all, as previously mentioned, various anthropologists and physicists gather in one place. It's impossible to fit an old Chinese doctor in there. Moreover, this debt will never turn into a bad debt, as I am both the spender and the one who uses money. This debt can simply be wiped away. Besides, what use is having over 400 points? Exchanging a few harpoons or directly acquiring 2 high-energy weapons? Lin Mo expressed that there's still a large stash in the warehouse. After waiting for a while as the time to log off approached, the surrounding wild men not only increased in number, but those wearing red masks and having enormous physiques also became more numerous. It seemed these fellows were planning to stay for a while longer, leaving one of the girls above feeling quite helpless. After all, if she were to die now, she would have to wait until the same time tomorrow to revive. Considering the time she was about to go to work. If she died now and revived tomorrow at this time, she would have to go to work immediately, which would be quite embarrassing. Let's wait here and gamble on luck. If we come back alive, it means we were lucky. If we return and it says we cannot enter, it likely means we are still turning on those wild men's roasting rack. The boys are also starting to prepare for their exit from the game. After all, if they don't log off now and wait a while, their bodies will need to be ready. They must ensure that if anything goes wrong, it would simply be bad luck. You stay in this room and play, do not go outside. It's very dangerous. Hold this weapon well, and if a stranger knocks on the door or tries to force their way in, use this to stab them. Mother Doe was like a mother watching her child about to leave home, repeatedly explaining the weapons used to the girl. Although the girl did not fully understand, she could feel Mother Doe's good intentions and kept nodding. Stop explaining so much the other party doesn't understand. Just tell them how to use it directly. Seeing Mother Doe gradually transform into a maternal figure, to Goose said somewhat impatiently, "It would be better to demonstrate how to use everything rather than waste time here." Thus, Mother Doe taught the girl how to use the weapon step by step, positioning herself against the door. If wild men rushed in from outside, they would first attack her body, giving the girl more reaction time. "Alright, see you tomorrow, or we can chat about it on the forum for a while. Anyway, our boss isn't in the office today, so it's not an issue to slack off and play on our phones for a bit. Let's add each other on chat and create a group." After a brief discussion, they logged off the game. As their bodies slumped down, the girl finally leaned against Mother Doe and fell quietly asleep. When morning arrived, Nyang Do took off the helmet, washed up, and then changed into his usual clothes before heading to the construction site. However, he no longer had the mindset to earn more money. Instead, he was thinking about going back and entering the game. At least from the current situation, it seemed he was genuinely a bit nostalgic for the game. A day in the life of a laborer is monotonous and dull, constantly battling with those ruthless capitalists, trying every possible way to find a little leisure time. However, as a foreman, Nyang Do couldn't afford to slack off, as discussions about engineering required strict attention. Those cunning clients often sought to manipulate the contracts. Although he adhered to the principle that the client is king, Nyang Do still believed he needed to maintain his dignity as a person, at least hesitating for 3 seconds before bowing down. Lin Mo was also busy working on modifications to the language system. After all, Lin Xiu truly did not comprehend the vast profundity of the Chinese language. When you ask me to play or say you'll play with me, the distinction seemed minimal, but context was crucial. Sometimes when Lin Mo looked at the translations, he couldn't help but chuckle. If calculated, this translation system would probably incur additional charges. Eventually, they would simply increase the player's phone bills, incorporating those costs into their phone usage. After Lin Mo thoroughly explained his thoughts to Lin Xiu, she pondered for a long time and finally said, "If humanity can really function normally later, you probably would have been executed 5 times by now." Lin Mo remarked that he might end up hanging from a telephone pole. As for being executed, those players might take care of that themselves. In reality, Lin Mo also had a rough idea of the players' bottom line. At least when these players were playing games on their phones, they had been thoroughly scared off by the game companies. Well, now they had developed an immunity to being scammed, and their stress tolerance had significantly increased. As long as he didn't touch the players' bottom line, they would still be obedient to him. Moreover, he wasn't charging these players. He needed them to personally experience the joy of their labor's fruits. Otherwise, what would happen to all their points if they had nowhere to spend them later? He certainly needed to find ways to reclaim those points. Once they began spending extravagantly, he could surely recover those points from the players' hands back into his own pockets. Initially, Lin Mo was interested in fixing the voice bug, but after nearly 2 hours, he felt as if his eyelids were at war it was simply too boring. It felt like holding a dictionary of idioms and flipping through it page by page without skipping a single character or word. Almost that kind of feeling. This feeling was truly excruciating as it took him back to the days of dozing off in high school, especially when looking at the dense text, which became a lullaby for sleep. Even just quietly staring at it made waves of drowsiness rise to the surface. Are you okay? If you feel sleepy, you should take a nap first before continuing with the modifications. Seeing Lin Mo's disheveled appearance, Lin Xiyu wanted to laugh, but held it back as it would be somewhat impolite. If it were Lin Mo, he would have likely burst out laughing by now. Lin Mo firmly shook his head, insisting that he could still hold on. He genuinely wanted to complete this task for the players, but that idea was quickly dismissed as this group of novice players didn't understand both languages. Lin Mo was currently the only human who could comprehend both sides' languages, thus only he could make the necessary modifications. Lin Xiyu also understood both languages, but her comprehension was nowhere near Lin Mo's depth. After all, she had been studying Earth's literature, writing, and other artistic systems recently, so she had some understanding of these cultures. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to recognize the terms stockings and pole dancing directly on the forum. Thus, with all the advantages of timing and location, Lin Mo naturally became one of the surrounding struggling laborers. The feeling was quite unbearable, especially when repairing these bugs. Even with his eyes open, he could feel the drowsiness creeping in. Can you tell me again why the Human Alliance was established? Lin Mo felt he was about to fall asleep, ultimately resorting to this method to divert his attention. What other reasons could there be? Everyone had common interests. China achieved a breakthrough in carbon-light nanomaterials and invested vast human and material resources to build a track in the Himalayas that would allow airplanes to enter space directly, even establishing stopping points in between for energy resupply. As a result, other countries couldn't bear it. After all, the resources above were exceptionally lucrative. Driven by shared interests, everyone discussed cooperation. Since the targeted interests were identical, the clear direction was the same. Therefore, the early Human Council was essentially a division of interests among various groups, though they nominally appeared as a unified collective. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would mean that people's perceptions began to gradually fade, further shifting toward a collective human entity. However, the hidden crises did not simply vanish. After all, a crisis remains a crisis needing to be addressed. So that led to something new. Not really. That period was quite tumultuous, but one could only find it in history books. After all, I wasn't from that era and didn't personally experience it. However, since I can remember, humanity had indeed achieved further unification. However, in terms of ideology, there still existed a clear distinction between Chinese and Western thoughts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the ideology of China at that time with the saying China was a civilization clothed in the guise of a nation. Even during the phase of deeper human integration, it further began to leverage its broad capacity for absorbing other thoughts, gradually strengthening itself. Lin Mo. It seems that way. After all, when considering the countless calamities his ancestors faced over 2,000 years, one could say it would take an entire Chinese dictionary to document them all. Yet amidst these trials over the past 2 millennia, they not only managed to survive, but also assimilated the invading ethnic groups. This was all thanks to the cultural giant of the past, Confucius. The origin of Chinese culture can be traced back to the Spring and Autumn period in the Warring States, and Confucius made significant contributions during that time. After all, the cultural thought that has permeated the entire nation for nearly 2,000 years is nearly impossible to erase. In fact, this ideological concept not only did not gradually disappear in the river of history with the further unification of humanity, but instead began to exert its influence, absorbing and accepting other civilizations while enhancing its own strengths. Chinese civilization was not an exclusionary system from its inception. After all, the Central Plains originally consisted only of the Hunan region. But now former enemies had become present compatriots. Is it because of this that the entire human system was established? Further cooperation, of course. People encountered bottlenecks in scientific research. A single country simply lacked the capability to achieve those advanced research results. Thus, the initial unification occurred in the field of scientific research, where several major countries jointly discussed significant investments and talent producing foundational physics research. This cooperation then expanded further, gradually extending into industrial fields and manufacturing. The manpower and material resources required for top-notch technological processes were immense. Combined with the initial preparation of the Himalayan slide, the top tier of major countries during that period behaved almost like best friends, holding hands whenever they stepped out into the streets. Thus, under such a grand environment, humanity's path towards unification progressed at an accelerating pace. Lin Mo began to grasp the premise of such relationships. After all, the connections among various countries were indeed actively strengthening, not just in finance, but also in technology and industry. Therefore, if one or two of the top countries were to withdraw, the entire world economy would experience a massive earthquake. The economic crisis in the U.S. back then was a prime example directly affecting the globe. It was akin to fire breaking out in Zhang San's home, while others stood by as onlookers only to realize that their own homes were connected by curtains. Thus, the tighter the connections, the more catastrophic the consequences when issues arise. This was why during the economic crisis in 2008, China rushed to help. The goal was not merely to extinguish the fire, but because everyone was in the same boat. When one suffered, all suffered. From the present perspective, the entire human system has become more interconnected, and it seems that further development will soon be at hand. However, various factors may influence this progression, which to varying degrees slow down humanity's march toward unity. After all, even children can quarrel over toys, and countries often clash over the distribution of their interests, leading to a series of fractures. There is no absolute fairness in this world. In reality, the effort put forth varies among individuals. Some gain more, while others gain less. Ultimately, interests can only be distributed roughly, and precise allocation is impossible. Hence, there are significant divergences among countries, especially when it comes to the extraction of alien resources. The first nation to establish a mining system in outer space was Huagua. However, a series of conflicts soon erupted between several countries, which delayed the timeline for humanity's unification. As Lin Mo listened to the story, he naturally felt less drowsy. After all, considering his busy schedule lately, he had been preoccupied with various matters, especially since this group of young players was never satisfied, constantly complaining about his stinginess. After all, he wasn't spending money like them. They were merely contributing their labor. Experts were even suggesting the idea of paying for labor, but he had not made them pay. In fact, Lin Mo felt that his approach to being a capitalist was not as outrageous as those of the capitalists in Huagua. After all, even the air in the office was charged because it was sourced from the grasslands of Hohot, given that the office was located right beside the prairie. What else do you want to hear? I'll tell you, considering the modeling on my end, I don't have much time left. I estimate that in a few days I will be able to resolve it, and many problems will naturally be alleviated then. Is your time-space model really finished? Why do you seem so relaxed? Lin Mo swallowed hard. After all, the concept of time and space was too mystical. Even now, people were unclear about what time really was. Even the most detailed explanation in Einstein's theory of relativity raises the question, if that problem is solved, can it also resolve communication issues with Earth? Is it possible to send oneself back to the Earth of the past? After all, Lin Mo genuinely did not wish to remain in this perilous place, where death could strike at any moment. If he could return, who would want to suffer here? These primarily relate to theoretical systems that can be easily resolved. If the theory requires extensive data research, it becomes troublesome and might take 5 years to resolve. Lin Xiu seemed to have gone through such research. Ultimately, after a long struggle, Lin Mo chose to give up. If he made a mistake in the translation, so be it. After all, having a few small bugs in the game was quite normal. Perhaps he could revise it based on feedback later. He was practically lost while perusing a comprehensive Chinese dictionary all by himself. Forget it, I won't do it anymore. By the way, how can I extract the seeds from that gene-modified fruit? I had intended to keep it for seeds, but now I've nearly eaten it all. Lin Mo was reluctant, but the fruit was simply too delicious and its sweetness was addictive. Moreover, he hadn't eaten anything like fruit for a long time. He had only been consuming that unpalatable nutrient solution. As for the legs of those spiders, Lin Mo felt as if he were allergic to them. After eating, he was stuck in the bathroom for quite a while. It was like a powerful laxative. Thus, Lin Mo no longer sneaked bites of the player's spider leg meat. Therefore, his only consumables were the nutrient solution and this fruit, which he typically enjoyed as a snack. Unbeknownst to him, he had already consumed more than half, but fortunately, he managed to save some for seeds. Let them continue to grow and wait for the fruits to fall. The remaining seeds will be absorbed by the soil. After some time, when the fruit ages, it will transform into fibrous hard granules. That's its seeds. Lin Mo envisioned using these seeds as rewards, giving them to players for planting. After all, being born in an agricultural powerhouse, farming was almost an inherited trait for Huagua people. When the lunar probe was launched, they even considered whether the lunar soil could support plant growth and devised multiple methods to modify it for cultivation, a testament to their perseverance. Of course, a significant reason was that if he tried to grow them alone, the yield would be insufficient to meet food demands. Thus, he could only eat them as snacks. The real food still depended on the nutrient solution in the warehouse. However, according to Lin Xiu's calculations, the nutrient solution in the warehouse could suffice for both of them for a lifetime, assuming Lin Xiu could live for another 1,000 years. Thus, large-scale planting by players was necessary to meet future food needs. This crop had a short growth period and was not picky about its growing environment. Lin Mo was indeed curious about how Lin Xiu could live so long. However, curiosity aside, he didn't wish to live that long. He was different from those who pursued immortality. He was content to live in the present. By the way, how have you lived so long? Did you really have such genes from birth? Do you want to pursue longevity too? It's just the two of us now. I'll tell you secretly, but don't share it with anyone, alright? Lin Mo Sigma. By the way, does this guy really know how he has lived so long? And can he even teach others his secret? Sleep more, stay up late, less exercise more, and play games less. Lin Xiu said this with utmost seriousness, leaving Lin Mo speechless. If conditions allowed, should she also add eat more vegetables and less fried food? Lin Mo. Forget it if you don't know. I won't force you to tell me. After all, I have no interest in longevity. I'm just trying to live one day at a time, so why pursue immortality? Lin Mo suddenly thought of the vanished moon satellite, given that Mars and the moon satellite were not vastly different in size. If they had the capability to destroy that satellite, they would naturally have the means to destroy Mars. What Lin Mo feared even more was that they possessed weapons capable of obliterating an entire solar system akin to a two-dimensional foil. After all, their civilization was so advanced that Lin Mo could hardly believe that love, sincerity, or friendship could defeat them. If, like the protagonists in novels, one could destroy civilizations that had existed for nearly 1 trillion years with such things, then the universe would be filled with love. Will humanity eliminate all nuclear weapons in the future? Those are all antiques long obsolete in history. Compared to large-scale weapons of destruction, there are now cleaner, more efficient alternatives. For example, humans once used 4 satellites to form a massive convex lens that concentrated sunlight onto a single point, adjusting the distances of the satellites to create a heating effect on cities below. Within half an hour, the temperature of that city exceeded 500 degrees Celsius and continued to rise. This method was not only efficient, but also inexpensive. In contrast, cities devastated by nuclear weapons could hardly be utilized anymore, and under nuclear warfare, all industrial equipment would be rendered useless. However, this method preserved industrial equipment intact while effectively destroying enemy forces. As long as the 4 satellites were kept safe from being destroyed by opposing forces and were deployed over major population centers or economic hubs of the enemy, within half a month the entire country would fall into chaos. Lin Mo. Suddenly he realized that humanity did not awaken overnight, but had instead ventured further down the path of self-destruction. However, this weapon indeed seemed uncertain, as it could easily be destroyed by missiles. Aren't you afraid of being destroyed by missiles? So there would definitely be 4 defensive satellites nearby. They could easily use lasers to destroy those missiles. Additionally, 2 satellites are equipped with energy protection devices to prevent enemy laser weapons from damaging them. However, this technology had never been mass-produced, as it attracted too many enemies. No one would want to wake up one day to find the indoor temperature at over 500 degrees. Lin Mo silently turned his gaze toward the direction of Earth. Humanity truly faced many calamities, but it seemed that most disasters were self-inflicted. The large weapons created by humanity often served to combat humanity itself. At this moment, within the armored vehicle encountered by the female squad, 2 robots were busily inserting a blue crystal into a slot resembling a cassette tape input. Is it a bionic entity? Perhaps the age of prosperity could indeed be re-established, but that is of no concern to us old folks. The robots exchanged glances before continuing to analyze the data further. From the current situation, a significant amount of data appears to be missing, suggesting there may be traces of bionic activity in the southwestern district. Should we inform the captain of this news? No need. Our primary focus is on scientific research. This time we either become deities or fade into meaningless signals lost in the universe. After sharing information among themselves, the robots began processing the data in the center. To them, the entire city had turned into a large experimental field primarily aimed at validating the feasibility of this hypothesis. Soon the mining machine docked at a large base which appeared quite dilapidated, raising concerns that it might collapse at any moment. How is the data collection going? At least from the current situation, we have a preliminary grasp of how consciousness propagates in the void. The gap between us and the deities is merely a step away. From this perspective, Lin Xiu's initial hypothesis indeed holds feasibility. However, this is our last opportunity to turn the tide, especially since the other 2 fleets have long disappeared and the Northern Fleet and Eastern Battle Team have completely lost contact with us. The civilized cities on Earth have all migrated underground, allowing that group of scoundrels to hide below and indulge in their hedonistic lives. After a brief discussion, the robots carrying the processed data moved to another laboratory, connecting it to a computer to send the organized data to the Azure Fleet. What else are we lacking? We still lack the signs of the apocalypse. The robots silently raised their heads, gazing at the dark, starry sky. In reality, what Lin Xiu did not know was that during her slumber, a far more massive human war had erupted. As a result, when she cut off the oxygen supply to Mars, no one would bother with the affairs on Mars, considering that events on Earth had already spiraled out of control. This war not only involved Earth, but also the accompanying Earth, nearly obliterating human civilization across 3 planets. After all, the sword of Damocles hanging over humanity is indeed numerous. Especially for the accompanying Earth, the energy systems within were forcibly shut down. The atmosphere and gravity generators which relied on these energy systems to function all failed. Now one could still see corpses floating in the high atmosphere. Without bacteria, a person could truly achieve immortality in space. Thus, compared to the vibrant life on Earth, the accompanying Earth has become nothing more than a massive piece of space debris potentially on a collision course with Earth, which could lead to a major biological extinction event. Meanwhile, the Azure fleet quickly received information from Mars and soon organized the data. Captain, our chances of success are below 5%. After all, there are no precedents, and this is merely a hypothesis. We can only take approximate actions based on this speculation, and as for implementation, we now. In the fleet's central control system, two consciousnesses quickly understood the general situation through information exchange, mainly grasping the details of the research process. A road must be paved by those who walked it before. We are the ones walking this path. Given the current situation, Earth will likely need nearly 200 to 300 years to restore its civilization. Even if our system is upgraded to nearly level 12, it would still be insufficient. The erosion of time is frightfully overwhelming. I can already feel my thoughts becoming increasingly rigid. Moreover, a significant amount of data is gradually being lost. Even I need to repair the previous data to restore the remnants. Several data entities also fell silent. For them, time was indeed running short. When they uploaded their consciousness to the fleet terminal, their fate was already sealed. No one possesses an infinite lifespan, and even if they became machines, they could only continue to exist by updating their systems. Even though their processing speed and quantum leap velocity were now nearly light speed, they felt helpless that no matter how fast they were, they could not withstand the erosion of time. Their current research was based on a large-scale study derived from Lin Shiyu's previous hypothesis. The initial purpose of this study was merely to unravel the mystery of the brain in a jar. Humans record their consciousness into machines, forming various electronic signals, and then further simulate their consciousness through machines. So are they themselves, or are they the machine? Especially with the ultra-strong computing power, they could simulate a person's thoughts and emotions. After all, the initial research in the mechanical field was called bionic studies, which has now transformed into electronic neurology. Machines have reached the capability to fully simulate what a person would do in their lifetime, what emotions they would have, and what decisions they would make in various situations. Lin Shiyu made a rough hypothesis based on this theory, suggesting that by transforming this method into a quantum state, and utilizing powerful computing power and massive energy explosions, one could integrate their thoughts into the universe. When human thoughts fully enter the universe, they could to some extent be considered divine. However, this is just a hypothesis. After all, finding such a powerful energy explosion is exceedingly difficult. The initially estimated energy required is equivalent to that released during a singularity explosion, but this research data was subsequently discarded by the academic community. After all, if such energy existed, it would be equivalent to restarting the universe. This world does not possess the capability to restart the universe or to trigger another singularity explosion. Later, Lin Shiyu optimized her hypothesis, proposing that if there existed energy capable of destroying black holes, the explosive energy generated from colliding with a black hole could indeed reach that level. After all, the core of a black hole is a singularity with nearly infinite density. If there were indeed material capable of destroying this black hole, the resulting energy would be extraordinarily powerful. However, this notion remains merely a hypothesis, and no one wishes to conduct a personal experiment. To put it simply, regarding the destruction of black holes, if this were to be told to others, they would likely find it laughable. The density of a black hole is greater than that of a neutron star and approaches infinite levels. Humanity barely maintains a super small black hole, with the gravitational force generated by 12 nuclear fusion devices preventing it from directly consuming surrounding matter and vanishing. There has been considerable debate regarding the human evolutionary system. On one hand, it emphasizes human consciousness as the entirety of humanity, with people surviving through their consciousness. Yet others believe that the essence of humanity lies in the consciousness generated by the stimulation of brain cells. This led to a series of intense debates, resulting in two approaches: humans controlling robots and humans using bionic entities. Most humans, when nearing death, upload their consciousness to robots via hard drives. However, from this perspective, it cannot be considered true immortality. After all of a person's thoughts and ideas are simulated through a computer rather than relying on a physical body, like Lin Shiyu, who has survived for nearly 2,000 years. At least from Lin Shiyu's longevity, humanity indeed possesses the ability to master this near-immortal technology. If she were an ordinary person, she would have likely been dissected into various organs on the operating table by now, with her brain kept alive through nutritional maintenance and signal connection devices. However, Lin Shiyu is different. She is the greatest scientist of the past 2,000 years, bar none. Anyone daring to dissect her brain would face unimaginable consequences, which has deterred those who are gradually losing their sanity in pursuit of longevity. Humanity once contemplated capturing tachyons which exceed the speed of light, only to sadly discover that when it comes to the study of space-time, humanity's technological advancement seems to be locked in place, lacking suitable explanations in both mathematical and physical frameworks. Thus, this has terminated people's fantasies about time travel, leading to modifications in general relativity, as its inherent physical rule system does not permit current humanity to conduct research on time. Ling Xiao hid in his office, secretly using the company's computer. He logged into his account on the official website and entered the Creator Center, then copied all his videos from the game and uploaded them directly to the video sharing site. He then slipped onto the official forum to share his video account and username. Instantly, the video views skyrocketed past 10,000. Viewers were awestruck by the lifelike scenes in the video, feeling as if they were witnessing reality. Is this really a game? Can we really produce such an excellent game in our country? Brother, this is a virtual reality world, not a mobile or online game. Everyone stared at the scene, still in shock, especially when the starry sky appeared, leaving them in awe, speechless except for exclamations of amazement. Could this be a special effect? It looks too real, especially that girl, she really touched my heart. When will the game have a large-scale internal test? I don't know, but it's been open for about half a month now, and there are still only those 10 players wandering around. It seems they haven't done much of anything. Is that a new NPC? I thought the original NPCs were just the administrator and Professor Lin. Ling Xiao's video account followers surged rapidly. Suddenly, his boss walked in, and he hurriedly pressed the keyboard, switching the screen to a PowerPoint presentation. Why did it take you so long to produce so little? Hurry up with this project, the client has been pushing us hard lately. The boss frowned at the scant PowerPoint Ling Xiao had created. By the time Ling Xiao returned home in the afternoon, his views had surpassed 1 million, with collections reaching over 100,000. Many self-media outlets had re-uploaded his videos and showcased them online, proudly declaring it a game from manhwa. At that moment, Liu also shared those videos on her social account, but she was smarter about it and created a separate account to maintain her privacy, distinguishing between work and personal life. These two had made a fortune that day. Their video views surpassed 1 million, and their account followers exceeded 100,000, almost achieving instant success overnight. That evening, when several of them went online, Ling Xiao proudly flaunted his achievements to the others. Alright, let's keep moving. You wouldn't want to upload your embarrassing moments, would you? Yumi was quite astonished. After all, the early popularity of this game could attract a massive audience. By the time it opened for public testing, the traffic might be gone. Moreover, this game could only attract large viewership by filming bizarre mutated creatures or fantastical buildings. Everything else was rather dull. After all, the game had reached a level of realism indistinguishable from reality. Nyangdo woke up to find something pressing on her, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was the girl from earlier, her head resting on Nyangdo's chest, soundly asleep. Huh. Seeing the peculiar gaze from her teammate, Nyangdo quickly shook the girl awake. Can you hear me? Is there any sound? At that moment, Lin Mo's voice chimed in from the intercom. Seeing that these players were online, Lin Mo intended to inform them about the completion of the translation system and the related fees. Administrator, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. As soon as Bot said this, he quickly covered his mouth again, while the others were left speechless, wondering how to respond if they couldn't hear anything. I'm too lazy to explain. Just know that the real-time translation system is now available. Starting next month, your fees will increase by 3 points. Whether you use it or not, the cost will rise, so feel free to use it. And remember your intercom. If it runs out of battery, you can recharge it. That will also incur charges. Everyone. They couldn't shake the feeling that a penguin was running on the ground, and it was a particularly greasy black one. However, it seemed that this system was not particularly useful right now. After all, aside from encountering that girl, they had no idea that there were other civilizations on this planet. Otherwise, everyone would subconsciously assume that all present were just large gorillas waving sticks and shouting. Lin Mo promptly cut off the communication. After all, he was simply giving a notice, not negotiating with them. Whether they were willing or not depended on their own choice. If they didn't want to, they could opt out of the game and deactivate their accounts. The players glanced at each other and could only shake their heads helplessly, as this indeed felt like a coercive clause with no room for refusal. Speaking of which, what is this thing used for? Nyangdo looked at Yumi with confusion. Xiaowei, can you help me with real-time language translation? Xiaowei remained silent, and everyone exchanged glances, bewildered. This system couldn't be like mobile games where game rules could be viewed directly. Everything needed to be explored independently, which was a downside of virtual games, making it difficult to get started. After all, mobile games allow direct control of characters using various skills, but in this virtual reality game, not only did they have to learn to operate skills, but every method had to be personally discovered. One could say that if you were a novice in the real world, you would likely be a novice in the game as well. Could it be that we've been tricked by the administrator? At that moment, a language they didn't understand suddenly echoed from the intercom on their shoulders. The girl looked at the intercom in surprise, and then began to chatter away. The voice that just came from this machine seems to be ours. The group exchanged glances and nodded, realizing that they could directly call Xiao Wei to activate the real-time interaction system. It was clear that the game developers had taken great care in this aspect, knowing that the language system would undergo a series of changes over the next 3,000 years. Nyangdo, what's your name? Where are you from? Nyangdo asked the girl. Gladys from the New Human Alliance's Mars settlement Godel City. Thank you for your help earlier. Just then the girl recalled Lin Shiyu's words and paused. Oh yes, so it seems we have a guide now. At least we won't be wandering around the city aimlessly and losing our way. But speaking of which, Gladys, are there any other humans in this city? The Great Goose felt like they had unlocked the guide system in the game. After all, it would be quite annoying if they couldn't find their way. If they followed the game's path, they might even unlock new hidden plot lines. Do you know your way around the city? Can you take us to see? We're a bit lost in this city right now, and I want to know what things here are useful, particularly those of high value. Nyangdo naturally wouldn't forget her task, which was to search for valuable items in the city. What do you think is valuable? At that moment, the girl suddenly asked a counter-question, leaving everyone baffled. The plot seemed to be unfolding a bit oddly, as shouldn't they be asking her to lead them on a monster-killing spree to level up and find game Easter eggs or unlock storylines for points? Lin Mo, who was quietly observing, found this rather amusing. After all, in a few hundred years, everything would have changed drastically. The perception of value between two eras of humanity was bound to differ significantly. Take ancient people, for instance. If they were to cross over to the present, they would probably want to take a piece of the concrete pavement home. So it's even less surprising how these players perceive value. However, the group ultimately decided to follow the girl, as wandering around the city aimlessly would be less efficient. It was better to have someone clarify what was useful and what was not. Meanwhile, the girl had already left her previous location with fewer savages around. She stealthily took a small path and dashed out, eliminating 2 savages who might have made a sound. Using a high-frequency vibrating cutter, she swiftly plunged it into one savage's neck, and with a brutal kick, a copious amount of blood sprayed out. So sister, let's take a break. I feel so exhausted. Why does this game actually make me feel this way? At this moment, Yuwu leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. The previous intense exercise left her feeling uncomfortable all over, and her back was already soaked with sweat. Then let's rest for a bit, but we must remain vigilant. If we are really surrounded by those guys, we probably won't be able to escape. Luo, you thought of the burly wild man with the red mask and couldn't help but feel a chill. That monster could probably smash her into meat paste with a single punch. If it came down to a confrontation, even 4 or 5 people might not be able to handle it. I wonder if it's because this is a place where wild people are active, but the genetically mutated animals around have decreased significantly. The only ones occasionally spotted are a few mice fleeing in panic. Apart from that, no giant monsters have been seen. Should we try this voice interaction system? It seems quite fascinating. It's of no use to us. After all, we haven't encountered any natives here. However, the boys found a girl from a previous civilization. Oh, let's not dwell on that. Let's just rest up and prepare to retreat. Luo Yu felt a change in her body. The most noticeable change was that her speed and stamina had improved significantly. Especially in terms of speed, when that wild man attempted to attack, she felt as though she was watching his movements in slow motion, allowing her to react quickly. In terms of stamina, the other 4 were nearly exhausted, but Luo Yu didn't feel too tired yet. However, the only trouble was that her hunger was becoming painfully obvious, especially since they had already consumed all their food. If they didn't find something to eat soon, they would likely have to rely on their own body fat to make up for the energy expenditure. Currently among the girls, the other 3 had not shown any significant changes. The lady was completely excluded, having lost her opportunity. In the future, she would likely have to use her points for genetic modifications, but that process is random. It could lead to disastrous consequences, or she might find herself worse off after the modifications. Indeed, the risks of genetic modification are quite real. Even drinking nuclear waste in Fukushima might not yield any positive changes, but the chances of dying are much higher. After resting, the group continued walking into the city. As for returning to the base, that thought hadn't even crossed their minds. If they returned now, it would waste a lot of time. Moreover, the base was empty, containing only some stored food and nothing more. Currently, there are hardly any life system players, as Lin Mo did not provide any points for daily living. Most points are awarded for exploration tasks, and the high-frequency vibration cutters and equipment can only be obtained by defeating monsters. Lin Mo planned to enhance the life section in the next version by allowing players to earn rewards and points through agricultural cultivation. However, to complete this update, he would need to prepare the seeds for the crops. Looking at the still bright red fruits, Lin Mo felt quite troubled. After all, the seeds could only be extracted once the fruits showed a fibrous state. At present, he couldn't even tell where the seeds were. Having only one type of plant is certainly insufficient. However, many of the plants in the storage still require genetic testing to ensure they do not carry any viruses. After all, if they were released, it could mean doom for everyone in the base. Lin Mo did not wish to upload his consciousness to a computer only to find that his consciousness was still alive, but existing in a weak body, while the simulated version of him substituted in his life, sleeping with his wife, and having his son call him dad. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Thus, such technology is often strictly prohibited, however some people still use it illegally. But it is extremely difficult to accomplish. Without support from a large research institution, it is nearly impossible. If small workshops could easily develop this technology, it would no longer be a technical challenge. In the end, Lin Xiyu could not resist Lin Mo's pleas and took the plants into the laboratory for biological testing. At least they could determine whether these plants carried any communicable viruses, though what they could grow from them remained uncertain. However, Lin Mo's principle was to plant them first, as long as they didn't spread viruses, he would plant them. Afterward, they would see if they were edible. If not, what was the point of planting them? Could it be that he was hoping to find an economic crop? The two teams searched the city boldly, with the boys relying on Boat's sense of danger and their masks to explore the area. The girls, on the other hand, relied almost entirely on Luo's almost superhuman speed and exceptional combat power, exploring the city without any obstacles. However, most of the time, they could only window shop as they were unsure what these items were for. As soon as they opened a door, a foul stench of corpses flooded out. The girls instinctively recoiled. The sight was reminiscent of a horror movie scene, with various body parts sprawled all over, continuously leaking fluids. Upon closer inspection, these bodies were not human, but rather those of the wild men. Seeing such a scene, the girls couldn't help but start retching. The impact was overwhelming, and even Lin Mo felt that the fruit in his hand no longer seemed appetizing. After all, he didn't possess any emotional desensitization ability, while looking at it, all he felt was disgust. What is this? Is there someone collecting these things? Who on earth has such a peculiar hobby? The rabbit was also shocked by this scene. No matter how many haunted houses she had visited or horror films she had watched, nothing had given her such an impact. Just then, several corpses suddenly rolled down from the pile. Each head had several wires inserted into it, and upon closer inspection, almost all the corpses had similar connections. What's going on? Can these things generate electricity? Xingqia's thought process was quite peculiar, and she blurted this out, leaving the others speechless. Let's leave. There's really nothing worth exploring here. After all, it's filled with this stuff. Are we supposed to carry a couple of these back? To be honest, I just feel nauseous right now. It's nothing but disgust. At this moment, Luo, you also felt very unwell. With her stomach already empty, the retching only made her hungrier. From what can be seen now, these genetic modifications also seem to obey the law of conservation of energy. After all, the more exercise, the more energy is consumed, which translates into a significant requirement for food. The girls continued to head upstairs, and upon opening another door, they were met with the same gruesome scene, only with more piled-up corpses. As soon as they opened the door, the bodies surged out, and their heads were still connected by unknown wires. Let's follow these wires upward. Perhaps we can connect to some new tasks. Luo Yu boldly used the high-frequency vibration cutter to lift the wires and observed that they all connected upward. It was presumed that these wires likely linked to the rooftop or the upper floors. The girls continued to break doors as they proceeded upward. After climbing nearly 20 floors, each room presented the same situation, transforming their initial shock into numbness. So how many wild men did they actually kill? I don't know, but it looks like they are conducting some kind of research. What kind of story are we about to encounter? Perhaps we might even get a chance for a free lottery. At that moment, Luo Yu felt a chill down her back. Sometimes the game feels too real. It's not good. After all, when playing a mobile game with such graphics, one wouldn't feel fear, but witnessing it in reality is a completely different story. If all these tightly packed corpses were dragged out and piled up, they could probably form a small mountain. Especially when a few of the corpses rolled down, the mingled flesh and blood already obscured suddenly tore apart, with a strong pull, creating an extremely nauseating sight. However, the person arranging the corpses seemed to have an extreme obsession, meticulously stacking them together. It's unclear what purpose this serves. Could it be that they are actually hanging cured meat? In this era of decline, some individuals have taken psychological perversion to its utmost limits. Nevertheless, Lin Mo thought that this was sufficient. After all, no one could single-handedly slaughter so many wild men, especially since there was a more powerful force backing them. What the hell is this? When the door to the topmost room was pushed open, everyone was stunned. At the center of the tangled mass of wires was a very bizarre object that resembled a tumor from afar, and upon closer inspection, it was covered in countless tiny holes. It sent chills down everyone's spines. This tumor was also enclosed in a sealed glass container, bobbing up and down with the liquid inside. Professor Lin, come out and take a look at what this is. Lin Mo naturally couldn't identify what it was, so he could only seek help from Lin Xiyu. After all, having lived for over 2,000 years, she had likely seen everything and had become quite the eccentric. At this moment, Lin Xiyu emerged, her hair in disarray, yawning. It was evident she had been napping on the experimental table. There was no choice The base lacked beds, and sleeping there was as free as one wished. Fortunately, the room had a temperature regulation system that could be adjusted to the most comfortable level, preventing anyone from catching a cold while sleeping. Thus, Lin Mo and Lin Xiyu would sleep whenever they felt tired and continue working if they weren't. As for their sleeping positions, they were even more tragic. Some slept on their stomachs, some on the floor, some on their sides, and others even fell asleep sitting at the control panel. Lin Xiyu treated the laboratory as her bedroom, or more accurately, her private space. Generally, she kept the door locked. Lin Mo had no objections to this behavior, as both needed their own appropriate spaces. Lin Mo at least regarded Lin Xiyu as a friend, and their relationship was not one of mutual exploitation. Thus, he provided the necessary space. Besides, he usually didn't go into the lab, so it was better to let Lin Xiyu manage it. Hachu, when will you have your little players bring us back a mattress? The difference between sleeping on a bed and on a table is just too great. My hands are already numb. You take care of that task yourself. Besides, how would those little players know what the mattress has turned into? Isn't it said that those things have now become luxury items? Does it matter if those things have become luxury items for our use? Lin Xiyu's sudden retort caught Lin Mo off guard. He recalled that Lin Xiyu could indeed be considered a rich person, as her academic value was so high that she was often catered to. Whenever she made a request, it was almost always immediately addressed. Thus, the previous Lin Xiyu was no different from the wealthy, though as long as the requests weren't excessive, assistance would be readily provided. After all, if good feelings could be earned solely through wealth, the higher-ups would likely invest heavily. We'll talk about it later. Let's see what this is. Lin Mo felt that he indeed should get a mattress. Sleeping like this was not good for his health, especially since the floor was terribly hard and it absorbed heat. After lying on the ground for a while, it remained cold. Lin Xiyu rested her hands on Lin Mo's shoulders, examining the previously captured images, mumbling to herself as she did. Did you find anything? Find anything? What can I determine from a picture when I wasn't on site? I rely on science, not mysticism. If I could tell what this device was just from a picture, I wouldn't still be sitting here, lying on the ground. Go cool off, but I can speculate that this is likely a form of biotechnology. I remember seeing something like this in my mentor's lab, but it was simpler in structure, merely an unfolded cellular layer. This is clearly a more developed biological structure, but I'm unclear about the specifics. So you mean this thing has undergone evolution? Interpret it however you like, but I can't make further speculations without being on site. If your little players can handle it mentally, let them try bringing it back. Lin Mo decisively dismissed that idea. After all, the priority now was self-preservation. The protagonists in novels often encountered trouble due to offending various powers or stealing their treasures, and Lin Mo firmly believed he was not a protagonist from a novel. He had crossed over due to sheer bad luck and found himself in this desolate place. Only those who survive are called protagonists. The dead are either side characters or bystanders. What if this is the treasure of a superpower? If he brought this thing back, wouldn't it just add to his troubles? Let's leave this thing here. After all, it's maintained by so many wild men. Just looking at it gives me the creeps. Bringing it back would be rather ominous. Lin Mo saw things quite clearly. Sometimes it's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, he had no idea of its purpose. What if bringing it back caused it to evolve into a super monster? What would he do then? It would be like sending a high-level boss right into his newbie village. Yu stood at the window of the room, looking down at the street below, where various incomprehensible words were plastered. The haphazardly painted red slogans did not seem like good advertisements. What happened in this city? How could such a prosperous civilization simply vanish and transform into this? I suspect there might have been a dimensional strike against everyone. Every time they witnessed such a desolate scene, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Given the current situation, it was evident that this civilization had once been highly prosperous, with towering skyscrapers throughout the city and the advanced technology they had come to understand. Stop lamenting, we should leave quickly. Should we take these things with us? Did the administrator provide any hints? If not, let's just leave. After all, if I feel disgusted just looking at it, it's better to leave it behind. After the girls left, a creature wrapped in red veins slowly crawled out from the shadows. The boys, on the other hand, were having a blast. Indeed, they were playing, especially when a few found a vehicle that still functioned. It had almost become a treasure for them. However, sadly, it could only carry 3 people, so Boat and Ling Xiao sat on the roof. Gladys sat quietly below, waiting for the boys to enjoy themselves. Judging by the current situation, it seemed Gladys had once been a very wealthy family's young lady, but her current state elicited pity. They didn't inquire about Gladys's original family background. After all, asking would be meaningless. To them, Gladys's greatest role now was as a guide, and it was Gladys who taught them how to drive the vehicle. Wahoo, this is wild racing. Watch my drift. This time the one steering the vehicle was still Yumi, but this time her skills were obviously much more refined than before. She had mastered how to drive this type of vehicle, as it was initially designed with foolproof operation in mind, making it quite easy to learn. As they listened to the unknown tunes from within the car, they flew through the air, occasionally executing stylish drifts. However, while Drifting Boat and Ling Xiao, who were clinging to the roof, were the most terrified. They held tightly to the edges of the window, fearing they would be thrown off, especially since Yumi had repeatedly assured them that she would drive slowly, yet she was now getting wilder, occasionally drifting sharply. Yumi, you mother, let me down. Oh. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, gripping the window tightly, afraid of being thrown off. He wanted to jump off, but the height below made him hesitate. While sitting there might not kill him, jumping down certainly would. Especially during the drift, both of them were almost about to take flight. If not for their grip on the edge, they would have likely been flung out long ago. They shouted for quite a while, yet the people below couldn't hear a single word they were saying. Everyone hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate and let you experience what true thrust feels like. With that, the anti-gravity car traced a graceful arc in the air and sped forward. The two players clinging on top were nearly blown off by the wind, their mouths contorted, having mentally cursed the ancestors of corn multiple times. This thrilling drift caused the car doors to be flung open, but thankfully the three inside were still strapped in and did not get thrown out. As for the two players on the roof, their fingers had already bled from the grip, yet they held on tightly to the edge, unable to let go. The thought of experiencing a fall from such heights leading to a gruesome demise was simply too terrifying. Korn, your mother, stop the car for me. This time Korn finally heard what the person on the roof was shouting, as the door had already been blown away and the car's soundproofing instantly diminished. Once the car came to a halt, Korn was immediately subjected to a furious beating from Bot and Ling Xiao. Your pants are wet. Gladys looked at the two with already soaked pants and said, while the two players wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This game was simply too realistic, especially that drifting sensation. It felt like they were moments away from seeing the grin of the King of Hell. Just now Korn peed in our pants. Yes, it was him. With the car as their transport, the group quickly squeezed into the same vehicle and headed to the affluent district. Upon entering, the atmosphere felt entirely different from the outside. The houses outside were all uniform, but each building in the affluent area seemed to possess a unique beauty, all retaining the style of the 21st century. Most importantly, there were many plants around, complete with dedicated green belts and botanical gardens. Gladys, if we encounter any problems, you run first. We will hold the rear, we won't die. Nyongdo suddenly said this to Gladys. He remembered hearing the administrator say that if any character dies, all their data would be deleted. In a sense, they were indeed facing true death. Nyongdo felt that sacrificing a day of gaming for this girl's life was quite worth it. Gladys merely nodded in silence, seeming not to take the words seriously. After all, in her understanding, there were no immortal beings in the world. They are biologically enhanced beings. In a sense, they won't die. So if you encounter danger, just protect yourself. You know what a biologically enhanced being is, right? Damn it, administrator, you're peeking again. I'm going to report you for voyeurism, you voyeuristic maniac. Nyongdo remained quite calm about this. After all, being spied on by the administrator was not a rare occurrence. Often the situation on their side would be relayed back to the administrator. Do as you please. If it comes to it, you can report me to the Consumer Rights Protection Association. They'll just revoke your qualification directly. Remember that agreement you signed when you entered? It contained this provision. Even in court, I won't lose. Damn, who are you going to show that long user agreement to? Besides, I don't understand that stuff. Even if you showed it to me, it wouldn't matter. I just clicked agree in a daze. At least now the user agreement is practically as worthless as ignoring risk while continuing installation. It's just an extra step. It's a long user agreement that even players can't comprehend. Gladys clearly knew what biologically enhanced beings were. Upon learning that all these people were biologically enhanced beings, her previous tension noticeably eased, allowing her to understand why they dared to engage in such dangerous acts on the anti-gravity car. After all, for them, death might simply be a transition in the game. They could just create a new account afterward. Damn, the wealthy here have so much stuff. Compared to those empty rooms in the poor mountain valleys, this place is like a giant thrift store. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the dazzling array of items around them, each like a country bumpkin entering the city, touching things here and there. What is this? It looks quite advanced. They gazed at the square crystal that was entirely blue, dotted with numerous electric-like specks, and several young players gathered around it to watch. Gladys walked over, picked up the crystal, and pressed it. Instantly, the entire room transformed, and they found themselves on a vast grassland surrounded by lush green grass and various animals on the prairie. Could this be real 3D projection? Bot reached out to touch the horse, but realized he was actually touching the wall. However, everything felt so real that they were at a loss for how to react. Lin Mo looked at the scene through a miniature camera, expressing disdain. After all, the 3D projections in the base are far more intuitive and can be controlled simply by gestures without needing any other instruments. After all, this was a military base's equipment, which in many ways was far superior to the items outside. Military technology has always been nearly 20 to 50 years ahead of civilian technology. Most scientific advancements are derived from military technology. Can we take this with us? As soon as the big goose said this, it earned him a round of eye rolls from everyone. The remaining people on Mars might not even be a fraction of the original number, and whether they could take anything was entirely up to them. They acted like bandits raiding a village, stuffing everything good they could find into their pockets. Eventually, they realized they couldn't take anything with them, so they drove the car to the entrance and filled the trunk to the brim. However, given the current situation, there really wasn't much of value in the affluent district. Most of what they found were everyday items primarily for living. Of course, they also discovered several wealthy individuals trapped in biocontainers. After all, it had been said that if the technology was subpar, the survival rate would be less than 30%, especially in an environment with low oxygen where the chance of survival was merely 3%. Those people were literally frozen inside. When they pried open the outer glass, the individuals inside had turned into ice blocks. A single strike with a hammer and no blood would spout out, resembling a shattered ice sculpture. Damn it, bot, are you really that bored? Using a high-frequency vibrator to strike a hammer. I wanted to take this carpet home, but now it's all stuck with these things and can't be used. The big goose was rather thrifty, constantly collecting items to renovate the small house he built beside the base. I just wanted to see how this guy was frozen, whether it was just the surface or if he was frozen solid inside. It seems this fellow has already turned into an ice sculpture. But wait, could this thing be a giant refrigerator? Who would be so bored as to hide inside a refrigerator? Gladys. This is a life support cryogenic chamber. I crawled out of one of these. People only need to stay inside to maintain nearly infinite life. As long as the machine is running, they can sustain their lives. However, this depends on the usage duration and period. After all, this machinery requires regular maintenance almost every year. But one day after the oxygen on Mars suddenly disappeared on a large scale, a significant number of people died, and the maintenance workers were nearly all dead. Thus, those hiding inside were trapped and suffocated due to electrical shorts and a series of issues. I survived through this method, but the survival rate is quite low, especially after maintenance ceased. Those inside can only pray that the devices won't stop functioning, or else they would end up like this person, frozen like this. The players nodded in silence, taking note of this setting. After all, what if they opened a treasure chest and found a beautiful girl? This was simply a matter of Nyongdo being lucky enough to find a game NPC. Now, there was a guide in the Nanshan area, so they wouldn't have to wander around the city aimlessly anymore. Lin Mo issued a task to search for mattresses, providing a rough description of the materials and shape required. He insisted on finding 2 pieces, and indeed the wealthy individuals of the future would enjoy having mattresses made into foldable forms, which could be organized into briefcase sizes when not in use and expanded to a notably large size when needed. Although this item bore some resemblance to an air mattress, it was not one. After all, air mattresses require inflation, whereas this device only needed a button pressed to operate automatically. The most crucial aspect was that it required no power source, relying entirely on the material's inherent memory-like properties, which truly made it a luxury of the affluent. However, this object was relatively easy to find as it was scattered throughout the villa district. As long as there was a room, such an item was present. The players were quite resourceful. They initially thought the item was too large to carry, only to find it could be compacted to a much smaller size, which certainly exceeded the expectations of other players. Nevertheless, they still intended to take everything they could and remember the location in case they needed to return. The car is probably too full, right? Even if we cram it, there's no way it all fits. Are you foolish? Can't the car make 2 trips? We can just make 2 trips. After some discussion, the players decided to let Yumi transport the items back first. There was no rush to transport people, as many areas of the city still needed to be explored. At least they now had a means of transportation, which made tasks considerably simpler. However, the car appeared in a sorry state. Despite its condition, it could still run, which was quite miraculous. Upon learning that the manufacturer was Lin Mo, it seemed normal to him. In the world, only 2 companies produced such anti-gravity vehicles: Rueixin Technology and Hongming Technology, the latter being a successor of Wuling Group. Rueixin Technology targeted the high-end market, primarily catering to the wealthy, while Hongming Technology was less selective, eager to penetrate both high-end and low-end markets. Their high-end products were designed to be more challenging to maintain, hence they employed various high-value precious metals in their designs. For the low-end market, they used whatever was available as long as it was durable and practical, considering that the poor had limited funds for repairs. Moreover, they introduced vehicle insurance in the future. As long as a fee was paid annually, maintenance and repairs would be free when issues arose. Therefore, frequent malfunctions would increase the costs on the user's side. Thus, Hongming Technology never intended to profit from the poor, as they were already too impoverished to afford such transactions. If one didn't have a vehicle, they could still use public transport. Sometimes one only realizes the vast disparities by experiencing them firsthand. Initially, they thought the towering buildings were places unreachable by others, only to discover they housed accommodations for the poor, with nearly a dozen rooms per floor, meaning each floor housed almost 10 residents, leading to potentially massive numbers involved if anything went wrong. Upon arriving in the affluent area, it became evident that a wealthy individual occupied a space equivalent to an entire building for the poor, complete with a front yard, a vast lawn at the back, a 4 to 5-story underground garage, and an outdoor swimming pool. At least for now, the issue of water resources appeared temporarily resolved. It remained unknown whether the water in the swimming pool was drinkable, but even if it was, its utility was limited as the distance between the two worlds was simply too great. Unless this wealthy area was treated as a new base, there was no feasible way to transport those water resources. Where do you come from? Gretus had long wanted to ask this question, but had hesitated to voice it. On one hand, doing so could provoke resentment, as her experience in the apocalypse taught her to avoid digging too deeply into others' backgrounds. Such information often formed the foundation of their existence. I can't specify, though I'm not too familiar with the geography. Once we develop the forest area at the entrance, I can take you to settle and arrange things near our base. Nyangdo seemed rather carefree, as he had no secrets to hide. Moreover, he genuinely did not know the base's exact location. He couldn't even name a street, let alone provide a more precise location. Lin Mo sometimes felt grateful for not having shared too much information with the players, for otherwise this group of chatterboxes could easily disclose everything about the situation throughout the entire solar system. Aren't you afraid they might send out that signal again? Lin Mo retorted suddenly. After all, the last time Lin you had shut down the oxygen supply due to this issue. However, it appeared that humans were still surviving on Mars, and wherever there were people, there was a potential for revealing their location. Lin Shiryu leaned languidly against the control panel, stretching, as she said, worrying now is pointless. I had the highest management authority on the entire planet at that time, but now that authority has been frozen. If they wish to send signals into space, let them, we'll all die together anyway. As Lin Shiryu stretched, a large expanse of her fair skin was revealed. Lin Mo silently shifted his gaze back to the display screen. Watching the players' actions was far more entertaining than observing a girl. Nyangdo, I want to ask if you like eating rabbits. The big goose raised its head and quietly asked the nearby Nyangdo. Of course. My favorite is spicy rabbit heads. Do you think there might be a supersized rabbit that could fill you up in one go? How could that be possible? When they raised their heads, they saw a gigantic rabbit lying quietly on the nearby street. The rabbit was filthy all over its face, smeared with black patterns formed from congealed blood, apparently asleep on the ground. The two quietly sneaked back and gathered the other 3 players along with Gretus for a meeting. How about it? Are we going to take it down? Doesn't Nyangdo love spicy rabbit heads? Let him take the lead. We can sneak in and stab the high-frequency vibrating cutter directly into the rabbit's brain. The rabbit is too cute. How can you eat it? I think it would be better to barbecue it, especially since we currently have no seasonings. Let's take a shot. Sometimes a bicycle can become a motorcycle. I absolutely refuse to be the vanguard. Soon the 5 players reached a consensus, but the troublesome part was how to arrange Gretus. After all, these players were not afraid of death. If they perished, they could simply respawn after 24 hours. But if Gretus were to die, it would be permanent. Everyone silently cursed the game planners and engineers in their hearts. Yumi, you drive and take Gretus to safety. The 4 of us can handle it. Whether there's one more or one less, it doesn't make a difference. No way, absolutely not. Yumi is our team's main DPS. If we take the main DPS away, we'll be left without a tank for the raid. After all, if we all charge, and we'll just be turned into meat paste. Watching the players getting eager to take on the giant rabbit seemed quite normal to Lin Mo. After all, battling monsters and gathering resources was the usual routine for every player, and taking down that giant rabbit was akin to a large-scale raid. However, even if they managed to deal with that creature, unless they could quickly turn the meat into jerky like they did with the gorilla, through roasting the meat would spoil quickly. Eating spoiled meat would be akin to taking a laxative, leading to explosive bathroom visits. I can drive myself, I won't disturb you. But when you reconnect with the bionic body, can you come back? I have some concerns. Gretus said hesitantly, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Nyangdo patted Gretus' head and smiled, saying, don't worry, as long as we solve the problem of getting lost, we will be able to return. But if we do get lost, just pay attention to your safety. We will find a way back here. Thank you. Gretus quickly drove away in the anti-gravity car. The players donned their masks and stealthily took their high-frequency, vibrating cutters toward the direction of the rabbit. I'll stab the head and you stab the heart. That should be safer to avoid losing the duck that's already in our hands. After discussing their tactics, the players began to prepare. As they approached, they discovered that the rabbit was indeed the kind that was extraordinarily fat, its entire body plump, surrounded by various corpses. However, the players were indifferent to this, as they wouldn't be consuming these entrails. They only needed to focus on the meat. Unfortunately, just as they entered the rabbit, it seemed to sense something and suddenly opened its eyes, staring blankly at the 5 players across from it. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. What are we waiting for? Go for it. Yumi was the first to react, rushing forward with a high-frequency vibratory cutter. Upon seeing a human, the rabbit didn't show fear. Instead, it seemed to perceive a sense of hunger from his gaze. Perhaps after living in such an environment for so long it no longer feared humans, but rather saw them as food. Yumi was the first to strike, driving his high-frequency cutter into the rabbit. In pain, the rabbit kicked Yumi away, sending him flying nearly 7 to 8 meters. After crashing against the wall and bouncing off, he fell back down. What the hell? Several players were stunned, but the high-frequency cutter still lodged in the rabbit's eye was still operating, causing it great pain. The rabbit dashed into a nearby house, creating a mess, and repeatedly crashed against the walls trying to escape. What should we do now? Go in and finish it off. The players exchanged glances and quickly charged into the room, engaging the rabbit in battle. After more than 10 minutes, the rabbit finally succumbed, gasping for breath. For a death might indeed be a form of relief, especially with the high-frequency cutter still spinning in its eye, inflicting unbearable pain that no one dared to attempt. Is your arm mostly useless now, eh? You're not a doctor, what do you know? I still feel I can use this arm. Nyangdo looked at her arm, which was physically crushed, yet she maintained her stubborn attitude. After taking care of the rabbit, they checked on Yumi's condition. Upon seeing him up close, all the players couldn't help but shake their heads and silently stepped back a couple of paces to pay their respects. Just then the anti-gravity car suddenly returned. Gladys rushed out, hurrying to Nyangdo and looking at her now utterly ruined arm with deep concern. Are you okay? I think I can still perform Wing Chun for you. Nyangdo was hardly worried about her injury. She had adjusted her pain tolerance to 10%. The biggest issue was that her hand had lost all sensation, which was somewhat uncomfortable, but it didn't affect her otherwise. After all, with one hand missing, she still had the other to use. At most, it would be a matter of reduced dexterity, especially since Nyangdo was right-handed and her right hand was the one injured. The rabbit had slammed into her, compressing her against the wall, resulting in her arm's current state, which was still oozing blood. Do you need an amputation? If you don't, your arm will soon become infected or bleed out. Boat approached with a high-frequency cutter. He wasn't feeling too well, either having been swept by the rabbit's tail. Though it was just a sweep, it felt like being hit by a large round object. If you cut off my arm, won't I bleed even more? It'll be easier to bandage later. Look at how you can bandage this thing. Boat looked at Nyangdo's arm, which resembled a bamboo flattened by a car, dripping blood. The clothes provided by the base were already stained red, some from the rabbit, but mostly from Nyangdo's own blood. Nyangdo gently said to Gladys, "Turn your head away for a moment. The next scene is a bit too bloody and unsuitable for viewing." After saying that, she suddenly turned her head back and sternly told Boat, "Make sure you aim properly. It don't just chop off my head. I don't want to exit the game this early, got it? If I do perish, make sure to take care of Gladys for me." Nyangdo's demeanor indeed resembled someone arranging for their last rites, leaving the others speechless. However, Gladys did not turn away, but continued to quietly watch Nyangdo. Crack. Ugh. The high-frequency cutter proved to be exceptionally sharp, cutting through her arm almost instantly, without any pause. Afterward, they quickly wrapped the wound with cloth. Lin Mo thought. These guys seem to lack basic medical knowledge. What was once a simple issue has now become complicated. Now the main thing is figuring out how to stop the bleeding. Without proper tools or equipment to halt the bleeding, Nyangdo might soon perish. By the way, why do I feel like the blood from my arm isn't stopping at all, but instead is flowing even more? Do you even know how doctors treat this? Nyangdo looked at Boat with some confusion. Boat whistled while gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. After a while, he finally explained, "You ask me. I don't know either. I didn't study biology or medicine. I just thought this would be a more convenient way to stop the bleeding." Nyangdo was silent. Fortunately, Gladys soon found a device in the room. Using the device, she gently swept it over Nyangdo's severed arm, and a gel-like substance enveloped her arm. From the looks of it, the bleeding had stopped. "What is this thing, Gladys? It looks pretty effective for stopping blood." Gladys was silent for a moment, then explained, "It's for sealing wall cracks." Lin Mo. The others. No matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Now that it can stop the bleeding, it's useful. If need be, they could always roast the wound to stop the bleeding. After all, she felt no pain. From a certain perspective, using heat to seal a wound is feasible, though it's risky, as one might die from infection even if they survive blood loss. With the bleeding stopped, the next step was to discuss how to divide the rabbit. The task was simple: to dry out the meat by roasting it to remove excess moisture and turn it into jerky. Roasting and barbecuing are two different concepts, but this process takes a long time and requires a lot of wood. The good news is that the wealthy households had some fuel available. Originally, the players thought this might be the richest area in the entire city, only to find out it was just an ordinary rich district akin to the difference between rural and urban areas. They had barely entered a small county, and it was one of the upscale residences in that county. These guys really know how to enjoy life. They have so much food piled up here and stockpiled so much fuel. Are they afraid of freezing to death at home? The players began to busy themselves while Yumi was left behind. As for now, it was unclear whether he was completely offline or not, but overall it seemed he had disconnected. No one knew when he would come back online. Perhaps soon he would meet his end, as he currently appeared quite weak, likely having lost half his life from that one blow. Gladys, you handle this for now. Help me cut up this meat, later I'll turn it into jerky and share some with you. Boat tossed a large piece of lean meat over, as it was easier to preserve compared to fatty meat. However, it was still a mix, since the main energy comes from fat, and eating fatty meat does help replenish fat. In a place lacking fuel, this dried meat could also be used as firewood. This explains why these players weren't afraid of death. If it were other people encountering this rabbit, they would have long run far away. After all, this rabbit truly had no fear of humans and viewed them as snacks and food. With resources on the planet, scarce plants were nearly impossible to find unless they were ornamental ones in rich districts. Otherwise, the surroundings were almost entirely desolate. After all, what plants could there be on Mars unless they were pre-prepared as seeds, and the capability of spreading them weren't particularly strong? To turn Mars into a planet like Earth would likely require a temperature control system and an oxygen supply system to operate for nearly 100 years. 4 or 5 helicopters continuously circled around a building, while below individuals clad in various uniforms stood ready, each holding a firearm, their eyes vigilantly fixed on the situation inside the building, prepared to pull the trigger at any moment should anything change. The surrounding area had long been cleared, and soon 4 or 5 armored individuals emerged carrying an array of firearms, all of them intensely focused on the exit. Following them were several people dressed in black, wearing sunglasses and dragging suitcases, encircling a woman in the middle. Everyone was at the peak of tension, as if they believed this woman was more terrifying than a matter-antimatter bomb that could explode at any moment. At that moment, the woman suddenly stopped, causing the entire group to hesitate and quickly react with heightened vigilance. I just remembered that I left an important document in the cabinet. As soon as the woman finished speaking, 4 or 5 men stepped inside to retrieve the so-called document, then continued moving forward. The entire scene was quite contradictory. Only one woman wore handcuffs on her wrists and shackles on her ankles, yet she appeared calm and composed, while the soldiers and police around her were all on edge, their hearts racing. In their eyes, this imprisoned woman seemed like an ancient beast capable of tearing them apart at any moment. Soon the woman got into an armored vehicle which was protected by multiple layers of bulletproof systems. The car windows were thicker than 2 fists, coated with nanoreflective material, rendering it impervious even to laser weapons. Professor Lin, I apologize, but this is for your safety, a military officer in uniform said apologetically to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu remained silent, turning her gaze to the window, where passers-by stood on the street watching the convoy pass by. During the journey, they changed positions multiple times to share all locations and prevent attacks based on their movements. Soon the convoy arrived at the airport, which was typically bustling, but now was only populated by soldiers with firearms and active-powered armor, all nervously monitoring the situation. The military presence at the airport was enough to crush a small to medium-sized nation. In the sky, unmanned reconnaissance drones provided intelligence on the ground, while various soldiers patrolled continuously, ensuring the airport's security was exceptionally high. Before long, they boarded a plane which took off almost simultaneously with another, and aside from the internal personnel, no one knew which plane the group had boarded. Moreover, nearly 10 fighter jets escorted the aircraft. Professor Lin, I believe we should discuss matters, considering that the creation of the Shanghai Jing project was initially your proposal, utilizing a vast amount of manpower and resources to construct such a super project. A man in a suit and tie suddenly sat across from Lin Xiu, calmly addressing her. So my question is, where are these resources supposed to be sourced? With the co-development of the Companion Earth and Shanghai Jing project, who should bear the considerable loss of manpower and resources? We can handle this issue properly. All it takes is a nod from you, and you will become the chief project manager and chief designer, as we cannot genuinely refute your expertise. Below the plane, thin individuals carried banners, shouting loudly, "Oppose Decree 34, resist exploitation and oppression. Let the wealthy donate their money." Why should all of this be our responsibility? Why must we do all the work? What awaited them were the police's riot shields and batons, and from the outset, it was impossible to reconcile both sides' relations. The wealthy held too much power, especially with the Companion Earth project underway, leading to a situation where individual social resources were abundant, making coordination impossible. It seemed that those above had become their puppets, tools used for domination, as the interpersonal connections of the wealthy could be manipulated through secret agreements and inserted into various public systems, while major corporations used hefty sums to place their candidates in high-ranking positions, rendering the protesters holding banners powerless regarding Decree 34. After all, those who truly controlled social resources would not care about the survival of the masses. The simultaneous construction of 2 megaprojects demanded immense manpower and resources, and the existing finances could not keep up. Thus, they had no choice but to implement Decree 34, which meant forcibly requisitioning the labor and resources of ordinary people, essentially amounting to unpaid labor and outright theft. especially when the main sources of livelihood were monopolized by these major corporations. If you did not work for them, you would likely find yourself unable to afford even a meal, let alone anything else. Professor Lin, what are your thoughts on Decree 34? We would like to seek your opinion here. Both sides remained silent until the plane was about to land when the man suddenly asked, "What do I think? Does it even matter? You are entirely free to disregard my opinion, as I have no real influence, but I will offer you a piece of advice. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. No need to worry, once we control the source of the water, we can fully manage it. After all, even the sea is formed from rivers converging at their sources." The man in black across from her suddenly grinned, his eyes filled with mockery. To the ordinary people, everything they needed was dependent on these corporations, yet here, they were holding banners against them, which seemed somewhat ridiculous. Eventually, both the Shanghai Jing project and the companion Earth were launched simultaneously, forcibly conscripting a vast amount of manpower and resources in space, causing the finances of the human alliance to suddenly become abundant, especially after overextending various funds meant for the people's future. It seems these guys really don't intend to leave a path for the common folk to survive. Lin Shiyu's mentor Kreslon Roland slowly shut down the 3D holographic projection, as they had somewhat grasped the situation over time, especially after the events had escalated. However, what no one anticipated was the social value brought about by such rapid development, with profits suddenly becoming substantial, and the surplus resources available were sufficient for ordinary people's livelihoods, somewhat easing the tensions between the classes and creating potential for resolution. People were increasingly intensifying their exploration of extraterrestrial realms, establishing a colony on Mars first, followed by ecological modifications, gradually constructing a city. Compared to Earth and companion Earth, the conflicts on Mars appeared significantly reduced, and soon Mars unilaterally declared its independence from the jurisdiction of the human alliance. After all, those who initially came to Mars included both the wealthy and the poor, and particularly after the white light crisis, severed connections ties with Earth dwindled, preventing the risk of corporate invasion on Mars. However, this led to a significant awkwardness, as the technological advancements and megaprojects were not as abundant as on Earth. Indeed, the debris floating in Earth's orbit could very well be remnants of previous megaprojects or the Shanghai Jing plan. The result of gathering vast amounts of manpower and resources was quite effective, especially in the early stages, further advancing social development, but as internal conflicts intensified later on, the cake became limited, while those at the top continued to seek a larger share, leading to irreconcilable contradictions. Particularly after the white light people's belief system and scientific knowledge had completely collapsed, but more accurately, this stemmed from previous contradictions mixed with feelings of disappointment in science, as the more hope invested, the deeper the disappointment when the outcome failed. Ultimately, human history is a process of self-destruction, Kreslon Roland quietly stated. After a whole day of toil, several players finally organized the meat from the rabbits that could be eaten. However, to be honest, only the leg muscles were edible, as the rest was far too fatty. It seemed that this rabbit had been eating a lot and hardly moved around. Speaking of which, do you think the administrator has missed us after such a long time? Bot looked in the direction of the base and couldn't help but recall the rather proud appearance of the administrator. Lin Mo. Of course she thought about it. While planning how to exploit these little players again, Lin Mo suddenly felt a pang of guilt. In the end, she shook her head. Relying on conscience might earn some money, but without it one could certainly earn much more. As several players roasted the jerky and prepared a barbecue, they ended up so stuffed that they could hardly move. Gladys, who ate even more, seemed as if she hadn't eaten in years. While the others were too full to eat any more, she continued, ultimately ending up groaning on the ground. "Should I help you rub your belly? It might aid in digestion," Bert suggested, looking at Gladys, who was uncomfortably lying on the ground. "You quack doctor, I will never trust you again. You've turned me into Yonghua, how can I trust you now? Besides, men and women should keep their distance." Though Nyang Do said this, her body was quite honest, gently pressing her hand on Gladys' belly and slowly rubbing it. In contrast to the boys being too full to move, Liu felt as if she was on the verge of starvation, especially as the feeling of hunger surged painfully in her heart. "Liu, why don't you take a break? You look like you're in a lot of discomfort," Qingxia said, looking at Liu with concern. After all, among the entire team, Liu was practically the main DPS for the girls' team, solving most of the wild men, while the others mostly just followed behind, cheering her on. "This isn't about taking a break. The main issue is I'm too hungry. Can't we find any food in this huge city?" Luoyu was so frustrated she wanted to curse. She had thought she would find some food in this city, only to realize she was overly optimistic. In this vast city, it was just corpses upon corpses. Looking around, there were various ruins and dead bodies everywhere. The entire city appeared desolate, with the only living creatures likely being wild men. If luck was on their side, they might even encounter a few large rats, and if they were even luckier, a horde of them. However, after so much exploration, the girls discovered a rule: where there were rat hordes or large rats, there were no wild men. Conversely, places with wild men were relatively safe. After all, compared to other more challenging monsters, wild men were simpler to deal with. Once a rat horde appeared, it was likely that all 5 people present would not escape. Those rats were not only fast, but also numerous. As soon as one stepped into the central area, they would surge out like water pouring from buildings. Currently, the only foes the players could handle were these wild men. They could only watch as the large rats scurried away. After all, those rats were incredibly fast and tough, and the high-frequency vibrating cutters were ineffective against them, leaving the players helpless. Unless the remaining players without awakened abilities could awaken a powerful type, otherwise the high-frequency vibrating cutters might not even penetrate the bodies of those rats. Looking at the current situation, those male players are probably having a worse time than us. After all, we have been cautious all along, while those guys are likely off grinding monsters, and could end up even worse off considering all the wild creatures around and the possibility of running into a rat horde. It's better to be safe. The rabbit analyzed this calmly, unaware that the boys were already stuffed and groaning. The internet was abuzz, as previously they could only boast on forums, but now they could actually see the virtual reality world, especially the visuals resembling the real world, which was quite thrilling. However, it was somewhat absurd that everywhere they entered the city was covered in mosaic. Still, some managed to deduce that those were likely corpses, and the number was particularly high. Given the circumstances, it was impossible to pass video review, so the game thoughtfully provided mosaics. I'm sick of this. Why are there so many mosaics? Seeing these models, all I can say is, wow, the game design team really has a wild imagination. I want to see that previous beauty. I want to see Professor Lin. Please, author, hurry up and wrap this up. Author, hello. I borrowed your video, and now I request you to update it immediately. I tell you, don't be ungrateful. With over 10,000 comments, this video quickly rose to the trending list, making Liu and Ling Xiao quite the prophet, especially since Ling Xiao's perspective of battling the wild men garnered significant attention. That said, there were indeed too many mosaics. Whenever there was any bloody or gruesome moment, it was immediately covered with mosaics, leading to most of the ground being obscured, and even during battles with wildmen, when the high-frequency vibrating cutter pierced a wildman's head, it instantly turned into a mosaic. What truly thrilled people was the towering base and the neatly arranged identical buildings within the city, all exuding a strikingly futuristic aesthetic that far exceeded anyone's imagination of future architecture. Those buildings are absolutely astounding, entirely beyond my expectations of current skyscrapers. Especially when they stand like this, how shocking it must be. Only wealthy individuals could reside in such places, right? That's for sure. Look at these skyscrapers, only the wealthy can live there. After all, the construction costs are high, and they must maintain proper ventilation throughout. Lin Mo was naturally keeping an eye on the information online. Seeing these speculations, she felt somewhat speechless. The purpose of these buildings was nothing like what people imagined. Those living there were not the rich, but rather the poor who relied on aid for their basic needs. As they say, whenever a popular video emerges, countless related videos follow. Some are about predictions regarding the potential of virtual reality technology, while others simply edit the released videos with music and share them. On one hand, such situations could undoubtedly increase their popularity, as these videos needed a boost in views. After all, their popularity could only reach a certain level, but as the roots grow deeper, the tree's development becomes stronger. People once again turned their attention to virtual reality technology, though most could only stare blankly. After all, the technology had not yet been widely adopted. There were only 10 internal testers. Eternal Life Virtual Technology also issued an official statement indicating that significant challenges remained in resolving computational power issues, so whether public testing could be conducted depended on solving this problem. They even listed a long string of data below, leaving the visitors bewildered. However, someone quickly interpreted the data, stating that accommodating 5,000 people would require the server's computational power to be 5 times that of all current computers combined. This data left those demanding a public toilet taken aback, as Eternal Life Virtual Technology could have soared if they used their computational power for mining. However, regarding these technical challenges, the Eternal Life Virtual Technology team uniformly stated that they would expedite their efforts to resolve them, aiming to allow everyone to enter the virtual reality world as soon as possible. In fact, the computational power required for virtual reality technology was far beyond the previously listed figures. According to Professor Lin, the technology behind the virtual reality world was developed collaboratively by 7 countries using a graphene-based semiconductor process for the server system, and the server storage was located in Antarctica, later transported to space for assembly due to the large area occupied by the servers. When the Eternal Life team realized that they had no solution to the problem at hand, other internet companies finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if one were to truly consider it, achieving such computational power would likely require humanity to develop for another 20 to 30 years. By that time, it was estimated that they would have already researched this matter themselves. During this time, these internet companies worked overtime on virtual reality development, but most could only watch helplessly. After all, apart from science fiction novels, there was no corresponding theory or reference point for this technology. Ultimately, the funds invested were wasted, especially upon learning that the Eternal Life virtual team still had no way to solve this technical challenge, leading those companies to reduce their investment in virtual reality development. If there was another piece of good news, it was that the cancer medication had begun clinical trials with plans to start administering it to seriously ill patients within 1 to 2 months, followed by further distribution. Since the Eternal Life virtual team handed over the research theories and formulations of these medications to the state, there have been repeated studies conducted on the medication's authenticity. Every night, different medical professors at the hospital met to discuss matters, often working until 4 or 5 in the morning, then sleeping for nearly 6 hours, before quickly brainstorming solutions to the technical challenges of mass production. Previously, it was impossible to study the medication, leaving those in the late stages of cancer to suffer and die. However, now that the answers and solutions had been provided, if one couldn't even copy the information, all those years of medical experience and research would be wasted. After nearly half a month of intense work, the medication finally entered the clinical trial phase, with the technical and safety validations having passed. It could be said that this was a universally applicable cancer medication without any flaws. Unlike chemotherapy or methods that use radiation to kill cancer cells, this approach had no side effects and acted swiftly. Upon learning that there was a glimmer of hope, cancer patients rejuvenated their spirits, striving to endure the coming month. Those seriously ill patients in the country began relocating close to the medication production base, ready to use the medication as soon as it was produced. Under these circumstances, medical personnel exerted all their efforts to complete the research on the medication as soon as possible. The cost of production was only around 40 to 60 yuan per dose, which held significant importance. After all, it is not cancer that truly causes death, but poverty. There is only one disease in the world: poverty. Those who cannot afford treatment for cancer must quietly await death, while the wealthy can utilize various top-notch medical teams and equipment to prolong their lives. Perhaps the only equalizer is facing death. Lin Mo was also concerned that some individuals would deliberately inflate the price of the medication, so he preemptively announced that the cost of the medication was only around 40 to 60 yuan. If mass production could be achieved, the price could further drop to between 10 to 40 yuan. After all, when facing death, people are willing to invest all their valuables. If the medication were to be exploited for profit by unscrupulous individuals, it would likely be no different from previous treatment methods. At that moment, in a certain hospital, a large group of experts sat in a conference room discussing preparations for the clinical trials. Unsurprisingly, everyone in the room had dark circles under their eyes. The research on this medication was of utmost importance, and the pressure from above combined with their own responsibilities meant they hadn't had a good night's sleep. However, the awkward truth was that there were virtually no technical challenges presented by the above. It could be said that the other party had thoughtfully indicated points of caution for each aspect. What they found perplexing was that the focus seemed to be on the application of virtual reality technology rather than the results of medical research, leaving them feeling outclassed in another industry. The key was that this team not only had expertise in medicine, but also had a profound understanding of mathematics. They had even solved the notoriously difficult Riemann hypothesis. Just how capable were they? No one wanted to guess. To be honest, I truly want to meet the members of this team. They are simply too strong. Unfortunately, from the published information about the team members, it seems that those members are not the core team, but more like additional participants. As the clinical tests were about to be held tomorrow, the others let out a long sigh of relief and began discussing amongst themselves mainly about the impressive individuals within the Eternal Life virtual technology team and how powerful they might be, making various predictions. It is very likely that they have participated in significant medical research multiple times, given their remarkable capabilities, which are somewhat absurd. I believe their research on traditional Chinese medicine must also be quite profound, considering they used extracts from various medicinal materials, indicating they have likely studied traditional Chinese medicine for a longer time than we have. Indeed, the cancer medication contains numerous traditional Chinese medicinal extracts. Unlike others which use purely chemically synthesized products, this medication is directly extracted from plants and further combined with other medications to inhibit and eliminate cancer cells. As for the talents within the Eternal Life virtual team, discussions about them were rampant. However, it seemed that the team had no intention of revealing their identity. Currently, it was only known that there was an administrator and a Professor Lin. Whether they were employees of the company or members of the research team was merely speculation. At present, most people lean towards the idea that one was an employee of the company and the other a researcher from the research team collecting data. Based on the currently available information, these two individuals were indeed NPCs within the team. As for the others outside, they could also be NPCs or real people. Regarding the pricing of the medication, a clear standard had been established. In the country, individuals could receive one free injection by using their identification card and household registration book. Given that one injection was sufficient for a lifetime, who would seek this medication if they weren't afflicted by cancer? As for the export price, it ranged from $40,000 to $50,000 with differentiated pricing for developed countries, wealthier nations paying higher prices and poorer nations paying lower prices. After all, these products were meant to generate profit, and in a sense it was a form of medical extortion, with both sides potentially making exchanges regarding interests. However, these matters were of little concern to Lin Mo. He was not interested in that money, especially since he was no longer on Earth. What would he do with so much money? Could he even burn it for himself? If he could burn it, there was no market for it here. His currency would likely be too little even to start a fire. After several days of careful cultivation, the fruit began to undergo fibrous transformation. Especially when Lin Mo bit into the fruit, it felt like biting into a ball of iron wire, which was quite unpleasant. Lin Mo spent half a day extracting the seeds inside, carefully collecting some for players to experiment with, while replanting the rest back into the previous soil. After all, if the players were unreliable, he could only rely on himself. Another piece of good news was that the previously tested seeds showed no signs of carrying any viruses and would not cultivate viruses using plant embryos. With this research, Lin Mo finally felt at ease. However, planting those seeds would be like opening a blind box. Some things might be edible, while others could only be for ornamental use. In this apocalypse, what was the point of ornamentation? One could hardly survive, let alone indulge in elegance. Wasn't that akin to hanging lanterns in a toilet? Lin Xiu had created the space-time model. Lin Mo gazed at the three-dimensional holographic projection of the model in awe, feeling impressed, but utterly bewildered, as he could not comprehend it at all. Lin Xiu spent half a day explaining it to him, but in the end they both stared at each other, looking utterly confounded. This is quite easy to understand. Let's assume this point is P and the center represents the time loop. See right here. Lin Xiu said, taking a cup of water and continuing her explanation while sipping. The knowledge gap between the two parties was so vast that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Even though Lin Xiu had provided the simplest explanations, almost resorting to sign language, Lin Mo still couldn't grasp it. Lin Xiu decisively chose to give up. After all, if she couldn't make herself clear after such a long explanation, continuing would only be a sheer waste of time. By the way, is there a way for me to return to my previous world, back to Earth in 2022? It's impossible. The subspace model is established with only one chance to pass through. What confuses me now is how you manage to connect to these signals, or are these signals simulated by something? Lin Xiu narrowed her eyes, looking at the projected webpage, still filled with confusion. According to her current subspace model, the two sides should not be able to connect due to their differing signal transmission protocols. The problem is that they are not only connected, but also able to communicate seamlessly. Perhaps it's just luck. After all, who can really say? Lin Mo didn't think too complicatedly. To him, his current level of intelligence had already set a ceiling on his understanding. For deeper issues, he felt utterly lost, so knowing more wouldn't be useful. It was better to live in the moment, eat well, and stay safe. After all, he didn't want to disappear like a moon of Jupiter. What if your arrival is part of a deeper conspiracy, a mysterious organization using supercomputers to simulate these so-called players and networks? Your actions might just be a biological study to them. Lin Mo. This felt eerily similar to the Brainanavad hypothesis. However, it's unlikely that anyone would capture themselves to engage in such matters. But then again, it's not impossible. If a child from a high civilization needed to conduct a biological experiment, he might just be like a little lab rat caught in a trap. Thinking about it carefully really sends chills down his spine. Aren't you here too? If you're the only one who can solve the problem, I think I'd rather just give up. Lin Mo was quite calm. After all, for him, the more he thought about certain problems, the more complications he would face. Lin Xiu suddenly pressed her hands on Lin Mo's shoulders, pushing him down onto the chair. She leaned forward slowly, their noses almost touching, and they could both feel each other's breath. Lin Mo instantly panicked. Having been single for nearly 20 years, it was his first time being so close to a girl. It was impossible for him not to feel flustered. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you not to act recklessly. Even if it's just the two of us in this world, I still want to maintain my integrity. Lin Xiu ignored his words and asked slowly, how can you be so sure that I am real? Lin Mo. Soon Lin Xiu was pushed away by him. To be honest, I really like your reaction just now, flustered and at a loss. I could see a hint of expectation in your eyes. You weren't thinking about that, were you? Although this was the apocalypse, it was just the two of them here. Lin Xiu's statement was genuine, as she particularly liked Lin Mo's earlier reaction. At least before this, Lin Mo had always maintained the demeanor of a lazy fish and a shrewd merchant. Now all of a sudden he had transformed into a naive boy. This reaction was something Lin Xiu had never seen before. Can you not be so boring all the time? Have you finished your research? After finishing this research, don't you think you should move on to the next topic? Lin Mo was speechless. He had just been teased for no reason, and the worst part was that he didn't have the ability to retort. It was truly frustrating. Don't rush. There are currently no research facilities available. Most of the research is theoretical. If you could help me restart the particle collider, I might get busy again, but right now there really isn't much to study. By the way, the large particle collider in space had become ruins. He would probably need to search through research institutions to find a usable particle collider. So you plan to go out? How is that possible? I cherish my life, so of course I won't go out. I'll let your little players handle it while I command from behind. After all, you wouldn't want to see me, a weak girl, fall into the hands of those savages and suffer, would you? Lin Mo. Naturally, he couldn't believe everything Lin Xiu said. She had lived for over 2,000 years. Her scheming skills must be of an unparalleled level. If she were to throw a few more montage lies at him, he would likely be completely misled. Moreover, Lin Xiu had no defense mechanisms, which made Lin Mo skeptical. This person was an enigma from start to finish. Even more awkwardly, while he knew she had been famous in the past, he had found no information about Lin Xiu in the so-called history, nor in any of the stored devices. There was no mention of Lin Xiu in documentaries either, yet this world had a statue of her. Being immortalized in a city statue is not something just anyone can achieve, but the documentary failed to record any information about her. Lin Mo felt it possible that someone had deliberately obscured her existence, perhaps because she posed a threat to the higher-ups. Otherwise, why would there be a statue but no record of her? Of course, another possibility is that he was just extremely unlucky. Amidst so many storage devices, he simply couldn't find a single personal introduction about Lin Xiu. He wasn't sure if she was a genetic modifier or something else entirely. Meanwhile, the boys' team waited for Gladys to finish resting before sending him and Yang Do back to the base with the supplies. The others continued to explore the vast city. Even with an anti-gravity car, it would take nearly a day or two to thoroughly explore the city. And that was just one city on this planet. There were also underground cities and others yet to be explored. Only then did the small players realize how extensive the computing power required for the entire game's servers must be to support stable operation. After all, in Gladys's introduction, this was merely an ordinary city with super cities and underground cities as well. Nyang Do, following the voice prompts from Xiao Wei, drove the anti-gravity car, filled with supplies, towards the base with Gladys. Meanwhile, the other three were pulling Yumi to explore the city. According to Xiao Wei's positioning, they could still find each other. Having a general direction was sufficient. Moreover, using the anti-gravity car, it was easy to spot pedestrians or monsters from above. By the way, is Yumi offline, or can he not log in right now? Yumi, despite still breathing, was lying there unresponsive. Could it be that he had simply logged off? I should go ask. At that moment, Yumi thought he was already dead, enjoying himself in a nightclub, having ordered 2 escorts at once and relishing the highest level of service. After all, he had no wife or children to support, and he owned 4 properties and a car. Most of his earnings were spent on such indulgences. For others, working was about surviving, but for Yumi, it was purely about experiencing life. If he didn't work, who would know that he owned 4 properties and a car? 3 of the properties were located in the city center with monthly rents ranging from 2 to 3,000 yuan. He lived in one while renting out the other 3, which could earn him 6 to 9,000 yuan a month. Adding his 9,000 yuan salary, he had more than enough to live lavishly. Originally, he had seen a website about virtual reality technology and impulsively made an appointment, never expecting to actually be chosen. Suddenly, he found that the world in the game was far more exciting than the outside world. The only regret was that he couldn't pay to level up. If he could, he would definitely spend 6,000 yuan to enhance his experience. He lost connection while getting on the rabbit and intended to enjoy himself at the nightclub, planning to go to work the next morning. Just as the 2 escorts entered the room, his phone rang. What? I'm not dead yet. I'll be there right away. Seeing the young lady who had already walked into the room, Yumi was momentarily stunned before suddenly slapping herself hard. Damn it, why did I hesitate between the game and the beauty? You 2 keep this for now. Tomorrow night. No, never mind, do whatever you want, I've already paid. Just take this and rest for a bit. After Yumi finished speaking, he strode out, leaving the 2 young ladies holding the foot basin to exchange bewildered glances. After a while, Yumi, who had been dragged around by the other 3 players, suddenly regained his spirit and opened his eyes. Ouch, damn, why does my whole body hurt so much? You were kicked 7 meters high by a rabbit. Do you think you wouldn't be sore? But speaking of which, why does it feel like your chest has gotten bigger and your voice is starting to sound more delicate? Your hair has grown long too. Oh my, you wouldn't really be changing into a girl, would you? Ling Xiao looked curiously at Yumi, who was gradually transforming towards a female form. Could it be that Yumi would ultimately become a manhwa Xiaojiao? After all, with such strong combat power and transforming in the direction of femininity, wouldn't that be just like a manhwa Xiaojiao? This game is too unfair. Why is it that only Boat has the super perception that I've turned into a girl? Boat, tell me, what kind of shady deal did you make with the administrator for him to give you a backdoor? In the end, Yumi had no choice but to accept the fact that he was beginning to transform towards femininity and helplessly pointed his finger at Boat. What does it have to do with me? This is all purely random. Didn't you hear the administrator say that at the beginning? This evolution thing is random. If you're not satisfied, you can accumulate more points and go for another upgrade later. As soon as Boat heard Yumi say that he had a shady deal with the administrator, he immediately panicked. That was pure slander. Yumi looked around and then curiously asked, Gladys, where did the anti-gravity vehicle go? It went back to transport supplies. That thing had to be delivered to the base after all. The administrator had previously given us a task to find a mattress. But speaking of which, would the administrator even care whether he sleeps well or not? I always thought the administrator would go back to sleep every time he logged off. Can one sleep in the game? Sleeping in the game is equivalent to logging off. Didn't you see my latest update notice? When you disconnect your consciousness, you'll be forcibly logged off. So sleeping is akin to disconnecting your consciousness, which counts as a form of logging off. As for the administrator, it might also be because lying on the floor is uncomfortable, or perhaps he wanted to roll in bed with Professor Lin. After all, we don't have any firearms, but that doesn't mean the administrators don't. When I first entered, I mentioned talking about his little brother, and that guy immediately got agitated. The big goose couldn't help but recall when he and Yongdo first entered the game, being threatened by the administrator while being pointed at with a small handgun, and then being informed of the game rules. By the way, Big Goose, you were one of the first players in the game. Don't you know any insider information about the administrator and Professor Lin? I don't know a thing. The information I have is about the same as what you all know now. Big Goose wasn't lying. Before I came, they were still at the base exploring around without even reaching the city. They only began exploring the city after all players entered the game. That makes it somewhat meaningless. Let's go see how those wealthy people are playing. This player could only helplessly continue exploring the entire city. The wealthy district felt vastly different from the commoner areas. The most significant distinction was the space each rich person owned, which was quite substantial, unlike others crammed into a small room. The biggest impression was that the items in each rich person's house were far more abundant than those in the poor people's empty rooms. The walls were adorned with incomprehensible paintings and various peculiar artifacts which fascinated the players. On the female player's side, it was a series of calamities. They had just escaped one den of wild people only to crash into another. Watching the dense crowd of wild people below, 5 girls felt utterly despaired. At this moment, Liu was also feeling quite uncomfortable, especially since she had dropped offline several times due to hunger. She wanted to find the boys for help, but discovered that their positions were ridiculously far apart. Moreover, the only anti-gravity vehicle had already returned to base, leaving the girls to fend for themselves. Sister Liu, what should we do next? Just wait to die? Do you expect a Prince Charming to come save us? Liu seemed quite open-minded about it. If they could keep playing, then play. If not, they could log off and return to the game the next day. However, they had somewhat grasped the patterns among the wild people. Whenever a red-masked wild person appeared, a large number of wild people would surely gather around. If there was a place to charge the high-frequency vibration cutter, a swarm of wild people would be surrounding it. For instance, below there were indeed red-masked wild people and charging stations for the high-frequency vibration cutters. The wild people below were intermittently shouting and charging their devices. If those guys don't shout, can't their devices charge? Watching those cheerful wild people below, the rabbit said impatiently. After all, in her view, dying sooner or later was still dying. She might as well charge down, take the high-frequency vibration cutter, and have a fierce battle with those wild people. We can only say that we are too unlucky. We just escaped another den of wild people and ended up in yet another one. I suspect I've been targeted by the planner. After all, I harshly criticized him before. Being targeted is a normal occurrence, but it seems they've targeted us all over here. Now the lady finally regained her right to speak. The feeling of being mute was too uncomfortable. Along the way, she could only listen to others gesturing without being understood. Now she felt she could only shout in the game, but she didn't dare to make a fuss on the forum. The likelihood of that is very low. After all, no game planner would suddenly change the script halfway through the game. The debugging and other designs of the game require a long time. Some game companies even prepare scripts 5 or 6 years in advance before starting production. Yu shook her head, denying the latest words. From what it looked like, the entire game's progress was still in the players' hands. After all, the previous random tasks were triggered by the players, so it wouldn't be possible for the game planner to directly control the game. Speaking of which, does anyone feel that this place is particularly cold? The rabbit, who had been silent, shivered. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt this place was colder than those houses they had experienced before. The other girls, upon hearing this, realized that there was indeed a chill in the room, though it was merely in comparison to the other rooms. When they looked closely, they discovered a massive door in the room. As a few girls approached, they felt the cold air emanating from the door. What's inside? Should we open it to take a look? It can't possibly be some monster locked inside, right? The probability of that is very low. After all, the door looks particularly thick, and we can tell from the cold air coming from it that whatever's inside has likely been frozen for a long time. No matter how powerful a monster is, it should have frozen solid by now. After some discussion, the female players decided to open the door. When they pushed the door open, everyone present was shocked. Inside was a being that somewhat resembled a human, but saying it was human was quite strange. From this angle, it looked like this person had become so fat that they were no longer recognizable and appeared to have been completely frozen to death. Damn, the game modeler is truly a genius. The players hurriedly closed the door as that thing looked frightening. Is there really such a person in this world? If it weren't for the fact that only one head could distinguish it as a human, they would have probably seen only those collapsing on the ground frozen into chunks of fat. However, there were still some questions about the game's power supply system. After all, it seemed that some places could still operate normally. For example, the ice storage they had just seen, if there were no power operating normally, the ice inside would have already melted. The female players instantly lost any desire to enter other rooms. After all, if something even more horrifying were to emerge, they might not even have dinner tonight. By the way, how's the viewership for your video, Sister Luoyu? I'm considering making one myself, as I've heard it's quite easy to make money off this now. Well, I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. After all, if a worker like me could earn money through this, I wouldn't have to face my boss moods anymore. It's okay, but it mainly depends on when the game will enter open beta. However, it seems the possibility of that happening soon is quite low. There's no definitive timeline from above. As long as they don't launch the open beta, our chances of making money remain substantial. If you want to do it, you can also go to the Creators Center to set it up. However, I must remind you that if you want to attract viewers, it's best to first post a statement in the forum. Your account there is certified as a beta tester. Sister Luoyu also explained some key points regarding publishing videos to a few people, especially distinguishing between personal accounts and their official accounts. It is also crucial to keep personal information strictly confidential. After all, Luoyu is somewhat aware of how highly major tech companies value this virtual helmet, especially when substantial rewards are involved, which inevitably attracts daring individuals. The use of theft or robbery is a possibility, so safeguarding personal security is essential. Make sure to protect your privacy. Otherwise, if people discover that you own this virtual helmet, they might pressure your family or friends to make you sell it. After all, the price of this helmet has already skyrocketed to over 700,000 in the black market. If you all want to sell this helmet, I won't stop you. However, you should clearly understand the stakes. We signed a confidentiality agreement when we joined, and if you sell the helmet, you risk losing your eligibility to participate in the game and may even face lawsuits from the Everlife virtual technology team. Unlike the other players, Luoyu took the time to thoroughly read the confidentiality agreement and other matters before agreeing upon entering the game. Don't assume that the text below is just nonsense. The game company put a lot of effort into creating it, not just for you to click agree. Is it that serious? What about the one I lost? Does that count? Upon hearing that the helmet was worth 700,000, the lady felt a flicker of interest, but when she heard about the potential lawsuits, she couldn't help but feel a bit scared. After all, a worker typically deals with labor contracts the most, and as a mere worker, she had little exposure to confidentiality agreements. Ching Cha shook her head, as she was quite familiar with this area. In our company, if any internal images leak, the individuals involved will be sued by the company. The previous confidentiality agreements strictly prohibit any internal images from leaking onto the internet, with penalties typically ranging from 100,000 to 1 million. After all, the vast majority of companies impose confidentiality requirements on their internal employees. If a leak occurs, losing a job is the least of the consequences. If the company pursues accountability, it could be the end. Alright, then I'll use the Creators Center platform to run a self-media account. However, it seems that earning money through self-media might be easier and more sustainable than selling helmets. If I sell my helmet outright, I can only profit once, but if I create videos, I might earn even more. Who knows about this thing? However, I've heard we might recruit 5 more beta testers in the future. That would mean we have juniors, but I wonder which profession will be strengthened in the next version. Our exploration class, the combat class, or lifestyle players. As the saying goes, every version has its own son of the version, and the game officials will certainly consider the balance needed between each version. After all, adjustments may be somewhat unequal, leading some players to gain greater benefits. Lin Mo was naturally adjusting based on the data gathered previously, particularly focusing on nurturing planting players. Recently, the company's entrance was piled high with paparazzi, all waiting for Lin Mo to deliver the goods, as a helmet priced at 700,000 could drive many to madness. Moreover, the price of this helmet keeps skyrocketing. If this growth rate continues, it may soon surpass 1 million. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards there must be brave men, and those hanging around the entrance are all thinking about that million money. The ones who will most likely guard the first deliveries will probably be the couriers. After all, the most obvious feature of the Everlife virtual team is that the entire company is filled with robots, using robots to deliver. The boxes are most likely full of helmets worth over 5 million. Robbing a bank might not even yield 5 million. However, those boxes are definitely worth over 5 million. Lin Mo certainly couldn't risk sending other packages. Instead, he decided to use postal services for delivery, as postal insurance is better. What he needs to do now is to quietly dispatch the goods. If necessary, he might ask Zhao Ban to disguise himself and deliver them. After all, Zhao Ban has been sitting at home drinking coffee while receiving a company salary with only trivial tasks of web design and forum reviews to handle. Being the honorary president is remarkably easy. He earns nearly 10,000 a month. During this time, Zhao Ban has been waking up smiling from dreams as life feels like a dream. No high-intensity mental work and no hassle. He only needs to handle forum review issues, and he earns nearly 10,000 a month. He hasn't worried about money at all, though instead he feels quite relaxed. The only discomfort he feels is that he believes he is no longer part of the company's structure, but rather someone who has been kicked out, although he has never actually entered the company and doesn't know what it's like inside. However, he sees that the online reviews of his company are overwhelmingly positive. Zhao Ban also understands that he lacks the qualifications to get in, as the minimum requirement for the company likely includes graduating from top universities and having strong work experience. Meanwhile, he is just an academic underachiever, and achieving this position seems to him purely a matter of luck, as he randomly sent out resumes and happened to hit the mark. In fact, Zhao Ban is not wrong in thinking this way. After all, Lin Mo initially just clicked randomly, and this guy did not rely on any real talent, personal charm, or connections. It was merely luck. Among hundreds of resumes sent in 2 days, he was randomly selected. So in many cases, luck can be more potent than any relationship, but of course this applies only to a few people. The vast majority still rely on their true skills to get selected. If Lin Mo had been a bit more particular, this group would likely have been the first batch to be eliminated. In reality, the prices for these bounties have been elevated by those internet companies. To thoroughly research a technology, one must have sufficient theoretical knowledge or a solid foundation. The problem is that there is currently no theoretical knowledge to support the research of this technology. Those internet companies wish to send commercial spies, but that is just pure fantasy. After all, there are no live humans in the Everlife virtual company, it's all robots. If a living person suddenly squeezed in, do you think they wouldn't notice? In the U.S., it might be normal for someone to rob, but this is Huagua. Moreover, the place is filled with robots. One punch from a robot could leave you incapacitated, and they aren't afraid of knives. One punch might send you to meet the Buddha, while a knife might not even break their outer shell. Some have considered using electronic hacking to steal confidential information, but such ideas are even more absurd. The Everlife virtual team's firewall is truly impenetrable by any network weapon. The Everlife virtual team has demonstrated its capability to protect virtual technology from hackers worldwide. If it were in the domestic context, launching an attack on the firewall at 12 o'clock might lead to being taken away for tea by the police by 1 o'clock. If it were abroad, launching an attack at 12 o'clock would see your hard drive burning itself by 12 o'clock in 5 minutes. The Everlife virtual team not only has methods to directly attack hardware, but also the ability to cause damage to it. This book's performance is dismal. If things don't turn around by the end of the month, they'll have no choice but to abandon it, though it would at least have an ending. I had hoped to profit from the new year, but alas, fate is cruel. During this time, Nyongdo finally returned to the base entrance. This time, they circled around to the other side of the forest, as the dangers on that side were simply too many. The empty flatland felt much safer. However, even when getting out of the car, Nyongdo thoughtfully put the infrared mask on Gladys. Once you see something red rushing towards you through the mask, quickly elevate the anti-gravity car. Remember, what's inside doesn't matter, your safety is paramount. You are the only guide in our team. Nyongdo began unloading the items from the car. The back seats, the trunk, and even the roof were filled with various items, primarily the rabbit jerky. The players decided to leave these at home for later use, as they only underwent a rough processing, further drying was needed. Next were the mattresses, which the administrator had requested. Therefore, these young players were quite attentive and even prepared a few extras, but it seemed that there were only so many points to go around. It seemed that the tasks issued by the administrator were truly pitifully few, and there weren't any long-term tasks, either, making it even more dismal. The players could only start exploring the city like in a game, hoping to trigger some hidden plot. Nyongdo tried to bring Gladys into the base, but soon realized she could enter, while Gladys' hand, upon touching the surface, seemed to encounter a layer of cold glass, preventing her from moving forward. Stop wasting your effort there. This safe zone is specially set up for players like you. You wouldn't want to find yourself blocked from a spring someday, would you? Lin Mo suddenly appeared behind Nyongdo, startling her. Administrator, why can't these NPCs come in? After all, the plot of the game can impose restrictions on those NPCs. Lin Mo remained silent, carefully observing Gladys. Truthfully, Gladys was exceptionally beautiful, immediately revealing her previous status as a wealthy young lady. Her tattered clothing could not conceal her fair skin, silver hair, and emerald eyes, evoking a sense of pity. What the heck, administrator, what are you doing? Nyongdo suddenly jumped in front of the administrator, blocking Lin Mo. What was the name of the previous city again? Lin Mo ignored Nyang Do, feeling that the girl was particularly strange as she appeared remarkably calm, whether facing players or monsters. Furthermore, standing before the imposing base, she was not intimidated, instead maintaining an air of indifference, which was somewhat peculiar. I think it was called. Sorry, I've been asleep for too long and can't fully recall the name of the previous city. It's possible that by the time I matured the city's name had changed, but I just don't know. Gladys remained exceptionally calm, responding to Lin Mo's question with composure. All right, Nyang Do, you can bring those items inside. As for this young lady, she should wait outside for a moment. Lin Mo was still quite suspicious of the other party's identity, but upon reflection, she realized she might be reading too much into it. What if the person was merely an ordinary rich girl accustomed to seeing the world? What about our points administrator? Don't worry, they've already been credited to your accounts. Lin Mo certainly wouldn't commit the act of withholding her employees' wages, so she promptly credited the rewards they deserved to their accounts. Besides, these guys were genuinely poor with no resources to draw from. They were all burdened with debts, and if she pressed them further, they might end up hanging from a streetlight. Nyangdo felt that today's game had no sense of experience. It was just driving, or rather more accurately accompanying a beautiful girl while driving. After earning points, Nyangdo generously bought Gladys a set of clothes and shoes and asked her to change. Once they had a language interaction system, conversations flowed smoothly. After chatting, Liang Dao suddenly realized that the planners and designers of this game were incredibly diligent. This character not only had a complete family background, but also a relevant story. So can your parents still be found? As soon as the words left her mouth, Nyang Do sensed the atmosphere inside the car growing colder. My parents are dead, killed by those bastards. Initially, the three of us could have escaped, but we unexpectedly encountered a group of robbers on the way. My parents were stabbed to death while protecting me. As she spoke, a trace of uncontainable hatred glimmered in Gladys' eyes. Lin Mo, listening silently through the earpiece, felt that something about Gladys was off, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. So you still think about spying on couples falling in love? I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, but it's quite perverse. Lin Xiu suddenly appeared behind Lin Mo, a figure who seemed to materialize anywhere in the base, leaving Lin Mo speechless. Remember to knock when you come in next time. Basic manners are important. But your room doesn't have a door. Then can you knock on the wall? I knocked, didn't you hear? Then keep knocking. What the heck? Put the hammer down. After finally snatching the hammer from Lin Xiu's hands, Lin Mo switched to Gladys's image and asked, by the way, do you feel something's off about this girl? I've always thought she seemed strange, but it's just too coincidental. I think your question might have been inherited from me, because it's just too coincidental. It seems like you borrowed my words. No, it's true, but I can't explain it right now. We'll have to see how it goes. I just hope she doesn't cause any problems. The most incomprehensible thing in the world is the human heart, and the most unpredictable is also the human heart. Currently, Lin Mo was perplexed about that girl's background. She didn't even know which noble family she belonged to, making it all the more frustrating. By the way, during this time I've been receiving signals from the Taodai Super Factory, so I believe it's still operating normally. Once your permissions are elevated, we can move the Z-Way Star Control Platform to the Taodai Super Factory and upgrade it to achieve the capability of leaving the solar system. After all, modifying a combat platform without authorization could land one in a military court. However, as long as you achieve sufficient options coupled with my previous design of this thing, the two of us can work together to move it far from the solar system, thus freeing us from fear of the white light. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lin Mo pondered for a long time. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the suggestion seemed unreliable. It was as if people only understood the concept of white light after moving away from the solar system, which led to the Great Wall sequence and the Shan Haijing plan. What purpose would it serve for us to leave the solar system? Your idea is quite grand, but reality is harsh. After all, you can't prove that moving away from the solar system will take us to places unreachable by the white light. According to your previous statements, humanity can't even analyze the specific components of white light and naturally has no concept of how it operates. Lin Mo didn't shy away from trying. Rather, when standing in the same position to think about a problem, prolonged contemplation over time deepens one's understanding. And what could one achieve by leaving the solar system? That was indeed a problem, as it wasn't certain whether one would die here. Yet if one were to try, they might become a ghost under the white light. Lin Mo often didn't want to risk his life in pursuit of understanding. After all, in this world, the longer one survives, the longer one lives. Those ancient tortoises have been surviving for ages. Do you really not want to try? Or do you want to spend your whole life in this daze? Lin Xiu looked at Lin Mo with a sudden expression of disappointment. Lin Mo sighed deeply and shook his head. He truly didn't want to take the gamble. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the stability of his past life. Oh, as long as life wasn't too terrible, it could be endured. As for those who dared to take risks, Lin Mo often chose to keep his distance. In fact, you are also afraid, aren't you? Lin Mo's sudden remark instantly chilled the atmosphere in the entire room, something he least wanted to say, as it somewhat directly exposed the other person's vulnerabilities. Indeed, I am afraid there is nothing to hide. You have never experienced that kind of despair. Do you know how frantic and terrified people are under the white light? All the cover seems as fragile as tofu against a bullet. No one can withstand it. After expending vast amounts of manpower and resources, it all becomes futile in a fleeting moment. You are not a person of this era. You do not understand the profound fear of the white light in this time. We are all in a state of panic, and I am no exception. The more I understand, the more I feel fear. It is a technical dilemma that cannot be overcome by both theory and practical science. Only by personally experiencing that close feeling can one truly understand what real fear is. Perhaps to you my current behavior seems like a ridiculous pessimism. After all, I see that kind of optimism in you, at least in those players, a spirit that does not match this era. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead. In fact, he was also afraid of that white light. After all, under that light, all human civilization could potentially be destroyed, yet the other party seemed to mock this civilization. What must I do to elevate my permissions? Lin Mo felt ridiculous saying this. He had always wanted to keep his distance from those reckless adventurers. But suddenly one day, he found himself going mad alongside them, which seemed somewhat foolish. Lin Xiu gazed quietly at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with scrutiny, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Do you no longer wish to maintain the status quo? After all, hiding here allows you to survive your life. Considering the current situation, the white light has not descended for nearly 1,000 years. You only have a little over 100 years left in your life. At least you can live through it, right? So are you still a pessimist now? Lin Mo clearly felt their relationship had taken another step forward, transforming from friends into comrades in arms. Both now shared a common goal. Lin Mo thought it was simple. After all, he had already died once, so dying again would just be a matter of closing his eyes and letting go. After Lin Xiu's explanation, Lin Mo realized that Xiao Wei had performance assessments, but now they were somewhat useless. Previously, this was mainly responsible for handling personnel promotions within the Central Control Center, but now only Lin Mo and Lin Xiu remained as the only real humans. Thus, these so-called ecological assessments were of no use. Originally, Xiao Wei's production assessment included requirements related to tools and achievements, but now it can only strengthen yourself. If you complete enhancements to your mental and physical capabilities, you can also gain upgrade permissions. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Sister, can you stop chatting nonsense? It's exhausting. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was frantically running on the treadmill, felt he was about to collapse. The most critical point was that he couldn't stop, though it was forcibly set up. After all, he had been a couch potato in his past life. Why would he care about exercise? But now not only did he have to run on the treadmill, but he also had to endure Lin Xiu's scientific instruction, which was essentially like attending a class. It felt like being completely clueless, especially since he didn't even know the most basic knowledge and now had to grasp more advanced concepts. Lin Xiu did not give up. She remained by Lin Mo's side, explaining and guiding him, never considering quitting. This truly touched Lin Mo, as he thought that if it were the teachers he had before, they would have long since given up on him. But now Lin Xiu still persisted tirelessly, giving Lin Mo various explanations. This is set as our value is undetermined, and then in this space-time curve it is one of the surrounding curves. You are still only at the most basic formula level. Memorize this first. Lin Mo felt speechless. Is this really the so-called most basic knowledge? He couldn't even comprehend the content which had been personally compiled by Lin Xiu. Humanity has never ceased its quest for the stars. Even after the white light crisis, humanity still dreams of sailing through the cosmos. However, it now seems that the unfathomable starry sky has become the graveyard of civilizations. Speaking of which, how many civilizations have been buried in this starry sky? How many have become history? There are no accurate figures for these. Lin Xiu could still directly feel the darkness of the entire universe. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Lin Mo understood that in the civilization of this universe, humanity is akin to microorganisms seen on other planets. Even a careless virus brought along could deliver a devastating blow to the local civilization. Now do you still want to lament? All civilizations follow the law of survival of the fittest. For these civilizations, merely surviving is perhaps a luxury. After all, would you concern yourself with the lives of ants on the ground? Perhaps we are all ants. You cannot say that, even if you are an ant, you are still a slightly smarter ant than I am. Human civilization is merely a grain in the vast sea. Some civilizations in the universe have surpassed humanity by thousands, millions, or even trillions of years. To them, humanity is like those microorganisms. Microorganisms can still pose a threat to humans, but to those civilizations, humanity has ceased to be a threat. The players are also beginning to explore the entire city, encountering many wanderers. Although they could communicate, it was clear that these individuals had lost their sense of humanity, often resembling animals feeding on rotting flesh on the ground. Even those who can speak have only a few scattered phrases, leading the players to believe that these humans are actually NPCs without a functioning language system. However, through Gladys' explanation, they understood that these individuals had degenerated their language abilities due to prolonged exposure to the city without further contact with human civilization. After all, even if a person were isolated in the wilderness for too long, they might very well regress in their language system. However, the players stubbornly believed that this was a plot designed by the game developers to fill the gaps in the game. Initially, the players wanted to help these people, but soon realized that the food they carried was insufficient to assist them. Along the way, they encountered several teams, and also saw humans lying on the ground pretending to be dead. I came out later than they did. In fact, I only recently left the cryo chamber, so I have not turned into their state. Looking at those who had become almost beast-like, Gladys felt a deep sadness. After all, she perceived the previous human civilization as quite prosperous, but could this still be considered a civilization now? Fortunately, you came out later, otherwise you would have become like them. Let's go, we cannot save them. The food we carry is utterly insufficient. They can consume what we usually consider 2 pieces of jerky in a single meal, while they can eat 10 pieces at once. They had witnessed someone literally gorging themselves to death while they were trying to assist an old man. The old man inhaled 15 pieces of jerky at once, collapsed on the ground, convulsed a couple of times, and then passed away. Even though they understood it was all part of the game, experiencing such a situation made them truly feel what despair meant, especially under the oppressive atmosphere that made these little players feel breathless. In this city, there was no sense of hope. The entire city was filled with various oppressive elements, especially those who could no longer be called human, whose actions were hardly different from those of savages. I always thought there were no NPCs in this game, yet I never expected those NPCs to have turned into this state. Yumi looked around, feeling particularly upset. Let's go get in the car. The 6 of them squeezed tightly into the car, and inside Nyongdo used her body to create space for Gladys. Damn, Nyongdo, you should at least know to balance your affections. Whatever, I won't bother arguing with you anymore. The players drove off again, heading to another place. After all, with the car, their movement speed was absurdly fast, but it was clear that they were overloaded, so they could only drive very slowly with a couple of people lying on top. In stark contrast to the stability on the boys' side, the girls found themselves in a survival situation in the wilderness. After much effort, they managed to catch a few mice from the swarm, and without further thought roasted them all to feed to Luo Yu. Should we go look for a vehicle? After all, the boys have already found a means of transportation, while we have nothing. Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Good question, but who among us can actually drive? Who has a driver's license in the real world? This question made all the girls lower their heads in silence. Without options, they continued to walk, shedding any semblance of ladylike demeanor. Their usual high and mighty appearances in the office were gone, replaced by the image of those who had just escaped from a slum. The girls could never have imagined themselves catching mice to roast and eat, looking like wildlings, filthy and wandering through this dilapidated city. After a long day of studying, Lin Mo finally had some time to rest. He hadn't absorbed a single word of the knowledge that had been shared so far, yet Lin Xiu continued to patiently repeat the lessons. Now changes were being made to the game. First, an additional 5 slots would be opened up for selection without any gender distinctions, purely random picks. This time the selection would entirely depend on luck, and the room itself underwent little change. However, the physical attributes of boys and girls had become indistinguishable. For the small players, the only obstacle was psychological, so the iron coffins would still be divided for storage to be dealt with when the small players returned. Even without normal operations, the forum remained active with daily participation between 20 to 30,000 users. Most were just checking to see if they might be selected, as internal reports suggested new slots might be released soon. Some had already begun to assess the value of the accounts of the 2 players who had initially posted videos, with conservative estimates placing them at nearly 500 to 600,000. If this continued, earnings from live streaming or other methods would likely be much higher. This inevitably sparked jealousy among others, as they perceived the helmet's value to surpass its worth in the game. After all, a helmet could sell for over 700,000 on the black market, and that was in dollars, not RMB. As the saying goes, great rewards attract brave souls. Everyone was eager to find a way to get their hands on one, regardless of legality. The forum's long-silent administrator suddenly made a new post. Administrator, after continuous efforts from our programmers, improvements to the game have commenced. In the coming days, we will focus on nurturing life-based players. The land at the entrance now only requires players to collect plant seeds from the administrator, which can be cultivated and sold back to the administrator or to other players. The utility of the plants will be completely random, and the seeds will also be randomly assigned. P.S. There is a possibility of cultivating score flowers. Additionally, a new scenario has been opened: Star Expedition. The decisive factors are the administrator's academic and physical levels, so it is essential to encourage the administrator to exercise and study more. Of course, if there are questions, they can consult Professor Lin within the game. P.S. Do not expect Professor Lin to do your homework for you, or you might face the administrator's wrath. Furthermore, the administrator is now offering loan services, which means that your daily gaming activities will determine how many points you can earn. After reading the announcement, the onlookers clamored for a faster public beta test. With only a handful of players inside, others felt a sense of yearning, but were helpless. Experts predicted that achieving a true public beta would take at least 10 to 20 years. Absolute no delays. When will the administrator open up slots again? Please consider me. Not only am I good looking, but I also have fair skin and long legs. Most importantly, I'm male. I know you have a preference for that. Originally, Lin Mo had pre-approved absolute no delays, but he suddenly deleted their name. If he agreed, wouldn't he truly become one of them? Thus, for the sake of his reputation, he had no choice but to kick this small player out. Absolute no delays never imagined that being excluded from the game was due to his own careless words. Had he known, he would have slapped himself for saying it. Lin Mo, if one day we face a civilization more powerful than ours, what should we do? Lin Siu's sudden question left Lin Mo perplexed. Hadn't they just discussed this a few days ago? Why was it being asked again? What happened? You should come and see for yourself. Lin Siu switched to a visual feed revealing a very blurry image of a gigantic object that was continuously magnifying. What sent chills down Lin Mo's spine was that this object was alive, covered in repulsive, writhing substances, and occasionally spewing green spore-like things. What is that thing? As you can see, it's a massive space creature. Although Earth has encountered such things before, human civilization was exceptionally strong, handling it quite easily. In space, nuclear bombs and antimatter bombs faced no limitations, and it was quickly destroyed. However, what frightens me is that they could be more than just one or two. They could be an entire race or species. Lin Mo. Looking at the video of the massive catfish-like creature, Lin Mo felt that if humanity truly had to confront such a species, it might swallow the Earth whole. Don't worry, this video was shot in Uranus orbit, and the trajectory of that thing is completely misaligned with ours, so there's no need to panic. Besides, what can we do if we encounter such a monster? But we should be cautious of what it spews out. What do you think it resembles? You're not suggesting that's its juvenile form, are you? Ding ding, correct answer, but no reward. Based on previous encounters with similar creatures, this one did resemble their juvenile form. However, if it continued to reproduce at this rate, soon the entire universe might be filled with such creatures. I think you can compare this situation to the rats in cities. Rats and cockroaches reproduce rapidly, yet humans have ways to exterminate them. Perhaps to these creatures we are merely rats or cockroaches that some advanced civilization deems necessary to eliminate, as rampant expansion would inevitably affect the interests of other civilizations. Lin Mo now felt an inexplicable increase in his worries. It seemed that the universe was filled with various monsters who, for humanity, this was hardly a friendly environment, but rather a very unfavorable starting point. By the way, if I remember correctly, using such observatories in space makes it easy for others to trace us, doesn't it? Lin Mo suddenly recalled something crucial. Lin Siu smiled calmly and explained, "Don't worry, this is a signal transmitted periodically from a fixed telescope, and it cannot be traced by the entire network. If that civilization chooses to destroy the solar system, they likely wouldn't need much time to do so." Hearing this, Lin Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. If they were to be traced by other civilizations, he might as well go to sleep, and in 2 to 3 hours Mars would explode, and he would be done for. However, Lin Mo truly felt powerless against the massive creature in the universe. From this vantage point, the creature was covered in various writhing tentacles and other disgusting things. He couldn't imagine what kind of weapon could deal with it, especially since humanity currently lacked the capability to create antimatter bombs. He wondered if any previous civilizations had left behind such technology. Even a nuclear bomb would suffice, and launching several hundred large Ivan bombs could work. Speaking of which, aren't you feeling anxious or fearful? If that thing collides with Earth, our entire civilization might be obliterated. Lin Mo, who had never liked fishing in his past life, doubted that any fisherman could catch that thing. According to Lin Siu, humans had encountered these colossal space creatures long ago, as these beings capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical forms are undoubtedly the largest of their kind. However, the greatest threat posed by these monsters to humanity lies in the fact that should they collide with Earth, it would be a catastrophic blow to civilization. Fortunately, the long-range radio telescopes are not to be underestimated before these creatures, even since humanity's presence on Earth. Humans had already captured their images in great detail. Finally, the long-range missiles come into play, although most weapon launch platforms are established within the asteroid belt, relying on a massive array of weapons to deliver lethal strikes against the monsters. After all, in the void of space, there is no fear of nuclear radiation or the threat of human annihilation. Each human has unleashed their utmost potential in combating these gigantic space creatures. Weapons like the Great Ivan small explosives are hardly worth mentioning, At the very least, antimatter weapons are deployed, whose explosive power can even create a miniature black hole, obliterating the space creature into fragments, with a significant portion of its remains swallowed by the black hole. Thus, Lin Xiu felt no fear in facing such beings. Compared to the unsolvable nature of the white light, these creatures still belong to the biological realm. As long as they are biological entities, they are not immune to explosions unless they have reached a higher level of existence. Otherwise, they remain composed of numerous physical forms. However, the most pressing matter is to elevate Lin Mo's access level. After all, the various weapons stationed at the central control platform are capable of inflicting damage or even killing the monster, but access is required for their use. Thus, the priority remains to enhance access levels. While Lin Mo is busy upgrading permissions, he is also working on modifying the game content for the players, specifically regarding the seeds. He gathered all the seeds together, leaving the exploration of planting methods to the players themselves, as each seed has different living habits, and whether they can be cultivated remains a question. As for the points flower, it is entirely a fabrication of Lin Mo's imagination. As long as the players believe in its existence, it exists in this world. After all, these players have been fooled repeatedly, and Lin Mo dutifully fulfills his role as a capitalist, exploiting these young players. Yet Lin Mo still considers himself quite conscientious as he strives to devise various ideas to exploit these players. True capitalists would not bother with such intricate methods. Even a simple roulette activity could leave these players bankrupt. He not only launched the roulette activity, but also introduced other events, the key point being he does not charge money. All that is required from the players is their effort and labor to earn rewards, unlike other games where players must contribute both labor and money. In comparison, Lin Mo suddenly feels like a white lotus among a flock of crows. However, this is merely his perception. As to the players, Lin Mo and the capitalists are hardly different, always eyeing their meager points. Nonetheless, some adjustments need to be made. Firstly, the personal office, shared by Lin Mo and Lin Xiu, has moved from the second floor to the third floor, which has now become their private space, inaccessible to players below. The main reason for this is that the door here is sturdier, alleviating fears of players barging in and harming Lin Mo. Another reason is that the third floor is equipped with more equipment, including a laboratory and other areas. Therefore, Lin Mo and Lin Xiu spent considerable time moving the necessary items from the first and second floors to the third. The players' floors primarily consist of weapon shops and storage for their personal belongings, with the entrances resembling little huts they constructed similar to doghouses from a distance, while upon closer inspection dogs are lying inside. The houses built by the players are rife with flaws, making it difficult to know where to begin critiquing them. Thus, Lin Mo decided not to bother, as this is where they reside. In a certain sense, Lin Mo and Lin Xiu have indeed cohabited, although regrettably they are still in separate rooms. More accurately, they coexist within the entire central control center. Lin Mo is not the type to think solely with his lower half. Even though he must admit that Lin Xiu is indeed beautiful in terms of cunning, he believes there are few who could rival her. Lin Mo often finds himself outmaneuvered by her. The disparity in intellect between them is indeed significant. Lin Mo can only deduce the other's intentions from fragmented information. The player's game guide is now Gladys, while Lin Mo's guide is Lin Xiu. After all, if Lin Xiu cannot resolve an issue, Lin Mo can only resign himself to inaction. He does not consider himself more intelligent than someone who has lived for nearly 2,000 years. They say having an elder in the house is like having a treasure. What status does Lin Xiu hold? Perhaps akin to the Imperial Jade Seal. However, soon Lin Mo received news of the lattice demise. The signal disconnected and Xiao Wei would prompt him. Thus, Lin Mo ceased his activities and instructed Xiao Wei to retrieve the video. From the lattice perspective, a massive steel robot suddenly smashed her into a pulp with a single punch. Lin Mo, what on earth happened? The scene cuts back to earlier. A few female players were clumsily walking down the street. For them, having a means of transportation would make things much easier, but the problem is that none is available and they must rely solely on their legs. Even with the positioning provided by Xiao Wei, escaping the city is quite challenging. Previously, they had created many paths to avoid wild men, so now retracing their steps means taking a much longer route, otherwise they risk returning to the previously wild-infested areas. As the few female players walked ahead, they suddenly felt the ground shake behind them. Turning around, they saw a robot nearly 7 or 8 meters tall chasing after a creature that was not even as tall as the lady. The creature in front looked like a skinned wild dog, appearing quite strange. The most critical point is that this creature seemed to have more than 4 legs, making it difficult to discern what it truly was. At this moment, the creature, resembling a wild dog, suddenly crouched in front of the lady. What is going on? Before the lady could react, the dog suddenly bit her. Startled, she intended to use her high-frequency vibrating cutter to push the creature away, but the robot's fist came crashing down. Looking at the lady lying on the ground resembling minced meat, and then glancing at the nearly 7-meter robot, the girls abandoned the thought of avenging their sister. However, one must wonder why the unlucky one is always the lady. Last time her death prevented her from awakening, this time all 5 had lined up, yet that dog chose to attack the lady, first biting her before the robot smashed her into pulp. Just as the players were in confusion, the dog suddenly stood up again, and before the astonished gazes of the other 4 players, the dog began to split apart. Yes, it indeed split from 1 into 2. What the hell is this thing? This is disgusting. The rabbit retreated 2 steps, as she had never seen anything that could run like minced meat in her life. Seeing it on television is one thing, but experiencing it in virtual reality is entirely different. At that moment, the robot suddenly ejected something resembling a gun barrel and sprayed the dog. Just as the dog tried to flee, it was instantly frozen into a statue, maintaining its escape posture. The robot placed the 2 dogs into a container resembling glass, inserted it into a cavity on its arm, and walked away without looking back, completely ignoring the astonished female players left behind. One could say that the female players were navigating the storyline, while the male players were out sightseeing. Compared to the numerous trials the girls faced, the boys' situation was considerably better. Even if they couldn't fight back against a swarm of rats, they could escape in an anti-gravity vehicle. Should we follow and see what happens? What are you talking about? Do you want to join in? That guy didn't hesitate at all when he punched before. Ultimately, after weighing their options, the remaining players decided to stealthily follow the robot to see where it was headed. Has the previous experimental subject been retrieved? I finished my part here. You might not believe this, but I now have 4 little tails following me, which are the previous biosynthetic bodies. It seems these creatures are indeed wandering around before encountering us again. No need to concern ourselves with them. At least for now, they can still be considered human, as they possess the basic moral compass of humanity, unlike others. However, it seems rather tedious for us, a bunch of digital beings, to evaluate what constitutes humanity. Just as a few female players were following along, the robot suddenly halted in its tracks. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the girls, the ground around the robot began to sink gradually. Wow, how impressive. So there's a building down there. Does that mean we could potentially excavate it by digging into the ground? The rabbit gazed at the sci-fi design, feeling somewhat astonished. This is fundamentally impossible. After all, if the other party is already indifferent to showing you, it indicates that if we truly want to enter, the difficulty is quite significant. There's a greater possibility that someone is specifically operating this door. Just like a guard at home would rush to open the door upon seeing their master return, so attempting to enter from that previous location is practically a dream. Lin Mo was indeed quite interested in the robot. Whether in agility or flexibility, the robot perfectly mimicked the sensation of a real person with no stiffness whatsoever. Its running action appeared identical to that of an ordinary person. Have humans really mastered robot technology to this extent? It's truly astonishing. The 7-color flower rescue device can be considered a type of ordinary rescue robot. Its main operational area is in places prone to avalanches and earthquakes. Of course, it also assists in the event of large building collapses. However, it seems someone has modified it. As to my memory, the 7-color flower rescue device did not have this freezing and hydraulic system, so it's likely that it has been altered by someone. Lin Xiyu appeared quite familiar with this device, but considering she was nearly 2,000 years old, what hadn't she seen? Moreover, this was a rescue robot, so it was expected that she had encountered it numerous times. After all, how could you discuss tales with a fox that has lived for a millennium? This millennium is not an exaggeration, it was a fact that she had truly lived for over 1,000 years. Even if Lin Mo called upon her great-great-great-grandmother, it might not be enough. The female players wanted to explore further, only to discover that the surroundings felt like they could indeed descend, as the cleanliness at the center was different from other areas. The surface was exceedingly smooth, devoid of any sand, and the roadway had long been covered by sand. The problem was that they currently had no way to descend, so they could only watch helplessly. So this is the group of little tails following you. They look rather foolish. I think so too, but it seems they might not understand, perhaps they are remnants of the previous era. The transfer of consciousness between robots was remarkably simple. The interaction between 2 machines could lead to the direct transfer of consciousness. The consciousness from the previous 7-color flower rescue device was thus transferred to this humanoid robot. After all, for these sentient beings, sometimes a device resembling a human form is more suitable than others that do not fit the human shape. After all, they typically live using human bodies. Suddenly transforming into a giant form feels rather odd, whether in terms of perspective while viewing or the sensation of walking. In reality, these beings had long detected the presence of the ZY Star Central Control Platform, but chose not to interfere or engage, as their mission was nearly a guaranteed failure. To them, everything now was like fleeting smoke. With the onset of the decline era, humanity had begun an unending search for methods to revive human civilization. They made considerable efforts attempting various approaches, but the most pressing issue was the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of human civilization. The few robots placed the 2 dogs they had previously captured into a sealed container. As electric sparks flickered inside, the dogs merged into one, transforming into a creature akin to modeling clay that began to crawl wildly within the device. However, with the continuous generation of electric shocks, the creature curled up in pain once more. Rebecca, relax a bit. I believe you can do it. The operating voltage is only around 600 volts. We need to continue. The robot even made an encouraging gesture. As a result, the creature inside unfolded again, enveloping the entire glass wall, but with the electric shocks, it gradually shrank. At that moment, as more potent electrical energy was injected, the voltage supply within the entire base began to destabilize. The creature inside the glass container thrashed about wildly, trying to break free, but it could not overcome the thin layer of glass. Suddenly, the creature revealed its fangs and charged fiercely at the glass, yet the glass remained unscathed while the creature's teeth flew out. Next step, activate the force field. As soon as the words were spoken, the creature inside seemed to be restrained by something, gradually compressing into a sphere. It resembled modeling clay being squashed, leaving it no room to struggle. With the infusion of even higher energy, it was incinerated to ashes. No, absolutely not. How can such a thing be used as my experimental subject? Its structural strength is merely a fraction of what we set as the threshold. Using this as my experimental subject is nothing short of a joke. Get this thing away from me. The robot that had been conducting the experiment suddenly erupted in anger, slamming its hand on the table. Looking at the creature that had turned to ashes inside, it was at a loss for words. It's all right. Experiment failures are quite normal. Please do not attribute your failure to external factors. This failure has nothing to do with our body's strength. After all, the human body's maximum threshold is already predetermined, and this biological entity has its own limits. But we are different. We are mechanical life forms. From the very beginning, you did not contemplate the purpose and essence of our experiment. Just then another robot walked in. Although these robots looked identical, they could still accurately identify their differences, as sentient beings carry their unique imprints. So what do we do now? Since we cannot unfold ourselves into a four-dimensional superposition state, our previous plan is essentially futile. Impossible. In the previous design, we considered singularity explosion. The pile of junk you brought, and these electrical designs are not on the same scale, so we can succeed. Then several of them began to engage in a meaningless argument. After all, for them, sometimes determining the right direction is perhaps more important than walking in that direction. If the direction is wrong from the start, then no matter how much you walk, it's still the wrong path. As for Lin Mo, who was on the same Mars with another organization, he didn't find it surprising. After all, earlier human civilizations likely left behind contingencies. If the entire human civilization could be extinguished merely due to the cessation of yang energy, then it would be too fragile. Of course, this premise applies to the period between the 40th and 50th centuries. If it were in the 21st century, it would seem strange if they hadn't perished. There's also the possibility that they've been living in an oxygen factory, but the raw materials in that factory also need to be processed and transported, otherwise they would still face extinction. They are likely pure digital beings. After all, the technology to simulate human thought through computers is something even large research institutions can manage. Mass production is quite simple without any legal constraints. Those mad scientists can do anything. So what can you accomplish? If you contradict me like this again, I might make you my sister while you're asleep. Do you believe me? I feel that my current abilities could make you my sister. At that point, you could just follow me as my little sister. Lin Mo. Suddenly Lin Mo felt a strange sensation, as if some ancient beast had taken notice of him. Lin Mo had no strange desire to change from male to female. After all, such a thought was somewhat terrifying. Of course, he did not doubt that the other party had the ability to accomplish this, as their strength was evident. One of the greatest scientists in over 2,000 years. Transforming oneself into a woman would surely be a simple task for them, wouldn't it? So what do we do now? Are we really thinking of avenging the lady? Looking at the desolate streets around them, Yu Wu felt speechless. After all, the lattice luck could only be described as extraordinarily unfortunate. The five of them stood in a row, and yet that dog chose to run straight at the lady, only to be smashed into meat paste by a punch. Let's find a place to rest for now. Perhaps we can find a hidden entrance elsewhere. A few girls rested while searching for results. After searching for a long time, without discovering any hidden entrances, they began to notice that this street was indeed different from the others. The previous streets exuded a monotonous and bland feeling, while this street was a refreshing sight. It was clear that this street had once been quite prosperous. Compared to the walls in the slums, which had not been painted at all, these walls bore obvious signs of fresh paint. After circling around several times and finding no hidden tasks, the girls could only leave reluctantly. After chasing for so long, they had hoped to trigger a hidden quest, but now with nothing to show for it, they might as well leave early. Do you think we could lie on the ground like in other games and exploit a bug to get in? I must say Ching's brain operates differently from others. It's like a direct short circuit. You'd see a fool lying on the ground twitching. If you recorded that video and posted it to my social media, I think you'd go viral instantly. Yu found this amusing. After all, while other games might still have bugs to exploit, this game had yet to reveal any so-called bugs so far. The key issue is that traditional mobile and computer games have only a few ways to exploit bugs, but how to exploit bugs in a virtual reality game remains a mystery. Could it be that they truly need to follow Ching Cha's earlier idea of lying on the ground and twitching to get through? However, that might be a very new way to play the game, and it's likely that the admin would simply kick them out of the game. Why is this broken game so oppressive? I feel like I've never felt this suffocated even while listening to online sad music outside. Nyangdo stood on the street feeling speechless. When she truly experienced the atmosphere of the city, she realized that it could deliver 2 hard slaps to make one understand what true online sadness felt like. The entire city showed no glimmer of hope. The characters they had encountered were all living in a state of numbness and confusion. With a bit of food, they fought desperately, resembling wild dogs competing for scraps. This vast city had no signs of vitality, rendering it extremely oppressive. Anyone staying here for too long would surely go insane. The dilapidated city, the yellow-brown fans, the corpses piled everywhere, and the dazed, numb people made the entire place feel like a dead city. Calm down and you'll get used to it after a while. Yumi quickly stopped Nyangdo from kicking the beggar who was still rummaging for food. Gladys remained quite calm, sitting in the anti-gravity vehicle. This was a task assigned to her by other players, ensuring her safety while piloting the vehicle in cruise mode above to transport the smaller players below. After being stopped by Yumi, Nyangdo crouched down looking at the disheveled homeless man, his body covered in wounds. His injuries had already turned festering, yet he continued to eat the rabbit jerky that had been thrown away before with saliva flowing freely. How do they solve their water supply issues? There's some in the rooms, some might store water resources. Look, this guy has containers on him, he probably took them from some room. Only then did the players notice that the homeless man had 2 water container-like objects tied around his waist, which indeed resembled water jugs. Many times I really wish this were just a game where the code could simply be restarted. Yet sometimes I truly fear that this is nothing but a game. Nyangdo took a deep breath. These recent experiences had left a profound impact on him. As they further delved into this city, they found that their group had no place to coexist with it. One could say they and this city were completely at odds, with the atmosphere they created being entirely different. After all, the whole city was monotonous and seemingly dead, while this group of players was full of life. Humanity is doomed. Beneath the white light, everything shall turn to dust. After eating his fill, the homeless man calmly spoke to the players. His appearance, if labeled as a beggar, would insult all beggars. The grime on his face formed a shell, as if he wore a mask. His hair, not washed for a long time, stood up stiffly, giving off a strong stench that made him seem utterly unapproachable. The white light he mentioned must refer to the one that destroyed the Great Wall sequence. But why is humanity doomed? The other characters thought they had entered a new game plot, each stroking their chin, beginning to ponder deeply. Could it be that humanity has no means of resistance? After all, if humanity is crushed by other civilizations, it would be considered doomed to some extent. Go enjoy your cool breeze elsewhere. I think this situation is likely a result of internal strife on Earth. The others wanted to press the homeless man for more explanations, only to find that he had already collapsed on the ground and fallen asleep. The players felt hesitant to disturb him, so they could only gather their things and prepare to leave. Along the way, they indeed encountered numerous homeless individuals and many groups of homeless people. Some carried weapons, but those were primarily for self-defense. Especially upon seeing that Nyangdo's group was armed with high-frequency vibration cutters and was not small in number, they avoided any conflict. After all, if Nyangdo's group had truly been unarmed, they would have been stripped clean by now, or perhaps even their underwear would be gone. Trying to reason with these people would likely end up with them having to use their fists to make their point. In this short span of time, they had been shocked by numerous tragic stories. Some had lost their entire families, leaving only themselves behind. Others had witnessed their parents freeze to death, while some were barely sent in by parents who had fought desperately. Each person seemed to have their own trajectory of fate, appearing as products of the struggle against that fate. The various wounds on their bodies formed a magnificent medal. Let's go back. I feel that if I stay in this city too long, it'll make me sick inside. After a moment of silence in the vehicle, Yumi started driving the group back to the base. Ling Xiao and Bot were also feeling unwell. After all, they had grown up in an environment where their needs were met, and no matter how difficult things became, they could seek help from the government or society. But standing here made them truly understand what real helplessness felt like. In this vast city, they had only encountered a few hundred people scattered along the way. According to previous reports, the original population of this city was over 10 million, but now only a few hundred remained alive. As conditions worsened, the death toll would likely rise even further. What about Gladys's placement? The admin won't let her into the base. Don't ask me, I don't know either. If it's not safe underground, we could dig out a basement for Gladys if it is safe down there. Don't forget there are scorpions underground. The one you encountered before came up from the ground, right? After being reminded by the great goose, Nyongdo remembered that there was indeed a creature on Mars that could traverse underground, scorpions which she had dealt with before. So what should we do? How about Gladys stays in the anti-gravity vehicle for now, and we elevate the vehicle to ensure her safety? She can take a nap in the car, and once she wakes up we'll continue exploring. In the end, this method had to be adopted. Fortunately, the energy source for the anti-gravity car was still sufficient. A small cube-shaped energy crystal could keep the vehicle running for 10 days and nights without any issue. If I didn't have it in my car, I could just pry it from others. However, this thing is extremely dangerous. When exposed to air, it must avoid any collisions, as it is essentially metallic hydrogen. A single mishap could yield an explosion equivalent to that of a missile. Yet placing it in the anti-gravity car, which has a gravitational inertia device, mitigates the reaction's intensity. Welcome home, our brave warrior. Now, dear warrior, please come in and lend me a hand. Seeing the smiling administrator, the 5 little players couldn't help but feel a tightness in their chests, as a smile from the administrator often meant misfortune for someone. 1, 2, 3, hey yo, 1, 2, 3, hey yo. The 5 little players exerted every ounce of their strength, their small faces flushed as they struggled to lift the coffins. Administrator, are there 3 men and 2 women this time? Pretty much. The server's computing power has been sufficient these days, so we're expanding the internal test slots and planning to find 5 more helpers. By the way, I recommend you learn how to cultivate plants online. The next version will focus heavily on farming. If you don't know how to farm, it's no big deal. You can continue exploring. However, while exploration can earn you points, farming points are more stable. It all depends on your choice. As soon as the words fell, the little players wagged their tails like a dog that had just grown a tail, saying, Administrator, my family has been farming for 3 generations. I can definitely do well. Yes, yes, yes. My family has been farmers for generations. Choosing me is absolutely correct. Watching these characters, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Sometimes these players felt strangely adorable, even if a bit foolish. At least their foolishness was endearing. Don't worry, everyone will get seeds when it's time for distribution. However, the seeds are completely randomized, so what you can grow will depend entirely on your luck. Will we be able to grow beautiful women then? Isn't corn already a beauty? Just look at how much prettier the corn is compared to those female celebrities outside. You must absolutely trust our team's planners and artists. Only in a world where corn was harmed. Meanwhile, the female team was like a beggar struggling to walk, truly having the worst luck imaginable. After following the armored group to that place, they found nothing, and on their way back they encountered a massive blood wolf covered in red tumors, all alive. After circling around, the wolf left, scaring the girls terribly. After walking a few steps, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a battle between a rat swarm and a large rat, witnessing the hungry rats, not sparing even their own kind. In an instant, the large rat was reduced to a skeleton. Just when they thought nothing else could go wrong, they were nearly crushed by a collapsing building that blocked their path. Luckily, they had been walking slowly, otherwise they would have ended up beneath the rubble. After leaving the city, they fortuitously encountered a migrating scorpion swarm, and if it weren't for the infrared masks sensing them in advance, they would have faced a similar fate. During this time, they also encountered 2 wandering teams, but those teams regarded the female group as their kind. After all, the female team looked truly pitiful, covered in blood with the wind and sand sticking it to their bodies. The entire group was so hungry that they were walking unsteadily down the street, like they were using high-frequency vibrating cutters as canes. Their eyes were vacant, appearing utterly lost and exhausted, closely resembling those wandering teams. Damn, we are seriously being targeted by the planners. Ching Cha helplessly collapsed to the ground, truly unsure what kind of disasters she had faced on this journey. In just 9 short hours, they had experienced countless leaps between life and death, reaching the peak of bad luck. When they finally returned to the base, they saw an anti-gravity car parked above, while the male players sat together, making barbecue, laughing, and eating. The sight made the girls feel a mix of envy and jealousy. The girls are back, let's go see how they're doing. What the hell, where did these wild people come from? The wild people have already run to the doorstep. Can they still get into the membrane control area? Boat was startled upon entering, shocked by the girls' appearances. They were disheveled and weary. What was the difference between them and the wild people outside? As soon as this group of girls entered the base, they acted as if they hadn't eaten in generations, immediately picking up the rabbits on the ground and gnawing at them, indifferent to whether they were raw or cooked. Right now, filling their stomachs was the priority. After a while, the girls found themselves uncomfortably stuffed on the ground. What on earth did you experience to end up like this? Moondance said weakly. What else could happen? We were targeted by the planners. Along the way, we encountered at least a dozen dangers, broke into a wild people's gathering, twice faced encirclement by rat swarms 4 times, and saw a gigantic wolf covered in tumors. We witnessed a pile of corpses built by wild people and came across a frozen fat man turned into an ice sculpture. The most infuriating part was that we almost got crushed by a falling building and on the way back we nearly ran into a scorpion swarm's migration point. Woo. Moondance felt increasingly aggrieved, almost bursting into tears as this game was truly targeting them. Linemo, though reluctant to say it, this feeling made her seem like a reaper in a schoolgirl's body. Whichever team she joined, that team wouldn't end up well. The other boys felt their scalp tingle as they listened to the girls' descriptions. Damn, this is real. Don't mess with the game planners, though otherwise you might really get crushed by them. Though unclear whether this was due to the storyline or the arrangements made by certain planners, one couldn't help but feel that these girls were extraordinarily unlucky. The dangers encountered by these boys over so many gaming hours had all befallen these girls. Should we ask the administrator for clarification on the situation? I feel like you've mostly been targeted by the planners. After all, it can't be this exaggerated no matter how unlucky you are. Exactly. The other boys nodded in agreement, as they also believed this was indeed targeting by the planners, so it was best to inquire with the administrator. Linemo, is this matter even useful to me? Besides, I'm not a planner, I'm just an administrator. Everything happening inside is entirely random. Linemo thought that these players were simply too unlucky, having encountered every bit of bad luck possible. Linemo now just wanted to find any excuse to brush it off. After all, no one could be this unlucky all the time. Right. But upon reflecting on the girls' experiences over the past 2 days, Linemo suddenly felt uncertain about the situation. What if they truly did possess a bad luck physique? Even divine beings wouldn't be able to save them. Linemo didn't believe that relying on herself could change their inherently unlucky nature. After all, luck is a mysterious thing. Even the ancestors would find it quite enigmatic, let alone herself. Watching the furious girls approaching her along with the boys cheering them on, Linemo kept up a facade of calm while actually contemplating ways to escape. Administrator, I would like to ask if today's events were specifically targeted by the planners. If they have issues with us, they can just say it directly instead of scheming against us like this. It really affects the game mentality. Linemo thought for a moment, and then casually fabricated an excuse. Do you know how long in advance a storyline needs to be designed? This storyline was designed over a year ago. Now we are starting to work on the next chapter of the storyline, so we can't be bothered with your affairs. Moreover, if the planners were really targeting you, think about it. They're not even working on this storyline anymore. It was designed long ago. You've played those story-driven games, right? You know how long in advance plots need to be prepared. Listening to Linmo's rambling explanations, the girls nodded in belief, and the boys began discussing among themselves, but it seemed that their anger had finally been quelled. Linmo cleared her throat and continued, there are many monsters in the city. The boys also have to face numerous monsters, but they have anti-gravity cars. The vast majority of monsters cannot reach them in the sky, allowing them to effectively evade those creatures. Otherwise, just look at the boys' situation, it would definitely be worse than yours. Do you think they could try walking to those affluent areas? Upon hearing Linmo's explanation, the girls finally nodded in acceptance. In reality, what Linmo said was purely fabricated. After all, he had no idea how those girls managed to encounter so many disasters all at once. If they were sent to the affluent district, even Tang Sung might feel inferior. Tang Sung had only experienced the 81 trials and had bodyguards to protect him, whereas these individuals had to face the 81 trials all on their own. Alright, since this issue is resolved, you can go ahead and keep busy. The first task is to chop down trees in the woods outside. Whether for building houses or stockpiling firewood, wood is essential for these activities. Linmo suddenly remembered that he could include the elimination of the monsters at the entrance as part of the task, giving these players the chance to spin the wheel. After all, if the players didn't win, it would just be their bad luck. Moreover, he had plenty of storylines stored in the warehouse, so there was no need to worry about not having rewards for them later. By the way, I'm now issuing a long-term mission. Upon hearing about the long-term mission, the other small players all became excited. After all, current tasks relied on searching throughout the city to uncover hidden missions. If there was a long-term task, it meant they would have a steady source of income, alleviating their worries about points for a considerable time. For every giant monster killed at the entrance, you will receive 2 opportunities to spin the wheel. You can form teams or go solo. However, if you're in a team, rewards will only be distributed to one of the members, so it's essential to establish a fair distribution of benefits beforehand, otherwise it could lead to disputes over loot. Distributing loot. The small players looked at Linmo with confusion. Even though Linmo knew he had misspoken, he was too lazy to explain. As long as the general idea was conveyed, it was sufficient. If he were to clarify, it would seem as if he was begging the players. As a game administrator, he needed to maintain his dignity. By the way, the specific optimization mechanism isn't finalized yet. This is merely a preliminary announcement. The task hasn't been activated yet. Once our developers finish their work, you will be able to take on and complete missions to earn rewards. As for the monsters at the entrance, to be honest, Linmo didn't want to deal with the trouble. After all, this place used to be a large biological testing ground with nearly 100,000 various animals likely released inside. Many may have perished by now, but there were still those formidable monsters that survived, making it a breeding ground for perilous creatures. Lin Mo honestly hadn't understood the purpose of this woods before, rather it should be called a forest. After all, if one wanted to truly navigate around it, it would likely be much larger than the previous city. This forest and the base were essentially two circles touching each other. The forest was originally circular, equipped with a protective shield to prevent animals from escaping or humans from interfering with experiments. However, that protective shield had mysteriously vanished, and the biological environment inside was harsh, with each animal having evolved to possess the ability to instantly kill a human. Lin Mo didn't want to personally test just how dangerous it was inside. After all, it was only appropriate to send those fearless small players in. The average folks could only follow behind to cheer and distribute rewards. The small players felt speechless upon hearing that the time for activation was still uncertain. After all, what use was it to mention it if it wasn't starting now? Lin Mo merely had this thought for now. There was still much to do, including differentiating the monster-level rewards, as the rewards for defeating a major boss shouldn't be the same as those for a minor minion, or else those minor minions could be wiped out by the group of players. The key point was that players were not only clever, but also insidiously cunning and treacherous, especially this group that was almost driven mad for points. They could possibly do anything for the sake of scoring. So, is there nothing you need us to help with, Administrator? I think we can move that coffin again and later receive some points for it, considering I saw my coffin in that previous room, which might be needed in the future. The big goose was also somewhat aware of the situation, as placing the coffins in separate rooms meant the game might start recruiting new members. After all, he and Nyang Do had carried the coffins of the other 8 players. You're quite observant, but it's unnecessary now. The current computational power in the game can only be distributed among those 5 players. You others cannot be accommodated at this time. Lin Mo explained with a smile. After all, deciding who could enter the game was solely up to him. For instance, the previous individual who unreasonably delayed their entry was disqualified because of his own careless speech. Otherwise, he would have already been part of the internal testing quota. Of course, the 5 players Lin Mo selected were purely random. As for gender, it was no longer possible to distinguish clearly, as the bodies of men and women had become indistinguishable. However, if you all go and kill those monsters, you will receive points, provided that you properly process and store the edible parts of those monsters. After all, if too much is left out, it will rot and become inedible. Lin Mo learned from Lin Siyu that he could potentially unlock between 25 to 50 coffins in the next wave of permissions. Given the current situation, if food wasn't stored at home, it would indeed be insufficient for so many people. Excluding Lin Mo and Lin Siyu, the number of old players might reach 35 to 60, so many mouths to feed. Without food reserves, they could genuinely starve to death, especially since 3 spiders were already insufficient for 10 people. If there were 30 to 50 individuals, wouldn't the number of spiders in the forest drastically decrease? The critical issue was that as the number of unlocked individuals increased with future permissions, the food situation was genuinely troublesome. Presently, only the biological testing ground could provide some food. Meanwhile, the food scarcity in the city was even more extreme, as the biological sphere had completely descended into chaos with no stable environment. The development of the biological sphere was known for its brutality. Even the herbivorous rabbits had begun to eat humans, let alone the other monsters. Currently, the entire Mars was suffused with a yellow-brown hue, with scenes of dust storms and lush greenery only visible in the affluent district and this forest. What's wrong? You look so glum. Lin Siyu yawned and rubbed her eyes as she emerged. Ever since they had a mattress, the two had managed to get a good night's rest, no longer having to sleep on the hard floor. Feeding so many people has become a problem, considering how to demonstrate to them how to do it. All this matter is troublesome. Lin Mo wanted to maintain the current number of 10, thinking it was sufficient, but often more people meant more strength, especially when gathering intelligence externally. These players could handle wild men to some extent. If the earlier rabbit had spotted those boys first, none of them would have escaped. Given that the rabbit's fur was so tough that it was challenging to even cut, with a high-frequency cutter handling, it would be quite troublesome. Thus, sometimes having more people was indeed more advantageous. Let those players go out and fend for themselves. The animals in the forest should be enough for them to eat for a while. If we were to bring the central control center back to the tasting super factory, we could use the transport aircraft parked on the deck to supply some food back to Earth. There should still be plenty of food on Earth, as the growing conditions for plants there are evidently better than those on other planets. We have transport aircraft on the deck. By the way, aren't you afraid that once we fly down we won't be able to come back? After all, the previous super slide has been destroyed. Lin Mo looked up at the ceiling, genuinely unable to imagine just how extravagant the central control platform of the Z-Way star was to have a deck for parking transport aircraft. But you have to consider the timeline. Before humans built the slide, was there really no way to enter space? The difference lies in whether it was large-scale or small-scale. With a transport aircraft, one could still enter space and return to the original location. However, the only issue is the considerable distance between both sides. If we need to control the players, we can only adjust their receiving frequency, which risks converting their body signals into public networks. This may lead to interception or indirect control by other organizations or forces, but if that happens, we would be able to sense it. Linimo couldn't help but chuckle. Why was he worrying so much? He hadn't even obtained half the permissions for operating the entire Z-Way Star platform yet, and here he was contemplating how to return to Earth. After all, the higher the permission level, the harder it becomes to improve, as there are significant limitations on the final positions. The most critical factor is that Lin Xiu herself is not entirely sure which components within this platform may have already aged, making the future usability a question mark. Many of these metals are extremely rare and can only be refined from those space meteors. If those rare metals are damaged or weathered away, it would almost mean complete failure. On that very day, the entire world learned that the virtual game would undergo another internal test with 3 boys and 2 girls selected as participants. Lin Mo was left bewildered, wondering when he had leaked the news, and then he suddenly remembered those players. After all, by having the players transport those coffins, he was indirectly informing them about the next wave of internal testing. In just a few hours, the number of visitors to his gaming website surged again. If it were the official website of another company, it would have likely collapsed by now, as a sudden influx of a large number of visitors is akin to a DDoS attack. Currently, the service processor is primarily managed by Xiao Wei, connecting the servers to the central platform's computer. The data even fell short of a trillionth of the time required for combat. After all, the entire platform is a massive system that requires each department to perform its duties and coordinate effectively. This inevitably necessitates a large system to maintain it. Beneath this system lies powerful computational capability. As long as the computing power is sufficient, the entire server platform can withstand any surge of data. However, not many people pay attention to this. Most are focused on who will get the internal testing slots. Is there any way to know the situation in advance? After all, the visual impact brought by Liu and Lingxio's accounts to the onlookers is substantial. If such a game truly exists, they might choose to immerse themselves in it day and night, given that the content can be easily processed and uploaded to earn substantial media fees. Even if we exclude that aspect, merely selling the headset could fetch nearly 4.2 million RMB. Later, he could conveniently use the headset to spread this news and divert attention. Thus, with high profits at stake, many have overlooked the confidentiality agreements. Lin Mo also began to establish a task-reward mechanism. After all, the logical processes corresponding to this long-term task need to be prepared, otherwise it would be easy for players to maliciously exploit bugs. If players could earn points just by casually defeating a small frog, it would be too easy. Lin Mo directly converted their monster-slaying counts into a lottery system. For every large monster slain, players would earn a chance to draw, and the monster must possess a corresponding level of aggression. Lin Mo also ensured that all rights to the game were explicitly reserved for the administrator, emphasized in red and bold. You're clearly exploiting and deceiving, and these malicious terms are perplexing. I really don't understand why those players still come in all excited when faced with such terms. Lin Xiu complained while creating the program for Lin Mo. In her perception, a person can have no bottom line, but not like this. You don't understand, those players have a particularly strong resistance to pressure. The more they are mistreated, the more they enjoy it. If it's too easy, they'll quickly quit the game. Do you believe that? Lin Mo knew the players' tendencies well. The simpler the game, the less interesting it became after a few rounds. They preferred games that allowed for communication and teamwork with friends. This kind of engagement is strong enough, and the gameplay must continuously change to ensure players find joy in the game without feeling like they're stuck in an office all day. Even a little relaxation within the game is acceptable. Of course, this requires careful handling of the player's mental states. After all, if it felt like a female character encountered an unbeatable boss, every few steps their mindset would likely be shattered. No one wants to face an endless array of difficult monsters along their journey. It feels like crossing a river and suddenly encountering a frozen heart-shaped barbecue around the corner, only to be instantly defeated. It's that disgusting where every time you're ambushed, you find yourself powerless against them, which is quite frustrating. Lin Mo's probabilities within the game are certainly randomized. The prize pool contains not only game story items, but also point rewards. In Lin Mo's design, the game story items are rare, while the points serve as consolation prizes with denominations of 5, 10, and 20 points, depending on the player's luck. During this time, if they defeat monsters, it would be sufficient to exhaust the high-frequency vibration weapons they brought back, allowing them to continue raiding the city for weapons. But where did all these high-frequency vibration cutters come from? Lin Mo harbored some doubts. After all, it seemed that the robotic faction was not only nurturing wild people, but also providing them with weapons. Was this for research, or was there another purpose? What are you thinking about? Lin Xiu paused her fingers and asked curiously, observing Lin Mo's furrowed brows. I'm contemplating a few matters. You seem to be pondering far more than I do in a day. I merely think about some academic issues. You aren't daydreaming about defeating that white light's master and rebuilding human civilization, are you? After all, young people like you often fantasize about becoming wealthy and marrying beautiful women. Lin Mo shook his head. He is not among the pessimists. If such a thing were solvable, it would purely be romanticism. After all, humanity has spent nearly 2,000 years without being able to withstand that white light, and he still hopes to tackle their civilization. Lin Mo is not so foolish. A truly capable decision-maker will thoroughly analyze the strengths of both sides before issuing accurate combat directives rather than blindly engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy. How could that be? Even if I were to go insane, I wouldn't act that way. Let's first handle your matters and finish this program. Once that's done, we'll see if there are other areas needing optimization. In fact, Lin Mo felt that having Lin Xiyu with him was a waste of talent. After all, Lin Xiyu could manage tasks that Lin Mo couldn't even begin to imagine. However, Lin Xiyu seemed to enjoy her current life, not overly engaging in research, and her studies were entirely based on her interests. If she wanted to conduct research, she would open the lab and start experimenting. If not, she would lounge on the mattress and take a nap. At least in this regard, Lin Mo felt that there was little difference between them, as they both enjoyed sleeping in and were intrigued by what the players were up to. Professor Lin is now planning to bypass the issue of using miniature cameras and instead employ intermediate magnetic wave signals to relay the internal waves using the central control center as a hub to connect both signals. Professionally, this means controlling his bionic body from the player's headset, inserting a wire in between, and connecting it to the central control center. Once implemented, Lin Mo could not only sense what the players saw, but also experience their tactile sensations, pain, and taste. It must be said that this method is indeed quite good, as it circumvents the use of cameras, thus reducing the possibility of players blocking them. The only downside is that it feels a bit creepy. Who knows if you've gone insane? After all, a normal person in such an environment might be more terrifying than someone who's lost it because they haven't gone insane despite it. So are you abnormal now? It seems you haven't gone insane. Your demeanor and actions don't resemble that of a madman, which suggests you might be even more abnormal than a madman. Lin Mo wanted to retort upon hearing this, but upon reflection, it was indeed true that being in such a stifling environment for too long would drive anyone mad. However, some people act like ordinary individuals, which becomes extremely strange and abnormal. I have no idea how long I've been in the biological maintenance pod. Besides, I met you as soon as I came out. At least the players give me a sense of hope, while you give off a strong smell of seawater, no different from a salted fish. Then you should get busy. Call the salted fish to wake up once you're done. Lin Mo didn't mind being subtly insulted. After all, he was a salted fish himself. What was wrong with being a lazy fish? They could be used for barbecuing, made into soup, or even used as a weapon. Once Lin Mo went upstairs, Lin Xiyu slowly withdrew her smile, and the atmosphere in the room became oppressive. Nevertheless, she continued to busy herself with modifying the program on the lottery wheel. After returning to his room, Lin Mo resumed his previous demeanor. In reality, his laziness was merely a facade. He understood that he could not match the intelligence of this ancient fox. However, in terms of pure manipulation, the other party had no means to counter him. Lin Mo was aware that he and Lin Xiyu were in a mutually beneficial relationship, yet he could not grasp why she was so intent on the feasting superfactory. Moreover, Lin Mo truly needed Lin Xiyu, as she could resolve many technical challenges. Conversely, Lin Xiyu also relied on Lin Mo. Without his access, she would struggle greatly within this control center. Big brother, you know me. If I leak anything, it would probably expose who the other party is, eliminating all these debates. Korn propped his chin on his hand and spoke to Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the goose, who quickly explained, Big brother, you know me. I am extremely tight-lipped. I haven't even mentioned your matters with Professor Lin. You're aware of how tight-lipped I can be, right? Lin Mo then shifted his attention to Nyang Do, who under the gaze of the administrator stood up and declared earnestly, Big brother, you know me. If it were me, I would only speak on the forum. Lin Mo. In the end, only those two fellows remained. When he looked at Ling Xiao and Bo Te, they both shook their heads. Why aren't you following the rules? Let's start over. Bo Te and Ling Xiao, after disrupting the formation, were shaking their heads, while Korn shouted loudly. Lin Mo felt speechless, as he had a nagging sense of déjà vu about this scene, yet he could not recall which moment it was from. He vaguely remembered that it seemed related to an application for cultural heritage. Alright, I understand your situation here. No one has leaked anything, right? Does that mean it was someone from within our company who let it slip? Then it seems we need to conduct a thorough rectification of our internal personnel. Lin Mo knew that asking this was merely wasting time. After all, it was like being caught bare-bottomed on a bed. No one would admit to being in a compromising position. Moreover, leaking this information would not have much impact. The real challenge was how Zhao Bond would accurately deliver these helmets to the players. During this time, the entrance to the company was crowded with people, all with bulging eyes, closely watching the door. On the internet, clues about a helmet had escalated to prices between 500 to 1,000 yuan. It was known that whoever could get their hands on the helmets could earn anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000, which naturally attracted a swarm of elderly folks to gather around the entrance. After all, they were not committing any illegal acts. Moreover, you wouldn't dispatch a squad of SWAT officers to deliver a few helmets to the players, as that would likely cause more trouble than the benefits gained from playing the game. No one wanted to be constantly harassed by a multitude of people in various ways. Currently, the small advertisements about buying houses, cars, and insurance were already annoying enough. If other internet companies learned that you obtained this helmet, they would bombard your phone daily, and you might have to change your SIM card, which might not even solve the problem. Thus, absolute confidentiality was required. However, this aspect would not be particularly difficult for Lin Mo, given that there were only 5 helmets, and he believed he had the capability to manage it. Now, after Lin Mo's update, as long as it didn't involve external versions, he generally used internal messages to inform these players about the changes post-update. He even specifically named this long-term activity shoveling snow in front of the door to encourage these players to deal with the monsters at the entrance first. Currently, out of the 9 players, 3 had awakened and developed their abilities. Although Korn was gradually becoming more feminine, he found that his agility and flexibility had significantly improved, and his combat effectiveness within the building was very high, allowing him to jump to the 2nd floor effortlessly. However, the only trouble was the 2 lumps of excess flesh on his chest and his delicate voice. While these changes didn't significantly impact Korn, being surrounded by a group of boys made things quite awkward, especially since all except the goose were single. Thus, Korn had to be particularly cautious of his brothers turning against him. Nyang Do devised a crooked plan to dig a large pit and insert numerous wooden spikes at the bottom, then lure the monster to fall in. However, after an hour of effort, they realized the pit was far too small compared to the spider's legs. The spider only fell halfway in, with one of its legs bracing against the pit wall. Fortunately, its movements were restricted, and after 2 high-frequency vibrational cutters were thrust into its head, the spider lay on the ground and twitched a couple of times before dying. After finishing this, they wanted to find Lin Mo for their rewards. However, Lin Mo stipulated that they must first process the spider's meat before claiming their rewards. The players had to start peeling the outer shell from the spider legs to extract the white flesh inside, then dry it out by baking to evaporate the moisture. On this Mars, the microbial content was relatively low, so the decay rate of flora and fauna wasn't very fast. This is why many decaying corpses could still be found in the city. Their natural decomposition rate was slow, so there was no immediate concern of them turning into skeletons. Nonetheless, processing was necessary. A dedicated room was set aside to store the players' food, ensuring they were kept separately for ventilation and coolness, which was somewhat troublesome. Moreover, if everything was stored together and began to rot, it would lead to complete spoilage. This feels like a scam. After all this time, we only caught 1 spider, and we can only claim 1 reward. The worst part is that there's no minimum guarantee for the rewards. I suspect the administrator is trying to trick us again, Nyang Do remarked while using a high-frequency vibrational cutter to slice open the spider's leg shell. The others nodded in agreement. After all, in their minds, the administrator had been closely monitoring their dwindling points all day. They even bizarrely proposed a loan service. No matter how one thought about it, something felt off with this game. Other games were eager to get players to spend money, yet here the NPCs were trying to squeeze the players, and the most critical point was that this game had no recharge interface. Even if one was a big spender outside, there was no way to do so here. Lin Mo naturally advised against players engaging in financial transactions outside. This was because it was easy to fall victim to scams. After all, if you handed over money outside and the other party didn't grant you points in this world, you would have no recourse. The most critical issue was the current small number of players, as no one knew their identities. Thus, capital couldn't be injected. Fortunately, Lin Mo had already promised that there would be no data deletion, ensuring that when the public beta began, the current equipment and weapons would be retained. This aspect indeed attracted a lot of resentment. After all, the previous internal testers had been playing for a long time, and the public beta was still a long way off. If it took 5 or 6 years, the earlier group of players would have become top-tier players, leaving the newcomers with no resources of their own. Lin Mo had considered this thoroughly, as such a scenario would not be feasible. He lacked the ability to conduct a public beta with only about 5,000 coffins. If he opened the public beta, there would be nearly 7 billion people in the world. Even if he revoked the previous settings, allowing only 1 player per coffin as an access point, the more than 5,000 access points would not respond in time. After all, the synthesis of bodies required time. Lin Mo certainly did not wish for excessive usage to lead to mechanical failures. Moreover, if the number of players truly increased, managing them would become challenging. For now, with only 10 small players, he could manage them, but with thousands, it would be quite difficult. Their need for meals meant they could not recruit so many people. However, that might not necessarily be the case for Lin Siu mentioned that there were also bionic manufacturing factories in other locations. They could connect in later, but then it would just be about finding out how these players would eat. After all, even if he provided them with nutrient solutions, Lin Mo's supply would not be sufficient. He was not a self-sacrificing person. He would only distribute food to others if he ensured he wouldn't starve. Forget it for now. This is the only long-term task we have. It's better than nothing, especially since we found no points after searching the city for so long. Indeed, a long-term stable task is far better than those that require searching and can only be triggered randomly. After all, if the tasks are random, the chances of obtaining anything are virtually non-existent. If luck is against you, you could search the entire city and still not trigger a task. At least this long-term task has a clear concept. Damn it, why does it feel like the monsters inside are getting smarter? A few hours later, those monsters seemed to have grown eyes directly jumping over the pits they had previously dug. They either ignored the bait entirely or came out in groups, scaring the players back to the membrane control area. Only then did the players understand that the monsters inside were not merely moving according to a predetermined program. They were continuously learning and summarizing experiences. For instance, after being tricked multiple times, these monsters began to find ways to bypass the paths they had previously taken. The game's experience is truly terrible. We are even worse than minor monsters inside. Yumi looked through the blue membrane at the large spiders, incessantly striking it, shaking her head. Initially, she had hoped to dominate the game, but now she felt like a dog, even worse than a dog, with everyone just trying to survive with their tails between their legs. After realizing they could no longer harm the players, the spiders had no choice but to return to their forest. What had initially seemed like an easy long-term task suddenly became max difficulty. After multiple tricks, the monsters adjusted their strategies, making them even harder to deal with. How about we pool our money to buy an energy weapon? Although energy weapons have high requirements, it's still better than wielding this fork. Yumi suggested, and the other players nodded in agreement. After all, if it came to close combat, having more monsters around would indeed pose a real problem. You don't have a loan. I didn't expect that unscrupulous merchant actually considered this. Lin Xiu looked at the small player who came to her for a loan, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, from her perspective, such high interest could only appeal to fools, yet someone still came to ask for a loan. That unscrupulous merchant is probably referring to the administrator. See, even Professor Lin complains that the administrator is a greedy merchant. We can hang the administrator on a lamppost without any issues in the future. Yumi clearly heard Lin Xiu's complaint. When it comes to unscrupulous merchants, who else could it be in the entire base apart from Lin Mo? What do you need so many points for? Will you even be able to repay in the future? After all, you currently don't have a stable income. Lin Xiu felt curious. After all, Lin Mo's control over human psychology was terrifying. This kind of loss-making idea is something even those with some self-awareness wouldn't choose, yet Lin Mo could accurately predict that these players would certainly make such a choice. We have no choice, we need more powerful weapons. These high-frequency vibration cutters are utterly ineffective against those large spiders. The spiders now leave the forest in groups, and we have no means to deal with them. Yumi sighed. After enduring for so long, she thought the players' spring had finally arrived, only to find it was just a brief warm-up. They were still being beaten by monsters with no means of resistance. How about this? Let's make a deal. I know of a ruin that has a powered armor suit, and the power system uses energy blocks like those in your vehicles. Almost any silver-white energy block you can knock out in the vehicle can be used. Lin Xiu said with a smile, and the small players looked up in surprise. What is a man like? Beautiful women in black silk mecha and weaponry. Aren't these all the romantic dreams of men? At least most boys had the dream of being in armor when they were young. If they could really experience that in the game, then the gaming experience would be at max level. What do we need to do for you to tell us the location? The big goose remained calm and didn't get dazzled by that so-called fantasy. Instead, he directly asked Lin Xiu about the conditions. After all, transactions usually imply that information between both parties is equal, so the big goose was quite composed about it. The terms of the transaction are quite simple. You just need to bring back some items from that ruin for me. I don't have many other trading matters, but that ruin may be very dangerous. In my memory, the security robots inside are particularly numerous. If you're not careful, you could end up being turned into a honeycomb by those robots. Several players felt puzzled after hearing this, as this task seemed odd from any perspective. I'll go tomorrow. I'll probably have to log off soon, so can you describe the location and what you want me to find in detail? Yumi glanced at the time. It was already past 5:40 in the morning. She estimated that soon she would have to go to work. There was no time for gaming. After all, a life still had to be lived, and she couldn't neglect the meals for her family of 3. Alright, I've scripted the detailed task location into Xiaowei. When the time comes, Xiaowei will automatically give you hints, but it can only provide a general area. You will need to explore the specific route yourself. And remember, take care of your safety. If you can't bring anything back, then everything is meaningless. As for the items I want you to bring, I've already sent the model to your personal space. Xiaowei can demonstrate it for you, but it can only be demonstrated within the base. Once you leave the base, Xiaowei will have no way to assist you. After the players logged off, Lin Mo slowly walked out. In fact, he was fully aware of the transaction between Lin Xiu and the group of players. Xiaowei had surveillance throughout the area he could control. To be honest, Lin Mo's suspicions ran deeper now. After all, Lin Xiu had initially claimed to have little understanding of this world, yet suddenly knew about another aspect. Wasn't that the rhythm of "there's no silver here"? The problem is that this "no silver here" situation is occurring quite openly, as if afraid others wouldn't realize he was not being truthful. Thus, Lin Mo didn't know how to reason this out. Have you rested so quickly? Your schedule is really chaotic. Aren't we both about the same? After all, don't you just sleep whenever you're tired? Our schedules are actually quite similar. There's no need to discuss it. I'm quite interested in your task with the players. Didn't you say you don't know the situation in this world? It seems you are still monitoring me. If it were normally, your behavior would be no different from peeping. A big man using his understanding of the whole situation to spy on a woman. Do you secretly watch me when I'm in the shower? Lin Mo awkwardly touched his nose. After all, if he did say it like that, it indeed seemed somewhat wrong. But then he seemed to think of something and said, isn't this space supposed to be shared? This is a public space after all. How can there be any concept of peeping? I've never looked into your lab, and don't speak nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. There are no micro-detectors in the bathroom. Well, I do know a bit about ruins. After all, that ruin was originally a large military base, but the situation of the personnel inside is uncertain. If the personnel there are mostly dead or injured, that would be even better. In that case, it could avoid potential crossfire and conflict. Moreover, just because I didn't understand before doesn't mean I can't understand later. Some equipment in certain bases can still operate normally and continuously send signals to the outside world. As the central control center, I inherently have the authority to receive military signals from various military bases. While the war zones differ, they still share the same territory on Mars. What I need now is the analytical data regarding the white light. There were military bases that conducted related experiments in the past, but this data has been stored there. Now that I need to conduct experiments again, naturally, I need that data. I can also have your small players bring that powered mecha back, as they seem particularly fond of it. Lin Mo nodded in skepticism. He really didn't understand much about technical matters, so the information gap between them was considerable. Although he had learned some basic knowledge during this time, it was nearly insufficient when facing Lin Xiu. Didn't you say that the white light cannot be analyzed? Then what use is this data? Moreover, without analysis, where does the data come from? Long ago, people couldn't understand what quantum mechanics was, but why were they still able to discover what quantum mechanics was in theoretical physics? Lin Mo was suddenly stumped by this statement. The development of theoretical and applied sciences is not merely a question of synchronization, rather the gap between the two is widening with the continuous progression of time. Many theories may not seem useful in the present era, yet they could very well become pivotal nodes for future industrial advancements. Just like Faraday's electromagnetic theory, which emerged when steam power was still predominant, few considered the role of electricity. However, this electromagnetic theory laid the foundation for the essence of electrical power. Well, I may not be the brightest, but how are you going to have the players retrieve this data? Surely you don't expect all the data to be stored directly on a USB drive waiting for you to collect it. Are you dreaming? Aren't you the one running a company? Would you really save your company's active data on a USB drive? The crucial point is that this data does not actually belong to a high-level confidentiality program. Such programs are often commonly utilized, so they are typically stored on the central processor. Lin Mo. It seems Lin Xiu also plans to wait until the players reach the location before allowing them to extract the game data themselves. Perhaps she will guide them through the process. Lin Mo tried out the wheel created by Lin Xiu. Of course, Lin Mo had a special secret door that could adjust which individuals would receive what kind of rewards and which prizes could be won in each lottery. The most critical thing is that this can indeed be tailored based on who participates in the lottery, allowing for a subtle form of retribution against those players who spoke ill of him. You're truly a shady businessman, the kind that's greedily unscrupulous. Thank you for the compliment, but I don't have any lollipops for you. You should appreciate the favor you've done for me. After all, without you here, I really wouldn't have been able to create this thing. Lin Mo's words were naturally just polite remarks. He could have directly asked Xiaowei to handle matters he didn't understand, but there were many issues he needed to modify himself. If Lin Xiu were to operate this directly, the number of adjustments required would be significantly reduced, especially given Lin Mo's method of operating a lottery while secretly manipulating the results behind the scenes. Although the delivery of the helmets faced some difficulties, the fortunate outcome was that they were quietly delivered to the other players. As it stands, there are now actually 15 individuals involved, and perhaps these 5 could be directly integrated into the teams of the previous veteran players to explore the ruins together. After all, the ruins can indeed be considered a type of dungeon to some extent, as they contain monsters, rewards, and a storyline. What else could they be if not a dungeon? To be fair, these players have not equipped themselves with any decent weapons upon entering the game. The weapons they wield are identical to those of the wild men outside. Energy weapons are prohibitively expensive, and changing magazines is also a hassle. Thus, they opted for the more affordable and efficient high-frequency vibrating cutters. However, they now must make some changes, those monsters have become smarter, rendering ordinary methods ineffective. Charging in with high-frequency vibrating cutters to engage the monsters in brutal combat would be akin to delivering themselves to death. Therefore, they have now shifted their focus towards energy weapons that deliver great power, have long ranges, and can eliminate a monster with just a gentle pull of the trigger. Although their understanding of firearms is somewhat limited, this does not prevent them from practicing. However, the costs involved are quite substantial. With the introduction of long-term missions, they only need to kill a monster every 2 shots, which could lead to some earnings. Lin Mo also personally experienced the weight of the energy weapon. It was indeed heavy, akin to carrying a Gatling gun. Although it remains stable during firing, its ammunition capacity leaves much to be desired. However, Lin Mo is quite interested in that mech, especially since he heard it is a military-grade model. If players could acquire it, they would essentially become invincible on land. No matter what monsters they face, a few punches would suffice. However, as Professor Lin mentioned, it has a glaring drawback. Its energy consumption is exceedingly extravagant. This device can either be used within the city or require a massive amount of metal hydrogen energy to be carried on their backs. After all, to utilize this thing, one would need to pry open the hoods of vehicles on the roadside to extract energy. The most critical point is that this device cannot endure any violent shaking or collisions, otherwise it could explode, leaving nothing but charred remains. Just when Lin Mo thought this situation could quietly continue, a sudden message came through. The helmets he delivered had been sold. Indeed, they had been sold. Lin Mo felt that this guy must have been drunk on cheap liquor, gaining more wealth, yet only seeking immediate profits, thus shaking off his cash cow. The legal department that Lin Mo maintained was certainly not idle, as the company had many legal matters to attend to. After all, we live in a society governed by law where everything must adhere to legal protocols. When the company's legal personnel, who had nearly become idle, heard that they finally had a substantial case, they were all eager to get started. Since joining the company, they had felt like pigs kept in a pen, merely fed and paid, living a life that felt like retirement. They did not lack the desire to find some work for themselves, but Lin Mo had instructed them to stay home. If any real issues arose, they would be called upon. It must be said that the benefits provided by the Eternal Life virtual team are the kind that all workers envy. A monthly salary of $12,000 with hardly any work required and no need to even go to the office. Furthermore, there was hardly anything to manage. Since entering the company, these employees had not even met their co-workers. Most of their communication happened through chat software and work groups. Since the company lacks a cafeteria, they receive a meal allowance of 50 yuan per meal, totaling 150 yuan a day. This adds up to nearly 4,500 yuan in meal allowances each month. Due to such high expenses, the Eternal Life virtual team is referred to by others in the internet industry as a team of pampered aristocrats. After all, spending 50 yuan on a meal seems almost impossible, yet the Warriors team not only managed it, but also provided various benefits and bonuses, freely igniting curiosity about the Eternal Life Foundation, which is essentially the true financial backer of the Eternal Life virtual team. However, after searching for a long time, nothing substantial was found. The information was simply too dubious. Would you trust a foundation that has existed for less than half a month? The most critical aspect is that this foundation, established for less than a month, holds all the equity of Eternal Life virtual technology. As for the legal representative introduced, everyone conveniently chose to ignore them, as that person is merely a scapegoat. When the legal department employees confidently looked at the task assigned to them, their eyes nearly bulged out. The entire legal department, housing over 20 individuals, initially thought it was a particularly significant case. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be just a standard case of leaking confidential procedures. The key issue was that this person had signed off on the confidential procedures, but publicly contradicted it, making this lawsuit almost a mere performance for boosting their metrics. Moreover, the company taking over was particularly cunning. They delivered the items in the afternoon and immediately summoned personnel to start dismantling them that very night. All the various components had long been reduced to fragments, allowing the company to avoid liability if any real issues arose. They could easily deflect responsibility by claiming ignorance. The game participants had signed confidentiality agreements, yet the internet company had signed none. However, that company soon received a legal summons as well for allegedly luring internal testers into leaking company secrets, which to some extent is indistinguishable from corporate espionage. Nevertheless, this had no real significance for that company. After all, its headquarters is abroad, and the employee here is merely part of a branch. It can be said that this employee had already prepared to be a scapegoat, as the headquarters had instructed him that once released from prison, he would be granted a substantial bonus and compensation, and his children would be sent abroad for their education with all expenses covered by the headquarters. Having maintained the legal department for so long, it was no surprise they quickly won the case. Following this incident, the other workers began to gain insights into other matters concerning the Eternal Life virtual team, which could be described as a veritable paradise for workers. After all, which aspect of life within is not enviable? There is no 9-to-6 grind, no so-called backstabbing, nor those complicated hierarchical relationships. There are also no obligatory social gatherings or team-building events. One can spend more time at home with their spouse and children and have ample opportunity to relax. However, such a lifestyle can only be imagined. Their company simply does not have the financial resources to squander, and if they wish to grow, they must continually expand their business to enhance the company's strength. In recent years, due to certain reasons, the overall economic development has been particularly slow, and only a handful of companies have truly managed to progress. Therefore, there's even less reason to fantasize about the lives of the Eternal Life virtual team. Many people find the recruitment criteria for the Eternal Life virtual team incomprehensible, as it mostly involves specialists with knowledge and skills, as well as fresh graduates entering the workforce. However, everyone soon came to terms with it. After all, this is merely a superficial team, and the true upper management would not stoop to handle such trivial matters. There are speculations that the main focus of the Eternal Life virtual team's development is investing these funds into technological research and development, while the ordinary members are merely in a stage of casual management. The second reason gained public approval, as it is well known that the primary direction of Eternal Life virtual technology lies in research and development rather than in trivial matters. Furthermore, the patents applied for by the Eternal Life virtual team mostly do not involve virtual reality technology, and even if they do not apply for patents, they are not afraid of imitation. Previously, after dismantling the virtual helmet, those who studied it for a long time could not comprehend its operational rules and how to drive it. The energy equipment inside felt quite peculiar. It did not use ordinary batteries, but rather a completely new charging method. They intended to study it further, but ultimately it caught fire, turning into a heap of compounds that were impossible to restore. One could say they were lucky. Had the device fallen into water, it is likely that no one present could have escaped. The energy device is a titanium aluminum film battery, which has a significant flaw of being unable to mix with water. The outer layer is covered in rubber, and for safety, soft silicone is used for additional protection. These individuals mistakenly believed that the inside contained some highly confidential parts. Upon dismantling it, they were met with a display of sparks. Had it fallen into water, it would not have been mere fireworks, but a deadly explosion. After all, the explosion's power depended entirely on the amount of water present. Once submerged, the highly compressed electrical current would instantly decompose the water into hydrogen and oxygen, causing an explosion indoors. The company headquarters was understandably furious about having spent nearly $4.2 million on a mere display of fireworks. They ordered the parts to be repackaged and returned to headquarters, but they were detained at customs. After considerable effort, they were sent back to the Eternal Life virtual team. For Lin Mo, this device was of little use, having been dismantled to such a state. Why keep it? These individuals still managed to take some small, inconsequential parts, but they completely overlooked the mainboard. After all, the mainboard was embedded within the helmet's shell, and it was quite normal not to discover it, as it did not have a dense array of circuits. People's understanding of electronic products is still limited to semiconductor circuits, while the latex-like material embedded in the helmet shell was entirely ignored, thought to be merely an adhesive. In reality, that is the true main control board, and all signal transmission equipment is contained within it. With the continuous efforts of the company's legal department, the recipient of the previous $4.2 million must now face penalties, including the confiscation of all funds and possible imprisonment. This behavior has already constituted commercial espionage, as it involves selling company secrets while having signed a confidentiality agreement, making it a criminal act. On the forum, the administrator's account left another message which quickly garnered over 10,000 likes and 1,000 replies. In response to the recent internal leak of company secrets, I would like to clarify that the helmets distributed for free had confidentiality agreements signed prior to collection. Everyone should not harbor any illusions, or else they might end up like the previous individual. If the helmet is stolen or robbed, please report it promptly. For now, I will reveal the cost price of the helmet. The cost of a helmet not including research expenses ranges from $1,000 to $15,000. It can be said that the helmet incorporates countless advanced technologies, and we have implemented special anti-tampering measures. Essentially, any attempt to dismantle it will result in the automatic combustion and destruction of its key components to prevent the leakage of company technology. If you do not wish to gain this qualification, you may refuse entirely. Our company will not force anyone. If you wish to join the internal testing program, a confidentiality agreement must be signed. If you are unwilling or do not wish to bear these risks, you are free to decline, and your qualification will be returned to the prize pool for another round of drawing. If the helmet incurs any damage during use, you can call the company's recovery personnel for collection. Congratulations to the 5 individuals who have obtained internal testing qualifications. Since forum accounts are tied to game usernames, I will announce the game IDs of the testers. Please remember to protect your privacy in the forum and avoid any private transactions to prevent being scammed. They are Jiumeng Zijiang, Nan Yimeng Xiaohei Kuanzi Nuawa Fang Zhou, and Lang Zi. These 5 players will qualify to purchase weapons at a discounted price, and during this period adjustments have been made for game optimization focusing primarily on the farming aspect. As it is part of the traditional genes of the Chinese nation, they will be familiar with farming games, and each player will receive a fixed amount of seeds in this version, though what can be grown from these seeds is uncertain. Additionally, long-term missions will be available. Players will earn spins on the game wheel after completing hunts for external entities at the entrance, with a small guarantee of a weapon and storyline after every 90 spins, and a larger guarantee of a storyline after every 180 spins. Within the game's narrative, there may also be hidden quests with rewards including, but not limited to, score weapons and various legendary equipment. I will not delay updates. Is your master surnamed Ma? Does your master have a company that also develops games? From far away, I can smell a hint of penguin stench. It feels almost identical. Indeed, the pattern feels increasingly familiar, but the only difference is that there's no option to spend money on this. If there were a way to pay, I believe those wealthy players would find all sorts of ways to throw money at it. Honestly, sometimes it feels quite frustrating that game companies that don't lack money are focused on creating a challenging game. Meanwhile, those companies in financial distress are desperately trying to squeeze money from players, but this type of company is just trying to perfect the game, which increases the difficulty of entering the game. Other game companies treat customers like gods, but in this game company, it's a matter of play if you want, and if not, get lost, don't occupy a spot. If it doesn't work, I'll find someone else. After all, countless people are eager for your spot. However, this game has also faced significant criticism. Some believe it feels overly realistic, potentially leading to psychological impacts, and the violent imagery is so bloody that it becomes hard to distinguish between reality and the game. Lin Mo chose not to explain, for there's a saying that the more you elaborate, the worse it gets. Even if the situation isn't as it seems, the ongoing agitation from these individuals could lead to uncontrollable outcomes. Nevertheless, there are currently only a handful of individuals who can actually play this game. Regardless of how loudly the outsiders call, it does not affect the game itself, since the entire game has not adopted a public test approach, but rather an internal one, so there is no fear of those outside causing disturbances. The impact of these players on the real world is uncertain. Inside the game, these players truly hold the voice, as the game has adopted emotional animation processing, alleviating concerns about this issue. After all, the aftermath of war is a difficult problem to resolve. Hence, to blunt the emotional ties between soldiers, the military initially established special programs to inhibit the likelihood of confusing reality with the virtual. The group of players who just entered looked around curiously like country bumpkins. They nearly ran out naked, but fortunately, after being reminded by Xiao Wei's holographic projection to put on their clothes, they were let out. Otherwise, they would have broken the rules right upon entry, which would have been a slap in the face for Lin Mo. The newcomers entered the game first, followed leisurely by the 10 veteran players. Seeing the new players brought some joy, as the place finally had some liveliness. Among them, only the lady wore a frown, as the others had varying degrees of experience or equipment, or they had personally undergone physical enhancements. She, however, was just like them and carried a significant debt. What's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. Jiang Nanny Meng ran over. It was obvious from her model that she was a beautiful young lady. After all, the data in the game closely resembled that of the real person, with only slight modifications. Only acquaintances could recognize her, while those unfamiliar would have no way of identifying her based on her appearance. Lin Mo's primary purpose in this was to prevent these guys from being scammed again. After all, if a telecom scam occurred here, it would be quite embarrassing, as there had been no precedent for such things in this game, and Lin Mo certainly didn't want to set that precedent. This thing was indeed hard to prevent. Even the smartest person could get muddled and think with their lower body. Thus, in necessary circumstances, it was best to fix these situations. As for the question of privacy leaks, Lin Mo thought, well, this game is mine, and I created this company, so what was there to be afraid of? Don't pay attention to her, as she's probably going to ask to borrow money from you. The sharpie Luo, you had already figured everything out. After all, the lady was deeply in debt, and if she couldn't repay it, she would soon be kicked out of the game. Having shared life and death experiences, Luo, you naturally understood what schemes the girl was plotting. What the heck, Luo, you can't do that, you're exposing my past. The lady immediately panicked and rubbed her eyes vigorously, trying to squeeze out a couple of tears to feign pity. Just then she heard Luo you suddenly shout, ruins exploration, we still need people. Is anyone willing to join me? Upon hearing this, the lady hurried over, wrapping her arms tightly around Luo Ye's thigh. No matter how much Luo Yu kicked, this girl stuck to her like a piece of chewing gum. You have no equipment and are just going to be a liability. What do you want to follow me for? Aren't there farming tasks? You should be busy with those at home. Luo Yu felt speechless towards her sister. After all, to play the game to such a point, one had to admit it was a certain talent. Luo Yu had never seen anyone be so unlucky while playing. In the end, the lady was forcibly left at home to farm. Looking at the small handful of seeds in her hand, which resembled sunflower seeds, her face was filled with confusion as the various seeds looked quite different, like a mix of pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds. Administrator, what are the characteristics of these plants? We need to know their preferences and habits, otherwise we won't be able to cultivate them according to their needs. Seeing the administrator finish distributing the seeds and about to leave, the lady anxiously shouted. After all, if these seeds couldn't grow, not only would there be no rewards, but she would also incur penalties. Don't ask me. You need to explore this yourself. As for the plant habits, just select similar seeds and try them in different environments. Also, this planting task primarily tests teamwork as the number of seeds is limited. You must share planting techniques and experiences without hiding anything, for you never know what skills others possess. After explaining to these players, Lin Mo slowly left. After all, when it came to knowledge about planting, he wasn't sure what to say. The few players looked at each other in confusion, then began trying to dig the soil for planting, only to realize there seemed to be no water source. What if there's no water, administrator? What else can we do? Just make do with it. Water usage in the base requires points. You need to exchange points for watering, otherwise you'll have to explore the city. The lady was now understanding that the administrator was indeed unscrupulous and constantly thought of ways to squeeze a profit from players. It was so shady, especially since she had no points left, yet the administrator still found ways to exploit her. What about those of us without points? There's a loan service next door. Oh, by the way, you still owe me a lot of money, so you don't need a loan. So I fine, I'll lend you some water for now, but of course this will still be charged to you. Looking at the other party's pitiful expression, Lin Mo suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, she was just a game character who had faced so many hardships, yet hadn't quit. One had to admit that she was as resilient as a cockroach. Nyangdo did not bring Gladys over, as it was far too dangerous there. According to the intelligence they received, it was a large military base, and there might still be operational security robots. Those robots would attack any outsiders unless they recognized their masters or commanders. As for confronting those metal monstrosities, the players simply couldn't do that. Their only method was to see if they could sneak in. As much time had passed, and many devices or buildings were weathered, they could potentially slip in and copy experimental data. For girls and 5 boys, all the old players from the previous batch of newcomers had been left at home to farm. After all, the dangers here were too great. Even if the new players each had an energy weapon, it probably wouldn't help much. After all, that weapon was only usable by them, and if their aim was poor, they risked injuring their teammates. This thing was not only heavy, but the nitrogen storage was also limited. Therefore, when marking, the high-frequency vibration cutter was still more discreet. When leaving, a few people had already made some modifications to the anti-gravity vehicle, hollowing out the 2 middle doors and using wooden boards to seat those who couldn't fit inside. The players who couldn't squeeze into the spaceship had to sit on the suspended wooden boards outside, always on guard to avoid being thrown off. If carrying 6 people was overloading, then carrying 9 was completely over the limit. Hey, don't push over here. If you do, be careful, I kick you. Sister, could you please give me some space? I'm practically hanging in the air, and I feel like if I sway a bit more, I'll definitely fall and get hurt. Boat squeezed further into the vehicle, trying to make himself safer, as half of his backside was already hanging in midair, and the feeling was quite uncomfortable. What fear of heights? That was quickly cured. After all, there were no safety measures or ropes here. If one fell, they would truly end up as a splatter on the ground. It should be that location ahead. Professor Lin's directions were too vague. We can only make sense of a general area. Korn and Ling Xiao stared at the map in confusion, trying to figure out where they were. At least they had been trying to stick to the designated route to avoid veering off course. The goal was to reach this place directly, but upon arrival, they found that the map and the current scene seemed to have little in common. How about we go down and explore first? According to the map, we should be around this area now. Ling Xiao examined it carefully, stroked his chin, and said to Korn. Among the whole team, only the 2 of them could understand the map. Well, to be precise, it wasn't exactly a map, or it should be classified more as a sketch. In the end, the few could only stop here, as everything around felt identical and was indeed quite hard to search through. Everyone hold your weapons tight. Oh no, watch out for that. Boat had just turned to give some instructions when a fork almost stabbed him in the face, and the owner of the fork was Luo Yu, who wasn't doing it on purpose. After all, the modifications to the vehicle were quite troublesome, especially now that there were too many people, making it really cramped. She had just managed to crawl out from inside. 5 minutes later, several players quickly sought cover to evade pursuers. Behind them, a robot carrying a Gatling-like weapon was in hot pursuit. However, due to its apparent age, the Gatling was unable to fire. If hit by this contraption, one would likely end up as nothing more than minced meat enough to prepare dumpling wrappers right away. Damn it, Bert, how did you summon such a massive creature? Where did you find such a big guy? Compared to others who were panting heavily, Liu was in a better situation. The only feeling she had was an intense hunger as high-intensity physical labor consumed a tremendous amount of energy. At that moment, Bert was exhausted, running like a dog. The pain of this chase was unbearable, and the worst part was not knowing when it would end. The giant robot seemed to lack any stamina limitations, having chased them around several times. Don't ask. As soon as I entered, I ran into it. I thought this thing was broken, and then it stood up and started chasing us. And just running away isn't a solution. We can't compete with a robot in terms of stamina. At that moment, Yumi, hiding behind a wall, jumped to the second floor and then vaulted to the third floor, stunning the players following her. This creature seemed like a reincarnation of Spider-Man, as its jumping ability was quite remarkable. While others were puzzled by Yumi's actions, she suddenly leaped from the third floor, forcefully stabbing her high-frequency vibration cutter into the robot's head, pulling it out and then stabbing it again. Only then did the robot slowly come to a halt, crashing to the ground. When a few players approached, they discovered Yumi's hands were already bloodied and mangled, and her cutter had broken into several pieces. Her hands looked genuinely horrifying. Should we take a break? Big Goose quickly found some fabric and began bandaging Yumi. However, the fabric was of little use, as Yumi's hands were covered in deep lacerations from the earlier encounter with the robot, which was made of exceptionally hard materials. Yumi shook her head, wiped the blood from her hands with the fabric, then held one end and began wrapping it around her palm, gradually forming a shape resembling a fist. This robot is truly difficult to deal with, and thankfully it isn't armed. If it were, none of us would stand a chance of escaping. You as a game designer have truly outdone yourself. After all the effort to create a dungeon, you give us such a challenging encounter. And this seems to be just an ordinary robot. How dangerous could something guarding the entrance be? Yeah. Yumi couldn't help but voice her frustration. Despite her strength, the issue was that she was alone. Even with her capabilities, defeating energy weapons was impossible. She had witnessed firsthand how a single shot from an energy weapon could obliterate a monster provided it hit and kept the monster at bay. So should we continue exploring? It seems we've found the right location. Having come this far, are you suggesting we turn back now? If we don't go, and wouldn't this trip be wasted? Loyu took the lead and entered, observing the empty area around her. It appeared unchanged, and she didn't sense any imminent danger. Bert's sense of danger was ineffective against the robot. It only worked with living beings. If it had been functional, Bert wouldn't have collided with the robot as soon as he stepped outside. As they ventured deeper, they realized the empty space here was no different from the one outside, with nothing but emptiness surrounding them. It seems there are no buildings around. Could this possibly be the military base? Speaking of which, how could a military base be so close to a city without thorough planning? The players began to explore the surroundings again, but everything felt identical, making it pointless to search for anything useful here. Could it be that the military base isn't this way? Lin Mo, observing through the camera, noted that the area appeared no different from the outside. The so-called military base lacked even the most basic military facilities, which was rather questionable. Lin Xiu shook her head and opened a 3D model, revealing a group of players standing on a spot marked by a red circle. This is the location I previously identified. The launch source is right here. So these players are indeed heading in the right direction, but we still need to explore to find the base. Otherwise we cannot gather more data. Could it be like the robot we encountered before, hiding underground? On our way back, we encountered a large robot that turned a lady into minced meat with a single punch. I forgot to mention that it was standing on a platform which slowly descended until it disappeared. We searched for ages, but couldn't find the entrance. Could this military base be identical to that place? Yu suddenly recalled the robot they had encountered earlier. Upon reflection, the robots did seem somewhat similar. Could the method of entry be the same? The problem is, how do we get down? Have we found any platform? Bert propped himself up with a fork, feeling utterly exhausted. Searching this vast area and finding nothing after such a long time was disheartening, as they hadn't even spotted a single corpse. The others could only shake their heads, and the few girls felt utterly helpless. If they couldn't find something, they really had no way to descend. At that moment, the ground trembled, and the spot they stood on began to tilt downward slowly. The surrounding quicksand started to flow towards them, but in the end it merely coated them in a layer of dust, not burying them. After all, there wasn't much gravel on the surface, so the possibility of being buried was quite low. Damn it, did we trigger a game event? Is it possible to automatically unlock corresponding mechanisms just by standing in this position for a while? Bert gazed at the slowly rising surroundings, feeling a mix of surprise and awe. Yumi took the high-frequency vibration cutter from him. After all, New T's combat ability ranked among the lowest in the team. Handing the weapon to someone capable of wielding it was undoubtedly a wiser and more strategic choice. Everyone stay alert. I sense something is off. The opponent clearly intends to trap us all at once, and we have no idea what's below us. Upon hearing this, the players finally snapped back to reality and began to take defensive positions. Essentially, they merely turned on the high-frequency vibration cutter, ensuring it remained operational for when they needed it to be more lethal. However, they felt disappointed as the elevator seemed to have been descending for nearly 3 minutes, yet it still hadn't reached the bottom. Just how deep had they built this laboratory? Damn it, are these guys moles? Even moles wouldn't dig this deep. Just how strong are their construction capabilities to create such a deep base? Sister Bean was utterly speechless. The elevator hadn't even reached the bottom yet, and it seemed they still had a while to go. After nearly 4 minutes, the elevator finally came to a slow stop. When the group saw the situation inside, they couldn't help but gasp. The walls were covered in rust, and more terrifyingly, the entrance was piled high with corpses. They seemed to be sprawled against transparent glass, and their deaths were gruesome, sending shivers down the spines of the other players. What kind of experiences did these guys go through in life? It looks pretty grim. Should we still go in? Could the people inside have turned into zombies due to a virus leak? I remember a movie where a laboratory was turned into monsters after a biohazard leak. Sister Bean was feeling a bit cowardly, especially upon seeing the corpses pressed against the glass. The group began to use the high-frequency vibration cutter on the glass, only to discover that its hardness was astonishing. Using the cutter felt like poking tofu compared to concrete, yet they needed to grind slowly against this glass. As soon as this thing was opened, the corpses inside surged forth like a suddenly unclogged toilet, a strong stench assaulting everyone's nostrils. The few girls couldn't help but lean over and start to vomit, and the boys weren't doing much better. After all, such a scene is quite appetizing. Not vomiting everything out right away already shows a strong psychological endurance. It seems this is indeed the style of the game, filled with this nauseating and bizarre atmosphere, but even more so, it is suffused with a deep sense of despair. Once the corpses were cleared away, the view revealed an incredibly vast space with a large circular area in the center. From this space, one could still see the conditions below, but only the nearest few layers. Beyond that, everything appeared shrouded in a gray haze. Impressive. On Mars, there's no need to worry about groundwater and magma. But speaking of which, how do these structures withstand such immense pressure? After all, we are many meters underground now, and the soil pressure above must be substantial, right? Even more impressive is that the lights are still shining, as usual, showing no signs of damage. The players can see the conditions below quite clearly, and they can also look up at the starry sky from where they previously stood. Are you seriously arguing with a game? This is like debating the settings of a novel. All the designs here are preset, but we just need to play along with it. Where do all these questions come from? That said, there is some truth to it. After all, to them, everything in this world is data that has long been predetermined in the game. No matter how real it seems, it is ultimately fake. However, in Lin Mo's view, the place was filled with a sense of sci-fi aesthetics. Just the fact that such a deep underground location connects to various situations requires solving a myriad of problems. First, there's the internal ecological cycle issue. Next, the pressure resistance problem, and a whole host of other issues need addressing. Why did they die? This shouldn't be the case. Lin Xiu stared intently at the screen, murmuring to herself. After speaking, she fell into deep thought. Lin Mo felt this was a stark contrast to his expectations, like thinking the person chatting with you is a cute girl who loves to be spoiled, but instead it's a burly man picking his toes. Lin Mo didn't interrupt Lin Xiu's contemplation. Perhaps this kind of deep thinking was beneficial, preventing and avoiding dementia. After all, isn't it said that dementia in the elderly is caused by not using their brains for extended periods? However, this issue is merely speculation by some, lacking theoretical basis. The players then noticed that the corpses were mainly concentrated around the entrance. As they walked in, they discovered scattered parts everywhere, with a very obvious explosion mark in the center. What happened here? With this explosion mark, I'd believe it if you said a bundle of grenades exploded. Yumi squatted down to inspect the sunken floor, tapping it with her hand, only to find that the floor wasn't made of concrete. It felt like it was made of some metallic material. Now you need to head to the control room. Remember, the dangers inside are dozens of times greater than those outside, so be sure to protect yourselves. At that moment, Lin Xiu's voice suddenly came through the intercom on their shoulders. One by one, they began preparing to further explore the ruins. The entire space felt overwhelmingly large. Looking down from above, it almost seemed endless, though it might also be due to the lack of light below, creating this gray illusion. All right, now we need to solve this problem. How do we open this door? The little players exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in confusion. Yumi attempted to force the lock open with brute strength, but the door didn't even have a scratch. Damn, does the game developer want to get beaten up? If I find out who they are, I'll make them wish they couldn't take care of themselves. We finally got to a dungeon, and now we're locked out. This planner is truly a genius. Ling Xiao was also amused by the frustration as they all struggled with the door without any solution. It seemed they couldn't even get past the first layer. How about we try lowering ourselves to the next layer with a rope? Ching-cha leaned over the railing to check the situation below, and the others nodded. But then they realized they had no ropes on them at all. In the end, they could only tie their jackets together, intending to use them as a rope to lower someone down. However, when they tossed the makeshift rope, they expected it to drop straight down, only to find that the so-called hollow had another layer of glass above it, and the rope simply lay on top. Yumi leisurely pulled the clothing back, then untied all the knots she had made. I knew the game developer must have noticed this issue. This might be similar to an escape room game. Now they want us to find clues in here. Right, Professor Lin? Lin Mo. Lin Shiyu. Dismantle one of your intercoms, then open it along the gap beside. Remember to use the high-frequency cutter to cut it slowly without damaging the insides. Lin Shiyu took a deep breath and instructed the players. The players seriously followed her hints and began their operations. Soon they extracted a silvery white cube from the intercom. Following the instructions, they connected the signal receiver and activation wire together, then placed it at the connection point of the door lock, before immediately running away, returning to their previous position at the door. Let me through. I'll directly implement the unicast connection for that device. With the unicast connection initiated, the door exploded, and the entire room became shrouded in mist. The place where they had stored things had long since become even more dilapidated, delivering yet another blow to an already miserable environment. Damn, do we usually carry bombs with us? I suddenly have a bold idea. If we ever find ourselves in danger, why not use this method directly? At this moment, Lin Mo also had a bold idea. He had already calculated that the doors on the 4th and 5th floors could likely be pried open. After all, he still had nearly an entire warehouse of intercoms. What are you thinking about? Why are you grinning so lewdly? Drool is almost coming out of your mouth. Lin Shiyu shifted away from him with some disdain and continued to focus on the group of players. As they walked in, they discovered scattered remnants of broken robots everywhere. The condition of those robots was dire, with most parts brutally torn apart, and even their heads were forcibly left behind the steel connections at their necks, either completely shattered or twisted out of shape. It seems the destruction here wasn't due to a lack of oxygen. After all, the internal sanitation system's support for oxygen would hardly be an issue. After Lin Shiyu had the players circle around the robots a few times, she quietly said. Lin Mo appeared somewhat unconvinced, realizing that there are only 3 ways to die: homicide, suicide, or accident. It seemed unlikely this was an accident, besides, if it were, those robots couldn't all end up like this, and those people wouldn't all be dead. Just as the players were about to head to the next room, Lin Shiyu suddenly called out to them, instructing them to use the high-frequency cutter to collect the high-pressure energy from the robots. The players could only reluctantly use the cutter like a shovel to start digging into the robots. The players worked hard for half the day and only managed to collect 5 or 6 pieces. After all, each of these robots was a large chunk, so even if they filled the space, they couldn't fit many robots. What use is there in keeping these things? Could they possibly work like the previous batteries? Yumi still had some guesses. After all, what they extracted from their intercoms could also be considered a battery, and this new extraction should belong to a type of electromagnetic energy. Perhaps detonating it later could produce the same effects as before. Indeed, just as Yumi thought, the second large door was blasted open using this method, but this time they didn't use the signal intercom approach. Instead, they simply connected 2 wires together and placed them under the door. The shockwave from this explosion sent Yumi, who was running behind, flying out. The 2-foot-thick security door was directly blown ajar, leaving a large gap. Someone help me up, I feel like my lumbar disc has been shaken out of place. Why was the power of this explosion so immense? Well, of course the 2 sizes are different. Look at this thing, it's about the size of a fist. And then look at the small battery we extracted before, which is only slightly larger than your fingernail. Can the difference between the 2 even be compared? At that moment, Bert suddenly felt a chill running through his entire body, as if he were being targeted by a monstrous flood beast. Even the previous scorpion swarm had not evoked such a strong sensation in him. Don't go into, I sense danger inside. Upon hearing this, the other players halted their exploration and shifted their gazes towards the earlier gap. Looking inside the gap, the room appeared remarkably tidy, at least much better than the chaotic surroundings. The issue was that the cleanliness felt somewhat off. After all, a pristine area suddenly appearing amidst a garbage heap suggested deliberate intent. Moreover, no one doubted Bert's abilities anymore, as these boys had relied on this skill to evade danger several times. With the mask and Bert's innate talents, they could almost sense impending threats in advance. Yet when the mask was pulled down, the surrounding situation remained unchanged, with no thermal imaging alterations, leading everyone to speculate that the adversary likely belonged to a cold-blooded species. How about this'll go in first and take a look. Hand me that bomb from earlier. If I run into trouble inside, I'll detonate it, taking the monster with me. After all, I feel like I'm holding the team back. Let me pave the way. At this moment, Ching-cha bravely stepped forward, earning admiring glances from the other players. Yumi handed the energy storage device to Ching-cha, reiterating how it should be used. Several players stood behind her, closely monitoring the changes within. Slowly they crept through the previously blasted gap, suddenly freezing in place, seemingly possessed, not even caring that the device in their hands had dropped. They stretched out their arms, moving forward slowly, looking incredibly eerie. The players couldn't help but feel their backs drenched in cold sweat. Compared to Western horror, all Chinese individuals tended to feel more frightened by Eastern horror, as this eerie atmosphere devoid of bloodshed and violence was truly terrifying. If I had known, I should have tied a cloth around her. I could have pulled her back. Now, they'll go down and check the situation. After all, she must have seen what kind of monster is inside when she entered. Nyangdo finished speaking and directly exited, her body collapsing to the ground. She was too anxious and had completely forgotten to lie down first before performing such an action. Lin Mo propped his chin on his hand and displayed the images captured by Qingqia's miniature camera in a three-dimensional format before the two of them. From that gap, it seemed there was no immediate danger, but the peril lurked beside the gap. If the door were completely blasted open, it would reveal that the entire room had transformed into a massive flower room. However, there was only one flower in the entire room. Qingqia was still bewilderedly leaning into the center of that flower, continuously being corroded. Qingqia had been forcibly kicked out of the game by Lin Mo, for the scene was far too terrifying and bizarre. Don't tell me this is also a scientific masterpiece. You can't ask me about that. I have no idea what this thing was cultivated from. It might have mutated like other Dong people, developing the ability to prey on other animals. How did it manage to control Qingqia then? It's like when you meet someone you like, the feeling of affection is actually due to different stimuli in the brain. Perhaps this plant has a similar capability. However, I am quite curious about how this plant formed. Should we let your little players bring this thing back? Lin Mo suddenly felt that sometimes being with this guy was genuinely dangerous, as he found everything amusing. Besides, how could they bring back a flower that had covered the entire wall? Originally, when they went, there was hardly any space left. If they brought this thing back, it would only complicate matters further. Lin Mo ultimately didn't want to invite this unknown entity back, as Qingqia's earlier behavior had been too bizarre, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of fear. He worried he might end up like Qingqia, considering how many horror films unfold due to protagonists bringing unknown seeds, animals, or objects home, leading to horror scenarios. Upon realizing that everything stemmed from a single flower, the other players appeared particularly normal. After all, having played so many games, they had seen bosses born from plants before. Once they had determined the general location, Yumi adjusted the energy device in his hands and tossed it in. With a bang, the explosion forcefully blasted the previously adjacent door wide open. The closed door swung wide open, revealing that the previously intact flower had been blown to pieces, while Qingqia had also become fragments reduced to shattered tea leaves. Namo Amitba, may Ultraman Diga protect me. As a professional bait, Nyangdo steeled herself and stepped forward, a rope tied to her back. Looking at the vines surrounding the flower, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. After all, if this continued, wouldn't she become part of the miserable series? What was I thinking all day? Fortunately, she had not been controlled by the plant for quite some time. The other few individuals had also entered the room. Just when everyone thought it was safe, a pitch-black creature suddenly darted in from the earlier position, opening its gaping maw and lunging at Yumi. Crack! With a sound reminiscent of a watermelon knife piercing through a watermelon, Liu directly lifted the creature. Upon closer inspection, everyone felt their scalps tingle. This dark entity was covered in a dense array of tentacles, and the only discernible feature resembling a mouth was lined with sharp barbed teeth. Once it clamped down, escape would be impossible. Has the plant come to life? Watching the little monster thrashing about, several boys gathered around. After struggling for a moment, it collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Lin Mo observed the creature with curiosity. So was it classified as a plant or an animal? The players managed to progress through a few more rooms by utilizing explosions. Of course, they faced numerous challenges within these rooms, most of which involved unscathed robots suddenly launching attacks. The main fighting forces in their group were Yumi and Liu. Looking at Yumi's flowing hair, delicate features, and that stylish demeanor combined with her increasingly slender voice, I wondered where this inexplicable sense of attraction came from. After all, the other person was a guy who frequently visited clubs. What do we do if the administrator doesn't have batteries? Let me share a secret. I exist on the level of a godlike civilization. Einstein's intelligent equations can transform mass into energy. I can convert energy into mass. I am akin to a deity. Do you believe it? I believe you, you old fraud. You're quite the rascal. The other players naturally didn't believe him, as it would completely deviate from the game's setup. If you aren't, then why ask me? Ask Professor Lin. I'm the administrator responsible for your basic needs, not your technical personnel. For tech issues, consult Professor Lin, not me. There's nothing I can do. Besides, blowing hot air is of little use. If you continue down this path, it won't get you anywhere. What you need to do now is find a card with the necessary permissions. Search the previous corpses to see if they have any cards on them. After a while, find me once you locate one. I can modify it to grant you the relevant permissions. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before devising this plan. Unfortunately, the task had to be left to the boys. The girls were already too nauseated to approach, barely able to stand, while even Liu was frowning, unwilling to engage in such work. Not to mention Yuwu and Rabbit. After a long search, they finally found a white card and followed Lin Xiu's instructions to insert it into the card reader. Then they knocked a hole beside the card reader to connect the intercom lines. Someone pressed their handprint onto the paw. With a beep, the red interface transformed into green, and the door opened, revealing a long corridor within which lay 2 corpses and a robot that appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Professor Lin, if you had this, why didn't you mention it earlier? We've been acting like a demolition crew all the way here. After the explanation, Lin Mo finally understood the reason for this issue. If external writing is prohibited internally, there would be no way to connect the intercom to the reader. This was merely a stroke of luck. After all, if writing were possible, with Lin Xiu's computer skills, those firewalls would be easily resolved in her presence. Given the computational power of the central control center combined with Lin Xiu's computer expertise, there is nearly no computer that can withstand such cracking attempts. Even the most advanced programs crafted by artificial intelligence inherently possess flaws. The more programs that are written, the more logical inconsistencies arise, potentially causing the AI to lock itself in a logical deadlock. A logical lock is a commonly used logical weapon primarily employed to counter the AI's attempts to breach firewalls. This is because AI operates under the premise of pursuing extreme logic. While humans can handle certain issues with ambiguity, true artificial intelligence cannot. In addressing the problem of calculating large numbers of protons, humans utilize fuzzy concepts to determine values within a range and then attempt using various values from that range. The initial part of this process employs fuzzy concepts, whereas AI lacks this ability, consistently counting from 1 to 2 to 3, thus inherently increasing its computational load. Wait, weren't we supposed to see mechs? Why are we encountering all sorts of robots and corpses along the way? Where are the mechs? Could it be that Professor Lin is deceiving us? At this moment, Nyang Do was also utterly exhausted. After all, they had faced numerous difficulties along the way, especially those semi-defunct robots that suddenly came to life. At first, the group was startled, but now they had learned how to finish off their opponents with robots being attacked directly on the head with high-frequency vibration cutters. The main weakness of robots remains concentrated in the brain. Initially, humans considered relocating the main control computers to different locations, but after multiple attempts, they discovered that the evolution of the human body is a scientifically optimal layout. The position of the brain is the best for controlling all nervous systems. If the control computer were to be moved to the chest, numerous modifications would be required, and the crucial issue is that even if manufactured, the latency would be higher than before. Thus, many sighed, realizing that humanity is indeed the greatest masterpiece birthed by nature. Every layout and position has its specific purpose. Based on this absolute theoretical science, people began to gradually enhance their research on the human body. The players, of course, were unaware of why the brains of these robots were positioned atop their heads. In their understanding, striking the head in a game would surely result in critical hits, so they instinctively attacked the head, partly because they felt it was easier to penetrate. The group was in a dire state. Yumi and Luo Yu had suffered varying degrees of damage. Yumi lost 2 fingers and Luo Yu was severely injured by a punch. Nyang Do could barely walk, supported by the big goose, as one of his feet had also been severed. Yu Wu and the rabbit merely stayed at the back, acting as cheerleaders. Their combat power was not to be overestimated. Bringing them along was merely to fill the ranks. Professor Lin, how far are we from the control room? If this journey continues in the same way, we really won't be able to hold on any longer. At this moment, Yumi felt utterly fatigued, especially since he and Luo Yu had been the ones resolving all the various troubles along the way. Luo Yu was also on the verge of starvation. Despite having brought plenty of food, it seemed insufficient to fill their stomachs. If this continued, they might truly starve. You all rest here for a bit. Bert and I will scout the situation elsewhere. Seeing that the main combatants were exhausted, Ling Xiao proactively suggested that he and Bert go for reconnaissance. After all, they had mostly been hiding at the back, only occasionally stepping up to assist. Yumi directly rejected Ling Xiao's kind offer. Forget it. If we split up down here, the chances of danger will increase significantly. Horror movies depict this: the protagonists separate to improve efficiency and end up being picked off by monsters one by one. In such a dangerous place, having more people provides better security. If we separate, we could easily be singled out by other monsters. We can't be sure what strange monsters might be lurking around here. Yumi found this situation quite troublesome. Compared to the monsters they had already encountered, he was far more averse to those they had yet to meet. After all, they had some knowledge of the former, but knew nothing about the latter, leaving them bewildered and forced to take things step by step. For instance, the previous flower had caused trouble due to their unfamiliarity with the situation, leading to losses. Hence, compared to known monsters, the unknown ones were far more detestable and repulsive. The crucial point is that there is no monster compendium, all information has to be passed down through word of mouth, and no one can provide a detailed understanding of these monsters' weaknesses and attack characteristics, making matters particularly difficult. After all, everything in this game must be accomplished through one's own efforts, marking the beginning of their troubles. The game designers provided no assistance, and although the game is filled with the joy of exploration, this exploration is intertwined with the player's hardships. At the very least, when future new players enter, the veterans will likely smoke a cigarette and recount their bitter past experiences with a wistful expression. The group found a relatively small space to sit down and rest. The reason for choosing this room was that it had only one entrance, effectively minimizing the possibility of being caught in a pincer attack. I've started to form some thoughts about that previous flower. More accurately, that flower is a raw material for perfume. Are these future humans really this wild, using this thing as a raw material for perfume? Lin Xiu ignored Lin Mo's shocked expression and calmly continued, "The plant essence released by this flower has a hypnotic effect on the human body, instantly enhancing a person's fondness for themselves. Of course, this also belongs to a state of hypnosis, but one is still quite clear about what they are doing. Initially, this plant was indeed used to make perfume, as its essence is undiluted and highly concentrated, making it quite normal for players to experience seductive hypnotic effects. Essentially, this plant is akin to a carnivorous plant similar to a pitcher plant." Lin Mo felt a sudden realization about what was meant by the pitcher plant. Flies and insects are drawn in by the scent released by pitcher plants and captured by them. It seems that this scenario is quite similar. If this were truly made into a perfume, the effect would indeed be remarkable, as it could instantly enhance a person's fondness for themselves, and this increase in fondness knows no bounds regarding gender or age. This suggests that in both commercial negotiations and other fields, such a perfume could prove useful. "I can't take it anymore and I'm logging off to sleep for a bit. This is truly unbearable." The big goose quickly admitted defeat. After all, they had been fighting here for quite a while, and now it felt as if their limbs were no longer their own. Even the act of finishing off opponents felt like an automatic response of the body disconnected from their will. Nyangdo nodded in agreement, as this was indeed exhausting. Moreover, they hadn't even reached the second level yet, and the entire dungeon was likely vast. However, thinking about the power armor, the little players were once again filled with excitement. After all, when Yao truly obtained power armor, the situation for players would significantly improve, and the monsters at the entrance would call him dad in no time. "Let's hold on a bit longer. We'll talk again when we're about to head to work. Although I feel extremely tired now, this is merely an illusion created by the game. Once I take off the helmet, I will feel completely refreshed. I have personally experienced this. It is a stark contrast from being utterly exhausted to feeling relaxed all over. You have no idea how wonderful that transition can be." Upon hearing Yumi's words, the other players began to doubt, yet they continued to follow Yumi and Luo Yu, who were essentially carrying them through this part of the game. After all, the true main output still lay with Yumi and Luo Yu. This journey has been fraught with calamities. The greatest fear of these individuals is that the metal monstrosities lying on the ground might suddenly awaken and launch a surprise attack. After all, this is not the first time such an occurrence has happened. They loathe these tactics as they are particularly effective, especially when players attempt to deliver the finishing blow. The robot suddenly grabs the player's ankle and violently slams them against the wall. If it weren't for Yumi and Luo Yu's quick reflexes in piercing the robot's head, Ling Xiao would surely have met his demise. After experiencing this incident, Ling Xiao couldn't help but develop a psychological shadow. After all, he had already been lifted off the ground. If he had waited for the subsequent steps to be completed, he would have turned into a mushy pulp. The group of players was truly exhausted and could no longer continue. One by one, they logged off, leaving their fate in the hands of the robots. It was a matter of life and death, as they had yet to find a way to escape. They could only pin their hopes on finding a way out after defeating this boss, as they had come in by sheer happenstance, and it was best if they could leave the same way. The new players farming felt suppressed and angry, for to them going out for adventures was the true essence of the game. Soon the new player team, led by Jiumengzi, began clamoring to venture out. Shu Nuze watched them as if they were a group of monkeys performing a play. After all, even if she warned them about the dangers outside, they wouldn't heed her words. Only those who had experienced the true peril understood just how vicious it could be. Lin Mo did not stop them from exploring. However, within less than 5 minutes, 5 players ventured out, and soon 4 came scurrying back, while 1 was likely devoured by the monsters in the forest. I suddenly feel that farming at home is a good choice. Huh? Jiumengzi wiped the blood from his face and laughed. He had heard the closed beta players mention the dangers of the forest, but every fearless newcomer always wanted to try it out, only to end up lost in the wilderness. It wasn't until the rogue's head was bitten by a spider and crushed that the 4 players finally realized that this virtual reality game was almost indistinguishable from reality. The blood splattered on their faces, and they even had a sense of touch. Xiaohei Kunzi was so frightened that he wet himself and hurriedly fled while the remaining 3 were momentarily stunned before quickly following him. They all ran as if the wind was at their feet, fearful of lagging behind. However, the spider did not pursue them. The old players had previously set traps for those spiders, teaching them a lesson, so they generally wouldn't leave the forest. They only attacked those who approached. Once someone ventured far away, they would not chase. Weren't you all clamoring to roam the world with swords before? Why have you all returned? Shu Nu teased while pinching some seeds in her hand. At that moment, she inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing that her experiences were far richer than those of the newcomers. Even if they were death experiences, they were still part of life. Zhou Mingzi covered his already soaked pants and gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, pretending no one could see him, mimicking an ostrich burying its head in the ground to avoid detection. Shu Nu Jie, the outside is too dangerous. Can you take me out to level up? Jiang Nan Yimeng grabbed Shu Nu's arm and shook it while speaking, causing her to feel somewhat buoyant, completely forgetting that she was deeply in debt and was the player with the highest death count in the game. Of course, but we first need to complete our farming tasks. After all, there is always time for exploration, but we must seize the right moment for farming. If we happen to miss the optimal growth period for these plants, it would be a tremendous loss. What they didn't know was that Mars employed a constant temperature maintenance system, keeping the temperature at a stable level. Therefore, the only factors affecting plant growth were water and soil. Some plants might be drought-resistant, yet they still feared both drought and flood. Others might be particularly reliant on scarce water resources, so players needed to experiment themselves. Watching the players hunched over and tilling the soil below, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. It's fortunate that he assigned these tasks to players, otherwise if he had to do it himself, he would likely be digging like a dog. The players seemed to be taking good care of the plants, which indicated they were putting thought into their work. After finishing these tasks, they even drew a line around the field and found a wooden sign on which they engraved the words "Beware of your step," placing it along the line. What do you know about this military base? I can't believe you would let us players enter a place without any interest. At least in Lin Mo's understanding, Lin Shiyu was the type to think before acting, never doing anything meaningless. Lin Shiyu suddenly retorted, "Then what is your impression of me? Why can't I choose to indulge myself here? You are putting all your little players in a place fraught with danger." Lin Mo. It seemed Lin Shiyu was indeed joking. He couldn't discern whether she was sincere or just pretending. After all, she was a seasoned fox with over 2,000 years of experience, and no one could see through her mind. Lin Shiyu mixed truth with lies in this statement, creating a blend of reality and deception. She had her own considerations for assigning players this task, not entirely for the sake of obtaining data about the white light. The theoretical research on this matter had become meaningless as human applied physics had already perished. No matter how powerful the theory, it was like a house built on a lotus leaf, a single gust of wind could destroy it. However, within this base lay things Lin Shiyu desired, and she could use the search for experimental data as a pretext to bring them out. This time Lin Mo was surprised to find that a few players could stay in the game both day and night, namely Xiaohe, Kunzi Jiang, Nen Yimeng, and Zhou Mingzi. Others had logged off due to work, but these 3 players were still busy here. Lin Mo checked their identities and found that 2 of them were video editors primarily engaged in the self-media industry, while the other was the boss of a company who had no worries about being late and could waste time whenever he liked. If they were video editors, that would be quite normal, as their primary livelihood depended on the traffic generated by short videos, which could be directly converted into cash. With this virtual reality device, their traffic would surely increase significantly. However, they must remember to safeguard their personal identities and privacy. Companies would go to great lengths for such things, employing various means, whether through theft or robbery. If they could acquire it through commercial negotiation, that would be even better, as these companies had already reached a funding cap of 10 million. As long as the transaction was below that amount, it was relatively easy to negotiate. So you also create videos? Let's exchange accounts, perhaps we can mutually drive traffic together. Zhou Mingzi patted Xiaohe Kunzi. Their familiar gestures indicated they understood each other. After all, no one would be foolish enough to aimlessly fiddle with their miniature cameras. Of course, but the traffic generated this way is naturally not as much as that from combat. If possible, I would still prefer to explore dungeons with those experienced players. Xiaohe Kunzi shook his head, for he had thought that after obtaining the game helmet he could explore like the experienced players. Instead, he found himself relegated to a supporting role. Shu Nu suddenly poked her head between the 2 and said, "You 2 shouldn't be thinking about going out. The dangers outside are not something you 2 little rookies can withstand. Robots that can crush a person into meat paste with a single punch, wild men wielding high-frequency, vibrating cutters, and swarms of rats like tidal waves. So if you catch the attention of the planners, you will surely face great hardships. He who is destined for a great responsibility must first endure hardship, exercise his muscles, and suffer hunger. Only then will that feeling be akin to a living hell. So Shu Nu Jie, is there any way to quickly enhance our strength?" Shu Nu. If I knew the answer, would I still be here digging in the dirt with you, eh? If I really knew, I would have already been out there wreaking havoc. The noble lady had no way to deal with it. After all, the only option she had was to run. She couldn't confront the monster hidden like Yumi, and Luo Yu for the first to fall would likely be her. This requires physical training, as there are gyms in the game. Thus, every player must engage in rigorous exercise to gain greater strength. The noble lady was actually just making this up, as she had no understanding of the game's mechanics. As long as the newcomers didn't sense anything unusual, that was enough. Xiaohei Kunzi and Jiao Mengzi nodded earnestly, which made the noble lady breathe a sigh of relief. At least she had managed to establish herself as a senior figure in their eyes, and now her task was to further deceive them into becoming her little brothers. By the way, aren't you guys supposed to be working? I see everyone else has already gone to their jobs. Xiaohei Kunzi looked at the noble lady in confusion. After all, the previous 4 people had not logged off yet, and it was already working hours. Today I have a paid leave, so there's nothing to worry about. Why are you 2 media people concerned about me? By the way, Miss Jiang, then don't you have work either? Jiang Nan Yimeng smiled gently and replied, in the real world, I run a company. I am the boss, so I can choose when to go to work. If you 2 can't make it in the media, you can come work for me. I can offer you jobs with better salary and benefits. May I weekly ask, what is your company's valuation? Not high, about 70 million in USD. It's just an ordinary small company and business hasn't been great lately. Everyone fell silent. The noble lady suddenly felt an urge to quit her previous job and seek refuge under Miss Jiang Nan's wing, but after calming down she dismissed the thought. After all, suddenly changing environments would require more time to adapt, and in this new setting she might not even be able to stay. I think my current life is quite good. If I really can't make it in the future, I will definitely come back to seek refuge with Miss Jiang Nan. Please don't drive me away then. How could I? Am I that kind of person? But what should we do after planting this? Are we just going to watch it grow? That would be too boring. Jiang Nan Yimeng stirred the dirt with her wooden hoe and asked the others. The others turned their gazes to the noble lady, who quickly shook her head. Although she was considered a senior, she really didn't dare to take these guys into the city for exploration. It was far too dangerous, and the players' understanding of the city was quite low. Why don't we log off for now and wait for the plants to grow? Or we could browse the forum and see how those who went out to explore are doing. The noble lady had come up with a rather reliable suggestion. Although she was unclear about the game's content, she was a veteran on the forum. After all, she had the most unfortunate death count among players with the longest time spent dead. The entire game forum had become one of the essential pastimes for many workers during their work hours, as most active users were young people aged 18 to 30. Lin Mo had also thoughtfully designed various modules and sections. Moreover, they would promptly post game information and related updates on the forum, which meant the forum was still operating quite well. Yumi, this new dungeon is really difficult. Both Luo Yu and I are about to make our high-frequency, vibrating cutter smoke. We've only just reached the 2nd floor. In a bit, we'll stream our video, so everyone can follow our video account. Spiral Big Plane, if I don't see this guy bragging here for a day, I feel uncomfortable. If it doesn't work out, let me handle it. Oh, I can definitely pin down the boss of the level. Nyangdo, big brother, stop bragging on the forum all day. Your exploits are too legendary, you haven't even entered the game yet. The administrators are afraid you'll break the game rules, which is why they won't let you in. Spiral Big Plane, no, I'm really not bragging. My abilities are beyond what you can imagine. Absolutely not delaying. I'm telling you, I'm a Cybertronian. Now my energy core has been stolen. If you give me $50, they'll conquer the earth and give each of you a colony. Big Goose, you a Cybertronian have a bit of an English style. Jiomingzi, hello everyone, I'm a new beta tester. I'm here to show off, asking everyone to beat me up. Jiang Nan Yimeng, hello everyone, I'm Jiang Nan Yimeng, a soft and cute girl. Xiaohei Kunzi, hello everyone, I'm Xiaohei Kunzi with 2.5 years of practice time. Spiral Big Plane, be careful, or I won't lay eggs for you to eat. Absolutely not delaying. By the way, it seems there are 5 newcomers this time. I wonder if they are exploring the maze with the veterans. Wanderer, no, I was just farming at home and wanted to go out for some fun, but then I lost my head. It was terrifying. A giant claw suddenly grabbed my head, lifted me up, and with a force I went. I will never forget that feeling. As the Wanderer spoke, he felt a chill. Oh, it was too real. It was so real that he almost thought he had died, but when he took off the helmet, he realized that what he had just experienced was like a dream. Although he could remember what he did in the game, it still felt as if there was a distance blocking him. It was like someone having a nightmare. Although they might recall it occasionally, when they truly examined it, they would find that the nightmare was not as terrifying as they thought. Yet in the nightmare, the feeling was utterly horrifying. To some extent, virtual reality technology is similar to dreaming, but the only difference is that the person under the helmet is awake, meaning they are dreaming consciously. However, after the experience, they realize that they are no different from usual, merely with some additional memories. With the addition of these 5 new beta players, the entire forum began to become more lively, especially upon learning that these 5 players had been busy farming. Everyone somewhat understood that the mission prompts given were indeed effective, at least confirming the direction for future development. As for what these players could grow, everyone was becoming increasingly eager as the seeds were completely random. They might plant the kinds of fruits the administrators had cultivated, or they might grow other bizarre things. Is that data really important? The atmosphere in the central control center fell silent. Lin Mo thought for a long time before finally choosing this topic to break the silence. After all, he was not particularly good at conversation, and it took him quite a while to come up with this one sentence. Lin Xiyu smiled gently and shook her head. Her dark hair swayed as she moved, especially when she sat back and looked up, creating a unique beauty. If it can be put to use, then it is important. If it serves no purpose, it is no different from garbage data. Scientists calculate the lethality of white light based on its duration on the ground, its exposure length, and concentration. These are all organized data, but I believe most of the data is evaluated and measured on site. There will certainly be slight discrepancies since there was no immediate data collection, and restoring that data later will definitely pose problems. However, as Lin Shiyu's tone shifted, it softened. However, when God created the world, it was definitely not perfect. Lin Mo, why are we talking about philosophy again? After Lin Shiyu said this, she did not continue. Lin Mo was too lazy to ask. After all, playing riddles with this kind of person was too troublesome. Even the con artists outside couldn't be this good at acting. Even if they were con artists, they would eventually reveal their true nature of wanting money. But now Lin Mo had no idea what Lin Shiyu really wanted. However, Lin Mo was also looking forward to the players' future actions. If they could really obtain military-grade armor, it would represent a leap in the overall strength of the player team. Lin Mo made a classification of the actual strength of players in the game, with the strongest being mainly Luo Yu and Yumi, followed by Nyang Do, Da, Yiling, Xiao, and Bo Te. The remaining female players among the veteran players were placed in the next tier. These individuals had at least some experience in this era and could keep their composure when encountering certain monsters, unlike the new players who panicked. The rest fell into the lowest tier, unable to make accurate judgments when faced with monsters and unable to remain calm. When witnessing death, their speed in fleeing could be described as frantic, indicating a need for improvement in their psychological resilience. Taking these players for a stroll in the city would likely bolster their mental fortitude, as the oppressive atmosphere of the city combined with the grotesque scenes would sufficiently mature these players. Lin Mo once believed he would be like other novel protagonists, rampaging through foes and ascending directly from Earth. However, he ultimately discovered that the greatest terror in this civilization did not stem from dangers of equal size, but rather from the gaze of a higher civilization. His contemplation of his own existence had now elevated to another level. What is civilization? What is the meaning of civilization's existence? Lin Mo had been reflecting on this for some time and could only shake his head helplessly. He finally understood the documentary he had watched previously, which showed that both he and his wife believed that they should terminate the pregnancy. If the child were born in this era, it would be the greatest misfortune of their life. This was a time of despair, confusion, and chaos. Even if a child could survive to the point of understanding, they would still face the issue of survival, struggling desperately in the muddy chaos just to stay alive. Yet the more they struggled, the more they would be consumed, like sinking into a swamp. Lin Mo was quite grateful for the way he had traversed into this world. At least he had not ended up in the belly of some vagabond as their child. Even if born, he might have become food for beasts or drifters. Here at least there were nutrient solutions to maintain life, and a water source to prevent death by thirst. What dance are you performing? The Rose of Death. It looks beautiful. Do you often dance with others? Lin Xiyu paused briefly before shaking her head. I only danced with Monica before. Since her death, I haven't danced with anyone else. Isn't that rather lonely? What? Having no close friends for over 2,000 years is quite lonely, isn't it? How do you know I have no close friends? Because you hide it too deeply, like an ancient fox. As I understand it, in your era, referring to women as foxes isn't a flattering metaphor. Lin Mo quietly listened to the music, not focusing on appreciating Lin Shiyu's dance steps. Though beautiful, the music was filled with sorrow, perhaps just as its name suggested. Compared to the ordinary in his past life, though Lin Mo wished to be ordinary in this life, seeing the ordinary vagabonds in the city made him realize he needed to strive harder. At least possessing knowledge from the previous era, he did not wish to become like them, immoral, lost, oscillating between life and death. It was undeniable that they were already dead. Their spiritual worlds had long ceased to exist. The only thing that remained was their shell, which might one day become food for other vagabonds or monsters. Will civilization really be rebuilt in such an environment? Lin Mo pulled out a cigarette. He hadn't smoked in a long time. He had originally quit, but when he recalled these matters, he felt the need for a smoke to calm himself. Smoking is harmful to health. Consider what hospital could treat you here. If you truly fall ill, you'll simply have to wait for death, or choose to die directly, at least avoiding the agony of illness. Also, I dislike the smell of smoke. Lin Xiu, who was dancing, floated over and remarked, causing Lin Mo, who had just opened the cigarette box, to pause. I should get 2 packs of nutrient solution instead. After placing the cigarette back on the table, Lin Mo went to the warehouse to retrieve 2 packs of nutrient solution, placing one on the table while opening the other to begin consuming it. This pack of cigarettes had accompanied Lin Mo the longest. He had only smoked one from the entire pack, which he found when he first emerged from the coffin. Lin Mo was hesitant to think too far ahead, fearing he would gradually lose confidence in the future. However, he was already quite lost in this era. Would he live out his life as aimlessly as before? Don't think so much. The more you ponder, the more worries you'll have. Murphy's Law has never changed. Also, your emotions are quite off. Be mindful to control them. Lin Xiu stopped and picked up a nutrient solution from the table, starting to drink. Compared to Lin Mo, who was frowning, Lin Xiu appeared much calmer. In such an environment, it's really hard not to consider future plans. Can you play the violin? A little. It'll teach you. In a bit you play, and he'll dance. With a gentle wave of Lin Xiu's hand, an image resembling a violin appeared in the air. Lin Mo took the violin in hand. Though he lacked tactile sensation, the image still existed, appearing somewhat ancient. Come on, I'll teach you. Lin Xiu also took out an identical violin and began to play. The melodious music echoed throughout the room, while Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the violin, practicing tirelessly according to the nearby score. What people fear most is death, but what is more terrifying than death is the absence of hope. Just like this piece of music, despair is far more frightening. Lin Mo's gaze remained on the score. Lin Xiu's dance was exceptionally beautiful, her movements elegant, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding world. Perhaps Lin Mo gently drew the strings, but found it impossible to immerse himself in this world. Perhaps he was in an era of despair. While this piece contained a hint of hope amidst despair, all he felt was overwhelming hopelessness. Lin Xiu elegantly spun around and gently said, "Feel with your heart, don't be disturbed by the outside world." Despair and hope are relative, yet they also coexist with each other. Lin Mo gradually grasped the rhythm, and the piece became softer and more natural than before. Perhaps we are all born unfortunate, but we cannot comprehend our future. Born unfortunate, yet we can still gaze upon greatness. Born small, yet we can still look up to the heavens. Lin Mo could not help but feel moved, but still did his utmost to maintain his previous state, only to realize in the end that he could only imitate the form without grasping the essence. Perhaps the musicians of that era were truly fortunate. They strived to imitate despair, yet in their imitation there was a hint of hope. However, in this world despair was evident everywhere. Perhaps some were born small, yet they could still gaze upon greatness. Lin Mo felt he was not one of those people. Ordinary individuals saving the world was something that could only occur in novels. Lin Mo believed his life experience was not a novel. In this chaotic era, do we truly have hope? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiu paused, took a deep breath, and could only helplessly say, "Perhaps after all there may be those silently working to save human civilization in places we cannot see. Although their efforts may differ, their ultimate goal is the same. Would you dance with me?" In the Taotai super factory, with the installation of the 4th nuclear fusion device, the previously unstable stance suddenly stabilized. The current consumption is too great. If we do not find a stable source of replenishment, we really cannot proceed with the next phase of research. We still have a chance. What chance? The sun. All the robots pointed their detectors at that enormous sphere, and from their perspective everything appeared red, except for a thin blue membrane that isolated them from the terrifying temperature. Otherwise the entire factory would have melted into pieces. How confident are we? It depends on the intensity. We can exhaust all energy to maintain it for nearly 7 seconds. I admit there is a gambling aspect to this. At this moment, the central computing system was almost overheating from calculations, yet compared to this terrifying plan, it seemed somewhat unsightly. What price do we have to pay? The Starlink broadcasting system may be destroyed, which could impact our next plan. It depends on whether we're willing to gamble. Are you afraid? Right now, I'm just worried about whether it will affect our next plan. As for fear, can a digital life form feel fear? After a long day of fatigue, the players gradually began to log in, for playing alone in this world was indeed lacking in interest. Only when there were many people did it become engaging. The players originally in the military base gradually regained control over their bodies. Ouch, my back hurts. Sleeping on this hard floor is truly uncomfortable. Daughter being pressed hard against her waist, but it felt completely alien to her. It was not only sore, but painful. Yumi also felt uncomfortable all over, for sleeping on the ground was truly unpleasant. This body naturally could not perform any movements. As a consciousness, all actions depended on commands from the brain. Without those subconscious movements, it would be quite troublesome, as the brain remains active even during sleep. Maintaining the same position for a long time is what made them feel uncomfortable when they finally got up. Let's go explore. I feel if we move a bit further we might encounter a big surprise. Falling rain also felt uncomfortable, yet she did not show it. Hurry up, Big Goose, help your dad. Ouch, ouch. I'm sorry, let go. Big Goose directly grabbed Daughter Bean's painful spot, making her feel as if she was about to transcend. This pain could be vividly felt in her brain, so she was now savoring this sensation. Now there were 8 people left in the team, 3 girls and 5 boys. Daughter Bean was practically half a person, having lost one leg. Whether in battle or in movement, this would be quite troublesome, and she could even be used as bait if necessary. Daughter Bean did not have much resistance to the idea of becoming bait, as this was just a game. Besides, she was already a burden. Taking her along would not only slow the team down, but also waste another person's momentum. Perhaps for them this was just a game, but if they really faced death, Daughter Bean certainly did not want to be abandoned. After all, the difference between the game and reality was that one could truly die while the other allowed for resurrection after a sleep. In fact, the difficulty within the entire base was similar. Each room might contain a few robots that were not completely scrapped or malfunctioning, but the only difference was that the robots became more deteriorated as one went deeper. By the way, don't you all find it a bit strange? I feel like we are just going in circles in the same type of room. After nearly an hour of walking, Daughter Bean finally voiced her confusion. Yumi shook her head. While the rooms felt the same, the styles of the robots inside were different. The others who came just to gain experience naturally did not understand the feelings of main players facing different monsters. The robots here are obviously much newer than those at the outer layer. Their deterioration is significantly less, making them more challenging to deal with. The previous robots had some intelligence flaws we could exploit, but these robots are quite agile. Falling Rain nodded, acknowledging Yumi's observations, as the difficulty of battle was indeed different. When they were outside, they could easily dispatch those contenders with mutual cooperation, but here it began to feel somewhat strenuous. As they entered another room, a massive mech came into view, though it appeared to be heavily damaged. The pilot's head had completely exploded. Upon closer inspection, this mech was about 3 stories tall, with its head destroyed, and even the heart area slashed open, leading to the pilot's demise. If I remember correctly, didn't Professor Lin mention that there was also an armor in this ruin? Could this be it? Daughter Bean looked at the nearly scrap metal armor with a doubtful expression. That can't be right. The armor was likely given as a reward, perhaps still stored in the base. Lin Mo. If I had armor, would I give it to you? What are you kidding? However, regarding the possibility of armor in their base, when asked, Professor Lin did not deny it. This meant there might actually be a suit in their base, and it seemed there was more than one. Honestly, Lin Mo was also tempted, after all, looking at this 3-meter giant along with the sword on his arm, and the giant energy weapon on the side. Wouldn't that be a formidable asset in the forest? So is there any way we can utilize this mech? Like selling it for scrap? Looking at such a large behemoth they couldn't take with them, the players felt a deep sense of regret. However, they pondered how much capability would be needed to take it down. The players couldn't help but feel a chill at the thought of what lay ahead. After all, if such a large mech could be destroyed, would they not be walking into certain death? Why don't we just not go over there? Rabbit said with some concern. Since Ching Cha left, she had become the weakest member of the team. After all, in the real world, she was just an ordinary worker, having never seen such scenes. The visual impact over the past few days had been quite significant for her. Yumi, on the other hand, remained calm, as he had become somewhat accustomed to such scenes. Moreover, in his perspective, all of this was just a game of design that had been established long ago. As for how to depict the situation with the mech, it was merely about the planners writing a few more words. Currently, what troubled Yumi most was his physique. He was still experiencing changes in his body form. One could only say he was quite unlucky to have chosen such a capability, but it significantly enhanced his speed and strength. This enabled him to react promptly to dangers. After all, without the enhancement to his body, he could not leap from the first floor to the third like Spider-Man. The initial body enhancement had some impact, but it was similar to an ordinary person. Now there were 8 gene-modified individuals in the team, with only 3 showing obvious changes. The other 5 had not yet. The players proceeded to another room, only to find themselves back in the previous room. After going in circles, they could only change direction. This time they did not return to any original room, but instead entered a very spacious area. In this spacious area stood a multitude of robots, all seemingly in an inactive state, while below them was some sticky liquid. Robot maintenance chamber. All robots are sent here for maintenance during their dormant phase. You can say that all the robots here are powered down, so there's no need to worry. Also, don't let your little players step in that liquid, or once they do, they won't be able to pull themselves out. As soon as Lin Shiyu's words fell, Daughter Bean had already poked her finger into the liquid. No matter how much force she applied, she couldn't pull it out. In the end, she had no choice but to endure the pain and cut the thing off. So why is this stuff down here? For maintenance, that's usually used for robots. What would a person be doing in there? The players had to choose a longer route. They were all bruised and weary, as they had to fight frequently in this ruin and might face the risk of demise at any moment. The biggest issue was often getting lost in the rooms, forcing them to create some symbolic markings for differentiation. But without a map, they could only stare blankly, continuing along their previous path. If they returned to a room they had explored before, they would just draw another line on their makeshift map. Isn't this a military base? Why does it feel like a maze with robots everywhere? Could it be that those are all robots serving in the military? Moreover, this is completely different from what we envisioned a military base to be. In their understanding, a military base should be an expansive space with people training and equipped with a large amount of military gear and weapons. However, having walked through, all they encountered were robots. Lin Mo looked at Lin Xiu with a puzzled expression, quickly receiving a roll of the eyes in response. Do you think it's possible they entered an office building? Lin Mo. Oh, could this vast space really be entirely office buildings? Which fool would park a mech in an office building? Moreover, it was a mech as tall as 3 stories. A few players swayed their way back to the place where the mecha had been destroyed. It could be said that this mecha was filled with mysteries, as the other rooms were not nearly as spacious. The height inside was particularly lofty, and its breadth was unimaginable. The players had to choose a different direction to walk. As they pushed open the door, a wave of cold air rushed into each of their bodies, making them feel as if they had suddenly gone from the warmth of August in Sichuan to the chill of northeast China in January, sending shivers from their feet to the top of their heads. Damn, it's really cold. The players hurriedly retreated back inside, as it was too cold outside. However, judging from what they had just seen, this was not a military base. It was clearly a city, a vast underground metropolis. Above them hung 7 or 8 massive lights, providing a brightness comparable to that of the sun, and numerous tall buildings like this one served as the connection and support points for the base. Xiaowei, what does this say? Korn asked, looking at the words on the door, and inquired through the intercom. Human Council 4th Coalition Military Garrison. After adjusting their mindset, the players braved the cold to explore other areas. However, as they explored, they felt a chill of fear as remnants of war surrounded them. This should be where the transport planes headed to the surface. Looking at a supersized elevator-like structure, they saw various aircraft wreckage scattered around, reduced to mere frames by the raging fire, alongside countless robots and human corpses strewn about. Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. This was different from what Lin Xiu had described. She had said that humans gradually met their demise after the oxygen supply was shut off. But judging by the current state, could humans still wage war even after realizing their oxygen was gone? Lin Xiu continued to observe the player's situation on the monitor, not paying attention to Lin Mo, who felt that his own problems were not only unresolved, but had even multiplied. I can't believe how cold it is. The group endured the biting cold and continued to march forward. Only then did they truly feel the physical and psychological chill. The area was filled with various ruins, and several buildings that had once provided support had collapsed. The surfaces of the robots were already coated with frost and appeared to have been frozen for a long time. So what is the situation here? Why is it so cold down here? It's quite normal. It seems the cooling system has been overactive. If this continues, the temperature will soon rise rapidly, potentially reaching 300 to 400 degrees Celsius. What? The surrounding temperature is extremely high. If we can't lower it, the entire temperature will spiral out of control. Right now, the cooling liquid inside is definitely evaporating, which is causing the temperature to stabilize. Once the cooling liquid runs out, the temperature will quickly rise. Isn't this supposed to be a sealed space? Won't these cooling liquids accumulate in here? Do you think the soil might be permeable? Lin Mo was momentarily speechless. It wasn't a matter of possibility. The soil would indeed absorb it, as it was loose and breathable. If this continued, destruction was not far off. Be careful, there's danger. Bot suddenly shouted loudly. Just as everyone was still puzzled, a gigantic wolf dog burst through the rubble that had pinned it down and charged out, opening its massive jaws to bite at Korn, who narrowly dodged. It appeared similar to the snow wolf that had once stepped on Korn, covered in red tumor-like growths, looking exceedingly bizarre with eyes that were clouded and drooling incessantly. Seeing this creature reminded Korn of the time he was turned into meat paste, as this was his first encounter with such a species. In that first encounter, he hadn't even seen what the creature looked like before being crushed. Prepare for battle. The monster lunged at Liu, who was quick to jump aside, and retaliated with a high-frequency, vibrating cutter, landing a hit on the monster's mouth, which enraged it. The two engaged in battle, with the monster using the ruins for cover and occasionally launching surprise attacks. However, they were shocked to find that the creature's toughness was almost unimaginable. Liu's high-frequency cutter embedded itself in the monster's fur, but couldn't be pulled free. Seeing that the two players were unable to handle it, the snow wolf turned its attention to the other 6. Dagu had already taken Dinyo and started fleeing to another area, and the others were not foolish enough to watch the two fight, so they had already begun to disperse, but the snow wolf quickly chased after them. Damn, is this monster only targeting us too? Dagu, while fleeing with Dinyo, turned around and noticed the creature had charged their way. Perhaps it had recognized Dinyo as an easier target due to her slower movement. Dagu, why don't you just leave me here? I can't keep up with you. Dinyo said, lying on Dagu's back, feeling quite touched. Alright, Daegu agreed, readily dropping Denyo in place, and quickly sprinting away, leaving Denyo bewildered and wondering who she was. Where did I come from? What did I just say? Daegu, I your mother. Denyo climbed with all her might, while internally cursing Daegu several times for leaving her there. As she saw the snow wolf approaching, she admitted that she was already scared. At that moment, Denyo suddenly felt very uncomfortable, as if she had awakened some marvelous power. She recalled her previous genetic modification, wondering if her potential was now surfacing in the face of danger. The other fleeing players also shifted their focus here, as the snow wolf was now very far from them. During the escape, they had cleverly chosen to split up, as it increased their survival chances. Korn and Liu were now sprinting toward the snow wolf's position with all their might. Come on, I feel so powerful right now. Breathing deeply, Denyo provocatively shouted at the snow wolf. The creature immediately increased its speed, rushing toward her. Denyo had already steadied herself against the ruins and shouted, "Die, beast." Those watching from a distance saw Denyo do nothing as the monster suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Other companions tried to approach, but a nauseating stench assaulted their nostrils, a smell so intensely sour that it was unbearable. The instigator of this event, Denyo, was still dumbfounded, wanting to leap toward her companions, but they fled as if they had seen the plague, running even faster than when they encountered the snow wolf. The players all reacted poorly, especially to the smell, feeling it was inescapable. Denyo, did you eat something horrible? Stay away from me. I don't want to touch you. Get lost. Whether male or female, those who felt nauseous squatted on the ground, retching. The normally composed Liu had even vomited, and the other players were not faring any better. The odor was worse than any they had ever encountered, and even at a distance of nearly a football field away, it still assaulted their senses. It was hard to imagine what had happened to the snow wolf. Moreover, snow wolves typically relied on their sense of smell to identify animals and others of their kind, making their olfactory senses far more acute than those of humans. It was unfathomable what kind of scene this snow wolf had endured. Lin Mo silently added a note about Denyo's newly awakened ability, associating it with a skunk. He felt that it was necessary to have Denyo cleaned up outside before returning. If that didn't work, they may as well hang her outside and arrange for someone to fetch her coffin. Daegu, you heartless bastard, hurry up and come save me. Help me out. Denyo felt no discomfort herself. Hearing others mention the pungent smell on her, she hadn't noticed it. Coupled with the scene of how the snow wolf had died, she instinctively thought of the word skunk. At that time, there were too many settings, and now I can hardly remember them all. I have tried to take notes, but now I can't even scroll to the end of them. If there are any mistakes along the way, please remind me. Thank you, I will do my best to make it right. I haven't really bothered you with my planning, right? Why is my skill to release foul gas, while everyone else has more impressive abilities? Inside, Nyangdo was naturally in extreme collapse, especially when seeing the players keep their distance, afraid to get close. Even from afar, they were covering their noses, which was a stark contrast to what Nyangdo had imagined. Lin Mo was also contemplating the power of this skill. First, against mechanical creatures, its combat effectiveness was non-existent. However, if it could catch fire, it would likely be akin to a supersized thermobaric bomb, causing significant damage. But for those creatures with a sense of smell, this ability was at the max level. Especially the snow wolf that had previously been convulsing on the ground, which was now lifeless, truly killed by the overwhelming stench. The group split up to explore different areas, with Nyangdo at the center. Yumi and Luo, you were at the front, leading the way for the others, while Nyangdo walked in the middle, limping on the street with a high-frequency vibrating cutter. Ling Xiao and Bert teamed up on one side, while Dai was paired with another person on the opposite end, followed by the remaining two girls. It seems that your little player's ability awakening is indeed quite unique, but I still don't really hope he can come back alive. Lin Xiu remarked after analyzing Niang's abilities. Lin Mo for the first time oddly hoped that his little player would just pass away outside. If this skill was brought back to the base, the smell would take months to dissipate. Nyangdo, you should think positively, at least you still have Gladys, right? Dai was really bringing up the wrong topic. Upon hearing this, Nyangdo felt her heart shatter. If she were to compare herself to Gladys under such circumstances, she would likely be despised, let alone it becoming a lifelong shadow. Get lost, Xiaowei. Cut off this guy's communication and block him from sending me messages. Nyangdo said almost tearfully. This function seemed indeed insufficient for those monsters and robots without a sense of smell. Wasn't she just an insect easily manipulated? Moreover, Nyangdo truly did not wish to use such a skill when facing Gladys. If she were to pass gas, it might very well take out Gladys. Yumi, could you help me and just stab me with a fork? I'm afraid of contaminating my fork. Nyangdo. In the end, she still limped off to find a new way, placing a large stone precariously on a shaky steel pipe lying underneath and using a long stick to nudge the stone, letting it fall on her head. The effect was excellent. Her brain matter was already smashed out. This did not waste the effort Nyangdo put into bringing that stone up, which served as her self-destruct weapon. Her high-frequency vibrating cutter was handed over to others for their combat, thus reducing the team of 9 by 1. Lin Mo silently crossed out Niangda's personal information again. This skill was indeed not very useful. If she could fart at any moment, it would surely suffocate all the surrounding players. Even if it didn't kill them, the lingering smell would be enough to make them nauseous for months. Although Nyangdo has already passed away, he still lives on in our hearts. His spirit of selflessness and dedication deserves our respect and learning. Alright, I can't go on to this smell is just too unbearable. Dai pretended to wail a couple of times before hastily pinching his nose and running away. The pungent odor emanating from a 10-meter radius around Nyangdo was truly overwhelming. Soon everyone arrived at a place resembling a playground. At least here it looked very flat, with no towering buildings around, just a very level piece of land, and they could see bodies dressed in old military uniforms nearby. Now what you need to do is take out your access cards and insert them into the signal machine beside you. All players stand in the passage. The transport opportunity will send you out. Lin Xiu suddenly spoke into the intercom. The players could only follow this instruction, as in their understanding the game officials would definitely not deceive them, right? As a few players stepped inside, they suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness followed by an overwhelming pressure pressing down on them. The players instinctively recoiled against the transparent glass behind them, and Yumi, being at the bottom of the pressure, felt the weight of two girls on top of her, leaving her with no other sensation but the weight. Is your usual mode of transport this wild? I really can't handle it. That's naturally impossible. The vacuum pressure system isn't something just anyone can use. Besides emergency promotion missions, others are not allowed to use it. I saw that your group of little players was too slow, so I let them use their privileges to utilize the vacuum pressure system to quickly reach the necessary destination. After all, this system was originally designed for transmitting intelligence or moving top-secret military personnel. Lin Mo nodded. The safety level down here was indeed better than above where monsters roamed, but down here it seemed there were no monsters. What Lin Mo did not know was that the walls of this pipe were military grade. Even the most advanced armor-piercing rounds of the 21st century could do nothing against them, let alone other creatures. I feel like my brain is congested. This intense pressure is truly terrifying. Although the speed was quick, it didn't take long before it started to slow down. The players felt much better afterward, as the previous experience was just too uncomfortable being pressed against the wall with no way to move. Yumi, being the last in line, felt the most discomfort. When this player stumbled out, they couldn't help but be utterly shocked. The atmosphere here was vastly different from anywhere else, and it appeared to be a massive data laboratory with the walls replaced by giant screens continuously displaying the current situations of various planets. So this is what you want: to utilize this place to investigate the situation on Earth. Lin Mo naturally noticed the Earth display. Oh, from that perspective, Earth appeared to be a lush green. Sorry, this isn't what I wanted. It seems your interpretation of me is rather limited, Lin Xiu said with a slight smile. So if that's the case, wouldn't hiding our trails here be meaningless? After all, there are still other signals continuously sending messages to satellites in space. Why couldn't I use satellites to monitor Europa? Lin Xiu merely smiled without providing an explanation. In reality, what Lin Mo did not know was how many had already sacrificed under such conditions. The entire satellite system could be considered humanity's greatest masterpiece in this universe. Whether it was resource detection satellites or real-time monitoring satellites, destroying all the satellites within the solar system would undoubtedly annihilate the entire solar system. After all, in the future, satellites that are cheap, efficient, and cost-effective are something that all countries relying on cosmic resources favor. But what Lin Mo didn't know was that when people explore externally too often, it would naturally lead to the destruction of the white light. The originally stable satellite system would not attract the attention of other civilizations as long as it operated at its designated positions without changes. However, this was merely Lin Xiu's conjecture. As the current situation unfolded, Lin Xiu had successfully proven her guess to be correct. Do you know what the initial signals sent out to the universe were? What? In the quantum realm, the transmission of information is infinite. In the entire microscopic field, it is like a vast ocean. People can adjust the wave bands, allowing other civilizations to catch their signals. We generally refer to this as the cosmic broadcasting system, though it's akin to a message in a bottle cast into the sea. As long as it is not being monitored by other civilizations, it is particularly difficult to capture one or two of these bottles among the vast information. Perhaps for those highly developed civilizations, our method appears particularly primitive, but this is the most advanced transmission method our civilization can offer. Lin Mo, do you think human civilization might attract those higher civilizations because of this situation? Not necessarily. I am also unclear about this white light situation. After all, in the recorded history of mankind, this white light has only occurred twice. The first time was at the junction of the decline and prosperity eras, and the second time was when humanity was preparing to rebuild its civilization. However, they have hidden themselves very well. Even now, we have not discovered what kind of civilization this truly is, nor can we find any trace of it in this universe. But I am also unsure whether they are hiding something from me or if they genuinely don't know. Lin Shiryu pondered for a moment, and then added, after all, no matter how smart she was, she could not compete with the entire human civilization, which was built by everyone together. How did people come to know about the existence of this white light? Perhaps it was caused by the first fleet that ventured beyond the solar system. Since then, leaving the solar system seems to have become a taboo, as no one is allowed to mention it, and such discussions are not permitted online. Perhaps everyone is afraid. However, I am also unclear about other aspects of the white light, as that was an era controlled by capital, and they could completely decide what information a person could access. Sighing, Lin Mo reflected that if this was the case, how prosperous the previous era must have been. After all, the development of human civilization was driven by a group of people, not just one or two individuals deciding the fate of the entire civilization. Once they entered the laboratory, several players felt confused. What should their introductions entail? It seemed that the administrator had not provided any hints. The players, believing they were not given any tips, began to explore on their own. What is this? Wow, there's electricity. The big goose could not resist reaching out to touch a round ball it saw, only to be shocked and retract its hand. After all, who would have thought that something that looked like a fence would store a massive amount of electricity inside? At that moment, as one of the doors opened, two robots, roughly human-sized, slowly walked in. Upon seeing the group that had barged in, without hesitation, one of the robots pushed off the ground and swiftly appeared in front of the big goose, delivering a punch that sent it flying. Yumi quickly swung a high-frequency vibrating cutter at the robot, but it shattered into 3 pieces upon contact, leaving not a scratch on the robot's body. I recommend you all retreat quickly. This is a combat-type bionic robot developed by humanity. Do not think about competing with them in speed or combat power. Before Lin Shiryu could finish her sentence, Yumi was also sent flying by a kick from the robot. However, after bouncing off the wall, Yumi quickly regained composure, her face grave. After all, they were aware that while the previous robots were strong in combat, their speed clearly lacked, making them vulnerable. Let's retreat first. Open the other rooms. I can use the signal frequency to buy some time. Hearing this, the rabbit hurried to the adjacent room, swiped Yumi's access card, and only then did the room unlock. The players hurriedly squeezed inside. Yumi's expression was particularly grim. The kick he received was nearly the strongest. The big goose was not in a much better state. It felt as if its ribs were broken, and every step was painful. After adjusting its sensory perception to 0, it could barely continue playing, though it meant losing any sensation while gaming. Although the gameplay still offered some experience, it was certainly not as immersive and realistic as before. If the sensation were not dulled, the pain would be unbearable. However, Yumi did not lower his pain threshold, as doing so would hinder many high-intensity actions. After all, combat required a sensitive control of one's senses to maximize their effectiveness. The big goose was merely there to rack up points, so it had no issues with this approach. However, the problem was that Yumi and Luo Yu were the main forces of the entire team. If they also turned off their pain perception, their combat effectiveness would drastically diminish. Do not underestimate those two robots. They may have impressive builds, but their bodies are made of steel and various components that are entirely isolated from the outside world. I only managed to interfere with them during the brief window when I entered the signal control stage. You should opt to circle another room for now. These doors generally have labels. Once you find the central control laboratory, that will be what we need. After Lin Shiryu detailed the plan, she cut off the communication connection. The young players looked around in confusion and could only helplessly exit through another room. The Eastern Fleet, known as one of the most mysterious fleets, had everyone surprised that its captain was a child. More accurately, a child with the wisdom of an old man. This child possessed the shared intellectual knowledge of the entire fleet. The earlier Europa was his masterpiece. The fleet had achieved the capability to submerge within the solar system. After all, following the escape of the Azure Fleet, humanity had implemented quite imperfect operations in the construction of these space fleets, especially concerning the ability to advance and establish a self-sustaining ecosystem. No remnants of the Shanhai Jing project have been found. I expected this. After all, isn't that what we are here to do? All the intelligence of the fleet had coalesced in this child, who was also the product of the project developed by the fleet. Nearly 1,000 children were created through various genetic modifications and subsequently screened to select the best among them. The memories of the entire human fleet were extracted and forcibly instilled into this child, giving him the mindset of an elder at just 4 years old. Behind this fleet, Europa had originally been replaced by a glass-like object which could reflect the appearance of the fleet. The entire planet resembled a massive mirror with various reflective surfaces scattered across it, all reflecting the starry sky. These two fleets had continued their civilizations in the ways available to them. One chose to upload their consciousness to information space, while the other utilized memory transmission and artificial engineering methods to ensure their civilization could endure. After exploring for a while and finding both the restroom and the laboratory, one player finally located the central control lab. Upon entering, everyone was astonished. Walking into this laboratory felt like stepping into the universe surrounded by the appearance of the starry sky. The rabbit raised her hand, and the nearest planet suddenly appeared before her enlarging. Startled, the rabbit recoiled only to realize everything was an illusion, her hand passing straight through the surface of the planet's volcano. So realistic. I can see the patterns on its surface clearly. Surely these cannot be real. I doubt the game designers possess the capability to replicate planets that humanity has yet to understand. Yumi shook his head, but truthfully, walking in such a place was undeniably sci-fi. Now it's simple: dismantle your walkie-talkies and do as I say. The rabbit was the one handing over the walkie-talkie, and the players were beginning to feel as if this device was omnipotent, as the previous issues were resolved using it, and now it seemed they needed it again. Is this thing truly that powerful? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The players followed Lin Shi's instructions and stood quietly to the side waiting. At that moment, a door slammed shut behind them. Oh no, is this a guardian task requiring us to protect this thing within a specified time? The big goose felt as if it had several thousand huskies unleashed inside it, as the sound seemed quite suspicious. How much longer must we wait, Professor Lin? Where are our mechs? Soon your mechs are still parked in the military warehouse, but depends on whether you have the ability to retrieve them. Yumi. At that moment, he felt completely trapped, unable to escape, and questioned his ability to retrieve that thing. After spending a considerable amount of time, it seems that the door still has no chance of being broken down. After all, one must realize that the situations depicted in movies are unlikely to occur here. This is a military base, and the iron doors inside must have undergone special treatment. If a robot could easily break through, then the confidentiality level of this military base would be exceedingly poor. How much longer do we need to upload? No need to rush, we have already expanded the space horizontally. Just hold on a bit longer. The players in fact felt little psychological pressure, as it seemed that the robot was powerless against the iron door. After hammering at it for a while, it slowly left. When the sounds outside ceased, the players' tense feelings relaxed somewhat. After all, having a giant outside akin to a demolition team incessantly pounding on the door would create an inexplicable psychological stress for anyone. Wait a moment, I have a small issue to handle here. After Lin Shiyu finished speaking, she began her tasks. With a swift gesture in the air, the surrounding visuals instantly transformed to mirror those within the military base's voice control system. Can you see any differences? The planets outside the asteroid belt cannot be displayed. Has the transmission failed? After Lin Mo briefly assessed the situation, he addressed Lin Shiyu, stating that at the very least, he was quite familiar with the distribution of the 8 major planets in the universe and the asteroid belt. Lin Shiyu shook her head. In reality, she was also puzzled. It seemed the other party was trying to hide something, yet they hadn't destroyed the stored data. This was where her confusion lay. If they truly did not want the data to fall into Lin Shiyu's hands, they could have physically destroyed it. Clearly the other party is hiding something, but does not want to completely conceal it. For me, these are merely technical issues. As the visuals expanded, Lin Mo felt as if he were standing amidst the starry sky. All the ordinary furniture around him vanished, replaced by the vast expanse of the cosmos. When he touched the planets, they spun in response to his fingers, exuding a strong sense of science fiction that was utterly captivating. Is there a way to restore the information from outside? It's a bit difficult, but it's not impossible. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo instantly felt relieved. After all, if even Shiyu was stable, then he should be fine as well. After all, he was merely a passive player, a lazy fish. As long as the experts said they could take him along, as long as he didn't hold them back too much, the whole team should be able to soar. With a wave from Lin Shiyu, the previously dark surroundings began to brighten. The densely packed planets gradually emerged in the starry sky. Even from this visual perspective, one could appreciate the grandeur of the entire star system. The few players sat there feeling quite bored, boasting to each other. After all, they still had to wait for Professor Lin to finish his tasks before they could leave. Otherwise, if there were no rewards issued, completing this task would be no different than doing it in vain. Do you think we can unlock new slots for the next batch of players? I think it might be possible this time, as this is at least a main storyline task. Come on, we don't even know the main storyline yet, and we have only a vague understanding of the entire plot. I suspect the planners didn't properly develop it, they just let us experience it first, using our insights and ideas to refine this world as we go. Ling Xiao remained relatively clear-headed, as he understood that the primary task of his batch of internal testers was to find bugs in the game or to experience the game's features and then evaluate the entire game based on their experiences. This is usually the strategy of major game developers. It seems that the Immortal Psychology Technology team is still operating on the same principles. After all, the better they understand the players, the better they can cater to them. If there are too many flaws, it would be a serious blow to the entire player community. The players sat at home, quietly waiting, boasting to each other, and contemplating how many points they could earn from these tasks, as well as what they planned to do with those points. Without exception, they all wanted to exchange their weapons for kinetic weapons. After all, the key was to hunt those monsters to obtain materials. Also, after every 5 draws, there was a guaranteed points reward. If they had a guaranteed points reward, the player's expectations for spending would be significantly raised. After all, these past 2 years could barely be considered a stable income. With an income, it means they could charge their energy weapons so they wouldn't have to go into battle wielding a stick. Yumi, what are your thoughts? Don't you think that if we save these points now, once those guilds settle and the prices of these points will undoubtedly skyrocket, we could later sell these points to those major guilds outside and make a hefty profit? Everyone. It must be said that this is indeed a good idea, but it has significant limitations. It requires the game developers to absolutely avoid backstabbing the players. If the developers suddenly reduce the purchasing power of this currency, it would be a devastating blow to those who had hoarded it. After all, if the developers did that, all the effort players put into hoarding would likely go down the drain. Lin Mo felt somewhat tempted by this idea, but he quickly suppressed that emotion. After all, having so much money was of no use anymore. Possessing this wealth in this world was akin to holding onto worthless paper. If it were a peaceful society, perhaps this money would be useful, but alas, I find myself in chaotic times. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that he was being overly sentimental, but in this world, he sometimes truly felt that he was no different from those ants. Without the protection of law and with no moral constraints among his kind, society as a whole followed the rule of the survival of the fittest. Civilization teetered on the brink of extinction. Holding on to this money might indeed be worse than possessing worthless paper. At least that paper could still serve a purpose, but the money he held seemed to have no meaning. Welcome. You downloaded my files. I am Franklin Whisk, just call me Whisk. When you were copying files from our military base, you should have violated the laws of the Human Council, but I can't take it anymore. I can no longer constrain you regarding legal matters. However, if you're looking for detailed data on Baiguang, I'm afraid I have to apologize. That data has already been destroyed. Perhaps you're currently feeling anger over why such valuable data was destroyed. I'm sorry, do you think that by obtaining this you could gain the power to counter Baiguang? If you think that way, then please go back and get some more sleep. Even if you don't sleep for 3 days, you shouldn't be saying such foolish things. In the 3D projection, Franklin Whisk appeared to be somewhat disheveled, resembling a madman. However, one could not deny that he exuded a scholarly rigor. In contrast, Lin Xiyu seemed to lack this feeling. From her, one sensed a more carefree attitude towards the world. Upon reflection, this might be related to their respective experiences. This person is essentially a fool with nothing worthwhile to discuss. He's foolish and wants to drag you down with him. If you accept his viewpoint, how are you different from a fool? Lin Xiyu coldly remarked this. At least from Lin Mo's perspective, this guy's attitude was extremely poor, as if he had encountered a sworn enemy. This guy is an extremely annoying cockroach, a pest, the rat droppings of the entire research field. Lin Xiyu couldn't help but express her disgust when speaking about this individual. Lin Mo was somewhat puzzled. What kind of person could elicit such a reaction from Professor Lin? What's wrong with him? To put it simply, he once created a scam that deceived the entire scientific community for nearly a century. Different types of subjects even stemmed from his deception. However, 100 years later, scientists disproved this theory, leading to the ruin of nearly all the scientists who dedicated their lives to this research. In the end, this guy had long since died, and no one bothered to dig up his grave. Lin Mo suddenly recalled that he seemed to have seen this figure in a documentary. He was hailed as one of the greatest frauds in the world because under various scientific theoretical frameworks, he had deceived countless properties and funding, yet in the end gained nothing. It is indeed a betrayal of both trust and wealth, as most research has actually entered a phase dominated by large investments from capital. The exposure of such news means that researchers engaged in related studies have almost completely been sidelined. It's no wonder Lin Xiyu feels disdain for such individuals. Lin Mo also thinks this guy seems utterly useless. However, the problem is why he is one of the main responsible personnel at the military base now. White light is something humanity cannot comprehend at this moment, but through analysis we have discovered that its capabilities are in fact far more terrifying than we imagined. It resembles a myth. The more we explore, the more we realize how insignificant we truly are. As Weskier reached this point, he almost jumped up in excitement. His emotions were particularly heightened, and Lin Mo, along with the other players, categorized this guy as one who engages in charlatanry. However, when the flood comes running slowly, still offers a chance at survival. When one gives up, it is the ultimate surrender of all hope. Good luck, stranger. Just as Weskier finished speaking, the surrounding rooms suddenly opened and a misty liquid began to flood into the entire space. Did this guy just pour in liquid nitrogen? Damn it, let's get out of here. Korn's pupils contracted. He certainly did not want to be frozen alive into an ice sculpture. After all, he had experienced various forms of death, but he specifically did not want to try being frozen to death, as that sensation was far too unbearable. Moreover, he had yet to acquire a mech. Dying now would be a tremendous loss. Lin Xiyu shook her head and switched the screen back, because she already knew what this guy was planning to do. I estimate that your group of players might not be able to obtain the mechs. It feels like this guy set up a particularly large trap before dying. Sure enough, when several players rushed out desperately, they found that the two robots from before had already been frozen into ice sculptures, and not far from them was a large group of humanoid robots, all seemingly frozen as well. So are we still looking for the mechs? I can't believe we went through all this trouble only to come up empty-handed. The big goose felt extremely frustrated during this mission, not to mention gaining any benefits. The operation could be described as utterly destitute. Korn's face darkened as he frowned. His desire for the mechs was quite strong. Upon hearing there were horns inside, he even thought about retrieving that mech no matter what. However, given the current situation, it seemed he really had no way to extract it, as the liquid nitrogen was gradually spreading throughout the laboratory. I have now acquired the map of the entire base. Follow my instructions, and you will be able to find the storage room where the mechs are parked. Turn left at the front, then go straight until the third-to-last door opens, then turn right. At that moment, Lin Siyu's voice came through the intercom, causing the players to stir and begin following her instructions eagerly. When they arrived at the room, they were completely stunned by the sight before them. There stood two gigantic identical mechs, each nearly 6 meters tall, which could only be described as awe-inspiring. Professor Lin, what should I do? Stand on the circular platform in front, and I will activate the system for you. In the end, the group decided that Korn and Falling Rain would pilot one mech each, as they were the main combatants of the team, and it was only fair for them to have an experience with high-intensity weaponry. At least regarding profit distribution, the few small players felt they received a fair share, with none expressing any dissent. As Korn and Falling Rain stood on the platform, it began to rise gradually, eventually transporting them to the chest area of the mech. The two players removed their jackets and leaned against the mech, instantly feeling a soft sensation wash over them. Neural system connecting. Neural system connection successful. Energy system self-check. Check complete. No abnormalities in the circuit's energy system at nearly 30%. At this moment, Korn felt he had completely mastered all the systems of this mech. He moved slowly, and the mech he controlled mirrored his actions, making the small players below watch with wide eyes. After all, both boys and girls held fantasies about mechs, and the sudden appearance of such a sci-fi object was truly impactful. Get on, I'll take you away. The two mechs quickly found their way out and sped away. When they appeared on the surface of Mars, the impact was monumental. Let me put it this way, the height of the two mechs standing up was comparable to that of a shopping mall, nearly the same height as 3 or 4 people stacked together. Korn and Falling Rain felt extreme joy in their hearts. They now truly possessed mechs that they could control and pilot themselves, not just mere transforming toy robots. They could not only feel the mech's movements, but also utilize the sensors to understand the current status of the mech. Especially while running, they had initially feared falling. However, upon discovering that the mech did not topple and moved smoothly regardless of the situation, both players felt it was truly miraculous. What are you thinking? You seem to have some dubious intentions. I was just considering what kind of checks I can perform on these players using this mech. Lin Mo's sudden remark made Lin Siyu inexplicably feel pity for the small players who were currently so delighted. After all, this old fox was beginning to stir trouble again, meaning some players were bound to have misfortune. The extent of their misfortune would depend on this old fox's mood. In reality, Lin Mo wasn't overthinking it. He had to find a way to deduct some costs from the expenses, especially since seeing others with mechs, while he had none, left him feeling a tinge of envy and jealousy. So what have we gained this time? It seems like we have downloaded for quite a while. Now we have obtained satellite access permissions, allowing us to operate without being monitored by other civilizations. When Lin Siyu mentioned the ability to operate without being monitored, her tone involuntarily brightened, as if she had received some good news. Upon hearing this news, Lin Mo felt a rush of joy. Having satellite access meant he was no longer blind, and he no longer had to risk being discovered while using orbital satellites. He could now utilize directional satellites as well. Is that all? Naturally, Lin Mo hoped to obtain more rewards, as putting this group of players through long experiences seemed more useful than letting them wander aimlessly in the city. Lin Siyu remained silent, and instead zoomed in on a planet resembling Earth, magnifying it continuously. As the image expanded, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. From above, the Earth had long transformed into a lush green expanse. The only unchanged areas were the oceans. However, the locations of deserts and forests had undergone varying degrees of transformation. Where the Sahara once lay, green forests had emerged, while large swathes of desert had appeared along the west coast of North America, looking entirely golden from above. Without exception, the traces of human existence were gradually being erased. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature, realizing that no mark could leave any lasting impact on it. Has human civilization been completely eradicated? Not eradicated, but civilization has transitioned between underground and surface existence. After all, the underground boasts a more comprehensive facility system compared to the surface, which may face wars, chaos, and various messy situations. Undoubtedly, the underground is safer. Lin Xiu shook her head. After hearing this, Lin Mo fell into silence. One day humanity would hide underground like moles, no longer daring to greet the sunlight. Upon learning that Korn and his group had obtained 2 mechs, the entire forum exploded. Everyone clamored for all players to share videos of the towering mechs for everyone's observation, along with the videos of the pilots inside. Why aren't you leaving? I'm worried about wasting too much energy and not being able to operate later. How about we find some energy first? Moreover, I feel like the bottom of my mech's feet has been scratched. I wonder if this will affect the overall operation of the mech. Seeing Korn treat the mech like a treasure, the big goose suddenly found himself at a loss for words. However, upon careful thought, if he were to acquire this mech, he might not even be able to compare to the big goose. Brother, did you bring back a battle weapon, or did you summon an ancestor? This thing is meant to be used. If it isn't used, it will age on its own, so there's no need to be overly protective of it. The situation on the side of Luo Yu is significantly better than that of Yumi. At least Luo Yu is still maintaining a calm demeanor, while Yumi has to lift his mechanical legs every 2 steps to inspect them carefully before continuing to run gently, as if he fears that running too hard might damage his lower half. Even minor scratches cause Yumi great distress. A dramatic scene unfolds as 2 mechas traverse the ruined surface of Mars, one of which periodically looks down at its feet, only to check again after a few steps. Meanwhile, the goose held by Yumi is feeling uncomfortable as it instinctively tightens its grip whenever Yumi bends down. If it weren't for the possibility of using the intercom to remind Yumi, the goose feels it might even get squeezed to death by him. It seems your players are returning with a full load, Lin Xiu said with a smile as she watched those players getting closer to the base. These guys will definitely want to show off to the new players as soon as they return. I'm quite looking forward to seeing the expressions on the faces of the new players and the ladies. However, it seems they might already have some prior knowledge that Yumi has obtained information about this mecha. When they finally see the immense size of this mecha, they might be taken aback. Lin Mo also expressed his congratulations on his players acquiring mechas. After all, he will undoubtedly need someone to complete even more complicated tasks in the future. The combat strength of these players has always been at a bottleneck. If they cannot break through their genetic limits, they will not be able to transform into higher life forms. After all, the human body has its limits. No matter how much it changes, it cannot achieve a more advanced design, as the very design of humanity has determined that humans cannot modify their bodies further. The human double helix structure cannot achieve large-scale breakthroughs. Economically, it is a stable hereditary framework that can only undergo slow changes. Moreover, with artificial intervention, they might not even be aware of the kind of monster they are creating. There are thousands of genes in a person's body, and these genes interact with each other, leading to nearly infinite probabilities. No one can calculate what these probabilities equate to. Perhaps this is partly due to the limitations of our fleet's central control system. If the central control system of other advanced civilizations is more sophisticated than ours, it might be able to simulate the best period of humanity. Lin Mo suddenly found it quite ironic. After all, humanity, unable to enhance its own body, has placed this goal on higher civilizations. But why would they help an ant? Perhaps it is simply because they are bored. Lin Mo suddenly recalled his own past when he was bored in middle school and would play with the ants on his desk. He watched as an ant dropped its food and then found a sugar grain to place beside it. The ant quickly carried the sugar away, while Lin Mo watched for nearly an entire class. Now he realizes that the difference between himself and that ant is actually minimal, and he has started to exhibit the traits of an ant. As the ground trembles, 2 giant steel robots begin to slowly approach the base, only to be intercepted at the entrance. No matter how hard they try, they cannot penetrate the blue membrane. Don't bother, it's useless. After several attempts, the players reluctantly had to leave their mechas outside the door. However, as they departed, they still felt reluctant, wanting to hold on to the mecha as if it were food. But when they opened the hatch, they encountered an awkward problem. How were they supposed to get down? If this problem were faced by ordinary people, it might be an issue. However, for Yumi and Luo Yu, both chose to jump down directly as their bodies had already undergone enhancements. If it were the goose, it might also choose to jump down, but it would have to be sent back into the coffin for maintenance again. The new players stared dumbfounded at the giant at the entrance, their eyes filled with shock. From their perspective, they had only seen the towering base, but now they witnessed a walking robot that could be operated by humans. I suddenly feel like I should venture out. The outside world is so vast, and staying here to grow plants doesn't seem like a good choice anymore. The drunkard was suddenly excited. The death of the previous rogue probably hadn't sobered him up, but seeing the towering mecha made nearly all the players present unable to resist the urge. Come on, big brother, think it over. This is a hidden mission, and it cost many lives to achieve. Do you have the combat strength of great figures like Yumi and Luo Yu? If not, you might as well continue with your tasks. Otherwise, you won't be able to gain anything from either side. The lady chose to lie down flat. After all, she knew she could never defeat those two in a fight. She was at a level where she would be utterly crushed. After the lady poured cold water on them, the players who had previously been boiling with excitement felt like drenched chickens, dejectedly continuing their farming endeavors. After all, food security is indeed a serious issue. Without food and drink, these players would likely starve. When Luo Yu returned to the base, he was almost holding half-raw meat, startling other players who quickly took steps back, fearing he would bite them. Luo Yu was indeed famished, as his transformation required a massive amount of energy to sustain his actions, while Yumi seemed more like a low-power engine with lesser energy demands. Previously, Luo Yu had already been quite hungry underground. Now seeing food, he naturally gorged himself, ultimately collapsing on the ground, unable to sit up. I accidentally overate again, rabbit, come help me. After struggling several times on the ground without being able to stand up, Luo Yu called out to Rabbit. After watching Luo Yu's eating habits, the other players began to prepare their own meals. It can be said that these new players are feasting on the food accumulated by the veteran players who had stored meat during the cleaning mission at the entrance for the future rations of both new and old players. After all, this world requires food. If you don't eat, even if you reduce your perception to 0, you will still feel dizzy and weak. Eventually, you will find that your combat effectiveness and other aspects gradually diminish. After all, the saying that humans are iron and rice is steel has been passed down for thousands, tens of thousands, and even millions of years without any change. Humans will get hungry, and when hungry, they must eat. If they don't eat, they will starve. There are no other options. I want to ask what the relationship between the administrator and Professor Lin is. It seems like their relationship is quite close. When I entered earlier, I saw them dancing together. A tough tree has bloomed. The administrator actually tied the knot with Professor Lin. We have to celebrate with a couple of drinks. So do you think their child will take the surname of Professor Lin or the administrator? What is the administrator's surname? Could it be Guan? Go cool off. What you just mentioned is a job title. They have their own names, which I believe is Lin Mo. If that's the case, it seems there's no need for the child to take either parent's surname, considering both have the same last name. Regardless of whether the child takes the father's or the mother's name, it doesn't make much difference. In the eyes of the players, the administrator and Professor Lin are generally considered a match made in heaven. One is proud and aloof, while the other is cunning and shrewd. One looks like an elite of society, while the other appears to be a loser. Despite the differences, they often work together, which could be seen as a formal relationship, and they frequently find themselves in the same room. It's reasonable to assume that they could easily nurture a couple of turtles, let alone a male and female pair. In reality, Lin Mo and Lin Xiyu did dance for a while, but in the end Lin Mo declined, citing his lack of skill. This was not false modesty, it was simply too difficult. Lin Mo struggled immensely to keep up with the fast-paced steps, nearly stumbling in the process, so he eventually lost interest in dancing. Although Lin Xiyu was very beautiful, Lin Mo had seen all sorts of storms back at the club. Moreover, in his past life, he had enjoyed a comfortable life in a certain country where all sorts of postures had long since become commonplace, leading to Lin Mo's relatively calm demeanor. Several players were thus eating roasted meat while boasting about their exploits. At least here, they could temporarily forget the troubles of work and life as well as the various burdens at home. No one was urging them to work, nor was anyone asking them for money, demanding overtime or effort. Although Lin Mo still wanted to experience what it felt like to try the mech brought back by those players, he ultimately chose to refrain. After all, those were the spoils of war belonging to others. If he were to recklessly try them, it might incite the anger of the novice players. At this moment, the novices were rather protective of their newfound toys, and they would surely wait until they had enough fun before passing them on to their partners. Come over and help me organize the data. Don't spend all day thinking about useless things. Lin Shiyu's words pulled Lin Mo back to reality. He could only stare blankly and continue assisting Lin Xiyu in processing the so-called data, which actually meant connecting similar symbols. It was said that during the initial copying, the data had become chaotic due to interference from a small frequency band, so manual sorting was now required. As Lin Mo sorted through this material, he mentally cursed the entire Westgear family. After all, he had once again become a laborer for no reason, and in such a monotonous manner, it was truly hard to accept. When he saw the planting methods of the players through the video feed, Lin Mo suddenly felt like giving them a slap in his mind. It felt as if 1,000 huskies were galloping past. These players did not understand the biological characteristics of the plants at all, and guessed wildly. The water was almost turning the area into a pond, yet these guys tirelessly kept watering the plants. You really think such a crude planting method will allow these plants to survive? Even after genetic modification, I doubt they could suddenly transform from a drought-resistant plant into a water lily. Lin Mo found himself a bit distracted by the video and turned to Lin Xiyu. Lin Xiyu shook her head, her gaze fixed on her screen, showing no reaction. It must be said that when she was serious, there was a unique beauty about her. However, Lin Mo's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, reminiscent of a high school student daydreaming during class, while the teacher lectured. Forget it, who knows what this thing will turn out like. After all, no one has ever planted it before. Maybe it's an amphibious plant. At this point, the veteran players also began studying the planting results of the new players. When they saw half dry land and half water with some parts resembling transplanted rice seedlings, they felt utterly speechless. After all, they had seen the genetically modified fruits before, which required dry soil, but now it was all withered. Forget about dryness. They were wondering if the plants could even survive drowning. It was like some people could only handle a couple of drinks. If you suddenly submerged them in a barrel of alcohol, would they still be able to drink? If that's not enough, there's another barrel that could probably end up killing them. However, the veteran players still admired the new players' daring spirit, as making mistakes in this endeavor could lead to punishment as pioneers deserving respect rather than ridicule. I understand what you all are doing, but what's with your situation? A treehouse. Yumi looked somewhat speechless, staring at the explanation of the golden star in the book. It was a large piece of wood standing like a tree, surrounded by numerous baskets filled with various seeds. You don't understand, this is a hanging planting method. We often use this method at home, and the plants I raise have never died. Just watering them every half month keeps them alive. By the way, what did you plant? Cactus. At that moment, the air seemed to fall silent. Lin Mo, who was eavesdropping, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cacti were notoriously drought-resistant, capable of thriving in nearly any environment. Yet you think these plants are similar to cacti. Lin Mo shook his head, not particularly concerned. After all, for him it was enough to get these plants to grow. Perhaps many plants would die due to the unsuitable Martian soil, but among so many seeds, at least one or two must be adaptable. Otherwise, why would humanity bring so many seeds to Mars? Lin Mo suddenly recalled a saying about cultivating the dapeng bird, but shook his head after thinking it through. According to Professor Lin, there wasn't any so-called greenhouse cultivation in the entire base. The only food available was made from various chemical materials, which not only tasted awful, but could also cause diarrhea. After all, that stuff was, to put it bluntly, chemical, a mix of various technologies. While this was an exaggerated statement, it was a fact that the energy supplements for the human body had to be tailored to each individual's physical condition. If customization wasn't possible, they would have to settle for a more generalized diet to avoid being adversely affected by certain potent chemicals. Boss, we want to know what the situation underground is like. Can you tell us? After all, we newbies just arrived in this world and are not familiar with many things. If you help us out, we'll definitely share some benefits with you in the future. Jiangnan smiled as she spoke, giving off a fresh and cute vibe. However, this girl was actually a big boss with a company worth nearly $70 million. The age and character of women were indeed hard to fathom. In fact, there's not much danger, it's just about eliminating some robots to handle a few troubles. The real danger lies with those two humanoid bionic robots. We nearly got taken out by them, but fortunately liquid nitrogen froze one of them. Otherwise, we wouldn't necessarily have been able to defeat that thing. Yumi felt a chill down his spine as he spoke. After all, he was quite aware of his own capabilities. Even if he donned armor, he might not have been able to overpower that thing. Its speed was too fast, and its explosive power was particularly strong. Even with him moving back to dissipate some force, it still felt incredibly uncomfortable. To be honest, Yumi really didn't want to engage in combat with those two mechanical creatures. They were simply too exaggerated. They had no weapons, yet when facing humans they displayed no delay and could react immediately. Yumi and Lin Mo together weren't even a match for one of those robots. The high-frequency vibrating cutter broke into 3 pieces with no effect on the robot, not even a slight delay in its actions. Speaking of which, didn't the high-frequency vibrating cutter undergo a significant reduction in effectiveness? It doesn't feel as smooth as it used to. I wonder if it's due to the different storyline. Now I feel that the high-frequency vibrating cutter may not be as effective as the charged weapons. Of course, this was just the player's psychological effect. After all, Lin Mo had no way to control the high-frequency vibrating cutters that did not belong to the base. He could only make some determinations about the permissions of those within the base. What could he say about the high-frequency vibrating cutters stripped from the wild people? However, it was indeed true that the environment had become harsher. As the player's exploration space expanded, the dangers they faced would certainly become more varied. If it were just ordinary small monsters, those high-frequency vibrating cutters would probably suffice for an ordinary player. But as monsters grew stronger, it was very likely that these weapons would become unusable, especially for a high-frequency vibrating cutter, which emphasizes skill. If one merely relied on charged firearms for weapon usage, the efficiency would be quite low. However, using a high-frequency vibrating cutter had the advantage of being energy efficient, having a long usage cycle, easy to replace, and low cost, making it the standard weapon for nearly all novice players. Of course, there were even cheaper options like sharpening wood from the entrance to make wooden spears. If they were even poorer, they would likely have to fight with wild people guarding empty ships, as there would be no way to enhance their combat power. Lin Mo had never intended to set his game design to one where players could upgrade by relying on monsters. Graduates and other players depended entirely on monsters. So what about him? What other methods could he use to exploit and oppress these novice players? Could he really charge an import tariff? But after careful thought, if he continued this way, he might one day find himself hanging from a telephone pole. What is that thing? When Lin Mo looked at the enormous circular space debris projected, he was utterly bewildered. The quantum collider, a colossal structure, is now of little use. It has been abandoned. The copper wiring inside has already been removed, and those excitation devices outside have likely been taken away for nuclear fusion production. You must understand, this represented the pinnacle of scientific civilization during its time. Humanity attempted to utilize larger quantum colliders to explore deeper microtheories reaching even the quark level. People were contemplating how to shatter quarks. It was an era of unparalleled scientific prosperity where the boundaries of scientific thought were unrestrained. Humanity set its sights on the distant starry sky. I too immersed myself in collision experiments within that quantum collider. However, following the white light crisis, everything turned to dust. Humanity has yet to regain its former glory, and the decline of science was in a sense inevitable. After all, the response to the white light was in essence a means for those in power to seek authority and wealth under the guise of science. Due to the substantial research funding, scholars acquiesced, especially since they could profit significantly. Thus, they often spoke ambiguously. Humanity doesn't even know when it began to understand the discipline of science, but one thing is clear: it has the potential to lead to a better life. It was precisely this rationale that provided science with a powerful spiritual impetus, offering a solid mental support for the people. However, this support soon collapsed alongside the white light, falling into the mundane. In fact, those individuals did not even know what they should oppose. Science became intertwined with those so-called powers and wealth, thus losing its purity and becoming something that could be toppled. Yet all they changed were people's perceptions of science. They did not truly alter science itself. Lin Mo shook his head. Discussing this now held no significance. Lin Xiu's earlier thoughts mirrored the paradox of being able to destroy me, yet unable to erase my existence. The universe itself is objective. It is only when one contemplates issues from an objective standpoint that they realize they cannot change themselves. The only thing that can change is the form of matter, not the matter itself. So what did this thing ultimately become? It seems to resemble an empty shell now. In reality, it has always been an empty shell. It has been dismantled and repurposed into other tools or instruments, or perhaps sold as scrap. As for the outer shell, due to the embedded conductors used at the time, it could not be recovered, so it floats in Earth's orbit, forming a massive debris field, a witness to the rise and fall of human civilization. Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. If one truly considers that she witnessed its rise and then its demise, standing as a silent observer through the life of a person and the life of a building. Over these 2 millennia, she has witnessed countless births and deaths, countless new beginnings and redemptions. The more paths one walks, the more people they meet and things they learn. What is this giant iron sphere for? Is this what you referred to as the companion Earth? It seems to fit that description. Lin Mo now truly saw the companion Earth, and the current situation was quite dire with debris floating everywhere. There was no choice. When it was built, the quality issue was considered. Thus, the gravity mainly relied on a gravity generator. However, it appears that the energy system has been shut down, and its orbital speed is evidently slower than that of Earth, making a collision between the two a likely possibility. This is the residence of the wealthy. In contrast to Earth, this place is inhabited not only by the affluent, but also by the powerful. It boasts a comprehensive medical guarantee system and various highly developed entertainment systems. Its top-tier education system sets it apart. The educational system on this planet is beyond what Earth and Mars can offer. On Earth and Mars, investment in education is minimal. After all, even if a person learns a vast amount of knowledge from birth, it serves little purpose. However, this planet is different. Here, every child is held to the highest standards with clear requirements for every subject and academic pursuit. You can understand the implications and dangers of such an approach, right? Lin Mo understood. The companion Earth, with the advancement of civilization, breeds generations that are increasingly intelligent. Meanwhile, due to the lack of an educational system on Earth, it may soon become a land of the living dead. This might be their best tool for dividing classes. A person's cognitive limit is determined by the cognitive limits of their society. Some may strive desperately to envision change, but they must realize that there are no channels left for advancement through scientific knowledge and education. All their efforts may merely be in vain, though they might find themselves living more authentically in society, unlike others who drift aimlessly until death. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Compared to his previous life, the disparity in wealth is even more terrifying. This is not merely an educational, financial, or class gap. It is a cognitive divide. Once all channels for potential change are monopolized, one's life becomes a choice of mere existence, trapped in this cycle without alternatives. In the eyes of those in power, the less people think, the better. This allows them to make decisions at will, especially after the uproar surrounding the 34th bill. Ultimately, the reason for this lies in the overwhelming channels through which people can think and understand things. Thus, like boiling frogs in warm water, these channels have gradually diminished, trapping people in an illusionary world of their making. All news media have been gradually consolidated and controlled, while vast sums are spent on developing virtual reality technology and investing in numerous gaming and internet culture companies. This confines individuals to a world crafted by them, one filled with beauty yet utterly illusory, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves, thereby accomplishing their intended mission. After Lin Xiyu finished speaking, she sighed deeply. From the moment this plan was implemented, the so-called research field began to be infiltrated by all sorts of strange entities. After all, with control over these channels pulled away from the top, they no longer need to worry about anyone opposing their crisis. Such a mindset is often the most dangerous. As the saying goes, when there are no capable people within the nation, will perish from external threats. The laws of survival in nature are similar. Only when faced with competitors can one develop more easily. Once there are no competitors, the entire civilization risks stagnation. The class structure has solidified. Those supposed choices have long been predetermined, leaving people unable to make their own judgments based on effort. Thus, those below are lost in a dream, while those above are equally ensnared in their own illusions. Those advanced education systems. For instance, when you are guaranteed admission to the top university in your world with a job offering the best benefits waiting for you, just sitting in an office to earn a salary and bonuses, and even your wife has been predetermined as a beautiful woman, would you still choose to strive for more? Or would you opt for a path different from what others envision? Lin Mo paused, questioning himself. He could never take a different path. After all, his greatest dream in life was to get into a good university, find a good job, and marry a wonderful wife. However, reality delivered two harsh slaps, reminding him that this is reality, not a novel. In novels, protagonists score perfect marks and rank at the top, while Lin Mo finds himself at the bottom. Haven't those below considered rebellion? Surely there are many enlightened individuals. How should they resist? By rejecting the free food provided from above, or by refusing free accommodation, or perhaps by rejecting the game systems and free virtual devices offered. Lin Mo. Perhaps what seems like happiness to him may present a completely different picture in the eyes of others. The docking of the orbital module was underway. A massive instrument shaped like a donut was connecting in Earth's orbit. Once the locks clicked into place, astronauts in space suits began to approach the device, carefully operating it while holding a laser tool to handle the surroundings. This was an unimaginably large instrument, the pinnacle of human research in the microscopic realm, serving as the most powerful tool for exploring that domain. The number of workers involved in its construction had reached 100,000, and the quality of these workers was exceptionally high, those who could not be replaced by machines. However, the mortality rate was equally alarming. Any mishap in such a massive project could lead to the demise of all workers relying on this machine as their foundation. The greatest challenge lay in installing the nuclear fusion device. While nuclear testing equipment operated easily in a gravitational environment, doing so in a zero-gravity environment without fixed support was considerably more difficult. Particularly in certain areas where machinery was unusable, labor had to revert to traditional methods. Brother, what are we doing all this for? To fend off aliens, of course. Just do your job and don't worry about the rest. The decisions made by those big shots are beyond our control. Inside a vast chamber filled with countless workers, this was primarily a resting area for the laborers. It could be described as exceedingly rudimentary, and it wasn't a true rest area. It was merely a temporary space, since construction had yet to begin. Once manufacturing commenced, these workers would have to sleep in the corridors or hang outside to rest. Most of these workers were seasoned veterans on the ground, possessing skills in their respective fields that made them remarkably proficient, capable of performing their tasks flawlessly even with their eyes closed. Their spacesuits were adorned with various company logos, each representing their respective companies and identities. The gas pipeline wall is broken. You come with me. Just then someone floated in through the hatch, casually pointing out a few individuals. They quickly suited up and followed him out. The group arrived in a confined space, securing their harnesses to a thick column nearby. As the hatch opened, they flew out, but their harnesses caught them. After adjusting to the situation, they began to leap while using the ropes to connect to reachable spots, eventually locating the leak. The gas pipeline wall is broken. This is a bit troublesome. Is it an internal or external break? If you ask me, who should I ask? There was no choice. The entire section had to be replaced. The senior worker frowned, knowing that if this were the case, it could significantly delay the experiment. Once replacement began, precautions against internal explosions would be critical. An explosion could jeopardize the entire apparatus. While these instruments were minor issues, the workers residing on this apparatus were almost inescapable. The individual who summoned them grew anxious. Initially detecting irregular values through the monitor, he thought it was just a routine breakage, but without accurate wall breach measurements, the entire section had to be replaced. Can't we just use titanium adhesive? You don't even know where the breach is, or what's the difference between applying it and not. Besides, we're unclear if the external or internal wall is breached. Even if we code it, it won't penetrate. Furthermore, if we don't meet the original specifications, the entire project could be delayed for a complete reevaluation. To be honest, I truly do not wish to engage in discussions with those old geezers anymore. They are obsessively meticulous to the point of insanity. Even the slightest imperfection, which would not affect normal operations, could lead to prolonged arguments. This senior worker seemed to have previously collaborated with those involved in theoretical design, and it appeared that their partnership was particularly fraught with issues. Ho-hot, go below and bring the connecting pipe. Be extremely cautious. This is not like being on the ground. If you slip even slightly, you may fall straight down. Understood. The young man, appearing quite youthful, stood up and began to crawl down along the supports, gradually leaving the senior worker's line of sight. At that moment, the senior worker's radio suddenly crackled with the panicked voice of the young man. "Master, I just lost my grip." The senior worker fell silent, cutting off the young man's communication. He then instructed another to assist in retrieving the connecting pipe. If he failed to secure himself up there, it would mean death. After all, this apparatus was not stationary, but continuously orbiting the Earth. The speed was slow, but there was no way to bring back someone who had been floating in space. Such occurrences had become almost commonplace here. Most workers had not received precise training. They typically trained for only 2 or 3 days on the ground before being sent up. Often workers would lose their lives in the vastness of space due to a moment of negligence, ultimately descending into the atmosphere and being incinerated to ashes. On the opposite side of Earth's orbit, a massive steel sphere was also in the midst of construction. Originally, it had a control core, but due to self-decomposition, it had been unable to assemble itself, consuming vast amounts of manpower and resources in the process. These guys, if they want to escape Earth, they should just say so. Instead, they talk about alleviating the burdens on humanity, as if coming here would somehow render them immune to those aliens. At this moment, these workers were all being compelled to construct this thing. If they didn't come to work on it, their families' livelihoods would be at stake, as those in charge were effectively holding them hostage with their credit limits. Yet these credit limits directly impacted their basic needs, and the large companies had colluded, leaving no escape route for these individuals. Only when one realizes that their livelihood is entirely controlled by the upper echelons can they grasp the true horror of their situation, that no matter how hard they try to change it, they ultimately remain mere pawns. Plans like the Shanhaijing Plan and other scientific endeavors were generally understood, but the specifics of the Earth Companion Plan and the details for habitation on Earth were particularly off-putting for many. It included extensive requirements for the inhabitants along with a plethora of cautionary notes. Enough already, we're just here to assist those officials. If we don't comply, everything will become problematic. Statistics on the manpower and resources consumed by these large projects are impossible to track. In this process, the number of injuries and fatalities is staggering. The crucial point is that all this manpower and resources were drawn from personnel on Earth specifically as a result of the exploitation of those at the bottom. The lower-tier workers were allowed to express their anger, yet remained silent, as the majority had their own wives and children. Some had been busy from the very beginning for the sake of their families, while they themselves had long since detached from the situation. Mechanical constructs that seemed like science fiction were being built in space, while an endless stream of transport ships continuously carried asteroids' meteorites to be processed near the sun. These resources were sourced from the asteroid belt. After all, the resources obtained from the currently stable planets were entirely insufficient to meet humanity's construction demands. These major projects not only required rare resources, but also faced extreme scarcity of steel and other materials. A deeply entrenched social hierarchy had formed on Earth, with the impoverished working tirelessly in various jobs just to barely survive, while the elite squandered extravagantly. They had monopolized education, healthcare, military, extraterrestrial exploration resources, food, and every industry that could influence people's lives. Simultaneously, they intensified their online propaganda, using the internet to instill the notion that enduring hardship is a significant test of life. Only after experiencing such toil could one achieve success, a ludicrous idea, further reinforced by a plethora of success stories used to brainwash the masses. Capital development had become absurdly distorted, yet amidst this absurdity emerged a profoundly pathological and grotesque group. The primary aim of the lower-tier workers was straightforward. They hoped that their constructions, paired with scientific research findings, could withstand an alien invasion. They remained fervently passionate, temporarily setting aside their hatred for those above them, who continually exploited them, prioritizing the greater good when necessary. From the current perspective, the entire game has indeed entered a proper trajectory, and the players have begun to develop, especially after acquiring 2 giant armored vehicles starting to gradually clear the forest. Lin Mo felt a bit troubled at this moment. After all, what methods should be adopted for the food sources once it is cleared? After all, the current food sources for all players mainly depend on the monsters inside, If they clear out those monsters, it will surely become a major problem for the players' food sources. Should we consider limiting the development speed of these players? After all, if the pace continues this fast, it could become difficult to manage. Lin Mo watched the corn wielding a great sword continuously chopping down trees and simultaneously eliminating monsters. The choice is in your hands and don't ask me. What I can do is merely offer an opinion, but the decision ultimately relies on you. Rather than let me make the judgment, it would be better for you to make a more accurate one. Lin Xiu seemed to be playing a riddle, not expressing her opinion directly, yet her manner was even more clear. By not participating in decision-making, even if problems arise in the future, it would have nothing to do with her. Moreover, Lin Mo is truly the owner of the entire base, as only he holds the authority over it. A Lin Xiu's authority system is established on Lin Mo's. For matters beyond Lin Mo's understanding, Lin Xiu might offer suggestions, but regarding decisions Lin Mo could make independently, she generally would take that burden back. Their relationship remained stable, yet complex, perhaps due to their complementary strengths in knowledge and authority. Now Lin Mo spent his days eating well and had nothing to do but continuously pull up certain monitoring information, observing the various happenings in different places. Of course, there was another good piece of news. The map of Mars was now capable of being drawn. Each player would receive one. When he truly looked down at the entire Martian city from above, he discovered that Mars had long been covered in cities. After all, Mars was initially an independent large planetary colony separated from Earth and the semi-Earth system. Those who came here included not only the so-called high social classes, but also the lower classes, leading to varying degrees of differentiation within the entire hierarchy. Thus, this civilization belonged to a different kind of civilization independent of those two planets. In some respects, if oxygen hadn't been cut off back, then a much stronger civilization would have likely formed. Now Lin Mo began to doubt the truth of Lin Xiu's words. After all, if oxygen was simply cut off, why were there already traces of battles underground? Why were there such obvious signs of conflict in the military ruins? The key question was, what kind of voice could Lin Xiu use to tell lies? Lin Mo now felt he had become a great enigma. He still needed a long time to understand the course of events. He did not believe he could extract anything from Lin Xiu, as this person often managed to see through even the most deliberate attempts at conversation. One must say a cunning old fox who has lived for nearly 2,000 years is indeed quite astute, especially in mastering their own words and actions, whether speaking good words, falsehoods, or truths, all of which appeared identical. It seems we must limit the players' hunting methods. Let's just fix this bug. The forum exploded with a message startling all players and even driving out all the fish hiding underwater. Administrator, first, congratulations to the two players for successfully acquiring 2 limited mechs in this game. Whether there will be a public release in the future is uncertain, but congratulations are in order. Additionally, during the cleanup task, using mechs to damage monsters or plants will not earn any points. Besides that, we are officially transitioning to the farming stage, which will increase support and cultivation for farming players. Moreover, our company has invested a lot of manpower and resources to successfully fix several hidden detail bugs, and it is expected that more internal test slots will be added to the lottery pool in the future. This announcement was quite brief, but it conveyed a significant amount of information. However, for ordinary players, it made little difference. For the corn and falling fish, it was almost a direct targeting. If using the mech could not earn points for defeating monsters, then its usefulness would be greatly diminished. Let's take down the heartless administrator and hang them from the streetlights. A group of young players angrily stormed towards the management center. Lin Mo calmly observed this group coming for an explanation, knowing that despite their anger, he could still maintain control. Everyone calm down. Let's keep our cool. Playing games is all about having fun, isn't it? Nyangdo stepped forward first, pointing at Lin Mo and saying, Administrator, we've treated you like a brother. We've gone out of our way for you, yet you've stabbed us in the back. Just as we were about to develop, you've made it impossible for us to earn points. Lin Mo had already anticipated this scene. He knew that once he made this decision, this group of players would definitely come angrily seeking an explanation. An explanation, of course, he would provide if he had one. Don't you think that such a large-scale operation might affect the ecosystem of the forests at the entrance? Everything currently eaten, drunk, and used is entirely dependent on the points provided by the monsters lurking at the entrance. If you destroy this external ecosystem, now what will happen to the other young players? We will certainly conduct a public test of the game in the future. At least until we find a suitable and stable ecological environment, we must emphasize ecological protection. We need to adhere to the concept of sustainable development, because in the game the death setting was initially designed with the consideration that each creature follows a specific operational line to provide computational power. Once it dies, it will be completely deleted. If you continue like this, restoring the data will undoubtedly cost an enormous sum of money, and the key is that it cannot be recovered. Given that we considered this during our basic research, if it cannot be fully cleared, there will surely be increasing data garbage piling up, eventually filling the hard drive. Therefore, we can only adopt this method. The characters within are also part of it, but once they truly die, the data will be deleted, and this bears no difference to real death. Can Gladys be restored? Nyongdo said worriedly. Now, as his relationship with Gladys grew closer, he hoped that this game could continue to operate. After all, his bond with Gladys was deepening, and during this time together, he discovered that the characters within exhibited emotions that rivaled those of humans. Let's get back on track. We're discussing serious matters here, and you're talking about romance. Get away from here. Administrator, if that's what you mean, we can understand. But we put in so much effort to retrieve this thing, and now you're cutting it down. This significantly weakens our strength as exploratory players. As compensation, I strongly demand that you give each of us one of these mechs. Lin Mo replied cheekily. I have no money, but I have one life to offer. My head is right here, feel free to take it. Lin Mo was quite straightforward. As soon as these players made a move, he would directly revoke their game qualifications. After all, these players had agreed to the spending contract when entering the game, and if they threatened the administrator, they would be expelled. Seeing such a resolute administrator, the players were left speechless, especially the female players who covered their foreheads with their hands. This guy was truly shameless, his thick skin able to withstand bullets. Of course, as a reward, let's have a random story for each person. This is a super valuable gift. You should know that only those at the very top of the prize pool can get this. Lin Mo took out several memory storage devices from his pocket. If I remember correctly, didn't the administrator use this as a table support? Korn, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. His expression revealed that it was indeed not a pleasant situation. After all, it was hard-earned to acquire a divine-level piece of equipment only to find out that it wouldn't grant experience when defeating monsters, creating such an awkward scenario. You should truly understand this plot. If you manage to get it onto those short video platforms, it would instantly attract a massive wave of traffic. Several players stubbornly lingered, here causing a ruckus, prompting Lin Mo to reluctantly compensate each with 200 points. Just as the old players left, a new batch arrived, only to be kicked out entirely by Lin Mo. Do you think I, Lin, am a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze? Go cool off and prepare for your tasks, or else you won't be allowed to eat lunch. As for the new players, Lin Mo showed no leniency. After all, these newcomers had just entered the game and were still unfamiliar with it, making them easy to manipulate. This was the perfect time to instill a sense of admiration for the administrator in them. If he were too lenient, it would only lead to them looking down on him. However, now with Yumi and Luo Yu tackling the plants, even using high-frequency vibration cutters, they could effortlessly deal with the spiders as their reflexes and speed had surpassed those of ordinary players by several folds. A few players went to purchase energy weapons, practicing their shots while following the two experts to slay monsters. However, Yumi and Luo Yu found it troublesome due to the danger often not from the large spiders they faced, but from Yu Wu and Rabbit, who lagged behind. Their marksmanship was rather disappointing. During this time, Ling Xiao also awakened his abilities, becoming a human tank with sluggish reactions, but exceptional durability, able to face the giant spiders head-on. Indeed, he could clash head-on using his head against their teeth, even chipping the spider's fangs. Then Bot hid behind Ling Xiao like a tank, charging forward with Ling Xiao bravely fighting enemies in front, while Bot expanded his capabilities, constantly identifying the monster's movement directions. At this moment, Da-E and Nyongdo were each wielding an energy weapon, aiming and shooting. The only trouble with this gadget was its limited capacity and the exorbitant cost of changing magazines. Compared to high-frequency vibration cutters, its cost-effectiveness was far too low, as it was nearly useless except in the hands of expert marksmen. Thus, this weapon required a massive amount of ammunition to feed it. Once well-stocked, it would possess real cost-effectiveness, since it could typically take down a spider with a single shot regardless of the monster. The problem lay in its heavy weight. While it lacked recoil, when fired holding it was quite cumbersome, making it uncomfortable for the players, as this operational style didn't fit human design. Does the administrator have any weapons capable of instantly blasting a whole area? Do I look like a karaoke genie to you? Lin Mo retorted sharply, countering the player's request. After all, the administrator had a notoriously sharp tongue. If the administrator were a girl, she would undoubtedly be a tsundere, with a sharp tongue likely to be mercilessly teased by the main character. However, the players dared not harbor any ill intentions against the administrator, as their game privileges were entirely controlled by her. Any attack on the administrator would result in being forcibly logged out, making it unworthy to sabotage their chances of entering a game for a character whose traits were already predetermined. Lin Mo understood what kind of weapon the players were seeking, likely something akin to grenades. The issue was that such items were not found, as with the onset of long-range warfare, short-range weapons had been completely stored away. The energy firearms and high-frequency vibration cutters piled in warehouses were old relics gathering dust. The items inside were probably discarded as unwanted junk, carelessly tossed aside without time for processing. Lin Mo also noticed an increasing number of complaints on the official site. Although they were labeled as anonymous reports, the fact remained that he was the administrator holding all the permissions regarding the game. Upon closer inspection, all players had lodged complaints against him, with 15 players expressing their desire for him to be transformed into a gentle and adorable little sister. Ha ha ha. Little sister. Why don't you just call me sister? Ha ha ha. Lin Xiyu laughed brightly, continuously browsing the relevant complaint letters, all, without exception, expressing dislike for his cunning character and suggesting a need to improve the administrator's personality, as it was utterly off-putting for the players. The most critical point was that any attack on the administrator would automatically disqualify them from the game. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, pondering whether his relationship with the players was truly that bad. Upon reflection, it seemed he indeed spent each day contemplating how to exploit these players. If these little players dared not speak up, what made him different from a tyrant? Well, the only difference was that he had some self-awareness, knowing he was a tyrant. So are you now deciding to change your character? It seems your little players are quite angry with you. What we need to change is the players' perception of me, not my personal character. Lin Mo thought he had been too benevolent at times. He needed to give these players a slap and then a sweet date, or else they would think it too easy to gain rewards which would trigger their negative emotions. Thus, he had to be cautious of his behavior. Lin Xiyu's smile froze. Throughout her life, she had heard countless principles from wealthy capitalists, but this was the first time hearing such a statement. After all, those capitalists would say that for the sake of expanding their interests to provide better treatment for workers or for the necessary development of society, they would use whatever reasoning was most important. However, to not change oneself, but instead to change the players, was something she had never heard before. Lin Mo viewed the players as being lacking in points due to their laziness, and that their situation stemmed from their laxity in the game. Only when they worked harder could their standings improve. Establish a player-versus-player mode, allowing players to compete among themselves, such as testing their combat skills. At the same time, enhance ideological education for these players, letting experienced old players set up educational platforms on forums to share their combat experiences. What does that have to do with you? It seems the players are targeting you. You don't know this, but we need to shift the players' grievances against the official towards their own conflicts. Lin Mo was merely drafting a plan for the dueling arenas. He would directly release tasks for the players to complete. However, regarding their self-combat, they could attack each other within a designated area. In fact, no punitive measures had been established for players attacking each other before. Everything had been a blank slate, and the players were exploring the outside world together. Thus, the decision made little difference to them. As the number of players increased, it was essential to prevent any disorderly waste of resources, for many players were beginning to stride towards a wealthier life. If one day these players' points truly reached a certain threshold, it would only take them a couple of days to achieve it. Once any grudges developed in game, it would certainly affect the entire player ecosystem. The dueling arena would allow for a more stable resource output. As long as players weren't killed, they could simply be thrown into a coffin for repairs. Even if they were killed, as long as body fragments were found, they could be restored. Compared to recreating a body from scratch, the cost of repairing an existing one was significantly lower. With this basis, Lin Mo could confidently open dueling arenas. In other areas, if players caused harm, ambushed maliciously, or set traps to inflict damage on certain players, decisions would be made based on their actions. Sometimes I really wish this were just a game, so that even after death one could revive like us. Nyangdo laughed as she sat in an anti-gravity car speaking to Gladys. During this time, their relationship had progressed rapidly, resembling that of young lovers. The next day, when these players received their tasks, they were all particularly bewildered. What is the purpose of building this thing? However, they could only enclose an area according to the blueprints provided by Lin Mo. This area was what they referred to as the competition stage. Alright, I hereby announce that attacking each other will be considered a violation of the rules from now on. Of course, this depends on the situation. Malicious attacks certainly fall under violations, and there's no room for debate on that. Of course, we do not prohibit players from challenging each other, which is why we have set up this arena. Players can engage in battles here, but it must be with mutual consent. If one player forcibly drags another into a fight, that will definitely be considered a violation. Several players exchanged glances after hearing this, then shook their heads and went back to their own tasks. Nyangdo gave the big goose a hard slap, only to have it quickly slapped back. I just wanted to see if this counts as a malicious attack. Your character is quite bold, isn't it? The players continued to bicker in this playful manner before getting back to their business, with most heading to the forest to hunt monsters with their weapons. It seems that your players actually don't want you to manipulate this game, but rather wish to continue exploring. After all, the entire purpose of the game's development is to create an exploratory experience. Lin Xiyu walked out from behind and spoke to Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew that not many players would care about his project, so he merely stretched and went back to sleep. However, shortly after the administrator returned, Yumi and Luo Yu started fighting, with both sides equally matched, exchanging blows. Wow, two beautiful girls are fighting. I love watching women fight. The drunkard jumped up moving so fast that even a dog at home wouldn't be able to catch up. The other players were also drawn to the spectacle. Yumi's speed is truly impressive, and it seems that Luo Yu is also very quick to react. The players watched the battle while commenting incessantly, as the intensity of the fight made it difficult for them to discern the fighting styles. By the way, one of them is a guy, but he changed his gender after gaining power. The big goose patted the drunkard on the shoulder. Although this guy was named Drunkard, he had nothing to do with alcohol, and even the big goose wondered what led this guy to choose such a name. A guy. That's even better. I believe that he as a man wouldn't mind at all. Yumi might take the risk of being banned from the game and kick your head around like a ball. Upon hearing this, several nearby male players instinctively took a few steps back from the drunkard, and even Jiang Nan Yiming unconsciously stepped back twice. After all, his words were quite terrifying, making it hard not to suspect if he had some strange preferences. I was just joking, everyone. Don't take it seriously. You see, I still like those pretty girls with long legs and black stockings. Hearing this, Jiang Nan Yiming stepped back a couple more steps while the other male players looked on with shining eyes at Jiang Nan Yiming. What are you all thinking? Hurry up and watch your battle. The lady directly inserted herself among these players, who then silently turned their heads back. There was nothing they could do. This lattice sharp tongue was quite fearsome, and she had only lost once to the administrator with no other defeats anywhere else. After a round of fighting, both paused, panting heavily and realizing that they could do nothing more against each other. They thanked each other and left with their little followers. I tell you, I'm a 70-30 split with him. I'm 70, she is 30. X2 Luo Yu and Yumi simultaneously said to their followers, knowing that continuing to fight like this was pointless. After all, their speed and combat power were about equal, as if they had been taught by the same master, and both had the same serious learning attitude, but the problem was that their talents were equally matched. If they continued fighting like this, it would only leave both exhausted, and there were tasks today. They had just entered the game. If they spent all their stamina, now how would they grind for points later? It dawned on them that the so-called fear of drawing cards was that they could only wait for the guaranteed outcome, and it had to be a major guarantee. Otherwise, they would end up with a bunch of random junk along with some teachers' DVDs and the administrator's worn socks. Of course, if they were Lin's socks, the players might consider it, but thinking about it made them shudder and shake their heads. Damn, this is just too horrifying, like a horror movie with high-definition lenses. Even children could be scared to tears, let alone them as adults. In fact, they didn't dislike unlocking this project regarding martial arts, but the issue was that they had to show an attitude to the administrator. In short, it translates to being a little tsundere. When a tsundere administrator meets a tsundere player, the one who compromises first is bound to lose. The white light actually exploits the loopholes in our physical laws based on its theoretical foundations. Lin Mo listened intently for a couple of sentences before beginning to doze off, eventually resting his head on the table. After all, this topic was truly beyond his comprehension. Even if he understood these so-called theories, the problem was that he couldn't grasp what they were talking about. However, Lin Shiyu's expression was not good, as if a huge mystery troubled her. She didn't care about Lin Mo, who was still fast asleep beside her, but instead repeatedly adjusted the previous progress. After about 3 or 4 hours, Lin Mo finally woke up, only to realize that his arm was extremely sore, as he had been resting his head on it while sleeping, leaving it stiff and numb. What information have we obtained? What else could there be? Humanity cannot resist the White Palace, as it will be obliterated under all physical laws. The key point is that this has already violated the laws of physics, particularly the most fundamental law of conservation of energy. If it were possible, I would rather believe this is a dream, otherwise we really can't confront this thing. Lin Xiyu looked troubled as she spoke. Lin Mo didn't know what was on her mind, but it appeared this matter had a significant impact on her. No, we still have a chance, we just haven't thought of a solution yet. But I feel that we still have a chance. Lin Xiyu suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's shoulders and spoke loudly. Lin Mo quietly felt her breath and was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. After all, this person in front of him was usually very calm and composed, of for her to act so irrationally indicated just how greatly this situation affected her. Didn't you say he is a fraud in physics? Why would you still believe a fraud? After all, those scientists back then likely had the same mindset as you. Think about it, they were deceived for over 100 years. Now that it's your turn, do you think you could also be deceived? Hearing this, Lin Xiyu finally smiled and instantly returned to her previous calm demeanor. You're right, after all, this guy is a fraud. How could we believe a fraud? Currently, my biggest concern is the insufficient data analysis of this white light. Regarding data collection, it's impossible to achieve the research objectives, as we are people who speak based on data. Lin Xiyu suddenly seemed to shed a heavy burden, becoming relaxed with a hint of cheerfulness in her tone. Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was his team's technician. If something happened to her, they wouldn't be able to get anything done. Although they could rely on Xiao Wei in the early stages, if Xiao Wei didn't perform well, there would be no way out. Moreover, when they inquired about Xiao Wei, many areas were met with the same response: no permissions. That phrase had almost become Xiao Wei's catchphrase. Thank you for reminding me. Since that's the case, let's take a look at something thrilling that will definitely get your blood pumping. A few minutes later, Lin Mo took a deep breath of the nutrient solution, gazing blankly at Liang Do and Yumi rolling around in the mud. Although they claimed it was a duel, it was practically just rolling over each other on the ground. Is this what you call something thrilling? Do you want to play? If you want to play, I can join you. The administrator challenged Professor Lin to a duel. Everyone come and watch. Half a minute later, the administrator has gotten up, he's back on his feet, but he fell down again. 1 minute later, the administrator has overcome his fear of Professor Lin with his indomitable spirit and stood up again. A few minutes later, Administrator, maybe you should just lie down. You look pretty battered. Looking at Lin Mo's pitiful state, several players couldn't help but shake their heads. They now had a more intuitive idea about Professor Lin. Is this person even a researcher? What kind of researcher can do a backflip and kick someone in the head? What kind of researcher can perform a suplex and throw someone 3 meters away? Which researcher can knock someone away with a single punch? Lin Mo was genuinely questioning his life. He felt like he was on the verge of depression. Although he had suspected from the beginning that this was no ordinary researcher, he only truly understood the gap between them when he experienced it firsthand. Lin Mo couldn't even touch a finger of his opponent, whose speed and reflexes were at their peak. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was on the ground again. I'm getting old. I won't fight with you young folks anymore. Lin Mo, supported by Nyang Do, swayed back to the base. After this incident, the player's anger towards Lin Mo had lessened considerably. After all, he had already suffered so badly. It wouldn't be nice to rub salt in his wounds. Perhaps from the very beginning Lin Xiu had already planned for this. After all, someone like her who had pushed time to its limits would never engage in such trivial matters. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility that she was genuinely bored to the extreme. Lin Mo decided that he would no longer engage in any stimulating activities. His body truly couldn't take it anymore. If he wasn't careful, he might end up seriously injuring himself. Are you okay? Lin Xiu pushed open Lin Mo's bedroom door and saw him lying on the mattress groaning. You can't just come in without my permission. Don't open my door without asking. Lin Mo felt as if he were seeing a giant demon crawling over from the other side of the battlefield, flaunting its form capable of decapitating him with a single bite. Sorry, I didn't hold back today. If you had just fallen down right away, I wouldn't have had to attack so many times. Here, let me help you disinfect your wounds. Lin Xiu said as she took out a blue jar, dipped her finger in it gently, and began applying it to Lin Mo's body. Ow! Sister, be gentle. Lin Mo grimaced in pain. What does it mean to suffer? He finally understood, especially when her fingers touched the wound. The effect of the medication on the injury made the pain indescribably intense, a mix of agony that was too overwhelming to articulate. Lin Xiu smiled and continued applying the medicine, not easing up even at Lin Mo's pleas. Don't worry, I'm being gentle enough. If I don't disinfect these wounds, they might get infected. And if that happens, there's really no hospital here to treat you. And you are the first man I've helped with medicine. You should feel grateful. After all, others would be dreaming for such an opportunity, but you are truly experiencing it. Then sister, please go and bother someone else. Oh my gosh, it really hurts. Lin Mo was at a loss for words to describe the pain he felt. This combination of soreness and pain was simply too intense to articulate. Take off your pants. For applying medicine. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo slowly took off his pants. As her cool fingers brushed against the medication and slid across the wound on his thigh, Lin Mo felt utterly hopeless. The pain was even more terrifying than killing him. All right, that should be enough. You can rest here for now. If any of the wounds start to fester, call me. I'll see if I can make some antibiotics under the current conditions. Of course, if necessary, surgery might be considered to remove the affected area, including your little brother. For your own life, you should think this through. Lin Mo. He felt inexplicably cold below. It turned out it wasn't because he was underdressed, but because someone was considering cutting off his little buddy. This made him realize that boys should also pay attention to their safety, otherwise they might end up becoming girls. When the video of Professor Lin brutally beating the administrator was released on the forum, Lin Mo was still resting and didn't check the forum. The video's views skyrocketed instantly. This is Professor Lin. She is simply stunning. Every move is like poetry, killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. Her movements are graceful and poised, as still as a virgin, as swift as a hare. Each punch felt like it hit my heart directly. What? The administrator got beaten. I think the focus of the people upstairs seems a bit off, right? This guy is just a ruthless boss. Isn't it normal for him to get beaten by his employees? Could it be that the administrator was beaten because he maliciously withheld wages? Soon this video spread across various video platforms, and naturally a bunch of little dogs started appearing, all claiming to be Professor Lin's dogs. There's no helping it, a Professor Lin is just too beautiful. Even wearing ordinary base clothing cannot hide her slender figure, and coupled with her stunning looks, she possesses a transcendent beauty. As for Lin Mo, who got beaten, the onlookers didn't really care about him. Instead, all attention was instantly drawn to Professor Lin. Even ordinary girls were trying to find ways to cosplay as Professor Lin, only to realize that some things are genuinely unachievable. However, more professionals began researching the entire physical modeling. During the strikes, there was no occurrence of clipping, and the movements were remarkably natural. This is a challenging feat for many game companies, as it requires a robust physical model to support it. Without this physical model, it would be quite troublesome. Moreover, the character movements were incredibly smooth and natural, indicating that the game's design had directly considered capturing the movements of this character. These undoubtedly showcased the dedication of the game company at the time in perfecting their work. Professor Lin is simply too cool, and the administrator is too strong. Nyangdo also made similar remarks. If it were her, she would have fallen long ago. Moreover, even if she wanted to, she wouldn't have had the opportunity. However, upon further reflection, Professor Lin and the administrator worked in the same company. Their chances of interaction must be quite high, and it seemed their relationship was rather good. Could these two potentially advance further in the future? Instantly, the flames of gossip ignited in the hearts of the little players. Unable to directly inquire about the relationship between Professor Lin and the administrator, they turned their attention to the forum and began to speculate based on previous information. The administrator and Professor Lin are definitely quite familiar. I can guarantee this, as I saw them dancing together last time, almost embracing. Their relationship must be good. Of course, I know their relationship is good, but we are now speculating on how far they have progressed. Are they already in a romantic relationship, or is it still just that? Should we help fan the flames of romance? Who knows, the administrator might reward us if he's in a good mood. At this moment, Luo Yu was far more excited about the gossip than the few players. Although she usually appeared quite calm and collected, she would never compromise when it came to gossip. On the third floor, is your wound feeling better? Take off your clothes and pants. I need to check the wound. Lin Xiyu came over holding another blue jar. It seemed she was quite attentive to Lin Mo's injuries and hadn't left him unattended. Lin Mo shook his head. He felt like his wounds were healing pretty well. The medicine was indeed strong. He had applied it yesterday, and today he already saw a noticeable scar. He just didn't know if there would be scars left after the scab fell off. You're not asking me to do it for you, are you? That's quite a unique preference. Lin Xiyu continued to smile as Lin Mo reluctantly took off his clothes, revealing the previous scars. If a wound truly gets infected on Mars, there would be no medical team to help. It seems that your condition is rather severe. It's not just a surface infection, but a subcutaneous one, Lin Xiyu said gravely to Lin Mo, her previous smile fading. Will this have any impact? It depends on your luck. After all, I'm not sure if your constitution, having been injected with various vaccines on Mars, truly applies here. Since then, that group of lesser players seems to have not seen Lin Mo for a long time. The one who usually bantered with them suddenly disappeared, which felt quite odd. It was like a persistent argument partner vanishing without a trace. While it felt refreshing, there was also a strange emptiness. I think I'm dying. Oh dear. Oh dear. Although Lin Mo's situation is somewhat dire, it's still within a manageable range. He has only a mild fever, and the infection at the wound is not particularly severe, requiring just a bit of time to recover. The problem lies in the fact that he caught a cold on top of everything else, and now Lin Mo is feeling utterly miserable, his mind foggy from the fever. Fortunately, Lin Xiyu is by his side, constantly changing the wet towel on his forehead. Cheer up. If you were to pass away here, can you imagine how people would talk about it later? The last ruler of the Shanhaijing plan and the Ziwei Star mobile control platform succumbed to a wound infection and a fever. During this time, Lin Xiyu has been quite concerned. To take better care of Lin Mo, she moved the mattress from her room to his side, and almost every night she sleeps beside him. Although she sometimes wakes up to Lin Mo's sounds in the middle of the night, she makes no complaints. After recovering from my illness, I must reward myself with 2 packs of nutrient solution. A few days later, Lin Mo finally appeared before the group of players, lively and well. He uniformly explained to them that he had been dragged away for repairs. I suspect that Professor Lin must have incapacitated him. After all, ever since the fight with Professor Lin, the administrator hasn't shown up for a long time. I feel the same way. I can only imagine how badly the administrator was beaten by Professor Lin. Even as an onlooker witnessing it was painful, let alone the administrator himself. Regarding Lin Mo's claims, the small players generally held a skeptical attitude, but there was little they could say. If the administrator didn't speak up, they couldn't very well choke him for answers about what he had been doing lately. Thank you for everything during this time. Without you, I might have really passed away. Lin Mo smiled as he teased Lin Xiyu. During this time, he truly felt as if he had met his long-deceased grandfather. If you really want to express your gratitude, just transfer all your permissions to me, haha. Of course, I'm just joking. You should keep that for yourself. Otherwise, I worry you won't trust me later. Lin Xiyu maintained her previous demeanor, keeping a distance in her relationship with Lin Mo, as if intentionally preserving a certain boundary. Lin Mo felt indifferent. After all, his main goal now was simply to survive, and he certainly did not want to live like a homeless person in the city. At their core, those homeless people still had human shells, but had long lost their souls. Yet without this motivation, he might end up like them. Even if he managed to survive by some stroke of luck, he would be living just as they did, waiting for death, while consuming carrion with no understanding of what tomorrow might bring. Fortunately, Lin Xiyu was there to accompany him, which prevented him from feeling too lonely. After all, from his perspective, Lin Xiyu was still a person of civilization, not one of those savages outside, as those people were no different from the wild beings. After investigating the ruins, Lin Mo's problems not only remained unresolved, but also deepened. The only thing he could ascertain was that this situation was related to Lin Xiyu, albeit not significantly. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that motivation existed before the oxygen depletion and the destruction of the base was due to war, not the oxygen running out. Such a large military base would undoubtedly possess a complete oxygen supply system, as that was the primary concern on Mars. But what exactly is Lin Xiyu hiding? Or is there something she is unwilling to share with me? Lin Mo felt quite puzzled by this. Upon reflection, he realized that he and Lin Xiyu were merely ordinary friends who had not known each other for a month, possibly not even friends at all. Such secrets would likely only be revealed when their relationship improved, but Lin Mo was unsure of this crafty fox's intentions. Firstly, what I want to teach you is the experience of attacking ordinary savages. To put it plainly, those ordinary savages mainly rely on swarming and the use of high-frequency vibration cutters. They possess no real wisdom, merely flailing about during fights and performing some fixed actions. At this moment, Yumi was accepting an invitation to explain to the new players how to eliminate the savages. Given the current situation, those savages might be the only ones they can deal with. As for the big spiders, let's avoid them. If these new players really tried their luck, it would be a matter of minutes before they were taken down. Thus, what we must do is sneak up on them while they are resting and deliver a fatal blow. Remember, even if you cannot stab their heads, aim for their chests. Of course, if you're one of those friends with guns, I won't say much, as if you miss it wouldn't matter. Wielding a gun would just waste the base's resources. Yu Wu and 2Z instinctively shrank back, given that they had previously used firearms, yet their aim was rather unimpressive, nearly taking down Yumi several times. This is why the most dangerous threats often come not from your enemies, but from your teammates. You can never know what kind of antics they might pull. What about the spiders? Nyang Do asked loudly. For them, killing savages no longer held much significance. They had collected a lot of equipment and occasionally gifted a couple of weapons to the new players. Their main monster hunting area was currently concentrated in the forest at the entrance. Given the restriction on using mechs, these players mainly followed Yumi and Luo Yu to hunt the monsters inside, especially since they had reached a level where they could enter the forest. Yumi and Luo Yu moved particularly quickly. Even if they couldn't defeat the monsters, they could escape rapidly. However, the small players following behind them would face misfortune, as while those monsters may not catch up with Luo Yu and Yumi, they could easily catch these small players. Thus, trailing behind also carried corresponding risks. But isn't risk often accompanied by opportunity? What's a missing arm or leg compared to the thrill? The previously obtained plot points were put to good use, allowing these players to slightly fill the gaps in their understanding of the game's storyline. Of course, this content had been bought at a hefty price from that drunkard and Xiao Heikuan, with each segment priced at 200,000. Just when everyone thought the other side was at a loss, these two immediately turned around and uploaded this content onto a video platform, but in the format of a long episode. The revenue generated was unimaginable for these players. Counting 10 segments at 200,000 each amounted to over 2 million. However, through the reselling by these two, they netted over 10 million, with the other side pocketing over 8 million. The conclusion drawn was that if this were directly made into a movie, it would be immensely enjoyable. The special effects and various narrative styles utilized were utterly captivating, and many people watched these videos as if they were films. Although presented in a documentary style recounting past events for these viewers, it bore no difference from a movie. Dealing with spiders is somewhat tricky, primarily due to their heads. When they come to attack you, if you spot them, the obvious choice is to strike at their heads. Remember, after striking, step back, otherwise you may get crushed beneath them, as they are quite heavy. Even if you don't get bitten, you might end up as a meat paste. Yumi was well aware of this, having experienced it firsthand. The center of gravity for the spider usually leans forward. If you fail to dodge, you might really get crushed. However, upon careful reflection, the weight of that spider was indeed unimaginable, and its entire body was as hard as stone. Even with a high-frequency vibrating cutter, there was truly no way to slice through its outer shell. Even sharp stones could not shatter it. As for those who only kept internal accounts, no player dared to attempt it. It was simply too disgusting. When brought out, everything was a result of various unsettling things. If one didn't vomit directly, it was already a sign of strong psychological endurance. Only the spider legs could be consumed, which tasted somewhat like crab legs. These players enjoyed cutting off the spider legs, hanging large sections, as if preparing for a barbecue, rotating them until cooked. Then they would smash the already crispy outer shell with stones and directly eat the meat inside. Of course, some players attempted to eat the outer shell, but it tasted like tiles, bland and impossible to bite into. Eventually, no one bothered to try whether it was good or not. After all, for the Chinese, anything with long legs that could move was edible, but one should also eat fish. Was it tasty? Who would be full and then choose to eat something that tasted like broken tiles? But the problem is, how can I launch an attack before the spider attacks me? Although we now have infrared masks on our faces, the issue is that if there are too many, we have no way out. Then just run. The farther the better. If you get surrounded and are still thinking about how to counterattack, that's pure foolishness. Only a fool would engage in battle with enemies beyond their capability. Luo Yu interrupted the conversation between the two and spoke like this, and Yumi nodded in agreement. Miss Luo Yu is absolutely right. If faced with monsters that are not proportionate to your strength, the only option is to flee. Don't even think about counterattacking. Of course, if you're in a team fight, besides running, you should also warn your teammates, otherwise that would be typical of a teammate who drags the group down. In fact, during this period, it likely happened to you as well. Firearms will probably be a focus in the next version. After all, when facing ordinary monsters, such high-quality weapons can still be effective, but against those fast-moving monsters with extremely hard armor, firearms are the only option. Next time, let Ling Xiao be the tank, continuously drawing aggro, while Bert can serve as a relay, able to identify where the danger lies. And for those new players, just ignore them. Right now, they have neither skills nor money. Wait until they have the skills to survive outside before speaking. In reality, the conflict between new players and veteran players does exist. In other games, the conflict might not be so severe because skilled veterans need newbies to shout 666 behind them. However, in this game, these new players have become a burden. After all, it's very dangerous outside. If there's a tail following behind, it could easily compromise stealth, and this game primarily revolves around survival. Not only do these new players not contribute anything, but they also greatly hinder the completion of tasks, which is why veterans don't want to deal with them. This also relates to the troubles caused by these new players in recent times. Initially, veteran players enjoyed taking these newbies out to show off. However, as these new players proved to be quite unhelpful, more accurately, they became a hindrance, displaying sheer terror when facing death. While it's clear that this is human nature, when confronted with death, the problem lies in their tendency to disrupt other tasks. You all continue. I'll just listen. Zhou Mengzi said with a smile, while the camera on him kept recording. For a content creator like him, what he needed was heat, and this time, he was set to profit greatly. Yumi didn't say much more, and continued discussing future responsibilities, specifically how to fight in the woods. As they delved deeper, they discovered that there was more than just spiders inside. There was also a monster that resembled a mass of mud capable of corroding a person instantly. This was the reason why Niu Do nearly lost both legs. That thing made all players feel disgusted and annoyed. After all, no matter what kind of attack struck this creature, it had no effect. There were also snakes that could completely hide in the forest, and lizards capable of invisibility, both of which were particularly annoying. When they saw the snakes inside, they truly understood what real terror meant. The snake's head was taller than half a person, and its length was unimaginable. This creature lay in the grass, and even if one pressed their face against it, they might not recognize it. This was a true master of invisibility. However, this group of players had grasped the essentials, using Bert's skill to sense living creatures. As long as Bert detected something amiss, they would not hesitate to unleash their powered firearms, and then deliver it, while Yumi and Luo, you would use high-frequency vibrating cutters to explore. It seems your little players are still holding a meeting. Aren't you going to join them? It's pointless. I'm currently pondering what emphasis should be placed in the next steps, as this time the focus is on requiring players to develop their own farming. In reality, Lin Mo did wish to develop various professions like in other games, but the harsh reality was that resources here were too scarce. Even in city explorations, the opportunities were pitifully limited, leaving many aspects to merely stare blankly with no solutions. Moreover, the so-called planting by these players was merely about gaining experience and techniques. They needed to understand the growth habits of these plants and related issues, and only then could they cultivate them individually. After all, to conduct large-scale planting, one must know the growth habits of the crops. Otherwise, there would be no way. Although Professor Lin had the capability to analyze what conditions were needed for the crop's growth and adjustments regarding temperature and humidity, the problem lay in the lack of experimental equipment. Having such a thing in a military base was somewhat out of place. Thus, these tasks could only be left to the players to test for themselves before they could produce in batches and carry out large-scale cultivation, which was quite a challenging task. What is your current attitude toward exploring new players? Are you planning to continue supporting exploration, or are you going to let them choose to stay and plant? Lin Mo shook his head. He was uncertain about how to position these players, prompting his reflection here. Otherwise, he could have simply arranged their roles without wasting so much time and energy. Regarding these players, I still don't know what to do. However, I think we should focus on one aspect. On one hand, combat-oriented players need to be strengthened. After all, in the future, martial power will be paramount, followed by other aspects. How far am I from being able to control the entire mobile platform? In the past, it was determined by the captain followed by the other vice captains for review before the combat platform could be activated. Now you are the sole legitimate heir to the entire combat platform. You just need to follow the corresponding procedures step by step. As for how much time it will take, it might be tomorrow, or it might take 3 years, 4 years, or even a lifetime. After all, my authority system was based on researcher privileges. Although I was the most extreme researcher, I did not have combat qualifications for the entire combat platform. The only authority I had was to manage various projects within the Martian body, and generally, it was selective maintenance. If something goes wrong, it must be maintained. That's why I have the relevant authority. When they brought me to Mars, they never considered that there might be judgment issues on Earth, nor did they think about the possibility of Mars being independent. That's why they sent me to Mars for legal house arrest. If not for this, I wouldn't believe that people on Earth would let me off to some extent. At least the people here on Mars are somewhat softer towards me. Lin Xiu lifted her head, as if deep in thought, her eyes filled with profound feelings. So what exactly are you hiding from me? Or do you think we are not on the same boat? Some things are not that I don't want to tell you, but rather you'll find that the less you know, the luckier you will be. However, you must understand that I will not harm you. On the contrary, I am still protecting you. Lin Xiu stood there like someone lost in a riddle, not revealing her own matters, or perhaps she had already decided to take her secrets to the grave. Humans often believe that knowing more is better, yet only a few understand that the more one knows, the worse it can be. After all, those pigs hiding in the pigsty, living a life of eating and sleeping, do not realize their fate awaits them, thus they feel blissfully happy. But if from the very beginning they knew they would end up as someone's dish on the table, or be served with drinks during the new year, and be cut into pieces, would they still joyfully eat their pig feed, consumed only with thoughts of eating and sleeping? Especially in a situation where one cannot change the status quo, perhaps those pigs in the sty cannot escape their fate. Thus it was destined from the start that knowing less would lead to more happiness, while knowing more would only bring despair. Lin Mo fell silent. A wave of overwhelming helplessness surged in his heart. Administrator, my crops have sprouted. Is there any reward points? At that moment, Jiang Nan Yiming shouted loudly into the intercom, causing Lin Mo to shift his gaze back to the camera. From the camera's perspective, it was indeed sprouting. Your 5 points have been credited to your account. Continue to cultivate and see what you can grow, as everything here is random. With Jiang Nan Yiming's interruption, the atmosphere in the room eased considerably, as the previous tension and eeriness had been suffocating. After this diversion, the atmosphere became much clearer. Each of us has our own secrets. I won't force you to speak. For now, I will transfer level 6 authority to you. If one day I really die over trivial matters, please take over this control center for me. Lin Mo's decision had its considerations. After all, if Lin Xiu gained level 6 authority, she could navigate the control center freely, although there were still some areas she couldn't access. However, maintaining normal survival would not pose any issues for her. In fact, this authority was Lin Mo's Damocles sword to keep Lin Xiu in check. Lin Xiu's authority derived from Lin Mo's. If Lin Mo were to die, Lin Xiu would lose all her basic permissions and be unable to access even the simplest of rooms. But now, by transferring the authority to Lin Xiu, Lin Mo was sending an important signal. He had completely let go of Lin Xiu. If Lin Xiu truly wanted to eliminate Lin Mo, it would have no impact on her. Aren't you afraid that after I gain the authority, it'll eliminate you? You can eliminate me anytime you wish. Perhaps, as you said, knowing less does indeed lead to greater happiness. That's how I feel now. Oh, I want to know less, so I'll leave the arrangements to you. Lin Mo remained calm, not in despair, but because he could not think of a way to break the stalemate. Sometimes knowing less truly does bring happiness, and this saying was indeed profound. The less one knows, the more confidence they have believing they are absolutely correct. Lin Mo, how long do you think the evolution of humans has taken in the entire natural world? Or have you pondered just how absurd the history of human evolution is? The reason for using the word absurd is that there are no transitional fossils between the era of dinosaurs and the recent age of primates, making it seem as if creatures like monkeys appeared on Earth out of nowhere. Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo wanted to say something, he realized that he had mostly slept through middle school biology class, and in high school, he hadn't studied it seriously either, leaving him unable to explain the situation now. It's normal that you don't know these things. Even after 3,000 years, we still cannot solve the origin of humanity. All we can do is make various changes based on humanity itself, or simulate human thinking through uploads, which somewhat violates ethics. The question is, does the simulated entity belong to original humanity, or was the previous one the true humanity? Just like in this universe, countless great minds have pondered this question, yet have been unable to resolve it. People have delved deeply into the microscopic realm, reaching the quark level, yet still cannot explain the formation of the Earth or the origin of humanity. These questions all have corresponding answers, but by the time humanity learns these answers, there is no longer any benefit to them. People do not need the answers, they need the process of exploring these answers. Even if the truth upends their worldview, the fact remains that humanity only requires the journey to those answers. Lin Mo fell silent. This truly posed a problem. Although this series of thoughts seemed like a collection of profound truths, they all pointed to what Lin Mo needed most right now. Do I really need answers about these matters? In a situation where human civilization has completely decayed, what use is it for me to know the answer? I want to take a moment to think. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. These few sentences had impacted him profoundly. Indeed, does it mean anything if I know these answers? It seems utterly meaningless because for me, I am just the student taking the test. What matters is understanding the process of solving the problems, not just knowing the so-called answers. The answers can only judge whether my previous thoughts were right or wrong. Yet once I have the answers, reflecting on my previous process seems to lose all significance. Lin Xiu saw Lin Mo's confusion, so she slowly approached him and gently said, "It's okay, take your time to think. I will always be here with you." For a long time after, players did not see the administrator, who often loved to banter. Instead, it was Professor Lin who appeared on the management forum. However, Professor Lin's reviews were even stricter, and a whole bunch of chatty individuals were silenced, yet they grew bolder and were banned again. Why hasn't the administrator appeared during this time? Could it be that they were kicked out of the company's upper management? Perhaps our last report letter had an effect. Should we try again? What should we try? Are you an idiot? Just lower the game difficulty. It takes forever to defeat a single monster. If we could take them down with one hit, wouldn't that be much easier? I can clearly tell you that this is definitely not possible. After all, the game operation team must have made sufficient considerations when addressing these game difficulties to avoid the problem of value inflation. If a game experiences value inflation, it would likely be very troublesome to handle later on. Moreover, future updates would definitely enhance certain aspects, making it difficult for us to adapt to that version, whether the monsters or players are strengthened. Hearing Yumi's words, the players abandoned the idea of trying their luck with another report, as it seemed to offer them little benefit. If in the future the game turned out like another game where one could deal damage in the trillions, it wouldn't hold any interest for them. At this moment, Lin Mo was still frantically studying, sometimes feeling inexplicably lost as to what absurd motivational speech had led him to this point of studying. Particularly with over 3,000 years of knowledge having reached a stage of rapid advancement, he had only managed to find a few clues on various academic forums through the internet. Perhaps this was one of the repercussions of the Great Research era. As research investment increased, the field studied became more profound, requiring greater human and material resources. Moreover, he was merely studying without amplifying his research on previous theories, making it incredibly difficult. Previously, he had been a poor student, and it seemed he still carried that attribute. He often fell asleep inexplicably while studying, and if it were not for Professor Lin's reminders, he might have spent these days dozing off. Increasing research intensity follows the same principle as digging a pit. Digging 1 or 2 meters may be simple, but as the depth increases, the difficulty naturally escalates. Scientific research is similar. Surface-level studies may be straightforward, yet as research continues to delve deeper, the required funding and resources also increase. However, the most challenging aspect lies with the first batch of people who pave the way and explore everything, while those behind them merely need to follow in their footsteps. Even if they walk slowly, they won't find themselves lost in confusion. As Lin Mo became increasingly aware of these matters over the past few days, he felt more and more anxious. After all, these issues were strictly prohibited from being disclosed to the public by the government. Humanity's research into the microscopic realm had already been limited to the realm of quarks. To put it more precisely, there was no way for humanity to advance any further, having been stuck at this position for nearly several hundred years. It is not that there exists a possibility of self-interference like in the three-body problem, but rather that humanity truly lacks the ability to further enhance its research. In essence, human technological civilization resembles a civilization that has been stunted in its growth. In many areas, it simply cannot keep pace with the speed of human research. Thus, most places are occupied by guiding the main technological tree, resulting in poorly developed roots, which in turn restricts the development of the entire tree. The so-called application of the dark forest theory here is nothing short of a joke. Earth currently has no clear understanding of what kind of civilization the other is feeling, as if it were less than an insect. At least an insect can look up and see the sole of the shoe that might crush it, while humanity cannot even analyze that faint white light. If we were to compare ourselves to ants, it would be a gross overestimation of human civilization. After the research within human civilization's mechanisms faced setbacks, attention was redirected to the macroscopic realm, specifically in applied physics. Although there was no way to enhance basic research, further efforts were made to apply the mastered applied physics technologies to these warships. Lin Mo found himself particularly intrigued by mirror space, which could only be matched by that very mysterious Eastern fleet. Just as there are positive numbers, there must also be corresponding negative numbers, Where there exists matter, there inevitably also exists corresponding antimatter, and the space that separates them is the mirror space. This is a precursor to an energy explosion akin to existing in a quantum state of entanglement. Under conditions where it cannot be probed, it resides in a place where positive matter and antimatter intersect. However, once detected by a sensor, it will instantly collapse into one of its states. Initially, Lin Mo thought this belonged to a quantum theory system, but upon closer examination, he realized he had overthought it. In the microscopic realm, effects like this do not only exist within quantum theory, similar effects can be found in other microscopic fields as well. Uncontrollability elusive. The most critical aspect is that everyone can see that mirror-like entity, yet it remains untouchable and imperceptible. Only when detected by a sensor will it become a certain type of matter. In the distance, Europa was obliterated, leaving no trace in space. However, upon learning this news, the Azure fleet was ecstatic. We succeeded, someone is indeed monitoring our signals, and Europa has completely vanished. Everyone understood clearly what this represented, that advanced civilization had never ceased its surveillance over them, or rather, had never given up on monitoring the key leaders of the various plans from back then. Everyone felt puzzled, saying they were a more advanced civilization, yet they seemed to misunderstand what humanity was doing. Conversely, saying they were a lower civilization, they possessed the ability to obliterate all of humanity. In fact, there had long been speculations that the Shanhaijing project was completely monitored, but no one could provide detailed theories. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. Why do you seem particularly happy today? Did something happen? Lin Mo asked Lin Xiyu in confusion. After all, from his perception, Lin Xiyu had always maintained a stable demeanor. Today, suddenly unable to hold it back, he suspected that something unusual was afoot. Was it possible that she was secretly up to something? As I always say, the less you know, the better. Everything I do is to protect you. After all, if I wanted to harm you with your physique, I could take on 10 of you. Lin Xiyu, however, was particularly composed, quickly retracting the joyful expression she had previously shown, making Lin Mo doubt whether he was even looking at the same person. After all, she seemed to have undergone a rapid change akin to the face-changing performance in Sichuan opera. Is there something you need? It's nothing new, I just simply want to take a break. Reading is really exhausting. I feel like a poor student like me can't grasp these crucial matters at all. It's so tiring. I really don't know how you top students manage to learn all this knowledge. As long as I'm not dozing off, I feel like I've already done my best. Lin Mo was speaking the truth. If he couldn't learn it, he simply couldn't. There were no excuses or reasons to offer. He wasn't some all-powerful genius. Even obtaining this base was merely due to good luck. What use was there in all the convoluted reasoning? It's a perfectly normal thing. Even when I was learning back then, it took a long time to complete the tasks assigned by the teacher. Everyone has their own era of struggle. It just depends on whether you have the mindset to make a change. If you continue to sit here slowly waiting for death with the same old mentality, I have nothing to say. After all, the less you know, the better. But that doesn't mean you should know nothing at all, otherwise you would be no different from the drifters outside. As a human, you don't want to lose the definition of being human, do you? On another note, these past few days without the administrator, I've surprisingly felt quite relaxed. However, it seems like the entire game has lost its essence. After all, I used to think about how to confront the administrator all day, but now that feeling has suddenly vanished. After all, Professor Lin is just about silencing people, which is terribly dull. Indeed, the previously haughty administrator was rather cute, while this one who silences people at the drop of a hat is truly unbearable. The other players also expressed their agreement. After all, if we calculate it, Lin Mo generally wouldn't choose to silence people. Most of the time, he would just be here chatting and joking with them, sometimes using a main account, sometimes a secondary one. However, these players could directly discern from the tone of conversation who the hidden administrator was. There was no helping it, the personal recognition of the administrator was simply too high. The one who was the most annoying in the entire team was probably the one most eager to be annoying. Just look for the person who seems the most wanting to be hit. That person is likely the administrator. During this time, these little players finally pushed the forest back over 100 meters, and at least for now it appeared to be relatively safe. Grain Beans also successfully brought Gladys to his territory, and he even moved his shelter aside, placing it near the camp. During this period, aside from not having rolled in the sheets with Gladys, Grain Beans had done everything else he needed to do. In this time, he, a single dog, truly felt what love was. Of course, he now hoped that the entire game could continue running. Once I have money, I will buy your data. At that time, we will be together forever. Grain Beans sitting with Gladys in their modified anti-gravity car. This anti-gravity vehicle was not the one they had originally found together, but was instead one that Liang Do and Yumi searched for in the city. They modified this car into a livable space. The hassle was that every month or so they had to go to the city to pry out energy blocks. Without energy blocks, this thing wouldn't work. To ensure better safety, they chose to keep this thing suspended in the air, which was a better decision. During this time, these players naturally consumed a lot of dog food, but each of them was looking forward to whether they could encounter what they called love in the game. After waiting for a long time, the situation was just a bunch of wild people and drifters on the road. Of course, drifters were still quite rare, and most of what they saw were just wild people. These little players were certainly not desperate. They even thought of wild people. After all, they didn't possess the powerful and perverse abilities like some Uncle A. Of course, if Lin Mo were to open Uncle A's server, it was likely that these wild people would run away, covering their behinds upon seeing players. Thinking about it carefully, that would be a truly wonderful scene. I can't even imagine it. Lin Mo felt that this might not just challenge the moral bottom line of humanity, it was challenging the biological bottom line of the natural world. After all, those guys really spared nothing. He truly wondered what kind of abuse those animals were suffering on Uncle A's territory. It's likely that the Animal Protection Association wouldn't even dare to enter, as it was simply too insane. During this period, the players' exploration of the city had also made some progress, such as finding something similar to the previous library, where a wealth of plot had been uncovered. Some people cannot be measured by the term genius, as using such a label seems to belittle them. After all, placing her alongside geniuses is nothing short of a mockery. Upon seeing the biography of Lin Xiu, all players could only exclaim in astonishment, for this thick stack of biographies was quite intimidating. Professor Lin's partner, Professor Monica, wow, she's stunning, nearly on par with Professor Lin. The earlier parts were quite detailed, but later on all the players could only read in confusion, as many things were left unexplained. It felt like a complete movie suddenly had many scenes cut out, and then the remaining parts were forcibly stitched together, creating a disjointed narrative. Damn, the guy who wrote this biography must be a fool. Many things are not clearly explained. The big goose almost couldn't contain itself and nearly threw the book away. It was quite painful to read the later parts where it mentioned some plan and then abruptly stopped, leaving a mess of incoherent information, as if one were forced to swallow a mouthful of donkey dung. Is it possible that the things cut out later were intentionally omitted, or that only this author could write in such a way? Who is the author? Once I find out, I'll definitely give him a couple of hard slaps. Even a second-year middle school student could write it more fluently. Korn is also quite uncomfortable. It's like seeing a promising beginning only to find the rest is all poorly crafted, ghost-written, and filled with nonsense. The Human Alliance Writers Committee. If I remember correctly, this seems to belong to a direct institution of the Human Alliance. It's equivalent to the Ministry of Culture, the top department responsible for cultural affairs. Could it be that future art has reached a level unimaginable to ordinary people like us? Luo Yu also helplessly complained. He initially thought he could unveil Professor Lin's mysterious veil, only to realize that there were several layers of curtains covering it. In the starry sky, a giant fish was floating in the air, occasionally spraying green spores around it, and behind it a massive fleet was relentlessly destroying the remnants it left behind. Just looking at it, this fleet was precisely the former Eastern Fleet. Damn, this creature is just like a rodent eating while excreting. The captain, resembling a child, directly expressed an opinion that belied his age. In truth, his age was far older than many elders, as he had absorbed the memories of all crew members. The entire process was quite brutal. Those eliminated would certainly be discarded into space. Of course, they might be directly implanted with crew memories to serve as backup personnel for the fleet's operations, yet no one voiced opposition. Childhood is the period with the least memories, and implanting memories during this time is optimal for reception, preventing memory fragmentation that could lead to dissociative identities. Overall, Earth civilization has already splintered into different cultures. Underground civilizations, lost civilizations, fleet civilizations, and the pre-civilizations still operating in the gluttonous factory, a fundamentally human civilization has entered a period of decline. If humanity can endure, it may revive. If not, it risks extinction. When can we eliminate this thing? I feel like we're just cleaning up this guy's mess, like sweeping up dung in the street all day long. The vice captain next to him was also losing patience. For him, this was a complete insult to his career, akin to being a babysitter constantly cleaning up after a little brat. Not enough energy, wait patiently. Once we reach Mars, we can replenish. If possible, I still want to meet the current helmsman of the Z-Way Star Control platform, but forget it. We might be facing death ourselves, so I can't bring this misfortune upon them. The child's face was filled with determination, though his adorable little features could not convey it. This body simply couldn't match such high intelligence, like a high-performance graphics card paired with a subpar motherboard. The only advantage of this being is that the motherboard can grow gradually, adapting to the level of this CPU and graphics card, which is also this boy's strength. More accurately, it belongs to the category of children. After all, this being seems no older than 12, yet bears memories incompatible with his age. For other children, this might be akin to forcing growth, but for this fleet, it is the only means of continuity. Every civilization makes different efforts for its continued existence. Ants will form a ball and roll out of a fire. Even if the outer layer gets charred, they do so without hesitation. Bees will fight to protect their hives, stinging invaders, and they too will gradually approach death. Human civilization in striving for its continuity is not fundamentally different from those animals. The methods they adopt are all that they can conceive. Regarding the hunt for this giant fish, the Eastern Fleet had already set its sights on it once it entered the solar system. In the pre-civilization era, it would have been almost effortlessly easy to injure it, albeit with some effort, yet this space creature was not a stranger to interacting with humans. Long ago, various space creatures had visited the solar system only to be intercepted swiftly outside. After all, if this creature truly entered the solar system, it would be a catastrophic disaster for all planets within it. The annihilation systems outside were specifically designed for such space creatures. Does this thing even have consciousness? Its consciousness is not high, yet its size is enormous, and it possesses a complete system adapted for space. Its food source primarily relies on drifting sustenance in space, which to them is more like nourishment. They block high-speed meteors with their bodies, swallowing them whole, and extracting useful elements, while expelling useless ones in a particularly direct manner, splitting open numerous large cracks in their bellies to excrete the debris. Naturally, if a fisherman could catch this thing, there would be no need to go home. If you dared to bring this creature back to Earth, the entire population would likely kill that fisherman, for if this thing crashed into Earth, it would be no less devastating than the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs. Currently, humanity is not afraid of meteors, as each one is monitored by various satellites. Once they approach any planet, there are dedicated systems to warn of the meteors. Mars has numerous meteor monitoring satellites, and any fast-moving objects nearby are monitored and tracked in real time, similar to the situation on Earth and its companion planet. However, the Moon does not have such systems, as it essentially serves as a massive shield to protect Earth. Still, on the side facing Earth, many machines are steadily gathering energy, as tritium on the Moon is incredibly abundant. To not seize such a large resource point would indeed be wasteful. People once expended great effort exploring the Moon, leading to various lunar landing plans. Although the lunar landing plan was primarily a publicity stunt, what mattered was who would be the first to land on the Moon. Who was the second was no longer important. Damn, Niao, do you want to assassinate your father? The big goose narrowly avoided the shot that was just fired. The current situation is extremely complicated, as this group of novice players must not only guard against monsters emerging from the forest, but also against the hidden threats from their teammates. Fortunately, the enemies ahead seem to be caught in a crossfire, and while the novice players might not be very accurate when attacking monsters, they could almost guarantee a hit on other players. It can only be said that their ideas were indeed quite touching. There's no choice, this thing is just too heavy. I've been trying to lift it up, but my arms are getting sore. It's such a huge mass. You come and take your turn. Yumi and Luo Yu, who were fighting in the front lines, had no energy to spare to pay attention to the novice players behind them. After all, a massive supersized snake was right before them. Although it was a venomous snake, the players now felt that whether it was poisonous or not was no longer important. If they were crushed by its body, they would likely be left in a terrible state. In the past 3 years, the monsters have indeed grown, as if they had taken super stimulants, with their sizes far exceeding human imagination. The critical issue is that the current high-frequency vibration cutter has very weak damage capabilities against these monsters. Even when using firearms, their armor seems capable of reflecting the bullets. Did you see its head? The snake's head is flat, and as long as we shoot at the right spot, it should be enough. Although it sounds good, the problem is significant. How do we get this beast to tilt its head at the right angle? From what we can see now, any attack seems to be deflected by its sturdy scales. When they truly entered the depths of the forest, they realized just how terrifying it was. Various monsters were the most common, followed by trees that could prey on humans. More accurately, they were a type of triggered neural trap possessing abilities similar to that flower from before, capable of luring other sensitive creatures into its blooms, where they would be digested. During this time, these people have somewhat settled their previous debts. After all, they owed the administrator quite a lot, and now, without the exploitation and oppression from the administrator, everything has become smoother. They no longer need to exchange points for everything they do, and with the support of this long-term task, it has become easy to earn back the money. At this moment, Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. After all, he had only been away for a short time, and the current bills were quite overwhelming. His expenses during this period had been too high, while the returns were far too low. In the field of research, I may not be as good as you, but when it comes to spending and income in this area, you are still too naive. After all, the amount of rubbish chapters you've produced is quite difficult to handle. Honestly, you're really giving me a headache right now, Lin Mo said to Lin Xiu, somewhat speechless. After all, the bills during this time were quite difficult to manage, and now Lin Mo's income was completely disproportionate to his previous earnings. The most critical issue is that the players have become accustomed to this way of life. If he suddenly changes things, it might provoke a massive backlash from the players. After all, players cannot be pampered, and he lacks the ability to control the inflation of numbers. If the values really start to inflate, it will become even harder to manage. After all, players are currently relying on their equipment and those charging devices. Fortunately, he had already set up most of the framework. Although the previous players were outrageous, they still operated within this framework. After all, those tools require money to use. However, once players had a stable income, it became relatively easy for them. I have some bad news. Do you want to hear it? What? You didn't clear out the warehouse, did you? Lin Mo looked at Lin Siyu in disbelief. Could this guy really have squandered the family fortune? All right, Mom was right. The prettier a woman is, the more she tends to waste money. It's not that I saw that big fish coming towards us through the surveillance. Lin Mo. He certainly knew what that big fish represented. It was truly synonymous with disaster. After all, even if that guy didn't do any destructive or aggressive actions, just the weight of its body alone would be enough to crush. Lin Mo didn't think his little base could withstand it. Do we have any way to deal with that thing? After all, I'm still young, and I don't want to die young. Lin Mo was currently contemplating how to move his resources and escape. After all, if that big fish were to crash into a planet, it would exert the strongest impact on the side it hit. The opposite side might reduce the shock due to the planet's cushioning effect, possibly resulting in a significant earthquake. Still, it was better than being directly hit by the shockwave. Calm down. To be honest, I can't deal with this either. However, if you can quickly improve your permissions during this time and gain control over the military weapon systems, we might find a solution, as there are plenty of destructive weapons here. In order to save the world, Lin Mo had no choice but to embark on the journey of learning once again. During this time, he suddenly felt like everything became clear to him, and the content he learned could be remembered immediately. Could this be the result of being forced to study with a knife to his throat? Of course, if possible, Lin Mo still didn't want to be forced to study with a knife, as it concerned his own life. In these few days, even though players had seen Lin disappear, they noticed that he was often seen with a book, walking back and forth in the corridor, occasionally muttering something which truly frightened the other players. Damn, could it be that something evil has entered the game? It seemed that the administrator had gone a bit crazy. Today, while I was having barbecue, I saw this guy inexplicably appear behind me holding a book and mumbling to himself, which scared me quite a bit. Niao Do couldn't help but feel scared when mentioning this. After all, he initially thought he had seen a ghost, but upon closer inspection it turned out to be the administrator. However, the administrator looked quite disheveled. His messy hair could rival Einstein's wild mane, but Lin Mo didn't possess Einstein's formidable abilities. He had to fight for these lives. After all, if that fish came crashing down, Lin Mo didn't think he could escape. Moreover, even if he could escape, what about the entire base? If he left the base, he would truly be nothing. After all, if he left those novice players, he would just be an ordinary person, not much different from the drifters outside. In fact, he might not even compare to the drifters, since those drifters have tough stomachs and can eat any food without getting sick. If it were him, he would likely end up dehydrated from vomiting and diarrhea within a few days. Lin Xiu looked at Lin Mo, who was engrossed in reading, and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. In reality, 04 knew everything, but was unwilling to say much. After all, sometimes knowing less is truly a form of protection. This kind of despair is something I'll have to taste slowly on my own. As for you, you don't fit in with this era. I really hope you can maintain your current mindset and slowly await death, as sometimes death is indeed a simpler matter. Lin Xiu murmured softly after Lin Mo walked away. On Earth, inside the Newman underground base, the personnel gradually opened their underground hatch. When they first felt the warmth of the sunlight, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Although there was an artificial sun powered by nuclear energy underground, the feeling was indeed different. A woo. Just then a sound echoed, causing a few young people who had just crawled out of the underground to hurriedly dive back in and close the hatch, which, despite being a hatch, was surprisingly thick and even had protective covers on its surface. The construction methods of these underground buildings were similar to those of the original military bases, with several major buildings connecting the underground to the surface. Additionally, there were dedicated protective measures in these main passages maintained by underground troops to uphold order. However, the monsters above were far more terrifying than any so-called military. After all, there are very few animals on Mars, yet it can still give rise to so many powerful and terrifying monsters. The number of animals on Earth is even more unimaginable, and many of these monsters have directly evolved from humans. After all, among the weapons humans initially used, there might have been those capable of generating significant magnetic radiation. When the various forces became desperate, they hardly cared about the survival of humanity. To them, it was all about victory, and they would employ any means necessary. How is the situation above? I'm not sure. Just now I saw something running in the nearby forest, so I hurried back. Let's use the unmanned device to take a look. As soon as the words fell, a humanoid robot slowly climbed to the top of the ladder and was then transmitted to the central chamber through the transporter, finally being disinfected before being sent up. When the people below saw the sun above the earth through the transmitted images, they felt as though warmth enveloped them. After all, while the artificial sun provided light and warmth, that warmth was merely relative. The kind of warmth from the sun was something this device could never replicate. It was a psychological warmth. When I participated in the war back then, you wouldn't understand. It was truly a barrage of gunfire. No, I can't say it was a barrage. In some places it was quiet, and many perished without a sound. The enemy employed ultrasonic waves, and while everyone's exterior looked fine, their internal organs were thoroughly cooked. As for that robot, I remember it belonged to either the 1st or 2nd Legion. I once tore its head off with my own weapon, yet the robot continued to fight as if nothing had happened. A one-armed elder below was stroking his beard with his remaining hand. A long scar marked his forehead, and his other arm had been severed in the war. He was both a survivor of that war and a man of misfortune. His entire family, wife, children, parents, and relatives, had perished in the war. Initially, they fought under the banner of fairness and equality, but later they themselves became unclear about the necessity of such battles. The issue was that with the relentless expansion of territory, it had all gone completely mad. Power is the easiest way to lead one astray. Very few can resist the allure of power. Perhaps only those who have no interest in it can withstand its temptation. For others, it drives them to madness. These individuals became victims of battle and also of the power struggle. Why didn't Grandpa hide underground back then? Is it impossible to live on the surface? On the ground, to be precise, there is no longer any space for survival. A stable city had been established on the wasteland, complete with a reliable trading system and a scientific research system. However, with the arrival of the white light, everything turned to dust. It was not until then that we realized the white light did not fade with time in the shadows of humanity. It had always been watching us, waiting to plunge us into deep despair just when we had hope. The unmanned device began to explore its surroundings, and as far as the eye could see, a dense forest had taken over the area. Yet from this thick forest, remnants of the previous city could still be seen. The concrete blocks and various ruins unmistakably showed that civilization had indeed existed here. How beautiful! The trees in there are unlike any we have here. That's normal. Underground, for greater expansion, there are strict limits on forest development, usually employing single rows. You should know that there are no space restrictions on the surface. It is called a forest. In the forest, there are not only various small animals, but also ferocious beasts that prey on them. In the past, humanity did not treasure the forest and continued to deforest it. It was only later that people began to regret and strengthen recovery efforts, but these were minuscule. The forests did not recover with increased investment. Instead, they continued to decline. Perhaps people should have cherished it from the start, but now that the forest has returned, it is difficult for humanity to return to the surface. Just as the old man finished speaking, a massive creature lunged at the unmanned device, causing the entire video to blur. A sound of crashing followed, accompanied by a deafening, beastly roar. Do you have confidence in reclaiming the surface? The old man, perhaps having anticipated the outcome, set the child he was holding aside, tightened his military uniform, and said to a nearby young man, "Report, General, we are confident." The young man responded firmly. In the entire base, no one disrespected this one-armed elder. After all, this man had truly fought against hundreds alone. He was part of the elite enhancement project, and after enduring various hardships, he had ultimately become a superhuman. He was incorporated into the 2nd Legion of the Superhuman Forces and fought fiercely against those robots for a long time, providing enough time for others to retreat. However, his arm was left behind forever. Now, when recalling his lost arm, the elder felt no sorrow. Instead, he regarded it as a badge of honor. A wider space unfolded above. The ground, once crushed by various rubble, suddenly shrank and transformed into a massive elevator. Several fully armed soldiers equipped with various weapons ascended first, and after clearing a relatively spacious area, the remaining humans began to be evacuated. A day later, the army encountered a formidable monster. This creature was not only fast, but also extremely lethal. Just a scratch from it could lead to death or injury. Ultimately, a concentrated fire attack was required to eliminate this beast. Report, General, during this period, there were 27 lightly injured, 16 seriously injured, and 48 fatalities. Why are there more deaths than injuries? The old man's beard nearly bristled with anger. The population in the entire base was already quite small, and considering the total number of humans on Earth, including those military bases they could still contact, and those that had not been destroyed, there were only a handful left. All humans combined numbered only a few million to tens of millions. This count even included those who could no longer be regarded as humans, as those who consumed their own kind were essentially indistinguishable from monsters. Not every underground city was so well equipped, some lacked proper life support systems. Moreover, these combat personnel were the cream of the crop, each one a treasure. If one were to include those humans who had undergone meticulous modifications, it would complicate matters even further. Those were practically private armies of key figures, naturally unsuitable for sending to the surface for missions. Report, General, the monsters we have encountered recently often attack by ambush, and it's a one-hit kill. If we disperse, our firepower will be greatly insufficient. But if we gather together, the monsters could easily inflict widespread damage on us. The young man felt utterly helpless. When he made his promise, he had no idea that these monsters were so cunning. These monsters were not only incredibly clever, but also possessed terrifying lethality. Their tough skin and thick flesh were almost unimaginable. When they truly charged into the crowd, it could be a catastrophic disaster. After all, each of these creatures was several times larger than an elephant, and the most critical factor was their incredible speed. Once they were separated, it would be hard to manage everything in time. For these monsters, concentrated fire was the only way to maximize kill capability, but once the firepower scattered, it would be futile. When I entrusted the army to you, you did not say this. I remember you gave me your word. The elder slammed his hat onto the young man's face. The young man stood there, head bowed, unwilling to meet the elder's gaze, knowing full well that he had truly caused trouble this time. While some places could employ these robots, the issue was that their underground city lacked the necessary facilities. Thus, they had to rely on real people to fill the gap. These robots were initially targeted as key strike points by various major forces, whether in the air or underground. It could be said that humanity has largely lost its research capabilities. Many original researchers were pushed to the brink of death and danger during the anti-scientific wave. Looking back now, it is clear how foolish those people were. However, some things can no longer be salvaged. The last group of elite researchers disappeared alongside the white light, lost to the annals of history. None of the veteran players are willing to take us in. Are we really that troublesome? It's just that I accidentally poked the high-frequency vibrating cutter into the goose's backside. It was just that I almost took the corn down right. Oh, never mind. The drunkard felt embarrassed, even saying it himself. There was no way around it. The conflict between new and old players grew even more intense with the arrival of these troublesome individuals, especially this group of guys led by the drunkard and Xiao Haikunzi, who were particularly troublesome. These two indeed took self-media to the extreme, constantly challenging the limits of the veteran players. After all, in such dangerous and crucial moments during battles, this group would dash forward to grab attention, directly confronting monsters, and ended up getting slapped away by them. However, I must say these two are indeed making money in a way that makes others feel uncomfortable. In just a few days, their earnings have already surpassed 30 million. Even more impressive is that they managed to incorporate product advertisements into the game. Since Lin Xiu was managing this, Lin Xiu was not particularly aware of the merchandise promotion. After she saw it, she imposed sanctions on the two guys, warning them that if such behavior occurred again, they would be put in a black room. The two players settled down and took a few other new players to explore the city. Sister Fangzhou, what are you doing? Seeing Fangzhou poking at a corpse with a stick, Jiang and Yiming couldn't help but feel nauseated and took a couple of steps back. However, as Fangzhou continued poking, a massive spider suddenly sprang out, only to be crushed underfoot. I feel that the realism of this game is truly terrifying. I now have some conjectures about it. The other side is likely not simulating these scenes through a computer. I suspect they are using our brains to create a form of brain deception. After all, some people hallucinate after consuming toxic mushrooms. Perhaps for us, hallucinations, reality, and the virtual are no different at all. Fang's statement was indeed quite accurate. The future of virtual reality technology is somewhat designed through self-deception. Of course, this illusion is under controllable circumstances. If uncontrollable, it's called an illusion. If controllable, it's termed virtual reality technology. The distinction in technology is actually that simple. So do you have new thoughts now? It's meaningless, just like ordinary people knowing how to make an atomic bomb, but being unable to actually produce one. We can't create a virtual reality device in that way either. Of course, this is merely a conjecture. Many people are pondering how this technology is actually created, but each accurate research result is elusive. So my considerations are similar to this. Without an accurate research result, it naturally has no use. However, if we could get it right, we might even seize the patent before this team does, allowing us to claim the real virtual reality market. Ruo Hua Fangzhou, true to her name, is a researcher engaged in brain-machine interface development. Upon learning that there was a ready-made virtual reality technology here, she was eager to shift her research here. However, it was clear she lacked the corresponding capability. Only when she truly entered this world did she realize how terrifying it was. Everything felt so real that it was as if she had become someone else. The critical point is that once a person enters the virtual world, this absolutely real sensation can cast a shadow on their psyche. After all, in such a chaotic and terrifying era, if such emotions were to carry over into real society, many people would likely never want to experience this game again. They might even need to consult a psychologist. The problem, however, is that it hasn't made her feel fear. It seems as if fear doesn't even exist. This is what confuses her most. After all, no matter how realistic the virtual reality technology is, it should still have some psychological impact on people. Yet she finds that she is not disturbed by the game at all, and she can even enjoy this game. Other players, unlike Fangzhou, were eagerly observing the chaotic and unintelligent world around them. This was indeed their first encounter with such a terrifyingly oppressive environment, filled with corpses strewn about, and amidst the chaos there was a hint of aesthetics. Of course, this kind of aesthetics is only comprehensible to those with a twisted mindset. Ordinary people would probably never want to see such things. Oh no, wild man. Everyone run. At that moment, a few people spotted a sleeping wild man and instinctively shouted, waking up the sleeping wild man. Fangzhou, who was poking at the corpse on the ground, was completely speechless at this situation. After all, the veteran players had told these new players multiple times how to deal with wild men. But it seemed this group of players didn't grasp the meaning of what Yumi had explained. Not only were they shouting loudly, but they also had no idea what stealth was. Jiangnan, hurry up and come with me. Fangzhou pulled Jiangnan and quickly fled to a different direction from the three who had run away earlier. Those wild men had indeed locked their sights on the three who were shouting. What a bunch of fools. In the face of one person, they not only don't know how to be stealthy, but also shout loudly, afraid that those wild men wouldn't know their location. Wait, hurry up and run into the buildings. The two girls ran quickly while the three boys took a different path than the girls, but the wild men focused their attention on the boys who were making all the noise. If an ordinary person were to compete in stamina with the wild men, it would be pure suicide. Hello everyone, it's still your beloved ninth young master. I'm being chased by wild men right now. Oh my, I might need to pause for a moment. This segment will either be cut or uploaded directly. The wild men are still chasing me. The drunkard not only felt no fear, but was rather cheerful. After all, these were real wild men. Of course, it seemed there were no explicit restrictions. Those wild men appeared as if they were walking human mannequins with their private parts blurred out. But upon reflection, he realized he was indeed a self-media creator. Being chased by wild men could potentially become a new wave of traffic. After all, if he did this, he could not only make a significant amount of money, but also quickly gain better profits. During this time, these beta players indeed made a fortune. Even the most indifferent player who cared little about their account managed to earn nearly 900,000 without realizing it. There was no way around it. The realism here was overwhelming. The reckless behavior of these players certainly attracted a lot of attention, and many agencies intended to sign them up, but the players quickly declined. After all, if they were signed, they would lose their freedom in the game. Although they were a bit heavier now, everything they had was granted by the game, meaning those powers could be taken back at any time. Thus, these players were very clear about the distinction. They understood very well that there were things they couldn't do. After all, everything they had was given by the game, and the game could take it back. The key point was that the company had the strongest legal support system. When they entered the game, they signed corresponding agreements. If they were to breach the contract, the compensation they would have to pay would be several times the earnings they had made. Fangzhou is now contemplating how to understand the operational rules of the game through her entry into it, in order to realize her own benefits. However, the problem is that her knowledge is quite limited, especially upon entering the game. She is filled with confusion regarding the entire game's operating system. After all, such a large system requires thousands of people to operate simultaneously to compile it, and that is the most basic requirement. If it doesn't work, the system's compatibility must be maintained. Otherwise, if there are mismatches in taste, vision, and hearing, it could lead to more trouble. Sister Fangzhou, what will happen to those three boys? Why are we running into the buildings? They'll most likely die. Those fools really think they can provoke the wild men at will. The wild men could easily take them down, since the high-frequency vibrating cutters they have were taken from these actors. Yumi once mentioned that the masks worn by those wild men could directly identify humans hiding behind buildings. Only buildings of a certain height might provide some extension against the wild men. Indeed, just a few minutes later, all these boys were dealt with by the wild man, their heads severed, for to some ahead might be the most inconvenient and impractical thing. I suddenly realized that often it is the newcomers who contribute points, as the veteran players now regard their own lives as extremely precious, while this group of new players still believes they can take risks. Lin Mo, watching the scene through the camera, couldn't help but nod. He needed these daring new players, only then could he reclaim his points. Of course, he had little to lose. What he needed most recently was to grasp more of the plot and learn more details. These issues might seem easy to comprehend, but they were indeed quite troublesome, as he lacked the capability for exploration, while the veteran players had shifted their focus to hunting monsters in the forest. Thus, this batch of new players accepted the original settings set by the veterans and began exploring the world. It must be said that sometimes there is little difference in learning between the smart and the foolish. The only distinction might be that the wise can make accurate judgments based on their actions, while the foolish will continue their next steps without awareness. What if these players end up with too much debt and stop playing? Lin Xiu began to understand the consequences of her earlier management decisions, which meant that these players' points had inflated excessively and now required a method to reclaim them. Lin Xiu admitted that she had a high talent in research but had never intervened in management. Her assistant was primarily responsible for management, and during her busiest times, she would leave it all to her assistant, though she might step in occasionally when things were lighter. What Lin Mo needed to do now was to reclaim the points to prevent inflated quality. Even though he had initially focused on studies, he still possessed some experience in management. After all, just because one hasn't personally experienced something doesn't mean they haven't seen it. He was once part of the managed. Thus, rounding off, he had relatively mature management experience, though he still lacked the management procedures for these players. The first step was to modify the point recovery system. So what do you plan to do next? Convert the currency system, directly exchanging points for a more practical digital currency, 100 points for 1 gold coin. The prices will be equal at the beginning, and any new items that appear will be purchased with gold coins, significantly reducing the points in the player's hands, while also clarifying their purchasing power. Lin Mo's strategy was naturally inspired by certain major companies which often established multiple corresponding currency systems. This allows for exchanges between equal currency systems, making players feel they possess fewer resources, yet redemption becomes particularly difficult. The items he would offer in the future would also be settled with gold coins, partially resolving the currency inflation issue. This plan might somewhat exploit the players, but for them what mattered now was his overall control. As for objections, they could form a line. After all, there were far too many wanting to oppose him, and who were they? Those guys are truly pitiable, yet they are useful at times such as now, when they are diverting the wild men from chasing us. As Fang Zhou spoke, he and Jiang Nen quickly moved through the streets. Upon spotting a wild man, they hurriedly changed their route and continued on. Ultimately, under the cover of stealth, the two successfully eliminated a solitary wild man and donned his mask, allowing them to achieve information parity with the wild men, ensuring they could observe the wild men's movements without being detected. Be careful, it's dangerous. Jiang Nen cautioned, having developed a psychological shadow regarding the wild men. After all, they were terrifying, possessing extraordinary combat strength and often displaying no difference from humans. Don't worry, everything is fine, and I've sensed it in advance. I'll get you a mask soon. Be careful, the game settings here are perilous. If those boys continue playing at this speed, they will soon face issues, even with respawning, as it now requires points. If their debts accumulate too much, their gaming experience will worsen. At that moment, Jiao Mengzi and Xiao Haikunzi were helping each other edit videos, albeit only in areas where they didn't understand, then passing them to one another. In these past few days, these two had quickly become affluent by monetizing their personal traffic. Xiao Haikunzi was already considering purchasing a standalone villa, as his previous media career had provided him with pitifully low traffic. As for buying a house, that was one issue he hadn't considered, especially a villa. However, as his money grew, he felt it necessary to indulge for a while. But when he logged onto the forum to check his points, he froze upon seeing he was nearly 1,000 points in debt. What used to be a once-a-day respawn had turned into once every 3 days, and this period would continue to extend until he was completely banned from the game. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel anxious as he relied on these videos to maintain his current traffic. Although he didn't have any direct competitors, the problem lay in the fact that if he continued like this, he would soon lose his qualification for the game. It was akin to forcibly extracting money that was already in his pocket. After taking a deep breath, he hurriedly called Jiao Mengzi, asking, "How many points do you owe the game?" "About just over 1,000. Now I can only respawn every 3 days. Shouldn't we think about how to earn that money back? Otherwise, I'm genuinely afraid of being banned and left with no options." These two friends began worrying again. They both started searching the forum for strategies to quickly earn points. Upon investigation, they discovered that there were mainly 2 channels to earn points. The first was through planting, but their crops were still in the growth phase, allowing them only to earn a small amount of points occasionally, while the other was to develop the nearby forest. As for sending those two to develop the forest, they might as well dream. After all the spiders there could potentially wipe out the entire team, let alone anything else. Thus all they could do was follow behind the big shots to grind for points, as the distribution of points could later utilize a lottery system. Another possibility was to let those big shots transfer their points to them. What they could do now was exchange points for money, and then pass the money to those big shots. Upon hearing the priest's plan, Yumi couldn't help but ponder. As compared to exhausting himself in the company, he could experience joy in the game, while also earning money. It would be a highly profitable endeavor for him. Most importantly, if this method truly worked, he could earn no less than 2 million, enough to pay off his house that was still in installments. Yumi was aware of the heavy burdens of life, so when he heard this plan, he immediately agreed without a second thought. After all, regarding points, although they had now been converted to a gold system, the issue was that points could still be used. Ultimately, a rate of $500 for 1 point commenced trading. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised by this trading method. Of course, if they were willing, he would let them be. After all, any potential loss of property would not concern him. Moreover, he had previously stated explicitly that private transactions were discouraged. If they proceeded, he wouldn't take responsibility. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was indeed considering establishing a third-party credit channel, which would not only enhance security, but also allow players working in the game to earn a profit. After all, some players might end up with nothing if they kept playing the game, but his approach would undoubtedly change the current situation. Looking at you now, I presume you've come up with some diabolical idea again. Whenever you think like this, I know some people are bound to be unlucky. Lin Shiyu said with a smile, while standing beside him. It just feels like we are at a loss, but if we think about it carefully, we have not lost anything. After all, we have undoubtedly established our credibility in this way, and those players will surely trade with us. After pondering further, Jiumengzi felt that this situation was somewhat unexpected. Come on, hurry up and check the official website. A new trading channel has been introduced. Players can freely list their items for sale, whether for cash or points. Isn't this a proper trading market? Xiao Haikunzi now somewhat regretted it. If he had known it would be like this, would he still need to beg for corn in such a lowly manner? Can't we just wait for this trading market to be established and then engage in game trading? Of course, regrets might not have a remedy, and the market pricing is completely arbitrary. However, the reference price is still based on the agreement between Xiao Haikunzi and Jiumengzi, 500 yuan per point and 50,000 yuan per gold coin. Recently, Lin Xiu became enamored with the financial system on Earth and generated a plethora of data for analysis, ultimately losing all of the 100,000 capital given by Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo was not particularly concerned about the money, he was still curious about what caused Lin Xiu to lose so quickly and so completely. I can predict the rules of celestial movements and the patterns of biological changes, but the problem lies in my inability to predict the madness of human hearts. Lin Xiu uttered the same words she had said when she failed to trade stocks with Copernicus. However, upon reflection, it seems that the most unpredictable factor in this market is human nature. For these individuals, once a certain momentum appears, they will invest recklessly, without hesitation. Enough if you lack that talent, don't force it, it only makes you look foolish. You have not grasped the so-called data regarding the stock market, and in reality, you have no way to predict the madness of life. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. In fact, many mathematicians or famous individuals turn to their own fields after failing to trade stocks. For instance, the great philosophical mentor Engels also failed in stock trading, which led him to shift his research focus to societal studies. Lin Mo did not care much about the money. After all, to those bad debts of banks, it was merely a drop in the bucket. However, witnessing Professor Lin being put in a difficult position was something that he could not have obtained even by spending tens of millions. Especially the formula from before, which gave the illusion that this guy was absolutely capable. But when he saw that 100,000 balance completely wiped out, Lin Mo suddenly realized that no matter how talented a person is, once they throw their resources into the stock market, it is almost certain that they will go bankrupt. Recently, two individuals have become increasingly arrogant, Jiumengzi and Xiao Haikunzi. These two directly exchanged real-world money for game currency, transforming themselves into super tycoons. Each person wielded a gun, and their marksmanship was unparalleled. It would be more accurate to say they were hugging their guns, for with one hand these two guys could hardly manage. Sister Arc, do you think there is any point in these two continuing like this? Don't worry about them. They are chasing after the show effect. Such behavior will soon attract the attention of the administrators, as it does disrupt the balance of the game. These two directly transferred the benefits they gained through various means in the real world into the game, which will greatly disrupt the balance within. If the administrator is not foolish, they will quickly realize the consequences of such actions, which involve choosing between the fun of the game and the player's experiences. The game officials will certainly need to take measures for the normal operation of the game, whether by making major revisions or altering the current currency system. In fact, Lin Mo had also noticed these two particularly arrogant individuals. Firstly, they have indeed provided a significant amount of funding for players in the game, and many players have considered quitting their jobs to focus entirely on developing in the game. On the other hand, these two were indeed too arrogant, becoming the next capitalists after himself. Lin Mo's consistent principle is that only he can exploit the players and no one else is allowed to take advantage of his small players. I have noticed that you two have been quite lively lately, not only wasting a large amount of weapon resources, but also disrupting the currency system. How do you think I should punish you two? Lin Mo smiled as he addressed the two small players who were now utterly terrified. No one knows what the administrator said to these two back, then only that since then they have become particularly low-key in their dealings and have begun to make changes in the currency equivalent system. When will that big fish arrive? Am I able to catch up with its progress and learning? Lin Mo asked with some concern, as this issue had been his greatest worry lately, often leaving him restless and waking up at night startled by the thought of that enormous fish. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Our fearless administrator would actually be frightened by a fish. Lin Mo naturally ignored the teasing of this guy and directly had Xiao Wei use the fixed camera permissions to inquire about the location of the giant fish. After a long search, nothing was found, and just when Lin Mo was puzzled. That fish is covered in a liquid that can absorb electromagnetic waves. Your ordinary methods are naturally incapable of detecting it. Stronger signal tracking and data processing are required. Of course, you wouldn't understand this, as you are indeed not my match in the field of scientific research. You would be better off studying more to master more knowledge. Although Lin Mo felt provoked, he had no reason to refute, and frankly, he didn't even have the courage to argue back. After gaining permission, Lin Xiu also conducted a major upgrade of the entire system. Xiao Wei at least felt a bit more intelligent, and Lin Mo increasingly felt that Xiao Wei resembled a real person rather than the mechanical robot it used to be. Lin Mo did not regret giving his permissions to Lin Xiu as for him. While this permission could serve as a weapon to restrain her, the question remained, would she actually fear this weapon? Moreover, she had the capability to hold him hostage and use various means to compel him to issue relevant commands. Lin Mo had certainly not forgotten that she was one of the greatest medical scientists of the past few centuries. Lin Mo had an innate fear of doctors. They could save lives or quietly take lives. Especially after watching those anime and manga where doctors silently killed others, he developed both curiosity and fear towards the profession. What are all these corpses doing here? When Jiang Nan and Fang Zhou pushed the door open, a heap of corpses rolled out, prompting both of them to step back instinctively. After all, they were essentially still girls and naturally had an innate fear of such things. Fang Zhou's face was very pale at this moment. Seeing the condition inside made her feel nauseous, but her willpower held her back from vomiting. If I remember correctly, this is the pile of wild human corpses that those girls posted on the forum. If I'm not mistaken, if we go up. When they looked up, they were nearly scared breathless. Above them was something resembling a spider web woven from flesh and blood. Moreover, this spider web was not dead, it was alive. The numerous eyeballs on it were fixedly staring at the two of them, constantly moving, and it was covered with sharp spikes. It was truly hard to imagine what kind of monster had created this. Run. The two girls ran ahead swiftly while the spider web behind them chased like a giant spring-loaded octopus. Just then they spotted a group of wild humans ahead, and without a second thought accelerated towards them. As they were about to make a capture, a large net from behind tightly ensnared the wild human, continuously constricting and secreting a greenish sticky liquid that broke down the wild human's corpse. The wild human, wielding a high-frequency vibrating cutter, continuously tried to cut through the net, but it was of no use. Instead, the net tightened its grip, ultimately tearing the wild human into several pieces. Perhaps it was because there was enough food for the day. The giant king leisurely dragged the wild human's body back, clearly having made that place its nest. At that moment, a large foot suddenly blocked the path of the net. The net first felt puzzled, then instantly turned to fear, wanting to flee, but was mercilessly crushed by a large hand and stuffed into a mouth incessantly being chewed. Did that thing stop chasing us? It should have stopped. The two girls were feeling extremely exhausted as the fatigue they experienced here was truly overwhelming. Their legs were especially sore, and they were gasping for breath with pain in their chests. It felt as if they had just run a marathon. However, if such abilities were applied to a marathon, the real scenario would be a person running ahead while a dog chased from behind. So what should we do next? Continue exploring or go back? After all, this place is incredibly dangerous. I feel that if we keep going, we might encounter even more dangers. Fear, an instinct inherent to humanity. Some may not fear death, but a sudden monster appearing beside them can still startle them, and Jiang Nan was feeling a bit scared at this moment. Let's keep going. After all, if we turn back, now we probably won't get any rewards, and having spent so much time here, if there are no rewards, it would be very troublesome to retake the test later on. However, Fang Zhou had been engaged in the virtual device for a long time, and Jiang Nan was almost the same. The two of them had been tirelessly staying in the game, only leaving to eat and having to handle restroom needs outside. Both seemed to have their own goals in the game. Fang Zhou wanted to understand the normal operation of the game to find clues for her research project, while Jiang Nan was contemplating how to integrate this technology into her own company. At least in their subconscious, they still believed this was merely a virtual reality technology that had surpassed that era, feeling no notion that this was a real world, only considering it as a false one. Inside the base, Lin Mo felt as though she had traversed countless dynasties, standing in the center, first witnessing wild men struggling to make fire, then observing the clash between iron and bronze, followed closely by cavalry charging on horseback. Just as they were about to collide with Lin Mo, the cavalry suddenly changed direction and continued to dash in a different direction, followed by the rumbling of tanks. Welcome, welcome. First, congratulations. You have obtained Tier 3 access to the base, which is a level higher than your previous access. You can say you are an incredibly lucky individual. At that moment, a person who looked exactly like Lin Mo walked out slowly from the grayish space, clapping. Who are you? Where am I right now? Did you bring me here? Not exactly. To be more precise, you were already here. It's just that you only see the current situation when you unlock a certain memory in your brain. Do you know what civilization is? Lin Mo, you're asking me such a profound question. So many historians and paleontologists have not figured it out. What use is it to ask me? Am I supposed to explain what civilization means? Lin Mo was already at a loss to retort. I don't know about that. After all, if a person also belongs to civilization, then they are civilization. When humans practiced slash-and-burn agriculture, it was called primitive civilization. Now that humans have various high-tech advancements, it is still referred to as civilization. For civilization itself, it is merely a concept. Through the dialogue with this guy, Lin Mo understood a bit more. that she had unlocked Tier 3 access. Her control over the entire base was now second only to that of a vice captain, allowing her access to not only more rooms, but also the ability to manipulate the entire military system at will. That's a good answer. Do you desire mediocrity or wish to become a hero? Lin Mo. Is the option of being a patriot available? If possible, I still want to be a patriot. After all, heroes often meet tragic ends. Not every hero ends up with a beautiful partner. Some have lost their parents or killed their wives along the righteous path, while others have to eliminate their own brothers. Compared to that, don't you think being a carefree patriot is much better? At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, as if she were plummeting from a great height. The feeling was so real that she was frightened enough to close her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself still standing in her original position. However, the surrounding scene had changed. She was now amidst a starry sky, and in front of her was an enormous structure nearly identical in arrangement to the Great Wall. Lin Mo could clearly see numerous mechanisms operating below. Inside this structure, countless individuals were busy moving quickly, as if something significant was about to take place. At that moment, a beam of white light shot through the Great Wall, sequenced like a bullet through cheese, encountering no resistance. The individuals who were not illuminated by the white light had miraculously survived, but as the various systems within were destroyed, most of them would become corpses floating in space. Those illuminated by the white light vanished without a trace. In this war, humanity had no means to pose a threat to the enemy. Lin Mo heard a voice from behind. When she turned around, she found herself in a conference room, and the speaker was Lin Siyu. Unlike the formally dressed individuals around her, she wore a simple casual outfit. I'm sorry, Professor Lin. There are some matters we must face. Regarding your previous proposal to create a superluminal spaceship, we do not approve. Very well, then I see no need to participate in this conference. The scene shifted again to a laboratory. See, we all know that humanity has no hope left. Ultimately, humanity is just an ordinary race in the vast universe, an ordinary civilization. Moreover, humanity is ignorant, arrogant, and cruel, possessing nearly all the flaws present in surviving races. If possible, when human civilization is about to come to an end, please place a rose on my grave for me. Acrylic slowly raised a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. The renowned physicist and founder of the space mechanics school, Acrylic, thus departed from this world. Lin Siyu wiped the blood on her body with a tissue, her eyes eerily calm, yet her face still bore the smile that Lin Mo had seen in that place. At that moment, the scene rotated again. Lin Siyu was standing in front of a tombstone with several roses placed before it. However, the name on the tombstone was not Acrylic's, but rather the tomb of Lin Siyu's partner, Monica. It appeared that the entire cemetery had not been maintained for quite some time, with surrounding weeds nearly covering the tombstone. Lin Mo and Lin Siyu were close at hand. When Lin Mo reached out, her hand passed directly through Lin Siyu's body, and Lin Siyu transformed into light particles, vanishing into the air. Mars hereby declares its independence from human parliamentary governance. Mars will no longer have any relations with humanity and is completely independent and equal. The Earth is undergoing large-scale changes which may mark the beginning of the next regime change. The rebels are using superweapons. The Human Parliamentary Alliance Army is using superweapons. Lin Mo watched the situation on Earth as if it were fireworks. At that moment, she again found herself on the associated Earth, where the top batch of scientists were still engaged in intense discussions on how to withstand the attack of the white light. Some proposed energy shields, some considered mirror spaces, while others suggested using antimatter for counteraction. From her vantage point, the entire planet resembled a city from a sci-fi movie, with various vehicles soaring through the air and the streets orderly. However, as the internal energy systems exploded, those high-ranking individuals met their demise, becoming space debris floating in space. So what do you want to tell me? Lin Mo adjusted her mindset and spoke to the wall in the image. As the surrounding visuals faded, her previous self slowly appeared before her. Now do you understand what civilization is? If you think these events will help me understand what civilization is, then I suppose my grades in language class wouldn't have been so poor. After all, my ability to interpret images isn't that great. Lin Mo stubbornly retorted, but deep down, she had already found the answer. In reality, the human civilization system itself is a construct built on selfishness. However, from a broader perspective, during the primitive era, those primitive people waged wars for the continuation of their tribes, invading other tribes to strengthen their own power. Essentially, this behavior is selfish, and humanity today exhibits the same selfishness. To be honest, I initially did not intend to choose you. After all, in your era, there were many more outstanding talents. In terms of both IQ and practical skills, they were at a level far beyond what you could reach. To be honest, even if I count every moment of my life, I have only a little over 100 years to live. Subtracting the nights, I have just over 50 years left. In the grand river of human history and the disasters we face now, I am merely a grain of sand. After all, this is a matter that will unfold over 3,000 years from now. For me, even if I wait until my death, it will have no relation to me. At most, my ashes will just be scattered. Lin Mo chose not to respond to the previous words of that person, but instead shifted the topic in his own way. Indeed, this is a matter concerning 3,000 years later, irrelevant to himself. Even if he had died on Earth, it wouldn't matter. Once dead, he could simply have his ashes burnt and buried, or even just tossed into a pond. The other self was clearly taken aback. What Lin Mo had just said was something he had not anticipated. Considering an issue from the perspective of an entire civilization is different from that of an ordinary person, and naturally the things considered will differ. The things we contemplate will hold no significance. For us, the perspectives we stand on and the directions we think in are different, hence the decisions we make are naturally different. What does the destruction of all human civilization have to do with me? What I care about now is whether I can survive. If I can continue to live, I will struggle to hold on. If I cannot, then so be it. Is there really any pain in death? Lin Mo shook his head. Indeed, he had been living in constant fear. It would be better to just die, as all matters would vanish and all questions would be resolved. That's quite a statement, but would you choose death? Or do you wish to survive like those wanderers outside? Don't hide it. You have no secrets before me. You are me, and I am you. Our memories are completely identical. No, how can a small bird know the ambitions of a swan? I am but a small bird here with no goals to strive for and nothing to protect. For me, there is no difference between myself and myself. Perhaps we are all the same in other ways, but you cannot simulate my thoughts at all. Isn't that right, Professor Lin? Suddenly, Lin Mo felt the world around him spinning. He found himself back on his mattress. Well, to be more precise, he never really left his mattress. That's quite a gloomy statement, but you're right. You are completely unfamiliar with this world. There's nothing here that you need, and naturally there is no support to help you move forward. For you, perhaps a simple, ordinary life is sufficient. But what I'm curious about now is, how do you know this is an illusory world? Lin Xiyu also slowly removed her helmet. Lin Mo took off his virtual helmet as well and stretched lazily. He hadn't realized it before, but with the tone of the conversation, he seemed to understand that he had indeed been caught in a trap. There is much that one can change. Of course, your tone of speech is part of it, and another part is my intuition. I was initially just a bit suspicious, but as the scene faded, I knew this was yet another prank of yours, right? That's not it. I have completely copied your memories and injected them into my brain. I didn't expect your life to be so exciting, Songjing. Oh my, don't mess around. Just a moment ago, Lin Mo was quite pleased and smug, but suddenly he panicked. If this continued, the book might get banned. However, regarding the fact that his memories had been completely extracted, Lin Mo was not at all flustered. After all, his memories consisted of nothing but a bleak life. Of course, within that life, there was also a strong flavor of bitterness. His life was simply that of an ordinary person. If you want to extract my memories, you might as well browse the internet. Those experts online probably have lives far more exciting than mine. What's the point of extracting the memories of an ordinary person like me? However, putting in so much effort, you wouldn't just be trying to feed me some motivational soup, would you? By the way, is my authority upgrade real or fake? The authority upgrade is real. In fact, your authority has long been elevated. Ew, I just didn't inform you. I initially planned to share my memories with you, but your brain couldn't handle it, so I didn't exchange our memories. Then what about those things you mentioned earlier? All of it is true. Monica and my mentor both committed suicide. Monica left behind evidence so as not to burden me, while my mentor completely collapsed in her faith. In her physical model, there shouldn't have been such a substance as white light. But the problem is that it not only existed, but was also a weapon against humanity. Perhaps fearing the gap between human civilization and that alien civilization, she chose to end her life. Sometimes death might be the true destination, yet you cannot die now. Lin Mo then understood that since he entered this world, Lin Xiyu had already noticed him. However, Lin Xiyu was currently immersed in her research in the virtual reality world and had not interacted with him. But Lin Mo's various actions did attract her attention, especially when he used the time-space loophole to bring those small players over. That was when Lin Xiyu granted Lin Mo a higher authority and continually sought ways to enhance his knowledge reserves. Especially when she saw Lin Mo trying to learn everything possible to survive in the face of his own death, she finally felt at ease when she allocated some of her authority to Lin Mo. Of course, regarding the extraction of memories, if it weren't for Lin Mo calling her Professor Lin Xiyu would not have interrupted the memory extraction. After reading his memories, she realized that what he said was essentially just a simple truth, one that was ordinary to the extreme. For other passionate youths who spoke of saving humanity, they would likely have been thrilled to undertake this so-called mission. But when Lin Mo learned about saving humanity, he remained completely uninterested. So should I address you as Xiyu or Professor Lin? Just call me Xiyu. Next, I invite you to watch a performance. Lin Mo. As the screen unfolded, the face of a giant fish appeared, followed by dozens of battleships. There was no sound and no dazzling visuals. The fish suddenly stopped, and showed a painful expression. Lin Mo genuinely did not expect such a creature to have expressions. Then the fish became completely still, its body drifting around as cracks gradually formed, eventually breaking into several pieces. Will this space debris be a problem? The Jiwei Star Control Platform has a defense system, so there's no need to worry. That fleet is the former Eastern Fleet, but it seems they have no intention of coming for tea. Lin Mo did not think that his current food supply could accommodate so many people. After all, looking at the crew in such a large fleet, there must be quite a few of them, and his current food supply was far from sufficient. Can you answer those questions for me now? The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. For your safety, it's better for me to keep some things hidden. Although I cannot deduce your meaning based on the scenes in your memory at this moment, you should be enjoying yourself in that place called the clubhouse. So you like this curvy figure, huh? When you put on the virtual helmet, I can create these models for you with completely realistic touch and sensation. What do you think? Are you tempted? Lin Mo. To be honest, he was indeed tempted just now. After all, he was a single guy. Is it a problem to go to some places to satisfy personal needs? Clearly, there's no problem. The only time there would be a problem is if you were caught naked by the police during a raid. Forget it. I still need to check on those small players. By the way, you have authority yourself. What? This is part of the experiment. At least your choices align with what I initially envisioned. What about your experience like those bombs in your brain? Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xiu suddenly leaned close and Lin Mo felt a gust of fragrant wind. Lin Xiu softly whispered in his ear, "I'm just kidding. Pretty girls can't be trusted." These past few days, the sudden reversal of status had been a bit uncomfortable, but he gradually felt it was normal. After all, he was merely a salted fish. If one were to really calculate, he was already dead, his brain had been punctured, and he couldn't die again. Now there was a way to let him survive once more. What can I do? Upon seeing the toolbox in his hands, the players were all left speechless. Has the game reached such a level of simplicity at this base? However, when they spotted the densely packed components inside, all the players gaped in astonishment. Come, let me teach you a skill. Beside them, Lin Mo's holographic projection materialized, and with a large step he appeared among them. During this time, Lin Mo had indeed achieved some results in his studies, at least understanding how to make these changes. What he needed to do now was quite simple: dismantle the repair system and transform it into a biological laboratory. Lin Mo's actions were naturally driven by reason. Of course, he didn't fully understand what Lin Xiu was explaining to him, but now he just needed to follow the method Lin Xiu originally provided for the modifications. Administrator, are you joking with us? Everything here is identical. Where are the special points you mentioned? Did you not see the Z mark beside you? The players responded with silence. The next day and the day after, even the monsters in the forest found it strange. After all, this group of players wasn't shouting at the entrance of their forest, charging fearlessly at death, like they were possessed, which was quite unusual. Dear Administrator, please spare us. This is really not fun. We beg you. There are points to earn, and they will double later on. As Lin Mo finished speaking, the small players suddenly felt a surge of motivation and began to work overtime. Observing these self-motivated chives, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. After all, only when these chives are self-motivated can it be convenient for him to harvest. He must avoid cutting off the roots. To be honest, I never expected that I would not work to earn money in the real world, yet here I am working to earn money in the game. Is this what they call reincarnation? At this moment, Yumi felt somewhat confused. After all, in the game, he seemed to be just another worker. Had he truly lost the ability to change his fate as a worker? We must resist, fearless in our existence. We must fight against the exploitation and oppression of capitalists. Our lives belong to us, not to the capitalists. Administrator. Lin Mo's holographic projection reappeared beside them. What is it? Amidst the astonished and adoring gazes of the surrounding players, Yumi declared loudly, "We want a raise. Get lost." All right then. The crowd responded with silence. The Yaxi folding equation is not meant to be used this way. In the virtual reality world, Lin Mo was currently experiencing the charm of science. It truly was the allure of science, as the unfolding graphics resembled a string of spells, leaving no room for criticism of such beauty. Lin Mo hadn't realized that he hadn't picked up a pen for nearly 20 years, yet here he was studying and learning, being scolded by a teacher as if he were still a student. However, upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing wrong with that. As the saying goes, one learns as long as one lives. Isn't that a classic saying from his homeland? When are we leaving Mars? Why should we leave Mars? Lin Mo asked in confusion. If Lin Mo remembered correctly, Lin Xiu once had a plan to go to the Taotai Super Factory and then modify the Ziwei Star Control Platform before leaving the solar system. Was it possible that this plan was just fabricated at that time? But speaking of which, if this thing was also fabricated, then what else is real? Although Lin Mo hated this world woven from lies, he felt powerless. He didn't believe he had the strength to confront Lin Xiu, neither in terms of force nor intellect. Moreover, his memories had been copied, so the other party might have already predicted his next move. Haha, I was just joking. It's not the right time yet. After all, many things are not as you understand. I need to take you to understand the entire Z-Way star control platform. But first you must at least grasp the basic navigation data. In reality, Lin Mo felt like he was in a fragmented world woven from various lies, yet regrettably, he had no power to break through this world. So now all he could do was surrender and learn. If one must say, Lin Professor's teaching ability was indeed quite good, especially when paired with this virtual reality device. Lin Mo felt as if he truly witnessed the various objects in different worlds, almost as if they were real. When encountering this data, you must be extremely cautious under such light. It can tear everything to shreds. Lin Xiu was earnestly imparting her knowledge to Lin Mo. For some reason, Lin Mo always felt that she was hiding something, but he was unsure of what. Days later, when the dusty little players received the wages for their efforts during this period, they felt a mix of happiness and confusion. Why was it that after working outside, they still had to work in the game? Moreover, it seemed that this job was even more exhausting than their work outside. What happened to you all? Two girls also covered in dust had returned. Feng Zhou and Jiang Nen had experienced various trials and nearly stumbled into a rat horde. If they hadn't run fast, they would have ended up as a pile of bones, or perhaps not even that. However, upon seeing the players left at the base, all of whom were also dusty and seemingly troubled, they couldn't help but feel a bit strange. We worked for the administrator to modify some circuits and were given the design blueprints to handle ourselves. It took a great deal of time to revert these changes. But I must say that sense of accomplishment is so familiar, it inexplicably feels like receiving a paycheck from a company. Yumi repeatedly checked his point balance, resembling someone unsure of how to spend their first paycheck. Have you all noticed that the administrator seems to have stopped calling the professor Professor Lin and is now just referring to her as Xiu? Could it be? Congratulations, congratulations. A toad has eaten swan meat. Inherently, humans are gossiping creatures, especially the people from Huagua, who have an ancient tradition of gossip. Good news hardly leaves the house, while bad news travels far and wide. Any rumor once spread can instantly become a significant tool for drawing attention. During this time, Lin Mo was quite bothered by these little players. After all, they repeatedly asked him how to attract beautiful women. No matter how much he explained that his relationship with Lin Xiu was not as they imagined, the problem was that these guys only believed what they saw and not what Lin Mo said. They even accused him of being a faithless man eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. Recently, a large amount of defamatory news about me has been discovered in the game. I strongly urge you all to cease spreading such information, or otherwise points will be deducted as punishment. Please act with decorum. Okay, Administrator, we absolutely won't leak anything about you being listed as Professor Lin. We are tight-lipped as can be. When are you two going to have a wedding? Is it going to be held at the company or outside? Although the administrator can be a bit annoying at times, I will definitely attend your wedding and give you a big red envelope worth 10 million. Do you need a best man? It's free, and I even get paid for it. The more you try to modify things, the worse it gets. So what you need to do now is just handle it as best as you can. Lin Xiu was not interested in these rumors. During this time, Professor Lin had been repetitively conducting experiments that Lin Mo couldn't comprehend in the lab. Apart from exclaiming in awe, there was nothing else he could do. Have you ever doubted the authenticity of our world? Sister, while I want to doubt, the problem is I cannot provide the theories and data like you do to prove this world is false. I often find myself doubting as I wake up from sleep, always believing that reality is a dream and dreams exist within reality. Perhaps. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before beginning to prepare for her next experiment. Lin Mo finally encountered the so-called mecha, and it was uniquely his own, coated in a silvery gray texture that exuded an imposing aura. Lin Mo wanted to take it out for a test drive, but opted to stay home for safety. Previously, even while piloting the mecha, Yumi had a near encounter with a monster. The creature was particularly small, but incredibly fast, darting across the mecha. Just as Yumi intended to intercept, the creature crawled into the joints, nearly breaking into the cockpit. Sometimes one truly cannot view these monsters through ordinary perspectives. After all, this forest can be described as a true den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are all sorts of monsters here, yet it remains a mystery how these beings evolved over time. Survival of the fittest is the rule, and while the fate of these creatures is hard to describe, the selective evolution they underwent certainly has had some impact. Given such circumstances, Lin Mo has begun to feel a bit curious about his abilities. After all, if even ordinary creatures can inflict damage on war machines like mechas, can he truly defeat the white light? Just hold this and follow me, don't ask too many questions. Lin Xiu placed several hard drives in the crook of Lin Mo's arm, and he followed her closely. Are you familiar with conscious life forms? What are they? They are life forms that exceed the physical limits of the human body. Under such conditions, they not only possess a much longer lifespan, but also have the ability to manipulate the material world. For them, the concepts of time and space are irrelevant. They can create or alter any substance at will. This is one of my early academic achievements, but it is quite difficult to implement. It appears that the gap between theoretical physics and applied physics has grown quite large. However, even with such a gap, it shouldn't be this significant, right? Lin Mo analyzed the situation, realizing that indeed the disparity between the two fields was too vast. Theoretically, discussions about life forms that transcend current dimensional civilizations have begun, yet applied physics still lacks the corresponding capabilities to realize this. It's quite normal considering that science has undergone multiple iterations and encountered many uncontrollable situations. Many theories that were designed long ago have been lost to history, just like the powerful control theory that could evolve short-range forces into long-range forces. However, due to the war, this research was lost, and humanity spent nearly 600 years rediscovering this theory. Otherwise, humanity would have already been capable of controlling fundamental forces to an extraordinary degree. Sometimes you must realize that humanity's greatest enemy is not the so-called alien civilizations or the white light, but rather humanity itself. The white light merely threatens humanity, but it is humanity that will truly bring about its own destruction. Lin Xiu stopped at a doorway and, grabbing Lin Mo by the collar, pulled him inside. Take off all your clothes, including your underwear. What are you doing? Although the entire base is deserted, you can't just do as you please. I have my dignity, you know. I don't like being passive. Lin Mo retreated nervously. Lin Xiu rubbed her forehead, exasperated, and explained, I'm just replacing the storage chip in your brain. You don't think you're a pure unmodified human, do you? There's already a storage chip in your brain. Otherwise, how would you have learned the language here? Your brain was designed based on your previous one, which was shattered to bits. However, the previous nanochip clearly can no longer meet your current memory needs, so it needs to be replaced with a new one. Sister, are you sure this thing isn't just a hard drive? Lin Mo was obviously intimidated. After all, he had previously burst nearly 4 or 5 of them, and they were the size of 2 palms. Stuffing all these into his brain. Who could endure that? Don't worry, it's not that. Just as Lin Mo was about to say something else, he was suddenly knocked unconscious. When he woke up again, he found that his clothes had been put on him, and upon touching his head, there was no change. By the way, aren't you supposed to shave your head for a craniotomy? It's not inside your brain, it's implanted in the inner side of your thigh, containing relevant scientific knowledge. However, it only allows you to memorize it. Understanding that knowledge will require your own adjustments, as memorizing something and understanding it are not the same concept. Besides, with your lifespan, you probably won't be able to digest much of it. Lin Xiu sighed, shaking her head before leaving the room, leaving Lin Mo feeling somewhat speechless. It was as if she thought that even in the future everyone could live to be 100, but in reality, they would still only live around 100 or 200 years. Of course, they could consider uploading their consciousness to a computer and letting it simulate their thoughts. After all, the movement of human nerves fundamentally relies on the transmission of electrical signals between various nerve systems. As long as the computer's computing power is sufficient and the understanding of the overall neural structure is advanced enough, it can completely simulate a real person. However, very few people are willing to use this technology. Nobody wants to see someone identical to themselves sleeping with their wife, making their son call him dad. Moreover, this technology is prone to bugs, personality splits, and various psychological issues are common occurrences. Such problems have existed from the most fundamental logical level, so they cannot be avoided. Only a few people would choose to do this, as it not only costs a lot of money, but also poses serious safety concerns. So will this have any impact on my future movements? That depends on what kind of movement you're referring to. Lin Mo, feeling a strange foreboding, hurried to the restroom under the pretext of needing to urinate. After about 40 minutes, he finally emerged from the restroom, feeling satisfied that everything seemed normal. In the forest, several small players were frantically fleeing, while 2 warriors in mechas sprinted ahead. Behind them, a few players were covering their retreat, pursued by a massive swarm of rats. They never imagined that their hands in the city were also vulnerable to the same fate, especially since that idiot Nyang Do had carelessly set fire to their nest. The mechas against the rat swarm were like chickens trying to fend off a swarm. Even if one could stomp on ants like a grasshopper, it was only when those ants started crawling up their legs that they would truly understand fear, especially when the mecha was filled with numerous ways for the rats to infiltrate. After all, every human has some openings, let alone a mecha. The key issue is that the biting power of these mechas is terrifyingly strong. Even a high-frequency vibrating cutter can be directly shattered, let alone the circuits arranged in the mecha's vulnerable areas. So this is what you guys have done. Lin Mo looked at the sea of rats that was almost completely filling the membrane area and felt a wave of exasperation. He hoped these creatures wouldn't settle down and start nesting here. If they did, there would be no choice but to let the small players clear them out. Lin Mo could also choose to use the defense systems in the base, but the problem was that Professor Lin was currently in seclusion researching, and it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb him. Xiao Wei also couldn't provide a suitable suggestion, leaving him watching helplessly. Administrator, my crops have grown. It's a brown elongated thing. Jiang Nan Yimeng said, unsure of what the plant she had grown actually was. When she checked on her crops today, she thought a troublesome player had messed with her plants, but upon closer inspection, she noticed it had roots. Ahem. This thing may look a bit shabby, Nyongdo. Why don't you go over and smell it to see if it has any floral scent? Lin Mo kicked Nyongdo as these issues were caused by him, and he should be responsible for it. With no choice, Nyongdo reluctantly lowered his head to sniff it, and immediately bent over to vomit. Damn, it really is shit. Can this thing be eaten? You all go hold that guy down for me. Administrator, I'm sorry. Administrator. Daddy, I'm sorry. Nyongdo struggled desperately on the ground. Even with 4 players working together, they couldn't pin him down. Jiumingzi and Xiaohe Kunzi held their breath and forcefully shoved the substance into Nyongdo's mouth. Oh, it's sweet. It really is sweet. You don't believe me. Try it yourself. Oh, it's chocolate flavored. Ugh. Looking at Nyongdo, who was now covered in that color rushing toward them with a clump of the substance, the players were so frightened that they scattered, terrified of getting stuck with this shit-like thing. The good news is that the crops I had meticulously cultivated have finally come to fruition. The bad news is that they look utterly grotesque. Although they taste sweet considering the current state of biological development, growing these things can be said to be quite simple. Aside from being a bit unappetizing, they are still quite pleasant to eat. What on earth did you plant? I can't even dream of eating this stuff anymore. Good news, good news. The administrator has decided to convert future food sources involving meat plants into this. I even gave it a special name, chocolate. I can't believe this. Looking at the items already showcased on the official website, the forums below are filled with exasperated comments, and there seems to be no new way to express their thoughts. They simply cannot fathom what mindset the game design team had when creating this. Do you prefer eating chocolate that resembles excrement or chocolate that tastes like excrement? The answer is already here. When I first glanced at it, it looked like something else. Upon closer inspection, it still looked like something else, but when I tasted it, I realized it wasn't the flavor I liked. The person upstairs must have a story to tell. Please share your story. Comments quickly devolved into chaos, and players had no objections to naming this thing chocolate. After all, they couldn't find any other feelings to express besides their complaints. The plant's appearance was indeed too bizarre. As the first player to consume this chocolate, what are your thoughts? Aren't you feeling particularly excited? You are now famous on the official website, referred to by the administrator as the first player to taste this plant. Jiangnan Yimeng, under the escort of Xiaohe Kunzi and Jiumingzi, conducted a special interview with Nyongdo, and the 3 nearly ended up severely beaten. If you don't take that thing out of my laboratory, I can't guarantee that I won't hold back when I decide to hit you. Lin Xiu was also scowling at Lin Mo, who was using a high-frequency vibration cutter to prod that object resembling something else. I just wanted you to conduct a biological inspection to check the nutritional levels of this thing. Get out of here. Lin Mo was kicked out, and the high-frequency vibration cutter was tossed out as well. The laboratory door slammed shut behind him, clearly indicating that the other party was genuinely angry. When a girl gets mad, she can turn into a truly terrifying creature. In recent days, these players have gradually lost the joy of exploring the forest. After all, their points were sufficient, and they should be seeking battles in more difficult and dangerous cities rather than languishing in the woods. Everyone follow me on this expedition. We must flatten the city, crush the rat hordes, smash the heads of the snow wolves, and wake up those wild men with a splash of urine. Yumi has not been piloting her mech. Now she and Luo Yu have treated this mech as their family heirloom, rarely using it in battle except for regular maintenance. After all, this is the first in the entire server. Of course, some players tried to sneak a taste only to be beaten by Yumi until they were unrecognizable. Naturally, many players wanted to flirt with Gladys, but they were promptly thrashed by Nyongdo. After witnessing Gladys' beauty firsthand one by one, they transformed into loyal admirers. After all, Professor Lin was so unreachable while Gladys was close at hand. However, in facing Nyongdo, the protective dog, the other players had no way to proceed. After all, this guy is a true veteran player deserving of some respect, given that he had awakened his abilities long ago, but luck was against him at the time. But the Big Goose was truly powerful, second only to Yumi and Luo Yu. Nyongdo and Big Goose were the kind of friends who had shared life and death, so no player dared to challenge them, considering that their gaming opportunities were also quite precious. However, when they re-entered here, they truly felt what fear meant. All around them were the corpses of wild men, the blood staining the ground a deep red. Whether they were ordinary masked wild men or those in red masks, brawny wild men were sprawled everywhere. Without exception, these wild men's brains had been completely smashed open. Nyongdo squatted down to take a look, but it was already empty inside. This was clearly the work of a more terrifying monster, one that feasted on the brain matter of these wild men. What kind of monster could do this? Could it be? Oh, I remember, wild men seem to be no different from us. They too are at the bottom of the food chain. But speaking of which, what kind of growth method do these wild men have? Could it be that they also give birth in the same way as ordinary humans? Yumi and Luo Yu decided to check the upper floors while the other players searched the surroundings for clues. After all, these players had faced large-scale events before and had developed some defensive capabilities against sudden attacks and other risks. In the end, the few of them found no clues. Shortly after they left, a wild man who had been lying on the ground stretched out his finger and slowly got up. His missing brain was continuously splitting and reorganizing itself, and the wild man who stood up looked around in confusion before dragging his high-frequency vibration cutter to another location. At that moment, the wild man suddenly paused and then collapsed to the ground in extreme pain. Finally, a crack appeared in the middle of his head, splitting into another wild man that closely resembled him. Of course, the resemblance only included the other half of the body. The organs were still writhing and reorganizing. If Lin Xiu were here, she would definitely find this very strange. After all, the hard drive that the wild man's brain originally stored was gone, and the most critical aspect, memory storage, was certainly much harder to restore than other areas. Akin to a hard drive that had been damaged by a knife. Data recovery is a troublesome matter. Speaking of which, we look no different from the thugs outside, do we? Did you only just notice that? 10 people swaggered down the street, each holding a high-frequency vibration cutter, their faces obscured by masks that were perched atop their heads. Moreover, they walked with brazen abandon and with the bloodstains on their bodies. If this were in the streets of the real world, they would definitely be closely monitored by the police, considering they were wielding weapons and covered in blood, making it hard not to think of them as something strange. During this time, Lin Mo began to think of new ways to impress these little players. After all, ever since Professor Lin revealed his identity, he often left the problem-solving to himself, and the precious time he managed to gain for himself was slipping away. It seems like getting these little players to learn is still quite a challenging task, but if it involves career advancement, these little players would probably sprint towards it. Lin Mo remembered that there were indeed books about strengthening the body in the base, which he had found when he first searched for a gym. These books focused on specialized combat. Combining that with the various knowledge he had struggled to learn over the past few days, wouldn't that yield two paths, one towards scientific research and the other towards combat? It's just that there's no way to create a mage. But rounding it up, if he could pull out a firearm and use it as a sniper, wouldn't that be much more effective than a magic wand? Even the mage main praised it. However, training a sniper requires a massive investment of resources. Thus, in terms of career advancement, the direction for snipers should have higher thresholds, while the research field can lower the barriers a bit. Combat training doesn't need to be overly complicated since they primarily focus on combat, but there's no clear teaching method yet. A group of guys fought like they were drunk with no techniques, involved mostly just competing over which weapons were more advanced. The only ones who could make a real impact were Yumi and Luo Yu, relying on their strong physical qualities. After all, without modifications, they weren't much different from ordinary people. At most they were just a bit stronger and bolder. When Lin Mo truly experienced the vastness of the base, he understood just how powerful humanity's top technology was back then and how astonishing their architectural capabilities could be. The entire base had nearly 400 floors, while he only mastered 2. Of course, this somewhat included Professor Lin's quirky preferences. Standing on the top deck, Lin Mo gazed at the massive escort ship, almost losing his breath. Is this thing the escort machine that prevents external invasions? At this moment, Lin Mo could hardly find any words to describe the enormity of this machine. If he were to use the word lookup, it would be somewhat appropriate. However, the problem lies in the fact that he couldn't even gaze upon its pinnacle. The awkward part is that no one could pilot this machine yet. To operate it, one must possess a flying license of a grade or above. This left Lin Mo utterly speechless. He had heard of car licenses, but there was even an A grade for flying. Of course, Lin Mo didn't want to risk his life just to see if he could fly a plane. That said, the scale of this professional central control platform is genuinely vast. According to incomplete statistics, at its peak, there were nearly 90,000 people present simultaneously, meaning that at that time, over 90,000 people lived within the entire platform, from the top-tier commanders to the most basic executors. Moreover, this figure does not even account for the personnel in other escort fleets. If those were included, the total number would be incalculable. So, is there any way to expand the current recruitment? Rather than pondering this, you might as well think about how to supply these food provisions. If we recruit more than 15 additional personnel, it could be counterproductive, greatly hindering the entire team's development. Lin Xiu was quite resolute. If there were more personnel, it would indeed simplify the current engineering tasks. However, the issue arises when the number of people increases. Food and water supply becomes a problem. During this time, all sorts of peculiar plants have sprouted, some toxic, some edible. Nyangdo has once again been forced to serve as a test subject for the medicinal properties of these plants. Lin Mo has considered giving him a personal title, Pioneer of Ingredients. After all, this guy was the first to prove that scorpions were inedible, while spider legs could be consumed. Recently, he has been dragged into being a test subject for whether these food items are edible. Big brother, please don't stuff me anymore. I truly can't take it. Nyangdo lay flat on the ground, utterly unable to move, feeling so bloated that even speaking was a struggle, let alone anything else. It's alright, Nyangdo, be good, just open your mouth and say something. After all, we are unsure if consuming this food for an extended period will harm your body, so we can only ask you to help us taste it. Besides, this game shouldn't allow anyone to die from overeating, right? Jiang Nan Yiming simply smiled like a devil, at least in the mind of Liang Do. That is the image she portrayed, nearly scaring him to the point of wetting himself. Big sister, don't come over. I'm begging you, but if you keep feeding me, I will surely burst. Plus, with so much at once, I won't even know if I die from overeating or poisoning, so please stop shoving it in. During this time, Yang Do has been particularly distressed. First, he experienced eating flowers, leaves, stems, and fruits, only to again encounter dizziness from poisoning, leading to hallucinations or outright poisoning. Although he has gained some points, the problem is that the variety of food consumed has been too diverse, and his body has gradually become emaciated. However, for the sake of points, Nyang Do continued to push himself relentlessly, which led to him being so stuffed each time that he nearly ended up bursting. No one anticipated that during this period these plants would mature almost simultaneously. Even though just over half a month has passed, these plants have already borne fruit, albeit many of these fruits have flavors that are indescribably terrible, ranging from extremely sour to intensely bitter and sickeningly sweet. For food enthusiasts like the people of Huagua, this is not a problem. The real issue lies with the chef responsible for preparing the dish, not the dish itself. During this time, these novice players have opened up their minds, trying every possible way to improve these food items, incorporating a plethora of their unique and imaginative designs. This left Lin Mo utterly speechless. However, seeing the players enjoying themselves so much in the process, he chose not to intervene. After all, the essence of gaming is joy. If players are all frowning, then the game would hardly be appealing. Nyangdo, what about your situation with Gladys? You wouldn't really have fallen for a data entity, would you? Of course, it could also be an NPC played by a real girl, or perhaps even a burly man. For this, you would need to ask the administrator. Who knows? I don't dare to ask the administrator about this matter right now. After all, the greater the hope, the bigger the disappointment. If she truly is just a mass of data, I will find a way to buy her data. If she's being played by a real person, then I must meet this actor regardless of whether they're male or female. Nyang Do expressed his deep melancholy. While other players were engaged in survival games in a post-apocalyptic world, why did it turn into a love story here? However, upon closer inspection, it does seem to make sense. Saving a damsel in distress. Wasn't that what players were supposed to do? Moreover, it involves a bold initiative without burdens. However, the deeper one gets, the harder it becomes to extricate oneself. If the game continues to operate normally, it is likely that there will be almost no players quitting. After all, in this game, one can not only utilize their sleeping time, but also relax and vent the various frustrations endured in their everyday work life. The most crucial point is to remember that there are no legal constraints within the game, only a few basic guidelines that must be followed, which for these players are virtually non-existent. Let's give it a shot. You can just ask the administrator directly when the time comes. Although the administrator has not appeared for a while, they likely have their own matters to attend to. However, you should still be able to reach them via intercom. Big Goose felt somewhat speechless regarding his buddies in the game. After all, the point of gaming is enjoyment. Yet this guy has genuinely developed feelings. If the subsequent planning suddenly introduces a mass slaughter story, it would surely be heartbreaking. At this moment, Gladys is watching as those players enjoy hot pot and sing songs in the anti-gravity vehicle. Recently, he faced his first danger, an attack from a horde of rats which climbed into the control area of the membrane. Fortunately, he was able to move the anti-gravity vehicle to the other side, and those rats had no way of dealing with him. Afterward, Lin Xiu concluded her retreat and directly utilized her authority to generate an overclocked electromagnetic field in the control area, instantly turning all the rats into charred remains. This left the players feeling quite pained. If only the cooking time had been managed a bit better, they might have enjoyed a satisfying meal of roasted rats. However, now that they have all turned to coal, there was no way to continue using them. Ultimately, a dozen players spent nearly 2 to 3 days cleaning up the remnants on the ground. Then they disposed of the remnants back into the forest as a way of giving back to the birds in that forest. After all, if this were truly a simulation of a biological system, their continuous development of the forest would undoubtedly lead to self-sabotage. I have some good news, or would you like to hear it? Lin Xiu approached Lin Mo, who was still engrossed in his studies holding a stack of data. For Lin Mo, the good news mentioned by Professor Lin may not necessarily be good for him. It might just be beneficial to others. Of course, it could purely be a trap set for him. After all, he has been deceived countless times. If he hasn't been tricked this time, he would feel that something is off. In 4 days, there will be a time-space wormhole, and I can send you back, allowing you to no longer live this aimless life. After Lin Xiu finished speaking, she pulled on the 3D projection, revealing a spiraling object intertwined in the air. What about you? I do not belong to your era, and for me, sometimes leaving or simply signifies death. You do not belong to this time-space either, so naturally you possess the ability to return. Lin Shiyu's response was quite straightforward. After saying this, she turned and left Lin Mo, who remained seated deep in thought. Lin Mo took the few packs of cigarettes he had left early and boarded the elevator, heading directly to the top deck, taking deep breaths of the mist. After all, this matter was worth considering. If he returned with all the technological knowledge in his mind, he would have no worries about food or clothing. Moreover, he could also prepare a false identity in advance to confuse people, but the real question is whether he would truly leave this place. Some things require you to make your own choices. There is no right or wrong in choices, and as for whether it is correct, you already have the answer in your heart. Lin Shiyu stood alone in the empty room, softly stating that she had not told Lin Mo the truth, that she did not simply wake up, but was consciously surviving in this room alone. Lin Mo's arrival indeed sparked Lin Siyu's interest to a significant degree, and she had long constructed a model regarding the time-space rift. This cluster of data consciousness was initially encountered through radar waves and then integrated into this body. This body is now controlled by Lin Mo. Essentially, he had already died, yet for some reason, he became a drifting consciousness in the universe distinct from the higher-dimensional life forms of the past. Higher-dimensional consciousness and life forms can manipulate material transformations at will, whereas Lin Mo is merely a collection of meaningless data, or to put it harshly, a bunch of data garbage floating in space. After a series of troublesome compilations, Lin Shiyu finally manifested the so-called real human Lin Mo in the life support pod. However, for Lin Mo, he still bore the imprint of that previous era. His rejection of time and space was not so intense. As a native born in this era, if he rashly attempted to leave this time and space, he would undoubtedly be torn to pieces. Lin Shiyu had no intention of leaving either. On one hand, she could not leave, and on the other, she had an even more important task entrusted by her teacher, or perhaps by her beloved. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo had already smoked nearly 4 packs on the deck, and he even had the idea of treating it like food. Having not smoked for a long time, suddenly smoking so much made his lungs struggle to cope, and he would occasionally choke. However, compared to the discomfort of coughing, Lin Mo's greater concern was how he should choose. It wasn't that he was being sensitive. Standing there, he could foresee his future life. If he utilized the knowledge in his brain, he could certainly thrive on Earth. If he had connections, perhaps he could climb even higher in the future. If he had no connections, he might only reach the level of a researcher. Of course, leveraging his connections could potentially make him someone comparable to Einstein or Hawking. However, Lin Mo knew that sometimes once a choice is made, it can significantly influence one's future. Lin Mo, you really are being overly dramatic. In this chaotic, desperate, and lifeless era, what are you doing here? What else can you do other than drag others down? You might as well go back. At least on Earth you could enjoy a good life. If not, you could sell a few bottles of Waha, instead of spending your days here drinking this awful nutrient solution, always worrying about your own life. If you really want to stay here, then stay. You'd spend your days watching these seemingly lifeless bodies constantly facing the possibility of being killed by outside monsters. Lin Mo took a long breath, finally tossing aside the cigarette pack in his hand and slowly standing up. Now he had made his choice. Perhaps sometimes choices are not about right or wrong, but rather reflect one's thoughts at that moment. When making choices, there is often little one can consider. Everything relies on one's immediate thoughts, and the remaining aspects must follow that choice moving forward continuously. Have you made up your mind? If you cannot leave, then I will choose to stay here as well. Compared to the foreseeable life, I already know what my life will be like, so I want to choose this different path regardless of right or wrong, and follow this choice forward. Lin Mo did not know why he suddenly made such a choice in a moment of inspiration, but the question remained, was this choice truly correct? Perhaps only by waiting for the future could he know whether his choice was correct. For now, he could only move forward along his chosen path. Not bad. I thought I would have to live alone in this empty world forever. A subtle change finally appeared in Lin Shiyu's smile, which had previously been fixed. This smile held a hint of charm that Lin Mo had never sensed from her before. At this moment, a swarm of tiny mechanical bees began constructing a rather strange project on the time-space passage designed and predicted by Lin Shiyu. Are you sure? Is this density sufficient? Who knows? At least in theoretical space, we are viable. As for what happens next, who can say? Time does not equal theory, and theory does not equal practice. They only guide each other. These robots were strictly fulfilling their tasks, minimizing errors to within a millimeter. The entire project's margin of error had been pushed to the extreme, because under such powerful forces, any small error could lead to a catastrophic failure of the project. Even the most advanced detection equipment of the 21st century could not detect the current project's errors. In the study of the relationship between theory and practice, people no longer adhered to theory as excessively as before. After all, Einstein once said that if theory contradicts practice, then practice should be changed. However, with the gradual development of future science, people discovered that sometimes the logic of life is often in conflict with the language of the entire world, a contradiction brought about by the self-consistency of human logic. After all, nature does not have the concept of mathematics. Thus, people now adopt a more tentative approach to the relationship between theory and practice. No matter how precise the theory, if it cannot be translated into practice, it is naturally of no use. Even the most prominent astronomers and physicists like Hawking, who made profound studies on black holes, were still afraid that black holes could only exist theoretically. Essentially, theory and practice can be seen as complementary, but they can also be a process of mutual overthrow. Reality may overturn theory, or theory may overturn reality. These small machines resembling bees were steadily engaged in building the entire project. What they were doing represented the pinnacle of human civilization in terms of craftsmanship, and this was achieved through the research of the Taotai Superfactory. Initially, when naming this factory, they considered using Xian or Chang'an, but later felt it resembled a giant beast that was devouring everything. After all, vast amounts of, or were sent and processed or refined into more precise components, and then transported to other workshops for assembly. Combining this with the description of the Taotai beast in the Shanhai Jing, it became particularly fitting for the name, indicating that this factory represented the ultimate craftsmanship of human civilization. However, due to certain reasons, the warriors were all abandoned, or one could say, ordered to cease operations. Ordinary people were completely unaware if it had already been abandoned. Those in higher positions who knew about these matters had long been hanged from streetlights, resulting in a gap in the information chain. According to Einstein's general theory of relativity, the space around a supermassive object is also curved. Essentially, this is due to its immense mass causing the whole space to curve somewhat, like a flat surface suddenly sinking under a small ball. From a certain perspective, time-space wormholes might cause similar situations, but compared to black holes, time-space wormholes are easier to predict and sense. In pre-human civilizations, there were no solutions to this conundrum, but as civilization declined, top scientists began to bolster their research in this area. Their hope was to develop a machine capable of traversing time and space to change the current state. However, issues arose during the first experiment. The situation caused by time-space wormholes resulted in spatial folding, where the entire space continuously collapsed inward, leading to the conclusion that the density within the space began to escalate, crushing and deforming any object regardless of its density. The first batch of experimenters on Time Street did not even utter a word before being brutally crushed and deformed. In the end, even their remains could not be found. Just like the erupting magma, humans can transform it into geothermal energy. The surface of the sun, constantly releasing solar flares, is also covered by humanity's Dyson plan. Humans particularly enjoy courting death in these extremely dangerous places, as this can be seen as the pinnacle of human self-destructive spirit. Through the collective efforts of scientists who all possessed a spirit of self-destruction, they turned it into a method of utilizing the pressure caused by spatial collapse to enhance the density of objects. P.S. I swear I will never touch science fiction again in my life. After writing for so long, I realized I was just fixing bugs struggling with poor performance. For my next book, I plan to write something entertaining, and I asked for everyone's support. What are you doing? Didn't I say I wouldn't go back? What are you modifying? When Lin Mo walked into the room, he saw that the entire space had transformed into an enormous holographic projection. Within it appeared a massive structure curved and connected by countless fine lines with something resembling a bubble in the center. Just finishing up some tasks. You should go rest. We'll take care of things here. As Lin Xiyu spoke, she was constantly calculating data, occasionally adjusting things with her hands, and the nodes above shifted in correspondence to her movements. Lin Mo did not rest. Instead, he quietly observed the changes above. To be honest, it revealed a peculiar beauty, a sense of authenticity that felt far more magical than any sci-fi movie he had seen in his past life. You focus on your work, and you'll just consider this an opportunity to learn and gain experience. Haha, then you better pay close attention. After Lin Xiyu finished speaking, she busily continued her work. However, Lin Mo found it strange that while many aspects were self-regulated, she still adjusted numerous details herself. The computer will execute detailed calculations, optimizing them to the most suitable specifics. Human attention is limited, and one cannot focus on too many aspects of a colossal project. Therefore, the artificial intelligence in the computer system handles the detailed computations. Of course, you don't need to worry about this. Even if it were me, I wouldn't have the energy to manage everything at once. Lin Xiyu seemed to be explaining while continuing her busy work. It appears that the most crucial element of your project is this thing. As Lin Mo pointed at the model, it deviated slightly, so he quickly withdrew his hand, realizing that the model could be easily altered. Do not tamper with my model carelessly. If any data becomes erroneous, the entire model will lose its significance. Lin Mo was once again chased out by Lin Xiyu. After all, she took her research project more seriously than anything else. Perhaps it was this extreme dedication to experimental research that contributed to her remarkable achievements in the field. Which faction do you belong to? At this moment, the group of small players had all been captured, and before them stood a soldier fully armed from head to toe. Are you soldiers from the Human Council? Yumi recognized the emblem on the soldier's chest and understood its significance. After all, he remembered a bit from the background story he had seen earlier, and he had some impression of this insignia. The video did not answer Yumi's question, but continued to ask, "Which faction do you belong to?" "We are just ordinary wanderers. We obtained these things from that wild man. We had been hiding underground until recently, when we finally woke up only to find everything in such disarray." Nangu had learned her lesson and did not reveal her position this time. Then this guy got beaten up. If they still needed a translator for such conversations, how could they even think about being spies? Isn't that just a joke? "Captain, we can't decipher this thing." Open their brains and see if they have any storage devices. Then the babbling Nangu fell silent. Yumi and Liu truly had no way to attack this guy. They were just too fast. Even though their speed surpassed that of ordinary people, they were still facing even stronger enemies. No, they haven't implanted any machinery in their brains, and they are bionic beings. The squad leader revealed a keen interest and slowly approached Liu, gently loosening the bindings at his waist. All the players were shocked. This game was terrifyingly realistic. Could such things really happen? At that moment, all the players, their faces obscured by helmets, had no idea what this guy was thinking. Liu was already considering logging off. If the game was too realistic, it would indeed be troublesome. After all, this situation did not seem suitable for a game rated for ages 18 and up. Even if it were rated for 60 and over, it wouldn't be appropriate. Drink up. Contrary to what everyone expected, the guy produced a packet of green liquid, which looked similar to the nutritional fluid provided by the base. Liu shook her head, unwilling to endure that flavor again. She had been tricked into drinking it once and nearly quit the game on the spot. In any case, it was just a day, rather than suffer such torment, she might as well just log off. "Not going to drink, huh?" The captain grabbed Yumi's hair and forced the entire packet of nutritional fluid down his throat. All the small players looked at Yumi with pity. After all, he had enjoyed teasing Nangu the most, and now he was facing retribution. Watching Yumi convulsing on the ground, all the players could do was offer silent condolences. Liu was completely baffled. Why feed him if I'm not drinking? Is this guy's thought process a bit abnormal? What is your relationship with that group of wild men? Brother, think about it. What relationship could ordinary people have with wild men? We couldn't possibly be so beastly to even wild men. Once the threat to life was removed, Boat transformed into Nangu and began to fidget. After all, they would all die eventually, why not choose how? The only trouble was that there was a slight delay in the intercom on his shoulder, and the soldier's speech was so fast that Boat was still replying to the previous question when the next one was asked. He really hoped the admin could fix this bug. "So what are you doing here? Don't you know this is a control zone?" Perhaps the other party was negotiating with a mindset of avoiding trouble. Even though they had dealt with Nangu, the nature of her bionic body meant there were no complications. At worst, it was just a waste of resources, especially since Nangu's mouth had been too loose. It was quite normal for her to be eliminated. "You haven't set up a warning line or distributed flyers. How are we supposed to know this is a control zone?" Of course, these players held one belief: even if you did all that, they still wouldn't consider this a control zone. After all, this world was already tacitly regarded as a post-apocalyptic setting, so these things were purely pages restricted to those under 18. "Alright, keep your distance from here. We still have things to complete, so I'll let you go this time. As for the faction behind you, we won't concern ourselves with it. What we need to do is safeguard this area and not let anyone approach. We hope you understand." The soldiers removed the handcuffs from the players and watched them leave slowly. "Captain, are we really not going to take them out? They are bionic beings. Even if we kill them, it would serve no purpose. And you shouldn't think about prying into their past. Where they come from is none of our concern. What we need to do now is wait patiently." Lin Mo was stroking his chin, contemplating the recent events. In reality, this sudden encounter was indeed tricky. Thankfully, it was clear that the other side was not pursuing the matter further, and those players were wise enough not to poke the tiger. Lin Mo was well aware that confronting these soldiers head-on would be futile. You must understand that what they were equipped with was not a mech, but rather integrated movement assistive equipment. Comparing this to Yumi's mech would be akin to comparing reserves to specialized forces within the regular army. Lin Mo also preferred to avoid trouble. In his understanding, such difficulties were best left to the community to handle. He wasn't sure if he had the fate of a protagonist, but he dared not let himself become one. The players next encountered numerous soldiers with similar equipment, yet those soldiers merely barred the players' way without launching an attack. "What are they doing? Are you still thinking about what just happened? If looks are anything to go by, you seem to be prettier than me now. They must have really taken a liking to you." Liu glanced at Yumi beside her and realized that Yumi indeed had surpassed the other girls in looks. They had never imagined that their character images in the game could be overshadowed by a boy. Yumi felt as awkward as could be. Sometimes effort and reward were proportional. She had grown stronger, but apparently more attractive as well. If she were a girl, she would likely be thrilled. But the problem lies in the fact that I am a boy. If I were to discuss just how beautiful a boy can be, wouldn't that be purely inviting trouble? The issue is that this is a reality. I now constantly have to face the lewd actions of my good brothers, and from time to time I get teased by some girls. If it were just mobile and computer games, switching to a female character would be no problem. However, the issue is that players in this virtual reality world can interact with each other. Why does it feel like all these people suddenly emerged from the underground? Were there really this many people in the city before? The big goose is also puzzled. Previously, he encountered only a bunch of ragtag vagabonds, and now he suddenly finds himself faced with a proper army, which makes him a bit uneasy. They must be on some kind of mission, but I feel there are some issues. It seems there has been a mistake in the game plot. It was said that after the oxygen system on Mars was shut down, a large number of people died. But could those who perished somehow form such an army? Ling Xiao shook his head, beginning to feel confused himself. After all, am I really following the game plot? The game plot seems a bit off. To be honest, in all my life playing games, I've never encountered something this strange. Not only is it my first virtual reality game, but I feel like the entire storyline is riddled with lies. The problem is that this lie seems incredibly clumsy, so clumsy that it makes one think that the other party is completely trying to lead you to break this lie and then fall into another. Discarding the lie of the matter doesn't necessarily reveal the truth. Instead, it might just lead you into another lie. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed, followed by a powerful shockwave that lifted all the dust around. What are you guys doing? I don't know. Are we about to face the boss directly? By the way, can characters in the game face the boss directly? Is this game too intelligent? At this moment, a room surrounded by robots formed a square with 8 connection points. Inside, there was a monster continuously changing shape, resembling a flat object that sometimes revealed a woman's face and other times a man's smile. Increase the voltage. A powerful surge of electricity flowed into the sealed room again, and that creature started to move frantically, trying to break through to the outside. When it crashed into the spatial barrier formed by 8 light points, it was rebounded back. At that moment, a laser beam began to slice along its central line. As the creature came into contact with these lasers, it changed shape again, attempting to evade. However, once the lasers formed a flat plane behind it, the creature was directly cut in two. Increased pressure. Various data began to be compiled at the central computer, which further transmitted this data to various laboratories. This laboratory is almost 500 meters underground and has self-destruct devices along with all sorts of bizarre creatures. In a sense, this laboratory itself is a large containment facility where people search for the direction of biological evolution. After all, the ultimate definition of human evolution has always been to enhance human physicality and lifespan, or achieve consciousness immortality, or to develop more intelligent machines that can withstand the ravages of time. The enemy humanity must face is time. Under time, anything can eventually decline. Even the immensely prosperous human civilization gradually weakens due to time, not to mention anything else. The little players waited outside for a long time, but found no new dungeon to explore, so they bored themselves with other activities. After all, staying here made them feel like monkeys in a zoo, constantly under the watchful eyes of soldiers. Do you think it's possible we are being tracked? The big goose inexplicably recalled the last time he was followed along with his companion, which led to severe punishment from the administrator. During that time, his favorability with the administrator plummeted, and he was forced to do all the dirty work without rewards, even threatened with expulsion from the game. Let them track us if they want. After all, we're not going back. Yumi was also on alert for movements behind them. Once he confirmed they were not being followed, he began to boast. Of course, they had already made up their minds not to go back since they arrived. To be honest, Lin Mo is also a bit uncertain about which unit they belong to. However, judging by the previous numbers, it seems to be a unit whose projects haven't been made public. They can only wait for Lin Xiu to finish her retreat before asking. In my memory, there shouldn't be this unit. However, logically, such a unit should exist. Given their trend, they must be conducting a rather special experiment, and their military base is likely established there without worrying about being attacked. Therefore, they must possess some military strength, otherwise they wouldn't dare to expose their position so boldly. It's also possible that this experiment necessitates the soldiers inside to come out and protect it. After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Lin Mo began to understand that the other party might require such security due to some crucial experiments. After all, the kind of thing depicted in movies like crawling through ventilation ducts is simply impossible. The ventilation ducts in those classified units are only as wide as a finger, and most importantly, they are equipped with air filtration systems to prevent anyone from releasing toxic gas inside. Each room's air is entirely sealed. Even if there were nerve gas, it could be directly blocked by the AI lockdown system, isolating the oxygen from evaporating in various laboratories. Moreover, the chemical defense unit would be fully armed and rush to the previous location within 4 to 5 seconds of receiving the information. As for releasing nanoscale microbots, the likelihood is extremely low. After all, not to mention the high technological content of nanoscale microbots, the air filtration system's capability to filter the air is not to be underestimated. Of course, the security situation below is still quite common. Some more secretive research facilities use gases that are entirely internally circulated and do not rely on any ventilation ducts. The air exchange they utilize is directly obtained by separating water through strong electricity to produce hydrogen and oxygen, then fusing the oxygen with carbon dioxide to release it into various rooms. You shouldn't let the players explore this further, it holds no meaning. After all, even if you let them explore, it would just waste a life. Moreover, the genetic modifications of Luyu and Domain are currently in a perfect state. If they lose their abilities now, it would significantly impact the overall combat power of the team. Although Lin Mo found it somewhat strange, he could only nod in agreement. After all, allowing players to investigate further into this matter holds no significance, especially since he himself hasn't figured it out yet. Sending players to their doom would simply be asking for trouble. In the previous military base. Am I beautiful? Beautiful. At that moment, those trapped in the laboratory felt unbearably hot. Even though the researchers had warned them about the dangers within, they still believed their willpower could overcome it. However, once they entered, they realized that the hardest thing to overcome in the world is the desires in their minds. Indeed, what lies within can completely simulate their imagined desires. The shapes the monsters morph into correspond perfectly to what each of them likes, accompanied by an inexplicable charm. If it weren't for the iron chains on them as protection, these guys would have likely run in and become the monster's dinner. It's a normal occurrence, no one can resist this thing. However, this doesn't offer much help for the direction of human evolution. If this technology had emerged 1,000 or 2,000 years earlier, it might have become the favorite of those noble lords. But now it has little use left. The researcher shook his head. In reality, the ability to charm is indeed of little use, and when it comes to the direction of human evolution, it provides no practical application. It's not like we can use this technology when aliens invade us in the future. That thought is too terrifying to imagine. The dilemma of whether this technology should be eradicated outright or retained for future use has led to a challenging question. Firstly, the process of isolating this technology will require immense human and material resources. However, the problem lies in the fact that once this technology is developed, it may not be applicable, especially in a time as chaotic as the present where no organization possesses such capabilities. In the absence of a market economy, the utility of this technology becomes virtually non-existent, as it was originally designed for entertainment. Furthermore, this technology is currently housed within a monstrous entity. Extracting it would necessitate considerable effort in genetic training of the creature, while also ensuring that the extraction does not adversely affect human physiology. When developing pharmaceuticals, the primary concern is the potential side effects. If the side effects are too severe, the optimal outcome would be to refrain from using that drug altogether. I will first hand over this technology to the committee. Meanwhile, ensure that this creature is contained and does not escape. Additionally, those returning from testing must undergo psychological evaluations. If they were subjected to drugs, we must provide them with appropriate treatments to avoid any long-term repercussions, especially since they are all young individuals. After the researcher finished speaking, he took the data and headed to another meeting room. 2 days passed, and Lin Xiyu remained busy in the laboratory. Aside from sleeping on the 3rd floor, she spent all her other time working in the lab. What on earth have you been so busy with? You seem to be busier than usual. Is your body able to handle this? Lin Mo blocked Lin Xiyu's path as her current behavior was too strange, leaving him confused about how to approach the situation. Lin Xiyu shook her head and yawned, revealing dark circles under her eyes, indicating she hadn't had proper rest in a long time. Wormholes in space-time are a crucial area of research, among the rarest phenomena one might encounter. With a stroke of luck, one might encounter one within a day or two, but if misfortune strikes, it could take generations before encountering another. Now that I can make predictions, I must prepare accordingly. This data is too important. I appreciate your concern, but some tasks must be completed even if it leads to my demise one day. What I create will not perish. Lin Mo fell silent. Despite previously believing he understood Lin Xiyu well, he now realized he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. She possessed nearly 2,000 years of life experience, far surpassing his own. Please, take care of your health. Lin Mo's voice carried a weight of concern. He couldn't help but feel a deep discomfort at being unable to offer any assistance. What kind of ability would he need to stand as a peer beside her? Perhaps only by becoming one of the top scientists of the 51st century would he earn the right to assist her with some tasks. Don't be disheartened, take it slow. Lin Xiyu gently patted Lin Mo's shoulder before returning to her busy work. In space, the Eastern Battle Team and the Azure Battle Team achieved their first interaction, marking a significant moment where both fleets faced each other directly, no longer just legends on the signals. The Hila Kulu Sea ship requested entry into Dock 4. Permission granted. After completing their initial information exchange, both fleets hastily headed towards the site where the wormhole incident occurred. This mission was exceedingly troublesome and a vital part of their plans. Without it, everything else would be rendered meaningless. They needed a neutron star, but lacked the necessary mass and force to manage it. Thus they aimed to capture it within the void. Space itself is a form of matter and undetectable substance, but as it folds and compresses it undergoes transformative processes. The current mission of the two battle teams was critically important. They could not move or extract the neutron star as space folding carried a probability of termination. Their goal was to increase that probability through artificial intervention, completing a crucial segment of their plan. Meanwhile, humanity on Earth faced failure as the previously dispatched military forces were retracted due to the species on the planet having adapted to humanity's technological capabilities. Though they might perish under human laser weaponry, their vast numbers could easily overwhelm and annihilate human armies. General, there are just too many of these monsters. It feels as if we are encircled in the heart of their territory. The relentless assaults from these beasts, along with the citizens and robots battling day and night, show no sign of diminishing their numbers. The researchers ultimately delivered a shocking conclusion that left everyone trembling. These monsters could self-regulate their populations. The leaders had previously assumed that the sheer volume of reproduction would lead to extinction, but that possibility was now obliterated. If they could control their biological responses, then the sudden emergence of large populations was unlikely. The most critical factor was that the entire monster horde was organized and disciplined. Both carnivorous and herbivorous creatures had shifted their focus to humanity, complicating any attempts to reclaim their territory. Are humans really destined for extinction? Ultimately, an order was given to retreat to the underground cities. There was no point in holding on to land that could not be reclaimed. Continuing to do so would be a form of self-deception. The one-armed elder slowly leaned back against his chair and waved for everyone around him to leave. Once they had all departed, he let out a long sigh. In the afternoon, when people returned, they discovered that the elderly man had passed away and all signs of foul play were ruled out. Without a stable core of support, the city swiftly descended into chaos. The elders' factions, which once maintained a balance, suddenly began betraying each other, igniting wars in the underground city. The already sparse human population faced devastating losses. Initially unified out of fear and respect, the death of the elder diminished the importance of their alliance. Now many seem to think that reclaiming power for themselves was the most crucial matter, for human nature is inherently selfish. The troops designated for surface combat had no time to rest and were bizarrely reassigned to different locations for so-called suppression battles. As soldiers, they had no choice but to comply with the orders given, and they fought fiercely amongst themselves. Ultimately, the entire underground city collapsed into ruins, forming a massive pit. The 17th underground city has been completely destroyed. The cause of destruction was a disastrous accident. Let us mourn for their fate. In another underground city, upon seeing the previously vanished signal network suddenly appear along with news of the main support pillars collapsing, the city's leader hesitated for a moment before deciding to disclose the outcome. As for the true cause of the disaster, they no longer cared to find out. During this time, numerous cities had suffered severe damage or destruction due to the aging collapse of primary support structures. After all, the operational lifespan of these underground cities had long surpassed their maintenance schedules, but now humanity had lost the technology and capability to manage them, so they could only endure one day at a time. Mayor, what should we do now? The 17th underground city has been destroyed. If we cannot expand our surface area, our situation will soon mirror that of the other cities. Everyone understood that survival space above ground was far more extensive, yet the monsters there offered no respite for humanity. Originally animals, they became even more formidable after mutation, transforming into organized groups. Though their organization was primitive, akin to a wolf pack, their lethality to humans escalated exponentially. Essentially, humans are also a type of animal. However, as thinking beings, humans have pondered more often, which has gradually led them to the top of the food chain. Yet these animals have also progressively completed their evolution, giving rise to the ability of wisdom. For instance, when humans are covered by concentrated artillery fire, these animals have cleverly learned not to cluster together, but instead adopt a strategy of fleeing separately. They have also gradually realized that human machinery requires support from personnel and supply lines, and thus have learned to intercept the corresponding supplies, directly mastering the tactic of surrounding and striking reinforcements. Humans, on the other hand, found themselves encircled in their respective domains. After all, when constructing underground cities, they never considered being trapped underground by these animals. The fundamental purpose of building underground cities was to isolate themselves from the surface cities, primarily due to the terrifying natural disasters occurring above, and also because warfare had severely devastated the natural environment. Within the underground city, there exists a stable ecosystem to provide sustenance. As long as the timing is appropriate, humans can wait for the natural world's creatures to recover. Once nature's creatures are restored, humans can return to the surface, once more achieving their dominion over the natural world. However, the problem lies in the fact that they never anticipated the mindset of the natural world, which sometimes diverges from human thought. Dense trees sprout vigorously, even those that have only grown for nearly 4 years can reach heights comparable to skyscrapers. It is difficult to imagine how they have grown in such a manner. The growth rate of these plants has completely exceeded human expectations, and most critically, the number of these animals can actually be controlled by themselves. When their population becomes too large, and the local environment cannot support their development, these animals will begin to reduce their reproductive rate to adapt to the overall development of nature. When food is abundant, or when facing external threats, or when their own extinction is imminent, their reproductive rate can increase to an astonishing speed. Take, for example, a common monster resembling a wolf. Although it is called a wolf, its size is comparable to that of a tank. Older female wolves will sacrifice themselves to give birth to the next generation, and upon dying in childbirth, they may become food for their offspring. Once their young grow up, the cycle will repeat as before. If there is no death, they will rest for another month before continuing, and the gestation period has now been reduced to nearly half a month. With such rapid pregnancies, their original lifespan of over 20 years will quickly shrink to between 3 and 4 years. The first 2 years of these 3 to 4 years are spent in infancy, with true adulthood only being reached in the 3rd year. When the underground humans learned of this fact, they found this method to be quite terrifying. This implies that the enemies they will face in the future may become increasingly numerous, and the resources on Earth are limited, especially in the underground city. Regardless of whether these animals are herbivorous or carnivorous, they always unite against humanity. This perplexing relationship may very well be nature's backlash against humans. Just as humans once gained the right to develop from nature, nature also possesses the ability to strip away those rights. As the small players outside were about to doze off, the surrounding soldiers began to orderly return underground. The small players knew they could not enter again, as they had entered the military base previously in a confused state, and their exit was purely based on the permissions of the moment. Clearly, they lacked the authorization for that military base and could only watch helplessly. The soldiers have now returned to their standby pods, and the influence of this aroma has diminished to the lowest level for them. All right. Below, many researchers dressed in white and wearing thick glasses are busy, while beyond the glass walls there are numerous bizarre species, some naturally formed and others artificially cultivated. The T-103 experimental subject in the eastern city has undergone an unknown mutation. The vitality detected through the transmission device is extraordinarily active, exceeding the previously set genetic shackles. At this time, the screen in the laboratory projected the image of the group of wild men, the very ones encountered by Yumi and his companions who had their brains removed. Do you think there's a possibility we could take on a commission? Surely there are people in the army who can serve tea and water, so let's wait here for a bit. Thus the 9 small players sat by the door, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Although Nyang Do had passed away, the murmurs of his voice still echoed in the ears of several players, a truly haunting presence. I have a task here, do you want it? Who are you? Can you speak Chinese? I am a researcher from the previous military base. I didn't understand your last statement, as I was just copying the translation component from your dialogue system, which is why I can now comprehend your language. This individual was covered in black components with some areas reflecting a metallic sheen. Most impressively, it appeared that his legs were supported by a hydraulic system, yet he could move silently behind these players, indicating an unimaginable level of technology. What task is it? What can we gain? Food. In this chaotic world, what is most lacking is food. 50 nutrient solutions for 1 live wild man from the eastern city. The researchers seemed to take this for granted, having encountered too many wanderers previously. For those starving wanderers on the brink of death, as long as there is food, they are willing to do anything. Throughout human history, there have been countless periods of famine. Undoubtedly, the first to starve are those at the bottom, and this famine then spreads upward. A military base supported by a powerful military force is naturally difficult to starve. When constructing the military base, the supply system for the entire army was considered. The vast majority of ordinary soldiers enter standby pods and are awakened only when needed. In these pods, a stable energy system is required to maintain their bodily cells in stasis. As for food, it is usually prioritized for researchers and maintenance personnel, as the death of these individuals would halt the entire army's sanitation system. The underground city arose due to such circumstances. Initially, the construction of the underground city did not consider these issues. Later, some imposters and rabble entered, leading to the emergence of a new social order. Within this social order, the absence of top researchers and maintenance personnel became evident. Could we exchange for a different reward? We are not lacking food right now. That is indeed strange. However, considering that you have your own bionic system, there shouldn't be any issues with the material configuration. At worst, you could eat your own bionic beings as food. Don't worry, oh, I won't look at you the way others do. After all, in extreme hunger, anything is edible. Upon saying this, the researcher displayed a sympathetic expression, leaving the small players utterly bewildered. What did I just say? I seem to have said nothing at all, though I simply don't want this thing. Yet this guy can extrapolate so much, one must admit his imagination is quite rich and exaggerated. So what do you want? Anything I can provide is available to you, but you should still be cautious as other forces may interfere. However, I am not very clear on that. After all, I am just a civilian staff member responsible for organizing those biological systems. I want to ask, why do you have so many soldiers, but don't send them on tasks? A system restart costs a lot of money. Although we aren't discussing finances now, the energy consumption is also significant. Compared to this, I had noticed you when you first appeared here as wanderers like you in the city are willing to do anything for food. It seems this has caught me somewhat off guard. The researcher maintained his composure, perhaps having witnessed too many incredible things allowing him to remain so calm. Do you have the ability to enhance bodies? My. The researcher pondered for a moment before nodding, but no one knew what he was thinking. This player embarked on a journey to revisit the teachings of their past. The vivid imagery described by the previous person closely resembled their previous encounters with actors, and the locations were nearly identical, leading them to believe that they were facing the same group of wildlings. Now the task was to return and verify whether their assumptions were correct. Ultimately, it was decided by a vote of 5-4 that everyone would go back. Previously 10 had arrived, but now only 9 would return. 1 had met their end due to careless words. They had initially feared that these individuals would subject them to severe torture, so they spoke without restraint, leading to their own downfall. However, to their surprise, these people did not harm the captured players, but instead released them. Perhaps they did not wish to provoke an unknown enemy in this chaotic world, as even the slightest misstep could attract an unimaginable foe. To be honest, I don't understand why we are helping someone whose promises we cannot be sure they will keep. But to be honest, I'm feeling quite agitated right now. It seems like the game has undergone a significant update, and the changes are rather drastic. Not only has the storyline changed, but the intelligence of the characters has also been greatly enhanced. Each character now possesses their own thoughts, and every plot has its original hidden elements. Were those individuals they encountered previously preordained setups? Like a bullet shot from a gun, each has its own trajectory, and the pursuit of these matters seems to have its own inherent reasons. Come help me. Inside the base, Lin Mo was assisting Lin Siyu with tasks, particularly sorting through a massive amount of data. This was the most irksome part for Lin Mo. However, when he saw the enormous model, he couldn't help but feel awestruck. Transforming this object to life-size proportions was indeed astonishing. He had never seen anything of this magnitude before. Moreover, the crucial aspect was that this device could adjust according to the movement trajectory of his hands. Although he yearned to play around with it further after being scolded by Lin Siyu, Lin Mo decided to obediently continue his role as a helper. Do not mess with this experimental data. Just organize it as I instructed you before. It's particularly troublesome to sort through, and after so much effort, if you mess it up, all our research will be in vain. When discussing research, Lin Siyu always appeared especially serious. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire her dedication, as she strove for perfection in all her tasks, truly exemplifying someone who had maximized her abilities. So what exactly are we busy with during this time? It's purely to record data. If you had been willing to go back earlier, I would be focused on how to send you back. But now it seems you're not returning, so I'm busy sorting and recovering the relevant data here. Why would you choose to stay here? Is it because you love this world, or is it because of someone special? Lin Siyu paused and quietly gazed at Lin Mo. This question left Lin Mo somewhat at a loss. I think I prefer this era much more than a life that has already been predicted. After all, knowing the outcome of a situation versus creating your own ending makes this world all the more necessary for me. That's quite narcissistic. You should know that in this world, adding or subtracting one person doesn't make much difference. Perhaps the only ones who truly care for you are those who matter to you. Forget it, I won't say more. Just help me with this experimental data first. After completing her task, Lin Siyu took the files in her hands to another room, followed closely by Lin Mo. The previous statement had left a certain impact on him. Perhaps it was not the world itself, but rather someone he cared about. What do I truly care about? Is it the life that has already been predicted, or does this era provide a different feeling compared to the previous one? In the already calculated space-time, an array of various instruments had been densely scattered along the wormhole's curved path. These instruments were essential for the experiments. More accurately, this was a large-scale material manufacturing endeavor distinct from ordinary experiments, as this time was not solely for data collection, but required a neutron star. Space itself is matter. Based on the fundamental string theory, corresponding supplements have already been made, and as the theory framework gradually improves, it begins to lay the foundation for this theory. The only way for humanity to create black holes is through a super-large particle collider, but that collider has long since become scrap metal. Humanity's high expectations of science have led to greater disappointments. Perhaps humanity's attitude towards science has always been one of utilitarianism. Compared to scientific theology, it is simpler and easier to believe with more diverse means of dissemination. Thus there was a time in Earth's history that was quite ridiculous. People used the broadcasts and television stations created by science to widely spread so-called theology. However, people are not fools. Such situations did not last long before this theology was overthrown, leaving those who lost their so-called faith staring blankly at the future, unsure of what it might hold. Meanwhile, the nano-micro robots started assembling parts transported from the high-speed rail superfactory. If there were a way to immerse ourselves in this impulse, even if it meant traversing to a more chaotic era, I wouldn't want to stay in this time anymore. The captain of the Eastern Fleet first met with the captain of the Azure Fleet. The two exchanged views on a series of issues regarding the temporal wormholes, and the captain of the Eastern Fleet could not help but say this. Indeed, in times of chaos, one naturally longs for peace, while those in peaceful times imagine rising through self-ability. This was the initial thought of the people. People only fantasize about what they desire but cannot obtain, while they scoff at what is already within reach, deeming it too simple. However, I have now become a mere drop of water, unable to fathom the minds of humanity anymore. Perhaps in the future, I too will age and decay. But what matters is whether this mission can succeed. If it does, human civilization will enter a more powerful dimension. If it fails, perhaps the space civilization emerging from Earth will truly declare its demise. At that moment, the captain of the Azure Fleet was sitting in his robotic form. Whenever he wished, he could transfer from his robotic body to the fleet's signal communication space, effectively becoming the essence of the entire fleet. As long as the fleet existed, they could not be destroyed. Of course, this also carried a significant burden, as the requirements were particularly strict. The entire fleet space had to be filled with such signals to achieve distinct signal agreements. However, within this space, they were truly divine beings. As long as the fleet did not perish, they could achieve eternal life within it. I hope you can succeed. We have done what we needed to do. Now our task is to continue wandering. To be honest, what do you think of the current helmsman of the Z-Way Star Control platform? What else could I think? Just watching quietly. Who knows? He might bring humanity a more powerful space for development. If I remember correctly, your fleet still retains Professor Lin's consciousness, right? Of course, but it cannot be compared to the real Professor Lin. The gap between a conscious life form and a real human is simply too vast. Real humans can create new theories and knowledge through their thoughts and learning abilities, while this consciousness can only speculate and analyze based on prior knowledge. To put it bluntly, it's living off old capital. Professor Lin's 2,000 years of old capital should be enough for you to consume, right? Who knows? As for the remaining matters, let's consider them later. For now, I just wait to see if your plan can succeed. If it cannot, we can only follow the path we've already set. After exchanging information, both sides began repairs. Once completed, the Eastern Fleet departed from the previous dock. For them, perhaps wandering was indeed their true fate. The Eastern Fleet had just departed from the dock, already severing their signal with the Azure Fleet. The entire fleet had entered stealth mode, meaning that as long as they did not actively contact other humans, no one could know their whereabouts. Perhaps for them, the entire fleet had already formed an independent civilization and reproductive system. The Azure Fleet was still busy with its own tasks. After bidding farewell to the Eastern Fleet, they dispatched all the robots from their lavish super factory to the vicinity of the wormhole, anxiously and swiftly engaging in signal interfacing. Spatial fluctuations are normal. Gravitational force is normal. At this moment, within the central control platform of Z-Way, Star Lin Xiu was diligently preparing for the corresponding experimental data collection alongside Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt puzzled. Could satellites truly accomplish the gathering of such information? Could it be that merely a single image would allow experts and scholars to deduce various data from it? However, Lin Mo was currently looking forward to this wormhole that could take him back to the 21st century. After all, he had seen it in science fiction novels, and now he could truly witness it with his own eyes. Even if he were to boast about it in the afterlife, he could say that he had seen a wormhole and all the spatial folding. That would be enough for bragging rights. Lin Mo also planned to use the discovered items as promotional CG for the game on his official website. Although the game already had ample promotion, occasionally giving these small articles some perks would also be a way to show appreciation for them. After all, it was like a social media circle, one had to occasionally post to maintain the heat. Otherwise, if the entire circle felt lifeless, it would lose its significance. Do you have any wishes? Lin Xiu's sudden question left Lin Mo somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Was watching a wormhole somehow linked to the apocalypse? No, I've only heard that one can make wishes when seeing shooting stars. Can one make wishes when looking at a wormhole too? Is it really effective? What nonsense is that? I simply asked if you had any wishes. Where did your mind wander to? Lin Xiu found Lin Mo's reaction somewhat strange, so she chose not to engage further and continued focusing on collecting experimental data, appearing very dedicated in her current seriousness. The group of little players had also arrived at the place where they had previously encountered wild men. However, when they returned, the ground was covered in blood, and those wild men had long since vanished. It was known that the heads of those people had already been cleaned out, so how could they still have been moved? Either they had resurrected, or it was a biochemical crisis. Of course, it was also possible that other organizations had removed them in advance. But the question remained, what significance was there in moving so many corpses? I told you this matter has some oddities to it, doesn't it? Boat was rather calm as he had already seen through the game's planning and what the next step should be. Just like a bullet fired, it naturally follows its own trajectory, and the pits dug by the previous scriptwriter would surely have a corresponding carrot to fill them. Having laid so much groundwork, it must have been for his own task. Looking at it this way, it seemed rather uninspired. Boat speculated that a certain force had already taken those corpses away, and their group's task was to defeat the enemy and reclaim the stolen corpses. Thus, it was a simplified version of Plants vs. Zombies, humans versus zombies. Alright, let's try to find some clues after testing, see if we can. Just as Yumi was about to give orders, they saw a group of wild men walking past them, swaying with high-frequency vibration cutters. What the hell? Can they not see us? Ling Xiao said in disbelief. The group decided to capture one for a closer study to determine if the wild men were on some performance-enhancing substances. A few minutes later, while these wild men are really on performance enhancers, Yumi was sent flying. Yumi was in immense pain at that moment, having been struck on the head and sent flying. The physical strength and reaction speed of these wild men had been drastically enhanced. Several players couldn't even restrain one wild man, who instead broke free. The wild man's howl instantly attracted other actors, turning the players' earlier assault into a situation where they were now being beaten by the wild men. The players found themselves surrounded in a building, relying tightly against the walls, with the already somewhat dilapidated door blocking the wild men from entering. I feel like if we keep fighting in a war of attrition like this, we'll soon be worn down by these wild men. We should find a way to break through fast. Hey, are you implying that we want to fight this thing? Ling Xiao was also feeling particularly uncomfortable. Although his body was incredibly strong, he could only choose to evade when facing these high-frequency vibration cutters. After all, being struck by them was genuinely painful. While they might not slice through a large gash, could easily drain him of life. Let me handle it, you all must remember me. I'm going first. Ching Cha knew it was time for her to take the stage. She followed the method used last time to create a bomb, disassembling the battery from her walkie-talkie. Since the power might not be enough, she borrowed 2 more from her sisters and then assembled them all together to form a grenade. With the gaze of all the players sending her off, Ching Cha slowly walked out. Then, with a loud explosion from outside, several players rushed out. You're not dead. I thought you were gone. Dage looked at Ching Cha, who was still squatting on the ground, clutching her head, feeling somewhat speechless. All the previous emotions returned to him. He had thought this girl was nobly sacrificing herself to ensure the safety of all the players. But it turned out she merely went out to throw a grenade and was now squatting on the ground. Oh, please, is it better for you to think I'm dead? At least I can be considered your savior. Ching Cha stood up with her hands on her hips, only to be swiftly embraced by Luo Yu, who ran away without looking back, shouting loudly to run. The players turned around in disbelief, only to see a figure wearing a red mask, muscular, all over resembling a walking giant. This could no longer be considered a wild man, as the previous wild men had all donned animal skins. This guy was a reincarnation of the Hulk. The so-called poles on the road posed no obstacle to this monster being directly knocked away, while the vehicles parked by the roadside were almost all sent flying with a single kick. The players immediately reacted and began to run quickly. Of course, as they left, they didn't forget to grab a corpse from the ground beside them, dragging it along as they hastened. This corpse was from before, killed by Ching Cha's bomb. After all, the power of the bomb, made up of those 3 batteries, was unexpectedly strong, which truly caught all the players off guard. Initially, they had only jokingly said it could be used as a bomb at a critical moment, but now that it was truly functioning as one, it felt oddly surreal. What the hell is chasing us from behind? How much difference is there between it and that red wild man we saw before? Yu Wu felt as if her legs were about to smoke from running. After all, it had taken considerable effort to reach this point, and now she was facing the prospect of being pursued by a monster. This game had truly lost all sense of gaming experience. Who enjoys being chased by monsters all day? I don't know, run. I should have never accepted this mission. But thankfully, at least I brought. Yumi looked at the remaining leg of a corpse. Well, it could no longer be called a corpse, as it was just a leg now. Initially, he thought he had dragged back a whole bunch of corpses, only to find out he had merely brought back one leg. Fortunately, the game had the ability to dull emotions, though otherwise these players would have long been scared stiff and unable to move, as the graphics in this game would be deemed banned in any country. The entire game content was filled with violence, gore, and grotesque imagery. Of course, the videos posted online had been processed by AI. In some scenes where censorship was likely, they had done relevant technical processing to make them appear more cartoonish. Although such videos sparked considerable controversy online, the game company continued its course without any changes. After all, for them, making money was a side hustle. Their primary task now was to conduct game testing. As for this team, they had become increasingly mysterious in the eyes of the public. Originally, Huagua did not allow such mysterious teams to emerge. However, there was no way around it. This team had provided too much, including the forbidden technology related to Lao Mi's military weapons and various technical challenges, all bundled onto USB drives. In the 21st century, firewalls for small and micro enterprises are like the relationship between bullets and window paper, mercilessly packaging and handing over everything that can be found on the internet to Huagua. After receiving this, Huagua's attitude towards the company softened somewhat. After all, there are many technologies that Huagua needs within this data. For navigating through the waters with old rice, such technology is quite important. Lin Mo's actions effectively provided Huagua with a substantial package, allowing them to analyze the corresponding weaknesses of the old rice's warplanes and develop targeted missiles, while also enabling them to directly copy related technologies, as these things have no patents. For Lin Mo, these tasks are merely a matter of convenience. All he needs now is a stable environment. Although he can unlock more of these coffins, the challenge lies in how many times he should strike. The entire military base lacks corresponding biological production facilities, and regarding the nutrient solutions, their stance is one of absolute refusal. Thus, he has no choice but to temporarily limit the number of young players, and there is no need for further expansion. Lin Mo also does not require too many players to enter the game. Having too many would lead to resistance against him, the capitalist, who often exploits players. Lin Mo is currently busy alongside Lin Xiu, coordinating their tasks, constantly referencing each other's input. Lin Xiu symbolically brings up issues while Lin Mo simply nods in agreement. You can handle these research issues on your own. If you ask me, I won't understand much, so please don't seek my opinion anymore. Lin Mo said with some exasperation. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm instructing you to learn. I don't know when I will die, but your expected lifespan is still over 100 years. My goal now is to teach you these fundamental matters. Lin Xiu said, somewhat sternly, resembling Lin Mo's high school teacher, echoing the sentiment that knowledge belongs to you, while I am responsible for teaching, and your future success or failure is your own business. Thank you. Thus they began a process of question and answer. Although it appeared quite amusing, Lin Mo felt warmth from the interaction, as the other party genuinely cared for him. He could make corresponding decisions on these matters, and it was evident that they were respecting his opinions. The two waited slowly for time to pass. At that moment, various instruments began rapidly flashing red, and Lin Mo quickly got busy dismantling the organized data to replace it with another hard drive. It was a single transparent blue hard drive capable of storing 1000 PB of data, which instantly filled up. One could imagine the magnitude of the data. Lin Mo had become the one responsible for the labor, as the task of moving the hard drives fell to him, while Lin Xiu maintained a serious focus on the instrument's analysis on the screen, observing every unit's change. The two worked in silence, yet both seemed to understand what the other wanted to say and do, making way for each other. In space, the originally calm instruments suddenly began to fluctuate widely, and the entire spatial apparatus started to curve like a mirror, then was smoothly severed. The cut surface was horrifyingly even, with no deviation of even a millimeter. Then the entire space seemed to freeze, as both the instruments in the middle and the radioactive elements were suspended in the stillness of space. Gradually, the surroundings compressed into the massive circular material previously arranged, as if perfectly positioned. Be absolutely cautious, we must prevent this from decaying towards the black hole. The Azure fleet imported all the data provided by the Eastern fleet, adjusting the changes in the gravity device as the gigantic circular object began to change slowly while the surrounding magnetic field stabilized. Under the power of space, no matter what kind of material or object, none can withstand it. Those within will be completely crushed and deformed, and ultimately they may shrink down to the size of a bead. Of course, this is still a relatively ideal scenario. In most cases, they could collapse into a super small black hole, and after absorbing surrounding materials, disappear in the universe. Regardless of how I look at it, I feel this thing has no connection to a space-time wormhole. Of course, if I send you over, you'd be compressed into a super small black hole, and after absorbing other materials, you'd vanish into the universe. Everything I mentioned earlier was just to trick you. Do you believe me? Hee. Lin Mo shook his head, inexplicably feeling a cold sweat running down his back, as if he had just escaped from a very dangerous place. Upon reflection, he realized he was only a step away from death, nearly crossing that threshold. Are you joking? Do you think I was joking just now, eh? Lin Xiu wore a dangerously cheerful smile, leaving Lin Mo unsure about how to respond. Everything seemed to be heading towards an unpredictable direction. All right, let's go take a break and have a shower. Do you need me to scrub your back? Lin Xiu set aside the organized data and turned to Lin Mo with a smile, her expression hinting at a touch of danger. Lin Mo hurriedly shook his head, fearing that she might stab him while scrubbing his back. After all, it was somewhat terrifying. If he had agreed back then and followed her instructions, he would probably have already been crushed into an unknown mass. Now he was truly confident that he had made the right choice. So should he consider himself lucky or unfortunate to be beside someone like her? The players also looked up shocked by the scene as it exceeded their imagination. In the air it seemed like a rainbow was shooting forth, revealing a hint of danger amid the beauty of the closed space, evoking a sense of envy. What are they doing? These lunatics, his mother. In a military base, a group of people learned about the situation from their side's information and were greatly alarmed. Spatial manipulation is inherently terrifying. Any object entangled in the vicinity or flying nearby would be drawn into the internal black hole, becoming material for its consumption. Yet this unknown force was actually using a gravity interferer to forcefully intervene, akin to tossing a firecracker into a gas-filled cesspit. The explosive effect would be unimaginable. This act was tantamount to suicide, and the most critical point was that this person was dragging others down with them. For an uncontrollable black hole, anything could be swallowed with no exceptions. Light or material would become die within it. Using a gravity interferer to forcefully manipulate, it would lead to consequences too terrifying to contemplate. Are you tired? Just as Lin Mo was showering in his private bathroom, the door suddenly burst open, and Professor Lin smiled at him and asked, "Get out." Lin Mo quickly crouched down, not knowing why, but he felt he should be more excited in this situation, otherwise it would be wrong. Wait a minute, he was a boy, so he should have the initiative here. Lin Xiyu had long since left. Afterward, Lin Mo always felt that Lin Xiyu was acting strangely, though he couldn't pinpoint why. It felt as if their relationship had drawn closer again, reminiscent of when he had transferred his permissions to her. What is going on with you? Even my assessments should have limits. Are you planning to assess me for a lifetime? If we could spend our lives together like this, I would indeed consider assessing you for a lifetime. However, we cannot predict the future. Tomorrow could bring either your death or mine. Of course, if we stay in this base together, the probability of dying together is quite high. Lin Mo. He felt that the other party's words were quite unreliable, yet there was a certain truth to them. After all, death is a possibility, just a matter of time. So beautiful, too bad mother can't see it. The large goose looked in shock at the scene in the universe, a beautiful sight that would be hard for him to forget for a lifetime. He never expected that the game development team would suddenly create such a poetic beauty. The other small players shared the same expression of shock, unaware of the fear intertwined with this beauty. Within this beauty lay a natural power so overwhelming that it could annihilate any person, entity, or organization, no matter how strong. While these small players marveled at the beauty of the tree, those organizations dedicated to space observation felt as if they had survived a catastrophe, taking a leisurely ride at the gates of the underworld and returning safely. This occurrence of spatial folding was the closest humanity had ever been to such an event. Although there were no immediate consequences, it would be a significant entry in the annals of history. All the probes in the affected area had been completely destroyed, and some probes remaining outside were neatly severed. The discrepancies on their cross-sections were undetectable by any precise instruments. The beasts grazing on the ground looked up in confusion, gazing at the images in the universe. For them, these images did not disrupt their normal eating and drinking, as the probability of a meteor destroying Earth was quite low. Indeed, the odds of such an event were probably even more exaggerated than an ordinary person winning a lottery ticket. At this moment, Lin Mo felt a sense of survival that was even more intense than those in other bases. After all, he had truly come close to death. It was a choice, and he nearly became the one to open the portal. However, he was somewhat puzzled by Lin Xiyu's view of him. "Next time, don't open the door to my bathroom without my permission," Lin Mo stated, maintaining his dignity. Lin Xiyu merely nodded and continued with her tasks. "What do you like?" "That question has already been asked, hasn't it? Some questions are pointless to ask more than once." "What I like is a peaceful era where children can live and work in peace, the elderly can enjoy their twilight years, and the young have motivation to rise. That is what I desire. Of course, that's only in chaotic times. If we are talking about now, I feel that living an ordinary life with you is sufficient. Should I take this as your confession to me? Then you've misunderstood. In chaotic times, love is the hardest thing to discuss." Lin Mo shook his head. He had lost all hope regarding love. "Indeed, in a stable era, you and I could live like ordinary people, but now we are destined to never reach that point." Lin Xiyu nodded in sympathy and continued to focus on her work. During wartime, people curse the wars, while in two peaceful eras, conflicts become further refined, evolving back into wars. These wars are not merely military conflicts. They can manifest in thought, culture, economy, and technology across various fields. The so-called peace is merely a relative state. A signal has been received. Lin Xiyu said, looking at the interface that had appeared on the holographic projection, puzzled. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from the starry sky and looked at the open screen with Lin Xiyu. "Hi, long time no see." Lin Mo glanced at the interface with some exasperation, then looked at Professor Lin beside him. "Wasn't I just looking for him? Could it be that this guy has learned to create clones? But it's also possible that he was just using a virtual image. I didn't expect to meet my original self here." I initially just wanted to come over as an ordinary wandering civilization to say hello, but I didn't expect to see Professor Lin's true form here. This is my original consciousness clone. I never thought it would end up on the Eastern Fleet. The strict control by the Human Council back then was quite intense. To prevent any unexpected incidents from affecting certain projects, they developed this consciousness clone for me. Of course, you can also understand this as a larger human brain computer. It can make further predictions based on previous thoughts. Compared to the processing power of the past, this method can extraordinarily simulate human brain functions. Lin Xiu shook her head. To be honest, she had some expectations when connecting this signal, but upon learning it was the Eastern Fleet, that expectation faded. Don't hang up. I came here to talk about this with the Z-Way Star Control platform, not to find you Professor Lin. Professor Lin is the helmsman of the Z-Way Star mobile platform. With such a long data loss, I thought everyone in the platform had nearly perished. I didn't expect Professor Lin to be in charge all along. That's really troublesome. I made a wrong decision previously, but it's fine. What we need to do now doesn't concern this. This young man is quite handsome. If you Professor Lin like him, I won't disturb you any further. I hope you two can work harder for the procreation of humanity in the future. A combination of excellent genes might just give rise to even better ones. Finally, this guy directly hung up the signal communication, leaving the two with their heads filled with black lines. It's inevitable. This tone does bear some resemblance to Professor Lin, but could it really be him? Don't look at me. I don't know what mutation occurred in this guy's brain during the information transplant. Perhaps it's because his digital fluctuations were too intense. At this moment, the small players were added to the rooftop, not daring to go downstairs. A muscular green giant was blocking the way. More accurately, this guy resembled a walking protein covered in muscles. His mask had been burst apart, and no one knew what kind of changes could lead to such a state. If combined with the ordinary wild men situation, one could at least speculate about the transformation direction of these monsters. What do we do now? Should we go down and fight this little guy? You can, but I won't. Get lost. After a while, the giant downstairs suddenly collapsed. The small players watching initially thought the wild man was clever enough to feign death to lure them down. However, when they cautiously went down, they realized the wild man was genuinely dead. What is this? They saw that a hole had been drilled into the wild man's head with a slippery trail of blood, creating a somewhat terrifying sight. A few players followed the blood trail and explored further only to find a moving brain. What on earth is this? Damn. Yumi directly used her high-frequency vibration cutter to chop the brain into minced meat. Then they discussed returning to the previous location to find a new wild man corpse, dragging it back leisurely. Pretty fresh. However, we don't have any precise ability regarding genetic modification. If you're willing to wait here, we'll get you down once we clear the space below. The researcher carefully examined the hot corpse and then slowly addressed the group of players. May I ask, is the cost of genetic modification quite high? Or is there significant resource wastage? Of course, that's impossible. In this regard, the controllable aspects are relatively expensive, while the uncontrollable factors are actually quite cheap. To what extent? It's about the price of 10 packs of nutrient solution. I initially thought we were at a loss, but if you choose this, it can only be said that you are at a significant loss. The researcher spoke indifferently. For them, genetic modification was something only fools would willingly experiment with. The others stayed away from it. After all, no one wanted to end up as a monster, and the prices for controllable aspects had drastically changed. Only the big shots could enjoy those things. Small players like them could only dream about it. They could only help obediently, and once the big shots had their fill, they might even reward them with a few nutrient solutions, given that nutrient solutions had become the hard currency in this wasteland. After all, this thing not only brings convenience, but also significantly enhances the nutrition of the body. The other minor players inexplicably felt that they had been deceived by the administrator, and in a particularly severe way. On Lin Mo's side, he quietly reduced the price of the genetic modification process by 2 zeros. He had no idea what the price was, but now that the researchers had mentioned it, he realized that his role as a shady dealer could no longer be hidden. Of course, Lin Mo never intended to conceal his identity as a shady dealer. After all, the entire operation of the game depended on him. As for other matters, they could speculate on their own. If they didn't want to play the game, there were plenty of people eager to join. Aren't you afraid that your consciousness entity wants to eliminate you? Lin Mo couldn't help but recall a scene from a movie where a clone wanted to kill its original self, thus becoming the original. After asking that question, he felt somewhat foolish. Couldn't one distinguish between a robot and an ordinary person? Although this situation has indeed arisen, the other party clearly cannot access the Z-Way central control system. Don't think that the only defense is that outer layer of blue membrane. There are corresponding defense systems inside as well. If you had no permission to walk in here back then, you would have been dealt with in an instant. I just didn't tell you this at the time, and Xiaowei didn't either. So how does it feel to be deceived by a woman? Beautiful women are usually deceitful, you know. Lin Shiyu said with a smile, as if this was just an ordinary matter to her, no different from having a meal. Lin Emo seemed to have long since gotten used to this. He was aware that this person never spoke a single truth. Yet inexplicably he did not feel any dislike. Perhaps it was truly a form of self-protection, or perhaps this statement was in essence a lie. You seem quite adept at using lies to disguise yourself. Of course, in this chaotic world, if one doesn't use lies to manage things, you might find that the person you see before you could have been just a pile of corpses or wandering among a group of vagabonds, serving as some object. Lin Shiyu's reasoning seemed quite natural. Lin Emo turned his gaze back to the group of minor players. After all, these minor players had truly entered this military base, and the researcher seemed to have no intention of hiding it, directly taking the minor players down in the elevator. However, upon seeing the internal layout, Ningbo finally understood why this person was so confident and bold in allowing these minor players to enter. Just the fully armed soldiers locked in those storage units below could likely subdue all the factions on Mars. What is that? Looking at the rolling objects, Yumi felt a bit curious, as if this thing was strangely familiar, yet hard to recall. I don't know, there are too many things being researched, and I've long since forgotten. Let's go, I will take you for genetic modification. You need to think carefully, okay? This thing is uncertain, and no one can say what it will ultimately turn into. Me and Liu won't need it, the other players can give it a try. Do as you please. Thus the researcher took the group of minor players into a sealed chamber, then locked the other 7 into a sealed pod. As the liquid continuously filled inside, those players were successively kicked out of the game. It was previously inquired that it would take nearly 4 to 5 hours for it to take effect, so they would have to wait until after that to re-enter the game and see if their game characters woke up. Lin Emo found the creatures inside quite interesting. Although they look bizarre, they should essentially be considered living beings, right? Since this was business, there should be a corresponding business lineage, and they indeed had their own genes and heredity. But the question was who passed those down. So there was only one possibility: these people induced these creatures to mutate through their artificial interventions. But why would they do that? It was clearly not just for the sake of it. The other party had a corresponding grasp of this genetic modification technology, which indicated they would also apply these technologies to humans. Undoubtedly, those creatures inside had become their experimental subjects to replace humans. After all, no one would willingly undergo such experiments, so they could only bring these creatures in to experiment. Although the genetic engineering at that time could analyze the functions of all human genes, the problem was that it was eventually discovered that what determined the heredity of the next generation was not solely genes, but also other factors. In fact, when Darwin's theory of evolution was first proposed, it faced many doubts. However, through continuous iterations, it was ultimately found that Darwin's theory could survive. After all, the essence of humanity is to adapt to the environment or to alter it. Humans are essentially animals, yet they are the only animals capable of altering the natural environment. Monkeys in their youth are impressive, but they lack the ability to modify nature, while humans possess this capability. Can you tell what the other party is doing? From analyzing those creatures earlier, it is highly likely that they are modifying a highly adaptable organism. Combining the characteristics of the previous creatures, this organism must first be able to endure high and low temperatures, survive in a vacuum without oxygen, and resist the radiation's effects on its genes. However, this technology is particularly challenging. The Human Council spent a considerable amount of money to research this technology, but in the end it was all wasted. After all, fundamentally humans are double helix organisms, and in cases of mutation, they cannot compare to those single helix viruses. Moreover, the complexity of humans has far surpassed those structurally simple viruses. Therefore, what humans must do is to retain the complexity of human organs, while also enabling humans to adapt like microorganisms and viruses in space. Lin Emo. He couldn't help but say that these people had truly outlandish imaginations akin to Kennedy riding in a convertible. Their ideas were wildly expansive. If one had to say that there were things that shouldn't be compared with these researchers in terms of imagination, even the most renowned science fiction writers would struggle to compete. Is there a possibility that humans can completely expel their body moisture and undergo desiccation? Lin Emo explained this idea about Liu Cixin's three-body problem in detail to Professor Lin. One must admit that the influence of three-body problem was immense. Although many of its settings seemed nonsensical, the imaginations within were truly beyond what ordinary people could conceive. Clearly, that's impossible. The complexity of humans has already determined that it's not feasible to evaporate the water resources in one's body. If you were to do that, your blood would quickly become thick, hindering circulation, leading to death. The current cryogenic life support chambers are in a suitable environment, injecting a sustaining liquid into the life forms, which can be recycled. As long as the entire chamber is protected from stopping operations, the individuals inside can be indefinitely preserved. However, this is also a probabilistic issue. If problems arise, they can only be discovered promptly, and the blood vessels might rupture due to a portion of blood flow, leading to internal bleeding and death. Of course, such a situation would only occur after the heart has resumed beating. If another part were thawed first, it would likely face the risk of amputation, because in an unsuitable temperature, without the sustaining liquid, all nerves would die. Lin Xiu once again provided Lin Mo with a detailed lesson, as if afraid he hadn't understood. She circled several key points multiple times. Lin Mo never expected that his casual question would turn into a physiology lesson. This segment had also stirred quite a commotion on the forum, recently mostly filled with braggarts. However, when Nemo shared the footage of space folding, it immediately caught the attention of the lurking forum users. Unexpectedly, a longtime space observer also joined the discussion. Based on the video released by the Eternal Life virtual team, we have reason to believe that this is a large-scale supernova explosion. In this regard, it's certainly not rigorous. After all, if a superplanet exploded, the entire solar system would be unable to escape. However, the game still operates normally and stably, likely because the designers didn't consider how to handle the aftermath. What the hell? I just died. In such a short time, what happened? A supernova explosion. I was gone for just a moment, and you all went to save the Earth. The big goose exclaimed, what on earth are we saving the planet for? We're currently undergoing genetic enhancement, and all of us have nothing to do, just browsing the forum at midnight. Nyang Do asked, what genetic evolution? Is it the kind where all the updates are included? The big goose replied, no, we took on a task where they promised to enhance our genes for free, and now we are all waiting for the genetic modifications. Nyang Do retorted, why didn't you call me? The big goose responded, should I bring your corpse along? Yumi chimed in, everyone is here, I thought you all had gone to sleep. Jiomingzi asked, can you guess how I ended up here? Jiangnan Yimeng replied, this guy ate a newly planted plant and got poisoned. Xiaohei Kunzi asked, then how did you end up on the forum, Jiangnan? Jiangnan Yimeng replied, we ate together. Soon the entire building tilted, but it was quickly forced back into place. After all, the small players had no concept of supernova explosions, yet the stunning visuals in that video were simply too beautiful. So what's the difference between this and a supernova explosion? Is spatial folding just a supernova explosion? Lin Mo asked, quite confused as he didn't have much knowledge about the cosmos. As a child, he had dreamed of becoming a scientist, but that dream was quickly dashed by his scores in the 60s. With such grades, becoming a scientist was unrealistic. He would probably struggle even in the humanities. It's quite normal, people seek suitable reasons for things they do not understand. They are unaware, or rather incapable, of detecting the phenomenon of spatial folding, so they refer to it as a superbacteria outbreak. Moreover, the energy impact from this operational explosion is quite similar to that of spatial folding. One results in scattering, releasing energy in all directions and causing disturbances in the entire star system, while the other occurs in the virtual quantum realm. People can observe it, but cannot feel it. It can be likened to events happening in a mirror. People can see them, but cannot influence or interfere with them. Lin Xiu quickly provided a detailed explanation. After listening, Lin Mo nodded, as it indeed seemed plausible. This incident prompted a surge of theoretical astronomers, as they had much to discuss regarding the divergence sparked by this video. One side believed it was a supernova explosion, while the other disagreed. In the end, the ordinary forum users who were just hanging out were all suppressed. A large influx of related discussions came in thanks to the processor supported by the mainframe of the ZY Star central control platform. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary server, it would have collapsed under the sudden influx of users. Professor Lin, is there a way to directly demonstrate this explosion that doesn't belong to space? Of course, but whether they can understand it depends on their own comprehension abilities. Lin Xiu said this, and then summoned Xiao Wei, starting to compile a paper on this topic, constantly referencing various natural phenomena that had already been discovered for explanation. It's likely that these scholars who have devoted their lives to astronomical observations never expected to be educated by a company studying old streets, and that too in a manner they couldn't resist. The dense calculations and the pile of related theoretical proofs were enough to make one's scalp tingle. 107 pages. Damn, is this writing a book or a thesis? Boat was equally shocked. He had initially thought he was just witnessing ordinary animation production within a game, but he was astonished to discover that this was actually a timed performance created entirely by mimicking real prototypes. The shockwave this phenomenon caused in the astronomical community was even greater. They realized through this that aside from supernova explosions, there was another similar natural phenomenon, and the corresponding theoretical conclusions had reached 107 pages. Have we just been outclassed by a cross-disciplinary field? At the National Astronomical Research Center, two elderly men exchanged a knowing smile, though it was more of a wry smile. They had spent their lives researching this field only to find themselves outclassed by someone studying old bases. Spatial folding terrifies people, and the key is that they have only grasped bits and pieces of the related papers. There are many technical terms, and even after consulting numerous materials, they could not find relevant explanations. If one person's capability is higher, they might resist, but when one can effortlessly crush the other, the defeated can only submit. Thus, the forum, originally meant for casual exchanges, suddenly became prestigious, with a multitude of experts and professors analyzing the spatial folding visuals. Naturally, they hoped to invite the professor who researched this phenomenon to give a special lecture, as this discovery could be considered a groundbreaking one in the field of astronomy. Previously, the radiation of this energy was generally assumed to be a supernova explosion, but now it was understood to be spatial folding, a phenomenon caused by spatial fluctuations. Hello everyone, I am your most beloved administrator. We never expected our research to cause such a stir. This project is merely an interest we pursued in our spare time, but it seems you all enjoy it. Next time we will produce a detailed video introducing this phenomenon. In reality, this research isn't anything significant. We simply stumbled upon this phenomenon, and with the aid of mathematics and corresponding tools, analyzed the phenomena of supernova explosions and spatial folding. In such situations, no life can survive. Regardless of the type of person, object, or matter, everything will be completely obliterated into a black hole. Humans have no ability to resist. It is an even more terrifying event than an explosion, as we can predict where black holes will form. However, unless there are specific preceding circumstances, they will randomly appear at a certain time or location, bringing disasters that are even more terrifying. In reality, their power does not leak out, but within their control area, no organism or matter can escape. As we research further, we realize just how small humanity's capabilities are in the universe. Perhaps humans are truly like insects in the cosmos. Lin Mo's declaration, though explanatory, seemed to carry a strong scent of pretense. The issue was that no one could refute it, as the disparity between both sides was simply too great. During this time, Xiaobon received numerous invitations from major internet companies to join them, offering substantial pay, but he declined them all. He understood their personalities and knew he lacked the ability to excel in such roles. Sometimes people need a clear understanding of themselves. Xiaobon knew he attained his position purely due to luck. Joining other companies would only tarnish his reputation, and clearly the everlasting virtual team had no shortage of spokespersons. When the small players in the game awakened, they found their bodies unchanged, just like last time, with no obvious alterations. Beside them, Yumi and Luo Yu leaned against each other as they exited the game. Congratulations, at least from the current situation, your bodies have undergone changes, albeit not yet noticeable. Once there are significant alterations from the genetic modifications in the future, it will be evident. After the researcher finished speaking, he departed. To him, this was merely a trivial experimental change, almost a casual effort. After all, these permissions were all within the scope of what he had been granted, not exceeding his predetermined limits. At most, it was a slight waste of resources, but compared to the resources needed to maintain the operations of the entire base, this consumption was hardly significant. A few players wandered around the underground area after their ship malfunctioned. Although it was an underground military base, it resembled a city, albeit one filled with desolation and devoid of people. Unlike the previous military base, this one showed no signs of damage. Come with me, don't touch anything. Avoid the yellow and red labeled areas. They are hazardous zones that are off-limits to you. This area is open to ordinary people. Another researcher began to lead these small players through the city. Compared to those wanderers, these individuals appeared to have greater utilitarian value, as they were likely backed by a powerful organization capable of unimaginable force. However, these individuals were probably part of the new generation of children. Unbeknownst to the players, every move they made was being recorded by tiny cameras and broadcast live to the higher-ups in the military base, who watched their actions with curiosity. Although the players knew little, they maintained an optimistic mindset, which was certainly better than the despondent attitude of the wanderers. Perhaps so, as only the experiences of the new generation of children sealed off from the outside world could lead to such a positive outlook. It is best to avoid trouble if possible. At this moment, the upper echelons of the military base were deliberating on their next steps, ultimately deciding to avoid alarming the players. They were uncertain of which faction these players belonged to. Previously, they had been troubled by their inability to infiltrate the players' signal connections, which seemed completely independent of the entire signal system. This technology far exceeded their comprehension. In their understanding, even the most basic electronic signals carried the risk of being decrypted and intercepted. However, the problem was that this signal was physically isolated from being monitored. Thus, the upper echelons could only watch, helplessly unable to take any action against these individuals. In such chaotic times, survival was paramount, whether on Mars or Earth. Being too conspicuous would certainly attract collective attacks. This base had previously experienced the pain of being struck down without resistance. Currently, there are still 80,000 people functioning within the base. These 80,000 represent the only viable force on Mars aside from you. We have conducted a large-scale survey of Mars, and most of the underground cities have been destroyed with no signs of life remaining in those that survived. I am curious about your origins, but if you choose not to disclose them, that is also acceptable. Respect must be mutual. I respect you, and you should naturally respect us. As the researcher spoke, he continued to guide the players, primarily showing them areas without signal interception markers, which were considered public spaces. May I ask why you previously dispatched those soldiers outside? For experiments. We were concerned that there might not be enough personnel for the experiments, which could lead to accidents with the frozen chambers. Therefore, we had all the soldiers wait outside and would return them once the time was up. Mainly the experiment was deemed too dangerous. Have you heard of a plant that can attract other sense-sensitive animals with its pollen? Of course, we encountered it before, but it was destroyed by a bomb made from batteries. Boat interjected while Ling Xiao followed behind, his body muscular and curious about what abilities he might gain next. After all, aside from the two main damage dealers, the rest had already upgraded their bodies. They were somewhat dissatisfied with their abilities. Boat felt his abilities lacked practicality, while Ling Xiao found his reaction speed too slow. Against those extremely powerful monsters, he would still end up dead. As for the girl, she hadn't shown any abilities at all. Where did you encounter it? Is this an exchange of information? Ling Xiao asked before Boat could respond, as it could indeed be considered intelligence. They had initially received this intel from Professor Lin as a hidden mission, and given the current situation, an equivalent exchange of value seemed probable. No need, it holds no significance for us. Just like the human body, no matter how much it evolves, it will ultimately be destroyed. We need to discuss the emergence of superhuman abilities based on human conditions. Your evolutionary directions are quite normal: speed, strength, and self-healing abilities. However, you have yet to enter a more stable phase where humans would be akin to deities, immortal and ageless in wisdom akin to the divine. So you aim to create a deity-like human? Not exactly. Our goal is to create a human similar to a deity, who can then create life. Human thought is limited, much like a computer's computational ability. When it exceeds that capability, the computer overheats and burns out its CPU. The human brain functions similarly. Often we must rely on external computing systems to share the computational burden. However, when a group of deity-like humans contemplates issues, they can explore concepts far beyond ordinary limits. You should be aware of the white light crisis, right? Of course I know. What about it? That's good to know. Humanity has often felt despair regarding this world. With a predetermined path to development, no matter how much they advance, humans will ultimately stagnate. Naturally, people fear being like chickens raised in a coop, occasionally taken out to be slaughtered. This situation resembles a chicken coop too closely. You may not feel it now, but for those of my generation, the sensation is quite intense. It leads to a loss of hope for everything. Just imagine how many ideals and ambitions those chickens in the coop might have, yet they ultimately become food. Thus, many people begin to feel increasingly lost regarding future developments, and various wars slow human progress significantly. Forget it, discussing this with you is pointless. You probably won't understand. After all, you belong to this era. The researcher rambled on for quite a while, but the players remained utterly bewildered. Their lack of understanding of the plot and the game diminished their ability to empathize, leaving them confused about what the researcher was saying. After guiding the small players around the underground city a few times, the researcher sent them out, as he had his own tasks to attend to. His guiding them through a game was merely due to the task assigned above. By the way, take this. It's our exclusive walkie-talkie. If there are any tasks or issues, we can delegate them to you first, as you are much more reliable than those wanderers. Not only in combat capabilities, but also because you are still considered human. We don't harbor much aversion towards the fallen wanderers, but we certainly prefer individuals like you. The researcher said with a smile. Honestly, he hadn't seen anyone resembling the civilized humans of Earth in a long time. Most of the time he encountered disheveled wanderers or cunning upper-class individuals. When dealing with these small players, he could immediately sense their warmth. To be honest, it is truly rare to encounter such enthusiastic humans in this era. After all, in this time, everyone has their own agenda, and each person's thoughts naturally differ. Their first concern is always themselves, and second, their profit. For them, sometimes profit indeed outweighs everything, but this is mainly under the premise of ensuring their own survival. If one cannot guarantee their existence, then nothing else matters. The researcher appears very young, yet he is already over 150 years old, still nearly 50 years away from his expected lifespan. Unlike his colleagues who could enter hibernation for 6 months, he must remain awake to maintain the base, as its operation requires oversight. He, along with a select few, chose to stay behind. In non-essential situations, they allowed their compatriots to slumber in the cryogenic chambers. Once any personnel outside perished, they would rearrange the group, waking a portion to restore the city's operations. After all, more hands make the city's maintenance easier. There are not many threats left concerning safety. Currently, the individuals posing a threat to the base are very few. These characters spend their days searching for wanderers, commissioning them to perform various tasks, compensating with a few packs of nutrient solution. The wanderers are often quite cunning, perhaps due to their circumstances. They generally demand the nutrient solution up front before agreeing to work, otherwise they threaten to strike or even resort to theft. Though their actions may seem childish, it is likely the only means they can conceive, as taking on impossible tasks could endanger their lives without any guaranteed reward. The researchers involved have no interest in what these wanderers bring back. After all, the truly dangerous monsters or items are beyond the reach of these wanderers, escaping from them is a luxury. Thus, the bulk of the recovery efforts falls to the military. However, the emergence of these small players presented a new organization capable of replacing the wanderers. This organization can perform the necessary tasks with only simple genetic modifications. In earlier times, ensuring against genetic alteration was prohibitively expensive, but now no one seems to care. Furthermore, these individuals are merely synthetic humans. If they die, so be it. It is not a significant issue. They have mastered the sustainable decay of tritium, making things even simpler. This method of utilizing personnel ensures that even if the sun were to fade, the energy would likely never be depleted, as it can be replenished at any time. So does that mean only 80,000 people remain on Mars? They probably haven't accounted for the wanderers, as in their perception wanderers and humans are two different species. Wanderers scavenge corpses for food, while humans do not. Although biologically they are the same species, the issue lies in their self-awareness. Neither side sees the other as kin. Lin Xiu explained the concept of spatial folding while glancing at the screen, then softly spoke. During this time, Lin Mo genuinely wished to help humanity develop more rapidly. He discreetly provided some key and important technologies to Huagua. Of course, he did not leverage his identity as the head of the reincarnation virtual technology, but rather operated under the alias Mr. X, allowing vast amounts of advanced technologies and corresponding knowledge to enter the upper echelons. Lin Mo's actions were also aimed at altering the original knowledge of his world, accelerating certain developments. Although Professor Lin speculated that this might be meaningless since humanity had already progressed for over 2,000 years and moved forward another 3,000, facing the white light still posed a challenge. Merely relying on technology would not suffice to change society unless a massive technological explosion occurred. In Professor Lin's description, even if several industrial advances were combined, it could not be considered a technological explosion. The premise of such an explosion lies in an ability to instantly alter the original civilizational structure. To directly cross into the originally uncivilized level of the white light, humanity would need at least 4 or 5 technological explosions. They must first have a preliminary grasp of physical laws within a defined area. Initially, people speculated that the white light might be an alien civilization's laser weapon, but later they realized their misunderstanding. In this context, the white light could even imprison time, elevating it beyond mere laser phenomena. At the level of physical laws, humanity's chances of overcoming such challenges are exceedingly slim. Only the laws themselves can overcome laws. However, the actions taken against human civilization truly left these individuals perplexed regarding the circumstances. If their sole purpose was to invade Earth, Earth is right here, and there are not many humans left. The issue is simply that they have not seen the enemy's fleet or other colonies. If their intent was merely for amusement, why did they subject humanity to another devastating blow during the reconstruction of civilization? The resilience of human civilization is strong, but it cannot withstand the whims of those who act like mischievous monkeys. The first batch of space probes from the solar system has long been destroyed, and the white light is likely the reason. Although people yearn to launch another probe, they fear attracting the attention of the white light, so they ultimately abandon the idea. It can be said that what prevents people from exploring the cosmos is their fear of the unknown. Initially, there was great enthusiasm for exploration, with ample funding for any outward expeditions. However, this gradually shifted to a mindset where it seemed better to stay home and play virtual games than venture into the unknown. This shift in attitude stems from a clear understanding of humanity's exploration capabilities. Compared to more ancient civilizations, humanity feels like a fish swimming in water waiting to be caught in a net. As a result, human civilization has stagnated in its exploration of the universe, with the focus limited to the vicinity of Earth. Of course, there is also the situation regarding the half-life dagger, which was initially led by these individuals. They are the ones with the true authority to conduct relevant operations, as all technological advancements, funding, and materials must come from them. Otherwise, exploring outer space would be a challenge, let alone leaving Earth. However, people can do little when all their secrets are entrusted to such a small group. At times, every action becomes problematic, and inaction also becomes an issue. Lin Mo hopes that several scientists similar to Lin Xiu will emerge on his Earth. It would be even better if they were born in Huagua. Although their lifespans might not match Lin Xiu's, their capabilities could rival half of hers, making it feasible to trigger the next technological explosion. In this world, human technological advancement has been slow and steady since records began. After all, such changes cannot rely solely on a small group of individuals. The overall societal resources must generally favor elite education, aiming for everyone to become a dragon. This way, each person has their own ideas, leading to a collision of thoughts. Indeed, in the three-body problem, there is an explanation that all trisolarans have transparent thought processes. Scientific development requires individual ideas and creativity. In many cases, if everyone operates from a unified template, it becomes challenging to change the direction of technological advancement. Although ideas may not be transparent in this case, if everyone has their own thoughts and turns those ideas into practice, the potential for transforming the entire world becomes significant. The group of small players quickly left the military base and headed elsewhere for research, though primarily to travel and enjoy nature, occasionally bullying the wild inhabitants. Along the way, they encountered many wanderers, men and women alike, some of whom bore skewers of unknown meat. Each carried a small water bottle and a stick, which posed minimal threat to these individuals. The low-level players found themselves intrigued by the wanderers as they realized that after killing these guys, they would only obtain some worthless items. Initially, they would have assisted some wanderers, but upon witnessing these individuals picking up corpses from the ground to use, they could barely suppress their urge to vomit. There was no choice. The scene was far too realistic, making it impossible to ignore. Although these low-level players had some food on them, they would no longer give any to the wanderers. They had previously shared food with them, but now they chose to keep it for themselves. Don't go over there. The wild people have mutated and have become particularly fierce now. At that moment, a wanderer lying on the ground spoke in a weak voice, drawing the curious attention of the low-level players. Don't go over there. Those wild people have truly mutated. I encountered a huge wild man before. Be careful. After saying this, the wanderer closed his eyes and breathed his last. The low-level players then noticed that he had been stabbed in the back with a high-frequency vibrating cutter, and one of his arms dangled limply, evidently broken. So what should we do? Are we really not going to check it out? Do you think that's possible? Besides, if we can't win, we should at least be able to escape. Yumi was particularly curious about the situation over there, as she believed that these matters were within her control. If she encountered something uncontrollable, she would just have to run quickly. After noisily burying the wanderer, the low-level players continued to advance towards that direction. After all, the wanderer had provided them with useful information. The wild people had mutated. Combining this with their previous encounters with wild people, several players couldn't help but recall the walking brains. Could there be a connection between the two? After all, these things only existed in the eastern cities before, but now they had moved far away from the eastern cities, and it was clear that something had changed in certain places. To be honest, why don't you have your low-level players bring me a corpse? I want to study it. No way, that's absolutely not going to happen. Bringing those low-level players back could expose our location. I've already warned them to enjoy their lives outside. There's no need to worry so much. The Z-Way Star Central Control Platform is much more powerful than you imagine. Based on the strength displayed in that military base, it poses no threat to resource vacuum platforms. If you obtain a flying license, you can directly pilot those escort elites. After all, those escort ships are designed to target enemy warships in space, even though they're not very useful. In fact, some issues were indeed considered during the initial design, but the most awkward part was that the things produced were not very useful. Up to now, the only discovered alien civilization was one that they couldn't even investigate, so the space weapons produced had been limited and many had already been dismantled. The original escort ships were designed specifically for warship systems like their own, equipped with antimatter bombs and anti-copy missiles that could instantly destroy several fleets. However, it turned out that these things were actually just for show. Since the establishment of the Space Army, apart from occasionally completing some meteorite removal tasks and escorting missions, it focused on cleaning up giant space creatures. But it was realized that after so long, there were indeed very few truly useful tasks. However, during that time, humanity was still engaged in it with great enthusiasm, since they believed that some things didn't necessarily need to be useful, but could not be absent. If one day aliens really attacked Earth, would they wait until then to start building battleships for defense? One should build an umbrella before it rains, not wait until it rains to make one. The current space fleets were products of that time, and under such circumstances, there were indeed not many capable of making corresponding changes. After all, that kind of maple bridge lasted for a while, and building required significant financial investment. Without money, nothing could be done. Eventually, both Earth and the semi-Earth could no longer endure, leading to the termination of these projects. Moreover, in theoretical design, apart from the Z-Way Star Central Control Platform, there was another powerful combat command platform originally established as a command headquarters. The initial idea was that in the event of Earth's destruction, the command platform would continue to lead human fleets in battle. However, due to the high investment in research, it was abruptly cut off, and very decisively, with a proposal that was overwhelmingly rejected by a vote of 72-0. Therefore, now there was only one such large command platform, and the Z-Way Star could control not only its own system, but also various functions of the Tanqingshu series. Although one segment of the Great Wall series had already been destroyed, it did not affect the normal operation of the other three segments. But it wasn't very useful, as it had failed to intercept even the first time, or would it really be able to succeed next time? It was under such a mindset that many organizations began to emerge seeking to rapidly elevate human civilization through their own methods. They possessed many technologies from prior civilizations on Earth and had corresponding facilities and talents, but the challenge lay in transforming these talents into truly useful technologies. After all, even when human civilization was at its peak, achieving a technological explosion was impossible, so it was even less likely now in this nearly shattered civilization sequence where the difficulty of achieving a technological explosion would be even greater. If possible, I would still like you to teach me how to operate that escort system. Of course, I feel that directly integrating artificial intelligence would be better as I value my life. I definitely don't want to personally experience any issues with the fighter. Lin Mo might have been influenced by those movies from his past life, where pilots of fighter jets were often shot down by missiles. Although this escort ship was quite large, the problem was that there were naturally weapons that could affect it. Do whatever you want anyway, there are no personnel requirements for entering the fighter. Combat can occur within its stable space. Lin Xiu shook her head and continued with her tasks as there was still a mountain of work left to be done. Even though it was now the end of the world, research had to continue as normal. This was the true scientific attitude. Even if there was only 1 second left until Mars was destroyed, she would finish her research topic before anything else. You are usually engaged in theoretical research. If you can't translate it into practice, how can you know whether what you're doing is correct? It's just something that can't be helped. All I can do now is tackle some theoretical design challenges. When human civilization is rebuilt, perhaps excavating the heritage will bring my research achievements to light, and then I'll know if I am correct. If human civilization has already been destroyed, then there's nothing more to say, as once that happens, what's the point of thinking so much? Lin Mo couldn't help but feel that the other party was indeed overly optimistic. While to be more precise, the dedication to scientific attitude displayed by the other party was beyond imagination. At many times Lin Mo questioned whether this person would actually die. After all, nothing in the world could persist for over 2,000 years. Even a turtle's lifespan couldn't surpass 2,000 years, as time's corrosive effects were simply too strong. Time erodes all. Even an ordinary person would find their existence hard to imagine after living for over 2,000 years. Yet this person remained optimistic and cheerful. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire her strong mentality after experiencing her mentor's suicide and the loss of her loved ones. He had also been placed under house arrest, but now she acted as if nothing was wrong, reminiscing about the past, as if these events had happened just yesterday. At that moment, these low-level players were being brutally beaten by a group of wild people. They had previously thought they could easily defeat these wild men, as the wild men in the eastern cities were strange, but they had never seen the wild men here. It turned out they had underestimated them. These wild people were even more terrifying than those in the eastern cities. The wild men from the eastern cities were in many ways inferior to those here. What's going on? Are they all on steroids? No, steroids aren't this strong, right? What the hell is happening? After some effort, several players finally managed to behead one of the wild men. As a result, they discovered that the wild man's head had actually grown legs and started running away. Indeed, it was running on legs, but after a few strides, the brain matter crawled out and began to sprint rapidly. The gesture left the small players in a daze. The game could be popular, but it couldn't be this bizarre. The impact of the scene felt to these small players was akin to 2 atomic bombs being dropped on a certain island. Cut that thing down, damn it. The small players hurriedly used their high-frequency vibration cutters to chop the brain matter into pulp, while the wild men behind them relentlessly launched their attacks. Fortunately, Yumi and Luo, you managed to intercept them. The players exerted all their strength to escape from the danger zone. If it had been ordinary wanderers, they would have likely been skewered on a barbecue spit by now. Indeed, the physical prowess of these wild men had been significantly enhanced, and most importantly, they seemed to possess some form of intelligence. In the past, these small players had felt fear when encountering the wild men, but as their weapons became more effective, that fear began to diminish. Yet now they recalled the terror of being dominated by the wild men. There was no denying it. These wild men were truly unreasonable, their physical attributes far superior to those of the small players. Surrendering seemed the only option, but the game didn't allow for a straightforward surrender. Next time I should switch the high-frequency vibration cutter for a proper weapon. A gun is faster than 7 steps away, and both accurate and quick. Even if it's particularly heavy, it should be sufficient against these foolish wild men. Porter was also feeling particularly miserable. Previously he had been stabbed in the rear. Fortunately, the game could block pain, otherwise he would be unable to walk, now needing someone to carry him. After a difficult journey, the small players realized they seemed to be moving away from the city. The further they went, the more desolate the entire city became, and the buildings started to dwindle. What were they doing if not distancing themselves from the city? It really is quite desolate here. But is this all the game has to offer? Why do I still have a bad feeling? Boat glanced around and suddenly said this, startling the other players, who immediately assumed defensive postures. Wherever there's danger, there's a premonition. Come on, just tell me. I don't want to say anything either. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had run a few thousand miles. There was no denying that this journey had been stressful, having encountered all sorts of monsters. Although his body had gained a free enhancement, the problem was that his previous abilities still remained. These abilities would only disappear once he developed another ability. However, his current speed of movement was extremely sluggish. During every fight, he had been used as a shield, and the real damage dealt to him had nearly sent him into depression. I only have this feeling. Besides, I'm not sure myself. Just then, as the gravel on the ground began to shake, a colossal creature slowly crawled out from the pile of sand, resembling a moving giant python. However, this creature had no head, just a large mouth split into 4 parts covered in dense spikes. The small players swallowed hard, knowing another tough battle awaited them. The entire ecosystem seems to be very unfriendly to humans. This feeling is quite normal, considering that in a certain sense humanity has indeed lost its identity as the children of nature. What humans can rely on now is only their technology, while these other creatures naturally see humans as enemies. In many ways, they are also controlled by the laws of nature, and humans are first on the must-eliminate list. In a sense, nature has also placed humanity on its blacklist. This might be an instinct. After all, nature itself lacks consciousness, but can instinctively judge who poses the greatest threat to its own ecosystem, hence the current situation. Honestly, Lin Mo was particularly shocked upon hearing this theory. If this is the case, then all life forms are indeed under nature's control. Why is it that humans here do not experience such control? Could it be that humans are completely independent of Earth's system? However, upon careful consideration, this doesn't seem quite right, as humans are in essence also animals, just a more advanced form of them. Stop thinking about useless things. I've already provided you with the explanation you wanted. Just send it out when the time comes. I won't interfere with the operation of the website. If there's anything, just find me. While stick to the usual routine, you mainly handle the player's investments, and he'll focus on the research and technology. After Lin Xiyu said this, she continued to busy herself with her research. For her, aside from the relevant theoretical knowledge, she had no interest in anything else. Lin Mo, on the other hand, couldn't muster any interest in research. No matter how he studied, he couldn't feel the joy of learning, as the required knowledge was simply too advanced. Only those top students could experience the joy of learning, while struggling students were tortured on the edge of pain. The key point was that after Lin Xiyu regained her permissions, she forced Lin Mo to study in various ways every day, being even more dedicated than his high school teachers. Lin Mo also began to optimize the website anew, with the first task being to add 5 more people. Besides, the current exploration method was too monotonous. It could encourage players to look for vehicles in the city and learn to drive. Lin Mo also copied all the basic repair methods onto the forum. If vehicles were damaged or not completely broken down, players could repair them as long as they put in some effort. After all, the most important parts of a vehicle were the energy stabilization system, the power system, and the control systems. The rest was secondary. He also began to arrange for players to plant crops, dividing the area at the entrance into fixed plots for each person. What they wanted to grow and cultivate was up to them. Everything could be based on voluntariness. Moreover, he compiled the political methods accumulated by the previous players and described the fruits' functions and characteristics of the crops. In summary, out of 10 types of plants, 7 turned out to be useless, akin to completely worthless things. Not only were they useless, but they also wasted a lot of resources, considering the Martian soil was quite barren and toxic. If these crops hadn't adapted to the Martian environment, they wouldn't have survived. These crops required a large amount of water for irrigation, and water was only available within the base. After Lin Mo implemented the system where players had to use their points to exchange for water, the small players began to cherish water even more, as the price was simply too high. Do you think Mars is better, or is Earth in a better condition? Lin Xiyu suddenly asked after finishing her calculations, leaving Lin Mo stunned. Are we going back to Earth? Which side is better? I can't draw any conclusions yet. The resources here are too scarce, and we are still unclear about the environment on Earth. Lin Mo was also unsure what differences were there between the current Earth and the one he remembered. At least from a high altitude, everything appeared lush and green, with no visible lights at night, only a blanket of darkness, which was a far cry from the bustling scenes of the past. The cities now were nothing but desolation. However, looking at the green environment, the food reserves below must be abundant, and when it came time for player recruitment, he would naturally have more freedom. Of course, the main point was that Earth's environment, though currently unfamiliar, could provide resources unlike this place, filled with yellow sand. This hasn't been confirmed yet, but we will definitely return to Earth in the future. On one hand, I need to collect relevant experimental data, and on the other, I want to see my mentor again. When she mentioned that last sentence, Lin Xiyu's voice turned low, as if recalling something, or perhaps the emotional scars from certain memories were too powerful for her to stabilize her mind. Do as you wish. After all, the itinerary is up to you. He'll just be here to cheer you on. Lin Mo understood that professionals should handle professional matters. To some extent, he really wasn't suited for these tasks. After all, he was very clear in his heart about whether he was the protagonist, who among the protagonists doesn't have an exterior advantage. Of course, even with an exterior advantage, it was quite possible to be eliminated by another protagonist with better talent. After sending away those minor players, the researcher intended to return to report, but soon realized that something was amiss within the entire military base. It became apparent that the corpse they had just brought back had its brain completely emptied. Soon, all the chambers were strictly sealed off. All personnel inside were awakened as there was a strong infectious entity that had escaped, requiring everyone to remain vigilant. Soldiers clad in auxiliary power armor began patrolling the entire street, promptly searching every corner and crevice to prevent the previous infectious entity from nesting somewhere. After all, a common trait of infectious entities is to first enhance their own abilities before spreading infection throughout the region. For those streets, flames were directly employed to spray and treat the entire area. Meanwhile, the previously recovered wild man's corpse was being rapidly dissected by dozens of researchers and sent to the laboratory for study. The scene had turned chaotic as there were too many uncontrollable factors to consider. The modes of transmission, infectivity, intensity, and lethality of this organism were still not accurately assessed, and it could be said that it had yet to be fully understood. However, in a place they could not see, the moths transformed from the previously parasitic brain were fluttering in the air. Yet as people passed beneath them, they remained completely unnoticed as these moths had achieved complete invisibility through optical camouflage. Soon the first infection issue arose. Is this the latest little gadget? It appears to be something evolved entirely from nature, primarily targeting the 103rd experimental subject. However, this thing primarily focuses on humanoid life forms. On the Azure fleet, a group of robots surrounded the previously captured experimental subject for examination. These experimental subjects of death were actually from Mars. However, on the Azure fleet, research and monitoring could be conducted directly through the network with a latency of no more than 0.001 seconds. Thus, both sides had achieved complete synchronization in their processes. These robots did not capture objects using optical camouflage, instead they relied on real-time object capturing radar and sensitive cameras. To them, these moths were no different from ordinary moths. However, the appearance of such organisms on the planet signals a new phase. The speed of evolution in nature has begun to accelerate again, evolving uncontrollably. This represents a different direction of evolution based on the situation with dinosaurs. No one can predict where this direction will ultimately stop, but compared to parasitic modes, this may not be the endpoint of evolution. After all, the direction of biological evolution must maintain its independent route, and this parasitic-like approach clearly does not conform to the current rules of evolution. Is there any way to eliminate this thing? Not sure. Let's start with gene sequencing. Unfortunately, this thing has only been discovered on Mars, and no such entity has been found in related bases on Earth. This likely indicates it is a new species evolved from Mars' isolated ecosystem. Linemo was also paying attention to the situation here. These insects could evidently control the wild men, replacing their brains. Pondering this further, these insects resembled the zombie virus to some extent. However, the issue was that while they possessed aggression, it was still unclear how they transmitted infection. You don't need to come back for a while. This time the deaths are on me. You may have already been infected by corresponding bugs or viruses, and you might face death. Damn, we just completed gene modification. Admin, why didn't you say this sooner? Big Goose was quite distraught. After all, it was not easy to complete the thoughts of a new body this year, but now he couldn't take it back. What difference did it make if he was enhanced or not? I'll give you another free enhancement later. Don't drag your feet. What you need to do now is to investigate the living habits of that parasitic insect. Of course, if you fail the mission, there won't be any punishment. After all, you still know too little about the game's plot. Admin, don't you know about this situation? To be honest, I don't know much more than you do. After all, the game designers hide all information from me. So the information we have is entirely equal. Whatever you know, I know. Whatever you don't know, I don't know either. Linemo was aware that this was likely some kind of parasitic insect, but the problem was what kind of parasitic insect it was. Its living habits and transmission speed were unclear. Of course, he didn't want those minor players to return with the virus or parasites. Currently, the membrane-controlled area prevented even the most basic viruses from entering, but if players carried them back, it would complicate overall assessments. Moreover, it could lead to misjudgments within the entire base, allowing those parasites to sneak in and potentially cause a total wipeout. At this moment, these players had just escaped the attack of the desert giant worm. It was impossible to defeat that creature. Its entire body was covered in armor, and any damage dealt would barely register. If it pressed down on any player, that player would likely be reduced to minced meat. After sorting out their fields, these minor players sat down to chat. They had previously explored, but compared to external exploration, the economy of internal farming should be higher. After all, the external situation was unstable. They could get rich overnight or lose everything. During this time, the lady had managed to pay off her previous debts through her constant efforts. However, her reckless spirit could not be contained, so she ventured out to explore with the veteran players, leaving the new players behind to guard the place. The relationship between veteran and new players was indeed a headache. The new players could not compare in skill and experience, but they also disliked the veterans' attitudes. Conflicts arose between them, often leading to bouts in the arena. Although the new players were beaten badly each time, they still refused to admit defeat, believing that the veterans had taken their resources. Notably, the three boys Feng Zhou and Jiang Nim were merely there to watch the show. Lin Mo indeed wanted to make some changes, but the question was how to change it effectively. He had always believed that there was a disparity in the rewards between new and old players, but now he understood better what could be effective. That meant appropriately suppressing the veteran players while continuing to promote the new players. Currently, the only task he could assign was the daily task concerning weeding and pest control, but overall there were only a few tasks, and these new players had no way to deal with the monsters in the forest. The rewards for points were currently too meager, yet Lin Mo did not want to expand the currency system unnecessarily to avoid inflation. However, there was no way to solve the matter at present, as his own situation was also unresolved. To expand the currency, he needed stable manufacturing capabilities, but he lacked production lines and industrial capacity, leaving him helplessly watching the players' trivial issues. After all, Lin Mo thought that these minor players should work for him for free. After all, it was just a game, wasn't it meant to be grinded? However, these minor players seemed to have become smarter, learning to compare prices. During this time, Professor Lin had no time to deal with these matters. Although the Z-Way Star Control platform previously had production lines, it lacked the corresponding mineral resources. Therefore, he could only take a look inside the Taotai Super Factory, where there might still be some untapped mineral resources. However, all of this would have to wait until Professor Lin emerged from his seclusion, as many matters still required his attention. Regarding the research on these parasites, although Lin Mo wanted to proceed, the issue of safety was simply unimaginable. Lin Mo felt it was best to be cautious. After all, if something beyond his control occurred, ensuring his safety was paramount, as safety was the most important thing at critical moments. Come on, damn it. At this moment, those small players nearly got wiped out directly, as the difficulty level in this area was truly overwhelming. Wouldn't there be desert giant worms appearing on the way? Moreover, these creatures emerged without any warning, and the most crucial issue was that he got lost in there. Furthermore, although there were no wild men here, there were still some monsters, such as those scorpions hiding in the desert, which periodically sprang up from the sands and launched surprise attacks. The most troublesome aspect was that it was impossible to know the circumstances. 3 people had already perished, leaving only 6 remaining. After all, the unpredictability of such crises was exceedingly difficult to foresee, and the last few players could only retreat awkwardly from this desert area back to the city. Dai Gu and Qing Cha, along with Shu Nu, had already been taken down by the desert giant worms and scorpions. The others could only hurriedly exit the desert region, as it was truly terrifying at times. Everywhere was fraught with danger, and neither the city nor the desert seemed capable of allowing these players to survive. More importantly, it appeared that people's understanding of these creatures was really low. This is a challenge posed by Mars' natural world. Similar things had occurred before, but the level of contagion was not as severe. Now it seems to have reached a critical point. The evolutionary gene programs in the key areas are similar to those before, but their abilities have significantly changed. On the Azure Fleet, a group of robots began to address this issue and propose solutions. Their solutions were bizarre, primarily involving the method of vaporizing the air to directly eliminate these creatures. However, the problem was evident: these creatures had both single and double genes. If they were not eliminated, they would quickly undergo changes to adapt to the climate and environment. When mature, they resembled butterflies, but during their larval stage, they primarily acted like worms, feeding on the brains of their hosts and using their hosts as their own brains. However, due to their low intelligence, it was quite apparent. The so-called enhanced attacks essentially drained the life force of their hosts. Each attack was nearly at the limit of what the body could endure, akin to the difference between the effort exerted normally and that at one's limits. The emergence of such creatures in this regard was truly peculiar. In just a few short hours, the original petri dish was nearing its capacity. However, after a flame burned brightly, only a few things trickled down, barely hanging on. It's remarkable, one must admit, that nature's ability to transform is indeed powerful enough to create such things. Clearly, Mars' natural environment is undergoing a new change. At least from now on, it is no longer about competing with humanity. Without civilization, the speed of technological advancement cannot keep pace with the evolution of these creatures, nor can it respond to their evolution. Currently, there is barely any civilization left on Mars except for what seems to be at the Z-Way Star mobile platform. The military base we established there has encountered such creatures, indicating that in some sense that area is on the brink of destruction. The situation shown from that military base is just as described. Controlled soldiers went mad, picking up their weapons and shooting at their comrades, while those meant to defend suddenly went berserk. The entire military base descended into chaos. A few small players managed to escape from their previous position only to encounter those crazed soldiers on their way back. On the forum, Corn, Game Planner, get out here. What are you doing? Suddenly increasing the game's difficulty, are we even allowed to play? The gaming experience has dropped to the lowest point. Nyangdo, why are the top players all kicked out? Is there a bug in the game? Don't mention it, everyone in the military base has gone crazy. I thought they were coming out to rescue us, but they started firing at us instead, and we all got wiped out. I really don't understand what benefits the planner gains from this. Can dying once earn them more money? Previously they were allies, why have they suddenly turned into enemies? Indeed, it seems like the planner is just messing with us. They must feel uncomfortable if they don't create some trouble for us every day. I really can't figure out if it's because we didn't pay a protection fee that we're being targeted. If possible, they should just send their account details to us, and we can transfer them money. Clearly, these players were quite annoyed by this absurd plot. After all, being suddenly eliminated was hard to comprehend, especially since everyone had been good friends before, but now. Administrator, I have already inquired about the situation over there. This is considered a normal game plot. As for the reasons, you'll need to explore them yourselves. The planner absolutely does not allow the leak of these plots. Everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement. You all know the consequences of leaking information in advance, right? You will have to explore these things on your own. Of course, we will directly arrange exercises for future plot developments. We have a top-tier planning team, so you needn't worry about our script design abilities. Also, please don't send your resumes to my private messages. I really won't consider them. Moreover, it's not a matter of whether I want to or not. I am simply responsible for the normal operation of the game. As long as there are no major issues in the game, I can just sit back and receive my salary. I am not part of the HR department, and personnel changes are not my concern, so please don't seek me out anymore. I don't have any connections or power. During company meetings, I always quietly hide in the corners and eavesdrop, as I am not a player who can just walk in there. Additionally, the good news is that gene modifications have now been discounted to 100 points per instance with the option to choose during resurrection on the forum. Why is that? Did we unlock the latest plot? Because these small players have been working hard, they have unlocked hidden plots. Now discounts will be provided for this aspect. In the future, if other plots are unlocked, discounts will also be applied in other areas. In fact, Lin Mo's main reason for exploiting these small players is to prevent inflation. After all, the effort of these players is truly unimaginable. If things go wrong, the currency could undergo a massive devaluation, potentially becoming something akin to the Zimbabwean dollar. There are always players who are like hardcore gamers, such as the three of Jiang, Nan Yimeng Jiomengzi, and Xiaohe Kunzi. These three have been playing in the game continuously for nearly a week. Although they might log off occasionally for meals or showers, the reality is that they have been utterly engrossed in the game without sleep. If Lin Mo hadn't initially set a limit on the daily currency collection, these guys could have potentially collapsed the currency system. Now, the previous methods are no longer viable for saving money. Moreover, even if these players managed to save up a lot of money regarding gene enhancements, they would hesitate to spend it. After all, who would spend over 1,000 to gamble for a single draw, especially since there are no guarantees? Therefore, Lin Mo could only choose to lower the price. This was merely a matter triggered by randomness, but in the eyes of the players it felt like a suppression. If they could unlock other hidden plots, then prices might continue to drop, or even become free. Nyangdo, Administrator, it's almost New Year. Doesn't your company plan to hold a New Year's party? Upon seeing this message, Lin Mo remembered that according to the calendar of his world, it was almost time for the new year. If his parents were still alive, they would undoubtedly be pressuring him to get married. But now spending the new year alone here felt somewhat lonely. Administrator, our company will hold the New Year's party via video, so you don't need to look forward to it. However, we will still provide the New Year benefits distributed in the form of red envelopes. Make sure to claim them on the forum. As for why Lin Mo wasn't giving out red envelopes in the game. During the new year, most people are actually busy accompanying their elderly family members or children. At that time, it would not be convenient to enter the game as the online method has become unimportant in the festive atmosphere, and I have no relatives here. Some things are only realized when they are lost. They should be cherished. Just like now, certain things are desired precisely because they are gone, and I regret not cherishing them when I had the chance. Nyangdo, so the year-end bonus for the administrator must be quite substantial, right? Administrator, if based on previous situations, it should be around 40 to 50,000. However, since I took on this task this year, it might be a bit more, but I'm not sure, so let's wait and see. Actually, I haven't thought much about the New Year celebration. After all, what are we celebrating? The fact that our planet has completed a revolution around the star. From the perspective of those aliens, it truly seems like a rather foolish way of celebrating. Having family around is what makes the new year feel like a celebration. Oh, without companions, it's just another day. Lin Mo wanted to prepare some festive atmosphere for the new year, but after thinking for a long time, he really couldn't come up with anything. After all, in the entire military base aside from the nutrient solutions, there were only a few packs of cigarettes. Maybe he would smoke one during the new year to commemorate the passing year, not knowing if he could get through the next one. Now Lin Mo truly understood what it meant to live day by day. Each day survived was a gift, as it was possible to perish at any moment, especially since those lower-level players had already risked their lives far too many times despite their rich survival experience in the wild. Lin Mo did not think he could be stronger than Yumi and Luo Yu. He could only slowly walk up the stairs to reach the third floor. Therefore, the most important thing now was to survive and continue surviving without seeking death, as both in the game and in novels characters often sought death in their quest for treasure, leading to their demise. The next day, when the players entered the game, they would find that everything in the room had changed. At least it looked much tidier than before. At this moment, Lin Mo was still holding the broom and cloth he had woven, cleaning the place. What is the administrator doing? He should be cleaning, right? Isn't it almost New Year? Should we go help? Maybe we can gain some favor. Let's go. Soon a group of over 10 people began cleaning the entire room, organizing all the trash and taking it out to the forest entrance. The little players were quite excited as their funds allowed for some identity upgrades, and even if the upgrades failed, the cost to try again was low. They only needed to gain 100 points by defeating a few monsters. In the end, they realized that farming players were indeed in high demand. After all, those who farmed were now all wealthy, even when excluding points exchanged on the market. The players who mainly earned points through their tasks were largely farming players. What are you all doing? Lin Xiu yawned as she came down from the third floor, looking as if she hadn't rested at all the previous night. Professor Lin's schedule was so chaotic that Lin Mo didn't even know how to criticize it. She slept whenever she felt tired and continued her research whenever she felt energetic. One had to admit her physical fitness was truly impressive. If she were an ordinary person, she would have been exhausted long ago. Are you joining us in cleaning the room, Professor Lin? Forget it, I still have experiments to finish. You all keep busy for now. Lin Xiu went to the second floor, took a pack of nutrient solution, and went back to continue her research. For her, sometimes research was the most important thing. Lin Mo did not say anything, as it seemed that Professor Lin was still the one in charge. After several players helped clean up, they earned corresponding points. Lin Mo initially wanted to send gifts to these players on the forum, but after some thought decided to just send some now and post more on the forum later. Your New Year money has been deposited into your accounts. You can check it later. 200 points. The administrator is too generous. The lady felt her expression was too fake, so she chose to remain silent. However, she thought it was quite normal. After all, it was typical of the administrator. If one day the administrator suddenly became generous and handed them money, they would probably worry whether the game was going to shut down. After receiving the red envelopes, the players all expressed their gratitude. After all, the money inside the red envelopes wasn't what mattered. What was important was the thought behind the gift. Lin Mo, although usually appearing as a capitalist, still cared a lot about the little players in this domain. After all, now he could provide support, while Professor Lin often had to consult the administrator for most of the issues since he couldn't interact well with these toys. The little players had already grown accustomed to interacting with the administrator, while they rarely communicated with Professor Lin, as discussions with her often led to terms that were incomprehensible. Lin Mo was quite accustomed to her way of speaking. He just had to filter out the unknown terms. Initially, there were often generational gaps in understanding, as the disparities between the two eras were too vast. Many people today genuinely do not understand classical Chinese and can only deduce meanings based on a few words. What Professor Lin said was somewhat similar. He just needed to filter out the things he didn't understand. Thus, Lin Mo became a bridge between Professor Lin and the little players. Most matters still required Lin Mo to handle them personally, as these little players truly had no way to approach Professor Lin. It seems like you all are preparing for some festival. Are you planning to hide it from me? Where did you find that red outfit? Lin Mo was surprised Professor Lin was wearing a red camouflage outfit. Although it looked somewhat strange, the issue was that he had never seen a red outfit in the entire base. So where did this come from? First answer my question, and then I'll tell you. I specially searched for this red outfit. We call this festival the Spring Festival, a day for families to gather safely around the dining table. However, it seems that my dream of reunion is truly unlikely, as the distance between my family and me is not just 1 or 2 worlds apart, but a chasm between life and death. I dyed this outfit myself. I had Xiao Wei search for information about what to choose, and I heard that you all like red, so I dyed this outfit this color. How does it look? It suits you well. Meanwhile, on Earth, he was driving with his wife, rushing home to his parents, knowing he had to return for the New Year despite having moved out. Honey, how does this outfit look? It's quite nice. Lin Ruo and Lin Xiu were busy preparing for tonight's ceremony. Although they were eating nutrient solutions, they still needed a sense of ritual. They started painting the character Fu in red liquid all around the room, but writing it was somewhat difficult. Lin Mo's handwriting looked messy. Eventually, even Professor Lin couldn't bear to watch and decisively took the pen to write himself. At first, the first two characters were not very good, but later they matched perfectly with the ones in the photos, showing no difference, which made Lin Mo marvel at his learning ability. If he had such learning ability when he was young, he wouldn't have ended up studying at an ordinary university. He could have chosen any prestigious school. Lin Mo didn't believe he could possess the same grandeur as Professor Lin, as most of the funds he received were actually donated, leaving him with almost no personal assets. This was not just Professor Lin's words, but was found in some documents and documentaries. How does the writing look? Very nice, Lin Xiu said with a smile, making it seem as if she had completed a profound research on time-space wormholes. However, upon reflection, it was indeed commendable for her to maintain such a positive attitude. Very good. The two began preparing for the entire day, as they had been busy for quite some time and had yet to eat anything. It was quite normal for them to be hungry, so they took a pack of nutrient solution, leaned against each other, and started eating while sharing stories from their past. While Lin Mo had never truly felt the essence of the new year in the past, he now found an inexplicable warmth in this atmosphere. I feel like we resemble a couple now, just missing one thing, Lin Xiu said softly, her voice profoundly gentle, as if recalling something from the past. What are we missing? A child, Lin Mo replied, speechless. Would you choose to let this child survive in this era? Lin Mo's voice quivered slightly. Whenever he thought of this matter, he couldn't help but lament how fate played its tricks. In his past life, he hadn't encountered such a wonderful girl during his solitary years, yet in this chaotic world, he coincidentally met her. In such tumultuous times, nothing could be protected, and there was nothing to safeguard. Perhaps this can be considered the essence of life. After all, tracing back to its roots, he was indeed quite unfortunate to have met her amidst this chaos. I once pondered what kind of era my child would live in, but upon truly experiencing the despair of this time, I believe it is best if my child does not appear in this world. We have already endured the suffering of this era, though I do not wish for my child to experience such pain again. For a child, this is not merely torment, but for me it is a form of anguish as well. In this desperate age, external forces are overwhelmingly powerful, while human civilization remains exceedingly weak. Perhaps it is precisely due to the current situation that we too have crossed paths. Thus they fell into a slow silence. After all, for them, sometimes a more terrifying thing than pessimism is idealism, where all hopes for the future exist without any means to realize them. The greater the hope, the more intense the despair that follows. Lin Mo had previously thought Professor Lin was an idealist, only to later discover that both of them were typical pessimists. When it comes to whether humanity can overcome the barrier, the history of civilization behind the bright light feels utterly beyond grasp. For civilization, sometimes the gulf between tens of billions or even trillions of years of civilization and those with young histories is simply too vast. A civilization with nearly tens of billions of years is unfathomable. In a sense, they have already become divine. After all, the cutting-edge technology humanity possesses has surpassed what we can imagine, while for those civilizations that have developed to their zenith, this all might resemble watching insects transporting stones. As for the love, kinship, and friendship of those insects, they might write a biological observation diary about it. While any insects attacking them must inevitably be eradicated, for in their eyes these are nothing but pests. While the entire base was still immersed in the New Year atmosphere, those preparing for future missions were tirelessly busy. They would assist the Martian civilization in resolving their troubles through the last step of their usage. After utilizing the computing power of several supercomputers, they finally found a corresponding solution and through genetic engineering produced lethal bacteria specifically targeting such organisms. Moreover, these bacteria would directly utilize the air to achieve self-replication and spread. After completion, they quickly put these into application. The invisible entities floating in the air began to collapse, convulsing, and ultimately dying, while those insects among animals or wild beasts also perished, and the creatures they controlled fell lifeless to the ground. After all, for those organisms, their brains had long been replaced by the insects, and thus the death of the insects also signified the death of their brains. Perhaps this was our last assistance to Mars. If possible, we still hope to rebuild. If not, then perhaps this is a bright salvation for them. The leader of the Linekeepers expressed interest, noting that he had discovered his youthful heart was gradually fading during this time, perhaps due to having been a mechanical life form for too long, leading to a loss of human perception on many issues, as everything changes with the passage of time. Time can be the catalyst for all civilizations or the killer of all civilizations. No one or nothing can escape time. Lin Xiu could only be considered a person forgotten by time, trapped in solitude for over 2,000 years, enduring endless loneliness. The degree of loneliness is no less than that of realizing one's heart has aged without anyone to converse with. Time first erodes the human body, then the soul. However, Lin Xiu's soul was eroded first, followed gradually by her body. Though time left no marks on her, if she could not stabilize herself, she might face the risk of mental breakdown. After all, many people suffer from various psychological diseases in their old age, realizing they have become increasingly lonely as they know fewer things. Previously, Lin Xiu had shown signs of psychological breakdown several times, but Lin Mo's appearance made Professor Lin discover a human who was stranger than her own life. This human had long lost any anticipation for life, and instead appeared remarkably mature far beyond what their lifespan would suggest. After all, a young man in his 20s or 30s speaking like a man in his 60s or 70s is certainly peculiar. However, after reviewing Lin Mo's situation, Lin Xiu felt a sense of understanding. Since her teenage years, she could envision a life of over 60 years, and while these were not predetermined, they felt indistinguishable from one. The most pronounced feeling was a sense of helplessness. Under this sensation, Lin Xiu empathized, granting Lin Mo the most basic permissions to observe how he would operate. As for the connection established by the alliance to this internet, it was not something Lin Xiu orchestrated, but rather a peculiar phenomenon. No corresponding technology or capability currently exists to explain such matters as they delve into the realm of the microscopic, governed by laws. Cheers. Although there are no fine wines or dishes to treat you now, if we truly return to an era of prosperity in the future, I will undoubtedly host you with the best. Lin Mo and Lin Xiu were holding 2 packets of nutrient solution. Though the taste was particularly unpleasant, the two were enjoying it with no signs of discomfort. For them, what they needed most was this atmosphere. It's New Year's, Lin Mo remarked with a sigh as he noticed the clock had struck midnight. Just then a sound resembling an explosive change echoed in the sky as arcs of electricity flickered overhead, resonating like firecrackers. The arcs of the mover displayed a unique beauty, providing a visual shock that left Lin Mo in awe. In his past life, although he had witnessed various fireworks bloom in the sky, he had never seen anything so breathtaking. The stunning sight was impossible to forget. I'm sorry I cannot set off fireworks for you in this world, but I can still strive to recreate the New Year atmosphere we once had. Lin Xiu continued to smile, her expression filled with sincerity. Compared to her previous facade, this smile conveyed a sense of softness. Lin Mo embraced Lin Xiu tightly, softly, saying, I no longer care about those things. Just being able to feel this way in the present is remarkable, but what touches me most is your willingness to do these things for me. Thus they held each other tightly. At the military base, white snowflakes began to fall gracefully, their forms resembling delicate butterflies. Each one struggled as they descended, but a force crushed them midair, while the surviving humans reached out to catch the falling moths. This scene was beautiful, akin to snowfall. Mars had not seen snowfall for thousands of years, yet they were finally understanding what this beauty truly was. The drifting white spectacle enveloped the entire base. Thus, this time the military base suffered significant losses, while outside such occurrences continued on a large scale with snowflakes drifting down everywhere. The wanderers, however, paid no heed, gathering them up and stuffing them into their mouths. This time the previous military base suffered a truly devastating loss. The life force of these parasites is exceedingly resilient. Without the assistance of the Azure Fleet, the entire base might have faced total annihilation. These parasites seem to be specifically designed for humans in many aspects, with an unstable structure that allows for rapid self-purification. They possess formidable concealment abilities and genetic compatibility, meaning they can reproduce among all living organisms, no longer limited to just a few species. The reproductive speed of these creatures primarily relies on human corpses or brain matter, which are abundant on Mars, making it a veritable paradise for their proliferation. However, a new type of bacteria poses a significant threat to them, specifically engineered to combat such organisms. This bacteria has been genetically engineered, likely indicating that a more powerful force with complete research capabilities exists on Mars, perhaps those same individuals from before. The previous researcher is still alive, but now he appears frail and white-haired, having aged significantly in just a few days, revealing how panicked and terrified he truly was. Just when they thought their end was near, this bacteria swiftly eliminated the parasites, as if descending from the heavens, only to begin its own slow decline into death. It's important to note that while editing genes is not extraordinary, the troublesome part lies in inducing a creature to achieve self-destruction within specified time frames or conditions. Life in any form possesses a strong survival instinct. Even the most basic cells and viruses will strive to evolve when faced with extinction. Although people claim to have mastered a few methods to induce death in certain bacteria or viruses under specific conditions, those methods are utterly ineffective against these parasites. On the Azure Fleet, the members who had summarized their findings seemed unconcerned, having entered a new phase of true mechanical life, during which their human emotions could no longer be simulated. This is the normal process of mechanical aging, during which memory and processing capabilities fade. Nothing can escape the passage of time, nor resist its erosion. Within time, everything resembles destiny, yet it is not destiny. The debate between mechanical determinism and quantum randomness has its issues. Initially, people firmly believed in mechanical determinism, but with the advancement of quantum theory, it was overturned. However, with the onset of the chaotic era, most returned to mechanical determinism, even resurrecting various mythical creatures from the European Middle Ages only to have them cleared away with the dawn of the Renaissance. Though humanity has lost hope, it does not mean they have become fools. The previous tricks of deception for profit are still somewhat applicable today. Even if their societal exposure is limited, they engage more in the virtual world. Oblivion Ring equipment complete. Quantum component maker complete. At this moment, the Azure fleet was busy preparing with the Tiaudi factory, operating at maximum capacity as the elements needed for nuclear fusion began to be manufactured on overtime. Meanwhile, the Eastern Fleet had entered a stealth mode, severing all connections with their surroundings, quietly drifting through the cosmos, with no end in sight. Any place could be an endpoint, but they still had to complete their final mission. As a beam of white light gradually illuminated the area, a mirror-like object abruptly appeared in the universe. However, this mirror soon vanished from the cosmos. Are they really watching us? With the end of the Spring Festival, the players returned to the game, though some still had to work, leading to a routine of daytime work and nighttime gaming. For them, working seemed not merely for a paycheck. Who knew if they'd earn anything if they didn't? Why are there white hairy little worms everywhere outside? Upon arriving in the city, the players discovered the ground was covered with a layer of small worms resembling snow. Picking one up for a closer look, they found it roughly the size of a moth, but appeared quite strange, as if they had never seen anything like it before. As their anti-gravity vehicles delved deeper, the players inhaled sharply, witnessing that the streets of the city were blanketed in these creatures, as if it were snowing. Isn't that the military base we saw before? Let's check if there are any tasks or inquire what's going on. Could there be a new event, or is something else occurring? By the way, does winter even exist on Mars? Will we be attacked again this time? However, when they finally reached that location, they discovered numerous lifeless bodies outside, including those of fully armed soldiers. The players were perplexed, as this situation seemed inconsistent with the previous narrative. Could something truly have happened to provoke an attack on them? Yet the players did not harbor much hatred regarding the earlier attack. They were more concerned about the loss of their genetically modified bodies and the points that had slipped away. Now that the points reward had decreased, they realized they might have been dealing with NPCs. As they stepped over a thin layer of worm carcasses walking toward the previous location, they felt increasingly anxious. The sight of so many fully armed soldiers lying dead on the ground was shocking. Some appeared to have perished in mutual combat, while others seemed to have died without any visible wounds or blood. Is anyone there? The players stood quietly at the entrance they had entered earlier, waiting for a long time before someone finally came to escort them inside. Upon entering, they found that the place bore no resemblance to the aftermath of a war. Debris and destruction were everywhere. It seemed something indeed had gone awry, leading to this situation. You've arrived. Thank you for your help this time. The researcher naturally regarded these players as the saviors of the situation, leaving them utterly bewildered. What had they even done? It seemed they hadn't done anything at all. They merely entered and found themselves inexplicably respected by others. What did we do exactly? Could you clarify? Aren't you the ones who solved this? The researcher pointed at the worms on the ground, puzzled. Given the division of forces, it was clear that only such an entity could achieve this level of capability, requiring not only the corresponding machinery, but also substantial tools and a well-rounded knowledge base. If this were to be organized into a giant system, any force with such immense power could not simply be ordinary. This has nothing to do with us. We only arrived recently, and your soldiers already eliminated us once. What on earth happened? The researcher pondered for a moment before shaking his head. These worms can directly control brains. Initially, they could only manipulate the brains of lower organisms and might not be interested in more vital brains. However, they reproduce rapidly and can generate nearly 10 million larvae from a single brain with a very low mortality rate. Consequently, they form a powerful entity akin to a virus or bacteria. These entities directly consume human brain matter, utilizing it as their structure, and can act based on the subconscious of their previous hosts. That's why the soldiers attacked you. They could only recall basic combat knowledge like shooting. The players fell silent, gazing at the sea of corpses, struggling to comprehend what had transpired in what was once the largest human gathering on Mars. Various corpses littered the ground, the result of conflict among kindred. There is nothing to worry about. We only need to preserve our most crucial activities, which are the key to our comeback. We refer to them as deities, having transplanted the finest genetic systems into their bodies, and we have even simulated the abilities of Lin Siyu during the brain development phase. We can all die, but they cannot. They are the last line of defense for humanity's revival, and we have placed them in the safest environment where all oxygen systems operate on a closed-loop cycle, entirely self-developed. They will receive the best education in the world with specially designed meal plans tailored to their nutritional needs based on their individual circumstances. The previous researcher grew increasingly frantic, yet observing his aging face and white hair made the players feel uneasy. Perhaps this researcher had also experienced the powerlessness he described, thus placing all hopes on what they believed to be the perfect specimens. Only when truly experiencing this feeling did these small players realize it was quite unpleasant. This was entirely different from being defeated in a game. After all, a game is just a game. Even if one loses, the worst that happens is feeling upset for a while. But living in such a predicament for a lifetime, what would that feel like? Did you not consider the factor of postnatal development? After all, Lin Xiu lived for nearly 2,000 years, which is why she possessed such formidable abilities. But the question is, can your children live for 2,000 years? Of course not, but we have various methods to extend these children's lifespans to around 700 to 800 years. By that time, they will be able to upgrade themselves. I won't be around to see it, they must strive on their own. Cough, cough. The researcher coughed twice, and the players then noticed the wounds on him, suggesting he had been injured in this chaotic situation. Can we see them? This can only be done through surveillance. No one and no creature can approach them. They are currently living in a true sterile environment, and to some extent, they still lack the ability to resist bacteria and viruses. If they lack even that ability, how can they be called deities? Are these deities self-proclaimed by you? Nyangdo bluntly stated, while the other players quietly stepped back, keeping their distance to avoid any potential bloodshed. However, the researcher seemed unfazed, instead pondering Nyangdo's comment, perhaps finding it to hold some significance. I can still refute your argument. The indigenous people of Africa had no awareness of what a cold or smallpox was. Yet those who were vaccinated or treated and had developed antibodies were not afraid. These children have lived in a sterile laboratory since childhood. Their task is to delve into the pinnacle of social technology. They will represent cutting-edge science. We are responsible for other matters, as our mission is to nurture them. All players fell silent. Isn't this just a giant adult baby? Moreover, they are nearly 500 to 700 years old. However, upon reflection, if they could truly concentrate all their energy on cutting-edge scientific research, they might genuinely contribute to the advancement of science. After all, the primary goal of those in this military base for creating those children was to eliminate bottlenecks in cutting-edge science. However, this plan is undeniably unethical. If those children were cast out into the world, they would truly perish. Having been exposed to advanced mathematics and various physical formulas since childhood, they likely lack any understanding of common life knowledge. According to the researcher, their daily meals consist of nutrient solutions tailored to their needs, and their routines are strictly regulated. Moreover, to prevent them from developing emotions that could hinder research progress and introduce unnecessary factors, their emotional stem cells were removed during childhood. However, when the players saw the so-called children through surveillance, they felt incredulous. Those children, or rather now resembling robots, appeared tense and intensely focused on their research, yet their gazes were anything but normal. Perhaps noticing the surveillance, several boys looked up, their cold eyes fixating on the monitoring system above, sending shivers down the spines of the small players with their chilling stares. Do you not fear the retaliation of natural laws for your actions? Have you not considered their thoughts in this? When civilization can no longer be sustained, all ideas become empty talk. For humanity, having no thoughts is the best thought. Their only duty is to conduct cutting-edge scientific research. As such, we researchers must also teach them daily, yet these children have already far surpassed us. We no longer possess sufficient knowledge to teach them. Their task is merely to break through the bottlenecks in cutting-edge science and lead humanity toward new glory. The researcher shook his head firmly, his eyes filled with determination, leaving the small players speechless. What these small players did not know was that this researcher had emerged during the anti-science wave. After entering cryostasis, he awakened in this new era, initially believing the world had transformed into a beautiful place. Until ideals clashed with reality, the overwhelming disparity nearly caused him to collapse on the spot. Although the anti-science wave no longer existed, few truly understood science in this world. To establish Revival City, the eliminated researchers braved the elements and rushed there, and just as the reconstruction task was nearing completion, a white light obliterated everything. Then came endless battles, and the researcher's wife also participated in the construction of Revival City. They had originally agreed to meet there, but in the end, he realized he was merely an insect akin to a child using a laser pointer to burn an anthill with no ability to resist. Quickly, amidst the political turmoil, he and others boarded a rocket to Mars, spending all his life savings on the fare. Fortunately, he was recruited by this military base as a researcher initially tasked with creating superweapons to combat the civilization behind the white light. However, he soon discovered the limits of the human brain, which could not support such endeavors. The normal human brain capacity is merely 5 to 10%. It was under this theoretical framework that the project to create a batch of deities emerged, intending for them to confront the white light. Initially, this project faced numerous obstacles that seemed utterly surreal, especially since in its early stages, even the researchers did not understand the form of the deities they were attempting to create. Apart from producing a group of children with abilities far surpassing those of humans, there was also the idea of creating a super robot. This concept appeared more feasible than creating those children relying on anthropomorphic neural networks and equipping it with a computer capable of almost infinite computational power to provide calculations. Initially, the computer project held the advantage, but as technological bottlenecks emerged, the focus shifted to the children. It takes 1,000 or even 10,000 children to potentially create just one quality child. After all, developing the brains of these children often resulted in deformities, which were then destroyed. In this military base, the concept of emotions and ethics had long been eradicated. Their sole aim was to ensure the continuation of their civilization. This is not merely a thought, it is an instinct rooted in humanity. The methods they employed have been attempted countless times, stepping over the corpses of many to continue moving forward. The span of human civilization is far too brief. If there were more time, or if several technological explosions had occurred within this time frame, perhaps humanity would not be struggling in such a quagmire. Perhaps humanity has long since strayed from its original path. In many directions and technical challenges, humans have at times been too focused on pursuing their own interests and expending their efforts on meaningless conflicts, leading to the current state of affairs. When faced with a more advanced civilization, humanity possesses no means of resistance. By the way, are you going to make elite modifications this time? This time I have no commissions, so I might as well modify you for free. I admit that during my last modifications, I secretly copied some of the genes and used them for experiments. No need. Let's just let the last incident pass. This time we simply came to visit. Yumi quickly shook her head, as she did not want to become this guy's experimental subject. She could only think that this person was far too insane, to the point where Yumi was at a loss for words to evaluate him. If he were purely mad, those minor players would probably want to eliminate him right away, considering he seemed to fit the role of a hidden boss. Yet he had devoted his entire life's energy to the continuation of human civilization, while his wife had vanished in the so-called hope amidst despair. His life might very well be spent in this military base. For minor players, they could not guarantee that they wouldn't go insane. He offered hope only to follow it with despair, continuously delivering various forms of despair. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since suffered a psychological breakdown and jumped off a building. Yet the troubling part was that this person seemed to still cling to hope and kept moving forward. For these researchers, the future of those children seemed to matter little. This had become an obsession, and those children were merely sacrificial victims in the continuation of human civilization. In this process of civilization's continuation, those individuals had even disregarded their own lives, let alone the lives of these children. When the minor players walked out of the military base, their hearts were still in turmoil. Unable to bear it any longer, they had no choice but to quit the game, as the environment had become increasingly oppressive. Meanwhile, the new players still farming inside the military base appeared quite calm, for they were unaware of the plot. Such feelings were simply too distressing. No normal person would want to experience what it felt like. Though the researcher seemed normal on the surface, in the eyes of these players his soul had long since twisted, transforming the continuation of human civilization into his own obsession. Are you that kind of person? Lin Mo asked in a somewhat subdued voice, feeling that if he stayed here too long, he might develop depression. Everything here was far too negative for him. Lin Xiu shook her head with a smile, her eyes still filled with ease, as if this incident had not impacted her at all. Yet when she thought about her own past suffering, it felt strange to lament for others who had endured less. By the way, during this time I plan to create a new mechanical life form. If I die, this mechanical life will become your new companion. Lin Xiu suddenly seemed to recall something, as if she had contemplated it for a long time, and then spoke to Lin Mo. P.S. Everyone guess whether Professor Lin will die? Just for fun. Aren't you afraid that thing will kill you? After all, it's not the first time a mechanical life form has slaughtered its own kind. Lin Mo tried to keep his tone as light as possible, for he understood that while Lin Xiu's actions had her reasons, he still felt uneasy when it truly came to that point. Sometimes knowing less is a form of protection. Ants know very little, yet they can be crushed underfoot. Can you consider that a form of protection? Perhaps ants hiding in their anthills are indeed safer than those wandering outside. Lin Xiu still did not reveal the intent behind her actions. The two fell into a brief silence, and then Lin Xiu slowly embraced Lin Mo, their battlefield shifting from the stage to the mattress. P.S. I can't write anymore, but if I do, it won't pass review. Those who understand, understand. Will we have children? No, not even in 10 months. Perhaps, but do you want our child to live in this era? I respect your thoughts and your desires. Sometimes your decisions might indeed be the right ones, but Lin Mo ultimately did not finish his remaining words. Big goose, damn it, I really don't want to play this game anymore, it's just too oppressive. While the game is fun, I recommend that friends with low mental resilience avoid exploring the storyline. Nyangdo, indeed, as a positive and optimistic person, I almost slipped into depression. When faced with civilization and the individual, which would you choose? If you choose civilization, how will you proceed? If you choose the individual, how will you proceed? Ching-cha, I've already cried 3 times, yet it still feels incredibly uncomfortable. I recommend everyone not to try this game and not to delve into the storyline. Luoyu, I won't comment on the game's storyline. I've already uploaded it on a short video platform, and everyone can check it out on my account. Initially, the forum members who were just floating along felt nothing, but after watching the complete storyline, they nearly descended into depression. The strength of the human body is actually quite small. Colliding a human body with a fully grown tree is likely to result in harm to the human. Even falling from a low slope can cause painful injuries or fractures. Yet humanity can create machines capable of uprooting trees and sending humans into space without causing a scratch. More accurately, it is human civilization that has achieved humanity. The obsession of this researcher is truly terrifying. For them, it is unclear what civilization even means. Their only goal now is to conquer the most challenging issues in cutting-edge science and to defeat the civilization that follows the white light. However, they may not have considered the problems that follow. They have equated their hatred with civilization. Apart from evoking tears, it also induces depression. In reality, many are unaware of what choices they would make when faced with such situations. In just a few minutes, the number of likes and shares broke 10,000 and continues to rise. After all, virtual reality games are a huge gimmick. Nearly every video release attracts a large audience for viewing and liking. However, the scale of this like and share count is beyond imagination. Compared to the previously pixelated images, this one has relatively few pixels obscured. Yet after the camera panned around the city, it became clear how desolate this game truly is. This is still a relatively decent city. Moreover, the structures in this underground city had not yet eroded, but when one truly felt these surroundings, the oppressive atmosphere of the city was unimaginable. To be honest, I'm both curious and afraid of this game. I fear the empathy it stirs in me, yet I'm curious about what kind of storyline lies within. I feel similarly. While I envy their ability to make money, the real concern is whether I could earn that kind of money. I genuinely fear that staying in this world for too long will lead to psychological issues. Even watching videos, I can empathize with the situation, which feels like watching a tragic drama every day. I suspect that after a prolonged period, one would inevitably develop depression. I feel similarly about that researcher, pitiful yet detestable. Pitiful due to his education, detestable because of his actions, entrusting his ethereal hope to others, especially to children who seem younger than me. Those kids, if they lived in peaceful times, would probably still be in high school. Yet they have endured numerous surgeries and genetic modifications, suffering the challenges brought on by their mutations. The look in their eyes is truly frightening. My evaluation is similar. However, I must commend the creativity of the planners. The game's storyline is exceptionally strong. Even someone as unpredictable as me, Huyo, might find it challenging. That's different. One is on a mobile phone, while the other mirrors reality. The disparity between the two is not the same. The key difference is that those games do not create such oppressive environments. The entire city feels like a massive slaughterhouse, and the number of deaths within it is beyond imagination. When Lin Mo looked at the previous Xiao Wei replaced by the consciousness of Lin Siyu, he felt a deep sadness in his heart. Although he had anticipated such a situation, he never imagined it would come so swiftly. Don't worry, I can still be with you for now. Last night was a bit too intense, and today I really can't satisfy you. Let's wait until tomorrow when I feel a bit better. Lin Shiyu's face was somewhat pale, yet she still wore that previous smile, which conveyed a deeper yearning for family. It's fine. You should rest well. They'll just adjust a bit with this one. Lin Mo directly embraced Lin Siyu and headed to the 3rd floor, placing Lin Shiyu on the clean part of the mattress, as their battlefield had yet to be cleaned. I am Lin Shiyu, or more accurately, the Lin Shiyu you once knew. The entire combat platform is. Lin Mo decisively cut off the consciousness of Lin Shiyu. For him, sometimes it wasn't the falsehood he cherished, but a genuine emotion that nothing could replace. In a sense, Lin Shiyu had pulled Lin Mo out of the mud of his previous life, yet Lin Mo had no way to hold her back. Above the starry sky, the originally created termination was still running stably, surrounded by various devices, each with a massive nuclear fusion device operating steadily, providing the basic energy guarantee so that this neutron star would not absorb everything around it. This neutron star was only the size of a palm, and its surface temperature was absurdly high. The energy released by these nuclear fusion devices each second was roughly equivalent to the energy emitted by the sun in a second. This plan was actually devised over 400 years ago, and preparations had already begun back then. However, regarding the extraction of this neutron star, it was currently impossible to move it due to its astonishing weight. After organizing, the Azure Blue Fleet began to make final preparations for their experimental equipment. They had lost human emotions and were engaged in very mechanical tasks. Their ultimate goal had long been predetermined, and they must follow this path until their objective was completed or the entire fleet perished as the fleet had completely merged with their consciousness. Shortly after the small players exited the game, they re-entered only to feel a solemn atmosphere in the base upon their return. The administrator wore no smile, not even the sly grin from before. Administrator, what happened? Why does the entire base feel so strange? It's nothing. Professor Lin is likely being transferred to another department. Yumi patted Lin Mo's shoulder encouragingly, saying, I thought something significant happened. It's just a job transfer. What's there to worry about? Besides, you and she will still be in the same company, right? Just go find her. If there's love, it should be expressed, shouldn't it? Moreover, if you haven't succeeded after such a long time, we might suspect it's your own skills that are inadequate. Otherwise, it reflects on your own capabilities. Lin Mo nodded and returned to the third floor to rest. Moreover, it wasn't the time to leave. Perhaps a turning point would appear in the future. Having crossed into this world, typically only protagonists could cross over. If that's the case, Lin C, you must be the female lead, and the female lead surely wouldn't die, right? Otherwise, the author would surely face dire consequences. Understanding this made him feel somewhat restless, yet what he needed to do was simple hope that this batch of small players could grow to share some of the burdens. Otherwise, there were simply too many matters, and he was overwhelmed. Moreover, having assistance would make things easier in other aspects. After coming to terms with this, Lin Mo began to optimize the entire game, pulling out all the basic weapons from his warehouse that had suffered losses. Aside from various firearms, there were also items like grenade launchers, which were even more powerful, and he adjusted their prices accordingly. Many prices were lowered again, aiming to allow players to quickly improve their combat capabilities. Of course, he also needed to recruit more new players, expecting to directly reach 30 to 50 since Lin Cu was truly hesitant about the future. Yet more people meant more strength. With enough people, there would surely be a solution. When the players saw the announcement in the game the next day, they all wondered if the game planners had gone mad. To allocate 40 slots at once. Could it be that they had solved a significant technical issue, hence allowing such a large number of participants? Those whose names were drawn were overjoyed, while those who were not could only shake their heads in frustration. It was impossible. If they couldn't get even 40 slots, what chance would they have with fewer? The previous batch of veteran players also sensed a crisis. After all, recruiting 5 small players posed little threat to their status. But if these 40 players united, it was said that a chaotic fist could defeat a master. And now that the price of genetic modification had dropped, the only thing that could distance them from these new players was their accumulated experience. Even the usually laziest Ching Cha began training vigorously, practicing combat skills against beasts. You could see that Luo Yu directly incapacitated the monster, allowing Ching Cha to finish it off. There was no choice. If Ching Cha went in alone, he would be overwhelmed by the monster, so they had to make do like this for now. The next day, the first and second floors became lively with new players engaging in all sorts of bizarre behaviors, some licking the floor, some the iron railings, and even the iron doors. However, they were quickly thrown out by Nemo, who found it too disgusting to watch, grateful to be on the third floor. Is this what they call fresh air? Let me take a whiff. Who the hell farted? Can you even fart in this game? What, brother? How do you know that farts from eating those snacks smell sour? Get lost, I don't know. But when these new players took their high-frequency vibrating cutters to do tasks in the forest, they were scared back by the spider corpses at the entrance. Just seeing their size was enough to terrify, not to mention those hairy legs, sharp teeth, and their already disemboweled bellies. It was indeed quite terrifying, and it wasn't until the veteran players truly experienced the visual shock that it became exhilarating. In the end, only about 20 out of 40 survived that day, as the majority had perished in battle. I visited the game summary today and found it incredibly enjoyable, with visual impacts and full intensity. Even facing bloody scenes, I did not feel discomfort. The game developers did well in this regard, likely modifying some scenes to lessen the visual shock for us. Of course, there are still drawbacks. The experiences for new players are terrible, as we can be eliminated instantly by monsters. I didn't even have time to react. So many were against one spider monster we couldn't win, let alone against other monsters. Moreover, veteran players, especially skilled ones, can even take down one alone. Simply put, one veteran is worth more than 20 new players. Thus, we need to accumulate experience, but the long revival time and high costs make it impossible for us to do so, meaning the gap between new and veteran players will likely widen further. We have considered your situation, but the issue is that currently we cannot modify it. After all, the currency system is based on the material foundation we've established. Even if we held a knife to the planners' necks, they wouldn't change it. They are quite stubborn, and we have no way to influence them. Lin Mo was certainly just talking nonsense here. Using lies to conceal this matter may seem like a good idea, even if being a good person might lead to exposure one day. However, for you all, it may not matter much, especially since the situation on Lin Cu's side remains uncertain. As the guide in Lin Mo's various tasks, Lin Cu's importance is unquestionable. This feeling is akin to a blind person suddenly losing their cane. The critical issue is that in this environment one has no ability to change the current situation, or perhaps one has already become part of it. Having dozens of minor players in the game naturally imposes a greater burden on the food supply. It should be noted that there is no edible food on Mars. Originally Lin Mo only needed to consider a dozen individuals, but now the number has suddenly increased to 55, which presents a significant challenge to logistics. Furthermore, Lin Mo does not intend to provide these players with nutritional solutions, as his initial plan was to rely on these solutions to sustain himself throughout his life. If it comes to that, he could forcibly shut down the accounts of a few players. Perhaps it's best to let them find their own solutions. Administrator, after thorough analysis by the planning team, we will be recalling the previously issued slots. No delays allowed, Sigma. Big Goose. Hey Administrator, do you want to check what you just said? Recalling the helmets or accounts that have already been issued could be quite troublesome. If it's the helmets it may get complicated, but if it's the accounts, those helmets might be sold off by the players. Just joking. However, these players' accounts are still facing certain risks, mainly concerning their ability to solve their own food issues. The previous planning team has made clear regulations regarding the resources in the game. Furthermore, in pursuit of a more realistic environment, we will fully simulate the normal oxidation process of biological peptide chains. Thus, the issue of food can only be resolved by the new players themselves. As compensation, crop seeds will be sold at half price during this period. New players must take various measures to maintain normal food supply. Of course, simply starving themselves does not count. They must keep their bodies within a reasonably healthy threshold. Lin Mo has essentially pushed all responsibilities back onto the players. He has mulled over this problem many times without finding a suitable solution, so he hands these issues over to the players, making it no longer his problem. Lin Shiyu's rest period has noticeably extended. Previously, her work and rest patterns were highly irregular, but now they seem abnormal as well, with her dozing off occasionally and her sleeping hours gradually increasing. Lin Mo wants to assess the current situation. If possible, he will use all the other coffins. The principle of more hands make lighter work is truly needed at this moment, but the problem is that having more people also requires a normal ecological environment. The next day, he saw these new players diligently working. It seems they are indeed trying to secure their game slots, while also helping the veteran players earn points to exchange for food. Lin Mo thought this will not do. If only these new players are working hard, then the veteran players would just be coasting. Lin Mo decided to convert all the recalled slots into slots for everyone, and immediately both new and old players were restless, each looking for ways to hoard food. The things they once looked down upon, akin to banana excrement, suddenly became valuable again. After all, these things mature quickly, have a short growth cycle, and are nutrient-rich, making them excellent staples. Although they might be difficult to digest later, the main concern now is simply to secure their game qualifications. The rest can be considered later. If they lose their game slots, what good is all this consideration? Although the administrator later added that if food supply is normal, the slots will be restored to normal operation, the problem is that no one wants to play fewer days and fall behind in this era. Lin Mo applied for, realizing that the issues he was concerned about seemed to have vanished after these players started to put in effort. Based on the current food supply, if all these seeds take root and bear fruit, he would have some assurance in addressing the players' food issues later. Currently, while the crops have not matured, he can still rely on the veteran players hunting for food outside. The monsters in the forest reproduce at an incredibly fast rate. So far, there has not been a shortage of these monsters. After all, a single spider leg is enough for several people to eat. This should secure the game slots, right? With so many players planting plants, there will surely be no shortage of them in the future. However, with so many players around now, I'll have to check out the equipment dropped by those wild men in the city. By the way, speaking of which, we forgot to bring back the specialized combat gear from the streets last time. It's such a pity, but it seems that gear is already integrated with a human body, making it impossible to disassemble. What a shame. Thinking about such good equipment, but having no means to bring it back, it's truly regrettable. After all, for players who love gear, it is indeed difficult to progress without it, especially since the game emphasizes difficulty. The best way to cope with this game is to strengthen one's abilities, and strengthening abilities naturally requires equipment. Without good gear, what game can you play? What makes these players feel even more speechless is that the game is currently free. If it charged money, they could quickly become powerful. The problem is that this game has no interest in money, as the company behind it is not short on funds. They are designing it with the aim of enhancing virtual reality technology. Big Goose, what are you doing? I see you bending over here for so long, or are you trying to attract some girl? Nyongdo slapped Big Goose's rear, which naturally sent him flying with a kick. Given Big Goose's current strength, kicking away an ordinary person is a piece of cake. In the end, they discovered that the most obvious result of gene modification was the general enhancement of reflexes and combat abilities. However, no corresponding changes have appeared in other areas. After the price dropped, the players actively noted that their gene modifications seemed primarily focused on reflexes and combat power. As for the abilities that used to be associated with Nyongdo's flatulence and other gene modifications, they have disappeared. Ultimately, everyone had to accept this as they preferred controllable abilities over unpredictable ones. At least given their current finances, unpredictable abilities are not very friendly. If they have money in the future, they could probably afford such uncontrollable powers that can be considered later. In reality, this situation is also due to Professor Lin being ill lately. It's uncertain if he caught a chill while doing some research, but he has been resting on the 3rd floor and hasn't been helping the players with gene modifications. The modifications have long been determined, with the program mainly focusing on this aspect. Lin Mo has also been taking care of Professor Lin during this time. Without medicine, he can only use physical cooling methods, as there is no place left in this world that can treat such ailments. Lin Mo naturally dared not take Professor Lin out of this area. At least it's safer in here. Once they leave, or if someone recognizes Professor Lin, the ensuing problems would be even greater. Lin Mo cannot guarantee if other forces are lurking around, nor can he afford to take the risk. However, this cold quickly resolved, and Professor Lin continued his research energetically. Seeing the entire situation stabilize, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he prefers a stable environment. If it is unstable, the dangers or opportunities that may arise will only increase, but Lin Mo is not fond of crises. As for opportunities, Lin Mo does not believe that in this chaotic era one can seize any opportunities. After all, this era is frighteningly chaotic, filled with hidden dangers. As for opportunities, they likely only exist in those military bases or ancient ruins hidden underground or elsewhere. Stop just watching over there. Come help me solve these issues. I have some documents to process, and we can deal with the research results tonight. You've probably been feeling restless during this time, right? Lin Xiu said with a smile, causing Lin Mo to blush. Were you really sick before? What else could it be? But speaking of which, it seems you've attracted a lot of people lately. Has the issue with food been resolved? Lin Xiu was currently conducting research on an experiment using a calculator seemingly focused on studying a particular material. She found it somewhat incomprehensible, so she did not ask further. Master, I've decided to let these players solve this issue on their own. After all, human potential is immense. Once they realize that their game qualifications might be revoked, they'll undoubtedly scramble to find ways to secure their food supply. Moreover, these little players plan to establish new farming areas outside the National Trade Control Zone, and some even intend to convert abandoned anti-gravity vehicles into tillers and other machinery. I must say, human potential is truly drawn out under pressure. Some even stayed up late to learn how to make tillers and other machinery, and the next day they gathered their companions eager to give it a try. In the end, they realized that being a doctor only made them a theoretical scholar. While it was theoretically feasible, when faced with the actual task, they could only stare blankly. During this period, those monsters seemed to have learned their lesson. Players no longer encountered sudden attacks while passing through the woods. After all, these monsters had been eliminated by the children. Previously, the best strategy was to send a bait in to lure the monsters out, and then focus fire on them. Now these monsters seem to have become wise, sticking to their woods no matter how provocatively the players taunted them. Naturally, the players were not pleased and decided to enter the woods themselves, resulting in a complete wipeout. In the dense woods, high-frequency vibration cutters could not be deployed, and using firearms was even more impractical. They wanted to use the latest artillery, but upon seeing the price, they understood what it meant to use a cannon to shoot a mosquito. During this time, these players seemed to have entered an agricultural civilization, laboring from dawn till dusk, tirelessly digging the ground with hoes. Even the combat-focused groups like You Mi and Luo Yu were not spared. However, their own energy consumption had also become significantly greater. Initially, a normal diet was sufficient, but now their daily food intake was several times what it used to be. After becoming gene modifiers, the law of energy conservation still applied. It seems the game did not favor certain players simply because they had good luck. Let's cultivate that piece of land at the entrance. Otherwise, the issue with food will become quite difficult to solve. Honestly, I've never seen such a stingy game official who could revoke rewards that had already been granted. I'm really astonished. At this moment, Yumi felt like thousands of huskies were racing through his mind. He had always thought of himself as a combat-oriented player, but when he picked up the hoe, he felt a strange familiarity. During this time, the new players praised him for his excellent digging skills. This left him speechless to the extreme, and he realized that sometimes growing crops could indeed become addictive. In the first few days, he had scoffed at the idea of planting these crops, enduring the task for the sake of his game qualification, while needing reminders from friends to remember. However, a few days later, he discovered that even without reminders, he would remember to tend to the fields, and began to have more hope for the plants he had sown. The plants he grew were not just like chocolate-flavored Oreos. There were other usable crops, as well, primarily focusing on those with short growth cycles and ample energy supply. During this period, seeds were in short supply because they were half-priced, so these players desperately sought ways to stockpile seeds. Of course, they had to plant as many seeds as they stocked, otherwise they would face the consequences of the administrator's justice. This piece of land is mine. Wasn't it already allocated before? You haven't planted anything here. Since it's empty, shouldn't you let others use it? You're just wasting everyone's public resources. I haven't planted anything yet. Can't you see that I'm still planting? Of course, there were also some smaller players who often clashed. For instance, now two small players directly went to the arena over land issues, intending to determine the winner and settle the matter, but in the end it hurt too much, and both sides chose to surrender. TCH, this won't do. These two guys are really pathetic. Exactly. I thought they were really going to settle the matter, but it turns out they just smashed their heads on the ground and cried out in pain. So cowardly, two scaredy cats. The other onlookers shook their heads, returning to their own tasks. The greater the initial expectations, the larger the current disappointment. They had genuinely hoped to see a martial arts blockbuster, only to find that the two performers were cowards. Of course, this was also Lin Mo's intention. To prevent these kids from getting addicted to sparring, he decided to establish rules. In the arena, their pain perception would be fully activated, a complete 100% sensitivity. The previous two small players had gotten used to not feeling pain in the game and thought they could handle it, so they stepped onto the stage. Ahem. From these individuals, I can still sense a spirit that is incompatible with our era. If I could, I would really like to return to that time and take a look. After all, back then the gap between rich and poor was not so great and social classes had not been completely monopolized. Lin Xiu lightly coughed twice, then looked at the small players busily working below, saying calmly, "In a future world where all production was handed over to robots, such scenes of human labor were indeed rare." Lin Mo then took a piece of clothing and draped it over Lin Xiu's shoulders, directing his gaze at the group of busy small players. However, his thoughts were completely different from Lin Xiu's. Since these little players were working so hard for their survival, should he further exploit them to stimulate even greater potential? However, Lin Mo quickly discarded this idea. If he continued to think this way, it would become quite dangerous. He might end up being the capitalist who gets hanged from a street lamp. Although there were no street lamps here, Lin Mo recalled that there was indeed an iron frame above the base. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, often using it to hang his washed clothes, but now he couldn't help but feel that it resembled a gallows. Lin Mo couldn't help but shudder. A few days later, these small players watched their plants finally sprout buds and continue to grow, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. Meanwhile, Lin Mo began to make plans, designating some players' plants for seeds while gathering the rest for storage. Lin Mo planned to set up a grain bank here, as the base indeed had storage space for food. Initially, it was intended for preserving vegetables provided for the personnel of the combat base, but when Lin Mo checked, it had long been empty. Now he could directly utilize that space to store the grains grown by the players. Whenever players stored little grain, he would issue them corresponding food supply tickets through their personal systems, allowing them to receive the corresponding food based on those tickets. As for how to turn this into a profitable venture, Lin Mo had not considered that yet. The main issue was that the players' individual strengths were still quite weak. He needed to fatten these little lambs before he could slaughter them. Just like shearing sheep, he needed to wait until the wool grew before shearing it, and similarly, he shouldn't cut the roots of the leeks. Otherwise, it would still be clear whether one could differentiate between a full meal and a mere snack. Try this specially made for you. The nanomolecular material on it can directly block sharp weapon attacks, offering top-tier defense against high-frequency vibration cutters and firearms. Lin Xiu, like a magician, produced an item resembling thermal underwear from behind. Lin Mo was too exhausted to complain. As long as it was effective enough, he would wear it. As for how it looked, he could always wear something over it. "Aren't you going to turn around?" Lin Mo awkwardly asked while preparing to change clothes. "I've already seen everything I should and shouldn't see. What's there to be shy about?" Lin Mo. In the end, he could only change his clothes right there and then put on the outer garment. "It's a perfect fit. It feels like it was designed specifically for my body." At that moment, the little players were closely watching the plants they had planted. The monsters also found it quite curious, each spider lowering its head to observe the plants. Eventually, some even began to bite at them, but those spiders would never forget the players who had bombarded them with grenades for nearly an entire afternoon. At least since then, no spider has dared to target the vegetables in that garden. Though they are animals, they are not foolish. The further they stay from the players, the better. They avoid trouble, and when they are not busy, they try to stroll away after eating, as no one knows when those players might come out to hunt. The little players were like ferocious beasts, constantly keeping an eye on the plants they had cultivated. Anyone who dared to target those plants would truly face the wrath of the players, who could strip them of their skin and tendons, then crush their bones into powder to use as fertilizer. As for fertilizer, these little players opted for the most primitive organic fertilizer, even creating public toilets for this purpose. In the game, there were even bizarre scenes of players competing to gather manure. Those boys are so disgusting, running around with that stuff. The two girls watched as the group of boys holding the prepared buckets rushed to the toilet, only to have another boy pull down their pants and hold them in place, while the rest of the boys charged forward again. "Haven't you tidied up your land?" "It's already been cleaned up. There's a sycophant I told not to help me tidy up, But he insisted, and now my land has been quite clean for the past few days with no weeds or bugs, and even the fertilizer has been applied. Can you have that sycophant help me out? I don't know about that. A sycophant knows no boundaries of nationality, race, age, or species. Even in the game and reality, it remains the same. However, sycophants do possess dignity. When they feel they can no longer subdue someone, some may choose to give up, while others will persist. Bro, you've been helping that girl for so long, and she hasn't even responded. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? One of the friends playing the game couldn't bear to watch anymore, unsure if this guy was smitten at first sight or simply attracted to appearances, having helped that girl for over 10 consecutive days. You don't understand, young man, you're still too young. Think about it. In Glory or other games, you might not even be able to recognize a girl's face, not to mention whether they are male or female. But in this game, the realism of the facial features can reach 80%. The genders in the game can be set according to their real-life counterparts, so I need to be more advanced than those sycophants in the virtual world. I generally refer to myself as a high-level sycophant. When I only sycophant for one person, I am a sycophant. When I sycophant for a group, I am the Wolf King. For some reason, when he said this, a flash of golden light burst forth behind him, nearly blinding those nearby. Friend. His friend silently turned around, muttering to himself, I don't know him, I don't know him, I don't know him. Open your mouth and say, ah, this is what I painstakingly bought for you. At this moment, Nyongdo was on an anti-gravity car, constantly feeding food to Gladys, the two of them appearing quite affectionate, directly stuffing the big goose below with dog food. You bastard, hurry up and get down. Didn't you say you were going up to deliver something? Why are you showing off your affection now? If you don't come down soon, I'll shoot you down with a high-frequency vibration cutter, believe it. The big goose was almost enraged enough to honk, but there was nothing he could do. Such situations occurred from time to time, but he had endured them because he had a wife. However, he truly didn't want to endure it now. He urgently needed the warmth of his wife's embrace. During this time, with an influx of new players and a common survival problem, these little players displayed unparalleled unity. Compared to the previous deep-seated conflicts between new and old players, the current situation saw them banding together. There was no choice. Everyone had to face the looming food crisis, or else both new and old players would lose their eligibility to play. Moreover, these individuals did not believe the officials were joking. After all, this was a test server. Anything was possible. This meant that the old players might not even be able to keep their positions, ultimately having to rely on their enhanced abilities to resist. They truly did not want to experience such situations. According to the current mathematical model, the available food can indeed sustain these players' survival. The problem is that these players seem incapable of supporting it, as there is no mechanized large-scale planting method. This presents a major flaw. Without a competent agricultural system to support this evolution, many issues will arise. Lin Mo probably understood what Lin Xiu meant. Agriculture must form a complete supporting system. Fertilizers, pesticides, and the production, planting, and sales must have corresponding forces to support them. If a comprehensive system is not formed, it will indeed be troublesome. The biggest difference between mechanized planting and traditional agriculture lies in one having a scientific planting method, while the other is purely labor-intensive. Is there even a way to change the current situation? Go to the city to look for agricultural machinery or production tools. If I remember correctly, there are some super large agricultural bases in certain cities, mainly underground. However, I haven't received any signals released by those bases here. Lin Xiu shook her head as she spoke, while Lin Mo remembered that aside from Lin Xiu, there was another person who could provide advice. Soon Yumi Dai and Nyang Do entered the second floor of the base. As long as I give you a task score, the primary task is to inquire whether there are any food supply bases within the entire city. I require that it be 100% usable, meaning there must be useful facilities inside. Then you can bring some players to retrieve those facilities from the food base. As for clues, you can ask the personnel managing the military base from back then. If they are unwilling to speak, then inquire with others. As long as it concerns this aspect, you will receive corresponding rewards. You can rest assured that the points reward is significant. Yes, sir. To be honest, Ningbo could clearly sense that the player's desire for points was gradually decreasing. After all, everything's prices had dropped, so the player's enthusiasm for obtaining points had noticeably diminished. Of course, this is just temporary, as Lin Mo began to find ways to regulate the entire currency supply system. The first step was to ensure the currency of the entire base, as it would only be possible to manipulate things once the currency started circulating. If all these points remained in the player's hands, Lin Mo would have no choice but to watch them helplessly, as points would only circulate on his end when the players used them. Lin Mo naturally possessed a vast array of treasures. Lin Xiu had directly transferred the highest authority to Lin Mo, creating a feeling akin to a poor boy suddenly being taken in by a wealthy woman, the key point being that this wealthy woman had handed over all her assets to him. However, Lin Mo could not engage in self-sabotage. What he needed to do was to enable these players to create their own wealth, teaching these leaks to learn how to harvest themselves. After all, as mature leaks, they must learn how to self-harvest. Just as the players had left the base, Lin Mo suddenly received a signal from deep space, specifically a signal in the quantum domain. To all hidden Earth civilizations, or human civilizations, I am the former Azure Fleet. Now in the name of the fleet, I declare war on all advanced civilizations, launching a final declaration against the last civilization of the white light weapon. No one and no organization need respond. We have voluntarily detached from human civilization and entered mechanical civilization. Linmo's first reaction was that this guy had gone mad, truly mad. You must understand that signals transmitted in the quantum domain can genuinely convey one's signal across the universe, completely ignoring any distances in time and space. As long as a civilization captures these signals, its position and everything will be fully exposed to the advanced civilization. Professor Lin, come and take a look at the situation here. Lin Mo truly couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking, so he could only call for reinforcements. The method of information broadcast transmission in the quantum realm can truly be regarded as a genuine signal broadcast belonging to a cosmic level. After all, in the quantum domain, the transmission of information can indeed surpass the speed of light, and one could even say that within the entire galaxy there can be no delay at all. In the future world, it has become possible to embed the information one carries into the quantum realm. If one does not intentionally observe it, its position remains in a state of complete condensation. However, once observed, it will instantaneously collapse into a stable state, thereby releasing the information it holds. However, looking across the entire universe, it is estimated that very few civilizations would not take precautions against the star systems around them. Yet the group on the Blue Fleet behaves as if they have exposed themselves to the entire galaxy, with all civilizations capable of interstellar strikes having firmly locked onto their targets. Of course, they would not reveal their positions, instead they observe quietly. The Blue Fleet is like a chair perpetually bouncing with insects, and the question becomes who will step on the bug first. After all, nobody wants to expose their position, as taking action might attract the attention of other higher-level civilizations. The Blue Fleet has its own considerations. If it lacks the capability, it will completely transcend its life consciousness and enter a more advanced civilization. If they do not possess such abilities, they will simply become a pile of meaningless lines. Is this what it means to ascend to a higher dimension? Not exactly. The so-called dimensions are merely issues that unfold within fixed realms and cannot be extended throughout the entire universe. However, it is clear that the Blue Fleet currently does not possess such capabilities. They have already become conscious life forms naturally pursuing more extreme civilizational development. However, they currently have no connection to humanity. From a certain perspective, they have become a different form of life that has detached from humanity. They harbor no emotions towards humanity, and their current actions may be driven by pre-recorded instructions that compel them to persist. If one has not experienced the so-called white light, Lin Mo cannot feel the sense of crisis. However, by now Lin Mo truly cannot perceive what crisis means, as what he possesses is a deep sense of despair. According to the observations from the fixed display, the size of the white light has far exceeded that of the moon, and it is charging directly toward the Blue Fleet. Its speed has already surpassed several thousand times the speed of light, yet in this vast universe it appears to be moving slowly. Compared to the massive Blue Fleet, it seems like moving bacteria. Lin Mo is uncertain about what is happening next. Could it be that this entity is truly gambling? Gambling on whether it can enter a more advanced civilization series. What Lin Mo did not expect was that when the white light entered the orbit of Jupiter, it suddenly and inexplicably dissipated. It is complete, but it has also come to an end. Lin Xiu let out a long sigh of relief, and in the incredulous gaze of Lin Mo, the software was directly compressed and deformed, gradually shrinking until after several folds it finally transformed into a small black hole. As it activated, the surrounding area began to fill with a blue halo which spun continuously as it entered the black hole. In the end, that black hole slowly disappeared into the universe. Cough, cough. I need to rest now, Lin Xiu said weakly. Lin Mo still could not grasp what had transpired. Perhaps humanity cannot know which civilization lies behind the so-called white light, but they can trace its general direction through the traces left by the white light. The so-called evolution into a more advanced life consciousness has been nothing but a lie from the captain. As everyone entered a higher conscious life system, they gradually began to forget their original goals, yet the captain has never forgotten. This is purely a gamble, betting on whether the white light will take action. If it does not act, his fleet will merge into a neutron star and then use the previous nuclear fusion devices to reflect energy activation, thus supporting a vast membrane network over the entire Earth. Within this membrane network, all signals will be lost and no matter can penetrate it. Under such circumstances, the future development of human civilization will depend solely on humanity itself. If human civilization can once again return to prosperity, they will surely find a way. If they cannot develop further, they will completely vanish. Fortunately, they bet correctly. The opponent acted first. The fleet conducted multiple frequency transmissions targeting the previous location of the white light, aiming to announce the prior position. If those higher-level civilizations can trace the previous traces, they would surely uncover the previous stopping point. The previous detachment from all human civilization was to avoid humanity bearing the blame, and the entire star system behind the civilization of the white light has already perished in the universe. Surrounding matter has slowly begun to shift towards this area, and perhaps in several thousand or even trillions of years it will once again fill this space. As for which civilization acted in the end, no one knows nor dares to speculate. After all, to dare to intervene in the war between two civilizations within the entire star system, one must either be a civilization that has developed to the point of overseeing all civilization development, or a civilization that is arrogantly delusional. However, from the perspective of the entire civilization hierarchy, to reach such strength is certainly not the work of fools, which leans more towards the former. At least from what we see now, the Blue Fleet has won using the consciousness of nearly 10,000 individuals to exchange for an entire civilization, thereby attracting more interference from higher civilizations. Witnessing the previous space being directly distorted, the black hole generated was refilled by the original neutron core, and the world seemed to return to normalcy, albeit with the entire civilization now appearing in a completely different guise. Take this bit as what you deserve. Don't worry, I've heard that it's quite safe within the space fleet. They won't undertake high-risk missions, and most importantly, the benefits are much better than those of soldiers on the ground. At the very least, they'll be able to earn a military rank. After all, it's quite troublesome to be promoted without any warfare. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about it. They'll handle things with Wheezy. But Dad and Mom didn't say that. After all, you aren't married yet. You should at least get married before you leave. The two elderly people looked at their child in military uniform with pride, yet they couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. 3 generations of military service, and finally they hoped to have a general in their family. He was now nearly 40, making him the youngest major general in the Human Congress. This rank was not easily won. It came from countless brushes with death. Although there was no war now, it did not mean the world was entirely safe. Various forces in Africa remained tense and entrenched, making unification of the human alliance quite difficult. The situation in Africa was no longer as simple as in the 21st century. It had become a vital tool for capital to wash out investments. Wherever capital sets its sights, that place becomes unsafe. Even if it was previously unstable, the complexities within have increased. Weapons from various companies began to mysteriously disappear, only to reappear on the battlefield. Compared to the military weapons groups unified under the Human Alliance, those groups banded together for protection. They not only possessed substantial capital and instructor resources, but also commanded the most potent military systems. The key point was that public opinion had no impact on them. After all, their goods were not sold to the general populace. Wherever there was warfare, they were present, and even in the absence of war, they could instigate conflict and sell their weapons. Our wedding may need to be postponed for a while. I have to go into space to carry out a mission, I've heard that many places have become chaotic recently. Looking at the woman across from him, who could no longer be called a girl, the man felt a deep sense of nostalgia. It had been over 20 years. Time truly flies. When one wishes to hold on to time, they realize the futility of their efforts. The woman nodded understandingly. After all, this situation was not a first for them. Perhaps for her, this kind of waiting had become quite normal. Don't worry, I'm still the general's wife. There will definitely be someone to ensure my safety. The man nodded and then boarded the military vehicle prepared for him, leaving the woman's house. When he returned, she had long since become a corpse, as their parting had lasted nearly 10 years. He had now become the captain of the Azure Fleet, while his wife had been trampled to death by rebels. Yet they were still not legally recognized as a married couple. All of this was merely what they believed. The Azure Fleet then vanished from the ranks of the Space Fleet, and from that point on, people assumed that the fleet had indeed defected. This is the hypothesis presented by Professor Lin. If this hypothesis proves to be true, we will truly enter a transcendent civilization. As he spoke these words to his crew, his heart was filled with pain. These people had genuinely accompanied him through life and death. The decision to leave was made via a fleet-wide vote. If a rebellion were to occur, he could very well be sent back to the Human Congress to face charges of defection. However, everyone agreed with his decision, and as a result, they had all become like stray dogs. Ultimately, the fleet underwent several iterations of civilization, uploading their consciousness into the fleet's terminal, merging themselves with the fleet. Yet he understood that everything he had said was a lie. Professor Lin had no such hypothesis. Though he harbored hatred for those who had killed his wife, when true civilization faced crisis, an instinct emerged within him to protect this last spark with all his might. Even as he became a consciousness entity, this obsession still troubled him. This feeling did not stem from Earth, but from the essence of humanity itself, allowing them to observe the wars of human civilization from an elevated perspective. It was inescapably evident that human civilization appeared somewhat naive, yet more prominently, it was a feeling of helplessness. The struggle for power sometimes seemed more important than life itself to humanity. People were willing to forfeit their lives for money and power, desperately seeking to grasp both. This insatiable greed likely existed since humanity's inception. What we need to do is actively attract the white light. The energy released at the focal point will reach the expected goals of the entire experiment. At this moment, the ship's scientific personnel was also providing supplementary information. In reality, he already understood what this decision of his captain truly meant. As a researcher specifically responsible for scientific inquiry, he was well aware of Professor Lin's various projects, but he had never heard of this hypothesis. However, as his captain's plan gradually unfolded, he began to understand, though he never broke this lie. He waited for his captain who had lost human emotions, yet he still believed in the principle he had established. In reality, when they were part of humanity's consciousness, this obsession had become their final root code, guiding their every move. In the eyes of other observing civilizations, such an existence was akin to an ant and an elephant dying simultaneously. The elephant attempted to toy with the anthill only for several ants to pull it into death with them. Damn, that civilization is truly insane. Again, with that radiance, it is simply too beautiful. By the way, does this space folding happen so frequently? Could our Earth be at risk of disappearing at any moment? The small players below lifted their heads to gaze at the beautiful scene blooming in the black starry sky. Those with a cultural background might recite a poem, while those without would simply exclaim in awe. What the hell, damn, the new players staring at the scene above could only feel shock after shock. After all, experiencing it in person was on an entirely different level than watching it in a video. From where they stood, the brilliance emanating from the starry sky was incredibly dazzling, yet the light seemed devoid of heat. Such blinding brightness did not burn their retinas. Space folding does not interfere with reality, which means the energy released holds no significance for the overall conservation of the fold. Could it be that after undergoing space folding, all matter does not vanish, but directly transitions to another space? Lin Mo muttered softly, then turned to glance at Lin Xiu, who was still sleeping with her eyes closed. He shook his head and stood up, walking outside. With so many questions, Lin Mo didn't know which one to address first. Perhaps the contradictions arose from the contradictions themselves. When unable to resolve them, the person trying to solve the contradiction becomes a contradiction. At that moment, the few small players sitting in the heavy vehicle heading towards the military base were also astonished by the beautiful scene in the sky. Although they had seen it once before, the magnitude of shock this time was no less than the last. This game production team truly has a bright future. If a film company were to do this, I guarantee they would blow it out of proportion. Come on, those previous documentaries were all epic movie-level productions. It's just that they were cheap, sold to that drunkard. Even now it feels like a huge loss. The small players chatted as they made their way to the military base. For them, the road was quite clear. After inputting 2 months of gameplay, their corpses were scattered throughout the city. Sometimes when they went to play, they would even encounter their previous dead bodies. However, the players were puzzled as to why, since returning from the spring festival, the number of dead vagrants on the streets had dwindled. Those who used to crawl along the roadside conserving their strength had now turned into corpses. As for the cause of death, these small players did not investigate clearly. Perhaps it was related to the previous white, bloated corpses of insects. When these small players finally arrived at the military base, they realized that the area that should have been filled with bees was now open. Upon entering, they discovered that the entire underground base had long since become a ruin, and the previously living researchers were now dead. What on earth happened here? The players hurriedly searched the ruins and eventually found a researcher, but his condition was quite tragic. His entire upper body had been completely torn apart, and it appeared he had bled out while still alive. As the players continued walking, they suddenly thought of the children those people had protected with their lives. Therefore, they returned to the previous location, but when they saw the scene there, they were all stunned. The people inside were once children, but now as they watched on the monitor, those confined in the room had long since transformed into a group of monsters. Cough, cough. By the time you open this video, I might already be dead. I was wrong, I truly was. Humanity's attempt to violate the taboos of the laws of nature can only result in the backlash of those laws. I dedicated my life to creating deities to complete the evolution of humanity, but I now realize that I have only created monsters, beings devoid of human emotions, possessing the most advanced knowledge and the most perfect genes. What I created is not humanity, but true monsters. We did not remain completely vigilant regarding these children, but we still eliminated most of the monsters. Inside the base, please do me a favor. If we are still alive, it doesn't matter if you see this video. If there are no survivors left in the base, please completely destroy it. The highest authority card is in my clothing pocket. Take the authority card and leave here. At the location where you exit, stamp my authority card. Of course, you will also need to cut off my hand, as my fingerprint is required for unlocking. The 4 small players, feeling heavy-hearted, repeated the steps above. As a white light shone below, these players were forcibly logged out of the game. On the forum, Mother, why didn't that bastard warn about staying away from safe zones? Forget it was all in vain, no rewards, just lost another life. Corn, what a joke. I thought we finally unlocked it only to have the plot forcibly cut off like this. Then the few small players organized their experiences and uploaded them to the website for other players or netizens to see. For most people, it was just a source of amusement, as this matter was far too distant for them. With current technological capabilities, the world described in the game is not just a minor discrepancy, it's nearly dozens of centuries apart. Humanity now only thinks about its daily sustenance. If this matter had a significant impact on Lin Mo, it was that humanity cannot interfere with the purification of nature. The question arises when nature chooses another species, granting it the ability to replace humans. What should humanity do? Nature here refers not just to the ecosystems on Earth or Mars, but to the laws that lie within this universe. When contemplating this, one realizes how small humanity appears throughout the long river of history. In the end, these small players found nothing after all their efforts. The task's objective was to search for clues provided by the military base, but now that the entire base was gone, how could they proceed? Should this task continue? Without guns or cannons, we can make our own. Isn't that what brothers do? Everyone watch me, I have a plan. This time, Longzi finally showcased his abilities utilizing the high combustion characteristics of metallic hydrogen to practice on steel, and then had each small player hold a piece of rock to begin sharpening the edges. Lin Mo watched with his eyelids twitching, unsure why he felt an inexplicable fear watching these players work with such a large amount of metallic hydrogen beside him. If that thing were to explode, the power would probably be comparable to a cloudburst bomb. In the end, Lin Mo kicked all the players who invented this dangerous stuff out. Sure enough, these guys were indeed unreliable. While he and Lin Shiyu were drinking nutrient solution and discussing life, a loud explosion suddenly shook from outside. Lin Mo leaned out the window to check and saw a large crater in the distance, which had also impacted the player's garden. Longzi, I'm going to sacrifice you, you bastard. The player, seeing his garden destroyed, shouted angrily. After all the effort he had put into cultivating that garden, over half had been blown away in an instant. If he didn't beat Longzi to the ground, it would be hard to quell his anger. But unfortunately, Longzi was already gone, completely vaporized. There was no trace left to find. He could only wait for this guy to log on again to settle the score. It seems your little players are quite interesting. Where did we leave off? Lin Shiyu smiled gently yet politely. Regarding the materialistic dialectics of Marxist philosophy. Although Lin Mo could not compare in the field of scientific research with Professor Lin before him, he could still hold his own in the humanities, especially in an era that has little regard for traditional philosophy. At that moment, Longzi was being verbally attacked on the forum by the player whose garden had been destroyed. His language was sharp and his words were incisive, just short of directly pointing at Longzi's nose to curse him. Longzi thought for a moment if this continued it would indeed be rather impolite, and he needed to respond. I admit that incident was my fault. I didn't mean it, and my intention was to benefit everyone. Then why sacrifice me? Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been blasted away along with you. You clearly knew how powerful this thing was when it exploded, yet you arranged it right next to my garden. Now over half of my garden has been cleaned out, and it's completely unusable. 200 points. Big brother speaks frankly. I may have been a bit too harsh earlier, I hope you won't mind. Look at the remaining half of my garden. Do you want it? If you do, let's blow it up together. In essence, the economic foundation determines the superstructure. There is no issue with this statement. After all, in this era, it is precisely due to the significant enhancement of productivity that society has transformed into its current state. Of course, there may be other factors involved, but Lin Shiyu paused here, beginning to ponder deeply. Lin Mo did not disturb this guy's contemplation. He had to admit that Professor Lin's comprehension ability was extraordinarily strong to the point that it was beyond his imagination. He had initially thought to rely on what he had learned in his previous life to impress others, but now he often found himself unable to keep up with the conversation. The essence of the economy is the totality of human productivity. The development of human productivity drives changes in the social hierarchy. The society you describe is actually no different from the one we live in now. People indulge in the virtual game, reveling in their spiritual delight without any concerns about food, all while feeling no burden. They can indeed do whatever they wish, yet the problem lies in the fact that both sides have become inhabitants of two different worlds with a vast disparity in their social statuses. But why do these people below strive to break their heads to live such a busy existence without end? After all, for them, they have not had to undergo various forms of education since childhood, and naturally their childhood has afforded them ample time with well-established security mechanisms in both youth and old age. Yet the question remains, why do they wish to engage in a life that requires over 50 years of learning, constantly busying themselves with various matters? Thus, according to the current theory, it is impossible to explain this situation. Lin Mo. Upon careful contemplation, it indeed seems true. After all, for those living on Earth, their lives are likely what most workers dream of. No need to work from Monday to the weekend, with local companies directly supplying goods to their doorsteps. As for spiritual enjoyment, the virtual reality world allows you to live freely in another realm like a deity. But why do they want to become beings on Earth enduring long periods of study or intense memory indoctrination from a young age? Moreover, even after memory indoctrination, it still requires nearly 10 to 20 years to comprehend. Seeing Lin Mo at a loss for words, Lin Xiu quickly and tactfully said, "I apologize, I previously had this confusion, but it seems this has no relation to what you mentioned earlier." "It's okay. Perhaps I need to ponder this question as well, as it does seem somewhat relevant." Now in his area of expertise, Lin Mo felt inexplicably embarrassed at being outdone by someone who had just begun studying this subject, rubbing his face with his paw before hurriedly shaking his head. Or rather, the so-called goal initially seemed to be just this: under the immense satisfaction of material capabilities, realizing equitable distribution of social class benefits. However, social classes are absolutely impossible to eliminate. Humanity has experienced the birth of social classes since gaining personal interests. After all, human hearts are entirely closed off, and naturally, there will be suspicion between people. They unite those they recognize to isolate themselves. For instance, as the famous philosopher Hua Chong once said, when you start to doubt whether a melon is ripe or not, it becomes meaningless. The moment you harbor doubt that melon is merely an unripe one. It is precisely because of this suspicion among people that different individuals develop opposing social classes. In this philosophical debate, Lin Mo has felt dizzy from the beginning until now. Only when he truly contemplates these matters does he realize that it all seems utterly meaningless. Once your little players finish this batch of crops, we will go to the tantalizing super factory. Will you choose to return to Earth directly, or shall we drift together in the universe? Lin Xiu lightly tapped on the table, producing a crisp sound, like white jade striking against a wall. Lin Mo unequivocally chose to return to Earth. From the perspective of long-term development, he certainly needed a stable supply of resources. If they drifted in the universe, it would be nearly impossible. Returning to Earth, at least, there would be guarantees regarding resources. After all, the resources on Earth are quite abundant. At that time, these players could engage in farming or hunting, and they could also explore the relics left behind from earlier eras. However, drifting in the universe would indeed be quite lackluster. Lin Mo did not wish to risk becoming food inside some giant fish's belly. No matter how reckless one might be, one must at least have a life to live. If one loses their life, that is not merely a waste, it is tantamount to seeking death. Let's return to Earth. Although it might not be quite fitting to call it the cradle of humanity anymore after drifting for a long time, it is still time to go home. I respect all your choices, whether right or wrong. The direction of the entire fleet is now completely in your hands, while I will withdraw to the background and become your virtuous wife," Lin Xiu said with a smile, looking quite playful and adorable. Lin Mo suddenly found himself at a loss for words as the enormous statue of Professor Lin still stood at his doorstep, creating a rather delicate feeling. The choice is still in your hands. I am afraid that my decision may lead to both of our deaths. Isn't it particularly romantic to die together? Romantic? Not at all. Eventually, the two ended this meaningless banter. At least now the goal was set to begin collecting resources on Mars, as Mars was once a gigantic repository of resources. Although some resources could not be extracted, they would take as much as they could. After all, some resources were not available on Earth, and the issues regarding food could be temporarily put on hold until the food was collected and the players could return to Earth. A few days later, everyone saw a strange machine racing around. The originally compact ground was being torn up, and many little players watched from the sidelines like spectators while the rogue drove the machine recklessly over the land. Now everyone, let us celebrate our successful transition from an agricultural civilization to a mechanical civilization. Look at the latest machine I created, version 1.0. As the rogue spoke, he manipulated the contraption's direction with the control stick, driving it wildly. Lin Mo watched the antics of this guy with great interest. After all, if you think about it, this fellow indeed had some practical skills. As long as the safety measures were well in place, it wouldn't lead to an explosion. Not bad. I reward you with 500 points. Lin Mo said carelessly before leaving behind stunned players. It was known that earning points through tasks was quite difficult, but obtaining points in this way was truly unexpected. Lin Mo did not know how many lifetimes of bad luck he had to encounter such a group of foolish players. These guys really thought they could exploit loopholes. In less than an hour, a player came running to Lin Mo with a so-called toilet plunger and water bottle, only to be met with Lin Mo thrusting the plunger at his mouth before kicking him out. These little players didn't know how to evaluate themselves. Overall, they were just a bit dim-witted, making them look somewhat foolish. They were purely trying to take shortcuts, and they had even brought their lazy ideas to Lin Mo's doorstep. After dealing with those players' trivial matters, Lin Mo began his daily studies. Professor Lin was indeed most super mentor teaching related knowledge on the second floor during the day and physiology on the third floor in the evening. Lin Mo was also quite diligent studying both courses with great effort, especially the second subject, which he could even apply creatively. In the evening, draw the diagram of the human brain gland structure again. I drew this part incorrectly. Its function is not what I depicted here. Lin Xiu looked at Lin Mo very seriously at this moment. Indeed, this was what one would call physiology class. Isn't physiological knowledge just physiology class? Lin Mo felt that after studying for 2 or 3 years, even if he had been lackluster in his previous life, he would likely be able to become a primary physician. After all, the knowledge contained here was immensely substantial. Moreover, Lin Mo now felt that his required sleeping hours were continuously decreasing, allowing him more time to invest in his studies. When people are wealthy, they can accomplish anything. For instance, these little players in an utterly desperate environment managed to bring over pole dancing. Come, let the big goose show everyone a dance. The big goose dances quite poorly. It seems you haven't grasped the essence of this dance. Let me take over. After Bert finished speaking, he tossed off his top and started dancing. Diado quickly covered Gladys' eyes with her hands, exclaiming that it was too painfully bright. That feeling truly left her speechless, and seeing the other party's ridiculously flamboyant demeanor made her wonder if this guy had genuinely learned this. Bert, give everyone another striptease, a striptease. In the attitude of the internet where no one knows who is a person or who is a dog, Bert has completely let himself go. When a man gets wild, women truly become irrelevant. Those few seconds are something that requires a lifetime to heal, and the audience's shock rate is a staggering 900%. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was watching the scene through the monitor, was filled with dark thoughts. He instinctively hurriedly covered Professor Lin's eyes. There was no way around it. He would have to bear this damage alone. It's just too painful to watch. Bert, you dance so well. Have you practiced before? I practiced my butt. I just watch videos. You can do it too. Believe in yourself. Come on, let's go. Enough of this nonsense, enough. Soon the party concluded amidst the laughter and antics of the players. After the gathering, Lin Mo was quite busy with the harvesting and storage of the crops. He published his initial plans on his forum, which involved using the warehouse in the base to help players store food. Administrator, the crop harvest season is approaching. To assist players in dealing with the issue of storage after harvesting, we will open the camp. The food harvested from the crops planted by players will be weighed and stored in the warehouse under the supervision of the administrator. Of course, crops might vary in weight somewhat, but these effects are negligible. The distribution will be determined entirely by the administrator, so everyone remember to respect the administrator's opinion. We will also begin the next plot, returning to Earth. Although people have left Earth, or rather they have left their cradle, when drifting too long outside they still think of home. Moreover, the oxygen supply system on Mars has been running for nearly 1,000 years and is close to reaching its maximum operational limit. Therefore, under these circumstances, we will initiate a new game storyline where all players will board the Z-Way Star mobile control platform to return to Earth. All the little players looked confused. After all, there have only been a few storylines so far, and the first one is still not resolved. Cleaning up those monsters at the entrance. Those monsters grow back like weeds after being pulled out. Pulling them, then they grow back, and so on. As for the second storyline about planting, the players did quite well. After all, this matter was directly tied to their necks, threatening them if not done right, so doing it well was only natural. However, the return to Earth storyline clearly meant a new map would need to be made. Soon professional agencies predicted that creating a map for Earth would likely be impossible, similar to that of Mars. After all, it was very likely that Earth would be hastily constructed as a substitute. The other little players also tacitly accepted this reasoning, as there had been no narrative build-up. It felt as if they suddenly received a notification. Thus, these little players were quite confused, as they truly couldn't understand what this company was trying to do. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the game officials have always been like this, not wanting to spend money. The game officials in front of little players are the hardest to deal with. In previous games, if you spent money, you were treated like royalty. Of course, only a few game companies treated you like a nobody, even if you paid. However, this game company doesn't want money, they just want to be the boss. The key point is that these little players can only kneel and call this game company their boss. Soon the criticism online surged like waves, each one more outrageous than the last. Even Lin Mo himself nearly believed his company was going to collapse. The highest realm of media is to confuse the parties involved to the point of dizziness. From a certain perspective, Lin Mo was indeed left dizzy by the media. He almost thought his company was doomed. However, upon careful consideration, it seemed he didn't need to build any game models or set up related plots. Everything could just happen naturally. The next day, all the little players rushed to Lin Mo's second floor, looking as if they wanted to skin the administrator alive. But as soon as the first player was kicked out of the game, the rest fell silent. Don't worry, our game company has adopted the latest technology. All the terrains and related buildings will be generated randomly. Unlike what you might imagine as mere copy-pasting, we have specially built a new virtual engine for this. As for the storyline, you also don't need to worry about our planners. Their designs will be far beyond your imagination. Therefore, you don't need to meddle like a cat chasing a mouse. After all, everywhere is undergoing virtual game testing, and we are currently in the testing phase. Isn't it normal for there to be issues? If there are issues, just provide feedback when the time comes. Lin Mo waved his hand, then drove all the little players away. To be honest, he really hadn't expected such a strong reaction from these little players. After all, they had previously complained, but were not very concerned about this issue. However, now that they truly began to care, Lin Mo himself was somewhat flustered. After all, Lin Mo still needed to rely on these little players to get things done, although he wasn't worried about whether these little players would quit the game. After all, he had so many backup players, but the problem was that when everyone lost interest in the game, recruiting would become increasingly troublesome. Lin Mo was indeed relying on game testing to conceal things, but which game has been tested for nearly 100 years? If he still wanted to rely on these little players to help him work for free, he really needed to come up with a more novel excuse and reason. Of course, no matter what kind of excuse or reason there is, it is impossible for these minor players to believe that a game test could last so long. Therefore, what I need to do is to expand the scale of my game logins as soon as possible. If I return to Earth, then the issue of resources may no longer be a problem. After all, the situation observed through the fixed cameras on my side shows that the entire Earth has long restored its former ecosystem. A few hundred years is enough for nature to fully unleash its great power. Countless buildings have been directly overthrown by plants, and the originally compacted soil has begun to gradually soften. Trees and grass have started to break through the concrete, showcasing the might of nature. In the face of such power, all of humanity's tricks seem utterly ridiculous. It is important to note that Earth has existed for nearly 4 billion years, while the development of human civilization has only spanned a few tens of millions of years, and that is counting from the time humans evolved from apes. Given Earth's current age, even if humanity developed for hundreds of thousands of generations, it would still be more than sufficient. I want to return to Earth. Can you come with me? Nyang Do asked softly while sitting in the anti-gravity car. He was no longer interested in girls from the real world, for he now only had eyes for the girl in front of him. Sometimes he was unclear about what it meant to like someone or to love, but now he understood. He once mocked others for getting married or dating, thinking that being single for a lifetime was the most comfortable thing. However, when this situation truly befell him, that feeling was something he could not suppress. I can't go back to Earth with you, said Gladys, lifting his head with a smile, trying not to let his tears flow. Don't worry, I can apply to the administrator. The next day after Nyang Do was kicked out by Lin Mo, he insisted on waiting at the door. Initially, other players mocked him for being foolish over a girl, but when they actually saw Gladys, they couldn't help but want to slap themselves. Why didn't they have such good luck? Such a beautiful girl ended up with this fool. How about this? We'll send Gladys to Nyang Do's cryogenic chamber for hibernation, and the duration of the hibernation will be determined by Liang Do himself. If Liang Do dies, he won't be able to resurrect in this world. In other words, Gladys currently occupies Nyang Do's resurrection point. Nyang Do has only this one life. Otherwise, the game cannot complete its cooldown, and he will only be able to resurrect again after Gladys leaves. Lin Mo could hardly bear the endless chatter of this guy beside him. He had just managed to calm down and was about to study when this guy suddenly popped out from under his desk. Lin Mo kicked him out only to have him yell at the door again. It can be said that Nyang Do had already lost nearly all his face for Gladys. However, the issue was that not only did other players not mock Nyang Do, but they also wanted to stab this guy a couple of times. There was no way around it. This guy's luck was simply too good. Playing a game could even lead to winning a girl, and a soft and cute one at that. Especially that smile, which could evoke a protective instinct in every player. As a result, when Lin Mo came out the next day, he discovered that most of the players who should have been working in his fields had run off, all clamoring to find their partners. After searching for a long time, they found plenty of wanderers, but not a single girl. In a situation where they could make do with any gender, when these new players saw the wanderers eating corpses, they fled in panic. It was too disgusting. The shock of that scene was simply too overwhelming for these minor players to endure. The next day, these players could only continue to stay in their fields in a very awkward manner, tending to their crops. From the current situation, it seemed that Mars might no longer have any corresponding value. Regarding the personnel on Mars, Lin Mo still had some questions, particularly about how they died. As for the operation of using oxygen tanks, Lin Mo absolutely would not believe it. Lin Xiu also seemed to be hiding something, but Lin Mo was not interested in knowing about it. For him, his only task was to protect Lin Xiu and himself. Perhaps, as Professor Lin said, the more humanity knows, the more dangerous their situation becomes. After all, the more you know, the more you cannot help but feel curious about certain things. Such a situation naturally exists. Humanity's thirst for knowledge cannot be restrained. Just like when you unbutton the first button, you can't help but want to know what color the remaining buttons will reveal. Ahem. I digressed. Soon Gladys entered Nyang Do's cryogenic chamber under his escort. Lin Mo learned from Professor Lin that if someone truly entered the sleep phase without reaching the corresponding deadline, they would definitely not wake up again. Of course, the other scenario would be if someone externally caused destruction, which could lead to the person's direct death inside. After all, this structure is extremely intricate with many areas utilizing highly precise components. Therefore, based on this, adjusting various parameters is also quite troublesome, especially for a body that does not originally belong to this biological chamber. Can I go in to take a look if the administrator is hitting someone? What are you looking at with your clothes off? This is a serious game. Lin Mo naturally stood guard at the door, letting Professor Lin debug the machine inside. To be safe, he first allowed the girl to enter the biological chamber before letting Professor Lin in, as Lin Mo did not dare to deny whether this guy was an assassin. Professor Lin, Gladys said softly when he saw Lin Siyu's face through the glass. Lin Siyu glanced at Gladys and asked, "Do you know me? It seems you must be from the previous era. You are my idol. Since I was a child, I have hoped to become a great scientist like you. I originally thought that." After Lin Siyu finished speaking, she adjusted the data, and the girl slowly closed her eyes. Lin Siyu stood quietly in front of her, and after a long time she turned and left. "Professor Lin, how is Gladys doing now? This is an operating room, get out." Lin Mo unhesitatingly picked up Nyang Do like a small monkey and dragged her to the door, kicking her out. The room previously allocated for Gladys was kept separate, and players were not allowed to enter. Both sides maintained a peaceful coexistence. To be honest, Lin Mo really didn't dare to trust Gladys, as this guy's appearance and timing were too strange, as if everything had been prearranged like a game designed with a specific plot. Isn't that so? On the necessary path that players passed, an injured NPC would be arranged, and a question mark would appear above its head, signaling to players that there was a quest. The current situation is indeed like that, seemingly predetermined. However, Lin Mo did not want to investigate further, as it was better if both sides could coexist peacefully. If a conflict arose, Lin Mo would definitely eliminate her without hesitation. Players began their busy harvest season. The harvesting method for this plant was indeed quite hardcore, perhaps due to the psychological burden of that blue emotion. These small players helped each other to tidy up the fields, as they had cultivated these plants for so long, treating them like their own children, caring for them diligently day in and day out, only to have to uproot them now. Will the seeds of the crops be affected? No, the seeds grow at the roots. All we need to do is peel off the grains attached to the roots. Those grains can be eaten or used as seeds. At this moment, Jiang Nan was acting like an agricultural expert, continually guiding these small players, as these plants were indeed grown by her, and it was expected that these small players would have to eat this for a long time. Although this thing tasted quite good at first, the problem is that it can get monotonous. No matter what, after eating something for a long time, the feeling is indescribable. Currently, these small players were still unaware of the severity of the situation. While picking, they secretly ate these things, fearing that others would see them. What they did not know was that after half a month, even if this food was given to them, they would not want it anymore. After all, everyone has eaten chocolate, right? But who would dare to eat chocolate as a staple for a month? After analysis, it was discovered that the energy value of this food was indeed comparable to chocolate. In some respects, its nutritional content was quite high, but the problem was that it would become overwhelming if eaten too much. If possible, Lin Mo still wanted to find a milder food to serve as the staple for these players, but the problem was that it seemed impossible to find such food on their side. Other crops were either too troublesome to grow or yielded too little fruit to meet the criteria for a staple. There was no way, so in the end these small players would have to endure a bit. Perhaps in the future there would be a way to improve their meals, or when returning to Earth they could find substitutes. For now, they could only make do with the current situation. The sage said, by suffering hardships one can strengthen their will, by laboring one can build their muscles, by enduring hunger one can refine their body. Although knowing the sage was speaking nonsense, these small players had no choice but to hold on a bit longer. Although Lin Mo could still be considered a somewhat heartless capitalist, he was a capitalist with a conscience. At least he would not let these small players eat extremely disgusting food. However, due to the circumstances, he could only have them endure for now. These small players were finally entering the harvest season, and each of them became busy. Although there were no point rewards for this, it was related to their future food rations. After all, the amount of food they could store now would determine how much they could harvest in the future. Food and farming were fundamentally the same. Moreover, what was even more crucial was that this would affect their future game qualifications. The game had reached a new level where on one hand there was a soft pressure regarding their game qualifications, and on the other hand there was their own interest as motivation. After all, everyone wanted to make a splash in the world and do what they wanted, but the original society did not permit such actions, and they still had to live the hard life of a worker every day. Here they could enjoy pastoral life and engage in exhilarating battles in the wild. If possible, they could even invite their buddies to fight between life and death in the game, seeing who would back down first. After all, it really hurts. The real sensation is exactly the same as in the real world. If someone surrendered first due to the pain, they would likely be mocked for a long time, so the number of people seen at the arena was quite low. Initially, some who were skeptical wanted to try, but once they truly felt the pain, they realized they were not that brave. Do you have any attachment to this place? Lin Xiu gently said behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt an infinite sense of nostalgia, as this place could be considered where he truly merged into this world for the first time. Although he had not yet left the control area of the membrane, this place could truly be considered his birthplace after all he had survived here. I think what I miss most is this base and you, but since we are both going back to Earth together, there is nothing much to miss. That's quite a cheesy thing to say, but I really like it, Lin Xiu said with a smile. In a sense, the two had truly become soulmates. After all, even the small players could sense some subtlety. In the versions circulated among those small players, the administrator was indeed a toad that had truly eaten swan meat. As a result, some players were envious, some were jealous, and some did not care about the matter at all. After all, for those players, what they needed to do was to eat well, drink well, and then enjoy battling on the battlefield or farming. However, as the heat of this virtual reality game gradually dissipated, those who had made money from media also began to fade. Zhou Mengzi and Xiao Haikunzi had made a fortune, and their money was already enough for a lifetime. Other new small players also wanted to use this method to make money. Although they could earn nearly 50 or 60,000 a month, the dividends were still far from the previous batch of enough. After all, virtual reality technology had once ignited the world, but now as the heat dissipated, the accompanying situation had also correspondingly changed. For those who worked hard as employees in the company, this situation was still better. Moreover, some people had already started to engage with the players who had obtained virtual reality game qualifications. That was to further raise these players' popularity online through studio operations. Lin Mo turned a blind eye to this method as long as it did not contradict him. He did not mind what these small players wanted to do. Besides, he did not have any absolute control desire. It would be quite nice if these small players could make more money and spend all 24 hours in his game. With a studio, these small players would naturally have a much easier time in many respects. Ling Ming primarily advocated for mutual development. If these small players could help him do things, they would also earn money, resulting in a win-win situation. Of course, the studio also had another advantage: it was relatively easy to resolve disputes. At this moment, Nyang Do saw the invitation from her studio, which would allow her to fully delegate her video production and promotion to a studio without affecting her game. In terms of profit distribution, she could receive 70, while the studio would take 30. I have to say, this is indeed a great idea. This way she won't even have to edit videos herself. After all, the video time of players in the game is too long, making it impossible for viewers to focus on the key points, which easily leads to a loss of viewership. However, those studios can create more exquisite and modified videos to cater to viewers' needs, and all she has to do is authorize her content. After weighing the benefits multiple times, Nyang Do ultimately agreed. This meant she would have more time to spend in the game. To be honest, Lin Mo most disliked getting entangled with these studios. After all, for you, this work is genuine, like a sticky plaster that clings to you and is hard to shake off. Yet sometimes they can also become fixed shackles for the players as well as a useful tool for them. These game-level tasks are often discussed by a group of people in late-night meetings who then offer bounties to quickly resolve the problems that players cannot solve. This is the advantage of studios, though they also have their drawbacks, particularly the strict limitations imposed on players. Overall, the agreements these players have signed are relatively lenient, as long as they don't foolishly add clauses that conflict with their own interests. The current development situation is still quite favorable. Lin Mo naturally did not want his players to end up with a pile of lawsuits, as it would severely damage his game's reputation. His responsibilities now include coordinating the players' development within the game and managing the relationship between players and studios. Those players truly regarded Lin Mo as the omnipotent deity of the game. They even brought the agreements to Lin Mo for inspection before signing, ensuring there were no issues. All Lin Mo could do was feel speechless. He felt that by the time he finished this period, he would probably know everything. During this time, Lin Mo not only learned relevant theoretical knowledge, but also physiology and legal knowledge. He has been learning anything he can to pass the time, as in his past life, he would usually just play games. Now, however, he suddenly realized that games didn't seem that interesting anymore. Everything suddenly seemed bland to Lin Mo. He now found joy in learning, at least it kept him from feeling so bored. Could it be that this is the world of academic achievers? The more he learned, the happier he became, reveling in the vast ocean of knowledge. Sorry, I'm not interested in marketing, Jiang, Nan Yimeng said, with a smile, shaking her head. It was revealed that her real name was Lin Jiangmeng, a major shareholder of a trading company. Gathering all the words together, it simply boils down to too wealthy, very wealthy. Although she didn't live in a mansion or drive a luxury car, she couldn't hide the fact that she was incredibly rich. Lin Jiangmeng had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her father was a high-ranking official and her mother was an executive in a company. She was quite indifferent towards money, which is why she immediately rejected the proposal for marketing strategies without a second thought. Of course, there were many others who were hidden and had not been exposed. Some were revealed by colleagues while others came forward themselves. It really is a bit troublesome. If I could, I shouldn't have revealed my identity. Now it does have some impact on the company. Lin Jiangming didn't feel troubled at all. Besides, she was in the trading business, what did it have to do with the game company? However, the level of attention from journalists had increased significantly. Lin Jiangming had thought about using this to advertise, but later dismissed the idea as the trade and the game seemed completely unrelated, even if forced. What no one expected was that Nova Arc was the real powerhouse. Initially thought to be merely a neurotic, delusional girl in the game, it turned out that she was actually a dual Ph.D. in electrical engineering and applied physics from MIT. She was currently leading a project on virtual reality research domestically. Other players could only feel speechless. Suddenly, they felt like they were the only useless ones in the game. However, glancing at those around, they felt relieved to see others sharing their fate. Yet Nova Arc also rejected the proposal to operate her account, as she had little interest in money. During this time, she had achieved several research outcomes through the virtual reality game, but the difficulty of realizing a virtual reality world remained quite high. Lin Mo felt that those research outcomes were completely out of his reach. After all, Nova believed that this world was entirely calculated by random algorithms, while in reality, it was entirely evolved by nature. Every aspect seemed to change continuously based on the player's movements and actions. However, upon careful comparison, it suddenly felt terrifying. This was undoubtedly a form of idealism centered around humanity itself. The problem is that this idealism seemed to hold some truth in the virtual reality world. The entire computer simulation only needed to respond to the participants of the game and continuously make changes connecting them when the players encountered each other. Doing so would be much better than directly creating a super large world map. After all, when a super large map was created, there were many places that players would not be able to explore, which would occupy enormous storage. Moreover, it would require maintaining the normal operation of back-end data, which demanded extremely strong computing power. It would be better to generate all the plot's characters and terrains, randomly storing the places the players experienced, and then using that material to continue the story. In situations where storage or transmission limits are low, this method is the most practical. However, if this situation occurred in a world 2,000 years later, it would feel like tying a shovel to an excavator and trying to dig. With super strong computing power and ultra-fast transmission, the created map could be directly loaded into the computing center, allowing players to enter the map through mutual interaction. Why make things so complicated? However, Lin Mo initially did not know about Nova Arc's identity. After all, the people from the Falling Flower Arc were chosen completely at random. He never expected to randomly select so many talented individuals. Now, when these little players saw Arc, they would respectfully call her Professor Arc, whereas previously they referred to her as Sister Arc. There was no way to hide the fact that they previously thought she was an ordinary person like themselves, only to discover she was a hidden big shot. However, some players worried about the potential of teaching the apprentice to starve the master, especially if Arc continued to delve deeper into this world, as she would soon master the relevant techniques. After all, her papers during this period had been flooding in like a burst dam. Lin Mo felt that those players were purely worrying needlessly. In this situation, a powerful computing capacity must be supported. Without such strong computing power, saying it and not saying it would make no difference. Moreover, this game only requires a few dozen players to participate. There is no need to wait for widespread popularity. At worst, he could hire people to play in the future. If there were no players, they would all be workers, and those who paid would likely be more enthusiastic. Be careful, be careful. Can you all move a bit slower? If this thing spills, I'll pull both your heads off and kick them like balls. At this moment, Yumi was loudly directing these little players to move their food into the cold storage. Although it had turned into chocolate sauce inside, there was still the concern that these guys might spill it, which would result in a significant loss. In the past, one wouldn't know the value of household expenses unless they were in charge. Now that these players were experiencing it firsthand, they completely reversed their understanding. Those little players finally understood the hardships of their administrator, as there were still so many mouths to feed below, all needing food. How to acquire that food became a serious issue. Our itinerary is to first travel from Mars to the Moon, focusing on checking if there is anything useful in the lunar base. Then we will head directly to the Taotai Super Project. Although the distance allows us to return to Earth directly, the problem lies with the need for a major overhaul of the entire base to make it suitable for the Earth environment. If the question is what we should do upon returning to Earth, is it to help humanity on Earth re-establish its order, or do you intend to establish yourself as a king and rebuild the order of the world? Aren't you boys just thinking about gaining power over the world and enjoying the beauty of women? Now that the beauty is available, do you desire power over the world? Lin Xiu gently leaned against Lin Mo. We'll see when the time comes. We should re-establish order. If we can unite the strength of humanity on Earth, that would be better. If not, we can only break the original order apart and start anew. Lin Imo said this, but his eyes were filled with determination. The reconstruction of human civilization must be completed. Lin Imo did not want his children to be born into a chaotic world. He didn't require a return to the advanced civilization of humanity, but he at least hoped to ensure that civilization would not collapse instantly. In a chaotic world, one must have the resolve to change it. Lin Imo did not possess such resolve in the past. When Lin Xiyu expressed her willingness to allow their child to be born in this chaotic world, Lin Imo had already made up his mind to do everything in his power to effect change. Those capable individuals would never complain about the larger environment, just like some people manage to commit fraud even while in prison. Do you want to create a big news story? Something particularly significant? Do you want that? A few small players gathered together, starting to discuss amongst themselves. One was named formaldehyde, another carbon dioxide, and yet another sodium chloride. I must say their naming skills have become increasingly poetic, with one named Lagrange mean value theorem, probably still studying this topic. What's the plan? Do you want to assassinate the administrator? If that happens, we'll all be kicked out. What the hell? Am I so bored that I'd risk my game qualifications for this? Do you think I'm Jingku trying to assassinate the Qin King? Besides, the administrator is armed with a gun that fires 700 rounds quickly and accurately within 7 steps. I must be under the influence of formaldehyde to come up with such a ridiculous idea. What do you want from me? Get lost. Have you considered that the game officials have not announced any service suspension for maintenance? Therefore, this game won't have any downtime. Just look at how vast this base is and imagine how stunning the transition scene will be. So you want to capture it on film? Great minds think alike. In the end, Zhejiang will become a huge traffic password. We just need to record these videos and hand them over to our studio, and naturally we'll reap great profits. Is there a possibility that we could be stuck down here and unable to ascend? We can just pull the rope when the time comes. As long as we grab a rope where the administrator can't see us. Look, isn't there a rack above the base? That rack can hold the rope. Oh, we just need to find one long enough. The other 2 small players nodded as well. Although the idea sounds absurd, there is a certain logic to absurdity. After all, as long as they can gain fame, it's worth it. Besides, the trial and error cost in this game isn't too high now, especially since the money held by these players is significantly increasing. Meanwhile, Lin Imo and Lin Xiyu had entered a tense phase, adjusting all functions of the equipment, checking for any aging components, and examining their sensitivity. Every single part was scrutinized to the extreme, fearing even the slightest issue. The small players were busy packing their belongings and various food supplies, knowing that there would be no chance to return. They had reached a point of complete acceptance of the administrator's words with not a shred of doubt. Unfortunately, the game company wasn't short on funds, which sometimes made it quite difficult for these small players. If a water company were in need of money, these small players could easily use their cash to knock out the game company's planners. But the issue was that these planners had no financial woes, and as for the quality of the gaming experience, they couldn't care less. Although initially they had said that these small players would come in to check for loopholes and bugs in the game, to this day, the only bug known to players was the same one from the beginning, and that wasn't even a bug, but just a design oversight. Although the official website occasionally reported the resolution of various bugs, players really didn't feel any impact. After all, everything here felt just like reality. If someone suddenly teleported in front of you, that would surely be a bug, or more accurately, a paranormal event. Yet the small players didn't feel any of that here. Even more strangely, the helmet's battery life was astonishingly exaggerated. A single charge could last nearly half a month of continuous use. Now, many people had lost interest in this virtual reality technology, but were instead fascinated by the electric discharge technology within. Of course, while they wanted to dismantle it, the outcome was the same as last time: it was automatically destroyed. Lin Mo's company's legal department had been inundated with lawsuits, recently splitting into 2 teams. One team worked for a week, and if there was a case overlapping into the next week, the previous team would continue its work. How's the situation? Can we meet the current market demands? This is naturally not a problem. This building was once the pinnacle of human craftsmanship and manufacturing, dating back over 1,500 years. Of course, it has undergone multiple large-scale renovations, so practically none of the components have more than 1,000 years of history. Indeed, the construction time of the Shanghai Jing project predates the occurrence of the white light. It should be nearly 2,000 years old. Human civilization began its turning point here, and from a certain perspective, this project was one of the catalysts for past conflicts. People created it with boundless hope, yet it ultimately proved useless. The superstructures from other plans became weapons for power seekers, while this one was preserved intact throughout history. It is truly a miracle. Throughout this process, there have naturally been many changes as new technologies sought to be applied. Although it no longer serves its original purpose, it remains a super large-scale combat command platform capable of navigating the entire universe, equipped with a relatively stable life support system. The first internal oxygen isolation test begins. As the internal lights turned dark red and began to flicker, the players hadn't yet reacted before all the doors and windows around them were sealed. Surprisingly, nothing seemed to change afterward. Oxygen injection starting. Soon a delicate balance was achieved in the room, a mixture of oxygen and carbon dioxide. Have we become heavier? Yumi keenly sensed the changes in her weight. Well, in truth, all the players had noticed it. As long as they remained in this base, the gravity would fluctuate. Yet what exactly was the administrator up to, and why such changes? Just as all the players were still in confusion, they suddenly floated up again and then slammed down hard onto the ground. What on earth is the administrator doing? At this moment, the players lying on the ground were filled with frustration, still recovering from the shock, when a powerful sense of suffocation surged once more, leading one player to ultimately give up and log out of the game. All these components have not yet aged. If possible, they can still be used. Lin Xiu remarked after a series of tests. If they haven't aged, it means they are still usable, a sentiment that Lin Mo did not feel very strongly. After all, Lin Mo truly could not comprehend the data up there. However, Lin Xiu could extract relevant information from it, while Lin Mo remained puzzled by the meanings behind those numbers after staring at them for quite some time. Nyang Do, you won't believe it, but I've had a terrible day. I fell on the ground several times. By the way, will other places be affected? Was there any impact on the room in Gladys? If the administrator is around, could you please respond? Administrator, I was conducting a system test just now. All these existing facilities have been specially treated for protection, so there's no need to worry. The test is now complete, and after a while you can leave directly. If you have any lingering attachments to this planet, you can finish what you need to do first. We are expected to stay for 3 more days. Perhaps we have left behind many regrets and many bodies, but we must still bid farewell to this place. However, this farewell does not mean forever. Once we fully rebuild on Earth, we may once again turn our gaze towards the cosmos, or even further afield. Though tiny like an ant, one can still gaze at the vast sky. This departure does not signify a final goodbye, but rather a preparation for the next arrival. This journey will first reach the moon, then proceed to the Taotai Super Factory, and finally return to Earth. During our stay on the moon and at the Taotai Super Factory, we will distribute special outfits to the players to cope with the environment. The moon and the Taotai Super Factory do not have oxygen supply systems. Since the moon was destroyed by the white light, there has been no consideration for reconstructing industrial equipment, there leading to its abandonment. The oxygen supply systems have been dismantled and repurposed for Earth. Lin Mo was uncertain of what path to take next, much like playing chess. When you make a move, you cannot predict what your opponent is thinking. After all, even just flipping the board and placing a piece presents 2 choices, so how many options are there with so many pieces on the board? As for the white light, Lin Mo still felt a lingering fear, yet the question remained, why did that final ray of white light vanish? After all the footage captured back, then clearly showed the white light disappearing as it was about to reach the fleet. What caused that? Was it because the fleet had acquired a more powerful force? The question then arises, why was this fleet destroyed by spatial folding? Couldn't Professor Lin have predicted such a scenario? What was the reason behind Professor Lin's last prediction? Everything felt like a massive enigma, deeply perplexing Lin Mo. However, this time Lin Mo chose not to inquire further, instead keeping the question buried within himself and waiting to find the answer. Regarding these so-called extraterrestrial civilizations, Lin Mo had completely lost hope. Lu Cixin's Dark Forest indeed illustrated that between civilizations there is only war with no room for compromise. Lin Mo was well aware that compromising between civilizations equated to death. If he truly wished to go that route, it would be akin to declaring his own death sentence. Hence, what Ningbo needed to do now was to sever the signal transmitter for the quantum field on Earth. After all, the Azure Fleet had previously used such methods to launch something akin to a cosmic broadcast. Lin Mo aimed to eliminate this, Yi Wenjia, thoroughly cutting off communication between humanity and extraterrestrial civilizations. However, that could wait until he returned to Earth. During this time, young players seemed to have gone mad, running around the streets all day long, occasionally delivering a feast to those monsters in the forest. Even those monsters were bewildered by these young players. Previously, they came in piloting mechas or wielding high-frequency cutting tools and energy firearms. As soon as these young players arrived, the entire forest turned into a scene of carnage. The problem now was that these young players had entered empty-handed, seemingly intent on delivering their own heads, leaving the monsters utterly bewildered by their intentions. Have you finished filming? Hurry up, it's my turn now. Who's next to die? Move it, don't cut in line behind. During this time, various videos surfaced online showing young players voluntarily offering themselves as food, each more tear-jerking than the last. Finally, Ningbo could take it no longer and directly changed the death timeline of those players to 3 days later, at which point the young players finally settled down. There was no choice. The world is vast, but the administrator is paramount. One should never think of opposing the administrator, otherwise being kicked out would be a mild consequence, with some even losing their eligibility to play. However, so far the administrator had not revoked any players' gaming rights. Of course, they were unaware that the previously assured gaming eligibility had been revoked by Lin Mo, once only for that individual to be extraordinarily lucky and selected again on the second attempt. Naturally, this individual hadn't accomplished anything significant. He had boasted fiercely before, but was now using a branch to poke at dung. The timing of departure coincidentally falls during the day on Earth. Lin the professor utilized a formula for prediction, concluding that the interference during this period is minimal, thus increasing the probability of leaving during this time. Of course, it doesn't mean that departure is impossible at other times, but in comparison, the energy expenditure required at this time is the least. Boss, I would like to take a day off. If you say I can't do it, then I won't. I don't need the money right now. Let me tell you, I already have this gaming headset and am earning nearly 100,000 in revenue each month. I don't even look at your shabby place anymore. Boss, I'm taking a leave. Okay, just about a day's time. All right. Some people take leave humbly, while others create doubts about who the real boss is. However, their confidence stems from having received qualifications for the game and having studios promoting them. The current hype is not only high domestically, but equally impressive abroad, attracting significant interest from foreigners who are fascinated by the concept of virtual reality depicted in science fiction. When this technology truly enters reality, many foreigners will be eager to experience it. Of course, during this time, there were several trivial matters, such as a group of African Americans suing the Eternal Virtual Team for gender discrimination, claiming that they were not invited to participate in the game's testing. The Eternal Team did not back down, promptly countersuing the group for defamation and spreading rumors. It is relatively troublesome to file a lawsuit on Old Me's territory, resulting in direct legal action against the court itself. This incident stirred quite a commotion, but Lin Mo paid little attention to it. After all, he had various tasks to attend to, whether it was debugging machines or dealing with other matters. He had much to focus on and no time to deal with these people. Moreover, the legal advisors and legal department supported by the company are not just sitting idly. If they couldn't handle such a small issue, Lin Mo felt it would be necessary to reorganize the legal department. Overall, the market share is still substantial. After all, the game has yet to become widespread, but its popularity is so high that no one has been able to imitate it. If others had that capability, they wouldn't be here embroiled in lawsuits. Owning such a unique game makes them a large-scale company. A truly capable company wouldn't be tied up in lawsuits. They'd be engaged in trade wars instead. However, very few companies dare claim they possess such capabilities. Even in the heart of Wagwo's research area, no one can create such a game. Ark is currently being called a blatant commercial spy by others, and Lin Mo's silence indicates his absolute strength, believing that Ark will be unable to unravel the secrets within his game. However, for Ark, Lin Mo's lack of response only serves as a major provocation. When one learns that someone is probing into their commercial secrets, yet remains calm, it demonstrates a profound confidence in their own abilities. Why not say that the market value has surged? After all, for someone capable of elevating a company to such heights, even if the company isn't theirs, reaching this level indicates they possess such abilities. Whether the players in the game are genuinely interested in the experience or in uncovering its secrets remains somewhat unclear. Everyone harbors a suspicion that the game is likely to enter open beta. Once that happens, their advantages in the game will cease to exist. Even if they are veteran players, once the game goes into open beta, their means of profiting will vanish. Players who value semantic enhancement are particularly fearful that their unexpected windfall could suddenly disappear, while those who simply enjoy the game feel little concern over such changes. For instance, Jiang Nen is still meticulously tending to his plants every day, even as he prepares to leave. He remains dedicated to cultivating his previous crops. Moreover, Jiang Nan is genuinely wealthy. Although still young, he hails from a rich family and is now somewhat indifferent to money. After all, if he were to operate his accounts daily, he would earn a lot, but it still wouldn't compare to what Jiang Nan's company makes in a single day. Then there's Ark, often referred to as a spy. Yet unlike others who chase after traffic, Ark is incredibly dedicated to the game, constantly seeking out the latest plot developments and trying to uncover more secrets. Oddly enough, he even spends nearly 10 hours online each day, and the papers he publishes increase by the day, leaving Lin Mo quite astonished. Goodness, sleeping so little and still being able to perform at such a high level in research cannot be judged by the standards of ordinary people. If not for the timing being off, Lin Mo might have thought this guy could be Lin Siu's previous incarnation. However, their timelines don't align, especially considering the differences in age and the fields of research. Nonetheless, Lin Mo doesn't pay much attention to this guy's observations. He can research all he wants. This is not a virtual reality world, but a real one. The technologies and survival methods he theorizes in his papers are entirely subjective and have nothing to do with Lin Mo. However, it must be said that if this guy were placed in another era, it would certainly present a different scene. In the 31st century, where technology is highly advanced, he could very well be a contender for the position of chief scientist. As for why not to compare with Lin Siu, there is simply no basis for comparison. A creature that has lived for nearly 2,000 years knows everything. Not only is Lin Xiu intelligent, but she also possesses an exceptionally long lifespan, making comparisons with contemporary figures impractical. Even when comparing with current individuals, Lin Xiu is generally excluded. To include such a comparison would be rather impolite. To vividly illustrate, it would be akin to pitting Big Ear Tutu against Ultraman or having Shinchan compete in a ninja tournament. Even the most elite contemporary scientists cannot be compared with Lin Xiu. As for her education, she has always been under lock and key or is currently in confinement, with the majority of the time being unseen in public. Even though people know there exists a top scientist who has lived for nearly 2,000 years without any signs of aging, most can only rely on photographs or existing documentaries to learn about her. Lin Mo finds this quite normal. After all, there are too many doubts surrounding Lin Xiu. No one dares to directly discuss her, let alone release her. The crucial point is that Lin Xiu's heart is too profound, so deep, that even now people cannot guess what she is thinking. Such individuals are undoubtedly dangerous. If possible, Lin Mo hopes to never encounter such a person in his lifetime. In the eyes of such individuals, everything about you seems to be laid bare before them, allowing them to pick and choose. The so-called hidden secrets appear to them as mere jokes. During this time, the internet is abuzz with speculation about the new version. Naturally, they are more concerned with how many more slots can be added. After all, suddenly increasing by over 40 slots is undoubtedly the best news for players who had already lost hope, indicating that the possibility of further expansion is likely. However, in reality, Lin Mo has no plans to increase the slots further. At least not until he has arrived on Earth. For Lin Mo, the main issue concerning these players is the supply of food. The entire command center is limited in size, so how can he provide for so many mouths? Lin Mo does not wish to evade the issue of future population expansion. Returning to Earth means he will have to unify all the various forces there. While he has a rough understanding that humanity still exists on Earth, those humans are likely already blinded by power. What he needs to do is make them aware of their positions to assist him in further unifying the structure on Earth. To be honest, Lin Mo truly does not know what these people are thinking. A simple statement may sound like a lie to scare children, potentially igniting conflicts and becoming a catalyst for war. One cannot deny that humanity has undergone thousands of years of evolution, yet in some aspects it seems to have regressed. However, regarding whether to halt updates, Lin Mo thinks that if he were to confine all these minor players, then, when he needs help, who would do the labor? Do you still remember the piece we discussed back then? Let us celebrate our farewell one last time by playing it again. You can play while I dance, wishing us a pleasant journey. Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with joy as the violin reappeared in the air. Lin Mo nodded. Perhaps leaving did not always signify separation. This departure was a step toward a better return in the future. However, the present moment held significant meaning. Standing by the window watching the various autumn cranes, he suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. Though unclear about what he truly missed, it seemed that the essence of the matter had no answer. Perhaps it was the arduous years he had endured, or perhaps it was a longing for himself who had finally overcome those hardships. Just as he had known before, sometimes standing still does not mean one will perish. However, if one is in the wrong position and does not exert effort, the distance to death is perilously close. Lin Mo felt that what he was doing here might lead to a more mature growth for himself, and the cost of this growth was indeed substantial, having witnessed the death of countless individuals. Up until now, all the humans he had encountered on Earth except for Gladys had undoubtedly perished. He had seen the death of wandering elders and children, and a colossal military base that simply vanished from history. He had also witnessed the Blue Fleet being folded in space, ultimately becoming a black hole in history. However, Lin Mo had always been a mere observer of these events. He did not wish to become a first-hand experiencer of such history. After all, there was nothing glorious about it. At that moment, the little players suddenly heard a melodious tune ringing in their ears. This was a type of music they had never heard in their lives, filled with endless sorrow, yet hinting at hope. Even those players who were not well-versed in music could roughly understand what this piece was expressing. All the players instinctively closed their eyes and listened quietly to the music. Ark also lifted his head and listened to the music quietly. Although he knew it was drifting from the third floor, the players did not have the permission to go to that floor and could only enjoy it from the first or second floor. This piece is so beautiful. Before long, this piece was uploaded online by the players, and soon a master quickly restored it based on the melody, creating the sheet music and performing it anew. This piece was not created by me. I merely listened to the vague music shared by players of that virtual reality technology and made a restoration. The streamer playing the piece saw someone in the comments claiming it was his creation and hurriedly denied it. The legal department of Lin Mo's company had far surpassed Nanshan Pizza Hut, as the latter was merely arrogant domestically, while Lin Mo's team had moved their legal department abroad. Of course, what had moved was just the distribution. The main tasks were dealing with reputation issues and suing companies that slandered or illegally used the company's videos. Lin Mo also wanted to keep them busy, as he had learned from Ningbo that these guys, due to their excessive free time, had actually been taking the company's salary while making money on the side. Simultaneously holding 2 or 3 jobs, they could earn a monthly income of over 100,000. Naturally, Lin Mo did not approve of such a method of making money. Several players stealthily tied a rope around the last few supports, as if hiding something, and quietly slipped away. After listening to the piece, Lin Mo began to prepare nervously. This time was not about equipment testing, they were directly using the equipment for teleportation. Although this type required very high standards for personnel, its power was certainly not inferior to those fleets, given that the technology employed was among the most advanced in human history. The propulsion system utilized 12 cold fusion devices for energy supply. This capability was more than sufficient to create a small to medium-sized black hole. Using this as the entire power system was somewhat overkill, but under these circumstances many precautions had been taken. The most crucial consideration was whether they could still operate if only one energy supply system remained. These imaginative scientists had indeed contemplated this problem and had set it up to have only one power system without any negative effects. It must be said that these scientists had experience that allowed them to anticipate every possible situation. Even after suffering a devastating blow, they could still operate normally thanks to the robust support of their systems. After all, in the real world, very few people have the capability to accomplish such feats. It requires not only money, but also a large number of scientists. Apart from super economic entities like the Human Council, no country could singularly support this. At this moment, unbeknownst to everyone, a little player was still dangling below, appreciating the building from a unique perspective. The massive structure slowly began to lift, and just as all the players were practicing, the outside scenery suddenly changed at a rapid pace, swiftly departing from Mars. The adorable little one hanging outside was abruptly cut off by the rope around it. Although the camera continued to operate accurately, the person was forcibly ejected from the game and could only watch as their bodies slowly descended towards the surface of Mars through the creator's platform in the forum. While such a massive entity is moving so fast, I must say the game designers have truly imaginative minds. After all, weight inversely correlates with energy utilization. The greater the weight, the lesser the potential for energy use. Yet it seems this game has broken through that limitation. However, it is just a game, so there's no need to take it too seriously. What is being used is a new type of transportation method that produces no exhaust and resembles anti-gravity, but the issue is that it isn't anti-gravity, rather it functions like a lateral propulsion device based on anti-gravity. Ark corrected the goose's mistake, but the goose still looked bewildered. As an ordinary company resource, how could it know so much? It seemed the other party was explaining it to him, but in the end he realized he didn't understand much and didn't deserve such an explanation. When these fierce beasts were locked in a room for too long, the result was that they began to go mad. After getting bored with watching the stars, they started playing with the handmade poker they created and then played mahjong. Finally, when boredom reached its peak, they attempted to find a way to exploit a bug to get themselves out. Then they were forcibly kicked out by Lin Mo. After all, these guys were simply too foolish. Have you ever seen someone who just kept rubbing against the wall? At first, Lin Mo thought these guys were going crazy. However, after understanding through the video what they were trying to do, he couldn't help but want to give each of them a little bun on the head. I tell you, this is real. A friend of mine has already exploited a bug to get out. Look, he just fell on Mars. After the formaldehyde guy was kicked out, the remaining two began bragging rapidly. Lin Mo discovered that these two had previously engaged in some mischievous operations, so he ruthlessly kicked them out as well. Once things settled down, he would restore their permissions, otherwise Lin Mo felt that the entire mobile platform would become chaotic. But rumors are a trap, but once the first appears, countless others will follow. These guys tried everything, including, but not limited to, using their heads to hit the wall, rubbing against the wall, and crawling on the ground towards the corner before turning around. Are your players having some issues here? Lin Xiu politely pointed to her head. Lin Mo did not know how to explain the most common method of exploiting bugs in games to Professor Lin. Observing the starry sky was a spectacle filled with both beauty and danger. In the cosmos, danger outweighed beauty, for beyond danger lay so-called opportunities. For instance, those swiftly moving meteors could destroy a civilization with just one. However, humanity has mastered the ability to eliminate meteors with a diameter of over 50 kilometers. For those larger meteors, humanity finds itself helpless, and the only thing they can do is to forcibly alter the meteor's trajectory or migrate humans to other planets. Are you not making any preparations as the moon approaches? Warehouse D-178 has the relevant lunar landing equipment. You can have your little players change into it, but the supplies are limited, so each person will probably only get about 2 sets. After all, this combat base initially did not consider entering the moon, and the equipment inside was actually prepared for other planets. Remember not to damage it, as it is truly a non-renewable resource. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Lin Mo decisively questioned why so many players needed to go down to a few players would suffice. The allocation of lunar landing spots will be decided by a lottery among the players randomly, selecting 20 players to explore the moon. Each player will have only one chance on the moon. If they die, they cannot re-enter, and the exploration will last for some time. Lin Mo quickly turned into a shrewd merchant as he had already lost hope for the lunar annual report. From what he saw in the video, the moon had transformed into a true crescent with a large gap created by that white light. A third of the moon had been obliterated. One could still see the beautiful scene created by the rocks that melted due to high temperatures. These rocks turned into magma and then cooled down again, ultimately forming unique stones. In the end, over 20 small players got spots, but it was still a few veteran players leading the new ones. After all, the veterans had some experience, and as for the fairness of the lottery, Lin Mo was the one who decided. If you question the fairness with me, be careful of getting a bullet in your head. My signal gun can do more than just send signals. The other small players were hesitant. They were still intimidated by the forest from before, lacking the courage to venture into it. The new players were simply too timid compared to the veterans who had died countless times. Buckle the strap around your neck and put on the neck guard. Here you need to attach the weight blocks, otherwise you'll float away. As Lin Mo demonstrated and explained what to be cautious about on the moon, he shared knowledge he had learned from Professor Lin, but it didn't stop him from flaunting his own expertise. The other small players listened attentively, nervously mimicking his actions as they donned their gear. As they stepped onto the moon, they realized what true absurdity meant. The buildings had been reduced to dust by the white light. Unlike Mars, where one could still see a few bodies, here there was nothing. Just mounds of dirt and large craters clearly made by meteors with no signs of human activity. It seems like there's nothing on Mars. Could it be that humanity didn't prepare much when they were on Mars? Lin Mo asked curiously. The moon had been a coveted target for numerous countries, even in the 21st century, yet the current state of development on the moon seemed less optimistic than that of Mars. It appeared that people were not very concerned about the moon's development. Was there a story behind this? It's quite normal. The moon, due to its smaller mass, cannot provide a suitable profit environment. Therefore, any structures built there would be of no use. In contrast, Mars is a true terrestrial planet, both in terms of mass and other aspects. Regarding oxygen control, the moon cannot establish a complete ecological cycle like Mars. Thus, the main activities here rely on various machines, which have likely been destroyed by the white light, or perhaps buried in the soil or recycled back to Earth during the decline era to become battle robots. Lin Xiu shook her head while speaking, leaving Lin Mo at a loss for words. The once powerful human civilization was gradually destroyed by its own artillery. Essentially, it was not the white light that destroyed humanity, but humanity itself. Initially, humans had a unified goal of exploration, which drove them to intensify their efforts in exploring the universe. However, when that goal vanished, their focus shifted to the limited resources available. The current situation demonstrates that people have invested more energy in space exploration, yet the understanding of humanity itself seems insufficient. Research in the microscopic field has gradually stagnated due to bottleneck issues. Humanity has primarily focused on the main branches of the technology tree, neglecting the finer branches and roots. This neglect has led to a situation where many research fields can no longer satisfy theoretical needs. When theory develops too quickly and the practical technology cannot keep pace with theoretical research, the result is a mismatch between theory and practice, leading to stagnation. After wandering around, the small players found nothing. They couldn't even find a single screw, as if the entire moon had been cleaned out. Lin Mo's interest in this place significantly waned, as he had come to the moon for treasure hunting, not charity. Are we heading directly to the Taodai Super Factory? The Taodai Super Factory has more production lines, all of which are fully automated. Once we complete the docking and collection, as long as we have sufficient resources, we can produce the corresponding technologies and production equipment. Lin Mo remarked. Oh, this was like a nap coming. It was someone offering a pillow. If one were to ask Lin Mo what he desired most, it would undoubtedly be to possess equipment akin to that of the commander. Players have already expressed their dissatisfaction with these items more than once, as the times have changed. The evolutionary pace of these beasts often aligns with the current human weaponry, and without portable mass destruction weapons, one might feel somewhat embarrassed to show off. However, the equipment at the command center was not initially intended for soldiers. It was specifically designed for the guards to maintain order within the command center. Today's special forces not only carry armor that allows for high-altitude flight, but can also achieve low-altitude stealth. Each one is like a high-spec Iron Man equipped with capabilities reminiscent of Hulkbuster armor, yet they are roughly the same size as an ordinary Iron Man. The key factor is that the soldiers inside are akin to Captain America, and when necessary, they can transform into Transformers. Their regenerative abilities resemble those of Deadpool. Lin Mo certainly hopes not to encounter such a squad, for meeting them would inevitably signify his demise. With over 3,000 years of technological advancement, particularly within the military, the level of technology has exceeded ordinary human expectations. The technologies that can be seen on television are almost entirely mastered by humanity, except for time travel, which remains a distant dream. Do not blink. In a moment you will witness one of humanity's miracles, the Super Large Collider. Humanity once utilized this machine to create miniature black holes. Though only a wreckage remains, it still symbolizes a marvel in the realm of public good for humanity. Lin Xiu suddenly recalled something, smiling as she spoke. Lin Mo also turned his gaze toward the screen. As the year draws to a close, he might not fully grasp the significance of the technology, but he could feel the profound impact it had on his heart, especially as he watched the Super Large Collider float before him. The players were also astonished as they observed it drifting by the window. Is this the large collider featured in the documentaries? It's truly breathtaking. But is it a virtual projection or a physical model? It should be a virtual projection. After all, we won't be going up there. We haven't even progressed to that storyline, nor has this thing been constructed yet. Other smaller players nodded in agreement, realizing that discussing something that hasn't been created yet holds little utility. Yet it is crucial to understand that it is not a mere virtual projection, but a tangible, massive structure. It represents humanity's research in the microscopic domain. Humanity once used this to create black holes, entering the realm of true sublight speed. However, staring at the wreckage before him, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. Sometimes humanity mocks historical figures, thinking them foolish, yet they remain oblivious to their own actions when they repeat similar mistakes. Did you once lead research on that project? Of course, I was involved in the construction of the original project, let alone the research inside. However, I did not participate in the black hole creation project, which initially aimed to conduct sublight particle collisions. The emergence of black holes was something they never anticipated. Lin Mo chose not to elaborate further and quietly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Some histories are best left unspoken. Perhaps this particular history is a painful one. Meanwhile, the smaller players were quite intrigued by the collider, but Feng Zhou appeared somewhat distressed. Although she did not have a deep understanding of particle colliders, the circular track particle collider exceeded her expectations. After all, the various external components revealed the game designer's profound research in these areas. However, recalling the numerous papers published by the Immortality Virtual Team online, it seemed everything made sense. They were not merely studying these elements. They excelled in various fields. As she considered this, Feng Zhou couldn't help but feel an increasing sense of concern. If this virtual reality world could establish fundamental physical rules, then the applications within this realm could encompass not only diverse scenarios, but also potentially achieve breakthroughs in physical understanding. After all, early nuclear tests typically involved launching nuclear bombs and then conducting experiments to gather data. However, after the signing of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, researchers began simulating nuclear yields and various data on computers. The crucial aspect is that computers can accurately reflect corresponding results. Feng Zhou, what are you pondering so deeply about? Jiang Nen gently tapped Feng Zhou's shoulder, bringing her back to reality. It's nothing, just contemplating a few issues. Well, if you're deep in thought, it must be a complex problem that's proving difficult for you to resolve, Jiang Nan said with a smile. During this time, she also relocated all the potted plants she had grown back to their original place. The administrator not only supported her, but even instructed other players to assist her, providing a special room for the potted plants. However, Jiang Nan remained indifferent to the other boys, who indeed fantasized about being supported by a wealthy woman. Each one hoped to find Jiang Nan to shorten their struggles, yet the reality was that Jiang Nan found none of them appealing. I heard your company has been quite popular lately. I've seen you featured multiple times in the news, and you're always the main character. Not at all. Feng Zhou is the truly impressive one, having achieved such high qualifications at such a young age. Degrees are merely illusions. True strength is what truly matters. After all, one hardly sees anyone solving real problems due to their high academic credentials. Without corresponding knowledge reserves, even the highest degree holds no value. Ark smiled as she spoke, though her smile seemed a bit forced, for she was currently troubled by numerous issues that she felt incapable of resolving. Lin Mo finally understood why it was called the Taodai Super Factory. Just the sheer size of the factory alone instilled a sense of colossal fear, being nearly 10 times larger than the current base. The small players peering through the windows below were equally astonished. This is the largest project in human history, the Taodai Super Project, built over nearly 700 years. There is not a single human inside, yet the entire factory can still operate normally. However, it was later sealed off, or rather forcibly shut down, and no one knows why it was abandoned at that time. In reality, the Azure Fleet has always been stationed here, continuously researching new technologies. Although ultimately ineffective, the advancement of technology is often difficult to be driven by a small group. It is primarily guided by a vast number of people. Lin Mo nodded in response, acknowledging that the next step was to facilitate the connection between both parties, leaving all of it to Professor Lin to handle. The tedious and intricate connection project began to unfold slowly. The small players below were truly restless, eager to venture out but the external temperature was outrageously high. To put it simply, just placing a hand outside would result in it being nearly fully cooked upon withdrawal. It is worth noting that the current distance is closer to the Sun than Mercury. If it weren't for those 12 nuclear fusion devices continuously providing cooling, the entire base would have long turned into a hell on Earth. Next, it's up to you to decide what to choose. Inside, there are corresponding production modules. Simply input the necessary raw materials, and the product can be created. Lin Mo squinted, beginning to contemplate. The most crucial need was to produce equipment for creating these synthetic humans. There were indeed modules for that, which he promptly included in the list. As the blue membrane of the base cracked open, a drawer-like object was directly placed into the corresponding room. How many choices do I have? It depends on what production devices you choose. Some are large and may require 4 or 5 module rooms to accommodate one, while others may not even fit in a single module room. Lin Xiu said, while looking at the screen, which displayed many blue squares and a few scattered red squares. The blue squares represented rooms with available space, while the red ones indicated that those rooms were already filled. Originally, this gas propulsion module would not be able to support a person flying far in the air on Earth due to its thrust. It can be used for rapid movement on planets with weaker gravity, but on Earth it serves no purpose at all. Lin Xiu removed several modules as she spoke, creating more space. Lin Mo suddenly imagined that these small players might end up wearing hard hats and carrying oil lamps while mining, as the production of these devices would require mineral resources. You might as well hand these decisions over to all the players, as you can't make too many choices alone right now. After noticing Lin Mo's decision-making difficulties, Lin Xiu gently reminded him. Lin Mo nodded, further delegating the decision-making power to all players. After all, it would ultimately be these small players who would serve as the labor force. Although nearly 50 players were already present, more would soon be joining the game. Re-establishing the entire production order could not be accomplished by just over 50 people. As for the future production structure, Lin Mo currently had no definite plan. Just as the players were waiting in boredom, a pop-up suddenly appeared in front of them. While they knew this was a normal occurrence in the game, they couldn't help but marvel at how astonishing this was. Ahem. Can everyone hear me? Suddenly, Lin Mo's voice blared through the loudspeaker in the base, leaving everyone confused as they looked up, feeling as if a leader was delivering a speech. Has the manager somehow become a leader? But with that loser demeanor, he probably just managed to become a team leader. Dude, were you on the assembly line before? I was before, but not anymore. I now work in a studio earning over 100,000 a month. Most of my time is spent handling advertisements and making recommendations in the game. Dude, is your gaming life exciting? Streaming a drifter eating Oreos, wanna see? Get lost. At that moment, the loudspeaker continued to broadcast. What you see on the holographic projection in front of you represents the modes that will be added to the game in the future. This means that once you make your selections, those modes will also be introduced in the future game. Of course, this has a limit on quantity. All rights concerning your future gaming experience are now in your hands. Please make your choices carefully. If any of the selected items prove useful or are frequently utilized in the future, you will receive point rewards. After finishing this announcement, Lin Mo cut off the broadcast and quietly awaited the players to make their choices. Each module came with corresponding explanations, and those who did not understand could directly consult Lin Mo or Lin Xiu. Soon the players' statistics were delivered to Lin Mo. He glanced through them, noticing that the most popular items were various production tools. It seemed these small players were quite thoughtful, understanding that the key was to restore production with many items resembling normal agricultural tools like tractors. These energy sources were relatively easy to find, as they could directly send the small players to mine coal. Additionally, there were also some firearms and miscellaneous items which were crucial for the restoration of production order. Before long, Professor Lin made some selections, sending devices capable of extracting nuclear fusion elements into storage. Finally, he also transported the corresponding production equipment, such as those for producing antimatter and armored mechanical weapons, into the space. What was once ample space quickly became cramped, but the issue was that these were necessities. Moreover, these were already simplified versions that could be established using Earth resources. However, it would require the small players to mine more. According to Professor Lin, humanity had not developed the internal resources of Earth for a long time after commencing exploration of the asteroid belt. As for the abandoned metal parts, they were all buried in certain places, waiting to naturally decompose back into mineral resources. It had been nearly 2,000 years. They were likely already transformed back into ores. After completing this phase of the connection, the massive mobile combat platform slowly began to fly towards Earth. On the other side of the solar system, the Eastern Fleet gradually departed from the solar system's borders. For them, the Starship civilization had long since detached from Earth civilization. They were essentially a singular entity. For those accustomed to drifting, perhaps the entire fleet was their planet. They had no mission or constraints in life, all they had to do was drift on. Coupled with their unique genetic system, even if Earth were destroyed, they would still belong to their civilization. Where should we land? I don't know if there are any monsters on Earth. We should find a relatively good spot. At this moment, the combat platform was already flying at a low altitude. The small players could clearly see the towering trees below as well as various destroyed ruins which hinted at the former splendor of human civilization. However, upon spotting the monsters trailing behind the combat platform, their faces turned pale. Having thought they had said goodbye to these monsters after leaving Mars, they were shocked to find that they were still able to see their kind and in absurd numbers. Just the pack of wolf-like monsters following behind had already formed a long line. Let's stop here. The terrain is relatively open. At this point, Lin Mo had also noticed the string of monsters following the combat platform. Typically, a sudden acceleration would make them vanish in an instant only to reappear on the other side. This area was quite flat with no trees to hide enemies, and it was adjacent to the sea, allowing for replenishing the energy needed for the spaceship. However, Lin Mo would need to consult Professor Lin on how to search for and develop mineral resources, as he was not an expert in mining. Of course, perhaps these small players had some knowledge. Soon as the door opened, the small players surged out like a flood. Upon seeing the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel extremely comfortable. Although he could gaze at the starry sky on Mars, the experience was far from pleasant. The colors were too dreary, compounded by the ruins and various desolate landscapes, creating an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. However, when he beheld the blue sky, white clouds, and lush green trees, here his heart found solace. While the feeling of being bathed in sunlight is so real, the game designers are quite impressive. Stop shouting over there, let's go and explore other places. By the way, has your wife been released yet? Korn held his high-frequency vibrating cutter and poked at the still-gazing Nyang-do, who then snapped out of her daze and remembered Gladys. Note: Nyang-do met Gladys on Mars, a girl who had just woken up from a cryogenic chamber. After 500 years, their relationship is still quite ambiguous. She was still in the cryo chamber, fast asleep. Where did the formaldehyde go? It's probably long turned to mush. Speaking of which, what should we do now? Lying here in the sun. What the heck, something bit me, oh my gosh. There's a snake. Other players turned their heads upon hearing this and saw a snake wriggling away from behind the carbon dioxide but running swiftly ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a snake. Crack. The goose directly used the high-frequency vibrating cutter to chop off the snake, but it also cut a bit of meat from the carbon dioxide. But, brother, why don't you just die already? We have no snake venom antidote here. The sooner you die, the sooner you can respawn. The goose looked at the carbon dioxide, but that was still gushing blood, and couldn't help but shake his head, saying that at this rate, he probably wouldn't survive much longer. It's better to just die early, wait for a day's cooldown, and then log back in. You guys don't understand anything. I heard that if bitten by a venomous snake, you can use fire to cook it and denature the proteins inside, so I won't be poisoned to death. Nyang-do carefully assisted Gladys down the ladder, which naturally angered the other players. Why could you find a girlfriend when we all came to play a game? What are you guys roasting? Seeing two people lifting a stick with a person bound to it whose backside was being scorched by fire, it seemed that the person tied up was suffering from the flames while shouting to hold it steady and not to drop them. Children shouldn't watch this, you'll have nightmares tonight. Nyang-do decisively covered Gladys' eyes and led her to the other side. The ZY Star-class mobile combat platform did not land on the ground but floated in the air. Compared to landing on the ground, floating in the air not only offered better safety considerations, but also involved multiple factors. Now that we've returned to Earth, what are you planning to do next? Lin Xiu looked at the display screen, smiling as she admired the infinite landscapes of Earth. Although her face still bore the same smile, Lin Mo could sense that she was no longer as cold as before. Lin Xiu, note, an elder who has lived for nearly 2,000 years, she has experienced countless hardships and has spent most of her time under government house arrest and laboratories, possessing vast knowledge. Let's take it step by step. We need to understand the surrounding situation first, and let these small players scout around to see how many monsters are nearby. Lin Mo felt that the monsters now were more accurately described as a different form of biological evolution, although the characteristics of their evolution had become somewhat absurd. For a civilization that was already nearly destroyed by various wars, these creatures were indeed quite troublesome. Soon these small players received a message from the administrator first to survey the surrounding terrain and look for signs of monster activity nearby. Lin Mo also added a definition of monsters: creatures that would actively attack players. After all, Lin Mo wasn't sure what to call these creatures. Soon the small players set out with their basic high-frequency vibrating cutters to explore. Korn and Falling Rain's two power mechas were also left on Mars. The administrator didn't allow them to move. The two completed their final tasks while piloting their mechas. The monsters hiding in the woods had not had a peaceful day, constantly draining the energy from the mechas. Nyang-do, wait a minute. Don't you think the trees around here are a bit tall? The goose followed closely behind Nyang-do. In contrast to Nyongdo's carefree demeanor, the goose was much more cautious, always on guard against monsters that might suddenly charge at them. Tall trees are quite normal, aren't they? Compared to the environment on Mars, Nyongdo felt that the environment on Earth was somewhat better. Although Earth might also have mutated creatures, it always provided a sense of comfort, such as the blue sky, white clouds, and the giant wolf in front of them. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Nyongdo had just caught a whiff of the wolf's foul breath and was so frightened that she stumbled back. This stumble saved her dog's life. Nyongdo tripped over a branch and fell to the ground, causing the wolf to miss its leap. Hey, I'm still alive, I'm fine. Nyongdo rubbed her head, and upon seeing no injuries, breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she turned to look at the goose, one of its arms was still hanging in the wolf's mouth. Whether bitten off or voluntarily severed was unclear. What are you standing there for? Come help me. After saying that, the goose thrust its high-frequency, vibrating cutter toward the wolf's eyes. The wolf felt threatened and hurriedly dodged, allowing the goose to escape from the battle. Nyongdo quickly got up from the ground and charged forward with her high-frequency, vibrating cutter. After a fierce struggle, the two finally brought the wolf down. Compared to when they first entered the game and were eaten by a spider, they now had much more experience and understood how to cooperate. Oh my, is your arm okay? If not, you should go back and lie down in the coffin for a while. I'm fine, at least I won't die right now. I've adjusted my sensitivity to 20%. For me, this feeling is almost nothing. I've gotten used to it for quite some time. Most players have their sensitivity set between 10 and 20%, though there are exceptions, such as Falling Rain, whose pain sensitivity is at 70%. Naturally, there are speculations that Falling Rain might be a masochist, but they certainly didn't dare to let Falling Rain know they were saying this, otherwise there would be no escaping during the duel. Soon the two continued exploring among the trees, and after taking a few more steps, saw in the distance a place resembling a den where several wolf cubs lay, each about the size of a large mineral water bottle. So that one just now was their mother, right? The two exchanged looks, now unsure of what to do. They had indeed intruded into the territory of this group, and the mother had attacked them, but the problem now was at night. Sigh, tonight we'll have dog meat. This dog meat smells quite good. There's nothing we can do if we can't find anything else. Well, just have to make do with roasting this. Let's grab a few more and roast them together. Isn't this a puppy? Who cares? Just eat it quickly. All right. Thus the players had a rather good meal on their first day here. After all, there were so many monsters and creatures around, and they even found some plants to use as seasoning. Compared to the desolation of Mars, this place was filled with plants, and most of these small players recognized them, as the primary mutations were in animals, while many plants had not changed much. To be honest, why do we still need to drink nutrient solutions here? Of course you can eat whenever you want to. After all, here you are the real decision maker. I must listen to you and everything, right? As Lin Xiyu spoke, she slowly leaned against Lin Mo. He could only continue to eat the extremely unpalatable nutrient solution with tears in his eyes, while watching the small players below feast on barbecue. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Mo planned to get down to business. Now that he had descended to Earth, his task was to restore order here. However, the priority was to ensure that these small players established their dwellings, at least creating a city or building with appropriate security measures, and the most important thing was to set up walls. I have already investigated. The near-Earth satellite logs show that there are still traces of human activity on Earth. If possible, you can bring those humans in, but the main priority is to ensure the safety of your players. What promises are we making to the players? Lin Mo found it hard to understand what Professor Lin was really saying. From what could be inferred, Earth was not entirely devoid of civilization, as there still existed humans despite having reached a stage where survival was nearly impossible. Lin Mo did not wish for these people to end up like the wanderers he encountered on Mars. After all, to some extent, the wanderers could no longer be considered human. Although they lived in Shanghai, they had long lost the ability to communicate like humans, and if not for the need for warmth, they likely would have discarded their clothing. To re-establish order on Earth, the presence of original humans was essential. After all, if the entire world was composed of players, it felt unsettling to think about the possibility of human extinction. Firstly, we need to expand the surrounding area. All the trees between here and there must be cleared. The timber can be fully utilized for building houses or erecting walls, effectively isolating this area from the outside world. This serves two purposes: to prevent attacks from creatures and to safeguard against potential raids from any remaining military forces on Earth. As the saying goes, one must always guard against others. Lin Mo remained vigilant, especially towards the original inhabitants of this world, who were far more difficult to control than the players. They possessed their own independent consciousness, and Lin Mo had no way to guess their thoughts. Unlike the small players, he couldn't simply kick them out of the game. If any small players harbored ill intentions, Lin Mo could directly use his authority to expel them from the game. However, he lacked such power over the original inhabitants of this planet. The next day, all players received a unified task to begin clearing the surrounding trees. For every 20 trees felled, they would earn 10 points, and a punishment area was defined. Any actions beyond this area would not count. Hey, where did this axe come from? It's from the warehouse. It's the 52nd century, can't we get a chainsaw? It felt like this task was even harder than battling monsters. The small players were truly exhausted as the trees they were dealing with were nearly 400 to 500 years old towering giants. Felling just one was an extreme challenge, let alone 20. If it weren't for the points, they would never have bothered with such toil. These tools were specifically prepared by Lin Mo, who anticipated the need for basic production at the Taodai Superfactory. A large number of axes, shovels, and hoes were produced using the iron ore still available in the factory, demonstrating the rapid production speed of the future era. In just a few minutes, thousands of farming tools were effortlessly completed along with other various tools, all intended to prepare for future production work. In contrast to these busy new players, the older players had little interest in such tasks, as they already had ample points. As long as they didn't push things too far, they wouldn't lack points, and were still engaged in exploration. Have you heard? A gigantic object flew down from the sky and zipped across the planet. Many people saw it. Could it be aliens? Who knows? What would aliens want on Earth? To steal your oil or your cows? That could be the case. Maybe those aliens have peculiar tastes and enjoy lizards. Huh. In a basement, a few dirty individuals chuckled and spoke. Although there was still order on Earth, most people resembled flies hiding in basements. Crack. Suddenly the sound of a door being pushed open echoed outside. The people in the basement instantly readied themselves for battle, quietly loading their guns and crouching to peek through the gap to assess the situation outside. Before they could see through the gap, a high-frequency vibrating cutter was thrust and spinning around and violently tearing open the entire hole. The individuals below were momentarily stunned, instinctively raising their guns only to find that one of their hands had fallen off. Oh. Once the shock wore off, intense pain set in. The person hurriedly clutched their severed arm, crouching down and wailing loudly, while the others were so terrified they broke out in a cold sweat, unable to move. Initially, Yumi was uncertain whether the beings hiding below were beasts or humans. Therefore, he used this method to widen the gap. When he saw the individuals inside aiming their guns without a second thought, he severed one person's hand, likely resulting in quite a bit of blood on their hands. He'll ask a question, and you answer. After Yumi spoke, he gave Luoyu a glance. Luoyu immediately understood, leading the individuals to opposite sides to ensure that their dialogue wouldn't affect one another before commencing what could be called interrogation. Who are you? Just a normal person. I ask you, which faction do you belong to? I don't belong to any faction. The entire Earth is in chaos. What factions are left? Besides you, are there any other human gathering points nearby? Most are small human settlements, we can't say for sure. The larger underground cities generally don't have contact with the surface, and if they grow too large, they attract beast hordes. So it's usually these small settlements. Feeling the strong aura of the players, the captured natives trembled as they spoke. After all, their comrade who had his arm severed was still on the ground wailing, and the thought of it was painful enough to deter any resistance. Are you sure that what you all said is true? If my information does not match with that girl over there later, all of you will have to die, Yumi said coldly. Until she could determine whether the other party was friend or foe, she would show no mercy, just like with the previous Donna and the Big Goose. They had already undergone trials in such perilous places on Mars, so the situation here was naturally much better. On Mars, those drifters would stop at nothing for food, whether by theft, deception, or robbery. Naturally, the players wouldn't show any mercy towards these drifters, as they had already been severely tempered by their experiences on Mars. If I utter a single lie, you can directly chop off my head and place it here for you to drink. You remain unmoved, waiting for the situation on Liu's side. In reality, the two of them hadn't asked any questions before. The earlier statement was simply meant to intimidate these people, since false information holds no intelligence value. Any creature around that actively attacks humans is considered a monster. There's a kind of large bird that can dive down, grab a person, and then release them from the sky to their death. And then there are the wolf packs. Those wolves stand taller than two people combined, and so on. As soon as the monsters were mentioned, everyone eagerly wanted to speak up, indicating they had encountered an unimaginable number of monsters. Yumi felt some concern of following this line of thought. The task assigned by the administrator regarding the establishment of a new city would indeed be quite challenging. The task given to us by the administrator was to procure cement, but the problem lies in how to actually make it. Just search for it. If all else fails, post 1,000 yuan reward on the forum, and someone will quickly provide you with an answer, likely even detailing the various steps. There are indeed cases like this on the forum. However, since the main focus had been on combat and farming, such reward-seeking tasks were quite rare. One reason is that the internal testers in the voice chat didn't have that much money, but now that these internal testers have studios to help manage their social media accounts, their financial situation has quickly improved. Lin Mo had even started considering how to turn this into a live stream, but due to technical issues, he had been stuck on this front. Thus, the idea of live streaming remained just that, an idea without any practical capability. The forum, is now bustling with activity. Everyone is boasting and bantering under their respective threads. After absorbing nearly 50 internal testers, discussions concerning these matters have also begun to increase. Reward for answers: how to make cement using traditional methods, 1,000 yuan. We are truly starting from scratch here, but in this environment on Earth, is there any expert who can provide an explanation? Shortly after this post was made, it was quickly pinned to the top, with a plethora of experts starting to share all sorts of bizarre ideas. In the end, the three brothers opted for a more reliable idea and began their production. Lin Mo looked at the forum threads, and then at the players who were making cement according to the posts, unable to help but stroke his chin. To be honest, internet users in manhwa are always a peculiar bunch. Whether discussing lewd jokes or how to rebuild order and civilization on Earth after a nuclear war, they can chat for days and nights, making one wonder if there's anything they cannot accomplish. Thus, the power of these people must be utilized. If I want to rebuild civilization on Earth, I surely need their assistance. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Feng Zhou were wielding hoes, loosening the soil beside them. The small players naturally dared not disturb them, as one was a top scholar from the Academy of Sciences, and the other was a wealthy entrepreneur with his own company. These two were genuinely playing the game, and they had no interest in money. They were often just workers for the administrator and had to capture some interesting moments for their own publicity. As the players delved deeper into exploration, the surrounding locations gradually unveiled their mysterious veils. Of course, the ones contributing the most effort were the old players who loved exploration, like Yumi and Luyu. These two had sprinted nearly 700 kilometers in just 2 days. P.S. I'm too lazy to add the setting for the signal generator. With their exploration, it became evident that there were indeed many human factions nearby. Just the two of them had encountered nearly 7 to 8 human factions, but each of these so-called factions had at most around 10 members. The notion that humans crowded in one place could attract beast packs piqued Lin Mo's curiosity. Could it be that those wild beasts track humans by their scent to find this area? Thus, the large-scale activities of these small players would surely provoke those beast packs, so it was necessary to prepare an escape plan. By the way, I remember that buildings always require reinforcing bars, right? Also, I think it would be more appropriate to use red bricks, since cement can't be used directly like this. Don't ask me, I'm not an architect. This probably requires spending some money to consult those professionals. How about this? Just pay to hire an expert to give us a detailed explanation on this matter. Why is it always me spending money? Everyone should chip in. Upon learning that completing this task would yield over 500 points, 500 for each person, the three small players took it very seriously. After all, their goal was to produce cement on a large scale, but Lin Mo hadn't provided an exact figure for this large-scale production, as he was unsure where the limits of traditional methods lay. Boat, why do you seem unhappy these days? Has something happened? Ling Xiao, who usually spent time with Boat, noticed that something was off and asked curiously. It's nothing, just leave it alone. I'm doing fine, just dealing with some matters. What happened? Come on, we're good buddies, why hide anything? If I don't want to talk about it, can you just not pry so much? Boat indeed appeared somewhat downcast. As for what had happened, the other players were also confused. However, by the afternoon, they got a clearer picture. The Public Security Bureau, where Boat's family lived, had launched a vigorous anti-fraud campaign, directly using headlines from a well-known media outlet highlighting how they had been deceived, both financially and emotionally. But these players also gathered that Boat had been deceived in both money and feelings. What do you mean? Boat was deceived in both feelings and money. This guy can't be that naive, right? Could it be that their studio had some prior arrangement with the police for promotional purposes? Ling Xiao was perplexed upon hearing this. However, upon reflection, it did seem plausible that the studio could pull something like this off, especially to enhance their visibility, while the police could strengthen their anti-fraud campaign through such means. It appeared that Boat was genuinely troubled. Eventually, after persistent questioning from Ling Xiao and the others, Boat shared his experience. Just days before he was set to move, he unexpectedly added a friend online who claimed to be a classmate from elementary school and recounted several memorable events. It was precisely this connection that led to their continued conversation, which became increasingly engaging, especially when Boat discovered that the other person was a girl, rekindling his youthful affections. They continued to exchange messages. Boat shared his in-game experiences while the girl talked about her life and various happenings at school. Gradually, they moved beyond mere text chatting to phone calls and eventually met face to face, slowly defining their relationship. Stop. Didn't you investigate this girl's true identity? And by the way, how much did you lose? From what I saw in the police report, it seems like a significant amount. Upon this inquiry, Boat lowered his head again, his eyes filled with a dull gray, as if he saw no future ahead. Not much, probably around 100,000 or so. Yeah, is that girl out of her mind? You two are in a relationship now, couldn't things develop further? By the way, did you kiss? Have you gone further than that? Ling Xiao wore a lewd grin, and the other players around him shared similar expressions. After all, for these players, joining a studio and earning tens of thousands could equate to a month's salary, with future prospects likely leading to a more powerful media company. After all, both parties were still in a collaborative relationship. As the future flow of income dwindled, making money later may not be as easy. The game's status regarding new recruits was also uncertain. Due to the sudden influx of 40 new members, the entire virtual reality promotional plan became particularly conservative, fearing that the game company might declare a public test at any moment. I'm not sure we only kissed. As for what happened afterward, nothing occurred. But I now feel heartbroken that she would prefer that 100,000 over me. It feels like my heart is shattering. Oh, so you're not really concerned about whether you were scammed, but rather whether she finds you attractive. But thinking about it, you do have a point. After all, earning tens of thousands a month means that if she were your girlfriend, you could enjoy a luxurious life together. Why would she go for that 100,000 and then run off? That doesn't make sense. I see now, there's only one reason: you must have a huge appetite, so the other person would rather give up a future flow of income than spend their life with you. But honestly, you're not unattractive in the real world. What does she look down on about you? The other players nodded in agreement, even though they were just bystanders. They had a rough idea of Boat's appearance in the real world. He might not charm countless girls, but he certainly looked quite handsome. How would I know? Anyway, the police are investigating. The reason I haven't logged on recently is that I've been at the police station for inquiries. I told them that if they catch this person, I hope to meet them. I'm not too concerned about the 100,000. What hurts is the blow to my heart. I'm so handsome, yet she prefers that 100,000 over me. I really want to ask her what she was thinking. Can't she tell the difference between a proper meal and a feast? Seeing Boat gradually becoming enraged, the other players quickly restrained him to prevent him from losing his composure. Boat's unfortunate romantic saga soon spread among the player community. Lin Mo felt a deep sympathy for Boat's plight. Being scammed for money was one thing, as they had jobs and weren't lacking in cash. However, being deceived in feelings was indeed a heavy blow. However, it was year-end, and these thoughts were not on the minds of the diligent duo Yumi and Luo Yu, who had reached a major human settlement. From a distance, a massive city wall loomed over the plain, presenting a commendable position without obstacles, allowing for clear visibility. Moreover, the city wall was built exceptionally high and thick, seemingly designed to withstand the onslaught of beast hordes. The wall appeared to be constructed from the hardest marble, and several channels resembling moats were built outside, likely to mitigate the impact of beast attacks. As they approached the entrance, an old man lying by the roadside suddenly spoke up. Youngsters, when you go in, I recommend covering your hair and faces, and don't flaunt your weapons and trump cards. Otherwise, you might end up facing a gruesome fate inside. Yumi and Luo Yu exchanged glances with the old man, noticing he had lost his legs, likely due to some trouble had caused or an encounter with a beast horde. Regardless, they had no intention of probing further. Their goal was to explore what lay within. Thank you for the warning. Quickly, they found a piece of rag to cover their heads and hair. Upon entering the city, they noticed that most people were dressed similarly, making it difficult to discern anyone's true appearance. Is this purely for aesthetics? Not necessarily. I think it's likely to prevent black market dealings. This way no one can tell who the buyer or seller is. They slowly navigated through the streets, realizing that the stalls here resembled those in ordinary cities. Some vendors displayed their goods openly, clearly marking prices, while they sat silently beside them. Ultimately, they decided to investigate the situation further before making any plans. After all, in warfare, knowing both oneself and the enemy is paramount, so understanding the circumstances ahead was crucial. You both certainly don't seem to be natives of the city, nor are you outside wanderers. Where are you from? At this moment, two soldiers stopped Luo Yu and Yumi. These soldiers wore yellow military uniforms with insignias of the human parliament on their shoulders. However, anyone knowledgeable would know that this was impossible, since the human parliament had long been disbanded hundreds of years ago. Thus, these two likely wore outdated military uniforms or something similar. Do you really need to ask so many questions? Yumi replied coldly. Although she was unsure of her own background, she believed it was fine to say this. After all, prying into someone else's background blindly was somewhat impolite, and in such chaotic times, probing into backgrounds was certainly a taboo in narrative terms. Sorry, we were just asking casually, don't take it to heart. You must adhere to the rules here regardless of which faction you belong to. Once you enter this city, you must abide by its laws. It seems that those two individuals do not fear the situation, and it is quite possible that the forces behind this city are even more formidable. They are wielding firearms similar to those used by players at that time, though these appear to be a more compact version, likely the so-called simplified model. At least the firearms that Yumi and Luo Yu are familiar with are indeed notoriously powerful, but they have no idea what kind of power these might possess. Could you two explain the origin of this city to us? Sorry, we have official business and do not have time to chat with you right now. After a careful observation, the two soldiers shook their heads and departed. As the two players continued to explore the city, they realized that there seemed to be no children in sight. Almost without exception, everyone they encountered were adults or the elderly, with not a single child to be found so far. Are the people here eating children? Why haven't we seen a single child yet? Yumi whispered in frustration, to which Luoyu nodded in agreement, as this city was indeed too strange. All the children are in the underground city. The above-ground city is inhabited solely by the lower class of society, while the truly elite part of society resides in the underground city. Once the walls are breached, the entire passage will be sealed, and those left above will become food for the beasts. You two do not appear to be from this city, at least not in terms of your clothing, hair color, and appearance. Your hands do not look like those of the lower class individuals. Like you should be cautious, as there are those in this city who might prey on delicate-looking people like you. Just then, like a crow, a sly voice echoed nearby. Yumi and Luoyu turned to see a person curled up in the shadows. Had it not been for the voice, Yumi would never have guessed that someone could hide in such a place. When were you sent out? Upon turning 18, a genetic test is conducted. Those who pass can remain in the underground city, while those who fail are sent to the surface. We are part of the eliminated batch, but you need not worry. In the past 20 years, the city has never been breached. You two might as well purchase some of my little items. They could be useful for you. It seems you were likely driven out from some force as well. The crow-like voice continued. For some reason, Yumi felt that the voice was strange, almost inhuman, but she didn't dare approach to investigate. It wasn't because she was scared, but rather because she was afraid of being disgusted. Sometimes she truly admired the artistry of the game. If this artwork were to be sent to a mental hospital, it would undoubtedly pass inspection. What is this thing? What is it used for? You may not need this. This is red crane soil. Mix it with water and apply it to yourself to conceal your scent, which makes it harder for wolf packs to detect you. However, when the wolves approach, you won't be able to escape. Never doubt a wolf's sense of smell. The crow-like voice echoed once more, sounding like a worn-out bellows, pulling and tugging incessantly, creating an odd impression. Do you have anything else useful here? It seems all you have is a pile of junk. Little girl, do not underestimate the value of my items. Many rely on these for self-defense. Of course, for people like you, they might be unnecessary, but for those struggling daily just to get a meal, these items are their lifeline. The two little players bought some red crane soil and other items before slowly leaving. The old crow continued to lie there quietly, waiting for the next customer. After spending some time asking around, the two finally gained some understanding of the city. Essentially, this city is merely a derivative of the underground city. The true city is the underground one, while the above-ground city is constructed by those who have been eliminated. In a situation already rife with class division, being in another layer of class division is truly remarkable. Lin Mo said with a smile, perhaps this is human nature. When human vision comes into play, it signifies the emergence of so-called conflicts. Is there no way for me to go to the underground city? You? Haha. Little girl, you might be new here. We have lived up here for nearly a lifetime and have never heard of anyone being able to return once they are out. You do not have that qualification. Do not think about it. The two players continued walking along the streets filled with a strong sense of ruin. To be more precise, it should be described as a wasteland style. All the street vendors lived in abandoned buildings, some even sleeping in places akin to sewers. Upon entering, they nearly vomited from the stench. With unkempt hair and dirt covering their entire bodies, their faces bore thick layers of grime from not having washed for a long time. Their hands were equally filthy. Yumi and Luoyu supported each other and scurried out, utterly disgusted. They were not afraid of the bloody horrors, but rather of this unpleasantness. Do you think people like this can be saved, eh? What can I save them from? They rely on their own efforts to earn food and do not make use of human corpses. They understand human language and social order. Fundamentally, they are still human. In this world that has become ruins, what more can be criticized? Lin Mo retorted. Lin Shu fell silent. Perhaps even she was unclear about what it means to be human. Is it the biological definition of humanity or the cultural one? The civilization that could once create black holes has now degraded to this dilapidated state. It must be said that this is the greatest catastrophe that human civilization has ever faced, bar none. Meanwhile, the carbon dioxide trio are busy building walls and firing bricks, still trying to gather people. High wages, high wages. 10 points a day paid on the same day, without delay. Interested parties come directly. Come on, with this little money of yours, wouldn't it be better to go chop trees? Why would I come over to help you paint walls? Other passing players nodded seriously. Indeed, compared to others, this funding was too low. The carbon dioxide trio also wore bitter expressions, as they were practically investing their own money into this project. If progress did not happen soon, the walls might never be built. Why don't we consult the administrator? If that's the case, we really won't be able to complete this project. Although we have already set up the brick and cement kilns, no one has come to lay the walls. That's true, we have invested so much money, yet we still can't proceed. This is truly troublesome. The other two nodded seriously, and ultimately the three agreed to find Lin Mo together. Lin Mo listened patiently as the three explained their difficulties, nodding thoughtfully. How about this? I can increase your funding, but the quality of the walls in this area must be ensured. Otherwise, if problems arise, you will be held accountable. You can take 200 points a day for each of you. Once the productivity in the base improves, there will surely be a massive consumption of points, and players can also open markets to circulate points. After sending off these three little ones, Lin Mo also showed a troubled expression. Indeed, as things stand, he was truly facing a deficit. After all, the incentive for production was right there, and the output could only be as such. The desire of these little players to purchase goods was really low. Counting it all up, the current products comprise only the game's storyline, various weapons, clothing, and the payment needed upon death. I remember that after death, one can directly create another body, right? No, to be more precise, when a person leaves that biological manufacturing chamber, they can also create another body, achieving instantaneous revival after death. Now that we are on Earth, utilizing elements should be quite simple. We might as well use this to our advantage. Instant revival, 500 points each time. For those particularly wealthy players, they will certainly invest in this. After all, they cannot bear to wait until the next day to play the game again. If that doesn't work, we can extend the cooldown period to 2 or 3 days, with 3 days being the best option. Lin Mo once again revealed his greedy capitalist side. There was no choice. The amount of points circulating in the market was simply too vast. If we do not find a way to reclaim this, it could lead to inflation. Lin Mo did not wish for the currencies he would receive in the future to turn into Zimbabwean dollars, otherwise these funds would lose all their purchasing power, and the entire currency system of the game would be thrown into chaos. At that time, it would likely be necessary to retrieve all the currencies from the players and redistribute them. If such actions were taken, the consequences would be unimaginable. The primary issue currently lies in the inability of the items produced within his base to satisfy the high consumption needs of the players. If players were circulating the currencies themselves, it would be manageable. Whatever amount of currency existed would circulate accordingly, which is crucial for the commodities. However, if he were to distribute the currencies himself and could not meet production demands, it would be of little use. What modules do we have available now? That depends on what kind of mineral resources we have. After all, we can directly extract elements from seawater for energy. At least you don't have to worry about energy. Even without replenishment, it would last for 400 to 500 years. Of course, this situation is under the premise of not producing anything, just meeting basic living needs. If production is to take place, then energy must be continuously supplied, and the replenishment comes from the elements needed for nuclear fusion in seawater. What ores do we currently know about? Forget that, just tell me what we can produce. At best, we can only produce things similar to armor. Such armor has a high level of protection and is lightweight, making it quite effective. As Lin Xiu spoke, she directly unfolded a massive armor model in the air. She carefully traced a line revealing that this so-called armor was completely sealed from head to toe. Upon further examination, it was evident that the armor was not solid, but rather assembled from numerous air bubbles. Am I going to have to send these little players to mine in the future? Not necessarily. After all, in the future world, miners will no longer serve any purpose. What we need are automatic mining machines, but we still need to locate the mineral sources. After all, as you once said, a skilled worker cannot produce without materials. Lin Xiu placed her 2 soft bundles directly on top of Lin Mo's head. At that moment, Lin Mo was still sitting in a chair and feeling that softness. He couldn't even muster the energy to think about questions. Let it be, he thought. After all, dying under the peony flower is still a form of flamboyance. After raising the wages, the construction site was instantly filled with workers, and some people even tried to come in, but were kicked out. The main tasks involved mixing cement and transporting it directly to the site, while others were making red bricks, needing people to move bricks and carry cement. Some individuals discovered an opportunity in this situation, quickly gathering a few partners and using their high-frequency vibration cutters to craft 2 wheelbarrows. Although the workmanship was quite crude, they were quickly bought by those working on the site. After finishing, Lin Mo slowly sat up, his gaze sharpening. In fact, he had never ceased to ponder what humanity truly was. This would become an important criterion for determining which group of people he would choose to keep and which group he would eliminate in the future. It was essential to clearly distinguish what constitutes humanity, otherwise a significant mess would inevitably arise in the future. Lin also understood that he could not be too extreme regarding class distinctions, as the resulting chaos would likely be no different from the past. Just sleep for now, don't think too much. After a whole night of work, I feel like I've become more relaxed since following you. Lin Xiu pulled Lin Mo down once more. She was well aware of Lin Mo's thoughts, but did not interfere or guide him. She understood that this issue required Lin Mo to ponder for himself, as their perspectives were shaped by the different eras and levels they existed in. Don't you think the walls of this city are being built a bit too low? Previously, I watched a video about corn, and the walls there were truly towering high, though our current level isn't even as tall as my head. No kidding, they definitely need to be built up layer by layer. Where are we even at now? Besides, this is a city wall, not a house. The main thing is relying on the terrain. Right now, everything around is flat land. It is certain that there will be corresponding defensive measures built outside as well. As he spoke, he smeared cement. He didn't know why, but he felt that if he stayed in this game for a long time, even if it were to shut down in the future, he wouldn't necessarily starve. His technique with cement was becoming increasingly proficient. Could it be that he really was cut out for construction? By the way, how many points did the administrator allocate for your contract project? It must be several hundred or several thousand points, right? You don't need to ask so much. All you need to do now is to lay those bricks properly. Don't ask about other matters. Within the designated area of the city, these small players were still busy with the construction of houses. Although they only managed to build simple wooden houses, they were incredibly dedicated. They even went online to learn how to utilize wood for construction. However, learning was one thing, actually doing it was another. Their skills were, to say the least, in dire need of improvement, which was partly due to the lack of proper tools. After all, the current tools were far too outdated, lacking even a single high-frequency vibration cutter that could serve both as a weapon and a farming tool. They were using high-frequency vibration cutters for cutting trees and processing wood. They had enough energy to spare, especially since they had already earned a substantial amount from the crops they harvested previously. During this period, the wild beasts around had encountered great misfortune. The small players could not contend with the gigantic beasts, but they could certainly handle their cubs. During this time, the surrounding beasts have truly fallen into misfortune. They must keep their young ones close and travel in packs, otherwise if they stray alone, they will be besieged by those players. Originally, they were meant to break through, and the city would have been a feast for them. However, it has now turned into a state of constant vigilance, preventing ambushes, and the most critical point is that they have no means to deal with these players. In the past, those who entered the city were terrified and hid everywhere. Faced with these creatures, even with their lower halves bitten, they still desperately try to retaliate, determined to bite back, even if it means their own demise. It is truly terrifying. The lower-tier players do not perceive anything amiss. After all, this is merely a game. Moreover, if they cannot defeat these beasts, they might become food for them. In this life-and-death situation, it is better to find a way to eliminate the opponent. The principle of nurturing a tiger is well understood by the lower-tier players. The reason most villains ultimately fall is that they were too lenient or talkative in the beginning. They must avoid becoming that kind of person. If they act, they must eradicate the threat completely. If they cannot eliminate the adults, can they not handle the young? A few days later, hey, can you guys stop provoking those beasts inside? My project is halted for 3 days after working just 1 day. Do you all still want to build the wall? If not, can't we all just stand outside completely exposed? Although the attacking beasts have been dealt with, the problem remains that the constructed city walls have been thoroughly ruined. The walls that were still standing have all been knocked down, and they can only rebuild. Formaldehyde finally could not hold back and shouted angrily. This is a shoddy project. Even if you repair it, do you really think this shabby thing can withstand an actual inspection? You can't, no excuses. Come on, let's meet on the dueling platform for a real man's duel. Come on, who's afraid of whom? The two of them continued to shove each other, but neither dared to strike. Due to having just moved to this side of Earth, they had not yet built a dueling platform. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared before them asking if they accepted the duel invitation from the other party. Formaldehyde clicked disagree without a second thought, and awkwardly said, sorry, I just remembered I haven't finished my project yet, I need to go back to work. The opponent also clicked disagree, and the two parted ways dejectedly. The onlookers who had been watching the show were not pleased, and began to cheer for the two to have a real man's duel without cowardice. In truth, neither of them dared to fight seriously. The pain felt in the game was 100 real. Even a single fall would be excruciatingly painful, let alone a life-and-death confrontation. Moreover, the game had a shock protection mechanism that prevented fainting. While pain could be felt, it would not exceed the brain's tolerance. Thus, they truly could not engage in a real fight. It would be too painful. Do you think that city wall can truly withstand the beast's attacks? At this moment, Professor Lin changed into a white outfit resembling the kind worn during experiments. She still wore that ever-present smile which Lin Mo had long grown accustomed to, now finding it quite suitable for the woman in front of him. Do you think we have the capability to replace them with something else? Even the most solid walls could be filled with corpses below them. The strongest fortress often cracks from within first. It can be said that there is no truly safe place in the world. That's quite philosophical. However, if we cannot build a place that can withstand those beasts, how can you ensure others will want to come here? You want to rebuild civilization, but what is civilization itself? A group of people gathering together to declare themselves kings. Or is it something else? Over the past 2,000 years, I have seen countless politicians, and their understanding of civilization seems similar to yours. Ultimately, they still engage in seizing power and pursuing their own interests. Even the mightiest fortress can crumble from within. Do you think you might be eroded by this? Could you become the first fortress to collapse from within? To be honest, compared to being eroded by power, I feel I might be more susceptible to being eroded by you. As for what happens afterward, who knows? If I turn out to be no different from those others, it just means you chose the wrong person. At that point, you would probably be very disappointed. Of course, I will try my best to avoid becoming that kind of person. Lin Mo himself was unsure if he could resist this temptation. He certainly did not feel stronger than those individuals. After all, some became kings, some emperors, some high-ranking officials, and some scholars. To reach those positions, aside from a thirst for power, they must have their own abilities to back it up. Lin Xiu gently hugged Lin Mo from behind, blowing softly into his ear, and said, "I will never choose the wrong person. No matter what you become in the future, I will never feel any disappointment. Do you think this outfit looks good on me? Do you want to do something? Can I take a day off first? My body is a bit overwhelmed. What do you think?" Soon both sides began to establish the rules. First and foremost, they must ensure that the beasts who stole their cubs are avenged. They cannot return to the construction site, or the players who previously stole the cubs will have to compensate for the damage to the site. Moreover, the construction side cannot obstruct players wanting to venture into the forest. If either side breaches the agreement, they will face point penalties. Formaldehyde, do you think our city walls are really strong enough? Come on, for now, let's just hold on, or at least it's not made of wooden walls. Upgrades will definitely come in the future. Which game has city walls that start at max level?